Fairy. Yi Fan. Fairy, what are you doing? Yi Fan. A fairy must not act recklessly. Yi Fan, having perished from overwork, finds himself transported to a fantastical realm. Upon curing the fairy of her poison, he awakens the solar divine body, receiving the inheritance of the sun god emperor and the heavenly pillar. With the simple act of basking in the sun, he gains strength, embarking on an invincible journey. What do you desire, fairy? Outside the imperial city of Yunin Kingdom, a woman draped in a flowing white garment, her skin as pure as snow and her hair, cascading like a waterfall, appeared as if she had descended from the heavens. At that moment, her cheeks flushed crimson, and her breath quickened as though she were desperately suppressing something within. Yi Fan gazed at the woman before him, his throat involuntarily tightening. In the next heartbeat, she lunged at him like a ravenous wolf, pinning him down and fervently tearing at his garments. Her fingertips, icy cold, ignited a blaze upon contact with his skin. A fairy must not act recklessly. Yi Fan's words were cut short as her crimson lips sealed his mouth. Attempting to break free proved utterly futile. What followed was a whirlwind of passion, a flight of the soul to realms unknown. Yi Fan, a mere mortal from Blue Star, had just crossed into this realm, known as the Celestial Dome. Before he could fully grasp the reality of his transmigration, he was swept into this unexpected encounter. Yet it was exhausting, even more so than overworking. 8 times. In one night, a total of 8 times. As dawn broke, Yi Fan lay spent upon the ground. Beside him, the woman's face had lost its flush. Her eyelashes fluttered open, and her gaze, sharp as a blade, locked onto Yi Fan. Startled, Yi Fan sprang up, hastily grabbing a tattered cloth to cover himself, retreating to a corner. What have you done to me? The woman raised her hand, summoning a long sword from the ground, its blade pointed directly at Yi Fan's throat just a mere inch away from his life. Have mercy, fairy. Fear rendered Yi Fan motionless, and he quickly explained, last night, I was forced. I fought with all my might, but your strength was simply overwhelming. Enough. The woman frowned, recalling the events of the previous night. That had been her first time, and then the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Yesterday, I was ambushed and poisoned, which led to such outrageous behavior you are not to blame. Her tone was icy as she gradually lowered her sword. However, should you speak of this matter, I shall take your life. I would never dare, absolutely not. Yi Fan, fearing her wrath, ingratiated himself. Fairy, there is no need for you to feel remorse. I do not require your accountability. The woman paid him no further heed, her demeanor cold and detached. She turned away, beginning to don the garments scattered across the floor. At that moment, the statue within the temple emitted a subtle, imperceptible glow from its eyes, silently piercing Yi Fan's brow. In the next instant, he was transported to a realm of chaos. Where's this place? Yi Fan exclaimed, alarmed as he surveyed his surroundings. Young man, I have awaited you for 1,000 years, and at last you have arrived. A murky voice resonated through the space. From the chaos emerged an elder, his figure flickering, as if he might vanish at any moment. Are you man or ghost? Yi Fan felt a sudden jolt, realizing there was nowhere to flee. The old man spoke slowly. I am the solar god emperor. Alas, I exist now as merely a remnant of my former soul. Yi Fan's expression faltered as he muttered softly, You didn't witness everything that transpired last night, did you? Not entirely, the old man replied without a hint of embarrassment. It was only when you awakened the solar god body that I was roused. Thus, I did not see the initial moments. How shameless. Yi Fan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing that this ancient figure had witnessed such intimate events. Wait, you mentioned I awakened the solar god body. What exactly is the solar god body? The solar god body is one of the 10 supreme bodies in the vast universe. The old man continued at a leisurely pace. I'm the first to have cultivated the solar god body to the level of a god emperor. And you, my dear, may very well be the second. One of the 10 supreme bodies? You must be jesting. Yi Fan scoffed, skepticism etched on his face. If the solar god body is truly that formidable, you wouldn't have been reduced to a mere remnant of your soul. My downfall was due to this celestial sealing tablet. The old man revealed a small, ancient stone tablet that materialized in his palm. This tablet was seized by me in the upper realm and is said to have once suppressed the heavenly tomb in ancient times. Upon acquiring this tablet, before I could delve into its mysteries, I was besieged by the 10 god emperors. By sheer luck, I managed to escape with my remnant soul and the celestial sealing tablet. Today, as you have awakened me, it must be fat. My soul is dissipating, and I shall not linger. I bestow upon you my legacy along with the celestial sealing tablet." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's ethereal form began to fade. Countless tendrils reached out towards Yi Fan, penetrating his being. The celestial sealing tablet descended upon him, embedding itself in his third eye. A surge of excruciating pain enveloped Yi Fan, as if his very soul were being ruthlessly torn apart. Yet simultaneously, vast memories surged within his consciousness, gradually clarifying. This was the second time he had been forcibly awakened since his transmigration. The old man had not sought his consent, imposing this inheritance upon him. The solar god body can absorb light to grow stronger. Only upon receiving the inheritance did Yi Fan comprehend the might of the solar god body. "You are not yet ready." The old man's voice echoed once more, noticeably weaker than before. "Currently, you have not yet condensed the divine sun. You can only absorb natural light, such as sunlight, moonlight, and starlight. That can't be right." Yi Fan noted discrepancies between the information in his memory and the old man's assertions. There must have been more than one solar god body, right? "Old man, how can you claim to be the only one, and that I would be the second? Are you merely boasting? Throughout history, there have indeed been others who possessed the solar god body. However, I alone have successfully condensed the divine sun. Those who fail to condense the divine sun with the solar god body are doomed to perish before the age of 20. The urgency in the old man's voice grew, as if he were on the brink of vanishing. "To condense the divine sun, you must engage in 9 unions with a woman possessing a cold physique who assists in awakening your solar god body, merging your essences. As for the mysteries of the celestial sealing tablet, you must unravel them on your OWN.Y." Yi Fan was utterly incensed, ready to unleash a torrent of expletives. The original owner of this body had only just turned 18. Now, he had awakened the solar divine body, but if he could not consolidate the divine sun, he had merely 2 years left to live. As his curses faded, Yi Fan withdrew from the chaotic space. A sun emblem quietly manifested on his back, and the memories of the elder lingered in his consciousness, indelible. Furthermore, there lay a celestial monument, suppressed deep within his mind. All of these elements affirmed that he was not ensnared in a mere dream. At this moment, the woman in the dilapidated temple had donned her garments. Without uttering a word, she turned to leave the crumbling sanctuary. "Fairy, please hold on." Yi Fan recalled the elder's words before his disappearance and hurriedly called out to the woman. "What is it?" She paused, glancing back with an icy gaze. "Are you in a hurry?" Yi Fan, desperate to cling to life, swallowed hard and mustered the courage to ask, "Shall we perhaps indulge in another encounter?" Chapter 2. Get out. The woman's voice thundered, causing dust to fall from the crumbling temple. "What I mean is..." Yi Fan quickly corrected himself to alleviate the awkwardness, plastering a conciliatory smile on his face. "Fairy, I want to take responsibility for what happened." The woman shuddered slightly, fixing her gaze on Yi Fan. Her eyes were filled with anger, embarrassment, and a hint of unnoticeable wavering. "If you truly wish to take responsibility, you may come to the Tai Chu Dao sect in 2 years. Her tone remained frigid, yet lacked some of its previous sharpness. "The sect recruits new disciples every year. Do not forget that time." "Ah?" Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback. "Are you afraid?" A flicker of disappointment appeared in her eyes. "It's not fear." Yi Fan straightened his back, resolutely stating, 2 years is far too long. "I will seek you out in 1 year, if that's acceptable." 2 years? You jest. By then, I might not even be alive." The woman shook her head. "In 1 year. Whether you can reach the 7th stage of the Xuanwu realm to qualify for the entrance examination of the Tai Chu Dao sect is still uncertain." Yi Fan was undeterred. "Rest assured, I will definitely come in 1 year." "Then you must work hard." A trace of barely perceptible anticipation flickered in her eyes. "In 2 years, I will hold a ceremony for my sanctification. At that time, my master will select a partner for me, and the young master of the Tai Chu Dao sect, Luo Feiyu, will be your greatest rival. I hope you." "What nonsense." "The young master?" Yi Fan interrupted her, his eyes brimming with confidence. "By then, Yi Fan, will certainly trample him beneath my feet and then marry you." "Yi Fan?" The woman furrowed her brow slightly at his declaration but refrained from countering. She took out 2 pills and tossed them to Yi Fan. "These 2 9-turn gathering spirit pills will assist you in your cultivation. If, in 1 year, you have not met the qualifications for the Tai Chu Dao sect's entrance examination, consider these pills as compensation for last night's incident." Yi Fan accepted the pills and beamed at her. "Fairy, you haven't told me your name yet." She replied softly, "My name is Qin Yimo." Before her words had fully faded, she turned and pushed the door to leave. Sunlight streamed through the temple door, illuminating Yi Fan, and at that moment, he felt a warmth in his lower abdomen, as if a surge of heat was coursing through him. The sunlight transformed into spiritual energy, continuously impacting his dantian. Is my cultivation breaking through? Yi Fan's expression froze, then transformed into delight. That old man truly did not deceive me. Now I can grow stronger simply by basking in the sun. In the sky abyss continent, the levels of cultivation are distinctly defined. Body refinement, Qi martial, spirit martial, Xuanwu, earth martial, and heaven martial. Beyond that lie the realms of martial king, martial emperor, martial sage, and martial deity. The original owner of this body possessed merely the 9th stage of Qi martial. Just by soaking up the sun, he had already advanced to the 1st stage of spirit martial. Spiritual energy flowed into his dantian in a steady stream with the sunlight. Sun scripture. Recalling the inheritance he had received, Yi Fan immediately began to operate the sun scripture. The spiritual energy accelerated its flow, transforming into a golden hue. At that moment, his body felt as though it had merged with the sunlight. Soon, his cultivation broke through once more, stepping into the 2nd stage of spirit martial. Qin Yimo. Wait for me. Yi Fan chuckled with satisfaction as he raised his head to gaze outside the dilapidated temple. He decided to return to the imperial city and find a comfortable spot to enjoy the sunlight. Within the imperial city of the Yun'in kingdom, numerous families, both large and small, thrived. The original owner of this body was the young master of the Yi family. Just as Yi Fan stepped out of the temple, he caught sight of 2 corpses at the entrance. In an instant, the fragmented memories of the original owner flooded back. Yesterday, he had gone to the Lin residence to deliver pills to his fiancée, Lin Qingwei. He happened upon the 3rd prince, Duan Tianya, in Lin Qingyue's boudoir. Eavesdropping from outside, he overheard a shocking revelation. Lin Qingyue was pregnant, and the child was Duan Tianya's. The original owner panicked, overwhelmed by fear, and fled. As a result, he inadvertently aroused Duan Tianya's wrath. The prince dispatched his lackeys to silence him. In his desperate escape, he had stumbled into this abandoned temple. It was likely that these 2 henchmen had been dispatched by Qin Yimo. The original owner had been a pitiful sycophant. Yi Fan felt a surge of anger on behalf of the original owner. Fear not, I will deal with that pair of adulterers for you. At this moment, the Yi residence was bustling with activity. The courtyard was filled with spiritual stones and medicinal pills, along with silks and satins. The moment Yi Fan stepped through the door, he sensed something amiss. Young master, you have finally returned. The butler, Yi Fu, greeted him with a beaming smile, rushing forward. Fu Bo, what's going on? Yi Fan asked. Frowning, Yi Fu replied with a grin, young master, these were sent by Miss Lin. They are the betrothal gifts we previously sent to the Lin residence. Lin Qingwei wants to cancel the engagement? Yi Fan's anger flared. How dare she? If anyone is to call off the engagement, it should be me, Yi Fan, not her. You, what are you saying? Yi Fu's smile froze, and he hurried to explain. Miss Lin is returning the betrothal gifts not to cancel the engagement, but to announce that she wishes to marry you 3 months earlier. She feels it is too abrupt and is embarrassed to accept our gifts, so she is returning them as an apology. The family head and madam are overjoyed and are busy preparing for the wedding. What? Yi Fan was infuriated. Canceling the engagement was already shameless enough, but now she wanted to marry him while heavily pregnant, expecting him to take responsibility? To raise someone else's child? Where is she? Yi Fan asked in a low voice. In the front hall, discussing the wedding with the family head and madam, Yi Fu said, somewhat bewildered. Unable to comprehend why Yi Fan was so enraged. Hadn't he always hoped for Lin Qingwei to marry him sooner? Discussing what? Yi Fan turned and strode toward the front hall. Just as he reached the doorway, a group of figures approached. Lin Qingwei, clad in a light purple gown, looked graceful and demure. Anyone unaware would mistake her for the perfect wife. She was laughing and chatting with her friend, Chen Shuyi, while engaging with Yi Fan's parents. Yi Fan, you're back. Lin Qingwei smiled brightly upon seeing him. Yi Hai, the family head, was beaming as he clapped Yi Fan on the shoulder. Fanner, your timing is perfect. There's good news. Qingwei has decided to marry you 3 months earlier. I think we should hold the wedding tonight. Father, mother. I disagree with this matter, Yi Fan declared, his gaze icy and resolute. At his words, everyone present was taken aback. Yi Fan, do you really think you are someone special? Chen Shuyi exploded in fury, glaring at Yi Fan. That Lin Qingwei would even consider you a waste is your fortune. Now that she wants to marry you, you dare to refuse? What gives you the right to disagree? Mind your own business. Yi Fan shot a disdainful glance at Chen Shuyi, his eyes filled with contempt. This sharp-tongued woman was not to be trusted. She had often humiliated the original owner, treating him as if he were less than human. Yi Fan, don't you want to marry me soon? Lin Qingwei asked, her expression puzzled and somewhat aggrieved. A few days ago, I received an enrollment notice from the Tianwu Academy and will begin my studies soon. That's why I wanted to hasten our wedding. I know this is sudden, but... Of course, you have no choice, Yi Fan interrupted, sneering as he glanced at Lin Qingyue's abdomen. In 3 months, your pregnancy will become obvious. If you don't marry now, how will you conceal it? Yi Fan, what are you saying? Lin Qingyue's eyes flashed with a hint of panic. She wondered if Yi Fan had discovered something. Cease with your incessant calls of brother. Are you about to lay an egg? Yi Fan said with palpable disdain, bluntly addressing the situation. Yesterday, the third Prince Duan Tianya visited your Lin residence, did he not? I am well aware that you are already carrying the illegitimate offspring of Duan Tianya, yet you expect me to take responsibility? Do you truly believe me to be a gullible fool, easily taken advantage of? What? Yi Hai's eyes widened in shock, his complexion turning ashen. He could hardly fathom Yi Fan's words and trembled as he turned to Lin Qingyue. Qingyue, is what Yi Fan says true? Was that person you yesterday? Lin Qingyue's expression darkened as realization struck her. Indeed, there had been someone eavesdropping outside her chamber the previous evening. However, Duan Tianya had dispatched individuals to silence any potential witnesses. She had never anticipated that it would be Yi Fan who overheard, and furthermore, that he had not been silenced. Even if I am with child, what of it? She retorted, her voice laced with indignation. Shen Shui, a close confidant of Lin Qingyue, clearly understood the underlying circumstances. You could have a child without exerting much effort. This is an immense advantage for you. Moreover, to bear the child of the third prince is indeed a privilege. You, who are so ineffectual, ought to be grateful. Lin Qingyue appeared genuinely aggrieved. Although the child within me is not yours, once we are wed, I shall belong to you. Shall I not? The agony of childbirth is already considerable, if you truly love me. There is no need to concern yourself with whether the child in my womb is yours. Chapter 3. The deceitfulness knows no bounds. Yi Hai could no longer endure the scene before him and bellowed with rage, his fists clenched tightly, veins protruding on his forehead. He Yuan, overwhelmed by the situation, fainted on the spot. Madam, Yi Hai cried urgently as he caught He Yuan in his arms. Father, please take mother inside. I will handle this matter, Yi Fan interjected, not wishing to subject his parents to further distress. The two shameless women before him were utterly insufferable, making outrageous remarks without a hint of embarrassment. Make them leave. Yi Hai commanded coldly, hastily supporting He Yuan back into the house. Yi Fan turned back, his tone turning icy. Shen Shui, Lin Qingyue, do you still believe I am the same submissive fool you once bullied? Isn't that the case? Shen Shui scoffed disdainfully. With your pathetic self, how dare you refuse Qingyue? Don't overestimate your worth. I assure you, tonight's wedding will happen, whether you like it or not. I advise you not to escalate the situation. Just act as if you know nothing and play your role as the groom. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Huh? Yi Fan chuckled. Do you expect me to obediently become your lapdog, marry Lin Qingyue, and when the child is born, I take her surname to please you? That is not entirely out of the question. Shen Shui was momentarily fooled, thinking Yi Fan had finally come to his senses. You're just a waste. Dreaming beyond your reach. Yi Fan smirked, casting a glance at Lin Qingyue. With a wretch like Lin Qingyue, I wouldn't even consider her as a concubine. Her skills are abysmal. In terms of beauty, capability, and status, she cannot compare to Qin Yimo. Having savored delicacies, how could one settle for mere leftovers? Besides, Lin Qingyue is hardly more than a cold remnant of a meal. At that moment, Shen Shui realized she had been mocked and swiftly drew her sword, pointing it at Yi Fan. You insolent fool, you dare to speak so arrogantly? Today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of Qingyue. Brother Yi Fan is merely confused. Shui, do not act impulsively. Lin Qingyue chimed in, though she made no move to intervene. You truly are a great actress. Yi Fan thought, feeling nauseated, knowing Lin Qingyue was merely putting on a show. Qingyue, don't stop me. Shen Shui's anger flared even higher as her aura surged. Her first-level spirit martial energy erupting. A mere waste of a person. If you don't show him some consequences, he'll think he has something special. Before she finished speaking, her sword lunged towards Yi Fan. He stood still, unwavering, until the sword tip almost grazed his chest, at which point he suddenly raised his hand. Employing the blazing sun technique, his hand transformed into golden light as he seized the blade with bare hands. What? Shen Shui's eyes widened in disbelief. The sword she thrust had been caught bare-handed by Yi Fan? With such meager skills, you dare act pompously before me? Yi Fan flipped his wrist and snatched the sword from her grasp. Why, you cannot be serious. Shen Shui stumbled back, nearly losing her balance. Who told you I was still at the spirit martial level? Yi Fan harnessed the power of the sun, golden light bursting forth as his spirit energy enveloped him. He was no longer a mere second-tier spirit martial warrior. He had advanced to a third-tier spirit marshal practitioner on his journey back to the royal city. Spirit marshal? Lin Qingwei quickly positioned herself in front of Chen Shuyi. Shuyi is my closest friend. You cannot harm her. Friend? Yi Fan scoffed. Lin Qingwei, do you believe the world revolves around you? Do you think I would still obey you as I did in the past? As his words fell, he suddenly lunged forward with his sword, golden light radiating fiercely. Stop! Lin Qingwei saw this and swiftly drew her own sword to block. Her cultivation level was slightly higher than Chen Shuyi's, yet still only at the second tier of Spirit Marshal. The clash of their swords sent Lin Qingwei soaring backward. Yi Fan's sword advanced relentlessly, piercing through Chen Shuyi's chest. You! Chen Shuyi's eyes widened in shock as she looked down at the sword protruding from her chest, then back up at Yi Fan. Unable to believe she would meet her end at the hands of this so-called waste. Shuyi! Lin Qingwei screamed, rushing to Chen Shuyi's side, only to find her breath had ceased. She gazed up at Yi Fan, filled with disbelief. Yi Fan, you actually killed Shuyi. I was merely cleaning up the trash, Yi Fan replied with indifference, a hint of satisfaction swelling within him. You! Lin Qingwei's voice trembled, and a sudden sharp pain pierced her abdomen. Looking down, she discovered blood flowing from her, and gasped, "Ah, my child." She clutched her belly, her complexion paling. Yi Fan, it was you. You have killed my child. It was not mine. Yi Fan uttered dismissively, a smirk playing on his lips. This is the child of the third prince. Lin Qingwei's face turned ghostly pale, her hands tightly gripping her abdomen as she roared at Yi Fan. You have killed the third princess child. He will never let you off the hook. You overestimate your own allure, Yi Fan replied disdainfully. You are already pregnant with another child. Why would he agree to marry you? It is because the third princess consort does not approve. Know your place. Lin Qingwei, you are truly cheap, a lightweight. I am the third prince, share true love. Lin Qingwei shouted fiercely, her voice piercing. She believed the third prince loved her. She thought that with this child, she could marry into the royal family. However, the third princess consort opposed him taking a concubine. The third prince needed support for his claim to the throne, relying on the backing of his consort's family. Thus, he could only promise her to wait a little longer. Under Chen Shui's suggestion, she reluctantly decided to marry Yi Fan first. Otherwise, being pregnant out of wedlock would bring scandal and perhaps even peril. Yi Fan chuckled inwardly at Lin Qingwei's naivety, but felt no inclination to dissuade her from facing reality. Instead, he retorted, if you truly love the third prince, why provoke me? Lin Qingwei fell silent, frowning as she looked down at her abdomen. Since you care so much for your child, I shall do you the favor of sending you to join your child. After all, having already killed one wretch, I do not mind adding another to the count. With that, Yi Fan thrust his sword forward, the blade gleaming coldly, aimed directly at Lin Qingwei's heart. Boom. Suddenly, a figure appeared, swiftly intercepting Yi Fan's thrust with a sword of their own. Yi Fan frowned as he lifted his gaze to the newcomer. He recognized him, Lin Qingwei's elder brother, Lin Qingyang. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps echoed from outside the Yi residence. Lin Mo, the head of the Lin family, approached with a group, having been delayed but now arriving for the marriage discussion. Father, Lin Qingwei cried, as if seizing a lifeline. Her face contorted in distress as she accused, Yi Fan has killed my child. What? Lin Mo's expression changed dramatically, his gaze fixed angrily on Yi Fan. Lin Qingyang, in a fit of rage, shouted at Yi Fan, you audacious fool. How dare you lay a hand on my sister? It seemed they were all aware of this wretched girl's pregnancy with the third princess child. Indeed, one could see that not all families are alike. Yi Fan realized that the Lin family viewed him as an innocent fool, seeking death. Lin Qingyang roared, unleashing his fifth-tier spirit martial energy. Enough! A voice boomed from the side. Yi Hai and a group of Yi family guards rushed over. Who dares to bully my son in the Yi residence? Do they think the Yi family is without power? As the words fell, the guards of the Yi family dispersed, encircling the members of the Lin family present. Lin Mo cast a glance at Yi Hai and, with unwavering conviction, questioned, Yi Hai, your son has injured Qingwei and taken the life of her unborn child. Does the Yi family not intend to provide an explanation? An explanation? Humph. Yi Hai scoffed. Lin Qingwei attempted to marry into the Yi family while pregnant, thus bringing great disgrace upon us. This matter will not be settled lightly by the Yi family. Ridiculous. Lin Qingyang retorted. Are you unaware of how useless your son is? My sister's willingness to marry him should have made him content. Yet, you incessantly label him as worthless, although your own prowess is hardly commendable. Yi Fan was particularly irked by the term useless. What? Have I hindered your sister's chances to climb the social ladder by eliminating the illegitimate child she carried? Lin Qingyang seemed to have been struck at his core, his anger flaring. Though my cultivation may be lacking, it far surpasses your ineptitude. Is that so? Yi Fan replied, a smirk playing on his lips as he pointed his sword at Lin Xingyang and calmly uttered, a life and death battle. Are you willing? Chapter 4 Fanner. Yi Hai's expression shifted as he gazed at Yi Fan in astonishment. Although Lin Xingyang's strength was not formidable, he was still at the 5th level of the spiritual martial realm. What cultivation level did Yi Fan possess? How could he possibly challenge Lin Xingyang to a life and death battle? Father, rest assured, Yi Fan raised his hand, offering Yi Hai a reassuring glance, then turned his cold gaze back to Lin Xingyang, demanding once more. Do not remain silent. Are you willing to fight? Do you think I fear you? Let the battle commence. With a disdainful snort, Lin Xingyang readily accepted. At that moment, Lin Mo's icy glare fell upon Yi Hai. The life and death battle was proposed by Yi Fan. If he were to be deemed too weak and perished under my son's sword, the Yi family would surely seek vengeance. That is self-evident. Before Yi Hai could respond, Yi Fan interjected, if Lin Xingyang dies, I hope the Lin family will retain some dignity. With your capabilities, do you truly think you can kill me? Lin Xingyang's arrogance soared as he completely disregarded Yi Fan. Having just advanced to the spiritual martial realm, he was insufferably inflated with pride, believing he was invincible after defeating Chen Shui. In this battle, I shall ensure your utter annihilation. I will first cripple your limbs, and then take your life with the 5th sword. Whoosh. Before his words could fully dissipate, Yi Fan unleashed his sword. Lin Xingyang's expression altered as he hastily raised his sword to defend. With a resounding crash, the blade shattered, and he was cleaved in two by Yi Fan's strike, his wounds bearing scorch marks. The battle had scarcely begun, yet it was already over. They spoke of a life and death battle, yet they hesitated. Yi Fan cast an indifferent glance at Lin Xingyang's lifeless body, filled with contempt. What of your 5th sword? You could not even withstand my single strike. From where do you presume to wield the 5th sword? Yi Fan. Lin Mo's fury erupted like thunder, his terrifying aura pressing down upon Yi Fan. What do you intend to do? Seeing this, Yi Hai stepped forward to shield Yi Fan. It is a life and death battle. Why the theatrics? Unfazed, Yi Fan stepped in front of Yi Hai, meeting Lin Mo's gaze with a playful smirk. We spoke of a life and death battle, regardless of who perishes. The opposing family cannot retaliate. Has the Lin family already reneged on such an agreement? You truly should not test my patience. You, very well. Yi Fan, you are indeed formidable. Lin Mo clenched his fists, his teeth grinding as his eyes burned with a desire to consume Yi Fan. I shall observe how long the Yi family can revel in this triumph. We have all the time in the world. Qingwei, we depart. With that, he turned and swept away. Several warriors from the Lin family stepped forward to carry Lin Xingyang's corpse. Lin Qingwei, clutching her abdomen, paused at the doorway, casting a venomous glare at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, you have slain my son and my brother. This enmity is irreconcilable. The 3rd prince shall surely avenge me. Such a petty woman, so melodramatic. Yi Fan scoffed, disinterested in her lamentations. Once the Lin family had departed, Yi Hai, puzzled, turned to Yi Fan. Fanner, what is the meaning of your cultivation? Weren't you at the 9th level of the Qi martial realm just yesterday? How is it that you have ascended to the 3rd level of the spiritual martial realm overnight? Moreover, you possess the ability to slay Lin Xingyang despite his higher rank. Could it be that you encountered some fortuitous event? Father, you need not inquire about that, Yi Fan replied with a mysterious smile, unwilling to elaborate. Last night, he had experienced not just a stroke of fortune, but also an unexpected romance. By the way, how is mother? Yi Fan suddenly recalled, concern etching his features. She is well, merely feeling a bit flustered. Yi Hai reassured him. That's good to hear. Yi Fan nodded gently. I have matters to attend to and must step out. With the inheritance of the Sun God Emperor, he lacked for martial techniques and skills. What he truly needed now was a suitable sword. The one he had seized from Chen Shui was inadequate, nearly faltering under the sun's power during his confrontation with Lin Xingyang. After a single strike, it had become dulled and could no longer serve him. Presently, the Yi family could only provide low-grade spiritual weapons. To procure a superior sword, he would need to visit the Wanbao building in the Imperial City. Speaking of which, Wanbao building had some connections with the 3rd prince's consort. That won't do. Yi Hai quickly grasped Yu Fan's arm as he attempted to leave. Before long, news of what transpired in our residence will reach the 3rd prince's ears. I have heard that the 3rd prince's consort is a barren woman. Thus, the child Lin Qingwei bore may very well have been the 3rd prince's only son. Now that the child is lost, the 3rd prince will likely not let this slide. Do not worry, Yi Fan assured, his expression calm. You need only spread the word that Lin Qingwei was bearing Duan Tianya's child, who intended to marry into our Yi family. Then, release the information that the unborn child has been physically aborted by me. Let the rumors circulate for a while. That, Yi Hai frowned, his expression filled with hesitation. Fanner, such actions may thoroughly enrage the 3rd prince. Trust me, father, Yi Fan replied composedly. The child is already gone. How could Duan Tianya claim it as his own? If he were to retaliate openly, would that not validate the rumors? He would undoubtedly sever ties with the third prince's consort, which would be detrimental to his quest for the throne. Therefore, even if Duan Tianya desires my death, he would not dare to act openly. Yi Hai suddenly understood, a look of relief washing over his face. Fanner, you have truly matured and are now deeply strategic. You are no longer the one who was once so fixated on Lin Qinghua. This woman is not worth your concern. Realization dawned upon him. Yi Fan offered a tranquil smile as he stepped out of the Yi residence. Upon entering the Wanbao building, he approached the counter and placed 2 pills before the shopkeeper. How much are these 2 pills worth in spirit stones? These 2 were the 9-turn gathering spirit pills gifted by Qin Yimo, and they were of considerable value. In the imperial city of Yunin, no one could concoct pills of such quality. The shopkeeper initially appeared indifferent, but upon catching sight of the pills, his eyes widened in astonishment as he hurriedly examined them closely. Well, seeing the shopkeeper remain silent for too long, Yi Fan urged. 20 low-grade spirit stones. The shopkeeper's eyes gleamed with greed as he raised 2 fingers. Whom do you take for a fool? Is it you or I who is the fool? Upon hearing this price, Yi Fan was instantly enraged. 2 ordinary gathering spirit pills can fetch 30 low-grade spirit stones. Are you claiming these 2 pills are worth only 20? Those are merely ordinary gathering spirit pills, the shopkeeper replied without flinching. 30 is the selling price. I will only offer you 10 low-grade spirit stones per pill. Enough. I am not selling. Yi Fan seethed, reaching for the 9-turn gathering spirit pills. However, the shopkeeper snatched the pills away and tossed out 20 low-grade spirit stones, declaring, The Wanbao building accepts these items. You may take your spirit stones and leave. Is it a trend to bully the honest? Yi Fan's gaze turned icy, a murderous intent bubbling within him. Do you dare to act recklessly in the Wanbao building? Are you seeking death? The shopkeeper glared at Yi Fan, stepping back 2 paces as he bellowed, Someone, throw this audacious brat out. With that, several guards from the Wanbao building rushed in, blades glinting as they charged at Yi Fan. Bang, bang, bang. In a mere exchange, the guards were sent flying, shattering the counter and leaving chaos in their wake. What is happening? The shopkeeper's face drained of color, cold sweat trickling down his brow. He did not recognize Yi Fan, or else he would not have dared to bully him. Yet, in his memory, Yi Fan was merely at the Qi martial realm, usually meek and compliant. How was he so formidable today? A single punch from the first-level spiritual martial realm guards had sent them reeling in embarrassment. Return my items. Yi Fan, having dispatched the guards, cast a cold glare at the shopkeeper. Before his words could finish, he reached out and seized the shopkeeper by the collar, yanking him from behind the counter. Who dares to cause a ruckus in the Wanbao building? A sultry voice echoed from above. Yi Fan raised his gaze and beheld a woman descending the staircase, adorned in a flowing lavender gown that gracefully swayed as she moved. Her long, fair legs tantalizingly peeked through the fabric. How provocative! Is the Wanbao building truly engaged in legitimate business, or does it resemble a branch of a pleasure house? Yi Fan mused inwardly, unabashedly scrutinizing her. As his eyes fell upon the delicate expanse of her décolletage, he found himself momentarily entranced. This enchanting woman was Su Mainyang, the renowned beauty of the imperial city and the proprietor of the Wanbao building. With her graceful steps, a fragrant breeze enveloped Yi Fan as she approached him. Her crimson lips parted slightly, and she uttered in a voice as sweet as orchids, Little brother, you would do well to offer me a reasonable explanation, or else. Before she could finish her thought, her slender fingers lightly traced the fabric of his chest. Chapter 5 Alas, Su Mistress's figure grows ever more alluring. Are you courting death? What man who has entangled with Su Mainyang has lived beyond 3 months? It is said they are all drained dry. They say that at 30 a man is like a wolf, and at 40 like a tiger. Have you all grown weary of life? If these words reach Su Mistress's ears, beware, for she may well have you all castrated. Speaking of which, Yi Fan certainly possesses audacity, daring to cause a ruckus at Wanbao Tower. Indeed, if Su Mistress becomes enraged, the Yi family may find themselves in dire straits. At that moment, a throng of onlookers had gathered outside Wanbao Tower, men whispering among themselves, their eyes unwilling to stray from Su Mainyang. You must inquire of him. Yi Fan maintained his composure, pointing at the trembling shopkeeper beside him. With 20 inferior spirit stones, he forcibly took 2 9 transformation spirit gathering pills from me. Is this the way of Wanbao Tower's profit? 9 transformation spirit gathering pills. Su Mainyang's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue. Turning to beckon the shopkeeper, who was already terrified beyond measure, he trembled and presented the pills with great trepidation. Su Mainyang delicately lifted one of the pills, examining it closely. Indeed, it was a 9 transformation spirit gathering pill. Dear brother, from whence did you acquire these 2 pills? Yi Fan smiled without answering, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. Understanding. Su Meinyang shot a glance at the shopkeeper before instructing her guards. Henceforth he shall no longer serve as the shopkeeper of Wanbao Tower. Handle him according to the rules. Mistress, please spare me. I was wrong. I was merely momentarily bewitched. The shopkeeper fell to his knees, banging his head repeatedly on the ground. He knew how ruthless the rules of Wanbao Tower were. Should he escape with his life, he would at least be stripped of his skin. Yet, no matter how he pleaded, Su Meinyang couldn't even spare him a glance. Dear brother, these 100 inferior spirit stones shall be Wanbao Tower's compensation. Su Meinyang pushed the spirit stones toward Yi Fan, her eyes alluring. As for these 2 9 transformations spirit-gathering pills, they are priceless in the Imperial City. How about we ascend the tower and discuss this further? Are you certain that once we ascend, we shall only discuss business? You won't do anything particularly special, will you? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, feigning anxiety as he took a step back. He had long heard of Su Meinyang's notorious reputation. Oh dear, what is my little brother saying? Su Meinyang laughed lightly, covering her mouth. In broad daylight, do you truly fear that I might devour you? Come, accompany me upstairs. With that, her delicate hand grasped Yi Fan's collar, effortlessly leading him upward. It's over. This lad is doomed. He dares to seclude himself with Su Meinyang in her chamber. With his frail frame, he likely won't endure the night. He will soon be drained dry, leaving not a drop behind. The youth is utterly unaware of the peril he faces. I see that his spirit has already fled. Outside Wanbao Tower, the crowd murmured, their eyes filled with sympathy. Who does not know that while Su Meinyang may appear charming, she is, in truth, a formidable character? Heads of families in the Imperial City must show her deference. If not, how could Wanbao Tower remain unshaken? Yi Fan followed Su Meinyang into the room, the air thick with a faint, enchanting fragrance. A curtain was half drawn, revealing a disheveled bed. The sheets were crumpled, as if a fierce battle had just taken place. Su Meinyang settled by the bed, patting the space beside her with a seductive smile. Dear brother, do not be so reserved. Come, sit by your sister. Yi Fan's eyes twitched as he spotted a nearby stool, hastily making his way over. I think sitting here is quite fine. Sitting so far away. How can we discuss business? Su Meinyang pouted playfully, gesturing for Yi Fan to come closer. Ahem. Yi Fan dragged the stool forward a few steps before sitting down, finding the distance just right. Very well, I shall not press you further, Su Meinyang said. Retrieving the 2 previously taken 9 transformations spirit-gathering pills, her expression brimming with delight. Dear brother, from whence did you acquire these 2 pills? A gift from a master. Yi Fan had already prepared his response. Oh, which master? Su Meinyang probed further. Does it truly matter? Yi Fan countered. It matters greatly. Su Meinyang's eyes sparkled. Anyone capable of producing such high-quality pills must be extraordinary. If their origin is unknown, it could place me in a precarious position. What if I accept them and attract trouble? Tai Chi Dao sect, Yi Fan declared, the words slipping from his lips. Su Meinyang's eyes widened in realization. So, it is a master from the Tai Chi Dao sect. No wonder. Dear brother, you are quite fortunate. Seizing the moment, Yi Fan inquired, then, in your esteemed opinion, how much are these 2 9 transformations spirit-gathering pills worth in spirit stones? 10,000 inferior spirit stones. Su Meinyang extended a slender finger, indicating the amount. Just that? Yi Fan's expression fell. That is already quite a sum. Su Meinyang explained, though these 2 pills are of good quality. They are ultimately only 4th-tier pills. 10,000 inferior spirit stones is already the highest price for a 4th-tier pill. Yi Fan's mind raced, and he tentatively asked Su Meinyang, could 10,000 inferior spirit stones be exchanged for a superior-grade mystic weapon here at Wanbao Tower? What are you thinking, dear brother? Su Meinyang narrowed her eyes at him, laughing lightly. 10,000 inferior spirit stones could at most procure the most basic inferior-grade mystic weapon. To exchange for a superior-grade mystic weapon, you would need at least 60 to 70,000 inferior spirit stones. This, Yi Fan frowned. His expression troubled. He could not produce tens of thousands of inferior spirit stones. The Yi family could, but it would severely deplete their resources. After all, the management of the family business requires sufficient liquidity. To extract such a large sum all at once would impact many ventures. Why not? Su Meinyang observed Yi Fan's predicament and suggested with a smile, Dear brother, why not return home and ask your father if he can spare a bit more spirit stones? Let us put that aside for now. Yi Fan shrugged, suddenly turning to Su Meinyang with a smile. Mistress, is it really necessary for you to keep calling me dear brother? It sounds rather awkward, and I believe you don't seem much older than I. Oh dear, I'm not much older than you. Su Meinyang giggled at Yi Fan's words. Guess how old I am this year? I think. Yi Fan feigned seriousness as he scrutinized her. Mistress, you must still be under 18, right? Uffed. Su Meinyang burst into laughter. Dear brother, I am already 39. Impossible. Yi Fan feigned shock. Your skin is more supple than that of any 18-year-old girl I have seen. You hardly look like someone in their 30s. Do not flatter me so. Su Meinyang shook her head, sighing lightly. Next year, I shall be 40. My beauty fades with each passing day, aging swiftly. Mistress, you speak falsely. Yi Fan declared earnestly. Time may steal moments away, but it cannot diminish your beauty. It merely passes too swiftly. It is not that you are aging too quickly. In his past life, he had thoroughly studied the employment guide for college students. At this moment, it proved quite useful. Sister, am I truly beautiful? Su Meinyang's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Yi Fan, asking, does sister believe herself to be particularly beautiful? It is perfectly normal for a beauty to remain unaware of her own allure. Yi Fan nodded seriously. It feels as though one is merely recounting a commonplace occurrence. Your sweet words are truly enchanting. Su Meinyang laughed, her beauty akin to a flower swaying in the breeze. Very well. Dear sister shall offer you a splendid sword of the upper tier of the mysterious grade for the modest sum of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. Pray tell, what kind of sword does my little brother desire? A sword. Yi Fan chuckled inwardly while maintaining an innocent facade. This older woman is easily amused. A sword, you say? Su Meinyang softly murmured, her delicate hand pressing gently against the edge of the bed. With a subtle click, a section of the wall slowly shifted aside, revealing a secret chamber. Su Meinyang rose gracefully, her skirt swaying to unveil her fair, long legs, beckoning Yi Fan with a playful gesture. Come, let us venture inside. And I shall assist you in selecting the perfect sword. I am certain my little brother will be thoroughly pleased. Thank you, esteemed host. Yi Fan offered a polite bow of gratitude, stepping forward to follow Su Meinyang. Oh dear, Su Meinyang did not pause in her stride, casting a smile over her shoulder. Little brother, do refrain from addressing me as the esteemed host. It feels rather distant. Simply call me sister. Thank you, sister. Yi Fan promptly corrected himself, feeling a slight discomfort. However, might I request that you omit the term little when referring to me? I assure you, I am not small at all. Chapter 6, is it? Then my sister must take a good look. Su Meinyang suddenly halted her steps, turning to gaze at Yi Fan with a meaningful expression. Her eyes slowly descended, laced with a hint of mockery, as if she were scrutinizing him. Yi Fan's forward momentum came to an abrupt stop. He immediately shielded his vital areas with both hands. Sister, your gaze. It sends shivers down my spine. I'm just teasing you, silly brother. Su Meinyang chuckled lightly, turning to step into the dim chamber, leaving behind a trail of melodious laughter. Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. This woman is truly a reincarnated enchantress. Upon entering the dim chamber, he was instantly struck by the breathtaking sight before him. Though small, the chamber was a hidden paradise. Night pearls were embedded in the walls, casting a soft glow that illuminated the entire space. A dazzling array of spiritual weapons was meticulously arranged on the shelves, each radiating a unique aura, shimmering brilliantly under the light of the night pearls. This Ryu is one of my sister's favorite collections. Su Meinyang approached a long sword that glimmered with golden light, casting a flirtatious glance back at Yi Fan. However, acquiring it won't be so easy. Sister, please don't smile at me like that. It frightens me. Yi Fan said awkwardly, swallowing hard. Weren't we supposed to agree on a price of 10,000 inferior spirit stones for one of your high-tier spiritual weapons? Why does it seem like it's not that simple now? You can't possibly want me to offer my life in exchange, can you? That would be quite the hefty price. Oh dear, where is your mind wandering to? Su Meinyang playfully glared at him, then gently caressed the sword's body, explaining, this sword possesses a spirit. To claim it, you first must earn its acknowledgement. Wait, is there something wrong? Sister, are you sure about that? I thought only royal-tier spiritual weapons could possess such intelligence. Oh, it seems my brother is quite knowledgeable. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Su Meinyang's eyes as she elaborated. Royal-tier spiritual weapons possess intelligence because they have a heart. This Ryu sword, during its forging, also integrated a heart, thus it too possesses intelligence. However what? Yi Fan inquired with curiosity. Leaning closer to Yi Fan, Su Meinyang whispered, her breath fragrant. However, its intelligence is still quite low. Then how do I earn its acknowledgement? Yi Fan felt a flush creeping to his ears and quickly diverted the topic. He slowly approached the Ryu sword. Buzz. At that moment, the Ryu sword suddenly emitted a melodic hum. A wave of heat surged within Yi Fan. Su Meinyang's beautiful eyes widened slightly in surprise. It seems this sword is fated to be with me. Yi Fan's lips curled into a smile as he activated his solar technique. He had clearly sensed the sword's probing. Perhaps it had discovered his solar divine body? Come. Yi Fan summoned with a gentle flourish of golden spiritual energy. Whoosh. As his palm extended, the Ryu sword flew into his hand. It seems my sister has underestimated me. Su Mainyang's eyes sparkled with delight as she observed Yu Fan with keen interest. Now that the Ryu sword has acknowledged you, you merely need to drop your blood on it to complete the bond. She delicately traced her finger over Yi Fan's wrist. Shall I assist you? Yi Fan retracted his wrist, chuckling nervously. This minor task I can manage without troubling my sister. With that, he bit his fingertip, allowing a drop of blood to fall upon the Ryu sword. Instantly, the sword erupted in golden light, runes swirling as if it had come to life. A glimmer of excitement danced in Su Mainyang's eyes as she stepped closer, her fragrance enveloping him. Since the sword has recognized you, why not let me teach you how to wield it properly? My sister is too kind. I wouldn't want to burden you. Yu Fan quickly waved his hands, thinking that if this continued, he might end up as nothing more than a mere snack for this enchantress. Changing the subject, he said, by the way, there's something I'd like to inquire about. Oh, what does my brother wish to know? Su Mainyang's eyes sparkled as she lightly placed her hand on Yu Fan's shoulder, insisting, let us step outside to discuss it. Without waiting for a response, she intertwined her arm with his and led him out. As they stepped out of the dim chamber, the doors silently closed behind them. Su Mainyang dragged Yu Fan towards the bed, her skirt swaying elegantly, a fragrant breeze trailing in her wake. Noticing this, Yi Fan quickly extricated himself, chuckling nervously. Sister, let us focus on the matter at hand. Are you sure you don't want to come sit with me? Su Mainyang reclined languidly on the bed, a teasing look in her eyes. Feigning ignorance, Yi Fan straightened his face. I wish to inquire about an individual. Do you happen to know the third prince's consort? You mean Qi Qing? Su Mainyang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What is this? Has my brother taken a liking to her? She is already wed to the third prince and is a married woman now. Could it be that my brother has a peculiar taste? How could that be? Yi Fan quickly denied. I merely heard that the third prince's consort has some connections with Wanbao Tower. Recently, she has offended the third prince, and I was wondering if I could ask you to help plead my case, perhaps whisper a few words on my behalf. Qingsheng is my junior sister. Su Mainyang gently caressed her hair. However, if you wish for her to plead your case, that might be a bit challenging. Though she is married to the third prince, they have never shared a bed. The third prince's consort, Mu Qiqing, is a lady from the Mu family in the imperial city. She also happens to be Su Mainyang's junior sister. Though they share the same master, their personalities are vastly different. Curiously, Yi Fan turned to Su Mainyang for confirmation. Is it because the third prince's consort is a stone woman? A stone woman? Su Mainyang shook her head, a hint of pity flashing in her eyes. That is merely due to her cultivation. Yi Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. Her cultivation led her to become a stone woman? That sounds quite extraordinary. My sister practices the path of passion, while my junior sister practices the path of devotion. Su Mainyang sighed softly, explaining, unless she encounters true love, she cannot engage in intimate relations. The condition of being a stone woman is merely a seal. As she spoke, her gaze drifted towards the window, her tone tinged with melancholy. My junior sister is also to be pitied. Marrying into the royal family was merely a decision made by her family. She is but a pawn in the game of power. Now I understand. Yi Fan pondered, a sense of clarity dawning upon him. The Su family is one of the three great families in the imperial city, whereas the Yi and Lin families are merely second-rate clans. The third prince, Duan Tianya, truly requires the support of the Su family. If the Su family were to discover that Lin Qingwei is carrying Duan Tianya's child, this alliance, maintained through marriage, would collapse in an instant. What are you thinking about, brother? Su Mainyang waved her hand in front of his eyes. Do not worry. If the third prince bullies you in the future, you can always come to find your sister. I will protect you. Then I must thank my sister. Yi Fan snapped back to reality, politely clasping his hands in gratitude. Is that all? Just a verbal thank you? Su Mainyang's eyes sparkled, her lips curling upwards. Sister is eagerly anticipating your actions. Chapter 7. Yi Fan suddenly jolted, stepping back hastily. Sister, I just remembered that I have an urgent matter at home, so I cannot accompany you any longer. With that, he turned to flee. Don't be so hasty to leave. Su Mainyang called out lightly, but did not impede his escape. Watching Yi Fan's panicked retreat, a playful smile crept onto her lips. What an intriguing young man. He actually gained the recognition of the Daybreak Sword. The Daybreak Sword was left behind by her master at the Treasure Pavilion, said to be controllable only by those with fate. The origins of this sword were never fully disclosed by her master. Yet she understood that it was far more than just a high-grade artifact. Yi Fan burst out of the Treasure Pavilion, running frantically. The sunset's golden rays bathed him, and as he ran, he greedily absorbed the sunlight. Oh, isn't that Yi Fan? Out so soon? TSK, it seems he didn't fare too well. It's only his first time, so a quick exit is to be expected. You should be pleased he wasn't completely drained. Look at his frazzled appearance. It's quite amusing. But even if he escaped the Treasure Pavilion, can he truly evade Su Mainyang's grasp? Haraha. A few onlookers outside the treasure pavilion erupted into laughter. Upon returning to the Yi residence, Yi Fan dashed straight into his courtyard. Without a word, he dragged out a lounge chair and reclined comfortably. He began to circulate the sun art, savoring the sunlight. As the sun descended, his cultivation broke through to the 4th level of the spirit martial realm. Now, this is what life is about. Yi Fan stretched lazily, unable to suppress his thoughts, yet he noted that his progression seemed to be slowing. As one ascends in cultivation, the energy required for advancement increases. This is exceedingly common in the martial world. However, time was not on his side. Within a year, he must advance to the 7th level of the profound martial realm. Looking up at the newly risen moon, Yi Fan's eyes sparkled. Moonlight is also a form of illumination. I wonder how effective it might be. With that thought, he resumed circulating the sun art. The moonlight poured down like water, but did not convert into spiritual energy. Nonetheless, he suddenly felt a clarity in his mind, and an inexplicable urge to learn surged within him. I understand now. Yi Fan excitedly drew out the daybreak sword, absorbing the moonlight to enhance his comprehension. Practicing swordplay under the moonlight would yield great results. Just as he began to search for martial techniques, the sky-subduing tablet within the depths of his consciousness trembled. Moments later, a mysterious force pulled him into an extraordinary space. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself enveloped in chaos. In the void above, the words sky-subduing realm loomed large. Is this the world within the sky-subduing tablet? The secrets of the sky-subduing tablet eluded even the sun god emperor. Now, he could only explore it himself. He sensed that time flowed differently within the sky-subduing realm. Although there was no spiritual energy here, practicing martial techniques consumed no spiritual power. Currently, absorbing moonlight in the outside world to enhance his comprehension while consciously training martial arts within the sky-subduing realm was indeed a perfect match. As he rummaged through, various sword diagrams emerged in his consciousness. Without hesitation, Yi Fan brandished his sword and commenced practicing. After countless strikes, the space trembled unexpectedly. The sky-subduing tablet forcibly expelled him from the sky-subduing realm. What just happened? Is there a time limit for practicing martial arts within the sky-subduing realm? Yi Fan pondered, still trying to comprehend the situation. Suddenly, 3 figures clad in black burst into the courtyard, exuding a palpable killing intent as they locked onto him. Yi Fan rose with his sword, beginning to piece things together. The sky-subduing tablet must have sensed danger, which is why it sent him out. Sleeping out here, are you not afraid of catching a chill? One of the black-clad individuals scrutinized him with a cold smirk. Did Duan Tianya send you? Breaking into the Yi residence in the dead of night. It seems he truly wishes to kill me? Yi Fan deduced their identities without a hint of fear. This is quite chilly, isn't it? You 3 have come to keep me warm. Then, just in time, I can practice my swordplay on you. With that, the daybreak sword in his hand shimmered with a faint golden light. Arrogant. The 3 black-clad figures struck simultaneously, their blades and swords enveloping Yi Fan in a flurry of attacks. Each possessed considerable strength at the 5th level of the spirit martial realm. Yi Fan chuckled softly as the daybreak sword erupted with blinding brilliance. First form of the 9 suns burning heaven sword technique, rising sun. The sword light pierced through the darkness like the dawn, instantly rending it apart. One of the black-clad figures screamed as the sword light pierced through his chest. Yi Fan shifted the momentum of his sword, executing the 2nd form, blazing sun in the sky. The searing sword light enveloped the 2nd black-clad figure. And no, the black-clad man had no time to react before being consumed by the sword light. How is this possible? The remaining black-clad figure was thrown into disarray. Taken aback by Yi Fan's strength. Still dare to be distracted? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, drawing a blood-red arc with the daybreak sword. The last black-clad figure stared wide-eyed in terror, unable to evade. This is the 3rd form of the 9 suns burning heaven sword technique, blood-red setting sun. With a swift motion, the sword light flashed by, and the black-clad figure collapsed to the ground. Is that all? Yi Fan flicked the blood off his sword with a look of disappointment. I wanted to try the 4th form of the 9 suns burning heaven sword technique. Did Duan Tianya send such weaklings to kill me? How underestimated can he be? The 9 suns burning heaven sword technique is not the strongest sword technique of the 9 suns divine emperor, but for Yi Fan at this stage, it is the most suitable for cultivation. The first 3 forms already possess the might of high-grade martial techniques, while the 4th form reaches the level of low-grade earth techniques. Currently, he has only practiced the first 4 forms, yet the 4th form remains incomplete due to the short time spent in training. After all, 2 hours in the outside world equated to merely 20 hours within the sky-subduing realm. As Yi Fan sheathed the daybreak sword and prepared to dispose of the bodies, he felt a chill creeping up his back. Not bad, and the martial techniques are decent as well. A chilling voice emerged from the shadows. Yi Fan turned to find a tall black-clad figure emerging slowly, wielding a pitch-black long knife that shimmered with a ghostly cold light. Oh, another one coming to offer their head? Yi Fan scoffed, not taking the figure seriously. Is this a buy 3 get 1 free deal? You won't be laughing for long, the black-clad figure replied, releasing an aura of the 9th level of the spirit martial realm. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened, his expression turning grave. The black-clad figure wasted no more words. Stepping forward with a flicker of movement, swiftly closing the distance, and striking downward with the long knife. Whoosh! Yi Fan unsheathed his sword, the force sending his adversary reeling. As soon as he steadied himself, he counterattacked decisively, unleashing the 9 suns burning heaven sword technique. The black-clad figure responded calmly, skillfully parrying each attack. His strength was clearly several tiers above the previous 3. Is that all you've got? The black-clad figure sneered, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. How cocky! Yi Fan's expression soured. The daybreak sword erupted in intense crimson light. If the first 3 forms were ineffective, then he would unleash the 4th form, setting sun's afterglow. The sword light, blood red, seemed to dye the entire courtyard in crimson. The force of the strike bore the weight of utter destruction. However, while the sword light was exceedingly fierce, it appeared somewhat chaotic. Bang! The clash of blade and sword reverberated, and Yi Fan was forced back several steps. He steadied himself, tasting blood in his throat, a trickle escaping from the corner of his mouth. Damn it! Yi Fan frowned, wiping the blood from his lips. His 4th form was indeed not fully mastered. Though it possessed the strength of an earth-level technique, it consumed an immense amount of spiritual energy. Failing to defeat his opponent with a single blow posed a significant problem. If only it were daytime. Harnessing the power of the sun would surely allow him to eliminate his foe with ease. Die! The figure cloaked in black grinned menacingly, lunging fiercely at Yi Fan with a blade in hand. At that moment, the air before Yi Fan began to twist ominously. An ancient stone monument's ethereal silhouette gradually emerged. The town's stabilizing monument? Yi Fan's expression momentarily froze, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. The town's stabilizing monument had chosen to manifest and protect its master? With a thunderous sound, the assailant's blade struck the monument. A powerful recoil surged back, rendering his hand numb. This is the soul of fate. The black-clad man's pupils constricted. Disbelief etched across his face. How could this be? Only those of the earth martial realm could awaken the soul of fate. Yet you are merely at the spirit martial realm. How could you possibly chapter 8? There is much you do not know. Yi Fan was filled with joy, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. The soul of fate indeed awakens only with mastery at the earth martial realm. The towering monument before him, however, was not his soul of fate. It merely manifested in a manner akin to it. Kill. A surge of determination coursed through Yi Fan as he attempted to manipulate the monument. The ethereal image of the monument quivered slightly before launching forth with lethal intent. The cloaked figure attempted to block the attack with his sword, but the tremendous force shattered his internal organs. With a thunderous crash, he collapsed to the ground, blood pouring from his wounds. So powerful? Yi Fan's eyes widened in astonishment, startled by the overwhelming might. The Monument-S method of killing was brutally straightforward, a single strike. And a 9th-tier martial artist was no more? Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps approached from outside the courtyard. Yi Fan, his thoughts racing, quickly stowed away the monument. In moments, Yi Hai led a group of individuals into the courtyard. Upon witnessing the 4 lifeless bodies on the ground, they stood frozen in shock. Father, you have arrived rather late, haven't you? Yi Fan grinned at Yi Hai and the others. With such a commotion in the courtyard, it was surprising they had only just arrived. If he lacked some ability, they would have only come to collect his corpse. Fan, did you kill them all? Yi Hai, recognizing the strongest of the fallen, wore an expression of disbelief. I recall that this Chen Mo was at the 9th tier of the Spirit Sea realm. It was I who ended his life. Yi Fan nodded affirmatively, asking, do you know this person? He belongs to the Chen family. Yi Hai replied solemnly. Not from Duan Tianya's faction? Yi Fan's expression shifted, realization dawning upon him. So, Duan Tianya is quite cautious, it seems. He would send his own people to assassinate you, should they fail. It would be the same as openly declaring his intent to kill you. Yi Hai explained, thus he could only employ someone from the Chen family. Moreover, the Chen family had ample justification for their actions, seeing as you had slain Chen Shudi. What perplexes me further is how you managed to kill Chen Mo. What is so surprising about it? Yi Fan shrugged nonchalantly. Was it because of this sword? Yi Hai's gaze fell upon the sword in Yi Fan's hand. Sensing its extraordinary nature, perhaps, Yi Fan conceded. Is it a high-grade mysterious weapon? Yi Hai inquired, filled with uncertainty. Where did you acquire this sword? From Wanbao Tower. Yi Fan stated plainly. Wanbao Tower? Yi Hai's expression shifted dramatically. How could Su Manyong bestow a high-grade mysterious spirit sword upon you without reason? You wouldn't, father. Do not let your imagination run wild. Yi Fan interjected hastily. Nothing untoward happened between Su Tower Master and me. This sword and I are simply fated to be together. And she gifted it to me. Is that all? Yi Hai's skepticism was palpable. However, seeing Yi Fan's lack of intent to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further. Nearly cautioning, Fanner, do not blame your father for meddling. Su Mainyang is not someone you can afford to provoke. I have heard that men who become entangled with her do not live beyond 3 months. You are my only son. You cannot perish in the clutches of this woman. Father, rest assured. Yi Fan chuckled, bemused. I cannot help but worry. Yi Hai's expression was one of deep concern. Fanner, I recognize that you have matured and formed your own opinions. Yet, Su Mainyang is truly not someone to be trifled with. If you find it unbearable, I could find you a proper girl from a respectable family, or perhaps you could visit the Ichuan courtyard, father. Your suggestions are growing increasingly absurd. Yi Fan's lips twitched, utterly speechless. He was a man of propriety. How could he consider such places? Head of the family. Just as Yi Fan was about to elaborate, a frantic shout pierced through from outside the courtyard. Yi Fu rushed in, breathless, clutching a letter in his hand, and hurried to Yi Hai's side. The Chen family has sent a letter via Chen Lihum? A flicker of confusion crossed Yi Hai's eyes. The Chen family had just dispatched assassins to intrude upon the Yi residence, and now they were sending a letter? What could be the meaning of this? Upon receiving the letter and unfolding it, his brow furrowed deeper. Father, what does the letter say? Yi Fan inquired, leaning closer. It is a letter from Duan Tianya. Yi Hai replied gravely, handing the letter to Yi Fan. A notice of admission to the Tianwu Academy? Yi Fan examined the letter, noting an admission notice affixed to the bottom. Duan Tianya had leveraged his connections to secure his entry into the Tianwu Academy? Fanner, you cannot go to the Tianwu Academy. Yi Hai urged, his expression serious. Once you enter, Duan Tianya will have ample opportunity to strike. His eagerness to send you there is merely a ploy to create a chance to eliminate you. To be honest, I am quite eager to attend the Tianwu Academy. Yi Fan replied with a slight smile, a glint of cunning in his eyes. If I do not accept Duan Tianya's cordial invitation, would it not be a disservice to his murderous intentions? Duan Tianya's intentions are all too evident. How could I fail to discern them? Within the borders of Yunnan, the most powerful force is not the royal family but the Tianwu Academy. If I wish to reach the Taichu Dao sect, the Tianwu Academy is the optimal springboard. Historically, it has been the Academy's students who represented Yunnan in the Taichu Dao sect's assessments, with only a rare few exceptions. Fanner, Yi Hai's frustration was palpable as he stomped his foot in anger. This is no jest. Yi Fan straightened his demeanor slightly, then turned to Yi Hai and asked, Father, can our Yi family support my cultivation? Of course, Yi Hai answered without hesitation. Remaining in the Yi family would consume its resources. Yi Fan shook his head, disagreeing. Besides, the resources of the Yi family cannot compare to those of the Tianwu Academy. It is not as if there are no Yi family members within the Tianwu Academy. Every major family in the imperial city strives to send their offspring to the Tianwu Academy for superior training, and the Yi family is no exception. However, it is far too dangerous. Yi Hai frowned, fully aware of the implications. The invitation from Duan Tianya was far too blatant, clearly setting a trap for Yi Fan to fall into. The Tianwu Academy has its own regulations. If Duan Tianya seeks my life, he can only do so within the confines of the Academy's rules. Given my current abilities, preserving my life will be all too simple. Yi Fan's lips curled into a smile, his demeanor relaxed. Yi Hai furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Yi Fan had indeed transformed greatly since the past. If he could slay a 9th-tier spirit martial artist, what was there to fear? Within the Tianwu Academy, only the inner academy students could pose a threat. As long as Yi Fan was not foolish, he would avoid direct confrontation with those inner disciples. Yi Fan mused aloud. The new student trials at the Tianwu Academy are in 2 days, right? If I miss this opportunity, I must wait another year. Since you are so determined to go, I shall not obstruct you any longer. Yi Hai finally relented, speaking solemnly. I will have someone contact Yi Yao at the Tianwu Academy and have her escort you there. Yi Yao? A vision of her flashed through Yi Fan's mind. Yi Yao, the prodigy of the Yi family, was 3 years his senior and already a student in the inner academy. Yet, what lingered most in his memory was not her talent, but her fiery figure and tempestuous temperament. In their childhood, Yi Yao had often bullied the original Yi Fan, relying on her superior talent. However, in recent years, she had immersed herself in cultivation, gradually drifting away from him. Chapter 9. After Yi Hai departed, Yi Fan continued to remain in the courtyard for his cultivation. During the day, he basked in the sunlight, absorbing its rays to enhance his prowess. By night, he entered the Jin Tian realm, focusing on honing his martial techniques. In addition to mastering the 9-yang burning heaven sword technique, he also fortified the radiant sun palm. His martial skills had become considerably more proficient, and he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Before long, The day of the new student trial at the Tianwu Academy arrived. Fanner. Yihai's voice echoed from outside the courtyard as he stepped in and found Yifan lazily reclined on a lounge chair. Unable to restrain himself, he advised, Fanner. You must not become conceited due to a modicum of success. Always remember, there are greater talents beyond you, and even heavenly realms surpass this one. The Tianwu Academy is replete with geniuses. I have not been idle, Yifan replied with a faint smile. You have not been idle? Yihai was evidently skeptical, interpreting Yifan's words as mere pride. However, he bore no intention of reprimanding him. If you've grown weary from training, resting for a while is perfectly fine. One must balance work with leisure. You needn't put on a show for me. Sighing helplessly, Yifan shrugged, aware that Yihai had misconstrued his actions. He was not resting. He was cultivating while soaking up the sun. Let us go. Yihai has been waiting outside for a while. With that, Yihai called out to Yifan, and they exited the courtyard. Upon stepping outside, Yifan's gaze was immediately drawn to Yiyao. Today, she donned a fitted white dress that accentuated her graceful figure, particularly her impressive bosom, which seemed on the verge of bursting through the fabric. Sunlight cascaded upon her, rendering her skin as fair as jade, and the gentle curves of her form were utterly captivating. What are you staring at? Never seen a woman before? Yiyao noticed Yifan's gaze, crossing her arms and calling him out. In response, Yifan's lips curled into a playful smile. Sister Yao, with a figure like yours, it's hard not to look. With a blush creeping onto her cheeks, Yiyao raised her hand in a mock gesture to strike Yifan. It's been years since I last hit you. Are you itching for a beating? Wait. Sister Yao, I was wrong. Yifan quickly retreated a couple of steps, raising his hands in surrender. Humph. Yiyao scrutinized Yifan with a hint of disdain. I've heard you've made some progress recently? Just don't end up getting beaten to a pulp at the Tianwu Academy. Yifan grinned. Rest assured, Sister Yao. If I find myself battered and bruised, you'll be the first I turn to for help. Stop being flippant. Yiyao shot him a glare, clearly uninterested in his banter. She then turned to Yihai and said, Headmaster, we are ready to depart. Go ahead, Yihai nodded. He was not at all worried about the upcoming new student trial. Yifan's abilities were already unmatched among the newcomers. Follow me. Yiyao beckoned and strode confidently toward the estate's exit. The gentle swaying of her ample bosom drew Yifan's gaze once more, and he muttered under his breath. That figure is truly lethal. The enrollment at the Tianwu Academy was not confined to the imperial city. Various cities within the Yun'in Kingdom had their allocated spots. Today, those who had passed the enrollment assessments gathered in the imperial city. The streets were bustling with people, vibrant and lively. Under Yiyao's guidance, Yifan made his way to the Tianwu Academy. Just then, the sound of galloping hooves and the rumbling of wheels over the cobblestone path reached his ears. A magnificent horse drew an ornate sedan chair, the fabric adorned with golden threads, exuding opulence. The crowd on the street parted to make way. What a grand display! Yifan mused, his curiosity piqued. His attention captured by the sedan chair. It's the third prince's consort, Yiyao quickly identified. As a gentle breeze lifted the edge of the sedan curtain, the occupant turned slightly, revealing an unparalleled beauty. Her skin was as white as snow, her features exquisitely painted, radiating an otherworldly grace akin to the moon in the night sky, beautiful yet distant. Stunning. Is this the renowned beauty, Mu Qingqing, of the imperial city? Truly breathtaking. Yifan thought to himself. To share a night with such a goddess would be a delight, even in death. But Mu Qingqing is the third princess consort. How could someone like you dare to dream? Someone in the crowd whispered. I've heard she is a cold woman, untouched even by the third prince. Another voice chimed in. A cold woman? Such a beauty, yet she remains untouched. It seems a tragic waste. The murmurs continued, filled with awe and regret. Yifan found himself momentarily entranced. Even a fleeting glimpse of her exquisite visage lingered in his mind, indelible and captivating. Do you find her beautiful? A cold voice snapped him back to reality. Indeed. Yifan instinctively nodded, his tone tinged with admiration. Mu Qingqing's beauty rivals that of Qin Yimo, not a bit less. Alas, she bears some imperfection in her condition. Still gazing? They've already moved on. The voice returned, laced with irritation. Yifan turned sharply to find Yiyao with her arms crossed, a teasing glint in her eyes. Sister Yao is also very lovely, he replied with a chuckle, glancing at her teasingly. In certain respects, you possess advantages that make you far more alluring than the third princess consort. Enough with the flattery. Yiyao huffed, clearly unimpressed. In terms of beauty, Mu Qingqing is indeed, as her name suggests, a national treasure, worthy of being hailed as the most beautiful in Yun'in Kingdom. But remember, she is not someone you can covet. Do not provoke her. It will only bring you trouble. Trouble? Yifan chuckled lightly, shrugging it off. Is there anything more troublesome than the third prince, Duan Tianya? Let us go. We must not miss the time. Once the crowd thinned, Yi Yao resumed her stride toward the Tianwu Academy. Yi Fan followed closely, casting a glance at Mu Qingqing's departing figure, casually asking Yi Yao, Sister Yao. It seems that the third princess consort is also headed to the Tianwu Academy. Indeed, Yi Yao affirmed with a nod. For this new student trial, Mu Qingqing is one of the 3 overseers. Overseer? Yi Fan inquired, puzzled. For the new student trial, the instructors at the Tianwu Academy will not interfere too much. The responsibility for fairness lies with the 3 overseers, Yi Yao explained. As for Mu Qingqing's role as an overseer, it's not surprising. She is also a student of the Tianwu Academy, like me, but she is more accomplished, ranking among the top 10 on the Tianwu Academy's honor list. After walking for a while, they encountered a towering, arched entrance. A gilded plaque hung above, inscribed with the words Tianwu Academy. The area was teeming with people. Some were new students who had passed the selection, while others were friends and family come to bid farewell. Yi Yao halted and turned to Yi Fan. Since you did not participate in the selection, you can present your enrollment notice to the instructor in charge of the trial to receive your Tianwu token. The Tianwu token symbolizes the identity of a Tianwu Academy student, and it is of utmost importance within the academy. Is the instructor responsible for the trial present? Yi Fan surveyed the crowd, looking bewildered at the sheer number of people. There, Yi Yao pointed toward the entrance of the Tianwu Academy, her brow furrowing as she recognized a middle-aged man. What brings Mu Jian here? Chapter 10. The Mu family following Yi Yao's gaze. Yi Fan's attention was drawn to a middle-aged man. This individual bore a stern countenance, and a hint of malice lingered in his brows. Indeed, he is quite close to the third prince, Duan Tianya, Yi Yao cautioned Yi Fan. I have heard that the alliance between the Mu family and the third prince was entirely orchestrated by Mu Jian. It was he who proposed marrying Mu Qingqing to the third prince to solidify their bond through matrimony. He hardly seems like a good person, Yi Fan murmured, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. He pushed through the crowd and strode directly towards Mu Jian. Upon reaching him, he languidly produced his enrollment notice and carelessly handed it over. Hey, this is my enrollment notice. Disrespectful. Mu Jian cast a fleeting glance at Yi Fan without extending a hand to accept the notice. Instead, he coldly reprimanded. Yi Hai, is this how you have been taught? With a smile playing on his lips, Yi Fan provocatively replied, this enrollment notice was quite forcefully given to me by His Highness, the third prince. You refuse to accept it, is that so? Raising his voice intentionally, he drew the attention of those around him. Then so be it. If I am not to enter the Tianwu Academy, then I shan't. Yi Fan shrugged, feigning an intention to turn and leave. At this proclamation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Was Yi Fan truly so audacious as to challenge a mentor? To suggest that he could forego attending the Tianwu Academy? His boldness was indeed remarkable. Did he imply that others would need to plead with him to join? The throng stirred, many bewildered by Yi Fan's audacity. Young men and women from outside the imperial city regarded him with curiosity, speculating on his identity. The youth of Yunin country took pride in entering the Tianwu Academy. Yet, Yi Fan appeared indifferent to the institution's allure. Stop right there. Mu Jian's expression darkened upon realizing Yi Fan genuinely intended to walk away. It seemed he had not anticipated such boldness, and he felt a sting of embarrassment. What's the matter? Yi Fan halted and turned, a playful smile gracing his lips. Do you have further instructions? While he indeed wished to enter the Tianwu Academy, he was confident Mu Jian would not dare to deny him entry. After all, this enrollment notice was bestowed upon him by Duan Tianya. Humph. Mu Jian scoffed, not even glancing at the notice in Yi Fan's hand. He tossed him a Tianwu token instead. Take this. Yi Fan received the token, his smile widening. Mu Jian then turned to a young man beside him, saying, Nielin, this Yi Fan is the one recommended by His Highness, the third prince. During the new student trials, be sure to look after him. Yes, master. Nielin bowed respectfully, straightening up to regard Yi Fan with a piercing gaze. Nielin, I have not seen you before. You are not from the imperial city, are you? Yi Fan appraised Nielin from head to toe, a smirk playing on his lips. In a place like the imperial city, aligning oneself with the wrong faction can lead to a swift demise. Nielin's expression darkened, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Before he could respond, Yi Fan had already turned to leave, seemingly dismissive of him. As Yi Fan took a few steps, his attention was captured by several figures approaching from a distance. Among them was a woman donned in a delicate lavender gown, her demeanor exuding gentleness. Yet, her gaze fixed upon Yi Fan was rife with icy hostility. It was none other than Lin Qingyue. Have you all heard? Lin Qingyue is pregnant with the third prince's child, but Yi Fan caused the loss of that child. I have heard this matter has been the talk of the town lately. It is said that Lin Qingyue wanted Yi Fan to take responsibility, which led to his outburst. How could the accounts differ so? Is the child not Yi Fan's? Were they not planning to marry after the pregnancy? only for a disagreement over the bride price to spark the conflict? The truth likely resides only with those involved. However, I have received insider information that Lin Mo somehow acquired A3 corpse transformation elixir. After Lin Qinghua consumed it, she refined the deceased fetus and advanced 3 stages in her cultivation overnight. As the Lin family made their entrance, the crowd erupted in commotion. Yi Fan, however, paid Lin Qinghua no heed and walked past her. Yi Fan. Lin Qinghua's expression darkened, her voice as frigid as ice, laced with piercing chill. Only then did Yi Fan halt, lazily turning around as if just noticing her presence. Oh, is this not Miss Lin? What brings you here? Lin Qinghua clenched her fists, her nails nearly digging into her palms as she coldly declared, during the new student trials, I will personally kill you to appease my child's spirit. Her words dripped with menace. Yi Fan scoffed derisively, mocking, do you really believe that because your cultivation is surged, you are invincible? Your current prowess seems to mirror that of your deceased brother, Lin Qingyang, does it not? Who grants you the audacity to threaten my life? You. Lin Qinghua's countenance darkened instantly at his words. With the 3 corpse transformation elixir, she had indeed advanced 3 stages in a single day. Yet she had only reached the 5th stage of the spirit martial realm. To kill Yi Fan was still far beyond her capability. Yi Fan, uninterested in further banter with Lin Qinghua, resumed his stride. A few steps later, he returned to Yi Yao's side. Yi Fan, you must temper your arrogance, Yi Yao cautioned, observing his every move. It's easy to dodge a direct attack, but hidden dangers are more treacherous. Once we leave the Yi residence, it is wise to remain low-key and avoid unnecessary trouble. Yao Jia, you're mistaken, Yi Fan replied earnestly. After being an honest man for so many years, what have I gained? Only more people bullying me. Now, I intend to let everyone in the Imperial City know that I, Yi Fan, am not a soft persimmon to be easily squeezed. You. Yi Yao was momentarily rendered speechless by Yi Fan's words. Time is of the essence. Just then, Mu Jian's voice rang out. The site for the new student trials is in the Wolf Garden to the north of the Imperial City. As it is a trial, certain dangers are inherent. Those who fear for their lives may withdraw now. For those unafraid of death, follow me. With that, he turned and stepped into the Tianwu Academy. The crowd exchanged glances before following suit. The Tianwu Academy was located in the northern part of the Imperial City, resembling a city within a city. Yi Fan and his companions trailed behind Yi Yao, moving with the flow of the crowd. On either side, towering palatial buildings loomed, exuding grandeur. Soon, they entered a broad city avenue, flanked by imposing gray stone walls standing 10 zhang high. At the end of the avenue stood a city gate wide enough for 20 people to pass side by side. The gates stood open, revealing 3 figures standing before them. At the center was none other than the 3rd prince's consort, Mu Qicheng. Her presence immediately captivated many gazes. The 2 young men flanking her radiated formidable energy. Undoubtedly the other 2 overseers of the new student trials. Oh no! Suddenly, Yi Yao exclaimed, startling those around her. Yao Jia, what is it? Why the alarm? Yi Fan turned to her, a look of confusion on his face. Chapter 11. Yi Yao furrowed her brows tightly, her gaze fixed upon the young man standing to the left of Mu Qicheng. To her astonishment, he was one of the 3 overseers. Chun-Li? Yi Fan murmured, following Yi Yao's line of sight to Chun-Li, the very person who had delivered my enrollment notice. Yi Fan, Yi Yao whispered, her eyes filled with concern, I advise you not to participate in the freshman trial at Tianwu Academy. The connection was evident. Chun-Li had delivered the enrollment notice on behalf of Duan Tianya. During the freshman trial, mentors and senior students from Tianwu Academy were prohibited from entering the Wolf Garden, with the exception of the 3 overseers. Could the overseers disregard the rules of Tianwu Academy? Yi Fan scratched his head, realizing he had underestimated Duan Tianya's influence. Chun-Li seemed to sense Yi Fan's gaze, turning to meet his eyes with a hint of disdain and provocation. In principle, of course not, Yi Yao replied softly. But we cannot take that gamble. With his status in the top 10 of the heavenly ranking, even if discovered afterward, he may not face severe repercussions. At the forefront of the crowd, Mu Jian had already halted, his gaze sweeping over everyone as he proclaimed, the Wolf Garden contains 3 Zhenwu towers, each with 9 levels. Accessible with the Tianwu token. Choose one. Activate your Tianwu token within the tower, and that will count as passing the trial. The duration is 12 hours. Those who fail to return will have their admission revoked. Entering different floors of the Zhenwu Tower would determine the specific academy division each of you would be assigned to, and you would receive corresponding initial points. Furthermore, I must remind you, no killing among students is permitted within the Wolf Garden. Now, you may set forth. As Mu Jian finished speaking, the 3 from Mu Qicheng stepped aside, and the crowd surged forward, eager to enter the Wolf Garden. Sister Yi Fan, unable to contain his excitement at the scene, thought to himself, if he lacked the courage to confront danger, How could he become a martial arts master? I'm going, he declared, stepping forward without hesitation. After a few strides, Yifan entered the gate, suddenly halting to turn and look at Qinli. Their eyes met, seemingly igniting sparks. Then he stepped forward, plunging into the wolf garden, disappearing from sight. Soon, hundreds had entered the wolf garden. Above, 3 azure-feathered eagles descended gracefully. Mu Qingqing leaped lightly, landing firmly on the back of one. A glint of coldness flashed through Chun Li's eyes as he followed suit, with another overseer, Gu Yi, silently trailing behind. Princess of the Third Prince. As the azure-feathered eagle took to the skies, Chun Li suddenly addressed Mu Qingqing. Shall we switch? I will oversee Zone 2. As you wish. Mu Qingqing replied, her beautiful eyes flickering with indifference. With that agreement, Chun Li sped away on the azure-feathered eagle. As Mu Qingqing watched him retreat, her beautiful eyes shimmered with uncertainty. Recently, rumors had circulated wildly in the imperial city. She had surmised that Duan Tianya sought Yifan's life. Chen Li's choice of Zone 2 was solely because Yifan had entered that zone. Navigating through the dense forest of the wolf garden, Yifan sensed he was being followed. After advancing a distance, he suddenly stopped, slowly turning to gaze in the direction he had come from. So you wish to play? Then I shall indulge you. Moments later, a group of figures slowed their pace. One, with a gaze as piercing as a viper, fixed his eyes on Yifan. The murderous intent evident. The leader was none other than Nielin. Is this all? Come to deliver yourselves to death? Yifan assessed Nielin and his companions with disdain. There were 5 in total, for at the 6th level of Ling Wu realm, only Nielin stood apart, boasting an impressive 8th level. Moreover, none of them hailed from the imperial city. You don't need this many to kill me, Nielin scoffed. His eyes filled with contempt as he regarded Yifan as nothing more than an insect. With your 4th level Ling Wu cultivation, had it not been for the Third Prince's enrollment notice, you likely wouldn't have passed the Tianwu Academy's admission assessment, let alone qualify for the freshman trial. As he spoke, the 4 men dispersed, surrounding Yifan completely. It seems Duan Tianya and Mu Jian have not informed you of my background, Yifan retorted with a smirk. Before receiving the admission notice from Tianwu Academy, I just dealt with a few fools who intruded upon the Yi residence. One of them was at the 9th level of Ling Wu realm. Just you? Nielin sneered at Yifan's words, clearly unconvinced. That 9th level Ling Wu must have been killed by your father, right? Why the disbelief? Yifan shrugged helplessly, drawing the sunblade. Golden spiritual energy radiated outward, gradually converging upon the sword. Finish him quickly, Nielin impatiently waved his hand, instructing his companions, don't waste time. Let us finish this and head to the Jinwu Tower. The 4 men, heedless of his words, charged at Yifan with murderous intent. They were not from the imperial city, hailing from various regions of the Cloud-Hidden Kingdom. In their respective cities, they were all regarded as top talents. Choosing to serve Duan Tianya after arriving in the imperial city, they were determined to prove themselves in their first task. As the 4 powerful opponents rushed forward, their auras surged fiercely. So eager to meet your end. Then I shall oblige, Yifan thought, his eyes gleaming coldly as he activated the sunblade. With a sweeping motion, he unleashed a golden sword light that forced back the foremost attacker. The other 3 seized the moment to close in, their blades weaving a deadly net, filled with ferocity. Yet Yifan moved with ease, the sunlight dancing in his grip as he struck with the intensity of the rising sun, exuding a scorching aura. One assailant, caught off guard, was struck in the chest by the sword light, letting out a scream as he flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to rise again. Nielin's expression tightened at this sight. The remaining 3 pressed on, their assault unyielding. Fortunately, they were strangers to one another, and their first collaboration lacked cohesion. Yifan darted about, evading one attacker's blade, then pivoted as he turned the sunblade into a radiant arrow of sunlight, aiming directly for the opponent's throat. That man's pupils dilated in shock as he hastily raised his blade to block. With a resounding snap, the blade shattered, and the sword tip punctured through his throat. In mere moments, 2 adversaries lay in a pool of blood. This fellow is formidable, Nielin muttered, unable to contain himself any longer. With a sudden draw of his long knife, he charged forward. Stand back. I'll handle this. His furious shout echoed as Nielin's form shot like lightning. His blade technique fierce and filled with murderous intent. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of strikes, Nielin forced Yifan to retreat repeatedly. Help? Seeing that he could not end Yifan's life, Nielin called out. The 2 retreating men rejoined the fray, their combined efforts placing considerable pressure on Yifan. This is troublesome, Yifan mused inwardly, formulating a plan. While consistently fending off the assault of Nielin and his companions, he deliberately felled towering ancient trees surrounding them. Boom, boom, boom. As these ancient trees crashed down, the sunlight that had been obscured now illuminated Yifan, causing his aura to steadily rise. the golden spiritual energy on the sunblade growing increasingly fervent. What is happening? Nia Lin's brow furrowed, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Yifan repelled Nia Lin with a strike, darting to another opponent. In an instant, he unleashed a blood-red flash of light, piercing straight through that individual's heart. Damn it! Nia Lin roared in fury as the ferocity of his blade intensified. Boom! The clash of blades erupted, sparks flying. Yifan, invigorated by the battle, felt his internal spiritual energy surge like a tidal wave, breaking through barriers to reach the 5th level of Lingwu realm. Did I just break through? Yifan's eyes widened slightly, a glimmer of surprise crossing his features. He swiftly moved to confront another opponent, the sunblade sweeping forth. Without waiting for the opponent to raise their weapon in defense, he swiftly slashed through their throat. Bang! As the body crumpled to the ground, Yifan turned to face Nia Lin, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Now, only you remain. I must concede. Your prowess has taken me by surprise. Nia Lin's expression grew grave, and the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. However, to eliminate you, I alone am sufficient. The presence of the other 4 will only hinder my strike. Is that so? Yifan remained unfazed, slowly raising the Ryu sword towards Nia Lin. Suddenly, a sharp eagle's cry pierced the air from above. A green-feathered eagle soared in circles above the two, with a young man seated upon its back. It was Chinli. At that moment, a cold smirk danced upon his lips as he looked down upon Yifan from his elevated position. Chapter 12. Are you here to kill me too? Yifan gazed at Chinli, his expression devoid of fear. The students in the inner courtyard of the Tianwu Academy were all at the Xuanwu realm, and Chinli ranked among the top 10 on the inner courtyard's heavenly list, his strength far surpassing that of Nia Lin. Currently, Yifan was unable to contend with him. Fortunately, he possessed the Town Sky Monument as a trump card. If Chinli dared to strike, he could easily crush him. No, Chinli shook his head, a cold smile gracing his lips. Not? Yifan scoffed, refusing to believe Chinli's words. Then why are you here? Are you here for the spectacle? Or perhaps you are simply bored and have come to be my audience. I am an inspector, bound by my duty to oversee. Chinli replied indifferently, his tone laced with sarcasm. This area is under my jurisdiction. Where I go and where I stop is not for you to dictate. You're an inspector? Nonsense. Yifan retorted without reservation. The rules of the new student trial clearly state that students are prohibited from killing each other in the Wolf Garden. And yet, these people are ganging up to kill me, and you act as if you were blind to it? Oh, Chinli chuckled with interest. So, by your logic, should I kill both of you? After all, you are in violation of the rules by fighting amongst yourselves. Are you out of your mind? Yifan rolled his eyes, mocking Chinli. They want to kill me. I am merely defending myself. So what? Should I just stand there and let them kill me in order to avoid breaking the rules? You truly embody the essence of fairness as an inspector. Chinli permitted Yifan's tirade to continue without anger. He believed Yifan was merely desperate in his final moments. Today, Yifan was destined to die. However, he preferred not to act if he could avoid it. As an inspector, if the academy learned that he killed a new student during the trial, even if someone intervened to save him from death, he would still face considerable trouble. Have you gone mute? Yifan, noticing Chinli's silence, ceased his insults. Fine. I will first deal with this Nia Lin, and then I'll come for you. You cripple. Do you possess the capability to do so? Chinli sneered, gesturing subtly towards Nia Lin. Nia Lin understood the signal, his eyes filled with a surge of killing intent. The long knife in his hand trembled, emanating a chilling light. The blade, sharp as ice, descended towards Yifan with a bone-chilling aura. As the blade passed, the air seemed to freeze, and the ground was soon covered with a thin layer of frost. An inferior technique of the Xiantir is insufficient, Yifan smirked, effortlessly evading the attack with a leap. Humph. Nia Lin's expression darkened, letting out a cold snort. He leaped suddenly, drawing an arc with his long knife. The blade's momentum was like a torrential storm, freezing everything in its path. The icy blade surged towards Yifan, intent on freezing him solid. Yifan remained unperturbed, wielding the sunlight sword. His golden spiritual energy flickered like flames, and the radiant sword light swiftly dissipated the encroaching cold. Boom. The collision of their powers erupted in a dazzling display. Nia Lin was forced back several steps, his expression growing increasingly grim. Apologies. But my solar power is particularly effective against your frigid techniques, Yifan shrugged with a smile. Realizing this, Nia Lin's eyes glinted with a cold light. He decisively bit his tongue, spitting blood onto his blade. Blood sacrificed to frost. The knife instantly became enveloped in crimson frost, its chilling aura intensifying several times over. He slashed forward, the blade's light transforming into a blood-red ice dragon, lunging at Yifan. As Yifan observed Nia Lin's advance, he summoned the solar energy within him. His left hand gradually lifted, gathering the solar power into a golden form, extending his palm forward to meet Nia Lin's assault. Seeking death. Nialin felt belittled by Yi Fan's actions. Boom. The icy blade swallowed Yi Fan's figure. In the void above, Chun-Li's lips curled into a smirk. However, in the next instant, a golden light erupted from within the blade's glow. Huh. Chun-Li's smile faltered, his gaze sharpening. In a moment, the golden light grew increasingly brilliant. As the blade's light dissipated, it revealed Yi Fan, gripping the edge of Nialin's long knife with his bare hand. How is this possible? Nialin was taken aback, unable to fathom how Yi Fan had caught his blade barehanded. It is time to end this, Yi Fan stated with a smile, slowly raising his sunlight sword. The sunlight enveloped him, converging upon the sword. The momentum of the solar sword surged upward. Nialin, release your grip. Chun-Li shouted urgently at Nialin. If he did not let go, he would surely perish beneath Yi Fan's sword. Damn it. As a knife wielder, relinquishing his weapon equated to admitting defeat. Unless absolutely necessary, one must never abandon their blade. Yet now, there was no choice. With a decisive breath, Nialin withdrew. Yi Fan's sunlight sword descended almost simultaneously. What? Nialin stared in horror at the incoming strike, realizing he was locked in and had no way to evade. Stop. At the critical moment, Chun-Li's icy voice resonated. He leaped from the void, positioning himself in front of Nialin. Boom. With a sweep of his sword, he neutralized Yi Fan's attack, the overwhelming force pushing Yi Fan back several steps. You couldn't resist intervening? Yi Fan shot a disgruntled glance at Chun-Li. He had almost slain Nialin just moments ago. It appeared he would have to take matters into his own hands. Chun-Li sighed, a glint of killing intent flickering in his eyes. Duan Tianya had commanded that Yi Fan be eliminated at any cost. Since Nialin could not accomplish this, he had no choice but to intervene, even at the risk of incurring severe punishment from the Tianwu Academy. If you intervene, you too will meet your demise. Yi Fan gripped the sunlight sword, a cold expression settling on his face. With the first exchange, he had already discerned Chun-Li's strength. Without the power of the town sky monument, he was no match for him. The atmosphere thickened with murderous intent. A sharp eagle cry echoed through the void once more. Huh. Chun-Li's expression stiffened as he abruptly looked up. He saw Mu Qingcheng riding the azure-feathered eagle, racing towards them. Moments later, she elegantly descended, standing before the group. Why are you here, princess of the third prince? Chun-Li furrowed his brow in confusion. This was within the second area of the wolf garden. Mu Qingcheng was not supposed to be in the first area. What are you here for? Mu Qingcheng did not answer but countered Chun-Li's inquiry. Chun-Li shrugged, feigning nonchalance as he explained, Yi Fan is committing murder here, having killed several new students. He was just about to take Nialin's life when I happened to pass by and intervened. Well, Yi Fan was taken aback by Chun-Li's words, incredulous at how he spun the narrative. Chun-Li had clearly been an idle spectator until he realized Nialin was no match for him before stepping in. Now he turned the tables, accusing Yi Fan of wrongdoing? It was absurd. Moreover, he had sensed Chun-Li's intent to strike him just moments ago. Yes, I was preparing to kill you, Chun-Li asserted boldly. The new student trial prohibits students from killing each other in the wolf garden. You have violated the rules, and as an inspector, it is my duty to eliminate you. Was it Duan Tianya who instructed you to do this? Mu Qingcheng interrupted, her gaze fixed on Chun-Li. She was not naive and required no further explanation. Chun-Li's intent to kill Yi Fan was evident. She merely sought to confirm whether it was Duan Tianya's directive. No. Sensing Mu Qingcheng's assertiveness, Chun-Li promptly denied it. He preferred to take full responsibility for his actions, as he was Qin Shuyi's cousin and had reasons for wanting Yi Fan dead. I will report this matter to the academy truthfully, Mu Qingcheng warned coldly, showing no interest in delving deeper into the issue. Princess of the third prince. I find it difficult to comprehend. Chun-Li's expression darkened as he frowned and questioned. You have no ties to Yi Fan. Why must you assist him? Some matters are best approached with a discerning eye, choosing to overlook certain aspects. As one of the top 10 in the inner court's celestial rankings, he harbored no fear of Mu Qingcheng. Referring to her as the third prince's consort was merely an act of courtesy towards Duan Tianya and Mu Jian, his mentor. My assistance is rooted in the regulations of Tianwu Academy, Mu Qingcheng stated. Since the academy has appointed me as the overseer for this new student trial, I bear the responsibility of monitoring any violations. Do you truly believe your own words? Chun-Li scoffed. You should not be present in this area. It is you who should not be here, Mu Qingcheng retorted coldly, fixing her gaze on Chun-Li. The academy's directive is for me to oversee Area 2. You merely exchanged positions with me temporarily. Now, I shall not exchange anymore. Chapter 13. Upon hearing this, Chun-Li's expression darkened instantly. The exchange of inspection zones was merely a verbal agreement between the two, devoid of any tangible evidence. At that moment, aside from the two of them, only Gui was present. If Gui did not assist him, he would have no way to explain himself. Return to your post, Mu Qiqing remarked indifferently. Offering a reminder. Mu Qiqing, you cannot protect him. Chen Li spoke in a low voice, abruptly changing his form of address. Clearly no longer willing to show her any courtesy. After saying this, he turned and signaled Nie Lin with a glance. Nie Lin understood and turned to leave first. Chen Li did not say anything further, casting a cold glance at Yifan before taking to the skies on his Qingyu eagle, disappearing into the distance. Yifan watched Chen Li's retreating figure, shrugged, and turned to Mu Qiqing with a smile. Thank you for your timely assistance, Princess Consort. However, with you aiding me so much, will Duan Tianya be angry if he finds out? Stop with the flattery. Mu Qiqing glared at Yifan, emphasizing, I have merely upheld the rules of Tianwu Academy, not you. Is that so? Yifan replied with an amused expression from Chen Li's words. It seems you had already agreed to exchange inspection zones with him. The reason you are here now can't possibly be because you are particularly concerned about me, can it? Mu Qiqing replied coolly, I came here simply to verify one matter. To ascertain if Duan Tianya intends to kill me. Yifan raised an eyebrow. That should be quite evident, right? Chen Li is among the top 10 on the Tianwu Academy leaderboard. There are few capable of summoning him. As for why Duan Tianya wants me dead, the princess consort should be quite aware. It is merely a vendetta for his son. I require evidence. Mu Qiqing stated, fixing her gaze upon Yifan. Do you possess any proof that Lin Qingyue's previous pregnancy was with Duan Tianya's child? Isn't my testimony enough? Yifan spread his hands helplessly. I heard Duan Tianya and Lin Qingyue discussing it myself. Mu Qiqing shook her head. Testimonies can lie, but physical evidence cannot. Why does the princess consort find it necessary to dwell on evidence? With a knowing smile, Yifan said meaningfully, I believe you already have the answer in your heart. Do you not? It is not I who requires evidence. It is the Mu family that needs it. Mu Qiqing sighed, appearing weary. Forget it. There is no point in discussing this with you. You possess the strength to defeat Nie Lin, so passing the freshman trials should not be difficult for you. I must advise you, once you enter Tianwu Academy, refrain from causing trouble. Though she had married into the royal family and was now the princess consort, she had always resisted this marriage deep down. However, family wishes and parental commands could not be defied. To seek a divorce from Duan Tianya, the Mu family's consent was essential. Once the Mu family confirmed that Duan Tianya had an affair with Lin Qingyue, resulting in her pregnancy, they would no longer support him. There was no reason to expend energy aiding Duan Tianya in claiming the position of heir, only to let the Lin family benefit. I am the least fond of causing trouble, Yifan feigned innocence, glancing at Mu Qiqing with a teasing tone. But if I inadvertently stir up trouble, will the princess consort still assist me? I am not particularly fond of the title princess consort. Mu Qiqing did not respond, clearly resistant to her identity as such. She possessed her own name and was not anyone's appendage. Oh? Yifan's eyes sparkled with amusement. Then how should I address you? Sister Mu? Sister Qiqing? Or perhaps Qingqing? Mu Qiqing shot Yifan a sidelong glance, disinterested in engaging further. She turned and elegantly leaped onto the Qingyu eagle. At that moment, she inadvertently caught sight of the sword in Yifan's hand and frowned. Where did you acquire that sword? You mean the Daybreak sword? Yifan glanced down at the sword in his hand and casually replied, I bought this sword from the Wanbao Tower. Did you gain the sword's recognition? Mu Qiqing fixed her gaze on Yifan, her tone suddenly urgent. Indeed, Yifan said, somewhat puzzled, unable to comprehend Mu Qingqing's intense reaction. If he hadn't gained the sword's recognition, how could he have taken it from the Wanbao Tower? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Mu Qiqing murmured, her expression filled with grievance. Yifan was even more bewildered, completely lost. Sister Mu, of course, referred to Su Mainyang, the owner of the Wanbao Tower. But did Su Mainyang need to report to Mu Qiqing before gifting him the Daybreak sword? I need you to do something. Mu Qiqing contemplated for a moment, her expression turning considerably more serious. Yifan smiled upon hearing this, promptly responding, if Sister Qiqing has any tasks, please do not hesitate to command me. It would be my honor to serve you. Mu Qiqing immediately instructed. You must find a way to have Lin Qingyue publicly acknowledge in the royal city that she was pregnant with Duan Tianya's child. This might be a tad difficult. Yifan frowned, feeling quite troubled. What? You no longer desire this honor? Mu Qingqing's gaze bore a hint of provocation. I will do my utmost, Yifan shrugged, appearing helpless. However, if I fail to accomplish this task, you must not hold it against me, Sister Qingqing. Mu Qingqing chuckled lightly, then promised, if you succeed, the Mu family and I will be your backing in the royal city from now on. With that, she gently patted the neck of the Qingyu eagle. The eagle immediately flapped its wings, carrying Mu Qingqing away into the depths of the forest. Yifan then lowered his gaze to the Daybreak sword in his hand, musing to himself, What is so special about this sword? It seems Mu Qingsheng is quite concerned about it. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from deep within the forest. Yi Fan turned to find Nie Lin approaching with a knife in hand. Why are you still here? Yi Fan questioned, puzzled to see Nie Lin, noticing Qinli was nowhere in sight. Swish. Nie Lin's expression was cold as he abruptly drew his knife, the icy blade flashing towards Yi Fan in an instant. Bang! Yi Fan raised the daybreak sword, effortlessly parrying Nie Lin's strike. Nie Lin retreated and steadied himself. Are you in such a hurry to meet your end? Yi Fan's expression soured, his eyes glinting with menace. With Qinli absent, do you still dare to come? I am curious to see who can save you now. With that, he stepped forward, sword drawn, charging ahead. However, at this moment, Nie Lin turned and fled. Yi Fan was taken aback, surprised by his sudden retreat. Was this a trap? Nie Lin, noticing Yi Fan stop, turned and shouted provocatively, Yi Fan, if you have the guts, come kill me. Do you think I am afraid? Yi Fan scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Huh. Nie Lin sneered, turning to continue deeper into the forest. Yi Fan followed closely, yet he remained vigilant in his heart. This fellow clearly intended to lead him somewhere. The two figures wove through the dense woods, one pursuing the other. As they chased, Nie Lin's figure suddenly vanished from sight. Yi Fan furrowed his brow, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Faintly, whispers drifted from behind a nearby thicket. Brother Gufang, you promised to take good care of me once we enter Tianwu Academy. Rest assured, my brother ranks third on the leaderboard, with him watching over you. Who would dare to bully you? Good brother, you must keep your word. Have I ever deceived you? Soon after, soft rustling sounds emerged from the thicket, akin to the sound of clothing brushing against one another, accompanied by light laughter. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. This place was indeed lively. It appeared that amidst the freshman trials, there were still individuals engaging in clandestine meetings. How entertaining. Initially intending to circumvent the scene, a fleeting thought of intrigue compelled me to draw nearer, and I stealthily approached a few steps, concealing myself behind a tree to steal a glance. Before me stood a couple leaning against a grand tree. The young woman appeared somewhat disheveled, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, and her eyes radiated a hint of bashfulness. In contrast, the man wore an expression of smug satisfaction, his hand restlessly placed upon the woman's shoulder. Chapter 14. These two individuals certainly do not fear the chill. Yi Fan mused as he turned to leave. Suddenly, a woman's startled cry pierced the air. Who was there? Came the booming voice of Gufang. Yi Fan paused, shrugging his shoulders in resignation. Turning back, he saw Gufang hurriedly adjusting his clothing, his gaze dark and fixated on him. Yi Fan? You worthless fool. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yi Fan forced a smile. I was merely passing by. Please, continue. I'm of no concern. The Gu family is one of the 3 prominent families in the imperial city, and the second young master, Gufang, is notorious for his debauchery. Yi Fan was familiar with him, having had previous unpleasant encounters. What did you see? Gufang, now properly dressed, approached with an aggressive demeanor. Yi Fan raised his hands in innocence. I saw nothing, truly. But, Gufang, you seem quite energetic during the day. Seeking death. Gufang's face darkened, a murderous intent flaring in his eyes. He suddenly raised his hand, striking towards Yi Fan. With a swift movement, Yi Fan evaded effortlessly, adding a teasing remark, Oh dear. Gufang, your temper is rather fierce. Surely, you're not venting your frustrations on me because you didn't enjoy yourself earlier? You frightened me to death. I will kill you. Gufang's face turned ashen with rage, his teeth gritted as he shouted at Yi Fan. I truly did not mean to, Yi Fan replied, dodging once more with an air of helplessness. Gufang, at the 5th level of the spirit martial realm, was not particularly strong. It was likely he had entered the Tianwu Academy through dubious means. Yi Fan could finish him off without needing a second strike. However, Yi Fan felt somewhat guilty about the situation, deeming it unnecessary to take Gufang's life over this trivial matter. I say, Gufang, filled with fury, launched a series of punches. No. Yi Fan sighed, activating the radiant sun palm. His hand transformed into gold, and he met Gufang's attack with a punch that sent him staggering back several steps. How is this possible? Gufang was taken aback, unable to comprehend the sheer power Yi Fan possessed. Is this the Yi Fan I know? Gufang, perhaps your earlier exertions have left you drained? Yi Fan suggested, a hint of exasperation in his voice. At this rate, you won't last much longer. You bastard! Gufang roared, drawing the long sword. With a swift step, he lunged at Yi Fan with the blade gleaming like a comet. Are you serious? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, swiftly extending his hand. Utilizing the radiant sun palm, he grasped the blade's edge. Release it. Gufang shouted in frustration, attempting to retract his sword, but finding it immovable. Yi Fan glanced behind Gufang and noticed the woman, previously startled, now fleeing in panic. With a smirk, he quipped, "Your woman is running away. Aren't you going to chase her?" Gu Fong turned to look, but upon realizing the woman had vanished, his fury intensified. "You've ruined my plans. I will kill you." Seeing Yu Fan would not let go, he raised his leg to kick him. Sighing, Yu Fan mirrored the action, delivering a precise kick that struck Gu Fong between the legs, sending him flying. "Ah, my jewels." Gu Fong crumpled to the ground, clutching himself and rolling in agony, his face a mask of extreme pain. "It shouldn't be broken," Yu Fan reassured him with a grin. "I held back a bit. You'll be fine after a moment. Don't worry, this won't affect your future endeavors." "Yu Fan, I won't let this go." Gu Fong continued to writhe on the ground, roaring in frustration. "Please, don't." Yu Fan feigned exasperation, threatening, "If you insist on pursuing this, I might just have to kill you." You. Gu Fong stammered, his face flushed with a mix of anger and fear. Though he was a wastrel, he was not foolish. Realizing he was no match for Yu Fan, he refrained from further provoking him, lest he lose his life. "Enough with the stammering. I didn't kick your mouth, did I?" Yu Fan observed Gu Fong's fear and, disinterested in prolonging the argument, decided it was time to seek the true martial tower. "It's getting late, and 12 hours will pass quickly. I must be on my way." With that, he turned and leisurely departed. Gu Fong glared at Yu Fan's retreating figure, but dared not call out to him. After a considerable time, he finally regained his composure and stood up. Just then, a sudden chill swept over him, and he turned to see someone approaching with a knife. "Nielin?" Gu Fong recognized the figure, momentarily stunned. Nielin was renowned among the new students of Tianwu Academy, a non-native of the imperial city who had quickly become a disciple of the mentor Mu Jian due to his remarkable martial talent. "Yu Fan didn't kill you," Nielin remarked coldly, his eyes glinting with malice. "He wouldn't dare." Gu Fong regained his bravado. "My brother is Gu Yi, the third on the heavenly rankings. He wouldn't have the guts to kill me." "Huh." Nielin shot a disdainful glance at Gu Fong. Although he had little interaction with Yu Fan, he knew enough to believe Yu Fan would not fear Gu Yi. After all, Yu Fan had offended even the third prince, Duan Tianya. Not killing Gu Fong was simply a matter of disdain. "Since he didn't kill you, then I must." Nielin's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he suddenly brandished his knife. "What?" Gu Fong was taken aback, questioning his own hearing. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was enveloped in a chilling aura. With a swift stroke, Nielin severed Gu Fong's throat. "You." Gu Fong clutched his throat, attempting to speak. But no words escaped his lips as he collapsed into a pool of blood, his eyes wide open in disbelief, unable to find peace even in death. "Yu Fan." Nielin smirked, casting his gaze towards where Yu Fan had departed, pondering if he could contend with Gu Yi. At that moment, Yu Fan navigated through the dense forest of the Wolf Garden, unable to locate Nielin, and decided to head towards the true martial tower instead. Typically, the Wolf Garden was rife with demonic wolves, yet during the new student assessment, the Tianwu Academy had confined some of these beasts. Within these 12 hours, only spirit demonic beasts roamed the area, their strength comparable to that of human spirit martial realm warriors. As Yu Fan ventured forth, he dispatched several demonic wolves along the way. Eventually, after an hour of searching, he arrived at the true martial tower. The tower loomed majestically within the forest, its height reaching dozens of meters, constructed entirely from grayish-blue stones. Its surface was adorned with ancient runes, exuding a faint golden glow. The tower consisted of 9 levels, each with a series of eaves, where copper bells dangled, chiming melodiously in the breeze. The pinnacle soared into the clouds, as if connecting heaven and earth, an awe-inspiring sight. At that moment, over a dozen figures had gathered outside the tower. Yet, they merely lingered, not daring to enter. "Why aren't you going in?" Yu Fan, noticing the crowd idly sitting, approached with curiosity and inquired. Chapter 15. There are people inside. A dark, lean young man looked up at Yu Fan and replied indifferently. "There are people." "People?" Yu Fan raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat perplexed. "In the Jinwu Tower, only one person can enter at a time. If you wish to enter, you must queue," the lean young man patiently explained. "Use your Tianwu token at the entrance of the Jinwu Tower to swipe it. This will activate the token and also place you in the queue. When it's your turn, you can challenge the Jinwu Tower." "How long will that take?" Yu Fan scratched his head, sensing that the situation was becoming rather troublesome. "Not too long," the lean young man reassured him. "The Jinwu Tower has 9 levels. Most people can only reach the 4th or 5th levels. How much time could that consume? There are still over 7 hours left before the 12-hour limit. So why the rush? The 6th level is lit." Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the side. Upon hearing this, the crowd looked up in unison. Previously, only the first 5 levels of the Jinwu Tower had been illuminated, but now the 6th level was glowing as well, indicating that someone had reached it. Is reaching the 6th level really that impressive? Yi Fan murmured, observing the crowd's astonished expressions. Of course, the lean young man looked enviously at the tower. In the 3 Jinwu towers within the Wolf Garden, fewer than 20 newcomers have ever reached the 6th level. No more than 3 have made it to the 7th. As for the 8th level, it takes years for even a single individual to accomplish that. Moreover, reaching the 6th level grants you the qualification to enter the first courtyard of the Tianwu Academy South Outer Court. The outer court of the Tianwu Academy is divided into 4 courtyards. Depending on one's talent, individuals are assigned to different courtyards, where the resources available to them will vary. Those who fail to reach the 4th level can only enter the least prestigious 4th courtyard. Reaching the 4th level allows entry into the 3rd courtyard, while the 5th level grants access to the 2nd courtyard. To gain entry into the 1st courtyard, one must at least conquer the 6th level of the Jinwu Tower. What about the 9th level? Yi Fan asked curiously. The 9th level? The lean young man gazed up at the highest point of the Jinwu Tower, a hint of reverence in his eyes. Throughout the history of the Tianwu Academy, those who have reached the 9th level can be counted on one hand. Someone has managed to reach it, so it can't be that difficult, Yi Fan said with a slight smile, speaking lightly. I see you know nothing. The lean young man scoffed. When challenging the Jinwu Tower, it's not about cultivation level, but combat prowess. All entrants are restricted to the 1st level of the spirit martial realm. In other words, reaching higher levels signifies stronger combat capability and greater martial talent. The 7th level. The 7th level is illuminated. Wow, another prodigious talent. I wonder if she can reach the 8th level. With the illumination of the 7th level, excitement erupted in front of the Jinwu Tower, envy and jealousy evident in the crowd's eyes. Who is this person? Yi Fan couldn't help but become intrigued by the challenger inside the tower. Historically, only a handful of individuals have reached the 7th level. Given this, the one currently challenging the tower must possess talent among the top 3 newcomers this year. Who else could it be but Lin Qingwei? The lean young man replied. I heard from those in the imperial city that she refined the stillborn fetus within her, and not only did her cultivation advance, but her talent has significantly improved as well. That wretched woman? Yi Fan was taken aback, murmuring inwardly in surprise. It seems a physical abortion wasn't thorough enough. She actually gained from her misfortune what wretched woman? You mustn't speak recklessly. The lean young man was startled by Yi Fan's words and hurriedly lowered his voice. Lin Qingwei reaching the 7th level of the Jinwu Tower signifies her boundless future. If you offend her, you won't have it easy in the Tianwu Academy. Haha. Yi Fan couldn't suppress his laughter but chose not to elaborate further. The lean young man was not from the imperial city and, therefore, lacked knowledge of the events between Yi Fan and Lin Qingwei. Clang. Moments later, the great door of the Jinwu Tower slowly opened. Lin Qingwei emerged. Dressed in a pale purple gown, her demeanor exuding an air of arrogance. She out. Lin Qingwei has emerged. No wonder she reached the 7th level. Her presence is indeed extraordinary. The crowd murmured in hushed tones, their eyes filled with envy and awe. Lin Qingwei's proud gaze swept across the crowd. And upon spotting Yi Fan, her expression instantly turned frosty. Yi Fan, is that you? The lean young man was taken aback upon hearing Yi Fan's name. He instinctively stepped back a few paces, deliberately distancing himself from Yi Fan. Although he had not met Yi Fan before, he had heard tales of the deep-seated animosity between Yi Fan and Lin Qingwei. Given their bitter history, staying too close to Yi Fan could provoke Lin Qingwei's ire. What are you so anxious about? Yi Fan shook his head in exasperation, clearly seeing that those around them seemed to fear Lin Qingwei. Was it merely because she had just reached the 7th level of the Jinwu Tower? I warned you. Lin Qingwei glared at Yi Fan, her murderous intent unmasked. During the newcomer trials, I shall personally slay you to appease my child's spirit. As she spoke, her hand trembled, gripping her sword tightly. A surge of power emanated from her, rushing toward Yi Fan. Oh, another breakthrough? Yi Fan blinked, somewhat astonished. Just hours before, Lin Qingwei was at the 5th level of the spirit martial realm. Now, she had somehow advanced to the 6th. To kill you, would I dare slacken my training? Lin Qingwei's voice was cold as she slowly advanced with her sword drawn. Her demeanor transformed from gentle to almost demonic. Have you considered that your rapid advancement in cultivation may not solely be due to your martial talent? Is it all thanks to the 3-corpse transformation pill? Yi Fan, fully aware of Lin Qingwei's true nature, couldn't help but just as he observed her approach, filled with murderous intent. Refining a stillborn fetus for training? Quite the poison. Sacrificing a wretched spawn to the heavens grants boundless power. Imagine if you were to conceive multiple times, how catastrophic would that be? Yi Fan, you seek death. Lin Qingwei's murderous intent intensified upon hearing his words. With a furious shout, she thrust her sword forward, a crimson glow illuminating the blade as it aimed for Yi Fan's vitals. Yi Fan coldly laughed, unperturbed. He executed the blazing sun technique, deflecting Lin Qingwei's sword. Lin Qingwei's spiritual energy surged violently, she pivoted and unleashed another strike. No longer approaching Yi Fan, but instead sending forth a blood-red blade aura. Boom. In an instant, the blood light enveloped Yi Fan's form. Is this Lin Qingwei's strength? So formidable. It's no wonder she reached the 7th level of the Jinwu Tower. However, isn't this against the rules? All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. Lin Qingwei, in her fury, exhibited terrifying power. Child, your mother has avenged you. Lin Qingwei gazed at the figure engulfed in bloodlight, as if envisioning Yi Fan collapsing beneath her sword. Yet, instead of joy at the thought of slaying Yi Fan, she felt a sudden emptiness within her heart. What am I thinking? Barely a breath had passed when Yi Fan's melodious voice rang out. What? Lin Qingwei's pupils constricted as she fixed her gaze ahead. The crowd's attention converged in that direction. When the bloodlight dissipated, they beheld Yi Fan standing firm, raising his left arm in a defensive posture. Chapter 16. Remarkably, Yi Fan had not perished. In fact, he appeared completely unscathed. Lin Qingwei's formidable sword strike had been effortlessly thwarted by him, and his hands shimmered with a golden hue. What manner of martial arts was this? The onlookers gaped in disbelief at the scene before them. When Lin Qingwei unleashed her strike, Yi Fan had not even drawn his sword. Consequently, everyone assumed that he would be severely injured, if not dead. Yet, astonishingly, he remained entirely unharmed, without even a hint of disarray in his breath. Why couldn't the Blood Moon reincarnation slay you? Lin Qingwei exclaimed, her countenance one of utter shock, as if the heavens themselves had collapsed. In her relentless pursuit to eliminate Yi Fan, she had diligently mastered the Lin family's Blood Moon sword technique. After refining the remnants of her failed attempts, she had finally perfected the most powerful move of the Blood Moon sword technique, the Blood Moon reincarnation slash. Yet, this strike had failed to inflict even a scratch upon Yi Fan. This technique is commendable, perhaps reaching the upper echelon of the profound tier, but alas, you have yet to fully master it, and thus cannot breach my radiant sun palm. Yi Fan remarked with a smile, gradually lowering his raised arm. The radiant sun palm was merely the initial stage of the radiant sun body. However, in terms of rank, it had indeed attained the level of Earth tier martial arts. A more potent version, the radiant sun arm, belonged to the celestial tier. The fully realized radiant sun body was classified as a royal tier martial art, as a defensive technique. The requirements for mastering the radiant sun body were not overly demanding. Yi Fan had chosen it as his primary focus and had diligently practiced it. After several nights of training, he had succeeded in transforming half of his arm into gold. Once he could transmute his entire arm, he would have perfected the radiant sun arm radiant sun palm. Lin Qingwei's expression turned stern, her heart reluctant to accept the reality. When had the Yi family acquired such a formidable martial technique? Why was she unaware of it? Does the Yi family need to report to you about its martial arts? Yi Fan quipped, giving his hand a slight tremor, causing the solar sword to materialize in his grasp. With a broad grin, he declared, "Now, it is my turn." With that, he abruptly unleashed a strike, the sword light piercing through the dawn like the rising sun. In the blink of an eye, he had closed the distance to Lin Qingwei. Reacting hastily, she swung her sword to deflect Yi Fan's assault, sending forth a spray of crimson light. Bang! In an instant, her figure was ruthlessly sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Yi Fan's sword momentum shifted, radiating a scorching light akin to the blazing sun. With a single strike, the searing sword light descended upon her. Bang! Just as Lin Qingwei regained her footing, she was met with another strike. Her body was instantly enveloped in blinding golden light. Her legs sank into the ground, rendering her immobile. This is terrible. Lin Qingwei's eyes widened in terror, her heart racing with panic. At this moment, Yi Fan had silently launched his third strike. The setting sun resembled blood as the solar sword traced a blood-red arc, swiftly closing the gap between them. Bang! The strike descended, yet Lin Qingwei remained unscathed. However, the ground beside her had fractured, revealing a deep chasm. This blow had not landed upon Lin Qingwei at all. Unbelievable. Yi Fan's combat prowess is astonishing. The onlookers gasped, shocked at his overwhelming strength. Despite being merely at the 5th stage of the spirit martial realm, he had effortlessly overpowered Lin Qingwei, who had reached the 7th level of the true martial tower. How could this be? Lin Qingwei, who had ascended to the 7th level of the true martial tower, could not possibly be defeated by Yi Fan. The crowd watching the battle at the entrance of the true martial tower was left in astonishment. They had all witnessed Lin Qingwei's might and felt a pang of inadequacy. Yet, Yi Fan's displayed power surpassed even hers. Do you now comprehend the disparity between us? Yi Fan mocked with a smirk, harboring no intent to slay Lin Qingwei. It was not that she deserved death, rather, she would prove useful. Not long ago, he had promised Mu Qingxing to have Lin Qingwei announce to the imperial city that the sword master she had been concealing was none other than Duan Tianya. If Lin Qingwei were to die now, it would leave him without evidence to support that claim. Humph. Lin Qingwei, having narrowly escaped death, believed Yi Fan refrained from killing her due to the rules of the new student trial. With a defiant expression, she declared, I just exited the true martial tower. Had it not been for my exhaustion within, I would not have fallen to you. Your words are rather obstinate, Yi Fan remarked, shaking his head. He found her lack of self-awareness bothersome. Did she truly believe that reaching the 7th level was a remarkable feat? How laughable. Lin Qingwei retorted coldly, her pride flaring. Only a handful of newcomers have managed to reach the 7th level of the true martial tower. Ascending the true martial tower is not solely about cultivation. Yi Fan replied with a hint of amusement in his eyes. He leisurely inquired, You must be aware of what I speak of, yes? If it is not about cultivation, then what does it pertain to? Lin Qingwei furrowed her brow, momentarily taken aback, sensing that there was an underlying meaning in Yi Fan's words that felt amiss. It relates to talent, Yi Fan continued, or rather, to one's ability to fight beyond their rank. I can easily overpower you at the 5th stage of the spirit martial realm, so it goes without saying that my capacity for fighting beyond my rank is formidable. If you could ascend to the 7th level, then surely I could effortlessly reach the 8th level or even the 9th. Impossible. Lin Qingyue's expression darkened, and she let out a low growl. Deep down, she found herself somewhat acknowledging Yi Fan's assertion, though she was reluctant to admit it vocally. Just wait and see, she challenged. Yi Fan, disinterested in further discourse, turned his gaze toward the true martial tower. It was quite irksome to have to wait in line to enter. Several individuals had already come and gone, with the highest achieving only the 4th level. Thus, the process was relatively swift. Now, a few remained ahead of him in line. I am curious to see how far you can ascend, Lin Qinghua thought, her expression grim as she decided not to leave just yet. The new student trial allowed for a return to the academy within 12 hours, and there was still ample time remaining. Suddenly, a cry from a Qingyu eagle echoed from above. The crowd looked up to see a Qingyu eagle soaring toward them. Before they could discern who was riding it, a woman plummeted from its back, as if cast down. Bang! She landed heavily on the ground, scrambling to her feet in a disheveled state. Her face dirty and her body covered in grime, seemingly having endured considerable injury. The crowd was bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. A young man leaped down from the back of the Qingyu eagle, akin to a great rock taking flight. It was Gui. What brought him here? A few recognized him and whispered among themselves. Yi Fan was equally puzzled. Was not this area under Mu Qingqing's supervision? How had Gui, another overseer, arrived here? Do you know this woman? Gui's icy gaze was already fixed upon Yi Fan. This woman? Yi Fan paused, glancing at the girl who had just been dropped by Gui, shaking his head. I do not recognize her. She does not seem to be from the Imperial City. She was with my brother, Gu Fong, Gui coldly reminded Yi Fan. Oh, is that so? Yi Fan scrutinized the girl closely, then suddenly chuckled. My apologies. It seems she has donned clothing, and I did not recognize her at first. Does this imply that you acknowledge your culpability in the death of my brother, Gu Fong? Gu Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing within them. Chapter 17 What? Yi Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Do not wrongfully accuse me. Do not frame an innocent person. Which of your eyes saw me kill Gu Fong? Speak. Gu Yi turned his head, casting a sidelong glance at the woman lying on the ground. The woman, trembling and fearful, dared not conceal any truth, stammering at that moment. I witnessed him engaging in a fight with Gu Fong. I saw Gu Fong overwhelmed and fleeing. Gu Yi's expression darkened, his gaze returning to Yi Fan, seemingly demanding a reasonable explanation for the matter. What does this prove? Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders, feigning innocence, and replied. I had a physical altercation with Gu Fong, but I did not kill him. I merely kicked him. It's hardly sufficient to cause his death, is it? I observed that Gu Fong was quite robust, so it's improbable. Gu Fong was slain by a sword to the throat. Gui suppressed his fury and spoke in a low tone, clearly unconvinced by Yi Fan's explanation. A sword to the throat? Yi Fan suddenly grasped a realization. Are you certain it was a sword and not a dagger? What do you mean by that? Gui, sensing the implications in Yi Fan's words, narrowed his brow slightly. I believe I may have unraveled the truth, Yi Fan said, his eyes glimmering with insight as he boldly articulated his suspicion. The one who killed your brother was not I, but rather Nielin. He did not strike at Gu Fong directly, yet now Gu Fong is dead. Undoubtedly, someone must have slain Gu Fong after I departed. At that time, Gu Fong encountered me while I was pursuing Nielin. Therefore, it is highly likely that Nielin is the one who killed Gu Fong. Nielin? Gu Yi scrutinized Yi Fan, his belief wavering. Yi Fan patiently elaborated. I was pursuing Nielin when I accidentally disrupted Gu Fong's endeavors, which led to some conflict between us. He glanced at the woman on the ground, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Because of this, I had a disagreement with Gu Fong, but I did not kill him. It must have been Nielin who struck after I left. Why would Nielin murder Gu Fong? Gu Yi questioned with a stern demeanor. To frame me, of course. Yi Fan replied, his tone laced with a sense of inevitability. Indeed, you have fallen for his scheme, rushing here to avenge Gu Fong by killing me. Do you mean to suggest that Nye Lin intended to use my hand to eliminate you? Gu Yi began to grasp Yi Fan's implication, his eyes flickering with understanding. Precisely. Yi Fan nodded. Nye Lin is not my match. He cannot kill me but desires my demise, so he concocted such a devious plan. Alas, it is Gu Fong who suffers. Nye Lin, at the 8th tier of the spirit martial realm, is supposedly not Yi Fan's equal? Is it truly possible? I have heard that Nye Lin possesses remarkable strength, being the top of his class. Indeed, if he were not formidable, how could he have been accepted as a direct disciple by Master Mu Jian upon arriving at the imperial city? The crowd gathered at the tower's entrance whispered amongst themselves, expressing skepticism towards Yi Fan's claims, doubting his strength despite his recent display of overpowering Lin Qingyue. Yet Lin Qingyue was merely at the 6th tier of the spirit martial realm, while Nye Lin was at the 8th. Gu Yi's expression grew increasingly frigid, and after a prolonged silence, he uttered in a chilling tone, if that is the case, both of you shall perish. Wait, have you lost your mind? Brother. Yi Fan had anticipated that his explanation would sway Gu Yi, but upon hearing this declaration, he fell into silence. This injustice has its origin, if you seek vengeance. It should be against Nye Lin. What have I to do with this? Had it not been for your conflict with Nye Lin? Why would he need to murder Gu Fong to implicate you? Gu Yi's voice dripped with coldness, his eyes betraying no hint of mercy. Today, I shall end your life. And another day, I shall deal with Nye Lin. With that, he lunged forward, his aura surging as he unleashed the formidable presence of the Xuanwu realm, charging at Yi Fan. Sensible now. Yi Fan, aware that he was no match for Gu Yi, sought to evade conflict. I did not kill Gu Fong. I have not violated the trial's rule against new students harming one another. How can you justify killing me? As an overseer, you must not break the law. Chapter 18 Humph. Gu Yi let out a cold snort, flipping his hand to grasp the blade. Wait. Yi Fan glanced at the Jinwu Tower, contemplating how to extricate himself. Currently, he was still in the queue for the Jinwu Tower, with considerable time remaining before his turn. In the face of Gu Yi, escaping was not an option. The only choice was to hide, to conceal himself within the Jinwu Tower. And what of his last words? Gu Yi slowly raised his long knife, his eyes harboring unrelenting murderous intent. Yi Fan hastily interjected, I lament Gu Fong's demise. I too desire vengeance for Gu Fong. The true culprit must not go unpunished. Allowing the true perpetrator to evade justice would be the greatest disrespect to Gu Fong. Wouldn't you agree? I have vowed that one day, I shall slay Nye Lin. Gu Yi's voice was frigid as the blade's aura whistled forth. The surrounding onlookers swiftly withdrew, fearful that they might be caught in Gu Yi's impending strike. Do you believe Nye Lin is the true instigator? Yi Fan shouted, sensing Gu Yi's intent to strike. Is he not? Gu Yi's gaze sharpened, his motion with the knife pausing momentarily. Indeed. Yi Fan continued, as far as I know. You are not responsible for monitoring Area 2 of the Wolf Park, correct? If you weren't overseeing Area 2, how could you have learned of Gu Fong's death so quickly? If I am not mistaken, it was Chun-Li who informed you, was it not? What do you mean? Gu Yi questioned, intrigued by this revelation. His long knife lowered slightly. The true mastermind is Chun-Li. Yi Fan discerned from Gu Yi's reaction, confirming his suspicions. It was undoubtedly Chun-Li who incited Nye Lin to eliminate Gu Fong and frame me, subsequently informing you, seeking to manipulate you into eliminating me. Just moments ago, I wondered how Nye Lin knew Gu Fong's whereabouts. Leading me to Gu Fong was evidently not mere coincidence. If Chun-Li was orchestrating events behind the scenes, it all made perfect sense. As an overseer, Chun-Li commanded the Qingyu Eagle, possessing far greater visibility than the new students. He learned of Gu Fong's location, disclosed it to Nye Lin, and then directed Nye Lin to commit murder. Following Gu Fong's death, he promptly relayed the news to Gu Yi. Only an overseer capable of controlling the Qingyu Eagle could accomplish such a feat. Mu Qingchen could not have done this. It must be Chun-Li. I understand now, Gu Yi mused, seemingly grasping the situation. That is well, Yi Fan exhaled in relief. Smiling at Gu Yi, we cannot allow the true culprit to roam free. You must avenge Gu Fong by slaying Chun-Li. Gu Yi's expression remained frigid. The knife he had just lowered was once again raised. You, Nye Lin, and Chun-Li, none of you shall escape. Since you are here, I shall take your life first. Damn it. Yi Fan's smile instantly froze, his lips twitching involuntarily. Gu Yi's murderous intent was exceedingly intense. Even upon uncovering the truth, he remained unyielding. Was he merely adding Chun-Li to his list of targets? Swish. The blade's radiance flashed as the aura of slaughter surged towards Yi Fan. A domineering strike descended from the heavens. Chapter 19 This fellow is utterly impervious to reason. Yi Fan murmured softly, narrowly evading danger as he swiftly maneuvered away. Coming to a halt, he cast a glance at his tattered attire, torn by the blade's air. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, revealing a trace of a resigned smile. Bang! At that moment, the grand door of the Jinwu Tower emitted a thunderous roar, slowly creaking open. The Tianwu token at Yi Fan's waist began to radiate a dazzling light. At last, he had persevered. A glimmer of determination ignited in Yi Fan's eyes as he decisively leapt forward. His figure shot forth like an arrow, vanishing into the Jinwu Tower in the blink of an eye. The doors promptly closed, sealing off the clamor of the outside world. Gui observed Yi Fan entering the Jinwu Tower, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a flicker of impatience. Yi Fan, you may evade the first day of the month, but you cannot escape the 15th. I shall await your emergence here. Among the crowd, Lin Qingyue gazed at the Jinwu Tower, her heart a tumult of emotions. Moments ago, Gui had sought to slay Yi Fan, and she had silently watched from the sidelines. While she contemplated Yi Fan's demise, she simultaneously harbored an unwillingness to see him perish at Gu Yi's hands. She held her own obsession, yearning to personally vanquish Yi Fan. Now, witnessing him enter the Jinwu Tower, curiosity blossomed within her. Previously, Yi Fan had confidently declared his intention to illuminate the 8th level. Swish, swish, swish. The lights on the first 3 levels of the Jinwu Tower illuminated in rapid succession, astonishingly swift. Those outside, particularly the new students who had just navigated the tower, stared in wide-eyed amazement. How astonishing! In such a brief span, he has lit up 3 levels. At this rate, reaching the 7th level seems entirely plausible. Yet, one must not forget that traversing the Jinwu Tower is not merely a contest of speed. Amidst the murmurs, the lights for the 4th and 5th levels flickered to life in succession. Soon after, the 6th level followed suit. The crowd, witnessing this spectacle, could no longer maintain their composure. Gui fixated on the Jinwu Tower, noting that Yi Fan's ascent appeared unusually rapid. As a formidable figure within the top 10 of the Tianwu Academy rankings, he himself had once braved the Jinwu Tower, successfully reaching the 7th level. He understood well that the level one could attain within the tower was independent of one's cultivation. Upon entering the Jinwu Tower, one's cultivation would be suppressed to the first stage of the spirit martial realm. To progress to the next level, one must defeat the spirit pattern puppets guarding each level. Judging by Yi Fan's speed, it seemed he had dispatched the puppets of the earlier levels in no more than 3 moves. In but a moment, the light for the 7th level shone brightly. The 7th level. Yi Fan has reached the 7th level. His speed in doing so surpassed Lin Qingyue's by a considerable margin, given that he could defeat Lin Qingyue, who was at the 6th stage of the spirit martial realm. With his 5th stage cultivation, it was hardly surprising that he reached the 7th level. At this juncture, no one harbored doubts about Yi Fan's talent. Even if he were to truly ascend to the 8th level, it would not be a cause for astonishment. How infuriating! Lin Qingyue clenched her fists, seething with frustration. Despite having anticipated this scenario, the reality of it still incensed her. After a brief interval, the light for the 8th level illuminated. Outside the tower, an uproar ensued. Gui's gaze turned even colder. This fellow has managed to reach the 8th level of the Jinwu Tower? If I do not eliminate him today, it may become increasingly difficult in the future. The Tianwu Academy is a realm that prioritizes talent and strength above all else. New students who reach the 6th level of the Jinwu Tower gain entry to the first courtyard. Those who attain the 7th level will receive substantial resources from the academy. However, should one reach the 8th level, they would undoubtedly attract the attention of several deans. If Yi Fan were to be accepted as a direct disciple by any dean due to his talent, he would be free to roam the academy without fear of reprisal. Considering this, Gui turned and leapt onto the side of the crouching Qingyu eagle. You're leaving? Lin Qingyue was taken aback by Gui's actions. Puzzled as she inquired, are you not going to kill him? Kill him? Gui chuckled coldly, unwilling to engage in further discourse with Lin Qingyue. Until now, Yi Fan had yet to reveal his true capabilities. Chapter 20. To slay Yi Fan in his identity, the academy would not take severe action. Even if such an act contravened the academy's regulations, they would only impose symbolic punishments. However, now that Yi Fan had ascended to the 8th level of the Jinwu Tower, any attempt to kill him would not be tolerated. Therefore, even if he desired to eliminate Yi Fan, it could not be done overtly. Since dispersing the crowd was unfeasible, he resolved to depart on his own. He would bide his time until Yi Fan began his return journey, seeking an opportunity to strike. Behold, the lights of the 9th level have been ignited. The Qingyu eagle had yet to take flight when a gasp erupted from the crowd. Everyone focused their gaze, witnessing the illumination of the 9th level of the Jinwu Tower. Suddenly, a golden radiance burst forth, soaring into the heavens. The 9th level. Lin Qingyue's attention returned to the Jinwu Tower, momentarily lost in thought. Gui, who had intended to leave, found his gaze ensnared as well. In the annals of Tianwu Academy's history, only 3 individuals had reached the 9th level. Today, Yifan astonishingly became the 4th. The call of the Qingyu eagle echoed from both sides of the sky. Mu Qingqing and Chunli rushed in from opposite directions. Upon seeing Mu Qingqing, Lin Qingyue's brows furrowed slightly. A flicker of jealousy and inferiority crossed her eyes. She had long harbored the desire to become the consort of the 3rd prince. Yet, standing before Mu Qingqing, she had to concede that in terms of both strength and beauty, she was vastly inferior, were it not for her physical condition. The 3rd prince Duan Tianya would never have forsaken such a beauty to share her bed. Chunli noticed Gu Yi again and immediately scanned the crowd. Not seeing Yifan, he quickly grasped the situation. Ignoring Lin Qingyue, Mu Qingqing turned her gaze to the Jinwu Tower, inquiring of those present, "Who is inside?" "It is Yifan," replied a lean youth who had previously conversed with Yifan, his voice brimming with excitement. Among the onlookers surrounding the tower entrance, he was undoubtedly the most exhilarated. Having engaged in a brief dialogue with Yifan, he considered himself acquainted with him, looking forward to further discussions upon Yifan's emergence. If he could align himself with such a formidable figure, it would surely elevate his status within Tianwu Academy, if not allow him to stride with confidence. "Yifan?" Mu Qingqing's beautiful eyes flickered with surprise as she murmured to herself, recognizing that only 3 individuals had ever ascended to the 9th level in the Academy's history. The fact that Yifan could become the 4th was astonishing. Reaching the 9th level of the Jinwu Tower, however, did not equate to conquering it. Qinli interjected coldly, his expression sour. "As far as I know, only one person in the Academy's history has truly conquered the Jinwu Tower, right? Even if he does not conquer it, he is still remarkably powerful," Mu Qingqing conceded, smiling as she spoke. "Ascending to the 9th level merely lights it up. But within resides a formidable divine pattern puppet. Only by defeating this puppet can one claim to have conquered the tower." "Humph," Chunli scoffed, refraining from further rebuttal. The unfolding events had undoubtedly strayed from his plans. Yifan's displayed talent unsettled him, complicating the task assigned by Duan Tianya. As they conversed, a sudden surge of spiritual energy erupted around the Jinwu Tower. The torrent of spiritual force converged into a powerful wind, forcing the crowd to retreat in shock and reverence. Could it be that Yifan is truly about to conquer the Jinwu Tower? Lin Qingyue gasped softly, her voice trembling with awe. Gu Yi, Chunli, and Mu Qingqing, riding the Qingyu eagle, each bore distinct expressions, yet all were profoundly shaken by the scene before them. Chapter 21. The Thunderous Roar. The earth trembled, and golden light surged across the sky like an overwhelming tide. The tremendous commotion instantly roused the entire wolf garden. Nearby, the newly arrived students, having found their bearings, raced towards the source of the disturbance. A piercing howl echoed through the void, accompanied by the deafening roars of beasts. A colossal black eagle sliced through the sky, bearing a middle-aged man upon its back. His gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, fixated on the 9th level of the Jinwu Tower, muttering to himself, "Is he not yet out?" "Not yet." Mu Qingqing recognized the man and respectfully bowed in response. He was none other than the esteemed dean of the 4th courtyard of the Tianwu Academy, possessing unfathomable martial prowess and a revered status. "Damn it." The dean of the 4th courtyard furrowed his brow, his expression dark as he gazed towards the Tianwu Academy. In a moment, those 3 fellows will be arriving as well. As soon as the words left his lips, 2 more piercing calls resonated through the sky. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 flying beast-like creatures approached, each carrying a middle-aged man. One donned a blue robe with a stern countenance, while the other wore gray clothing, a subtle smile playing on his lips, representing the deans of the 2nd and 3rd courtyards. "Fortunately, we did not arrive too late." The dean of the 2nd courtyard spoke softly, his eyes fixed on the entrance of the Jinwu Tower, eagerly anticipating Yifan's emergence. "I arrived first. You 2 mustn't dare to compete with me." The 4th courtyard dean warned the other 2 with a fierce glare, clearly intent on claiming Yifan for himself. "Heh." The 3rd courtyard dean chuckled mockingly, refusing to yield. "Just because you arrived first, does that grant you exclusive rights? What sort of reasoning is that? A genius who conquers the Jinwu Tower should not be buried within your 4th courtyard." "You speak nonsense." The 4th courtyard dean retorted coldly. "If this lad becomes my disciple, as his mentor, how could I possibly treat him poorly? His treatment will naturally differ from that of an ordinary 4th courtyard disciple. Even so, he is still part of the 4th courtyard," the 3rd courtyard dean scoffed, rubbing his nose. "Indeed." At that moment, a clear and cold female voice resonated from the heavens. A majestic white crane flapped its wings, descending with a woman clad in purple standing upon its back. "Master." Upon seeing her, Mu Qingqing immediately bowed in respect. The purple-clad woman was Zi Yuan, the dean of the 1st courtyard and also Mu Qingqing's mentor at the Tianwu Academy. A smile graced Ziyuan's lips as she nodded at Mu Qingqing, her gaze then shifting towards the Jinwu Tower, a glimmer of profound significance flickering in her eyes. Ziyuan, what brings you here? The dean of the second courtyard inquired with displeasure, furrowing his brows. Did you not declare that you do not accept male disciples? Is the person within the tower male? Ziyuan replied calmly, a faint smile upon her lips. The second courtyard dean momentarily fell silent, scanning the gathered students, uncertain of the identity of the individual within the tower. Master, it is Yu Fan. Mu Qingqing dared not conceal the truth and interjected. I know this brat. The third courtyard dean laughed heartily. The young master of the Yi family from the imperial city. Haha, Ziyuan. This lad likely has no connection with you as a disciple. Ziyuan maintained her smile, her expression serious as she replied, true geniuses are not defined by gender. Damn it, Ziyuan, you truly have no shame. The fourth courtyard dean could not contain his anger, exclaiming, to betray the vow you once made and compete with us for disciples. The four deans engaged in a heated dispute, the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense. The surrounding students held their breath, not daring to utter a word. Yi Fan had unexpectedly incited a rivalry among the four deans. Chunli muttered under his breath, clenched fists turning pale. Gu Yi coldly regarded the Jinwu Tower, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, quickly suppressed. He understood that Yu Fan was no longer someone he could easily contend with. Get lost. Chapter 22. As the four deans engaged in a heated debate, a resounding shout erupted from within the Jinwu Tower, akin to the crack of thunder, causing the ears of those present to tremble. However, this was not the voice of Yu Fan. This sound, could it be that individual, has also been stirred? The smile on Ziyuan's face abruptly vanished, replaced by a look of astonishment. The other three deans turned their gazes toward Jinwu Tower, realizing the implications. It seemed that none of us would be able to claim Yu Fan. With a soft sigh, the dean of the fourth academy mounted his black eagle and departed. The deans of the second and third academies, witnessing this, could only return in disappointment. Qingcheng, Ziyuan commanded as she stood atop the back of a white crane, directing her attention to Mu Qingcheng. You shall wait here for Yi Fan's emergence and ensure her safe return to Tianwu Academy. Yes, master, Mu Qingcheng replied immediately, bowing in obedience. By the time she raised her head, Ziyuan had already taken flight. At this moment, Yi Fan sat cross-legged on the 9th level of Jinwu Tower. Not far away, a divine pattern puppet knelt with its head bowed. A torrent of spiritual energy surged from outside the tower, continuously flooding into its form. With a deep breath, Yi Fan's aura shattered the constraints of the spiritual martial realm, relentlessly ascending until it reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier. Exhilaration coursed through him as he exhaled a breath of stagnant energy, his expression brimming with excitement. He had not anticipated such a boon upon reaching the summit of Jinwu Tower. Yet, the process had proven to be quite taxing. In the earlier levels of the tower, he had managed to pass through with a single strike. However, as he progressed, he felt the challenges becoming increasingly arduous. The most formidable adversary remained the divine pattern puppet before him, which he had to contend with for over 100 exchanges before finally overcoming it. Of course, within Jinwu Tower, he was not at his peak state. Without the light of nature, his combat prowess was significantly diminished. Otherwise, defeating the puppet would have been accomplished more swiftly. I wonder if Gui has departed? Yi Fan mused quietly as he slowly rose to his feet. Taking refuge within Jinwu Tower was a last resort. It was a means to evade Gu Yi's sharpness, as well as to buy time. He could only hope to delay until Mu Qingqing from the inspection area made her appearance. Suddenly, as Yi Fan stood, a radiant light of divine patterns illuminated beneath his feet. The wondrous force of the divine patterns restrained his movement. In the next instant, his figure vanished from the spot. Simultaneously, the lights within Jinwu Tower extinguished, and the tower's doors began to creak open. The door has opened. A voice rang out from outside the tower. The crowd turned in unison toward the tower entrance, eagerly awaiting Yi Fan's emergence. However, an extended period passed, and he still did not appear. At that moment, someone in the crowd noticed their Tianwu token flickering at their waist. Am I allowed to enter Jinwu Tower? The individual questioned, gazing down at their Tianwu token in confusion, momentarily unsure of what to do. Yu Fan has yet to exit the tower, yet my token indicates I may enter. What are you waiting for? Chun-Li cast a cold glance at the individual, commanding them to proceed into Jinwu Tower. Go and see if Yi Fan is still inside. If he truly is inside, do you expect him to find you? Gu Yi retorted coolly, deeming Chun-Li's words superfluous. If Yi Fan remained within Jinwu Tower, it would certainly be on the 9th level, a place not easily accessible to all. Humph. Chun-Li fell silent, his expression darkening from Gu Yi's words. Yi Fan is likely no longer within Jinwu Tower, Mu Qingcheng whispered to herself, contemplating. Perhaps the owner of that earlier voice has taken him away. Chapter 23. Having departed from the Jinwu Tower, Yifan found himself in a secluded cave. The surroundings were strewn with jagged rocks, and the air was heavy with a damp atmosphere. After taking a few steps forward, a moss-covered stone tablet came into view. Inscribed upon it were the ancient characters Yunin, their strokes reminiscent of a bygone era. Yunin? The Yunin of the Yunin Kingdom? Yifan murmured as he circled the tablet, continuing his exploration. Youngster, you stepped on me. Suddenly, a disgruntled voice arose from beneath his feet. What? There is someone here? Yifan was startled, leaping back a couple of steps. Looking down, he discovered an elderly man with disheveled, gray hair, clad in tattered clothing and sporting an unkempt beard. He resembled a beggar from the streets. The old man leisurely brushed the dust from his legs, sitting up to squint at Yifan. You have successfully passed through the Jinwu Tower. Not bad, young one. Yifan, feeling wary, inquired, Did you bring me here? Indeed. The old man nodded with a smile. Yifan scratched his head, puzzled. What did you bring me here for? Are you in need of company? Haha. The old man laughed heartily. Avoiding a direct answer and mysteriously asked, Why don't you inquire who I am? Yifan shrugged, following the old man's lead. All right then, who might you be? The old man stroked his chaotic beard with a proud expression. Hee. Throughout history, there has only ever been one person to pass through the Jinwu Tower. You are the second, and I am the first. You may call me Elder Xiao. What? Yufan's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized Elder Xiao once more. His lips twitching slightly. You don't quite look the part. How do I not look the part? Elder Xiao glared at Yifan, seemingly displeased. Yifan, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, Those who conquer the Jinwu Tower are paragons of martial arts. They should be handsome and dashing like me. Your appearance, however, does not align with the term prodigy. The prejudices of the heart are like a great mountain. Elder Xiao shook his head and sighed. Who told you that martial arts prodigies must be handsome and elegant? Moreover, my passing through the Jinwu Tower occurred over a century ago. People inevitably age. Over a century ago? Yifan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. You're that old? Can't you tell? Elder Xiao, pleased, stroked his beard and grinned like a child. Do you not see a hint of the youthful vigor I once possessed? Not quite. Elder Xiao, you misunderstand. Yifan quickly waved his hands, feeling somewhat awkward. I was merely curious how, at your advanced age, you haven tea. Well, you know. Upon hearing this, Elder Xiao puffed up his cheeks and glared. You're implying how I am still alive, aren't you? Martial arts cultivation prolongs life. The higher the cultivation level, the longer the lifespan. Living for hundreds of years is quite normal. Oh? Yifan's eyes gleamed with realization. So, your strength must be considerable? Fair enough. Elder Xiao feigned modesty, though pride shone in his eyes. Seeing this, Yifan couldn't help but chuckle. Should I then address you as senior? That would be acceptable. Elder Xiao waved his hand, then turned serious. The reason I brought you here is not trivial. I require your assistance with a matter. I knew it. Yifan spread his hands in resignation. What do you need me to do? Elder Xiao turned, pointing at the stone tablet behind him. Do you see that stone tablet? I do. Yifan nodded, his gaze fixed upon the tablet. Shatter it. Chapter 24. Old Xiao spoke in a calm manner. Yifan was taken aback, feeling both amused and perplexed. Aren't you quite powerful, Old Xiao? If you cannot shatter this stone yourself, why must I intervene? Do you know who erected this monument? Old Xiao squinted his eyes, feigning an air of mystery. Yifan stroked his chin, speculating, could it possibly be a formidable figure from the Yunin Kingdom's royal family? Incorrect. Old Xiao shook his head. The one who established this monument is none other than the founding emperor of the Yunin Kingdom, Duan Yunin. Yifan inquired. So he set up this monument to confine you here? Who said I am trapped? Old Xiao straightened his back, his beard bristling with pride. Yifan perceived Old Xiao's stubbornness and candidly called him out. If you are not confined, why then do you require my assistance to shatter this monument? Are you merely bored and wish to hear a sound? What binds me is a promise, Old Xiao sighed, adopting a serious tone. In the past, I lost a battle to Duan Yunin and vowed that as long as this monument stands, I would protect the Yunin royal family, remaining here without deviation. Isn't that being confined? Yifan scoffed, thinking Old Xiao was clearly clinging to his pride. At your age, you needn't be so obstinate. Young one, just say whether you will help or not. Old Xiao was somewhat agitated by the exchange. Not that. Yifan felt exasperated. You've said so much. Yet I still face the same dilemma. If you cannot shatter this monument, how could I possibly do so? This monument, I cannot destroy, Old Xiao asserted with conviction. To do so would be an act of betrayal. That's quite the stretch. Yifan rolled his eyes, uninterested in further debate. Fine, I am kind-hearted. So I shall lend you a hand. Since Old Xiao had brought him here, he would undoubtedly be able to lead him out. Previously, he had worried that upon leaving the Jinwu Tower, Gu Yi might still be lurking outside, which would spell trouble for him. Old Xiao's actions were indeed a form of assistance. Helping him this once was not a significant burden. With that, he steadied his trembling hand and grasped the sunblade firmly. He took decisive strides forward, standing resolutely before the monument. "Young one," Old Xiao called out. "Though this sword is commendable, it will not shatter this stone." "Is that so?" Yi Fan evidently disbelieved, feeling that Old Xiao underestimated him. As he spoke, golden spiritual energies surged around him, coalescing at the sword's tip. In a swift motion, he unleashed a strike, the momentum fierce. Boom! The sword light cleaved through the monument, producing a resounding echo that reverberated through the cramped cavern, deafening in its intensity. Yet, as the light dissipated, the monument remained unscathed. Not even a scratch marked its surface. "What?" Yi Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Now do you believe?" Old Xiao had anticipated this outcome, watching Yi Fan with a knowing smile. Yi Fan helplessly sheathed the sunblade and turned to Old Xiao, saying, "It appears I am unable to assist you further. My apologies, please expedite my departure. I am in the midst of the new student trials at Tianwu Academy, and time waits for no one." "You can indeed assist me," Old Xiao insisted, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. "I require you to shatter this monument, but not at this moment." Chapter 25. What does it mean? Yi Fan scratched his head, gazing at Elder Xiao with a puzzled expression. To shatter this steel, there are only 3 methods. Elder Xiao stroked his beard leisurely and continued. Firstly, one must possess the strength of the celestial martial realm to break the stone with absolute power. Secondly, one must be a 6th-tier rune master to decipher the runes inscribed upon the steel. What about the third method? Yi Fan eagerly inquired, his face displaying a hint of embarrassment. The celestial martial realm seemed far too distant for him. It appeared that no one in the entire Yunin kingdom had attained such a level. As for being a 6th-tier rune master, that was even rarer. The path of runes was notoriously more challenging than martial arts. Elder Xiao smiled slightly and continued. As for the third method, the royal family of Yunin kingdom possesses a sword known as the Hidden Dragon Blade. When you achieve the strength of the Xuanwu realm, wielding this sword will grant you the power to shatter the steel. Are you joking? Yi Fan's lips twitched, his expression one of disbelief. Do you expect me to borrow this hidden dragon blade from the royal family? Would they even lend it to me? Elder Xiao replied unhurriedly. The hidden dragon blade is the sword of the crown prince. Currently, the crown prince of Yunin kingdom has yet to be determined, and the sword remains in the hands of the king. If you can assist a certain prince in securing the crown prince position, borrowing the sword would present no difficulty. But if I choose the wrong person, it could cost me my life. Yi Fan furrowed his brow, already feeling hesitant. The competition for the crown prince position was notoriously brutal. Brothers could easily become enemies, fighting to the death. Among the many princes of Yunin kingdom, the second prince, Duan Tianshu, and the third prince, Duan Tianya, were the most likely candidates for the crown prince title. If he were to align himself, it could only be with Duan Tianshu, as he had past grievances with Duan Tianya. However, the problem remained. Duan Tianshu might not even regard him with favor. With my assistance, you shall not perish, Elder Xiao said calmly, with an air of unwavering confidence. Yi Fan rolled his eyes and retorted without hesitation. You are trapped in this wretched place. How can you help me? Helping you does not require me to act personally, Elder Xiao replied mysteriously. If you can pass the true martial tower, you will undoubtedly gain entry to the first courtyard of the Outer Academy of the Celestial Martial Institute. In time, during the Outer Academy competition, if you manage to secure the first position, I shall bestow upon you a grand gift. At that moment, a prince will surely extend an olive branch to you, and it will be up to you to decide. What kind of grand gift? Yi Fan's eyes lit up, suddenly intrigued. Elder Xiao smiled enigmatically, deliberately keeping him in suspense. This gift will ensure that you are not trifled with during your time at the Celestial Martial Institute. I can't shake the feeling that you are trying to deceive me, Yi Fan frowned, looking at Elder Xiao with skepticism. In the martial world, strength reigns supreme. Only with formidable power can one ensure they are not disrespected. But how can such power be simply bestowed? Why would I deceive you? Elder Xiao shot Yi Fan a glare, his expression serious. I am relying on you to retrieve the hidden dragon blade to help me shatter this stone steel. Yi Fan scratched his head, feeling something was amiss. I'm just puzzled. If a Xuanwu realm warrior can shatter the steel with the hidden dragon blade, why must you seek me out? Couldn't you just find any Xuanwu realm warrior? This is an agreement between me and the Yunin kingdom, Elder Xiao replied, his expression turning grave. Yi Fan looked utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend. Only those who pass the true martial tower can sever the steel. Elder Xiao sighed, explaining. He made such a demand to challenge me, intending to trap me here. And indeed, I've been waiting for this moment. Are you out of your mind? Yi Fan couldn't help but scoff. The person you made a pact with is no longer here, and you're still bound by a promise while desperately seeking a way to leave. This stubbornness is truly remarkable. Then what say you? Elder Shao gazed earnestly at Yifan, his eyes filled with anticipation. Are you willing to assist me? What are the benefits? Chapter 26, Yifan's eyes flickered mischievously as he glanced at Elder Shao. Benefits? Elder Shao was taken aback, then replied, the grand gift I promised you. Does it not count as a benefit? A gift with conditions hardly qualifies as a benefit, Yifan retorted, a hint of dissatisfaction evident on his face. Moreover, securing the top position among the new entrants in the outer courtyard is no small feat. Many of my competitors are at the Xuanwu realm. Are you not inclined to provide me with some assistance? An interesting young man, Elder Shao chuckled, extending his hand towards Yifan. Now, hand over your Tianwu token. What do you need the Tianwu token for? Yifan asked suspiciously, yet he still removed the token from his waist and handed it over. Elder Shao took the token and lightly tapped it with his finger. Instantly, a brilliant golden light emanated from the previously dark token, transforming it into a dazzling gold. Elder Shao returned the token to Yifan, saying, I have upgraded this Tianwu token to its highest level, and it now contains infinite points for you to lavishly spend at the Tianwu Academy. Is this true? Yifan's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Points may be worthless elsewhere in the Imperial City, but within the Tianwu Academy, they are a form of hard currency. Infinite points at the highest level. Does this not imply that he can acquire as many items as he desires from the Academy, as long as they require points for exchange? Do you think I have any reason to deceive you? Elder Shao stroked his beard, a proud smile gracing his face. Yifan pondered how trustworthy Elder Shao was and began to wonder about his identity. With such remarkable abilities, could you possibly be the head of Tianwu Academy? There are many directors at the Tianwu Academy. The outer courtyard has 4 directors, and the inner courtyard has its own directors. However, there is only one head of the entire Tianwu Academy. The level of the Tianwu token and its points pertain to the resources within the Academy. He racked his brain and concluded that only the head had such authority. The head? Elder Shao chuckled, shaking his head with a hint of disdain. That fellow would have to respectfully refer to me as Master Ancestor in my presence. Well, Yifan's eyes widened in shock at Elder Shao's words. The head refers to Elder Shao as Master Ancestor? The hierarchy is indeed astonishing. No wonder he previously mentioned being able to assist me even if confined here. A few casual instructions, and the head of the Tianwu Academy would likely comply without question. Seeing Yifan's astonished expression, Elder Shao seemed quite pleased. In addition to the Tianwu token, I will impart to you a set of martial techniques. Martial techniques are not something I lack, Yifan replied, slightly regaining his composure. He possessed the legacy of the Sun God Emperor and had no shortage of martial arts or cultivation methods. What he truly lacked were resources for cultivation. While it is true that possessing the Sun God body allows him to grow stronger under the sun, supplementing it with elixirs and spirit stones would undoubtedly expedite his progress. The techniques I will teach you are not ordinary, Elder Shao remarked, surprised by Yifan's refusal. This set of martial arts is not recorded in the martial arts pavilion of the Tianwu Academy. It is a secret I have not passed on. It is a set of assassination techniques. Assassination? Yifan's eyes flickered, and he pouted. He had expected someone as honorable as Elder Shao to present something upright and noble, only to discover that he was offering assassination techniques. Was that not an underhanded approach? Chapter 27. What do you understand? Old Shao cast a sidelong glance at Yifan, retrieving an ancient, yellowed tome from his robe and placing it in Yifan's hands. In the face of an enemy whose strength far surpassed his own, mastering the art of assassination could allow one to slay without sustaining injury. Take a look and memorize it all. Once you have, I shall grant you safe passage from this place. Very well. Yifan, taken aback by old Zhao's enthusiasm, felt reluctant to refuse and began to study the ancient text intently. As he delved into the intricacies of assassination techniques, his eyes sparkled with excitement. This particular art not only encompassed exquisite methods of striking, but also included a technique known as divine concealment which allowed one to obscure their presence and aura. Once perfected, it would enable him to seamlessly conceal his cultivation level and essence. Unless confronted by an opponent of overwhelming power or one skilled in specialized probing techniques, he would remain undetected. Fascinating. After dedicating some time to memorizing the content of the tome, Yifan felt a surge of joy. Despite the limitations imposed by the night, this assassination technique would allow him to blend perfectly into the shadows, compensating for his previous shortcomings. Have you memorized it all? Old Shao inquired, a smile gracing his face as he observed Yifan's excitement. I have, Yifan nodded affirmatively. Then will you return it to me? At old Zhao's words, he swiftly snatched the tome from Yifan's hands, carefully tucking it back into his robe. Remember, I impart this knowledge solely to you. It cannot be shared. Rest assured. I shall keep it confidential, Yi Fan replied with a grin, promising compliance. Ah, wait. Old Xiao suddenly recalled something and produced a short sword, tossing it to Yi Fan. Your previous sword was too ostentatious. It is ill-suited for the art of assassination. This short sword is far more appropriate. Is this truly a sword? Yi Fan glanced down at the short blade in his hand, his lips twitching slightly. The blade measured roughly a foot in length, scarcely differing from a dagger. What? Do you find it too short? Old Xiao chuckled. The essence of assassination lies in concealment. Longer weapons are more prone to exposure. This sword, named Hidden Edge, possesses the remarkable ability to contain its sword energy, unleashing it in a decisive strike when the moment arises. That makes some sense. Yi Fan nodded, somewhat enlightened. Then inquired, may I ask, what is the grade of this sword? Shallow. Old Xiao regarded Yi Fan with disdain. The quality of a weapon is secondary to its suitability. Grades are but ephemeral notions. So, this sword is of a low grade then? Yi Fan immediately grasped the implication, realizing that such a fine item could not have been so generously bestowed upon him. Get lost. Old Xiao shot him a glare. Though the Hidden Edge may not be of high grade, it is nonetheless a low-grade mystical weapon, entirely fitting for your current cultivation level in the spiritual, martial realm. Indeed. You are absolutely correct. Yi Fan, uninterested in further debate, waved dismissively. As long as you are pleased. You cheeky rascal. Old Xiao muttered, then gestured with his hand. Suddenly, the divine patterns beneath Yi Fan's feet glimmered brightly. In the blink of an eye, darkness enveloped him, and he vanished from his original position. Do not forget the promise made between us. Old Xiao's languid voice echoed in Yi Fan's ears. When he regained clarity, he found himself amidst a dense forest. Am I in the wolf garden? Yi Fan surveyed his surroundings, uncertain. He mused that the old man would hardly send him elsewhere. Time seemed to be of the essence. Yi Fan estimated he had lingered within that cavern for quite a while. Without further delay, he sprinted southward with fervor. After a considerable time, he finally beheld the north gate of the Imperial City. The north gate of the Imperial City directly connected to the north gate of the Tianwu Academy. Chapter 28. At this moment, before the northern gate, there were no figures gathered. Only two young men stood guard at the location. Halt. The taller youth barked as Yi Fan approached. Excuse me. Yi Fan paused and quickly inquired. Where's everyone else? They haven't all entered, have they? You are a newcomer? The tall youth scrutinized Yi Fan to confirm. Yes. Yi Fan nodded, feeling somewhat anxious. I apologize, gentlemen. I was delayed by some matters. Are you not aware of the rules of the newcomer trial? The tall youth replied with a stern expression. Since you have missed the time, you have forfeited your qualification to enter the Tianwu Academy. You may enter the city through the east or west gates along the city wall. But, Yi Fan frowned, momentarily perplexed. By the rules, it indeed seemed he had missed the deadline. Yi Fan. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from within the northern gate. Yao Jia. Yi Fan looked up, instantly overjoyed. He saw Yi Yao rushing out of the city gate, her hands anxiously patting him all over. Where have you been? I thought something had happened to you. What could have happened to me? Yi Fan felt uncomfortable and quickly stepped aside, unable to suppress a smile. Yao Jia. I didn't realize you cared so much about me. And you can still laugh? Yi Yao punched Yi Fan lightly in the chest, reproaching him. Do you know you've missed the time? You've lost your qualification to enter Tianwu Academy. If you wish to enter, you must wait until next year. I believe that might not be the case. Yi Fan touched his nose, maintaining a calm demeanor. After all, he was someone who had cleared the Jinwu Tower. Would Tianwu Academy so easily dismiss him? Don't be delusional. Yu sighed, attempting to comfort him. Not entering Tianwu Academy isn't necessarily a bad thing. You might even avoid considerable misfortune. I am not being delusional, Yi Fan replied, his gaze drifting toward the northern gate, a smile curling at his lips. Yao Jia. Look who is coming. The academy has its rules. It doesn't matter who comes. Yi Yao said dismissively, yet she turned to gaze into the academy. Upon seeing the approaching figure, her expression reflected no joy. The visitor was none other than Qinli. Let him in. Qinli commanded coldly as he approached the guards. This seems against the rules, doesn't it? The tall youth frowned, feeling troubled. He had not passed the newcomer trial and was not considered part of Tianwu Academy. Thus, he could not enter. His Highness the Third Prince demands this person be admitted to Tianwu Academy. Qinli shot a sidelong glance at the tall youth, warning him in a chilling tone. Originally, his plan had been to eliminate Yi Fan during the newcomer trial. Since he had failed to do so, he would have to devise a long-term strategy. The prerequisite for all this was that Yi Fan must enter Tianwu Academy. Who could have anticipated that Yi Fan would pass the Jinwu Tower so early? Now he had missed the time to return and was only arriving now. Even if this was at the behest of His Highness the Third Prince. It still seemed rather inappropriate, didn't it? Faced with Qinli's warning, the tall youth's expression darkened. He steeled himself and said, without orders from the several deans. Allowing him entry would be considered neglect of duty, and we would face disciplinary action from the academy. Chapter 29. You seek death. Chen Li's gaze turned icy as he glared at the tall youth. Suddenly, he raised his hand, and a terrifying surge of spiritual energy coalesced in his palm. A chilling aura rushed towards the tall youth. Stop. At that moment, a clear and cold voice echoed from a distance. The group turned towards the sound to see Mu Qingqing approaching slowly. The two guards were momentarily taken aback, their minds racing with confusion. What is happening? Yifan's overdue arrival has simultaneously alarmed both Chen Li and Mu Qingqing. By the command of my master. After a few steps, Mu Qingqing halted and informed the two guards. If Yifan returns, he is to enter the first courtyard. The guards exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss. Mu Qingqing's master, Ziyuan, is the head of the first courtyard. The third prince, Duan Tianya, lacks the authority to grant Yifan any privileges. However, as the head of the first courtyard, Ziyuan possesses such power. They could only wonder if Mu Qingqing was relaying false orders. Let him in. Noticing the guard's hesitation, Mu Qingqing produced a token. Yes. The guards replied respectfully upon seeing the token. This token represents Ziyuan's edict. To see the token is to see the head of the courtyard. They dared not speak further. Sister Yao, didn't I tell you? Yifan smiled triumphantly, entirely unfazed. Stop being so cocky. Yi Yao shot a glare at Yifan, not considering this a good thing. Especially with Chen Li's sudden appearance, which made her uneasy. Mu Qingqing stepped forward, offering Yifan a gentle smile before addressing Yi Yao. Yi Yao, please assist Yifan with his enrollment. Are you ordering me? Yi Yao glared at Mu Qingqing, seemingly displeased. We are all inner courtyard students. No one is superior to another. Mu Qingqing smiled subtly, refraining from arguing with Yi Yao, merely nodding at Yifan before turning to leave gracefully. What else with the attitude? Yi Yao watched Mu Qingqing's retreating figure, pouting slightly, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Sister Yao, why are you so worked up? She has done anything to you? Yifan couldn't help but tease. Look at her, so magnanimous. Can we not be so petty? You little brat. Are you siding with her? Yi Yao retorted, raising her hand to bop his head. Yifan. Chen Li's cold voice interrupted their playful banter. The two turned to see Chen Li glaring at them with a frosty demeanor. At Tianwu Academy, we have plenty of time ahead. Chen Li stated coldly before gradually turning away, departing with a casual stride. What is he acting all high and mighty for? Yifan scoffed as he watched Chen Li leave, his expression one of disdain. Forget him. Yi Yao tugged at Yifan's arm, cheerily declaring, come on. I'll give you a proper tour of Tianwu Academy. Tianwu Academy is divided into inner and outer courtyards. Students from the outer courtyard are prohibited from stepping foot in the inner courtyard. The outer courtyard occupies a vast 6/10 of the academy. Yi Yao led Yifan around, broadly introducing the important locations of the outer courtyard, before bringing him to a residential area. The first thing that caught the eye was a towering stone tablet inscribed with the words First Courtyard. Behind this tablet lay a variety of residences, some lavish, others rather modest. This is the residential area of the first courtyard. Yi Yao pointed at the tablet, explaining, this stone tablet is the courtyard's monument. Do you see the groove on the lower left? Students of the first courtyard can withdraw 10,000 points from the tablet each month. Chapter 30. Yifan's eyes brightened as he gazed at the lower left corner of the stone tablet. Indeed, there was a recess shaped perfectly to match the Tianwu token. The resources enjoyed by the students of the four major courtyards in the outer academy varied significantly, primarily reflected in the monthly points they could claim. Students of the first courtyard received a monthly allocation of 10,000 points. Those of the second courtyard could claim 7,500. The third courtyard received 5,000, while the fourth was limited to 2,500. Find a place to stay on your own, Yi Yao said, having shown Yifan around for quite some time. Feeling somewhat fatigued and aware of the late hour, she turned to leave, striding away from the spot. Yifan settled into a well-lit courtyard, as was his custom, dragging a lounge chair into the yard to recline comfortably. Over the next few days, he basked in the sunlight during the day while practicing. And under the moonlight at night, he delved into the assassination techniques he had recently acquired in the Jintian realm. After 7 days, he successfully advanced from the 6th to the 7th stage of the spirit martial realm, and he had made some progress in the assassination art. As night fell again, Yifan glanced at the darkening sky and stepped out of the courtyard. The outer academy of Tianwu was still ablaze with lights. The people at Tianwu Academy are truly competitive, Yifan remarked as he walked along the path. Soon, he arrived at the foot of a 7-story tower, its structure glowing with flames, the outer academy's Danfire Tower. Previously, Yi Yao had introduced him to this tower, which was not only a place for exchanging medicinal pills but also an excellent venue for cultivation. Yifan? Yifan paused at the entrance of the tower as a voice called from behind him. Turning around, he saw a lean, dark-skinned youth standing there, seemingly in a daze. It's really you. The youth confirmed Yi Fan's identity and approached him with enthusiasm. I'm Guyu. We met outside the Jinwu Tower that day. Oh, it's you. Yi Fan recalled after the reminder. What a coincidence. Guyu grinned. Brother Yi Fan. Have you come to the Danfire Tower to exchange pills or to cultivate? Just to take a look around. Yi Fan replied casually. This Danfire Tower is extraordinary. Guyu began, clearly familiar with the place. It is said that an extraordinary fire is concealed beneath the tower, which serves as a furnace, nurturing the medicinal pills within, ensuring they maintain their potency just as they are freshly made. The efficacy of the pills is at its peak right after they are produced. Over time, their effectiveness diminishes, with lower quality pills losing potency more quickly. The Danfire Tower ensures that the pills retain their efficacy for an extended period, guaranteeing that each pill is of the highest quality for its grade. Additionally, the power of this extraordinary fire enriches the spiritual energy within the tower, making it ideal for cultivation. Guyu continued enthusiastically. From the second floor onwards, each level has several cultivation rooms, and the higher you go, the better the cultivation effects. Unfortunately, the time allocated for these rooms is limited. Even with points, one cannot stay for long. Yi Fan furrowed his brow in confusion. What do you mean by not being able to stay longer even with points? Because there are limited cultivation rooms. Tianwu Academy does not allow anyone to monopolize these rooms for extended periods, Guyu explained. On the second to fourth floors, each person can only stay for 1 hour per day. From the 5th to the 6th floors, it's half an hour. As for the 7th floor, you may only stay for 15 minutes. However, even a mere 15 minutes in the cultivation room on the 7th floor yields far better results than spending an hour on the 2nd floor. How intriguing. A glimmer of interest sparkled in Yi Fan's eyes as he stepped into the Danfire Tower. Upon entering, he beheld countless jars and bottles neatly arranged on shelves lining the walls of the expansive hall. The hall was devoid of other students, appearing somewhat desolate. Save for an elderly man with a red beard reclining in a chair at the center, eyes closed in repose. Noticing Yi Fan's gaze on the elder, Guyu quickly introduced him. This is Elder Qilian. You must consult him for exchanging pills. Oh, Yi Fan acknowledged, making his way towards Elder Qilian. Select your pills first, then come to me. The elder spoke without opening his eyes, his tone dismissive. The names, uses, and required points for the pills are on the shelves. If you Haven Tea made your selection, don't trouble me. I want all the Gathering Spirit pills within the Danfire Tower. Yi Fan declared boldly, producing the Tianwu gold token. Brother Yi Fan. Don't be rash, Guyu exclaimed, startled, doubting whether he had heard correctly. To demand all the Gathering Spirit pills from the Danfire Tower right off the bat? Such words were practically a provocation to Elder Qilian. Chapter 31. Recklessness. As anticipated, Qilian coldly exclaimed, abruptly opening his eyes and rising to his feet. However, upon seeing the Tianwu golden token in Yi Fan's hand, his expression froze. I am quite serious, Yi Fan said with a smile, exuding an air of calm confidence. Where did you acquire this Tianwu token? Qilian inquired, his gaze fixed on the token before shifting to scrutinize Yi Fan from head to toe. It has always been this token, Yi Fan replied, half in jest. After I passed the Jinwu Tower in the new student trial, the Tianwu token transformed into this. You are the new student who cleared the Jinwu Tower? Qilian regarded Yi Fan, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Indeed, Yi Fan nodded affirmatively. Qilian pondered for a moment, then frowned as he spoke. The Tianwu Academy has its own regulations. The spirit-gathering pills you receive are meant solely for personal use. There are plenty of spirit-gathering pills within the Danfire Tower, and you cannot possibly consume them all alone. Why not consider claiming a portion first? If Yi Fan were to take all the spirit-gathering pills from the Danfire Tower, it would likely lead to a collapse of operations in the coming days. Others would come seeking to exchange for the pills, only to find the tower unable to provide them, resulting in quite the spectacle. Very well then. Yi Fan acknowledged the reasonableness of Qilian's words and decided not to press the issue further. Please provide me with 4 pounds. Brother Yi Fan. Guyu was nearly speechless, exclaiming, are you planning to treat spirit-gathering pills as a staple food? Who exchanges them by the pound? Do you have any idea how many spirit-gathering pills that amounts to? All right, just 4 pounds. Yi Fan insisted, unwavering. Qilian, rather agreeable, readily acquiesced. He turned and took a couple of strides toward a side shelf, sliding a hidden compartment to reveal a drawer brimming with exquisite spirit-gathering pills. With a swift motion, he retrieved 200 pills and returned to Yi Fan, presenting them. This. Guyu's eyes widened in astonishment, simultaneously filled with concern. Most spirit-gathering pills circulating in the market were of 60% efficacy, yet each of these was of full efficacy. Under normal circumstances, one could hardly hope to encounter so many at once. He wondered if Yi Fan had amassed such points to exchange for this considerable quantity. Thank you. Yifan accepted the spirit-gathering pills, storing them in a storage ring, and looked around, murmuring, "How does one ascend to the upper levels of this damn fire tower? Use the stairs over there." Qi Lian indicated a side path before resuming his position on the recliner. "Oh," Yifan acknowledged, making his way over. "Wait." Guyu felt something was amiss, glancing between Yifan and Qi Lian. "Aren't these spirit-gathering pills supposed to require points for exchange?" Yifan took them directly without offering his Tianwu token. It seems Qi Lian did not intend to. "This is utterly absurd." "Not at all." Qi Lian waved dismissively, clearly uninterested in the procedure. "The Tianwu golden token holds infinite points. Whether or not points are deducted makes little difference." At that moment, Yifan had already set his foot on the stairs leading up. Guyu hesitated for a moment before hastily following him. On the second floor of the Dan Fire Tower, a series of training rooms came into view, neatly arranged with doors either ajar or firmly closed. Yifan estimated there were dozens of rooms. "I will go up to take a look," Yifan called to Guyu, continuing his ascent. The higher one went, the more effective the training rooms became. Utilizing a training room also required points, and with an abundance of points, it was only prudent to choose the best. Fine, Guyu replied, opting not to follow Yifan further up. His points were limited, and he could only make do with training on the second floor. Chapter 32. Ascending further becomes quite unaffordable. Yifan continued his ascent, swiftly reaching the sixth floor. Here, the number of cultivation rooms was markedly diminished, with scarcely 10 available, and each door firmly shut. A considerable queue had formed at the entrance, as many awaited their turn to enter the cultivation rooms. Yifan, feeling disinclined to wait, proceeded to the seventh floor. Upon reaching the seventh level of the Danhua Tower, he discovered only 2 cultivation rooms. One door was tightly closed, while the other stood ajar. At that moment, a young man clad in black sat quietly at the threshold. "Are you looking to enter the cultivation room?" Yifan inquired of the black-clad youth. "No entry." The young man shot a sidelong glance at Yifan, responding coldly. "If you're not going in, then please make way." Yifan sighed in relief, having feared he would have to wait. "This cultivation room is reserved by Du Fei," the black-clad youth replied with a hint of impatience. "If you wish to cultivate, you'll have to wait beside it until the occupant of the other room emerges." "Why should I wait for someone else to vacate a room that is empty?" Yifan asked, perplexed. "Are you incapable of understanding human speech?" The youth glared at Yifan. "This room is reserved by Du Fei. Reservations are permitted?" Yifan scratched his head in confusion. "Why wasn't he aware that cultivation rooms in the Danhua Tower could be reserved? If I recall correctly, each person is allowed only a quarter of an hour here daily. It hardly seems logical to wait when I have no time to spare. Others may not. But senior brother Du Fei is an exception," the black-clad youth retorted. "He instructed me to guard this room until he arrives, so you should wait over there." "Who grants him such authority?" Yifan queried, intrigued. "He possesses the Tianwu golden token. Such privileges are his," the youth replied disdainfully. "Du Fei wields greater power than you might imagine. You don't even know who Du Fei is? Are you a newcomer?" The black-clad youth questioned sharply, observing Yifan's bewildered expression. "Yes," Yifan nodded. "Since you are a newcomer, I shall overlook your ignorance," the youth scoffed. "Remember, Du Fei is the foremost practitioner in the Outer Academy's spirit martial realm." "Oh," Yifan chuckled, "the foremost in the spirit martial realm? So he is merely at that level? I had expected a figure of greater significance." There were indeed many practitioners in the Outer Academy who had reached the Xuanwu realm, albeit mainly the lower tiers. They awaited the Outer Academy competition to advance to the Inner Academy. This Du Fei, then, was merely at the spirit martial realm, hardly worthy of such prominence. What an inflated sense of self-importance. With that, Yifan stepped forward, disregarding the black-clad youth, intent on entering the cultivation room. "Scoundrel!" The youth bellowed in rage, rising to strike Yifan with a punch. "How dare you disrespect Du Fei? You must wish to end your life." Yifan swiftly raised his hand, golden spiritual energy surging forth. The blazing sun technique was unleashed, seizing the youth's fist with a firm grip. A sharp crack echoed through the air. The youth shrieked, his face contorting in agony. Yifan flung him aside and entered the cultivation room, embedding the Tianwu golden token into the door, which promptly sealed shut. The spiritual energy in this place was indeed extraordinary. Feeling the surge of spiritual power around him, Yifan's eyes sparkled with intensity. He settled into a lotus position and swiftly consumed a gathering spirit pill, initiating the process of refining its energy to absorb the abundant spiritual power for his cultivation. "Damn it!" The black-clad youth, momentarily ignoring his pain, glared at the now-closed door of the cultivation room, his face turning ashen. He had botched the task assigned to him by Du Fei. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from the staircase. Shortly after, a man with a dark complexion appeared on the 7th floor. What transpired here? The man was Du Fei, and upon seeing both cultivation room doors tightly shut, he cast an irate glare at the black-clad youth. The youth, looking utterly dejected, began to explain, "A newcomer just barged into the cultivation room I reserved for you." Chapter 33. The Freshman? Du Fei cast a glance at the injured hand of the young man in black, a flicker of disdain surfacing in his eyes. A waste. To be injured by a mere freshman. This newcomer possesses considerable strength. The young man in black furrowed his brow, eager to explain. In that fleeting moment of their confrontation, he had discerned Yi Fan's prowess. With his own cultivation at the 6th level of the spiritual martial realm, he was utterly outclassed. Yet, he was still just a freshman. Du Fei coldly reprimanded, his gaze fixed on the door of the training room. "As far as I know, the most formidable among this year's freshmen is undoubtedly Nielin, the newly accepted disciple of Master Mu Jian, right? Did you inform him that I reserved this training room?" "I mentioned it," the young man in black replied quietly. "So, you are disregarding my position?" Du Fei narrowed his eyes, his irritation mounting. "This newcomer does not seem to be Nielin," the young man in black muttered, his voice dropping even lower. Du Fei glared at him. "Are you certain?" "I have met Nielin. I would not mistake him," the young man in black affirmed. "Ha!" Du Fei laughed in fury. If it were Nielin, he would have let it pass. A disciple of Master Mu Jian deserves respect. To his astonishment, aside from Nielin, there are other freshmen so audacious? Clang. At that moment, the door of another training room swung open. A young man in white stepped out, sensing the low atmosphere and refraining from speaking. "Min Hao, lend me a hand." Du Fei beckoned to the young man in white. "Lend a hand?" Min Hao, unwilling to offend Du Fei, replied, "If you, Du Fei, require my assistance, I shall certainly oblige, though I am curious as to what you need. Stand guard here." Du Fei pointed towards the training room where Yu Fan was. Speaking coldly, when the person inside emerges, detain him. "Who is inside?" Min Hao inquired, frowning in curiosity. "An ignorant freshman," Du Fei scoffed. Striding toward the training room Min Hao had just exited, unperturbed by Min Hao's potential refusal. "A freshman?" Min Hao smirked, deciding to remain. A mere freshman. He had confidence in his ability to handle him effortlessly. Why not do Du Fei a favor? 15 minutes passed swiftly. Yi Fan, engrossed in his training, had no intention of leaving. He continuously consumed spirit-gathering pills, aiming to leverage the environment to break through to the 8th level of the spiritual martial realm. Du Fei emerged from the training room, noting that Min Hao and the young man in black were still present, yet Yi Fan was conspicuously absent. His expression darkened instantly. "Min Hao, where is that freshman?" "He has not come out." Min Hao's lips twitched, his expression complex. "Impossible," Du Fei bellowed. "That freshman entered the training room before me. 15 minutes have elapsed. Does he dare to remain inside?" Students in the outer courtyard are expected to adhere to the rules of the Dan Fire Tower's training rooms, relying on their own discipline. They are permitted to train for only a limited time each day, and upon reaching the time limit, they must vacate. Failure to do so results in penalties, ranging from point deductions to being blacklisted. He truly has not emerged. Min Hao shrugged helplessly. This freshman surely must be a fool, unaware of the rules of the Dan Fire Tower's training rooms. That lad is finished. Du Fei, witnessing Min Hao's conviction, relished the misfortune. Thinking he would wait a while longer and see how the freshman would fare then, the three remained, choosing to wait at the entrance. However, as time passed, their patience waned. An hour has passed. Min Hao mumbled, perplexed. Why has Elder Qi Lian come to drag this freshman out? Do not rush. Chapter 34. Du Fei couldn't help but wish that Yu Fan would linger longer. The longer he remained, the harsher the punishment would be. By the time he emerged, it would likely be more than just being placed on the Danhua Tower's blacklist. At this moment, after an hour of cultivation, Yi Fan had refined 200 gathering spirit pills, elevating his cultivation to the 8th level of the spirit martial realm. At this pace, the 7th level of the Xuanwu realm was not far off. Yi Fan mused to himself as he rose to stretch. Refining gathering spirit pills and absorbing external spiritual energy was exhausting. Moreover, it was exceedingly monotonous. He could not engage in any other activities during this time. It was not like cultivating under the sun, where he could enjoy a delightful nap or stroll about. Yi Fan approached the door of the cultivation room, retrieving his Tianwu golden order before opening the door. Clang. Upon hearing the door open, Du Fei and the others instantly perked up. They stood in unison, their gazes fixed upon Yi Fan. "Are you all in line?" "I'm finished. You may enter," Yi Fan said, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under their scrutiny. Unfamiliar with Du Fei, he assumed they were simply waiting. "Get lost." Du Fei snapped. "Do you even know who I am?" "Should I?" Yi Fan replied, momentarily stunned by the reprimand, his expression one of innocence. The young man in black stepped forward with his chest out, proudly introducing, "He is Du Fei." The number one in the spirit martial realm at Tianwu Academy's outer courtyard. What are you boasting about? Yi Fan glanced at the young man in black. And you are just a lackey, so excited over nothing? Besides, being the top in the spirit martial realm at the outer courtyard of Tianwu Academy is hardly something to brag about. Heh, Du Fei, underestimating Yi Fan, merely chuckled. So arrogant? You'll be crying soon enough. I am not one to shed tears easily. Yi Fan, uninterested in their antics, chose to ignore them and descended the stairs. Are you just going to let him go? The young man in black appeared bewildered, looking towards Du Fei. The real show is yet to come. Du Fei replied with a cold smile, beckoning Min Hao and the others. Let us follow him and see how Elder Qi Lian will discipline him. With that, the three pursued Yi Fan, silently tailing him. Upon Yi Fan's arrival at the first floor of the Danhua Tower, he caught the attention of Qi Lian. However, Qi Lian merely cast a sideways glance without uttering a word. Seeing that Qi Lian showed no intention of obstructing Yi Fan, Du Fei furrowed his brow. Just as Yi Fan was about to leave, he called out, "Stop right there." "What? Is there something else?" Yi Fan halted and turned to inquire. Du Fei turned to Qi Lian and said, "Elder Qi Lian, this fellow has been in the cultivation room on the 7th floor for an hour." "I am aware," Qi Lian replied nonchalantly. "You are aware? Then why didn't you stop him?" Du Fei pressed. "He has breached the rules of the Danhua Tower." "Are you instructing me on my duties?" Qi Lian shot a displeased glance at Du Fei. "That is not." Du Fei's expression stiffened, mumbling. "I was merely curious as to why you didn't stop him." "Mind your own business," Qi Lian retorted, lying back with his eyes closed. Yi Fan held the Tianwu Golden Order in his hand, relishing his privileges and access to all the resources of Tianwu Academy. He could remain for an hour or even longer without issue. This. Du Fei's expression froze, as if he had swallowed a fly. He awaited Yi Fan's punishment, only to witness nothing transpire. "Brother Yi Fan, you're still here?" At that moment, Yu descended from the 2nd floor and greeted Yi Fan. "Yi Fan." Du Fei was taken aback, suddenly turning to Yi Fan, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. "You are Yi Fan?" Chapter 35. Have you heard of me? Yi Fan chuckled lightly, a hint of pride gracing his features. It appeared that he had quite the reputation in the outer academy. Du Fei's expression gradually shifted to one of excitement as he suddenly called out to Yi Fan, "Yi Fan, dare you join me on the life and death platform for a duel to the end?" Huh. Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. Was this fellow truly proposing a life and death battle right off the bat? What animosity could possibly warrant such an extreme measure? Surely, it couldn't be over a mere training room. Gu Yu, Min Hao, and the others were equally startled. Even Qi Lian couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Du Fei. "Dare you?" Du Fei pressed on, seeing Yi Fan lost in thought. Was he truly this straightforward? Yi Fan found himself intrigued by Du Fei's motives. Not receiving an answer, Du Fei hastily urged, "You were so arrogant moments ago. Now you are invited to a life and death duel? Will you back down? Why do you wish to kill me?" Yi Fan asked with keen interest. "If you tell me honestly, I might just grant you the opportunity to take my life. Someone has placed a bounty on your head." After a moment of hesitation, Du Fei finally confessed. "Who?" Instantly, Duan Tianya's name flashed through Yi Fan's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. The Du Fei before him did not seem particularly astute. If it were Duan Tianya, he would not employ a fool to carry out the deed. "Chunli," Du Fei stated directly. "He has issued a bounty of 100,000 points through the Killing Alliance for your life." "The Killing Alliance?" Yi Fan raised an eyebrow in confusion. The Killing Alliance was one of the 2 major student alliances in the outer academy. Gu Yu had already sidled up to Yi Fan, whispering, "I've heard that the Killing Alliance is a force cultivated by the 3rd prince outside the Tianwu Academy." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan understood the urgency in Du Fei's demeanor. Was he concerned about being outpaced? Did he think Yi Fan would be easy prey? Was that bounty of 100,000 points so easily attainable? Sighing, Yi Fan reflected, "Chun-Li is quite stingy. Is my life worth merely 100,000 points? Such a meager offer? 100,000 is no small sum." Du Fei insisted impatiently, his eyes fixed on Yi Fan. "I have already disclosed the reason. Why not accompany me to the life and death platform now?" "I refuse," Yi Fan replied decisively. "What?" Du Fei's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted angrily. "Did you not just say that if I revealed the reason, you would grant me the chance to kill you? Did you truly believe me?" Yi Fan retorted. "What benefit do I gain from agreeing to this life and death battle? You can earn points from killing me, but I gain nothing from killing you." "Who says you gain nothing?" Du Fei scoffed. "If you kill me, all the points I possess will be yours. The Academy permits the killing of others on the life and death platform for points. Points are of no concern to me." Yi Fan dismissed with disdain. What he lacked the least at present was points. "It seems you are either indifferent to them or simply afraid," Du Fei remarked, growing increasingly frustrated at Yi Fan's refusal. "I envy your confidence." Yi Fan playfully scrutinized Du Fei. "So, Chun-Li has placed a bounty of 100,000 points on my head, correct? If you possess that sum in your hands right now, I would gladly accompany you to the life and death platform. 100,000? Du Fei's brow furrowed deeply. Chapter 36. 100,000 points is no small sum. Few in the outer courtyard can amass such a fortune at once. None. What a pauper, Yi Fan disdainfully remarked, turning on his heel. Stop. Du Fei, witnessing this, hurriedly called out to Yi Fan. If I manage to gather 100,000 points, will you agree to a life and death battle with me? Gather them first, Yi Fan retorted lightly, not pausing in his stride. Just as he reached the doorway, a young man rushed in, nearly colliding with Yi Fan. Watch where you're going. The young man glared at Yi Fan, then hurried over to Du Fei, saying, Du Fei, the Vice League leader has summoned you to the Misty Forest immediately. The Vice League leader's summons? Du Fei's expression faltered as he frowned and inquired, what is the urgency? We are set to engage in a decisive battle with the Qing League. The young man's gaze was sharp as he spoke in a low voice. Let us go. Without a moment's hesitation, Du Fei strode out, but suddenly halted as he passed Yi Fan, coldly stating, Yi Fan, keep your life intact. By the time I leave the Misty Forest, I should have enough points. Do not let others kill you. With that, he departed the Danfire Tower without a backward glance. The Misty Forest? What kind of place is that? Yi Fan muttered, perplexed, as he recalled that Yi Yao had never mentioned it before. It is an area beyond the jurisdiction of the academy, Guyu explained to Yi Fan. It is said that many spiritual herbs grow there, and numerous outer courtyard students go there to collect them and exchange them for points at the academy. An area beyond the academy's jurisdiction? Yi Fan's eyes flickered, realizing that in such a place, even without a life and death contract, one could kill at will. Indeed, Guyu confirmed, after killing someone, you can seize their Tianwu token and claim their points for yourself. However, to transfer the points, you must bring the Tianwu token to the Tianwu Pavilion at the academy and find an elder there. Take me to see it, Yi Fan expressed his interest. Beckoning Guyu. What do you want to go there for? Guyu asked, puzzled. Haven't you heard? The Killing League is about to engage in a battle with the Qing League. Anyone else entering the Misty Forest will surely be the first to be eliminated by the two major leagues. Are you planning to fish in troubled waters and steal a few Tianwu tokens? The Tianwu Academy boasts two major student leagues, the Killing League and the Qing League. The Killing League is a force cultivated by the third prince, Duan Tianya, while the Qing League is backed by the second prince, Duan Tianshu. These two powers are like oil and water in the outer courtyard, and now, with the impending battle, it is likely to involve half of the outer courtyard. Well, it wouldn't hurt to take a look, would it? Yi Fan shrugged. Fine, I'll take you to see, Guyu conceded with a sigh. But you must only observe from a distance. Do not venture into the Misty Forest. It's not a place for play. Yi Fan remained silent, already formulating a plan in his mind. In recent days, Duan Tianya had troubled him incessantly, sending waves of assassins to eliminate him. Now, Chen-Li had also issued a bounty within the Killing League. Although Du Fei seemed insignificant, Yi Fan did not underestimate him. There were many Xuanwu realm warriors within the Killing League, and a confrontation could pose a considerable challenge. Remaining passive was not a viable option. It was time for him to take the initiative. The two exited the Danfire Tower and ventured deeper into the Tianwu Academy. Soon, an ancient palace came into view. Surrounded by a throng of people, an oppressive atmosphere hanging in the air. Inside the palace, several inner courtyard students were carrying out bodies, clad in black or white masks, obscuring the faces of the deceased, with blood dripping from the stretchers, creating a rhythmic sound. Guyu gulped nervously, tugging at Yi Fan's sleeve and whispering, that is the transmission hall. Inside, there is an array leading to the Misty Forest. Chapter 37. In just a brief hour, over 20 corpses were brought out. This time, the Killing Alliance was truly at odds with the Azure Alliance. Following this battle, it was likely that only the Student Alliance would remain in the outer court. The atmosphere at the palace entrance was heavy, with individuals whispering to one another. At that moment, a group of people wearing black masks approached with an intimidating presence. Upon seeing them, the crowd parted, their eyes filled with awe and trepidation. Brother Yi Fan, look, the person is Du Fei. Guyu pointed towards one of the figures and spoke softly to Yi Fan. Yi Fan followed Guyu's finger and cast a glance, although Du Fei wore a mask. He was easily recognizable, having not changed his attire. As Du Fei and his group entered the teleportation hall, his gaze fell upon the several corpses being carried out. Was the Killing Alliance still able to transport bodies amidst their fierce battle with the Azure Alliance? The corpses are automatically transported, Guyu explained. Those who perish in the Misty Forest will have their bodies sent to the teleportation hall after a brief moment. Then, the inner court disciples responsible for guarding the teleportation hall will carry them out. I see, Yi Fan pondered, inquiring further about the circumstances within the Misty Forest. Do you have any understanding of what it is like in there? I have never been inside, But I have heard some tales, Yu replied. Through the teleportation array within the hall, one is sent to Misty Valley. That is the only safe zone within the Misty Forest, where all powers are sealed, and no fighting is allowed. Beyond the valley lies the forest, but its expanse remains unknown. All right. Yifan decided to wait a while longer before venturing into the Misty Forest. Otherwise, encountering Du Fei's group in Misty Valley could prove troublesome. Meanwhile, several more corpses were transported out, indicating that the battles within had reached a fever pitch. Half an hour later, Yifan stepped forward. Brother Yifan, are you truly going? Guyu exclaimed, hastily grabbing Yifan's arm. Yifan did not respond, but gently patted Guyu's shoulder before taking 2 steps forward and entering the teleportation hall. Who is this person? Entering the Misty Forest without a mask? Doesn't he seem to belong to either the Killing Alliance or the Azure Alliance? Some onlookers remarked. He must be trying to take advantage of the chaos between the 2 alliances. It's sheer folly. With the Killing Alliance and Azure Alliance in a frenzy, entering now is tantamount to courting death. Many at the palace entrance noticed Yifan and exhibited expressions of mockery and pity. Upon entering the teleportation hall, Yifan immediately spotted the teleportation array in the center. A few inner court disciples were busy with their tasks and turned to look at him. What do you want? One of the inner court disciples stopped Yifan, noticing he was not wearing a mask. What else could I want? I'm here to enter the Misty Forest. Yifan replied, a faint smile on his lips and a nonchalant tone. Enter the Misty Forest? The inner court disciple scrutinized Yifan and cautioned. The Azure Alliance and Killing Alliance are engaged in a fierce battle inside. Are you certain you wish to enter at this moment? I'm certain. Yifan responded calmly, nodding his head. The inner court disciples exchanged glances, surprise flickering in their eyes. Initially, they believed Yifan was unaware of the situation in the Misty Forest. Entering now could easily result in being targeted by either the Azure or Killing Alliance. The inner court disciple reiterated, you appear to be a newcomer. Given your strength, you likely won't survive more than half an hour. I will ask you one last time. Are you sure you want to enter? Absolutely. Yifan affirmed again, feeling somewhat irritated. Chapter 38. Recognizing the good intentions of others, no retort offered. That's all I have to say. It's up to you. The inner courtyard disciple shook his head and stepped aside. The others sneered, deeming him a fool. Yifan stepped forward and entered the teleportation array. The divine runes beneath his feet glowed, and his figure vanished in an instant. In the next moment, Yifan materialized in the Misty Valley. The mist within the valley was sparse, allowing for decent visibility. At this moment, the surroundings were deserted, amplifying the silence. Yifan did not linger. Hastily exiting the Misty Valley, he then employed the art of divine concealment, shrouding his presence. Cautiously, he navigated through the Misty Forest. After a while, he vaguely heard the sounds of battle nearby. Yet, as he approached the source, the clamor abruptly ceased. Immediately after, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed towards him. Yifan's heart sank, and he swiftly climbed an ancient tree. Holding his breath and focusing intently, he observed quietly. Damn! Bai Bin has just entered the 3rd stage of the Xuanwu realm. How could he possess such combat prowess? He is suffocating me. Leader, this cannot continue. The Killing Alliance aims to annihilate us completely. We must return to the base. We need to regroup with the others and deliberate further. Moments later, 3 injured figures hurriedly passed beneath the tree, their expressions frantic, clearly having just endured a fierce battle. The person was the leader of the Qing Alliance. So weak? Yifan mused as he watched the 3 vanish into the mist. The young man in green he encountered earlier was undoubtedly Meng Qing, the leader of the Qing Alliance. His cultivation level matched that of Bai Bin, both being in the 3rd stage of the Xuanwu realm. However, judging by Meng Qing's earlier remarks, he had evidently been defeated by Bai Bin, and this Bai Bin is merely the deputy leader of the Killing Alliance. During this decisive battle between the 2 alliances, the leader of the Killing Alliance had refrained from participating. Not long after Meng Qing and his companions left, 5 figures, exuding a murderous aura, pursued them. Bai Bin, at the forefront, cursed vehemently, damn it, how did Meng Qing escape? We missed a golden opportunity. Deputy leader, should we continue the pursuit? Inquired the young man in black beside Bai Bin, his tone grave. Pursue? Where to? We can't even see a shadow, Bai Bin retorted, stopping in his tracks and angrily sitting beneath a tree. He had initially planned to eliminate the Qing Alliance within an hour, then figure out a way to deal with Yifan afterward. Now, it seemed he would have to delay further. The young man in black, puzzled, asked, Deputy leader, who exactly is Yifan? Why is he worth 100,000 points to Chenli? Previously, he was merely a waste of a young master from the Yi family. Bai Bin replied dismissively. However, he appears to have recently risen to prominence, having cleared the true martial tower during the freshman trials. Perhaps he stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity. Cleared the true martial tower? The young man in black was somewhat taken aback and pressed further. What did this fellow do to offend Chunli? Do you think he merely offended Chunli? A glint of malice flickered in Bai Bin's eyes. The true offense he committed was against His Highness the Third Prince. Haven't you heard the recent rumors circulating in the Imperial City? He killed the illegitimate son of the Third Prince while outside. What? There's this too? The young man in black was utterly shocked. Daring to offend His Highness the Third Prince. This fellow truly seems to be courting death. Concealed within the tree, Yi Fan silently drew forth his hidden edge sword, a smile of amusement gracing his lips. They still think they can kill me after they escape? Only their corpses will be leaving this place. With that thought, he quietly struck. Within the mist, his figure flashed like a specter. The hidden edge sword glimmered coldly, its blade akin to a venomous serpent, silently closing in on its target. Chapter 39 Who? Bai Bin's ears twitched, and he suddenly rose, his gaze sweeping the surroundings like that of a hawk. Simultaneously, the few individuals beside him quickly stood up, vigilantly surveying their environment, weapons firmly grasped, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Yet one person remained seated, head bowed, seemingly oblivious to everything around. Get up, there are ambushes. Bai Bin called out sharply to the seated individual. However, the person showed no sign of reaction. The young man in black sensed something amiss and stepped closer, gently pushing the seated figure. The person tilted and fell, producing a dull thud. Dead. The young man's pupils constricted as he looked down at the individual's throat, where a fine line of blood slowly appeared, followed by a torrent of crimson staining the ground. Was it the Qimeng? A cold glint flashed in Bai Bin's eyes, fury surging within him. How could the Qimeng possess such skilled assassins? To kill so effortlessly beneath my very nose, with a single stroke to the throat. Whoosh. As he finished speaking, shadows flickered again within the mist. Bang. Another person fell silently, a similar crimson line appearing at their throat, blood seeping out and staining their collar. The remaining three instantly tensed, standing back to back, their breaths quickening. Come out. Bai Bin shouted coldly, scanning the area. What is hiding in the shadows? If you have the ability, come forth and fight me. His furious words echoed through the space, met only by an oppressive silence. What should we do? The young man in black's voice trembled, cold sweat trickling down his back. The two who had just perished were both at the 9th level of the spirit martial realm. While not the pinnacle of power, their ability to achieve a lethal strike without detection was truly chilling. This person is well versed in the art of assassination. Bai Bin spoke in a low tone, quickly assessing the situation. In the misty forest, such an opponent is exceedingly troublesome. If they do not reveal themselves, we must flee. Flee. The young man in black swallowed hard. Yes, Bai Bin replied coldly. If we disperse, he can pursue at most one of us. We will settle the score with the Qimeng later. With that, he vanished into the mist, charging ahead. The young man in black exchanged a glance with another before swiftly scattering, their forms quickly disappearing into the fog. Quick to react, Yi Fan, concealed in the shadows, chuckled inwardly, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He then glided through the mist like a specter, locking onto the weakest of the three, a first-level Xuanwu realm warrior. Whoosh! The concealed blade struck out like a venomous serpent, precisely slicing across the throat of that individual. The third one has perished. Yi Fan appeared beside the corpse, gazing down at his handiwork with a satisfied smile. This art of assassination is truly remarkable. Killing is exceedingly simple. Though his own cultivation was only at the 8th level of the spirit martial realm, his assassination skills enabled him to effortlessly slay a first-level Xuanwu realm warrior, all without a sound or trace. Such prowess is enough to instill fear in any adversary. The Tianwu order? Yi Fan noticed the Tianwu order beside the corpse and picked it up. This item appears to hold little value for me. I shall bestow it upon someone fortunate. With that, he carelessly tossed the Tianwu order aside and shifted his attention to the opponent's storage ring. After collecting the rings of the three individuals, he swiftly departed the scene, making his way toward the source of the earlier sounds of combat. Chapter 40 Soon. They arrived at the site where the Qing Alliance and the Killing Alliance had previously clashed, where two corpses of Qing Alliance warriors lay on the ground. The heavenly martial orders and spatial rings had been stripped from their bodies, evidently looted by Bai Bin and his companions. Since the Killing Alliance mistook me for a member of the Qing Alliance, I shall simply masquerade as one of them. A glint of cunning flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he decisively removed the white mask from one of the fallen and donned it himself. The hunting journey in the misty forest was now truly beginning. In the following 2 short hours, Yi Fan encountered several groups of people, both from the Qing Alliance and the Killing Alliance. However, he only took action against the members of the Killing Alliance. Each strike was precise and untraceable. Though not every engagement resulted in total annihilation of his foes, collectively, he had claimed the lives of 15 under the blade of his concealed sword. Meanwhile, At a temporary base of the Killing Alliance within the Misty Forest, Bai Bin sat at the center of a gathering, his gaze chillingly fierce. Damn it! How many are still unaccounted for? Over a dozen have yet to return, murmured a member of the Killing Alliance, unease evident in his voice. It seems they may not come back. Bai Bin surveyed those present, gritting his teeth in frustration. I never anticipated that the Qing Alliance had a cunning assassin among them, causing us such unnecessary losses. Vice Alliance leader. Someone ventured hesitantly, could it be that the Qing Alliance has summoned a master from the inner court? Otherwise, how could so many be silently assassinated? Indeed, Vice Alliance leader. Another echoed. Among the slain were several Xuanwu realm warriors, all dispatched with a single strike to the throat. Only a practitioner of the third tier of the Xuanwu realm could achieve such efficiency. Apart from Ming Qing, where could the Qing Alliance find such expertise? It cannot be inner court students, Bai Bin replied, shaking his head, perplexed by this conundrum. The guards of the transmission hall would not permit inner court members to enter. Perhaps we should seek peace with the Qing Alliance? A timid suggestion arose from one who feared Yi Fan's wrath. What did you say? Bai Bin suddenly stood, glaring fiercely at the speaker. His Highness the Third Prince has commanded the annihilation of the Qing Alliance. And you propose we seek peace with him? But the individual lowered his head, unwilling to speak further. Vice Alliance leader, another voiced with concern, with that person from the Qing Alliance present. We cannot afford to split into smaller teams any longer. What shall we do next? Then we shall march together to the Qing Alliance's base, Bai Bin declared, fury igniting in his eyes. Our numbers still hold the advantage. Let us strike decisively and eradicate the Qing Alliance. After recent skirmishes, the disparity between the two factions had widened. Presently, within the Misty Forest, only around 50 members of the Qing Alliance remained, while the Killing Alliance boasted over 80. Initially, smaller teams could mitigate casualties to some extent, but the current situation no longer permitted such tactics. A full frontal assault was their only option, a fight to the death. Hidden in the shadows, Yi Fan observed everything unfold. He had stealthily followed a member of the Killing Alliance to this location half an hour prior. He refrained from intervening, fearing it might alert them. To assault the Qing Alliance's base? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, formulating a plan. With so many members of the Killing Alliance gathered, including several Xuanwu realm warriors, the hunt would be perilous and easily compromised. However, seizing the opportunity amid the chaos of their conflict with the Qing Alliance would undoubtedly simplify matters considerably. Chapter 41 Within the Qingming Base. The members of the Qingming gathered together. Leader, what if we surrender? A member suggested timidly from the corner. After prolonged battles, the morale of the Qingming had plummeted. Many had already begun to entertain thoughts of cowardice. Surrender? Meng Qing murmured, a flicker of struggle crossing his eyes. Do you understand what surrender entails? It signifies disbandment. The one who proposed surrender stammered, fearful of inciting Meng Qing's ire. Overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, Meng Qing nodded and sighed. Indeed, it means disbandment. After disbandment, we shall become the laughingstock of the outer court, and the Killing Alliance will continue to oppress us. At that moment, a figure rushed through the mist and approached Meng Qing, breathless and anxious, reporting, Bai Bin has brought the men from the Killing Alliance. Leader. The members of the Qingming grew anxious, their gazes fixed upon Meng Qing. Let us surrender. Without further hesitation, Meng Qing sighed with resignation, declaring, once we leave the Misty Forest, the Qingming will disband. We shall each strive to cultivate diligently, aiming to enter the inner court swiftly to avoid the oppression of the Killing Alliance. With that, he rose and walked toward the direction from which the Killing Alliance was approaching. The hearts of the Qingming members sank as they stood up one by one to follow Meng Qing. When the two factions met, they stood in opposition, poised for confrontation. Just as Meng Qing was about to propose surrender, Bai Bin erupted with indignation. The Qingming truly has remarkable patience. It has come to this. And only now do you send that person. What? Meng Qing was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp Bai Bin's meaning. Are you still playing dumb? Bai Bin retorted. That individual, proficient in assassination techniques, has killed dozens from my alliance in mere hours. Assassination techniques? Meng Qing was bewildered, astonished by Bai Bin's words. An expert in assassination who can slay dozens from the Killing Alliance? If the Qingming possess such a figure, why consider surrendering? Yet, as their leader, I am completely unaware of this person. Having suffered at the hands of Yi Fan, Bai Bin, noticing Meng Qing's expression, was further incensed. Don't tell me this person isn't from the Qingming. At this moment, would anyone else dare enter the Misty Forest? With a swish, Yi Fan, who had been following closely, made his move. Bang! The concealed blade sliced through the air, and a member of the Killing Alliance fell without warning. He has come, cried one of the fallen man's companions, triggering a wave of panic among the crowd. Fool! Bai Bin glared at Meng Qing. And you still claim these are not your people? Attack! Eliminate this rabble from the Qingming. Boom, boom, boom. At Bai Bin's command, The members of the Killing Alliance acted decisively. The Qiming, initially considering surrender, found themselves caught off guard. Faced with the onslaught from the Killing Alliance, they were compelled to fight back. The sounds of battle erupted, and blood stained the earth. Swish, swish, swish. Amidst the chaos, the concealed blade flickered with cold light in the mist. With each flash, another member of the Killing Alliance fell. In just a few breaths, 5 martial artists from the Killing Alliance had perished, each slain with a single thrust to the throat. There truly is someone skilled in assassination. Ming Qing fought amidst the throng, catching sight of Yi Fan. Upon seeing the mask on Yi Fan's face, his heart leaped with joy. He was certain that the Qiming had no one like Yi Fan. Yet now, with Yi Fan donned in a white mask, he was targeting members of the Killing Alliance. The implication was clear. An assassin targeting the Killing Alliance is an enemy of my enemy. Thus, they may become an ally. Everyone, we are not yet defeated. Fight. Chapter 42. Ming Qing was on the verge of surrendering when suddenly a glimmer of hope appeared. Though the members of the Qing Alliance had failed to capture Yi Fan's whereabouts, they sensed that someone in the shadows was assisting the Qing Alliance in combating the Killing Alliance. Upon receiving Ming Qing's orders, their spirits were immediately uplifted. Boom, boom, boom. As the strongest member of the Qing Alliance, it was only natural for Ming Qing to confront Bai Bin. Previously, during their encounters, he had found himself at a disadvantage. However, with the looming threat of Yi Fan, Bai Bin was unable to concentrate fully. It was undoubtedly the perfect opportunity to eliminate Bai Bin. Once Bai Bin was slain, it would be tantamount to winning the battle. Now was the time. Yi Fan was also awaiting his moment, his murderous intent already fixated on Bai Bin. Taking advantage of Bai Bin's engagement with Ming Qing, he subtly moved the hidden blade in his hand, which glimmered coldly as he thrust it towards Bai Bin's back. Before the blade reached its target, the chilling aura penetrated to the very marrow of his bones. Out of instinct, Bai Bin, a third-tier Xuanwu realm warrior, sensed the imminent threat just as the blade was about to pierce his flesh. He instinctively sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Puff. The hidden blade plunged into Bai Bin's right shoulder, blood gushing forth. In retaliation, he struck back with a palm, sending Yi Fan tumbling away. Bai Bin staggered back several steps, his face paling instantly. It's you. Bai Bin roared, his gaze locking onto Yi Fan with the intensity of a hawk. He had been on guard against Yi Fan, anticipating an attack. In that moment, he had finally succeeded in forcing Yi Fan to reveal himself, albeit at the cost of his own injury. Is it you? A member of the Killing Alliance recognized Yi Fan, feeling an unsettling familiarity. After confirming, he exclaimed in disbelief. Du Fei, do you know this person? Bai Bin demanded, turning to Du Fei. He urgently sought to uncover Yi Fan's identity, otherwise he would be unable to seek vengeance once they exited. At this moment, Yi Fan also turned his gaze towards Du Fei. Before Du Fei could respond, the hidden blade lunged forward, seeking death. Du Fei, undaunted, charged forward, taunting, aren't you skilled in assassination? You stand no chance against me in a direct confrontation. Whoosh. The hidden blade sliced through the air, and a spray of blood erupted. In a single exchange, Du Fei collapsed, a crimson line appearing at his throat. Just like the previous victims, he had been silenced with a single strike. Fool. Yi Fan looked disdainfully at the fallen Du Fei, his expression replete with contempt. To kill you requires no assassination skills. A single move is sufficient. What an idiot. Bai Bin seethed, cursing Yi Fan. Du Fei had clearly had the opportunity to reveal Yi Fan's identity, but had squandered it with meaningless words before meeting his demise. Seeing Bai Bin injured, Ming Qing surged forward once more. Enduring the pain, Bai Bin turned to parry Ming Qing's onslaught and shouted to the nearest members, "You lot, eliminate this person first." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. No sooner had he spoken than 3 figures lunged at Yi Fan, each possessing first-tier Xuanwu realm cultivation. Their fierce attacks forced Yi Fan to retreat repeatedly. Damn it, this guy is merely at the 8th tier of the Lingwu realm. How could he have killed so many? I will tear this brat to pieces. The 3 warriors, realizing Yi Fan's cultivation level, were filled with rage and humiliation. Chapter 43. After a few exchanges, Yi Fan's figure flickered and, taking advantage of the cover of the mist, he vanished once more. It was now deep into the night, and the area was shrouded in an eerie fog, creating the perfect environment for assassination. Panic surged among the 3 as they realized Yi Fan was no longer visible. The clash between the Qing League and the Killing League raged on with unrelenting ferocity, the sounds of clashing blades and cries of battle echoing through the night. Hidden in the shadows, Yi Fan observed the battlefield with a calm demeanor, refraining from making any hasty moves. He understood that assassination relied on both efficiency and safety. The recent encounter had made him acutely aware that targeting a 3rd-tier warrior of the Xuanwu realm was somewhat challenging, particularly when the opponent was on guard. Hence, he decisively shifted his focus to other targets. Armed with his newfound wisdom, Yi Fan seized opportunities to strike, allowing for longer intervals between each attack. One by one, the warriors of the Killing League fell, their numbers dwindling from over 80 to less than 30, half of whom perished at Yi Fan's hands, while the remainder succumbed to the Qing League's onslaught. The Qing League's warriors also suffered considerable losses in the fray. The morale of the Killing League began to crumble, with many fleeing in a state of panic. "Damn it!" Bai Bin roared, his eyes blazing with anger and frustration, acutely aware that he could no longer control the situation. As the moment of opportunity presented itself, Yi Fan once again aimed for Bai Bin. Injured and already under pressure from Meng Qing, Bai Bin remained vigilant, yet found himself unable to mount an effective defense against the impending assassination. The concealed blade pierced his heart, causing his pupils to constrict. "Who exactly are you?" Bai Bin stared at Yi Fan, who was now mere inches away, slowly extending his hand to remove Yi Fan's mask. His arm faltered halfway, ultimately falling limp. As Yi Fan withdrew his sword, Bai Bin's body collapsed to the ground. "Thank you for your assistance." Meng Qing sighed in relief upon witnessing Bai Bin's demise. He gazed at Yi Fan's retreating figure and inquired, "Might I ask your esteemed name?" The outcome of the battle had become clear. The Qing League had achieved a Pyrrhic victory. The few surviving members of the Killing League fled the scene, while the Qing League, driven by vengeance, pursued them relentlessly. In response to Meng Qing's question, Yi Fan turned to meet his gaze. A single glance sufficed. He uttered not a word before vanishing once more into the mist. Having left the misty forest, Yi Fan's next destination was the Misty Valley. The remnants of the Killing League fell one by one under the relentless pursuit of the Qing League. At this moment, Yi Fan had embarked on his journey back. Inside the transmission hall, bodies were being sent out in succession. What transpired? How did the Killing League suffer such heavy losses? Has the Qing League suddenly become this formidable, able to reverse their fortunes? Several inter-academy disciples stared in astonishment at the stream of corpses arriving through the transmission. "Look. Many of these individuals were slain with a single strike to the throat. Is this one Bai Bin? He is dead as well." The hall erupted in chaos as the disciples transported the bodies outside. Not long after, Meng Qing emerged from the misty forest, accompanied by a handful of remaining Qing League members. Meng Qing, an inter-academy disciple, stepped forward to inquire, "What happened in the misty forest? Did you annihilate the entire Killing League?" Indeed, Meng Qing nodded, neither boasting nor exaggerating their achievements. It was only with the assistance of a mysterious individual skilled in the art of assassination that the Qing League managed to eradicate the Killing League completely. Chapter 44. The enigmatic master of assassination. The inner court students were perplexed. "Isn't this person one of your Qing Alliance members?" During the conflict between the two alliances, no outsiders entered the misty forest, right? No. Wait, there was one. Are you referring to that new student? Yes, that new student. It seems I haven't seen his body being teleported out. He is still alive. The members of the Qing Alliance, all bearing injuries, departed first. After a while, the teleportation hall shimmered with mystical patterns. Yi Fan emerged from the Misty Valley, transported back to the hall. The gazes of the inner court students immediately converged upon him, filled with astonishment and skepticism. "Why is everyone staring at me?" Yi Fan felt uneasy under their scrutiny. "Are you the mysterious figure?" One inner court student boldly inquired. "What mysterious figure?" Yi Fan shrugged, already suspecting the nature of their curiosity. "The master of assassination." When Yi Fan feigned ignorance, the student revealed, "What do you think?" Yi Fan realized he could no longer conceal the truth. There was no alternative. The path out of the misty forest was singular, and he could not evade those who guarded it. "It truly is you." The inner court students regarded him with incredulity, seizing the moment of their astonishment. Yi Fan fled the teleportation hall, feeling fatigued and seeking respite in his quarters. Overnight, the incident rapidly spread throughout the Tianwu Academy. On the following day, as dawn broke, a throng gathered outside Yi Fan's residence. Early in the morning, Yi Yao arrived, her expression fraught with worry, awaiting Yi Fan's emergence. She simply could not comprehend how someone could create such a monumental debacle. The cacophony roused Yi Fan from his slumber, irritation flaring within him as he exited his abode. "Ah, at last, this fellow has emerged. Did he truly annihilate the Killing Alliance? It doesn't seem likely. I heard he practiced assassination techniques, otherwise. How could he be so formidable?" The crowd murmured as they pointed at Yi Fan. "Yi Fan." Yi Yao rushed forward, closing the distance in swift strides, and landed a punch on his chest. "What were you doing in there?" "Ouch." Yi Fan clutched his chest, muttering, "Sister Yao, what else could I do?" "It was early morning. Of course I was sleeping." "How could you possibly sleep?" Yi Yao exclaimed in frustration, stamping her foot. "Last night, did you enter the misty forest? Did you assist the Qing Alliance in obliterating the entire Killing Alliance? You know about it already?" Yi Fan chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. The speed at which news spread exceeded his expectations. You can still laugh? Yu scolded. The leader of the Killing Alliance, Dugupa, is in seclusion these days. When he emerges and learns of your actions, he will stop at nothing to hunt you down. Dugupa had refrained from participating in the battle between the Killing and Qing alliances, coincidentally focusing on his breakthrough to the 5th level of the Xuanwu realm. His strength surpassed that of many inner-court students. Sister Yao, you seem unaware, Yi Fan remarked with a smile. Chun Li has issued a bounty from the Killing Alliance, offering a reward of 100,000 points for my life. Even if I hadn't aided in their destruction, the Killing Alliance would relentlessly pursue me. Now that they have been eradicated, it actually alleviates a significant burden. Is that so? Yi Yao was momentarily stunned, her expression shifting to one of complexity. Sigh. You should never have come to Tianwu Academy. At that moment, a cold voice rang out from the back of the crowd. The onlookers parted to allow a young man to stride forward. He raised his hand and tossed a letter into Yi Fan's grasp. What is this? Yi Fan questioned, puzzled by the stranger's identity. A challenge. The young man replied gravely. Dagupa invites you to a life-or-death duel on the death platform in 7 days. Should you choose not to attend, the consequences will be yours to bear. Chapter 45. Consequences to bear? Yi Fan scoffed disdainfully. Just because he challenged me, must I accept? Does Dagupa have such a grandiose sense of self? I shall not respond to this battle. Instead, I am curious to see what consequences may arise. The Tianwu Academy has its own rules. Killing is not permitted. If conflicts arise among students that cannot be resolved, they may proceed to the life and death platform, or alternatively, venture into the misty forest, a lawless region. However, to kill outside of these designated areas would certainly incur severe penalties from the academy. Look at this challenge letter. The young man let out a cold laugh, pointing at the challenge letter in Yi Fan's hand. Yi Fan, intrigued, opened the letter, only to furrow his brow. What is it? Yi Yao swiftly snatched the letter from his grasp, and her expression darkened upon reading it. At the end of the challenge letter, several names were conspicuously listed. Yi Quan, Yi Shu, Yi Tong. They are all members of the Yi family within Tianwu Academy. The meaning behind Du Gupo's intent could not be clearer. Should I refuse the challenge, these individuals would become his targets. Students at Tianwu Academy require points, which are essential for their sustenance. Besides a monthly allocation, students must earn their own points by accepting tasks released by the academy and executing them outside its confines. Yi Fan, however, does not lack points. He has no need to undertake these tasks and will have limited opportunities to leave the academy. Conversely, the other members of the Yi family require points. Accepting tasks and departing the academy could expose them to Du Gupo's malice, while not accepting them would hinder their cultivation due to a lack of points. Has Du Gupo emerged from seclusion? Yi Fan suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as he regarded the young man. From the contents of the challenge letter, it was evident that Du Gupo harbored a strong desire to kill him. Yet, if he was so eager to do so, why set the time frame for 7 days hence? He has not yet emerged. The young man's lips curled into a sardonic smile. Yet you need not worry. He will indeed emerge in 7 days. If he has not emerged, then how could you have delivered the challenge letter? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of amusement glinting in his eyes. This challenge letter, was it truly sent by Du Gupo, or was there another orchestrating this? Does it matter? The young man retorted with a cold laugh. You simply need to understand that in 7 days, you must appear at the life and death platform. Should you fail to do so, bear the consequences of your inaction. With that, he turned and strode away with an air of arrogance. I knew the alliance of assassins would not let this matter rest so easily. Once Du Gupo emerges in 7 days, he is likely to have ascended to the 5th stage of the Xuanwu realm. Yi Fan, now marked by Du Gupo, likely has little time left. As soon as the young man departed, the crowd surrounding them began to stir. What are you all still doing here? At that moment, Yi Yao's brow furrowed, her voice suddenly booming. She cast a fierce glare at the crowd, her face a canvas of discontent. Instantly, silence fell as the people were seemingly cowed by her presence. Within moments, they dispersed, leaving only Yi Yao and Yi Fan standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Yi Yao then turned to Yi Fan, her expression filled with concern. Yi Fan, how do you plan to respond to Du Gupo's challenge to a life and death duel? I have no plans. Yi Fan's demeanor was casual as he stepped outside, turning to Yi Yao after a few strides. By the way, Sister Yao, in the time to come, advise Yi Quan and the others to remain within Tianwu Academy. At this moment, he felt a sense of anticipation for the grand gift promised by Elder Xiao. It was said that this gift could ensure his safety within Tianwu Academy. However, to obtain this gift, he must first secure victory in the upcoming Outer Academy competition. The date of this competition is still half a month away. Chapter 46. Yi Fan departed from the residential area of the First Academy, making his way directly to the Danhua Tower. Within its confines, He procured several spirit-gathering pills before returning to his abode. In the following days, he basked in the sun during the day, indulging in brief moments of meditation and cultivation, while at night he immersed himself in the training chambers of the Danhua Tower. After a continuous span of 7 days, he consumed a considerable quantity of spirit-gathering pills. His frequent visits to the tower fostered a growing camaraderie with Elder Qilian. One evening, as Yi Fan arrived at the Danhua Tower once more, Elder Qilian, noticing him, inquired with curiosity, "Today marks the day of your life-and-death duel with Dagupa. Does it not? You still have time to visit this old man. Have you already concluded your battle?" "I did not attend," Yi Fan replied casually. "Did not attend?" Elder Qilian's eyes glimmered momentarily before he chuckled. It is indeed commendable to remain composed and make sound judgments in the face of a life-and-death challenge, especially when the lives of your kin are at stake. Is that so? Yi Fan's demeanor shifted, displeased by Elder Qilian's implication that he might not measure up to Dagupa. Elder Qilian stroked his beard and replied with a smile. "If you believe yourself to be his equal, why not accept his life-and-death challenge? My refusal stems from a desire not to indulge him." Yi Fan retorted with a dismissive expression. "If I acquiesce today and eliminate Dagupa, another will emerge tomorrow. Should I accept every life-and-death challenge simply because someone threatens my kin?" "You present a valid point," Elder Qilian acknowledged, raising an eyebrow. "Indeed. The Academy must establish new regulations regarding such matters, otherwise it may descend into chaos." Yi Fan ascended the staircase to the 7th level of the Danhua Tower. Entering the cultivation chamber, after several days of training, he sensed that he had reached a bottleneck. His purpose for visiting the tower that night was to break through to the 9th tier of the spirit martial realm. After several hours of focused cultivation, he ultimately succeeded in his endeavor. Just as dawn approached, "Yi Fan, are you there?" A voice filled with urgency echoed from outside the training room. "Do you?" Yi Fan recognized the voice and stepped out of the room. Upon opening the door, he was taken aback to find Gyu standing there, battered and bruised. "What happened to your face?" Yi Fan asked, bewildered. "I got beaten," Gyu replied awkwardly, scratching his head. He opened and closed his mouth several times, hesitating to elaborate. Yi Fan, unable to suppress a chuckle, encouraged him. "If you have something to say, just say it. There is no one else here. Are you afraid someone will silence you?" "It's about Yi Quan. He is in trouble," Gyu finally murmured after much hesitation. "Ah?" Yi Fan's expression shifted as he furrowed his brow, the smile fading from his face. "Didn't I instruct them to remain within the confines of the Tianwu Academy? Why are they so disobedient?" "He hasn't left the Tianwu Academy," Gyu clarified quickly, sensing Yi Fan's misunderstanding. "Yi Quan was attacked within the academy grounds." "Really?" Yi Fan was momentarily stunned. "They dare to harm others within the academy?" Gyu mumbled softly. "The rules of Tianwu Academy only concern murder, not injury." "Who sent you to relay this message?" Yi Fan pondered, growing increasingly curious. As far as he knew, Gyu was not particularly close to Yi Quan. Why was he the one delivering such news? "Well," Gyu hesitated, appearing quite troubled. "Dagupa, was it?" Yi Fan discerned the situation and, seeing Gyu's distressed expression, refrained from further questioning. "Where is he now? Take me to him, and let us see what has transpired." Chapter 47 At this moment, in a square of the Tianwu Academy, Yi Quan lay on the ground, his blue robe now soiled with dust and footprints. He was a pitiable sight, his face etched with resentment and unwillingness as he gritted his teeth, attempting to rise from the ground, yet every movement was fraught with difficulty. Not far from him stood 3 figures, 2 men and a woman. "Yi Quan, weren't you rather arrogant before? Why the silence now? Do you understand why you're being beaten?" Mocked a young man in black, his foot planted on Yi Quan's body, looking down at him derisively. This man was Xing Ji, who had delivered a challenge to Yi Fan on behalf of Dagupa just days prior. The other 2, Lin Qingyue and Ye Lin, were also familiar faces to Yi Fan. Lin Qingyue appeared indifferent, as if the scene unfolding before her had no bearing on her, while Ye Lin observed with his arms crossed, a cold gaze fixed on the spectacle. Yi Quan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and finally managed to stagger to his feet. "You coward. If you have the guts, face me in a fair fight. 3 against 1. What kind of skill is that?" Despite being at the 9th level of the spirit martial realm, he was not intimidated by Xing Ji in a one-on-one confrontation. Among the trio, Ye Lin, who had just advanced to the Xuanwu realm, was the only one he deemed a worthy opponent. "Fair fight. You think you deserve that?" Xing Ji scoffed, mercilessly kicking Yi Quan back to the ground. "Now kneel. Give me a few bows, call me father and apologize, and I might let you off this time." "Dream on." Yi Quan growled defiantly, clutching his abdomen as he struggled to rise once more. The onlookers shook their heads in resignation, sighing, yet none dared to intervene, unwilling to invite trouble upon themselves. "Very well," Xing Ji sneered, relishing Yi Quan's stubbornness. "Let us see how long you can endure." He stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch to Yi Quan's chest. Yi Quan, already severely injured, could not withstand the blow, and he was hurled backward, blood gushing from his mouth. Just wait. Young Master Yi Fan will avenge me, he shouted. Ha ha, Xingji mocked as he approached Yi Quan. You still believe that useless Yi Fan will avenge you? He missed his life and death battle yesterday. And Du Gupu was quite displeased. Do you really think that's why you're getting beaten today? Ha ha, spitting a mouthful of blood. Yi Quan aimed perfectly, hitting Xingji squarely in the mouth. The crowd was momentarily stunned, the air seemingly frozen. Damn it. Xingji's laughter was abruptly cut off, his expression darkening. After a wave of nausea, fury ignited in his eyes. Do you believe I won't cripple you today? You dare. Yi Quan ground his teeth, his gaze unwavering and defiant. Why wouldn't I dare? Xingji replied coldly, his arrogance unabated. Today, I'm beating you on someone else's orders. Even if I cripple you, I have backing. The Academy won't punish me. Do you believe that? He raised his foot, poised to stomp down on Yi Quan's knee. Who dares to bark like a dog? At that critical moment, a languid voice broke through the tension. The crowd turned to see Yi Fan approaching slowly, accompanied by Guyu. Yi Fan. Xingji retracted his foot upon seeing him. Yi Fan stepped beside Yi Quan, helping him to his feet. I apologize for my tardiness. He then produced a healing elixir, placing it in Yi Quan's hand. It was a parting gift from Elder Qi Lian when Yi Fan left the Damn Fire Tower. Young Master Yi Fan, I have brought shame upon the Yi family, Yi Quan said, his voice filled with remorse as he steadied himself. Don't blame yourself. Yi Fan reassured him, patting his shoulder before turning his cold gaze to Xingji. So it was you who has done this to Yi Quan. Haha, Xingji sneered, his arrogance undiminished. What of it? Are you going to hide like a turtle? What are you so cocky about? Do you intend to avenge Yi Quan? Do you have the capability to do so? Haha. With that, Yi Fan stepped forward, his figure akin to an arrow, swiftly closing the distance to Xingji. Chapter 48. How swift. Xingji was startled, hastily retreating a step. Yi Fan's hand shot out like a vice, gripping his throat before he could mount any resistance. In an instant, he was hoisted into the air. Xingji flailed his legs desperately, his face turning a deep crimson as he struggled to breathe, fear evident in his eyes. Yi Fan regarded him coldly, a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his lips. Wasn't he quite the talker moments ago? Why the silence now? The surrounding crowd erupted in a clamor. Xingji, after all, was a ninth-tier martial artist in the spirit martial realm, a prodigy in the outer courtyard of the Heavenly Martial Academy. Yet, before Yi Fan, he exhibited no resistance whatsoever. How could one glance bring him to heel? What was happening? Had Yi Fan's strength reached such an extraordinary level? Simultaneously, many were left speechless by Yi Fan's words. Xingji was currently grasped by the throat, struggling for air. How could he possibly speak? Yi Fan, Lin Qingyue exclaimed, noticing the growing distress on Xingji's face. Let him go. He is going to die. Going to die? Yi Fan shot her a disdainful glance, his eyes filled with contempt. Lin Qingyue, are you feigning concern once more? Surely you wish for me to eliminate him? Lin Qingyue paled at Yi Fan's words. Just as she was about to retort, Yi Fan's grip suddenly tightened. With a sickening crack, Xingji's neck snapped. Xingji was dead? Unbelievable. Yi Fan had actually killed him. Insanity. How dare he commit murder within the academy? The crowd gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. Young Master Yi. Yi Quan was taken aback, his voice trembling. He had assumed Yi Fan would merely teach Xingji a lesson, never expecting him to actually take his life. What audacity for a worthless individual, lacking family background and strength, to bark so loudly. Yi Fan scoffed, tossing Xingji's lifeless body aside. He turned to Yi Quan and declared, in the Heavenly Martial Academy, if you wish to avoid being bullied, you must be ruthless. The more compliant you are, the more others will take advantage of you. Yi Quan opened his mouth, at a loss for words. He could not agree with Yi Fan's perspective. Such casual murder would surely not go unpunished by the academy. Yi Fan, you madman. Lin Qingyue secretly reveled in the chaos, though her expression feigned shock and anger. With a life taken, the academy would undoubtedly exact its vengeance. No one could save him now. Do you wish to perish too? Yi Fan glanced back, his gaze icy as it fell upon Lin Qingyue. Her expression stiffened, instinctively taking a step back. The current Yi Fan was truly deranged. If he dared to kill Xingji, he would not hesitate to do the same to her. One life, 2 lives, what was the difference? Nielin was undeterred by Yi Fan's actions, stepping forward with a cold sneer. Yi Fan, I've longed to eliminate you, the coward who shies away from life and death battles. Today, by disregarding the Academy's rules and committing murder, you have incurred the death penalty. I shall enforce the law of the Academy and take your life. Chapter 49. What did you say? Yi Fan dug into his ear and cast a mocking glance at Nielin. Did I hear that correctly? What are you? Merely a defeated foe? If you wish to engage in a life and death battle with me, come forth now. Acting on behalf of the Academy? Spare me. What kind of fool dares to enforce the Academy's will? Nie Lin coldly retorted, perhaps you are unaware, but my master, Mu Jian, has ascended to the position of head of the enforcement court, overseeing all punishments within the Tianwu Academy. As his disciple, once I enter the inner academy, I shall become a member of the enforcement court. You will never enter the inner academy. Yu Fan shook his head, a smirk of derision playing on his lips. His tone suddenly turning icy, because you won't survive the outer academy competition. With that, his palm trembled slightly, and the daylight sword appeared in his grasp. Ah! Nie Lin scoffed, a surge of Xuanwu realm energy erupting from him. Do you think I am still at the 8th stage of the spirit martial realm from the newcomer trials? Now, killing you is as easy as lifting a finger. The Xuanwu realm, I've slain many in the misty forest, Yu Fan replied disdainfully, surprised nonetheless by Nie Lin's rapid cultivation. The newcomer trials had only concluded less than a month ago, and Nie Lin had advanced from the 8th stage of the spirit martial realm to the Xuanwu realm. Such speed was indeed impressive. No wonder he was once hailed as the finest among newcomers, being taken in as Mu Jian's disciple right upon entering the Tianwu Academy. However, his progress paled in comparison to Yu Fan's. In the misty forest, he merely relied on underhanded assassination techniques to take advantage of the chaos and slay a few Xuanwu practitioners. Nie Lin, clearly aware of Yu Fan's exploits in the misty forest, still sneered, those people are hardly worth comparing to me. You certainly have a sharp tongue. I shall see whether your words hold true or if my sword is the one that prevails. Yu Fan's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. Before he finished speaking, the solar energy within him began to circulate quietly. The daylight sword instantly radiated a blinding golden light. The sword's edge surged forth like the dawn sun breaking the horizon. So swift, Nie Lin's pupils constricted as he swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. However, the sword still grazed his left arm, blood gushing forth from his shoulder. Ah! Nie Lin let out a pain scream, his face turning ashen. He could not comprehend how Yu Fan could be so powerful. The same sword technique he had witnessed in the Wolf Garden was now magnified beyond a single level. This. The onlookers stared in disbelief, rendered speechless. Lin Qinghua stood dazed, her eyes filled with incredulity. Yi Quan and Guyu gaped, unable to utter a single word. One strike severed Nie Lin's arm? Even a third-stage Xuanwu realm warrior would find it challenging, let alone Nie Lin, who possessed the ability to fight above his level. Spirit Martial Realm 9th stage, how could you have reached such a level? Nie Lin's bloodshot eyes fixed on Yu Fan, gritting his teeth. All this time, you have been sleeping during the day and secretly cultivating at night. How could you advance so quickly? Perhaps this is what true genius looks like. Yu Fan shrugged, an amused smile gracing his face as he lightly waved the daylight sword, its tip directed at Nie Lin. I must commend you. That last strike was indeed a lethal one. The fact that you survived with only an arm severed is rather impressive. Neither Spirit Martial nor Xuanwu realm practitioners could maintain continuous, uninterrupted training. Even if one occasionally stayed up for several nights, fatigue would eventually set in. Yet, while Yu Fan basked in the sun during the day, he did not forego his cultivation. The strength of his sword technique stemmed not only from mastery but also from his own advancement. You seek death. Nie Lin trembled with rage, his eyes ablaze with fury. He violently swung his shoulder, blood splattering onto his long knife. Chapter 50. A sudden chill enveloped the surroundings, the air crystallizing into countless frost formations. As if even space had succumbed to a freeze. Blood sacrifice frost. Nie Lin roared, fiercely brandishing his blade to break through. The frost transformed into myriad sharp blades, surging towards Yu Fan. This was his ultimate technique, fueled by his own vital essence, possessing astonishing power capable of slaying formidable foes beyond his level. Yet, Yu Fan merely offered a faint smile. With the raised sunblade, he swiftly brought it down. The sword of the sun, harnessing the power of sunlight, gleamed with a blinding golden radiance. In an instant, it devoured the icy blades entirely. The momentum of the sword did not wane, hurtling straight towards Nie Lin's chest. Nie Lin had no time to react, struck heavily by the blade. He was sent flying like a severed kite, crashing to the ground. Blood gushed from his mouth, his breath instantly faltering. Yu Fan approached Nie Lin, the sunblade aimed at his throat, coldly mocking. Nie Lin, still holding on to your bravado? Lying on the ground. Nie Lin's eyes were filled with unwillingness and fear. He never anticipated such a complete defeat. He opened his mouth, attempting to speak, but could only cough up blood. No longer defiant? Yu Fan sneered, suddenly exuding a murderous intent. Then you shall perish. With that, he lifted his sword, ready to end Nie Lin's life. Stop. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out. Mu Jian, clad in a black robe, approached slowly. His gaze was sharp, piercing through to Yu Fan from a distance. Behind him followed a youth in purple robes, his expression stern. Master, save me. Nie Lin cried out with all his might upon seeing his savior. Yu Fan. How audacious of you to commit murder within the academy. Mu Jian's voice was frigid as he drew closer, reprimanding Yi Fan sharply. Do you realize this is a capital offense? You shall be executed. I haven't killed Nielin yet. Yi Fan muttered, still feeling unjustly accused. What about Xing Ji? Mu Jian's eyes fell upon Xing Ji's lifeless body, demanding coldly, did you slay him? It was he who did it. Before Yi Fan could respond, Lin Qingwei interjected, her face aflame with indignation. I even tried to dissuade him before he struck, reminding him of the academy's rules, but he disregarded them and insisted on killing Xing Ji. Yi Fan cast a sidelong glance at Lin Qingwei. This woman certainly seized every opportunity to condemn him. She sensed his gaze and immediately averted her eyes, frightened, not daring to meet his gaze, even for a fleeting moment. Murdering within the academy is already a capital offense. Ignoring the academy's rules only compounds the crime. Mu Jian fixed his penetrating gaze upon Yi Fan, coldly inquiring, do you wish for self-destruction, or shall I personally send you on your way? A capital offense, you say? Then adding one more kill makes no difference, does it? Yi Fan replied with a mocking smile, suddenly thrusting the sunblade. In a single stroke, he pierced through Nielin's throat, extinguishing his life. You. Mu Jian's eyes widened in fury, glaring at Yi Fan. Those surrounding them gasped in shock. To kill Mu Jian's disciple in the presence of the academy's head, this was something only Yi Fan would dare to do. Chapter 51. Dean Mu Jian. Lin Qingwei, with a face full of trepidation, turned to Mu Jian and bowed deeply, her voice trembling with urgency. Yi Fan is far too audacious. I implore you to apprehend him swiftly. Killing him is in accordance with the academy's regulations. Is that so? Yi Fan cast a sidelong glance at Lin Qingwei, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. In a flash, he appeared beside her, his hands snaking out to seize her throat, lifting her effortlessly. Release me. Lin Qingwei's face was a mask of terror as she clawed desperately at his grip, but to no avail. With panicked eyes, she turned to Mu Jian, her voice shrill. Save me. Dugupa. Mu Jian's expression remained impassive as he issued a cold command. The stern young man behind him stepped forward. Yi Fan shifted his gaze toward the newcomer and realized this was indeed Dugupa. Apprehend Yi Fan. Mu Jian's voice was frigid, his order unyielding. An aura of lethal intent suddenly surged from Dugupa. Are you not afraid I will slay her? Yi Fan, still holding Lin Qingwei hostage, regarded Dugupa as he approached. If you wish to kill, then do so. Go ahead, kill her. Dugupa replied icily, his resolve unwavering. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingwei's complexion drained of color. Haha. Yi Fan shot Lin Qingwei a mocking smile, unable to suppress his derision. I told you, your life holds little value to many. Do you truly expect them to rescue you? Just as his words fell, a tempest of spiritual energy erupted in the space around them. With a mere flick of his wrist, Dugupa brandished a long spear, violet energy cascading like a tidal wave toward its shaft. The spear's might rose steadily, stirring the heart with trepidation. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, assessing Dugupa. A fifth-tier warrior of the Xuanwu realm certainly possessed some prowess. Stop. A clear, resonant voice rang out from the distance. Mu Qingqing's figure flickered like an apparition as she appeared before Yi Fan, her gaze calm as autumn waters, blocking his path. Mu Qingqing. Dugupa's eyes chilled slightly, his grip on the spear unwavering, showing no indication of relenting. The momentum of the spear was established. There was no sense in retracting it. Once unleashed, it would draw blood. With that, he thrust the spear forward, its radiance spiraling like a dragon, entwined with the roaring violet energy. Impudent. Mu Qingqing exclaimed sharply, her delicate hand waving lightly. In an instant, a tempest erupted before her, effortlessly dissipating the menacing spear's glow. Dugupa was forced to stagger backward, bracing himself against the ground to regain his balance. How is this possible? Dugupa's expression darkened. Disbelief etched across his features. His full-force strike had been so easily neutralized by Mu Qingqing. She is remarkably strong. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by Mu Qingqing's capabilities. Lin Qingwei's eyes widened in astonishment, a pang of bitterness welling up within her. The disparity in strength between herself and Mu Qingqing was indeed vast. Qingqing, what brings you here? Mu Jian's displeasure was evident, clearly irked by Mu Qingqing's interference. Second uncle. Mu Qingqing steadied herself, bowing respectfully to Mu Jian before straightening, her demeanor serious. Yi Fan must not be killed. To commit violence within the academy is punishable by death according to the regulations. Mu Jian's expression darkened, unwilling to let Mu Qingqing's defiance pass unchallenged. Just because you say he must not die, does not mean he can escape his fate. This is the will of our master. Mu Qingqing maintained her composure, emphasizing her point resolutely. Chapter 52. Your master? Mu Jian's expression momentarily faltered, but soon the coldness returned to his eyes. Even if your master is the esteemed head of the First Academy, He cannot supersede the Academy's regulations. Stand aside. Otherwise, you will be deemed in defiance of the law. And what if it is the head of the Academy? A clear and chilling voice interjected at that moment. The crowd gasped and turned to see a dignified young lady approaching. It was none other than Mu Qingqin's master, the head of the First Academy, Ziyuan. Such a commotion has attracted the attention of the Academy head? Does this imply that the head intends to protect Yu Fan? Surely not. To commit such a crime in public and face no consequences? As Ziyuan made her entrance, the stunned crowd began to stir. The head of the Academy? Yu Fan raised an eyebrow, pondering internally, it must be old Xiao, right? Why is this old fellow so concerned about me? The head of the Tianwu Academy, and he had never met before. It seemed implausible that he would offer assistance without cause. Old Xiao, however, was a different story. If the head were to speak, it would be a matter of mere words. He was just somewhat perplexed as to how old Xiao was aware of the situation here. Mu Jian regarded Ziyuan's approach with a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. Are you saying that the head wishes to protect Yu Fan? Indeed. Ziyuan replied with a gentle smile and a nod. Is there any evidence? Mu Jian challenged. None. Ziyuan shook her head, her smile unwavering. Without evidence? Why should I believe your words? Mu Jian sneered upon hearing this. Moreover, the regulations of Tianwu Academy are supreme, especially the clause that mandates punishment for violence within the Academy, which has existed since its inception. Even the head must not show favoritism. Otherwise, would the regulations not be rendered a mere jest? The regulations are unyielding, but humanity is not, Ziyuan remarked, her gaze drifting to Yi Fan. In the case of certain extraordinarily rare talents, exceptions may be considered. You refer to Yi Fan? Mu Jian cast a disdainful glance at Yi Fan. What makes him an extraordinary talent? Just because he cleared the Jinwu Tower? Certainly, it is not solely that, Ziyuan replied calmly. Whether he is indeed an extraordinary talent remains to be seen. Therefore, the head's intention is to postpone any judgment on Yi Fan. If he can secure first place in the external academy competition in half a month, his crimes will be pardoned. And what if he cannot? Mu Jian's eyes brightened with intrigue as he looked at Ziyuan. The head's words clearly left room for interpretation. This was likely also to appease the crowd. Securing first place in the external academy competition would not be an easy feat, especially with the formidable Dugu Pastil in the external academy. Should Yu Fan manage to defeat the now fifth stage of the Xuanwu realm Dugupu in half a month, he would indeed qualify as an extraordinary talent. Yet, that seemed improbable. Then let the regulations take their course. If punishment is warranted, so be it. Ziyuan shrugged, casually exhaling a nonchalant remark. Very well. Mu Jian heard the answer he desired and immediately acquiesced, trusting that the head would not go back on her word. Since the head had spoken, it would be remiss not to show her respect. However, at present, he represented the regulations of Tianwu Academy. Establishing such an agreement meant that both parties were taking a step back. Seeing Mu Jian agree, Ziyuan added, during this period, the head does not wish for anyone to harm Yi Fan in the slightest. Otherwise, anyone involved will face severe consequences. A mere half-month extension for a dying man. Mu Jian replied indifferently, turning to sweep away. Dugupu observed this and sheathed his spear, coldly addressing Yi Fan. In the external academy competition, I will surely claim your life. Just hope you do not perish before we cross paths. To kill me? You are not worthy. Yi Fan retorted coldly, dismissing Dugupu with indifference. No matter how strong Dugupu was, he remained an external academy student. Even if his prowess surpassed many internal academy students, there were still plenty stronger than him within. Let us wait and see. Dugupu snorted disdainfully and departed. At this moment, Ziyuan turned. Noticing that Yi Fan still had Lin Qingwei by the throat. With a smirk, she remarked, Yi Fan, will you not release her? At this point, if you were to take another life, it would be rather difficult to justify. Chapter 53. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan turned his gaze towards Lin Qingwei, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips. I have no interest in the life of that wretched woman, he remarked casually, releasing his grip. Lin Qingwei immediately fell to the ground, clutching her throat and gasping for air. In front of so many onlookers, being reduced to such a state by Yi Fan caused her to feel utterly humiliated. She wished for nothing more than to vanish into a hole. You have half a month. You must make the most of it, Ziyuan said, nodding slightly, her eyes glimmering with a hint of significance. After offering her advice, she strode away with a composed demeanor. Yi Fan watched as Ziyuan's figure faded from sight before turning to Mu Qingqing. Sister Qingqing, you have saved me once more. I merely conveyed a message. Your fate was not yet sealed, Mu Qingqing replied, shaking her head with an indifferent expression. Nonetheless, I must thank you, Sister Qingqing, Yi Fan said, rubbing his nose and teasingly adding, perhaps this is destiny? After all, who else would be the messenger? Destiny? Mu Qingqing murmured softly, inadvertently glancing at the daylight sword in Yi Fan's hand. Humph. Yi Fan, your laughter will not last long, Lin Qingwei interjected, seething with jealousy as she observed Yi Fan and Mu Qingcheng engaged in light-hearted conversation. In half a month, even if you manage to advance to the Xuanwu rank, you will never be a match for Dugupa. Besides, advancing to the Xuanwu realm is not something you can simply declare. Such certainty, Yi Fan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Qingwei. An idea suddenly struck him. How about we make a wager? A wager? Lin Qingwei responded, taken aback. What shall we wager? I wager that I will secure first place in the upcoming outer court competition. Yi Fan's lips curled into a sly smile, a glint of mischief in his eyes. If I win, you shall publicly declare the identity of the father of the child you once carried. Mu Qingqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation as she looked at Lin Qingwei. The public announcement of this matter was precisely what she desired. And if you lose? Lin Qingwei's eyes narrowed with suspicion. Then my life shall belong to you, Yi Fan responded with unwavering confidence. He had never entertained the thought of defeat. I refuse to gamble. Lin Qingwei shot back, unwilling to fall into Yi Fan's trap, even if you fail to win first place. Disregarding the possibility of dying at Dugu Po's hands, you would still face severe consequences according to the Academy's rules. I have nothing to gain from this wager. Why would I agree? She understood well that such matters could not be spoken of lightly. Rumors within the royal city were one thing, but confirmation could spell trouble for Duan Tianya. Ah, but this is different, Yi Fan said, a playful glint in his eyes as he provoked her. If the Academy enforces their rules, it will be the disciples of the judicial court who come for me. What I am offering you is the chance to take my life with your own hands. Do you not wish to avenge your child? You should focus on surviving Dugupa first. Lin Qingwei scoffed and turned to leave. Ah, Yi Fan, you are far too presumptuous, Mu Qingqing sighed, anticipating that Lin Qingwei would not easily accept such a wager. After Lin Qingwei departed, she reflected on how this bet was one she would undoubtedly refuse. Even if she agreed, there was a likelihood she would backtrack later. Could one rely on such a person to keep their promises? Whether she accepted or not was inconsequential. A triumphant smile lingered on Yi Fan's lips as he stated calmly, what matters is that such a wager has been proposed. What do you mean? Mu Qingqing inquired, her expression filled with confusion. Sister Qingqing, you must be familiar with Duan Tianya, yes? Chapter 54. Yi Fan's expression was intriguing as he remarked, what if Lin Qingwei agrees to such a gamble? If I truly seize the top position in the outer academy competition, what will Duan Tianya do? He would ensure that Lin Qingwei becomes silent, unable to speak. Mu Qingqing's tone turned slightly cold, and she shook her head, furrowing her brow. However, Lin Qingwei did not accept the bet. Yi Fan chuckled and said, once the seed of doubt is sown, it will take root and grow wildly, eventually becoming a towering tree. Our recent discussion about the wager with Lin Qingwei will undoubtedly reach Duan Tianya's ears, even if Lin Qingwei does not agree. Will Duan Tianya not suspect something? Mu Qingqing looked at Yi Fan in astonishment. While she did not deny his words, she found it curious. If you wish for Lin Qingwei's demise, why go through such elaborate means? I do not wish for her death, Yi Fan replied casually, turning to Mu Qingqing and stating, on the day of the Outer Academy competition, when I secure first place, if someone truly takes action, I hope senior sister Qingchang will be vigilant, and, if necessary, save Lin Qingwei. Save her? Mu Qingqing's expression froze, unsure of Yi Fan's intentions. The feeling of being abandoned is not pleasant. Yi Fan continued. To compel Lin Qingwei to speak, one must first lead her to despair. Of course, if it does not come to that, we will suffer no loss. Mu Qingqing seemed to understand, her heart filled with astonishment. Yi Fan's proposal of a wager today was merely a ruse, designed to plant the seeds of doubt in Duan Tianya's mind. If Duan Tianya truly sought to silence Lin Qingwei, her sense of hopelessness could potentially lead her to betray him. Thus, their objective would be achieved. For the next half-month, Yi Fan's life was simple and orderly, oscillating between the Pill Fire Tower and his residence, diligently cultivating day and night. One morning, he opened the door to his training room, stretched lazily, and descended the stairs. Are you going to participate in the Outer Academy competition? Qilian's voice called from behind. Yi Fan halted, turned, and smiled, nodding in affirmation. Indeed. Not yet advanced to Xuanwu? Qilian squinted, sizing Yi Fan up. Close, Yi Fan shrugged, a hint of helplessness on his face. Relying solely on rigorous training and the consumption of pills to absorb spiritual energy was akin to building a tower upon sand. It lacked stability. Qilian pointed out, the Academy has established a task hall to distribute missions, not only to create opportunities for students to earn points, but also to provide an environment for their practical experience. You have been in the Academy for quite some time without accepting any tasks from the task hall, which has hindered your necessary training. Is that the reason I cannot advance to Xuanwu? Yi Fan pondered thoughtfully, murmuring to himself. Qilian said no more, retrieving a pill from his hand and tossing it to Yi Fan. What is this? Yifan caught the pill, inspecting it with curiosity. A fourth-tier pill. The battle spirit pill, Qilian explained. Taking this before battle can stimulate your cultivation through the manipulation of spiritual power, potentially aiding you in achieving a breakthrough during the fight. Why didn't you give me this sooner? Yifan's eyes lit up, playfully chiding him. Qilian shot Yifan an annoyed glare and retorted. Every type of pill in the Pillfire Tower is right there on display, with their functions clearly labeled. Have you ever bothered to look? All day long. You only think about the gathering spirit pill. Yifan scratched his head, offering an apologetic smile. Thank you, Elder Qilian. With that, he dashed out of the Pillfire Tower. The Outer Academy competition was an annual event, held on the battle platform in the Academy's martial arts arena. Before the scheduled time, the arena was already teeming with people, with many Inner Academy students arriving early to witness the spectacle. Chapter 55, Yifan arrives. He indeed possesses remarkable composure, arriving only now. For others, this is merely an external competition, but for him, today is a matter of life and death. I foresee an inevitable demise. Do you truly believe he can triumph over Dugupa? As Yifan made his entrance, a wave of murmurs erupted around him. All eyes turned in unison to scrutinize him, brimming with curiosity, mockery, and a sense of schadenfreude. Dugupa and his entourage glared at Yifan with palpable hostility. Sensing several piercing gazes, Yifan glanced sideways to find Mu Qingqing standing alongside Chun-Li, with a third figure between them. This individual, clad in a golden robe, bore an elegant demeanor and striking features. It was Duan Tianya. Yifan's eyes narrowed slightly as he discerned the identity of this man. His impressions of Duan Tianya stemmed entirely from the memories of his predecessor. This seemingly refined prince was, in fact, the architect of the original owner's demise. Yifan, the voice of Yi Yao called out from the side. Yifan turned to see her hurrying towards him. A few young men and women trailed behind her. All members of the Yi family from Tianwu Academy. You rascal! Yi Yao approached with a punch, scolding him fervently. I already warned you to create less trouble at Tianwu Academy. How dare you commit murder within the Academy's grounds and complicate matters so? Is it really that troublesome? The external competition is merely a formality. I'll just take a stroll and defeat Dugupa, Yifan replied, rubbing his chest. Somewhat overwhelmed by Yi Yao's unique greeting. With a look of grievance, he added, But Sister Yao, could you refrain from being so physical when we meet next time? I still need to participate in the external competition. Please don't injure me. Enough nonsense, Yi Yao admonished. Unable to suppress her curiosity upon seeing Yifan's confidence. Have you advanced to the Xuanwu realm? Soon, Yifan casually replied. That means you Haven T. Yi Yao's expression darkened as she furrowed her brows. If you Haven T reach the Xuanwu realm, how can you possibly defeat Dugupa? I know you are formidable and can fight beyond your level, but Dugupa is at the 5th stage of the Xuanwu realm. The gap between you is too vast. Sister Yao, just watch and see, Yifan maintained his unwavering confidence. Amir Dugupa is no match for me. Yifan, are you still babbling nonsense? At that moment, Lin Qingwei's voice emerged from the crowd. She squeezed through the throng and approached Yifan directly. Oh, you're here too? Yifan observed Lin Qingwei as she stood before him, a glint of mischief in his eyes. It seems you haven't forgotten our wager. What wager? Lin Qingwei's previously proud demeanor shifted instantly. Stealing a glance toward Duan Tianya, who was fixated on her, she swiftly scolded Yifan, You mustn't speak carelessly. I never agreed to anything. Oh, right, I understand. Yifan replied, a smile playing on his lips as he nodded repeatedly. Seeing Yifan's playful expression irked Lin Qingwei further, prompting her to raise her voice. I never agreed to you. To begin with. Right, of course. Yifan continued to smile, his eyes glinting with teasing mischief. You. Lin Qingwei was furious, her heart racing with anxiety and anger. She could sense Duan Tianya growing suspicious. However, in the current situation, she could not approach him to explain. Hey, have you heard about the wager between Yifan and Lin Qingwei? Are you referring to Lin Qingwei publicly announcing whom she previously wronged? Exactly, that matter. There have been 2 rumors circulating in the royal city. One claimed it was Yifan's, while the other attributed it to the 3rd prince. What are you all anticipating? The premise for Lin Qingwei's announcement is that Yifan must secure 1st place in the competition. Do you think he can? The crowd buzzed with excitement at the exchange between Yifan and Lin Qingwei. It was evident that rumors had been rampant within Tianwu Academy over the past fortnight regarding their wager. Duan Tianya stood at a distance, coldly observing the unfolding scene. Chapter 56. With an expression of calmness, he appeared unaffected by the murmurs surrounding him. Yet, a subtle glimmer of coldness flickered in his profound eyes. The deans have arrived. Suddenly, a loud cheer erupted from the crowd. All gazes turned in unison towards the distance, where 5 figures approached side by side. 4 of them were the deans of the external academies, led by Ziwen. The 5th was Mu Jian. who had just been promoted to the position of Dean of the Execution Academy. Could he be presiding over the external competition? Yi Yao murmured, observing the 5 approaching figures. Who? Yi Fan inquired, tilting his head. Mu Jian. Yi Yao lowered her voice, a hint of unease evident in her tone. Yi Fan smiled slightly, exuding composure. So what if he presides over it? Yi Yao frowned, expressing her concern. I fear he may manipulate the competition against you. No need to worry, Yi Fan replied confidently, a flash of sharpness crossing his eyes. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes and machinations are futile. Besides, with 4 deans present, what tricks could Mu Jian possibly employ? You're worrying yourself sick over nothing. Yi Yao shot him an exasperated glance, perplexed by his unwavering confidence. Participation in the external competition is voluntary for the external academy students. Those who rank within the top 100 may advance to the inner academy. The top 10 competitors will receive additional rewards from the academy. At that moment, the 4 deans of the external academies took their respective seats. Mu Jian, the presiding officer, walked to the center of the martial arts arena. Just then, Yi Fan stepped forward, striding directly towards Mu Jian. What are you doing? Yi Yao exclaimed in surprise, unable to catch him in time. The crowd in the arena fell silent, uncertain of Yi Fan's intentions. Who allowed you to come up here? Mu Jian glared fiercely, his voice cold. He was in charge of today's competition. What did Yi Fan mean by stepping forward before he had even spoken? Ignoring Mu Jian's reprimand, Yi Fan approached him directly, stating that the rules of the external competition were overly complicated and time-consuming. If it was merely about vying for the first place, he preferred to challenge all external academy students directly. If no one could defeat him, the title of first place would naturally be his. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in an uproar. Has Yi Fan lost his mind? Who does he think he is, challenging all external academy students? Arrogance. He clearly has no understanding of his own limitations. The crowd buzzed with ridicule, many wearing expressions of scorn. What on earth is he doing? Yi Yu seethed with anger, doubting Yi Fan's sanity. Even if he sought his own demise, this was an absurd way to go about it. To challenge everyone in a battle? He would exhaust himself to death. Moreover, many external students were indeed of a higher cultivation level than Yi Fan. At that moment, Mu Qingqing's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. Meanwhile, figures like Dugu Pe and Chun Li exchanged knowing smirks. The 4 deans of the external academies displayed varied expressions, intrigue evident in their demeanor. Their interest in Yi Fan had already been significant, and his words only intensified their curiosity. Do you truly believe you possess such capability? Mu Jian scoffed, reveling in Yi Fan's apparent self-destruction. Yi Fan casually touched his nose, maintaining a relaxed demeanor. Whether I possess such capability or not, we shall see. Mu Jian turned to the 4 external deans and, seeing no objections from Ziyuan and the others, the smirk on his lips widened. Very well. Since you are so arrogant, I shall indulge you. Yi Fan decisively turned to face the entire arena, proclaiming loudly, there's no need to take turns. Anyone wishing to fight may come up for a battle. However, let me make one thing clear. Swords are blind, and if you come up and perish, I shall take no responsibility. Chapter 57. What does this fellow mean? Does he intend to take on the multitude alone? Good heavens, challenging everyone is already sufficiently insane. Yet it appears he has even more madness in store. I suspect Yi Fan is deliberately courting death, perhaps fearing his demise is too slow. As Yi Fan's words fell, the crowd erupted once more. However, no one dared to step forward for a duel. Despite his arrogance, his strength was undeniable. Previously, he had slain Ye Lin, a first-level practitioner of the Xuanwu realm, among the outer court spirit martial practitioners who would dare to engage him in battle. Even those of the Xuanwu realm would not dare to underestimate him. Furthermore, Yi Fan had declared that his blade showed no mercy. Should one confront him and fall short, death could very well follow. No one dares to fight? Yi Fan smirked mockingly, his gaze sweeping across the assembly. Ultimately, it settled upon Dugu Pe. In the outer court competition, he perceived only Dugu Pe as a worthy opponent. Anyone else daring to approach would be akin to seeking death. Humph. Dugu Pe, sensing Yi Fan's provocative gaze, disdainfully remarked, I had thought you a person of merit. Now I see you are merely a fool, unworthy of perishing by my hand. If you are afraid, just admit it and spare us the lengthy discourse. Afraid of you? Yi Fan scoffed. Learn from the others. Observe how they tremble into silence. Acknowledging defeat before me is no shame. Afraid? Dugu Pe coldly laughed, glancing at the few behind him. You all, come at him together. Do not hold back. Take his life. Upon hearing this, the others revealed fierce glints in their eyes. After exchanging glances, they swiftly advanced. A total of 10 individuals, all members of the Killing Alliance. 3 were second-level practitioners of the Xuanwu realm, while 7 were first-level. They had been executing tasks outside and had not participated in the battle within the Misty Forest. With a calm demeanor, Yi Fan gripped his sword, the daylight sword, which gleamed with resplendent golden light under the blazing sun. He then flipped his hand to produce a pill, consuming it in one swift motion. The battle spirit pill? Ziyuan recognized the pill Yi Fan had just taken, her eyes flickering with understanding. What? Inquired the dean of the Second Institute, turning his head. Ziyuan explained. The pill just consumed by Yi Fan is the battle spirit pill. He seeks to find an opportunity for breakthrough through this battle, aiming to ascend into the Xuanwu realm. Isn't this reckless? The dean of the Second Institute shook his head, disapproving of Yi Fan's approach. If he possesses the battle spirit pill and wishes to seek a breakthrough through combat, why challenge everyone? Why face the multitude alone? The outer court competition proceeds as usual. There will be ample opportunities for him to act. Perhaps he fears complications. Ziyuan shrugged and smiled, neither affirming nor denying the dean's words. Now, Thugupa, seeing that the 10 surrounded Yi Fan without making a move, urged coldly. No longer hesitating, the 10 exchanged glances and struck simultaneously. In an instant, spiritual energy surged, blades flashing, converging upon Yi Fan. Yi Fan stood his ground, composed, his daylight sword sweeping outward, the golden light erupting fiercely. The sword of the sun gathered the power of sunlight. The sword light shone as brilliantly as the scorching sun, instantly consuming the oncoming assault. The sword's might surged forth, targeting the chest of the 10. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, all 10 figures were sent flying. The 7 first-level practitioners of the Xuanwu realm spat blood uncontrollably. With a single stroke, he repelled 10 and injured 7. Witnessing this, the expressions of several deans transformed dramatically. Ziyuan's eyes sparkled with admiration, while the other deans displayed astonishment, clearly taken aback by Yi Fan's formidable prowess. A chilling intent began to surface in Duan Tianya's gaze, his murderous aura becoming evident. Yi Fan's strength had surpassed his expectations. Allowing such an enemy to remain would surely invite future troubles. Qinli. Duan Tianya turned slightly, giving Qinli a knowing glance. Qinli nodded in understanding, weaving through the crowd to Dugupo's side. What are you having him do? Mu Qiqing, noticing this, furrowed her brow and questioned Duan Tianya. You seem quite concerned for his life. Duan Tianya remained silent, casting a meaningful look toward Mu Qiqing. Chapter 58. Is it available? Mu Qiqing murmured softly, her tone somewhat unnatural. This is unlike you. Duan Tianya, not inclined to delve deeper, merely remarked, in the past. You would never inquire about my actions. Mu Qiqing fell silent, her gaze returning to the arena. It seemed she realized that her anxiety was somewhat excessive. Was it due to the anticipation of Yi Fan claiming victory in the grand competition, compelling Lin Qingwei to reveal the truth of her pregnancy? Or was it simply concern for Yi Fan's safety? The 10 members of the Assassination Alliance, though astonished by Yi Fan's prowess, swiftly regrouped and charged once more. Yi Fan remained unfazed, his figure flickering throughout the martial arts arena, deftly evading the strikes of 3 second-tier Xuanwu realm warriors while launching consecutive sword attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Each of Yi Fan's strikes was executed with unparalleled precision. Several first-tier Xuanwu realm warriors fell one after another, blood splattering and staining the arena crimson. Assassination techniques. Among the crowd, Ming Qing's eyes glimmered. As a fellow Outer Academy student, he too was present this day, having witnessed Yi Fan's capabilities in the misty forest. He recalled that Yi Fan's sword at that time was not the Sunblade. Under the cover of night, he had killed unseen. Now, witnessing Yi Fan's swordplay again. Though lacking in stealth, it retained its ferocity and sharpness. The 7 first-tier Xuanwu realm warriors succumbed in an instant. The spectators in the arena were profoundly shaken. Dugupo's expression had darkened ominously, his murderous intent intensifying. The remaining 3 second-tier Xuanwu realm warriors felt a flicker of fear in their hearts. Xiongda, Xiong'er, assist me. One of them, frowning deeply, suddenly shouted. This man, named Xinchang, was the strongest among them. Upon finishing his words, he raised his blade, the aura of his weapon soaring dramatically. Hearing this, Xiongda and Xiong'er rushed in from the sides, unleashing fierce attacks to restrain Yi Fan. Is this blade truly formidable? Yi Fan glanced at Xinchang from the corner of his eye as the sun's energy quietly circulated within him. The power of the sun gradually converged in his left hand, golden light shimmering from his palm. Kill! Xinchang bellowed, leaping to strike down with his blade. The blade's light transformed into a celestial curtain, descending with destructive force. Xiongda and Xiong'er, upon witnessing this, hastily retreated, fearing the repercussions. Yi Fan remained utterly calm, his left arm raised abruptly, golden light intensifying in his palm. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated as the crowd focused intently. They beheld Yi Fan, who had caught Xinchang's blade with his bare hands. The blade shattered inch by inch against his palm, dissipating into glimmers of starlight. Not strong enough. Yi Fan shook his head in disappointment, gently swinging the sun blade with his right hand. At that moment, Qinchang was still in shock. Forgetting to resist against Yu Fan's strike, the blade's edge sliced through his throat, blood gushing forth. Qinchang's body slowly collapsed, his eyes filled with disbelief. The arena fell into profound silence. Everyone was rendered speechless by the shock. To catch Qinchang's powerful strike with bare hands and instantly counterattack with a sword, was Yi Fan even human? Suddenly, a whirlwind of spiritual energy surged through the martial arts arena. Yi Fan's internal spiritual force surged wildly, enveloping him. Is he about to advance? Yi Fan sensed the transformation within him, his heart swelling with joy. The effects of the battle spirit pill erupted at this moment, his cultivation breaking through the bottleneck and entering the Xuanwu realm. Chapter 59, the Xuanwu realm. He has broken through. A chorus of astonished gasps erupted from the crowd. Surrender. We surrender. Suda and Su Air, upon witnessing this, turned pale, their legs trembling as they knelt down in fear. Begone. Yi Fan, in high spirits, had no desire to eliminate the two. They felt as if granted a reprieve, scrambling away in haste. A smile grazed Yu Fan's lips as his gaze once again fell upon Dugupa, his expression taunting. Let it be you. The others are not worthy of my time. Yu Fan. Upon hearing this, Yi Yao exclaimed, you just fought 10 opponents. Do you not need a moment to recover? She, too, was astonished by Yi Fan's prowess. However, Dugupa was no ordinary adversary. He could easily contend with 10 foes at once. Rest? What for? Yi Fan replied with a chuckle, unconcerned. I scarcely expended any energy in that last skirmish. I am more than fit to continue. Possessing the sun body, he absorbed sunlight to restore his spiritual energy. Fighting under the blazing sun meant he was simultaneously consuming and recovering energy. The 10 opponents posed little pressure, and his recovery outpaced his expenditure, keeping him in peak condition. Puffing, Yi Yao wished to offer further counsel, but Dugupa had already ascended the arena. If you wish to die, I shall oblige. Dugupa uttered coldly, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. With a spear in hand, he unleashed the aura of a 5th-tier Xuanwu realm warrior. Could Yi Fan truly defeat Dugupa? It seemed impossible. Dugupa was a 5th-tier Xuanwu realm expert. Indeed, if Yi Fan merely survived this bout, it would be a remarkable feat. The crowd buzzed with discussions. As Dugupa was widely recognized as the undisputed champion of the Outer Academy, not only was he 4 tiers ahead of Yi Fan, but even if their levels were equal, most would still favor Dugupa. Let the battle commence. Mu Jian's expression was grim, wishing fervently for Yi Fan's swift demise. As the host, he was reluctant to utter unnecessary words. With a flick of his spear, Dugupa unleashed a purple radiance. Immediately, he stepped forward, thrusting the spear with ferocity. Yi Fan remained composed, evading while countering with a sword technique called Rising Sun, effortlessly deflecting Dugupa's attack. He stood firm, smirking. Is that all you can muster? Humph. Dugupa scoffed, twirling his spear. The purple spear light surged forth like a tempest, each thrust imbued with lethal intent, aiming to shred Yi Fan to pieces. Yi Fan moved with grace, his figure flickering as he wielded the sun blade, its scorching brilliance neutralizing Dugupa's onslaught. How could this be? Was Dugupa not fighting at full strength? Why did it seem he could not contend with Yi Fan? Something felt amiss. Yi Fan's footwork was peculiar, his swordplay formidable. The spectators had anticipated a total domination by Dugupa, yet the battle unfolded as a fierce contest. Neither side yielding. After 10 exchanges, is this all you were capable of? Yi Fan taunted after several more exchanges, his agility derived from assassination techniques. He moved like a specter, employing the earth-tier martial art, shadow steps. Dugupa. Mu Jian, growing frustrated, suddenly shouted at Dugupa, what are you doing? Hurry up and eliminate Yi Fan. This outburst drew glances from many in the crowd. Was Mu Jian's statement not a tad inappropriate? Noticing Mu Jian's anxious demeanor, Ziyuan could not help but chuckle. Director Mu Jian, as the host of this grand tournament, do maintain your composure. Mu Jian's expression darkened, his inner turmoil palpable. His desire for Yi Fan's demise was becoming all too evident. Chapter 60. Dugupa gripped his spear tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. With a resounding crash, he thrust his spear into the ground, causing violet spiritual energy to surge from beneath his feet. In an instant, it transformed into countless tendrils that enveloped the area, creating a violet prison. Oh? Yi Fan observed Dugupa's technique with a hint of astonishment. Where do you think you can hide? Dugupa bellowed, raising his spear high. The force of his strike soared, the spear tip radiating a blinding purple light. Previously, Yi Fan had been able to fend off Dugupa's assault with ease, largely because he had evaded the full brunt of the attack. Why would I need to hide? Yi Fan replied, a smile playing on his lips as the daylight sword erupted with a searing red glow. Kill. Dugupa leapt forward, thrusting his spear ahead. the spear's aura morphing into a roaring purple dragon, charging at Yifan with the might to obliterate everything in its path. Yifan's daylight sword sliced down, its blade glowing fiercely with red light. The setting sun cast a crimson hue over the entire martial arts arena. Boom! The blood-red sword light collided violently with the purple dragon, the deafening sound reverberating throughout the space. A tempest of energy surged forth, fracturing the ground of the arena. The purple dragon, under the pressure of the sword light, began to falter, ultimately succumbing to the overwhelming crimson glow. Dugupo's expression shifted, and he retreated swiftly. Yet the residual force of the sword light still grazed him, leaving several shallow wounds on his chest from which blood began to seep. Dugupa staggered, barely maintaining his footing, glancing down at the wounds with disbelief in his eyes. What about me? Yifan chuckled lightly, his demeanor self-satisfied, and he couldn't resist a taunt. I told you, you are nothing extraordinary. An eerie silence fell over the crowd, all rendered speechless by the spectacle. Lin Qingwei clenched her fists, her face flushed with anger. She couldn't comprehend how Yifan could be so formidable. Had he been concealing his true strength all these years? Mu Jian gritted his teeth, wishing he could intervene personally. In contrast, Duan Tianya appeared remarkably composed, a faint, enigmatic smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. Beside him, Mu Qingqing grew increasingly anxious. Do you think you've won? Dugupo's voice rose, tinged with madness. He retrieved a crimson pill from his sleeve and unhesitatingly consumed it. Instantly, his eyes turned blood red, his spiritual energy surging violently, his entire aura shifting dramatically. Taking drugs? Yifan raised an eyebrow at the sight. The expressions of several academy heads also shifted subtly. Blood spirit pill? Mu Qingqing furrowed her brow, glancing at Duan Tianya, who remained unfazed, his cold smirk still intact. The blood spirit pill pushed the body to its limits, temporarily enhancing combat strength. However, its consumption could potentially harm one's martial foundation. This pill was banned in Yunin Kingdom, and it was inconceivable that it would be found within the pill fire tower. It must have been Duan Tianya who had given it to Dugupa through Qinli. Damn it! Yio exclaimed, witnessing Dugupo's aura grow increasingly frenzied. She called out to Mu Jian, Director Mu. Isn't Dugupo's consumption of the pill a violation of the rules? Violation of what rules? Mu Jian replied, somewhat surprised that Dugupo would risk everything for the blood spirit pill. However, now that it had been consumed, he would ensure it wasn't in vain. This competition had not stipulated that pills could not be used. Moreover, had Yifan not also taken a pill previously? Chapter 61. Can it be the same? Yi Yao was acutely aware that Mu Jian was targeting Yifan. She turned her head, casting a pleading glance towards Zi Yuan and the others, hoping they would intervene. However, Zi Yuan's gaze was profound, as if deep in contemplation, while the other deans appeared indifferent, as if the matter did not concern them. A wave of helplessness washed over Yi Yao as she fixated on Yifan. Yifan, I shall end your life. With a furious roar, Dugupa gripped his spear tightly. In a sudden burst, he lunged towards Yifan, unleashing a torrent of deadly spear strikes. Each thrust was imbued with lethal intent. Yifan wielded his sword, emanating brilliant golden light as he clashed against the onslaught of spear attacks, the sound of metal ringing sharply in the air. In terms of cultivation, Yifan was already at a disadvantage compared to Dugupa. Confronted by the latter's ferocity, he found himself in a precarious position. So fierce, Yifan was inwardly astonished, having underestimated the potency of the blood spirit pill. He could only evade, darting to and fro in search of an opportune moment. Yet, Dugupa's relentless assault was akin to a tempest, forcing him to retreat further. Yi Yao and Mu Qingqing both felt a pang of anxiety for Yifan. Lin Qingyue's expression, however, turned triumphant, as if she could already envision Yifan meeting his demise beneath Dugupo's spear. Are you truly not planning to intervene? Zi Yuan could no longer bear to watch and turned to the nearby deans. Dugupo's consumption of the blood spirit pill was a blatant violation of rules. Their prior acquiescence had been an attempt to gauge Yifan's limits, but he had not provided the anticipated surprise. Nonetheless, Yifan remained a prodigy. Zi Yuan could not stand idly by as such talent faced annihilation. What can we do now? The dean of the Second Academy shook his head. We could halt this battle, but it would likely mean Yifan could not claim the first position in this grand competition. Without that title, his previous transgressions would inevitably require reckoning. Ultimately, he would still face death. Let us preserve his life first, allowing the Academy head to decide. Zi Yuan furrowed her brow in deep thought before rising. At that moment, a tempestuous wind swept through the arena. Yifan was sent flying by Dugupa's spear. And as he regained his footing, an extraordinary power surged from within him. That is, the dean of the Second Academy focused intently, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. An ethereal stone tablet materialized behind Yifan, radiating a terrifying aura that suppressed the surrounding space. The wind howled uncontrollably. rushing towards Dugupa and disrupting his previously frenzied assault. A life soul. Dugupa stared incredulously at the stone tablet behind Yifan. Is this his life soul? Can a practitioner at the Xuanwu realm awaken a life soul? How could this be? I thought only those at the Earth Martial realm could awaken a life soul. Could it be that Yifan's life soul has awakened prematurely? I have heard that only a heavenly tier life soul might awaken ahead of time. As the stone tablet's apparition emerged, Yifan was engulfed in unprecedented agitation. Haha. The dean of the Second Academy erupted in laughter, joy evident in his expression. It seems we have placed our bets wisely. Yifan indeed possesses a hidden trump card. This life soul of Yifan appears formidable, though its specific utility remains uncertain. The dean of the Third Academy's eyes sparkled with keen interest and anticipation. What purpose? The dean of the Fourth Academy chuckled, shaking his head. Since Yifan has unleashed his life soul, it is evident he intends to harness its power to defeat Dugupa. What purpose? You shall soon discover. Having just taken her seat again, Ziyuan felt a profound sense of relief. The Academy head's insight proved astute, as he had not misjudged Yifan. The crowd in the training arena erupted in a cacophony of voices, the atmosphere growing chaotic. Mu Jian, overhearing the surrounding commotion, felt his rage intensify, his face darkening ominously. Observing Dugupa still momentarily dazed, he bellowed, "Don't let him intimidate you. This life soul likely awakened when he ascended to the Xuanwu realm. He surely does not know how to wield its power. Finish him quickly." Chapter 62. The newly awakened spirit soul. Dugupa's gaze sharpened momentarily before it turned frosty. The celestial grade spirit soul could potentially awaken ahead of time, but such precocity would only occur in the Xuanwu realm. Yifan had only just ascended to the Xuanwu stage. With this realization, Dugupa ceased to hesitate. A glimmer of crimson flickered in his eyes, and purple aura swirled around the tip of his spear. He strode forward, and with a sudden thrust, the spear transformed into a dragon, roaring forth to strike at Yifan. "The Jin Tianbei must rely on you," Yifan mused, a smirk curling upon his lips as he observed the approaching Dugupa. Mu Jian's assessment was evidently flawed, but it was not entirely his fault. For the Jin Tianbei was not a spirit soul at all. It was merely a misconception shared by all present. Yifan remained motionless, his gaze turning icy. Under his control, the Jin Tianbei surged forward with terrifying might, instantly obliterating the purple dragon. Boom. The crowd witnessed the dazzling purple light dissipate in an instant. Dugupa's figure was sent hurtling backward like a kite with severed strings, crashing heavily to the ground with a thunderous sound. As he rose, blood spewed from his mouth. And before he could recover, he collapsed once more. Such power. One strike shattered Dugupa. With the spirit soul, who could possibly contend with Yifan? Unless a warrior of the Earth Martial realm also awakened a spirit soul. The onlookers were struck with astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. Yi Yao and Mu Qingsheng were too stunned to rejoice for Yifan, their minds a complete blank. Lin Qingyue's face turned pale as a sheet, standing there in a daze. Duan Tianya's smile froze, leaving only a chilling demeanor in his eyes. How could this be? He survived? I concede. A faint voice suddenly emerged. The prostrate Dugupa stirred slightly. Having been vanquished by Yifan's strike, he had utterly lost the will to fight and, for the first time in his life, felt a fear of death. He had not perished? Yifan, taken aback by the voice, was somewhat surprised. It seemed he had overestimated the might of the Jin Tianbei. Perhaps he had employed it incorrectly. Swish. Yifan smiled broadly, retracting the Jin Tianbei. With no mercy, he thrust the sunlight sword into the fallen Dugupa. One swift strike lifted Dugupa from the ground, and as he fell again, he breathed his last. "Yifan, what are you doing?" Mu Jian, stunned by Yifan's prowess, was still in a daze. Now witnessing Yifan execute Dugupa, he erupted in anger. "What else would I do?" Yifan replied with a smile, turning to the furious Mu Jian. "Of course, I am killing. The Outer Academy competition does not explicitly forbid murder, does it? I've already slain 8 others prior, and I didn't hear you object. Dugupa has already conceded." Mu Jian glared at Yifan, his eyes wide with outrage. "Conceding means this battle is over. You dare to kill further? You openly defy the rules of the Outer Academy competition and the regulations of Tianwu Academy. You deserve death. Why are you so obsessed with the Academy rules?" Yifan shrugged in mock innocence, a teasing grin on his face. "Apologies, but Dugupa's voice was too faint. I genuinely did not hear his concession. I thought he was lying there cursing me. Preposterous." Mu Jian roared, an overwhelming aura pressing down on Yifan. He raised his hand, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, treating the Academy regulations as mere child's play. "You shall die." Chapter 63. With a resounding shout, a powerful palm strike surged forth, carrying an overwhelming force that aimed to subdue Yifan. The air around it seemed to tear apart, producing a shrill, haunting whistle. "Halt!" The voice of Ziyuan suddenly echoed at that moment. Like a wraith, her figure flickered and instantly positioned itself in front of Yi Fan. With a casual wave of her hand, she effortlessly neutralized Mu Jian's assault. Director Mu Jian, what is your intention? Ziyuan inquired with a subtle smile. Her gaze steady upon Mu Jian. Do you not see? Mu Jian retorted, visibly displeased with Ziyuan's intervention. Yi Fan treats the Institute's regulations as mere child's play. Should he not be punished? As the director of the Enforcement Institute and the presiding host of today's competition, I am duty-bound to enforce the law and mete out punishment. Yi Fan, did you violate any rules? Ziyuan feigned ignorance, smiling as she posed the question. Humph. Mu Jian scoffed. Dagupa has already conceded. Yet Yi Fan still seeks to kill him. Is that not a violation? I did not hear Dagupa concede, Ziyuan replied. Casting a glance towards the directors of the second, third, and fourth institutes, who were still seated. Have any of you heard it? No, they replied, each wearing a smile, unhesitatingly. Did Dagupa say anything just now? I did not hear it either. The crowd was momentarily stunned before quickly grasping the situation. Although Dagupa's words of concession had been faint, some among the assembled students had indeed heard it. The directors, with their superior hearing, could not possibly have missed it. Their current claims of ignorance were clearly a protective stance for Yi Fan. If Mu Jian insisted on punishing Yi Fan, he would be opposing the four directors. You. Mu Jian glared at the directors, his face turning ashen with rage. Ziyuan, disregarding Mu Jian's fury, turned to address the audience, taking on the role of host. In this battle, Yi Fan is victorious. Are there any students from the outer court who wish to challenge him? The arena fell silent, no one daring to respond. Yi Fan had already slain Dagupa. They knew they would only meet a similar fate if they stepped forward. Even in a group assault, the outcome would remain unchanged. Anticipating this reaction, Ziyuan smiled slightly and declared in a clear, resonant voice, since no one dares to fight, Yi Fan is the champion of this outer court competition. As Ziyuan's words fell, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Although they had foreseen this outcome, her announcement still sent ripples of excitement through them. Yu sighed in relief, a smile gracing her face. Lin Qingyue stood frozen, her complexion pale. Duan Tianya cast a sidelong glance at Chun-Li, who then discreetly slipped away once more. Mu Qingcheng noticed this and refrained from asking further, her gaze following Chun-Li, who seemed to be intentionally drawing closer to Lin Qingyue. Yi Fan, Ziyuan, ignoring the livid Mu Jian beside her, approached Yi Fan with a smile. Congratulations on securing first place in the outer court competition. According to our agreement, any prior infractions of the regulations are hereby absolved. Furthermore, the director has decreed that on this day of the competition, you shall be granted the position of Hidden Star. What? Chapter 64. Upon hearing the words, Mu Jian's expression abruptly shifted, his gaze widening in disbelief as he stared at Ziyuan. The other inner courtyard students present shared the same incredulous sentiment. Observing Mu Jian's intense reaction, Yi Fan couldn't help but inquire, Director Ziyuan, what is this Hidden Star? Surely, it cannot be a mere empty title? Far from it, Ziyuan replied with a smile. The Hidden Star of the Academy is the highest honor bestowed upon our students. Henceforth, within the Academy, you shall have unfettered access to its resources, your status rivaling that of the directors. Beyond these walls, you will represent the Tianwu Academy. To stand against you is to stand against the Academy itself. Oh, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, pondering silently. Could this be the great gift that Elder Xiao referred to? While he was not particularly concerned about the Academy's resources, having already secured all of them with the Tianwu Golden Token, he was intrigued by the prospect of holding a status equivalent to that of a director. Although still a student, he would be elevated above his peers. In the future, it was likely that ordinary mentors and elders within Tianwu Academy would bow to him in greeting. Why has the Academy not conferred the title of Hidden Star in decades, yet chooses to do so today? And why was I not made aware of this beforehand? Mu Jian's face darkened, his brows furrowing as he questioned Ziyuan. Furthermore, in the Academy's history, the title of Hidden Star has only been awarded to the top of the inner courtyard rankings. Yi Fan has merely secured first place in the outer courtyard competition. What right does he have to become the Hidden Star of Tianwu Academy? Ziyuan cast a sidelong glance at Mu Jian and smiled. Given the potential Yi Fan has demonstrated, should he reach the 9th stage of the Xuanwu realm, the top position on the inner courtyard rankings will be within his grasp. This is merely a premature bestowal. As for your lack of prior knowledge, well, as the head of the enforcement court, you lack the authority to partake in such decisions. Humph. Mu Jian snorted coldly, his eyes ablaze with fury. Premature bestowal? I highly doubt it. Among the inner courtyard students, many could easily defeat him. Strength today does not guarantee strength tomorrow. Who can assure that, in a year or so, Yi Fan will not fade into mediocrity? Huh. Ziyuan chuckled lightly, her expression teasing as she suggested to Mu Jian, why not advise the Academy head? Mu Jian's expression darkened, leaving him momentarily speechless. Advise the head? How could he dare? Director Mu Jian, it seems you do not fully acknowledge my potential? Yi Fan, noticing Mu Jian's disgruntled countenance, couldn't help but laugh. Very well, I shall boldly challenge all present inner courtyard students, including those ranking on the celestial list. As long as they suppress their cultivation to the 6th stage of the Xuanwu realm, should they defeat me in battle, I will relinquish my claim to the title of Hidden Star. With that declaration, he cast his gaze over the assembly of inner courtyard students. Instantly, they felt a sense of provocation. Yet, no one was willing to step forward to accept the challenge. Suppressing their cultivation to the 6th stage of the Xuanwu realm to battle Yi Fan? If they lost, they would suffer great humiliation. If they won, there would be little to boast about. Unless they could defeat Yi Fan while suppressing their cultivation to the 1st stage of the Xuanwu realm, which was simply impossible. Is no one willing? Yi Fan waited for a moment, and seeing no responses, he shrugged helplessly and turned his gaze back to Mu Jian, jesting. It appears that the inner courtyard students all seem to acknowledge my worthiness for the title of Hidden Star of Tianwu Academy. Humph. Mu Jian's face remained grim, emitting a cold snort. It wasn't that he doubted Yi Fan's strength. He was merely irritated. What infuriated him further was that once Yi Fan held the title of Hidden Star, their statuses would be equal, a blow more painful than death. Alas, this was the Academy head's decision, one he could not influence. Yi Fan, Ziyuan, reveling in Mu Jian's discomfort, cheerfully produced a black robe, extending it towards Yi Fan. This robe, known as the Hidden Star robe, is yours to don now that you have been granted the title. Right here, in front of everyone? Yi Fan accepted the black robe, awkwardly scratching his nose. What was there to feel embarrassed about? Ziyuan, amused by Yi Fan's reaction, mischievously observed him from head to toe. Why would you feel embarrassed? You're not completely undressed underneath. That was a fair point. Yi Fan shrugged with a smile and decided to strip off his attire in front of the crowd, as he unfurled the Hidden Star robe and donned it. The 6-pointed star emblem on his chest radiated a brilliant light, instantly transforming his aura. This, a low-tier spiritual weapon? Yi Fan's pupils constricted as he looked at Ziyuan in astonishment. Chapter 65 indeed. Ziyuan smiled and nodded, stating that the Hidden Star robe was a defensive spiritual weapon of the Earth rank, difficult to breach without a cultivation level of Earth Martial Realm. Even when faced with the onslaught of Earth Martial Realm warriors, it could still mitigate damage to a certain extent. What a remarkable treasure. Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Earth-rank spiritual weapons were already rare and valuable, and among them, defensive spiritual weapons held even greater worth. The spectators in the training arena listened intently to the exchange between the two, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. After the initial thrill, Yi Fan recalled the matter at hand. He turned to scan the crowd, finally fixing his gaze on Lin Qingyue, raising his voice. Lin Qingyue, I have claimed first place in the Outer Academy competition. Lin Qingyue was taken aback by the sudden mention of her name, her expression momentarily dazed, struggling to comprehend the meaning of Yi Fan's proclamation. In that brief moment, a cold glint flashed in the eyes of Qinli, who had been lurking within the crowd. He swiftly drew his sword, its blade slicing through the air like a venomous serpent, aimed directly at Lin Qingyue's back. Be careful behind you. Yi Fan noticed Qinli's attack and hurriedly warned her. Lin Qingyue, upon hearing this, turned around in alarm, the murderous intent that met her sent chills down her spine. When she recognized Qinli, the color drained from her face, and she stumbled back in terror. In a critical moment, a streak of sword light shot past like a shooting star from the side. Mu Qiqing appeared, her sword deftly intercepting Qinli's lethal strike, the blades clashing and emitting a dazzling spark. Damn it! Qinli's expression changed drastically, having failed to notice Mu Qiqing. His brows furrowed tightly as he involuntarily glanced towards Duan Tianya in the distance, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. Duan Tianya stood afar, his fists clenched unconsciously. It was he who had instigated Qinli to eliminate Lin Qingyue. Yet, the opportunity had slipped away. What infuriated him further was that it was Mu Qiqing who had intervened. At that moment, Mu Qiqing shielded Lin Qingyue behind her, coldly questioning Qinli. What do you intend to do? Lin Qingyue stood frozen, as if encased in ice. Qinli was a trusted confidant of Duan Tianya, and this act was undoubtedly at his behest. She could hardly fathom that the one she loved dearly would wish her harm, while her supposed rival, Mu Qiqing, came to her rescue. This sudden turn of events left the surrounding crowd in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances filled with confusion. Faced with Mu Qiqing's interrogation, Qinli's gaze faltered, and he remained mute. What could he possibly say at this juncture? Of course, to kill you. Yi Fan, seeing Qinli's silence, lazily interjected, a playful smile gracing his lips. Lin Qingyue, I have told you before, you are not that significant. Do not overestimate your worth to certain individuals. You are merely a vessel of beauty, easily dispensable. His words ignited a stir within the crowd. Although Yi Fan had not been entirely explicit, the implications were enough to provoke imagination. Was it true? Lin Xingyue found it difficult to believe, her gaze turning to Duan Tianya in shock. At that moment, Duan Tianya was devoid of his previous composure. He stood there, silent and with a frighteningly cold expression. Lin Xingyue received her answer, her eyes dimming instantly. She staggered back a step, nearly fainting. Fortunately, Mu Qingqing was quick to catch her. Chapter 66. Lin Xingyue, the bet. Yi Fan perceived Lin Xingyue's despair and, with a smile, reminded her that if he could be heartless, why should she cling to righteousness? One must not allow the unfeeling to find solace. Lin Xingyue's face was as pale as a sheet, and with a stubborn resolve, she broke free from Mu Qingqing's grasp. Even though she had been forsaken by Duan Tianya, she refused to accept Mu Qingqing's assistance. Dragging her heavy footsteps, she approached Yi Fan, resembling a mere shell of a human being. The expressions of those around her varied, but they instinctively sensed what Lin Xingyue intended to do. The bet she had made with Yi Fan half a month prior had already spread throughout the academy. In this moment, everyone tacitly fell silent. The entire training ground was enveloped in a suffocating stillness, where even the fall of a pin could be heard. Duan Tianya. Lin Xingyue's once exquisite makeup was now smudged by tears, her voice trembling violently as she implored, "Tell me, did you ever love me? Even if just for a fleeting moment?" Duan Tianya remained silent, slightly turning his face away, deliberately avoiding her gaze. This action shattered the last remnants of hope in Lin Xingyue's heart. Ha ha. Suddenly, Lin Xingyue threw her head back and laughed maniacally. Her laughter tinged with a chilling madness as tears streamed down her face. Indeed, Yi Fan was right. In your eyes, I am nothing but a vessel for reproduction. Merely a walking womb. As she spoke, she violently tore open her garment, revealing her flat abdomen, and screamed at Duan Tianya in a fit of desperation. Look, this is what you desire. Alas, it is now empty. Empty. The crowd gasped, utterly stunned by this frenzied spectacle. Mu Qingqing instinctively reached out to intervene, only to be gently restrained by Yi Yao. To avoid hindering you, I schemed against Yi Fan, even subjecting myself to marrying him, and even. Lin Xingyue's voice suddenly dropped, choked with heart-wrenching sobs. I even allowed our child to recognize Yi Fan as their father. All because of your words, it is not the right time. Enough. Duan Tianya finally reacted, furrowing his brow and responding coldly. Not enough. Lin Xingyue suddenly screamed, her voice piercing the heavens. I want everyone to know what a hypocrite you, Duan Tianya, truly are. With that, she turned her head to cast a glance at Mu Qingqing, her eyes now filled with madness directed back at Duan Tianya. You once told me that Mu Qingqing is but a hen that cannot lay eggs. To marry Mu Qingqing is merely to exploit the power of the Mu family. Once you seize the position of the crown prince, you will openly marry me. When you ascend the throne, you must declare our child as the heir. Liar. You have been deceiving me, deceiving Mu Qingqing, deceiving the Mu family, the Lin family, deceiving everyone. As Lin Xingyue's words echoed through the training ground, the crowd's expressions shifted, murmurs and whispers spreading among them. Silence. Duan Tianya finally erupted in fury, a terrifying aura suddenly unleashed. In an instant, he lunged forward, unleashing a fierce palm strike. Earth Martial Realm. Yi Fan's eyes widened in astonishment at Duan Tianya's strength, though they were of similar age. He had already entered the Earth Martial Realm? In the blink of an eye, Duan Tianya had reached Lin Xingyue's side. In her despair and frenzy, Lin Xingyue did not even consider evading. Perhaps, at that moment, she had already desired death. However, Yi Fan was determined that Lin Xingyue would not perish in such a manner. Resolutely stepping forward, he positioned himself in front of Lin Xingyue and thrust his sword. Regrettably, he had somewhat underestimated the might of Duan Tianya's strike. The blazing sun sword slipped from his grasp, and the palm strike's momentum remained unabated, crashing heavily into his chest. Boom. Yi Fan was sent staggering back several steps, a sharp pain radiating from his chest as he grimaced and rubbed the area, feeling frustrated. Was the starry robe truly ineffective against pain? When he finally lifted his gaze to Duan Tianya, a provocative smile crept onto his lips. What is this? Is the third prince intent on silencing me? Boom. Just as he spoke, a deafening crash resounded from behind him. Yi Fan turned sharply, only to find Lin Xingyue collapsed in a pool of blood. Standing beside her was none other than Mu Jian. Chapter 67. Did you kill her? Yi Fan's pupils constricted slightly, a hint of astonishment crossing his face. He did not particularly care for Lin Xingyue's life. Rather, he was taken aback that the perpetrator would be Mu Jian, as the head of the judicial court. To brazenly slay an academy student in public was a bold move indeed. Framing a prince is a capital offense, deserving of death. With a grim visage, Mu Jian's voice was as cold and unyielding as iron, justifying his murderous act. Huh. Yi Fan could not suppress a derisive laugh upon hearing his words. Are you in charge of the punishments of Tianwu Academy or the punishments of the Union Kingdom? Setting aside the veracity of Lin Qingyue's claims. Whether or not she framed the prince, what business is it of yours as the head of the judicial court? Is it she who framed the prince? Or you who killed to silence her on behalf of Duan Tianya? Under heaven, all land belongs to the king. On the shores, all subjects belong to the king. Duan Tianya, his face cold as ice, seized the conversation, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Fan. Lin Qingyue has framed the prince. She deserves to die? Any righteous person in the Yun'in kingdom may slay her. What is wrong with Head Mujian's actions? If he does not kill her, shall he protect her instead? Yet you, Yi Fan, so biased towards Lin Qingyue, do you perhaps instigate her to frame the prince? Bold. Yi Fan had long anticipated Duan Tianya's counterattack. And suddenly he bellowed. The sound echoed like thunder, stunning everyone present into silence. They exchanged glances, unable to believe their ears. Yi Fan actually dared to chastise His Highness, the third prince? Yi Fan, you are insolent. Mujian was the first to regain his composure. His face ashen as he scolded. Silence. Yi Fan retorted without reservation, fixing his gaze on Duan Tianya. Is framing a prince a capital offense? Then your previous words. Framing the hidden star of Tianwu Academy are even more deserving of death. What? Duan Tianya's expression froze, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. What was Yi Fan saying? How audacious, to dare admonish the third prince. Not only that, but he also claimed that the third prince deserved death? In the martial arts arena, whispers erupted among the crowd, all bewildered by Yi Fan's declaration. They exchanged looks of shock and confusion. Did they truly believe that the Yun'in kingdom was solely under the control of the Duan family? Yi Fan, no longer courteous, spoke with a voice as frigid as ice. Stepping forward, he infused his spiritual power into the hidden star robe, causing the six-pointed star emblem to shine with blinding golden light. The Yun'in kingdom does not belong to your Duan family, but to Tianwu Academy. With each word he uttered, it was as if a hammer struck the hearts of those present. There are many princes in the Yun'in kingdom. Yet there is only one hidden star of Tianwu Academy. Me? You, a mere prince, dare to frame the hidden star? You court death. As his words fell, a formidable aura erupted from him. The hidden star robe billowed without wind, rustling ominously. The arena descended into a profound silence. All present were awed by Yi Fan's imposing presence. Impudence. Duan Tianya felt his face flush with humiliation, losing all semblance of his usual composure. He glared fiercely at Yi Fan and shouted, You dare to spout such nonsense here, to disrespect the royal family. I care not. Yi Fan retorted coldly, mocking him. Go home and ask your father. Without Tianwu Academy, what is the royal family worth? The Yun'in kingdom is not the Duan family's domain, but rather the domain of Tianwu Academy. This was not mere fabrication. The current Yun'in kingdom, under the protection of Elder Shao, represented Tianwu Academy. Even if this was an agreement made by Elder Shao with the royal ancestor Duan Yunin, it could still be asserted that Tianwu Academy supersedes the royal family. The hidden star of Tianwu Academy can stand in equal measure to the royal heirs. Chapter 68. How can Duan Tianya, a mere prince, be compared to the hidden star? Nonsense. Duan Tianya glared fiercely, his aura roaring around him. His fists clenched, veins bulging, he was poised to teach Yi Fan a lesson. Your Highness, the third prince. Ziyuan's timely voice broke through, reminding Duan Tianya, Are you certain you wish to strike at the hidden star within the Tianwu Academy? Duan Tianya's expression darkened, the rage within him subsiding slightly. He took a deep breath, suppressing the fury in his heart. Yi Fan, with a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, turned to Ziyuan and inquired, Director Ziyuan, I have been pondering a question. Is it not forbidden for non-students to step foot within the Tianwu Academy? How is it that Duan Tianya is present here today? Oh, it is quite simple, Ziyuan replied with a gentle smile, patiently explaining. Duan Tianya was once a student of the Tianwu Academy. However, 2 months prior, he ascended to the Earth Martial Realm and graduated successfully. According to the Academy's rules, graduates are permitted to enter the Academy at any time. I see. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, a glint of mischief in his eyes, and then asked Ziyuan. In that case, may I eject him from here? That might not be appropriate. Ziyuan's gaze flickered, appearing somewhat troubled. Not possible? Yi Fan pouted, seemingly displeased. Muttering under his breath, it appears the power of the hidden star is rather limited. To forcibly expel him would indeed be unwise, Ziyuan said with a smile. Shifting the conversation, however, if it were a request for him to leave, that would certainly be acceptable. Then I kindly ask His Highness, the third prince, to vacate the Tianwu Academy. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan burst into laughter, immediately gesturing for Duan Tianya to leave. The Tianwu Academy has matters to attend to, and graduates are not permitted to remain. Humph. Duan Tianya smirked coldly, remaining rooted in place, with his hands clasped behind his back and his chin slightly raised. He turned a deaf ear to Yi Fan's words, adopting an air of superiority. The entire training ground fell silent, every student of the Tianwu Academy holding their breath, none daring to stir the waters of this dispute. The several directors, including Zi Yuan, also maintained their silence. After all, it was not fitting for them to personally handle the matter of expelling Duan Tianya. Seeing no response, the expression of pride on Duan Tianya's face grew even more pronounced. He cast a sidelong glance at Yi Fan, his eyes brimming with provocation. I request His Highness, the third prince, to leave the Tianwu Academy. Yi Fan's demeanor remained unchanged as he once again raised his voice. His words resounded distinctly in the stillness of the training ground. Is anyone paying attention to you? Duan Tianya sneered repeatedly, his disdainful gaze sweeping across the crowd. It finally settled on Yi Fan, a mocking smile lingering on his lips. At that moment, a figure suddenly emerged from the crowd, striding steadily towards Duan Tianya with an impassive expression. Gui. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Your Highness, please. Gui's demeanor was as cold as ice, gesturing for him to leave. And what if I refuse? Duan Tianya glared at Gui, his face darkening instantly. He had not anticipated that someone would indeed dare to confront him. Should conflict arise, it would be quite the spectacle. Gui met Duan Tianya's gaze directly and calmly reminded him, I believe that by that time, the directors will not sit idly by. As the young master of the Gu family, Gui felt no fear of Duan Tianya's imposing presence. Moreover, he was the third-ranked individual on the Inner Academy's leaderboard. While his current strength may not match Duan Tianya's, the future remained uncertain. Chapter 69 Humph. Duan Tianya's expression fluctuated between gloom and clarity. After a moment of contemplation, he let out a cold snort and abruptly waved his sleeve, beckoning Qinli from a distance. Qinli, we shall depart. Though it was a loss of face, it was preferable to being publicly ejected. Stop. Yi Fan suddenly called out upon witnessing this. What more do you desire? Duan Tianya spun around fiercely, his eyes ablaze with fury. You may leave, but Qinli cannot. A playful smile danced on Yi Fan's lips as his gaze flitted dismissively towards Qinli. Duan Tianya. He is currently unable to move. Can we not handle a mere Qinli? Your Highness. Qinli furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Duan Tianya. Fear not. He dares not act against you. Duan Tianya shot a cold, sidelong glance at Yi Fan before striding away without a backward glance. Yi Fan, what are your intentions? Qinli inquired, his face darkened, feigning calmness. Mind your tone, Yi Fan replied languidly, nonchalantly cleaning his ears. I am the hidden star of Tianwu Academy. As a student of Tianwu Academy, you ought to address me with respect, using you instead of thou. How presumptuous. Qinli scoffed, showing no regard for Yi Fan. Heh. Yi Fan chuckled dismissively, turning to Mu Jian. Just now, Qinli drew his sword against Lin Qingwei, witnessed by all present. Do you, Dean Mu Jian, believe that Qinli's actions contravene any academy rules? How should it be dealt with? Do not use Lin Qingwei as a pretext to shield the prince, at that moment. Lin Qingwei said nothing. Deal with what? Mu Jian raised his chin defiantly. Qinli did not kill Lin Qingwei. He merely drew his sword. What rules has he broken? The Academy's rules concern murder, not injury, especially when Qinli did not inflict harm. If you will not judge, then do not judge at all. Yi Fan retorted coldly, turning decisively to face Qinli, his eyes glinting with cold light. In the Academy, committing murder is a capital offense. Failing to kill is merely attempted murder. While the death penalty may be avoided, lesser crimes cannot escape. With that, he slowly raised his right hand, pointing at Qinli. Qinli, I hereby revoke your status as a student of Tianwu Academy and expel you. What? Qinli's face paled at the words. Yi Fan, Mu Jian bellowed, deeply displeased by Yi Fan's overstepping. What is your standing? What authority do you possess to represent the judicial court in enforcing the law? Do you think I'm insignificant? Is my identity as the hidden star of Tianwu Academy not enough? Yi Fan retorted with a light laugh, an air of provocation surrounding him. Not enough. Mu Jian shouted in anger. Is that so? Yi Fan tilted his head slightly, feigning innocence as he cast an inquiring glance at Zi Yuan. Chapter 70 Zi Yuan shared a knowing smile and introduced to Yi Fan that at the Tianwu Academy, unless the Academy head speaks, any dismissal of a dean requires the consent of at least half of the deans. Yi Fan's eyes brightened with curiosity as he inquired. How many deans does the Tianwu Academy have? There are 9, Zi Yuan replied. The Outer Academy has 4 deans, while the Inner Academy is divided into left and right factions, each with 2 deans. Additionally, there is 1 dean each for the Task Institute, the Enforcement Institute, and the Martial Arts Institute. Hiki. Mu Jian was undoubtedly aware of this rule, casting a derisive glance at Yi Fan. Dismiss me? Yi Fan, do you have enough support? Perhaps I do, Yi Fan murmured, then turned to the gathered students and proclaimed, Mu Jian, your enforcement is unjust. Chun Li harbored murderous intent, yet due to his failure, he faces no punishment. Lin Xinhua has committed no infraction, yet you enforced a death sentence upon her, abusing your power. Today, I, as the hidden star of Tianwu Academy, propose the dismissal of Mu Jian from his position as the dean of the Enforcement Institute. With those words, he turned and scanned the 4 outer academy deans, including Ziyuan. I agree. Ziyuan smiled, raising her hand first, as if fearing someone else would take the lead. Humph. Mu Jian snorted, not at all surprised. Ziyuan's previous actions had clearly favored Yufan, and her support for his proposal was entirely expected. However, with only one person in agreement, this would prove inconsequential. I agree. Suddenly, the dean of the second academy raised his hand, his voice steady and firm. Mu Jian's expression darkened, his piercing gaze directed at the dean of the second academy. He had no prior grievances with this individual. Why would he choose this moment to strike? I also agree. Agreed. The deans of the third and fourth academies expressed their consent in succession, as if merely making a casual decision. While Mu Jian's protection of Chun Li could be deemed partiality, the unwarranted execution of Lin Xinhua was a blatant abuse of authority. Moreover, Yufan was the academy head's chosen hidden star. To dismiss Mu Jian would undoubtedly be a matter of face. You all, Mu Jian glared, his eyes darting between the deans, before suddenly breaking into a sinister laugh. Haraha, the Tianwu Academy has 9 deans. To dismiss me, at least 5 must agree. 4 of you are simply not enough. Mu Jian, have you forgotten? Ziyuan chuckled softly, her eyes glinting with mischief. Her voice was gentle, yet each word struck like a blade. Yufan is the hidden star of Tianwu Academy, holding a status that rivals that of a dean. He, too, has a vote. What? Mu Jian's pupils constricted, as if struck by lightning. Yifan smiled with satisfaction and calmly addressed Mu Jian. Mu Jian, from this moment on, you are no longer the dean of the Enforcement Institute of Tianwu Academy. Hand over your authority. Hand over my authority? Mu Jian muttered through clenched teeth. Retrieving the Enforcement Authority token, he clutched it tightly, showing no intention of relinquishing it. After expending countless efforts to ascend to this position, how could he allow Yufan to strip him of it with a mere utterance? Hand it over. Seeing Mu Jian hesitate, Yufan suddenly raised his voice sharply. How despicable! Mu Jian lowered his head, his voice hoarse. In the next moment, he abruptly lifted his head, a surge of murderous intent igniting in his eyes. Mu Jian, do you dare? Ziyuan sensed the impending danger and admonished him sternly. Mu Jian's drooping arms suddenly rose, filled with lethal intent, as he launched a strike directly at Yufan's face. Chapter 71. A bone-chilling cold rushed towards Yufan, causing his pupils to constrict in disbelief. He never anticipated that Mu Jian would dare to attempt to kill him in plain sight. At this critical moment, the graceful figure of Mu Qingqing swept in like a startled swan, firmly placing herself in front of him. Upon realizing it was Mu Qingqing who intervened, Mu Jian's expression froze in a mask of hostility as he hastily tried to retract his attack. However, the chilling gust of his palm strike had already been unleashed. With a dull thud, Mu Qingqing was sent flying like a severed kite. Qingqing. Yufan leapt forward to catch her delicate form. The beauty in his arms appeared pallid, her hair and brows glimmering with icy crystals, and blood continuously oozed from the corner of her lips. Qingqing, have you lost your senses? Mu Jian's eyes burned with fury, his forehead veins bulging. He had not anticipated her selfless act of protection, his niece. Not only the consort of the third prince, but also a pivotal figure in solidifying the alliance between the Mu family and the prince, could not perish. Uncle Mu Qingqing struggled against the rampant cold within her, her pale lips trembling slightly. The hidden star of the Tianwu Academy, the Mu family cannot withstand this Mu Jian. Upon seeing that Yufan was unharmed, Ziyuan let out a sigh of relief, but her expression quickly turned icy. How dare he lay a hand on the hidden star? Before her words could fully escape, she moved like a specter, appearing before Mu Jian. The 3 directors followed closely behind, surrounding Mu Jian in a tight formation. Do you wish to kill me? Humph. Mu Jian scoffed, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. His spiritual energy surged like a raging tide, attempting to force his way out. Seize him, Ziyuan commanded, and she, along with the 3 directors, launched their attack simultaneously. The ferocious spiritual energy ravaged the training grounds, causing the stone slabs to crack and dust to billow. The onlookers were already in shock, retreating in fear of being caught in the fray. Yi, noticing Yifan still holding Mu Qingqing at the center of the storm, shouted, Yifan, why are you still standing there? Qingqing cannot be harmed. Yufan cradled Mu Qingqing in his arms, feeling her dwindling warmth, his heart aching. Hold on. I'll take you to the Pill Fire Tower. Without looking back, he dashed toward the tower. Inside the Pill Fire Tower, Elder Qi Lian, a renowned alchemist, lounged lazily in a recliner. Elder Qi Lian. Yi Fan rushed in, urgency lacing his voice. Please, save Qingqing. Elder Qi Lian lazily lifted his gaze. But upon noticing the black robe draped over Yi Fan's shoulders, he sat up straight. As his eyes fell upon the near-lifeless Mu Qiqing in Yi Fan's arms, he furrowed his brow in confusion. Who had harmed her? Mu Qiqing was no weakling, renowned within the inner academy S ranks. Few were capable of injuring her. Yi Fan hastily approached Elder Qi Lian, carefully cradling Mu Qiqing, fearful of exacerbating her injuries. Elder Qi Lian then reached out to grasp her wrist. At the moment his fingers brushed her skin, he recoiled slightly from the frigid aura emanating from her. It's the power of ice sealing. With that, he flipped his hand and produced a crimson pill, placing it in Mu Qingqing's mouth. This girl's meridians are frozen, and her blood flow is obstructed. If you had arrived even a moment later, she would have perished. The pill began to take effect, and Mu Qingqing's temperature slightly rose. Yet, there were still no signs of her awakening. Why has Sister Qingqing woken up yet? Yi Fan inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Chapter 72. The elixir she had just consumed was known as the spirit-stopping pill, which merely served to prevent the further deterioration of her injuries. Qi Lian explained that the one who harmed her must have been Mu Jian, for all members of the Mu family practiced the Eternal Calamity Ice art. Mu Qiqing had likely fallen victim to Mu Jian's Eternal Calamity Ice palm. To dispel the frozen power within her, it would require the intervention of her assailant. Panic surged through Yi Fan as he realized the implications. He gently laid Mu Qiqing on a chaise and rose to summon Qi Lian. Elder Qi Lian, please look after Sister Qingqing. I shall return shortly. Before the words had left his lips, he had already turned and hastened toward the door. Given Mu Jian's strength, he would undoubtedly be no match for the combined might of the four from Ziyuan. As Qi Lian had indicated, to save Mu Qingqing, Mu Jian needed to expel the cold energy within her, otherwise, her injuries would remain insurmountable. Any further delay could very well lead to Mu Jian's demise. Just as he reached the entrance, Yi Yao hurried in from the alchemy tower. Sister Yao. Yi Fan, knowing she had just come from the training grounds, grasped her arm and urgently inquired, what has become of Mu Jian? Was he apprehended? That man has already been slain by Dean Ziyuan and the others, Yi Yao responded, then glanced toward the unconscious Mu Qingqing nearby. How is her condition? What? Mu Jian is dead? Yi Fan's heart plummeted, and he staggered back a step, turning to gaze at the comatose Mu Qingqing, guilt flooding his eyes. What's wrong? Yi Yao felt a tightening in her chest, having never seen Yi Fan in such distress. At that moment, Yi Fan could scarcely afford to explain. He swiftly moved to Mu Qingqing's side and furrowed his brow as he addressed Qi Lian, Elder Qi Lian. With Mu Jian deceased, is there truly no alternative? Sighing, Qi Lian shook his head, a hint of pity evident in his gaze. Yi Fan's fists clenched tightly, his chest heaving with turmoil. If not for his desire to save him, how could Mu Qiqing have? Perhaps, Qi Lian stroked his beard thoughtfully. There is one person who might help. Who? Yi Fan's eyes flickered with hope, lifting his gaze to Qi Lian. Qi Lian replied, in the Imperial City. When it comes to alchemical medicine, only Su Meinyang, the master of Wanbao Tower, surpasses me. However, persuading her to take action is no trivial matter. In this woman, I shall go at once. Yi Fan's hope rekindled, and without waiting for Qi Lian to finish, he carefully lifted Mu Qingqing and exited the alchemy tower. Others may struggle to enlist Su Meinyang's aid, but Mu Qingqing was her junior sister. Such urgency from this lad. And I haven't even finished speaking. Qi Lian watched as Yi Fan departed the tower, shaking his head in resignation. Su Meinyang was fierce, and he truly hoped she would not devour him. Yi Yao stared blankly at the entrance of the alchemy tower, a flicker of unease creeping into her heart. Yi Fan's concern for Mu Qiqing evidently exceeded ordinary bounds. After all, she was the consort of the third prince. If Duan Tianya caught wind of this, he would surely erupt in fury. Leaving the Tianwu Academy, Yi Fan hurriedly cradled the unconscious Mu Qiqing through the main street of the Imperial City. Isn't that the third prince's consort? Why is she covered in blood? Look, the one carrying her is Yi Fan from the Yi family. How could the third prince's consort be with him? And so intimately. Mu Qingqing's attire was stained with splotches of blood, glaringly conspicuous under the sunlight. Her pale face resting against Yi Fan's shoulder, her hair flowing in the wind, attracting countless astonished gazes. Yi Fan paid no heed to their remarks. Pressing forward into Wanbao Tower. Quickly, summon the master. The newly appointed shopkeeper paused in confusion, unsure of the situation. Is my brother here? What could be so urgent? A sultry voice, captivating and alluring, drifted down from above, and soon Su Meinyang descended the stairs, each step imbued with grace. Her lips parted, ready to utter a playful remark, but her expression abruptly shifted upon recognizing the person in Yi Fan's arms. Sister Qingqing? What has happened to her? Chapter 73. Injured by Mu Jian. With an expression full of concern, Yi Fan hurriedly responded. Su Meinyang's alluring demeanor faded in an instant as she approached and gently brushed aside Mu Qingqing's disheveled hair, her eyes reflecting a flicker of compassion. Her delicate fingers rested lightly on Mu Qingqing's wrist, her brow furrowing slightly at the overwhelming force of the icy energy that had clearly been inflicted by Mu Jian's eternalized palm. Thankfully, she had consumed the spirit-calming pill in time. Mu Jian is already dead. Yu Fan's voice was low as he shifted his gaze from Mu Qingqing's face to Su Meinyang, filled with hope. Elder Qi Lian from the Heavenly Martial Academy said that the only one who can save Sister Qingcheng in the Imperial City now is you. That won't do, dear brother. Su Meinyang suddenly smiled, her crimson lips curling into a meaningful arc. The only one who can save Qingcheng now is you. Me? Yu Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed. Su Meinyang lightly tapped Yu Fan's chest with her fingertip. Your solar divine body can dispel this icy energy, provided that. Solar divine body. Yu Fan's pupils constricted in surprise at Su Meinyang's prior awareness of his unique ability. Yet, with pressing urgency, he noticed her hesitation and anxiously inquired, provided that what? Brother truly does not understand, or are you merely pretending? Su Meinyang chuckled, her gaze playful. The chill from the eternal ice palm has invaded Qingcheng's heart pulse. Only the utmost yang energy can resolve it, by being channeled from the Dantian point. However, the essence of the solar divine body requires a close, intimate connection to transfer. Yi Fan vaguely grasped her meaning. Lowering his gaze to Mu Qingcheng in his arms, he suddenly recalled something, perplexed. Isn't Sister Qingcheng unable to engage in intimate relations due to her cultivation practices? As I discovered while taking her pulse earlier. Su Meinyang's lips curved upward, deliberately elongating her words. Now it is possible. Now it is possible. Yi Fan recalled Su Meinyang's earlier explanations, feeling skeptical. Did you not mention before that Sister Qingcheng's devotion to her path has sealed her femininity, and only true love can break the seal? At this point, Yu Fan paused, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Su Meinyang regarded him with a knowing nod, laden with significance. This. Yu Fan's throat tightened. Shock evident on his face. How had he become Mu Qingcheng's true love? Until now, he had not discerned any such affection from her. Could it be that Mu Qingcheng had saved him not out of fear of retribution from the Mu family towards the Heavenly Martial Academy, but rather because this must be fate? Su Meinyang had anticipated this, her expression amused. However, Yi Fan's brow furrowed, internal conflict raging within him. Do not impose upon others what you do not desire for yourself. The feeling of being forced was most unpleasant. He had once been subjected to such coercion. Without Mu Qingcheng's consent, how could he dare to proceed? With your life at stake, dear brother, what are you hesitating for? Su Meinyang leaned closer to Yi Fan, her breath fragrant as she gazed at him with unusual seriousness. You need not worry that Sister Qingcheng will object. After all, you are the one who will unlock her seal. If not you, then who? At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed outside the one-out building. Chapter 74. A dozen figures entered in single file, led by a middle-aged man with hair as white as frost. He struck the ground heavily with his dragon-headed cane. His gaze like lightning, fixating on Mu Qingcheng, cradled in Yi Fan's arms. Hand over Qingcheng. A glint of cold light flashed in Su Meinyang's eyes as she gracefully positioned herself in front of Yi Fan. Oh, Master Mu, what a grand display you have here. The middle-aged man was Mu Su, the head of the Mu family, and also Mu Qingcheng's father. Upon learning of the events at the Tianwu Academy, he had hurriedly brought his entourage here. Su Luzhu, I ask for your cooperation, Musa said, with no intention of prolonging the conversation. Granting Su Meinyang the courtesy she deserved. Qingcheng was injured by Mu Jian, and now that Mu Jian is dead, Su Meinyang's smile remained unfaltering. Does the Mu family have a way to treat Qingcheng's injuries? Or does Su Luzhu possess such a remedy? Musa's brow furrowed. If not, Qingcheng will die in my Mu residence. She cannot perish in the arms of this person. I do not. Su Meinyang's red lips parted. But then she suddenly shifted her tone, however, my brother does. Turning her gaze back, she signaled to Yi Fan. Brother, let Master Mu witness your solar divine body, shall we? Otherwise, things may become a tad complicated. Yi Fan understood her meaning. And as he activated the solar scripture within him, a brilliant golden light enveloped him. The scorching spiritual energy radiated like the sun, illuminating the entire Wanbao pavilion, making the very air feel searing. It truly is the solar divine body. Musa's eyes widened slightly, displaying a hint of surprise. The primordial yang energy of the solar divine body could dissolve the frozen power within Qingcheng. Su Meinyang's face was alight with mirth. However, it requires a close, intimate connection between lips and flesh. Musa's expression darkened abruptly, the veins on his forehead throbbing as he spoke in a deep voice. Does Su Luzhu not realize that Qingcheng is incomplete? Master Mu, you jest. As her father, you should know best that Qingqing was not always this way. Su Mainyang chuckled softly, her eyes briefly glancing at Yifan before returning to Mu Su. As for the current Qingqing, she is no longer incomplete. What? Musa's expression grew complex upon hearing this news. The solar divine body could indeed resolve the frozen power, which was a positive development. Yet, the method of resolution was difficult to accept. Mu Qingqing was the consort of the third prince. How could she engage intimately with another man? If this were to spread, both the Mu family and the royal family would suffer great humiliation. Observing Musa's conflicted expression, Su Mainyang chuckled lightly. Does Master Mu not wish to save Qingqing's life? Some things are more important than life itself. Musu's countenance darkened, his teeth clenched. He cast a sharp gaze at Yifan. You, hand Qingqing over to me. What could possibly be more important than life? Yifan's irritation flared at Musa's words, his grip around Mu Qingqing tightening instinctively. Sister Qingqing had previously been treated as a pawn by the Mu family, a sacrifice for power. Now, hanging by a thread, her father was willing to forsake her life for something utterly meaningless. You know nothing, boy. Mu Su, who could not help but feel the pain for his daughter, tightened his grip on the dragon-headed cane and reprimanded. Qingqing is the esteemed consort of the third prince. If I were to allow you to save her, where would that leave the honor of the royal family and the Mu family? Your Yi family would face utter ruin. What if Sister Qingqing divorced Duan Tianya? Yifan pondered this point and suddenly posed the question to Mu Su. Divorce? Musa shook his head. Would His Highness, the third prince, ever agree? Is it Duan Tianya who disagrees, or is it the Mu family? Yifan retorted coldly. Since you have arrived here, you must have heard of the events that transpired at the Tianwu Academy's martial arts arena. Does the Mu family still hold hope for Duan Tianya? He is merely using the Mu family. Should he ascend to the throne one day, he would certainly cast the Mu family aside. Chapter 75. Are you going? Mu Su was momentarily taken aback, astonished by Yifan's words. I am going to the third prince's residence, Yifan declared resolutely, casting a glance at the feeble Mu Qingqing in his arms. Sister Qingqing's injuries could not be delayed. As long as you consent, I will go to the third prince's residence and negotiate a separation on behalf of Sister Qingqing. What identity do you possess to undertake such a mission? Mu Su scrutinized Yifan, his eyes filled with skepticism. As her father, he could advocate for Mu Qingqing's separation from Duan Tianya, but what authority did Yifan have? Such an action would only provoke Duan Tianya and invite a flurry of gossip. The chances of success were virtually non-existent. The hidden star of Tianwu Academy, Yifan replied without hesitation. Mu Su suddenly turned to Yifan, his eyes gleaming with insight. He fully understood the significance of the hidden star of Tianwu Academy. Should Yifan leverage this identity to negotiate a separation from Mu Qingqing, the so-called separation would likely transform into something far more profound. Master Mu, in truth, your Mu family has no alternative. Yifan continued, noticing Musa's reluctance to acquiesce. Mu Jian attempted to take my life publicly at Tianwu Academy as a hidden star. That act alone is unforgivable. If the Mu family faces repercussions, do you truly believe Duan Tianya would safeguard the Mu family? Musa furrowed his brow, his breathing noticeably quickening as he instinctively glanced at his unconscious daughter, a flicker of internal conflict crossing his features. Once Sister Qingqing separates from Duan Tianya, I assure you this matter will end with Mu Jian. Yifan's tone softened, yet his gaze remained resolute. Well, Mu Su pondered deeply, weighing the ramifications. He had always been opposed to intervening in the contest for the throne. It was Mu Jian who had been orchestrating the alliance between the two parties. With numerous elders from the Mu family supporting him, he had no choice but to relent, painfully agreeing to marry Mu Qingqing to Duan Tianya. Now that Mu Jian was dead, he had unwittingly brought calamity upon the Mu family. Perhaps this could serve as an opportunity. What do you think? Yifan fixed his gaze on Mu Su, awaiting his nod. Without Mu Su's approval, he would embark on this venture without justification. To act rashly would render him a fool. He could only hope that Mu Su, as a father, would act with reason. After a moment, Musa finally lifted his head, his murky eyes locking onto Yifan's. If His Highness the Third Prince consents to the separation, I permit you to save Qingqing. However, how do you plan to proceed afterward? Afterward? Yifan was momentarily stunned, the image of Qin Yimo from Taichu Divine Sect flashing through his mind. He closed his eyes briefly, and when he reopened them, clarity returned. Afterward, I shall marry Sister Qingqing. He had yet to fulfill his promise to Qin Yimo, but he could not stand idly by while Mu Qingqing suffered. To save her without taking responsibility would render her unable to live with dignity in the imperial city. If he chose to save her, he must be committed to the end. Very well. Musa's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had awaited Yifan's declaration. He was also pleased to have a son-in-law who was a hidden star of Tianwu Academy. Go ahead. I will handle the dissenting voices within the Mu family. However, For now, Qingqing must return to the Mu residence with me. Take good care of her. Yifan nodded gently, carefully cradling Mu Qingqing as he approached Mu Su. As he entrusted her to Mu Su, his eyes were filled with reluctance. I hope you can bring the separation agreement to the Mu residence later. Mu Su received Mu Qingqing, casting Yifan a deep, lingering glance before turning to leave Wanjin building with the members of the Mu family. Chapter 76. Yifan gazed at the retreating figures of the Mu family, a flicker of golden light dancing in his eyes. After a brief silence, he stepped forward and strode towards the grand entrance of the Wanao building. Brother. Su Mainyang's languorous voice suddenly resonated as she approached gracefully, her waist swaying. Are you truly intending to rush in like that? You may not even manage to cross the threshold of the third prince's residence. Yifan had initially intended to return to the Tianwu Academy, but upon hearing Su Mainyang's words, he quickly implored, I sincerely hope that sister can lend me a hand. My dear brother, how could I not assist you? Su Mainyang beamed, waving her hand at Yifan. You may proceed first. Shortly, I shall send the Xianming twins to the third prince's residence. Additionally, I will notify the Tianwu Academy. The Xianming twins? Yifan's pupils contracted, a hint of astonishment crossing his face. The Xianming twins were notorious figures ranked 9th and 10th on the Yunnan Kingdom's formidable list. He had not anticipated that they were also associated with the Wanbao building. What are you still lingering for? Su Mainyang chuckled softly, covering her lips as she observed Yifan's astonishment. Thank you, sister. Yifan saluted respectfully, then turned and hurried towards the third prince's residence. Behind him, Su Mainyang watched his departing figure, her red lips curling into an enigmatic smile. Where's Yifan rushing off to? Wasn't he just with the third prince's consort? That direction seems to lead to the third prince's residence. Is he truly heading there? Oh my. This could be sensational news. Quick, let us follow and see. Yifan hastened through the main street of the imperial city, once again attracting numerous gazes. Many curious onlookers began to trail behind him. By the time they reached the third prince's residence, a crowd of no fewer than 100 had gathered. At that moment, a squad of armored guards stood vigilant at the entrance of the third prince's residence. The captain of the guards pointed his spear at Yifan as he approached, barking, Halt. No unauthorized individuals are allowed near the third prince's residence. Yifan let out a cold chuckle, his pace unwavering. With the daybreak sword in hand, he harnessed the power of the sun. With a single swing, a terrifying wave of sword energy surged forth. Boom. Over a dozen guards instinctively raised their spears to defend. But they were instantly sent flying by the force of his strike, crashing heavily against the sides of the gate. Heavens! One move and... How long has Yifan been at Tianwu Academy to become this formidable? These guards are all at the spirit martial realm. The gathered crowd erupted into astonished exclamations upon witnessing the scene. Yifan, you possess such audacity. Yifan remained expressionless as he continued forward. Just as he was about to step through the gate, a chilling voice emanated from within the residence. Looking up, he saw Qinli emerging slowly. His cold gaze fixed upon Yifan, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Trespassing the third prince's residence is a capital offense. Capital offense? Do you dare to kill me? Yifan cast a scornful sideways glance at Qinli and sneered, Shall I lend you some courage? At these words, Qinli's expression darkened. He truly did not dare to kill Yifan. If he did, even Duan Tianya could not protect him. He might be discarded without hesitation. Dare? If you dare to act, then get lost. Yifan anticipated Chun-Li's hesitance, and with a cold shout, he continued to advance. Seeing this, Chun-Li stepped forward to block Yifan's path once more, his voice icy. You only know how to take advantage of others. Do you really think you are invincible? Today, if I do not permit you to enter, you shall not step foot inside. As his words fell, a chilling wind suddenly swept through the entrance of the third prince's residence. Chapter 77. Seizing the moment, Yifan scoffed derisively, fully aware that the Xianming duo had arrived. He turned to Qinli, his gaze suddenly chilling. Very well, today I shall enlighten you on the true essence of seizing an opportunity. As he spoke, two figures emerged gracefully from the crowd. One was clad in a black cloak, while the other donned a white robe. With each step they took, the ground trembled slightly beneath them. After a few paces, they came to a halt behind Yifan, exuding a terrifying aura that surged towards Chun-Li like a tidal wave. These two were none other than the formidable Xianming duo, ranked 9th and 10th on the strength leaderboard. Who are you? Chun-Li's expression changed abruptly, instinctively retreating half a step. The two individuals before him were peak masters of the Earth martial realm. The Xianming duo remained silent, each revealing a gilded token inscribed with the words Wanao building. Wanbao building. Chun-Li's pupils constricted as he gazed incredulously at Yifan. How did you manage to summon the strength of Wanbao building to assist you? If the Tianwu Academy represented the most potent force in Yunnan Kingdom, then Wanbao building was undeniably its most fearsome entity. The Tianwu Academy operated with transparency, whereas the powers of Wanbao building did not adhere to such decorum. Offending them could lead to a fate unknown. Do you think you are worthy of asking? Yi Fan dismissed Chun Li's inquiry, stepping forward with purpose. Chun Li's lips twitched subtly, and he dared not obstruct Yi Fan any further. He turned to return to the residence, intending to report to Duan Tianya. Duan Tianya. As Yi Fan entered the estate, a thunderous voice erupted. The reverberation echoed throughout the third prince's residence. Over 100 guards rushed in response, encircling Yi Fan and his companions in layers, yet they refrained from taking action. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of footsteps approached from the side. Duan Tianya, accompanied by Chen Li, arrived hastily. Beside him was an elderly man clad in gray robes. The shimming duo? The elderly man's expression shifted upon seeing the two figures behind Yi Fan. Duan Tianya noticed the change in the old man's demeanor and quietly inquired. Xiao Lao, how do these two compare to you in strength? One-on-one, I hold no fear. But if they work together? Xiao Lao lowered his voice, shaking his head midway through his response. Duan Tianya's countenance darkened at his words, and he took 2 steps forward to confront Yi Fan. Yi Fan, you have trespassed into my third prince's residence and harmed my guards. Do you truly believe that being a hidden star of Tianwu Academy grants you the liberty to act recklessly? Yi Fan replied nonchalantly today. I merely came to pay a visit to you, third prince. It was your guards who were reckless enough to draw their weapons against me. Am I not permitted to defend myself? So you imply that it is my guards who are at fault? Duan Tianya's expression hardened, infuriated by Yi Fan's words. In the art of twisting the truth, he found himself outmatched. What else should it be? Yi Fan replied earnestly, casting a sidelong glance at him. Do not take things too far. Duan Tianya suppressed his fury, coldly warning Yi Fan, as a hidden star of Tianwu Academy, you represent the academy in the outside world. Should you engage in wrongful acts, you would tarnish its reputation, and the academy head might very well strip you of your hidden star robes. I have not harmed a single person in your residence. That does not constitute wrongdoing, Yi Fan stated, meeting Duan Tianya's gaze steadily. Rest assured, my visit today is not to settle our grievances, but for a singular purpose. What purpose? Chapter 78. Duan Tianya squinted slightly, posing a question. Given Yi Fan's current status, it was unwise to engage in a direct confrontation. Moreover, standing behind him were formidable members of the Wanbao Tower. Even if they desired to eliminate Yi Fan, it would have to be orchestrated covertly. I require you to draft a letter of divorce with Mu Qiqing. Yi Fan spoke with utmost seriousness, his voice resonating clearly. What? Did I hear incorrectly? What did Yi Fan just say? The crowd was taken aback. This audacious individual was indeed demanding that the third prince sever ties with Mu Qiqing. It was evident that Yi Fan and Mu Qiqing shared a profound connection. The onlookers surrounding the third prince's residence were left utterly astonished. A wave of commotion erupting as various discussions broke out, akin to a boiling pot. Is the Mu family aware of this? Duan Tianya had already sensed the unusual bond between Yi Fan and Mu Qiqing, but was taken aback by Yi Fan's public demand for a divorce, which brought him considerable embarrassment. Yi Fan maintained a calm demeanor, a faint smile gracing his lips. Do you believe I would be here without the Mu patriarch's consent? Without the approval of the Mu family, his presence would be baseless. This visit could be seen as a representation of the Mu family. Then why did Musa not come personally? Duan Tianya's pupils constricted as he fixed his gaze intently on Yi Fan, his voice rising in intensity, and his right hand unconsciously clenched. What do you mean by calling you here? Because Musu intends to choose me as his son-in-law, Yi Fan declared, standing tall, his voice booming like a bell. At this proclamation, a profound silence enveloped the area before the third prince's residence. Did I hear that correctly? Mu Qiqing wishes to divorce the third prince and marry Yi Fan? This is utterly humiliating for the third prince. The sheer audacity of it could not be ignored. The third prince would never acquiesce to such a proposal. If he were to comply, it would not only tarnish his reputation, but also that of the entire royal lineage. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Preposterous. Chen Li's face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead as he drew his sword and pointed it menacingly at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, you dare insult the third prince? I shall slay you. Yi Fan barely raised an eyelid, casting a disdainful glance at Chen Li. Your master remains unperturbed, yet here you are, a mere hound, barking first. Duan Tianya's lips twitched uncontrollably as he erupted in anger. To divorce with me and choose you as a son-in-law? Ha! You shall never obtain this letter of divorce. Have you considered your options carefully? Yi Fan stepped forward, exuding an imposing aura. Following the incident with Lin Qingwei, the Mu family has grown dissatisfied with you. Moreover, with Mu Jian deceased, your alliance with the Mu family is tenuous at best. Today's divorce will merely cost you a friend. However, should you refuse, you will gain an enemy. Is that so? Duan Tianya muttered, his expression wavering between uncertainty and resolve. In his eyes, Mu Qingcheng was merely a pawn. Though she possessed unparalleled beauty, she was not to be cherished. Their union was but a fa to bind the Mu family and maintain an alliance. If that alliance were to falter, what purpose would the marriage serve? Yet, he was reluctant to let Yifan profit from this situation. Suddenly, a shrill voice pierced the air. The imperial decree has arrived. Duan Tianya's brow furrowed deeper as he hesitated, and at that moment, the crowd in front of the third prince's residence parted like a tide, creating a passageway. A figure clad in ceremonial robes approached, holding a bright yellow scroll, flanked by a retinue of golden-armored guards. Grand Eunuch Wei? Duan Tianya recognized the approaching figure with a hint of surprise in his eyes. The arrival of the imperial decree at such a pivotal moment was surely no coincidence. Chapter 79, The Third Prince, received the edict. After Wei Gonggong stood firm, he flicked his feather duster, raising the resplendent yellow imperial edict high, its golden glow dazzling in the sunlight. Duan Tianya furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. Gradually, he knelt down, and the guards in the estate knelt on one knee in unison, leaving only 4 standing. Yifan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his black robe billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. The 2 ghostly figures, Xianming, stood like statues behind him. Beside Duan Tianya, the old Qiu squinted, his withered fingers incessantly twisting his beard. Yifan, the emperor has issued a decree. Do you dare not kneel? Chen Li, kneeling beside Duan Tianya, hissed in a low voice, seeing Yifan's refusal to kneel. The Xianming duo and old Qiu were figures of prominence in the Yunin kingdom, enjoying privileges that allowed them to stand before the edict. Yet, Yifan was not among the esteemed. The hidden star of Tianwu Academy does not kneel. Wei Gonggong chuckled lightly, not waiting for Yifan's response. He lightly tapped the edict with his orchid finger and spoke with a measured tone. Chen Li's expression stiffened, his lips trembled, yet no words escaped. Ultimately, he had spoken out of turn. However, Duan Tianya felt an ominous sensation arise in his heart due to Wei Gonggong's words. Yifan had just been conferred the title of Hidden Star, and it had only been a little over an hour. How could Wei Gonggong know so swiftly? By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims. Wei Gonggong suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, his sharp voice rising, as he unfolded the edict and declared loudly, Mu Jian, conspiring to harm the hidden star of Tianwu Academy, deserves death. The Mu family cannot escape their culpability. The Yunin royal family shall sever all ties with the Mu family. It is hereby commanded that the third prince Duan Tianya shall divorce Mu Qingqing. So be it. What? Duan Tianya abruptly looked up, disbelief etched across his features, as he stared at the brilliant yellow edict as if trying to scorch it with his gaze. Yet, he felt nothing but humiliation. At that moment, Yifan's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. He had been waiting, anticipating the arrival of someone from Tianwu Academy. Instead, he received such an edict. Surely, it was Elder Zhao's directive, with the head of the academy exerting pressure on the ruler of Yunin. Had he known it would be this simple, he should have sought Elder Zhao sooner. Wei Gonggong tapped the edict lightly, snapping it shut in his hand. Noticing that Duan Tianya remained kneeling, he urged, Your Highness, will you not receive the edict? Your Highness. Chen Li, kneeling beside, expressed concern for Duan Tianya. Son, receives the edict. Duan Tianya squeezed out these words between gritted teeth, slowly raising his hands. Wei Gonggong stepped forward, placing the edict in his hands. Before turning to leave with the golden-armored guards in tow, the emperor has actually issued an edict, commanding the third prince to divorce Mu Qingqing. Citing the Mu family's offense against Tianwu Academy as justification, the decree left the third prince with a modicum of face. It seemed the emperor dared not offend Tianwu Academy. Previously, when Wei Gonggong was present, none dared to speak. But once he departed, the crowd immediately stirred. As Duan Tianya listened to the unrestrained discussions around him, his complexion shifted from green to white, then to a deep shade of black. The edict in his hand felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds, suffocating him. Your Highness. Yifan strolled forward leisurely, extending his hands towards Duan Tianya, a victorious smile adorning his face. Where's the divorce document? Please write it down and hand it to me. Humph. Duan Tianya rose abruptly, flinging his sleeves, glaring fiercely at Yifan, flames of anger flickering in his eyes. Bring me the pen and paper. In a moment, a guard presented the writing materials, and Duan Tianya pinned the divorce decree. Before he could offer it, Yifan snatched it away, confirming its accuracy before flashing a satisfied smile at Duan Tianya. Thank you. Chapter 80. As the words fell, he turned and strode out of the third prince's residence alongside the 2 ghostly figures of Xianming. The crowd gathered at the entrance parted like a receding tide, creating a clear path. Duan Tianya gazed at Yifan's departing silhouette, his expression inscrutable. Your Highness. Are we simply allowing him to leave? Qinli ground his teeth. His eyes filled with murderous intent. If we do not let him go, shall we kill him? Duan Tianya's face darkened as he cast a sidelong glance at Qinli, who stood beside the two specters of Xianming. Even without these two, if I commanded you to kill him, would you dare? However, Qinli furrowed his brow, his complexion shifting between shades of green and white. The cost of eliminating Yi Fan was far too great. The repercussions from Tianwu Academy would be unbearable for him, and likewise for the Qin family. Even Duan Tianya would likely find himself entangled in the aftermath. This matter shall not simply be left unresolved. Duan Tianya's eyes flickered with a cold light, seemingly having formed a plan. What does your highness intend to do? Chun-Li inquired anxiously, leaning closer. Yi Fan cannot be touched. Duan Tianya spoke softly, each word laced with venom. Is the Yi family still untouchable? The moonlight bathed the scene as Yi Fan, stepping upon the starlit path, arrived at the Mu residence. Upon seeing Mu Su, he promptly presented the divorce papers. Within the council chamber of the Mu family, the elders displayed expressions of disbelief. They had thought Mu Su's account of Yi Fan seeking a divorce from Duan Tianya was sheer folly. Yet, to their astonishment, Yi Fan had indeed brought it forth. Esteemed elders, Mu Su began as the divorce papers circulated back to him. I trust you have all witnessed the formidable energy of Tianwu Academy's hidden star. I wish to sever all ties between Qingqing and the third prince. Once Qingqing awakens, I intend to arrange a wedding for her with Yi Fan, head of the family. Before Mu Su could finish, the Mu family's grand elder interjected. This is inappropriate. To divorce and then immediately wed Qingqing to Yi Fan is an affront to the third prince and the royal family. Moreover, what will others think? How will Qingqing navigate the imperial city, and how shall our Mu family maintain its standing? Mu Su frowned slightly, having indeed considered this dilemma. His gaze inadvertently drifted toward Yi Fan, who remained inscrutable, before turning back to the grand elder. What do you propose we do, esteemed elder? Delay the marriage. The grand elder replied, his tone laden with significance. The struggle for the throne has yet to reach its conclusion. It would be prudent to observe further. The implication was clear. Should we wait until the third prince fails in his bid for the throne? Mu Jian's pupils constricted. As the conversation turned, his voice suddenly turned cold. But what if he succeeds? If he succeeds, the Mu family will be in peril. The grand elder then turned to Yi Fan, bowing deeply. At that time, we hope you will assist the Mu family through this crisis. Is it not premature to discuss such matters now? Yi Fan shook his head in resignation. Having seen through the motives of those in the chamber, ultimately they viewed Mu Qingqing merely as a pawn, seeking to bind him, the hidden star of Tianwu Academy. Through her, however, he had no desire to engage in such discussions now. He turned to Mu Su and said, the priority is to save her. Indeed. Mu Su rose abruptly, his piercing gaze sweeping across all present. Issue a decree to seal the news of Yi Fan healing Qingqing's injuries. Whoever dares to leak this shall face execution without mercy. Yi Fan proceeded to heal Mu Qingqing's wounds, requiring a profound connection between their essences. Engaging in such an act before their marriage would invite scandal. Yi Fan bore no resentment toward Mu Su's decision and expressionlessly followed him out of the council chamber, traversing the lengthy corridor until they reached a secluded courtyard of the Mu residence. As he pushed open the door to the courtyard, a chilling gust of air rushed to greet him. Chapter 81. Enter. Mu Su furrowed his brow, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions that were difficult to articulate. With a soft sigh, he stated, I will have the entire courtyard sealed off until you and Qingqing emerge. Yi Fan nodded gently, inhaling deeply as he stepped into the room. The door closed silently behind him, isolating him from the outside world. As he navigated around the screen, he found Mu Qingqing lying quietly on the bed, an aura of chill enveloping her, causing the bed curtains to glisten with a layer of frost. Yi Fan's breath quickened involuntarily as he approached and sat at the edge of the bed, gazing at her exquisite visage, so close yet so distant. Her delicate eyelashes glimmered with frost, and her lips, pale as they were, could not conceal her breathtaking beauty. Yi Fan felt a surge of inexplicable emotion, yet found himself at a loss. He knew what he needed to do, but he lacked the experience. The last time, he had been compelled. Now, as he took the initiative, uncertainty gripped him. Sister Qingqing, I am truly sorry. Yi Fan swallowed hard, cautiously untying her garments, his movements gentle as if handling fragile treasure. As her clothing slipped away, a body, sculpted like jade, gradually revealed itself, its icy skin shimmering under the moonlight, igniting a flush of heat in his ears. Drawing a deep breath, Yi Fan closed his eyes and channeled his solar energy. Golden spiritual power surged forth like a tide, illuminating the dim room as if it were midday. When he opened his eyes again, they were filled with determination. Leaning down, he pressed his lips softly against her cool, supple ones. In that instant, A piercing coldness surged through him. Yi Fan shivered, yet tightened his embrace. The starry robe slipped from his shoulders, exposing his youthful and robust physique. Outside, a meteor streaked across the night sky. Then came a second, a third. Countless stars converged into a river of light, their brilliant glow piercing through the roof, weaving a tapestry of illumination within the room. Yi Fan, entwined with Mu Qiqing, utilized the moment of their spiritual and physical connection to continuously channel the essence of solar energy into her body through the center of her chest. Unbeknownst to him, the ethereal shadow of the heavenly steel began to manifest behind him. The light from the meteors transformed into myriad threads, which, after being absorbed by the steel, coalesced into a peculiar force that flowed between their entwined bodies. On the streets of the imperial city, many people pushed open their windows, gazing upward. A meteor shower, a celestial phenomenon, could it signify that something monumental was about to unfold? Look, all the starlight is heading in one direction. That direction pointed towards the Mu residence. The tranquil night was shattered by the appearance of the meteor shower. Those within the Mu residence were also astonished by the extraordinary spectacle. Realizing the source of the converging starlight, they were left in utter disbelief. The head of the family, this. The elders stared at Musu with astonishment in their eyes, their hearts stirred. Musu's gaze sparkled with brilliance as he inhaled deeply. This Yi Fan is no ordinary person. Perhaps, this will be a fortuitous event for our Mu family. Within the secluded chamber of the Mu residence, two young hearts began to synchronize their rhythms in a wondrous cadence. With every touch, a strand of solar essence flowed through the center of their chest into Mu Qiqing's body. Her pale skin gradually flushed with color, and the ethereal shadow of the heavenly steel behind Yi Fan grew ever more substantial. As the last trace of solar essence was expended, Yi Fan collapsed onto Mu Qiqing, as lifeless as a marionette with severed strings, succumbing to a profound slumber. Time became an enigma as his consciousness plunged into a realm of chaos. Chapter 82. Upon opening his eyes, Yi Fan beheld the towering Zhentian steel. The dark surface of the steel suddenly erupted with the glaring brilliance of the four characters, heavenly, Tao suppression. Was this the Zhentian realm? Yi Fan, taken aback, looked up, but before he could ponder further, the sky above him suddenly bore down. His legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, a torrent of obscure memory surged into his consciousness. The power of heavenly Tao suppression unleashed a profound pressure. Those subjected to this suppression would find their realms forcibly constrained, with the duration dependent on the strength of the user. It could only be activated once a day, and its effectiveness diminished against opponents of equal or greater standing. The power of heavenly Tao suppression, Yi Fan murmured, his pupils constricting sharply. How had the Zhentian steel suddenly awakened this power? Before he could contemplate further, the scene before him warped. In the next moment, his awareness abruptly returned to his physical form. Yi Fan sprang up from the bed, cold sweat soaking his temples. Realizing he was scantily clad, he hastily grabbed for his garments. Qiqing. Mu Qiqing slowly opened her eyes, her watery gaze colliding with Yi Fan's. Before he could explain, her soft form suddenly leapt into his embrace. This left Yi Fan bewildered, his body stiffening as his hands hovered uncertainly in the air. Thank you, Yi Fan. Mu Qiqing's voice was as gentle as a feather, yet it sent a tremor through Yi Fan's heart. As he lifted his face, he was met with a gaze filled with deep emotion. Though she had been unconscious, her awareness remained intact, understanding that Yi Fan was the reason for her existence. Yi Fan felt his ears flush with heat, momentarily bashful. Qiqing, you need not thank me so profusely. If it weren't for you, I might have perished in. Before he could finish, Mu Qiqing raised her delicate finger to his lips. Do you still call me senior sister? Qiqing. Yi Fan, understanding her cue, felt a smile involuntarily tug at the corners of his mouth. Cough cough. A violent fit of coughing interrupted the tender moment. Quickly lie down. Yi Fan hastily assisted Mu Qiqing back down, his brow furrowing deeper as he examined her injuries. The icy power was exceedingly stubborn, having exhausted his source of yang energy. He had only managed to dispel a mere 10%. The eternal ice palm of the Mu family is not without resolution, Mu Qiqing explained weakly. My second uncle inflicted this upon himself, causing the icy force to become insurmountable for an ordinary person. The more blood he expended, the harder it became for your yang energy to dispel the icy power. So, Mu Jian truly meant to kill me back then? Yi Fan muttered, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Mu Qiqing had taken the brunt of that blow for him, allowing him to counteract the icy power. Had he borne the blow from Mu Jian himself, he was uncertain whether his solar divine body could withstand it. Cough cough. As they spoke, Mu Qiqing was seized by another violent fit of coughing. Yi Fan gently caressed her face, the coolness of his fingertips evoking a pang of sorrow within him. Qiqing, you must rest well. Once my yang energy is replenished, I shall transfer it to you. Possessing the solar divine body, his yang energy was inexhaustible. However, his Xuanwu realm physique could only retain a limited amount. Once depleted, it required time to gradually recover. All right. A blush unexpectedly graced Mu Qingqing's pale face, her long eyelashes fluttering as she subtly nodded. She was, of course, aware of what it meant when Yi Fan offered to transfer his yang energy to her. Chapter 83. Time slips away like a fleeting horse, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Fan's cultivation has ascended to the 4th stage of the Xuanwu realm. The icebound power within Mu Qingqing is also nearly dissipated. On this deep night, the moonlight flows like water. Inside the room, the candlelight flickers, casting shadows of 2 entwined figures. This marks the 10th occasion Yi Fan has transferred the primordial yang energy to Mu Qingqing, and they have long since become adept at the process. Suddenly, Mu Qingqing emitted a soft groan, her delicate fingers digging deeply into Yi Fan's back. As the last trace of the icebound power melted away, the long-dormant spiritual energy within her erupted like a volcano. Caught off guard, Yi Fan rolled over to the foot of the bed, his eyes wide in astonishment as he gazed at Mu Qingqing. You broken through to the earth martial realm? No sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming chill erupted from Mu Qingqing, instantly frosting the window drapes with ice crystals. As she sat up slowly, a resplendent star map appeared behind her. Countless ice crystal stars floated in the air, exuding a bone-chilling aura. Yi Fan couldn't help but shiver, goosebumps prickling his arms. The soul of destiny. Mu Qingqing, equally astonished, reached out to touch the constellation, her fingertips immediately forming delicate ice flowers. The soul of destiny is one of the hallmarks of a practitioner at the earth martial realm, and upon reaching this level, one can awaken their soul of destiny. Your soul of destiny? Yi Fan gasped, his eyes fixated on the cold emanating stars, astonished. Such a powerful soul of destiny. It must be of heavenly grade. The ice soul star, Mu Qingqing murmured, turning to face Yi Fan, her eyes sparkling with a unique light. Yi Fan, it must be because of you that I awakened this ice soul star. Because of me? Yi Fan was taken aback, scratching his head instinctively. The ice soul is the ancestral soul of destiny of my Mu family. Most direct descendants awaken with the ice soul, Mu Qingqing explained patiently, her cheeks slightly flushed. But this star, it is indeed because of you. Yi Fan looked bewildered, unable to grasp Mu Qingqing's meaning. That night when you first healed me, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred, a meteor shower streaking across the night sky, your Zhentian-Bei soul of destiny absorbing the light of the stars. Her voice trailed off. When you transferred the primordial yang energy to me, you also imparted a surge of stellar power. An extraordinary phenomenon? How come I have no recollection of that? Yi Fan widened his eyes, straining to remember the details of that night. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, his memory was filled only with the warmth of spring. He recalled Mu Qingqing lying with her eyes closed on the bed. How could she perceive something he was utterly oblivious to? Perhaps. Mu Qingqing drew closer, biting her lip lightly. Someone's attention was directed elsewhere at that time. Coughing. Yi Fan's face turned crimson as he hurriedly donned his clothing. All right. Mu Qingqing couldn't help but chuckle, gathering her disheveled hair. Her cheeks still tinged with lingering blush. I've just broken through to the earth martial realm, and my aura is still unstable. You should rest for now. I need to regulate my energy for a moment. Oh, okay. Yi Fan quickly agreed, having donned his attire. Each time he completed the transfer of primordial yang energy, he felt as though he had been completely drained. Relaxing his body and mind was beneficial for the recovery of the primordial yang energy. Chapter 84. This recovery process is immensely beneficial for cultivation. Otherwise, he would not have been able to break through to the 4th stage of the Xuanwu realm in just over a month. Yi Fan, come out here. Have you perished in a woman's embrace? If you are still alive, hurry up and crawl out. As dawn broke, a cacophony of harsh insults echoed from outside the courtyard. Sister Yao? Yi Fan jolted upright from his bed, fully awake and bewildered, glancing at Mu Qingqing beside him. At that moment, Mu Qingqing had already risen, elegantly fastening her clothing, offering Yi Fan a reassuring glance. Go see what it is. Outside the courtyard, 2 of the Mu family's strongmen, brandishing long spears, obstructed Miss Yi Yao's path. We allowed you to enter the Mu residence out of respect for Yi Fan. Do not overstep your bounds. If you continue to shout, do not blame us for being ungracious. I can refrain from shouting, but you should call that scoundrel Yi Fan out here. Yi Yao placed her hands on her hips. Having learned from her previous attempts to break in, yet her tongue was unabated, you let me into the Mu residence but won't let me see anyone. Did you invite me here for tea? I wouldn't deign to drink your wretched tea. The family head has ordered it. The Mu family warriors remained resolute. Unless Yi Fan or the young lady comes out voluntarily, no one may enter this courtyard. If Miss Yu Yao has no urgent business, please leave. If I had no pressing matter, would I come to this wretched place? Yi Yao's chest heaved with indignation as she shouted at the courtyard gate. Yi Fan, if you do not come out now, you may as well never emerge again. Just die in Mu Qingqing's embrace. Sister Yao, why are you so furious this early in the morning? As the words left his mouth, Yi Fan's voice resonated from within the courtyard. The gate creaked open, revealing Yi Fan and Mu Qingqing stepping out hand in hand. They reluctantly released each other upon reaching the entrance. Yi Fan, the sight of him ignited Yi Yao's fury, particularly at the intimate scene before her. You are living carefree, abandoning your family, are you? Sister Yao, you are misunderstanding. I was trying to save someone. Yi Fan chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his nose and stealing a glance at Mu Qingqing before adding, besides, I have not neglected my cultivation these days. Enough with the excuses. Yi Yu swiftly advanced, seizing Yi Fan's wrist to drag him away. Now, immediately come back with me. Under ordinary circumstances, Yi Fan would have acquiesced to her pull. However, with Mu Qingqing present, he felt the need to maintain his dignity. He exerted a slight force, refusing to budge an inch. Yi Yao's face flushed with anger, then suddenly lowered her voice. The Yi family is in trouble. What? Yi Fan's expression shifted dramatically at her words, staring at her incredulously. You cannot be joking. Do you think I would jest about such matters? Yi Yao glared at him. And after a brief silence, she suddenly demanded, are you coming or not? Mu Qingqing, sensing the gravity of the situation, gently grasped Yi Fan's wrist. Her eyes filled with concern. Yi Fan, you should go back with Yi Yao to see what is happening. All right. Yi Fan nodded slightly, regaining some composure. Humph. Yi Yao tossed her long hair and turned to rush outside. Yi Fan immediately followed her, the two of them dashing out of the Mu residence and sprinting down the main street of the imperial city. Sister Yu. Midway, Yi Fan could not help but ask, what exactly has happened to the Yi family? Chapter 85. Now you realize the urgency? Yi Yao did not turn back, her voice laced with suppressed anger. Suddenly, she halted, and upon turning, her chest rose and fell violently. Over the past month, the Yi family's merchant convoy had been relentlessly attacked, resulting in numerous fatalities. 70% of the Yi family's enterprises in the imperial city had suffered severe blows, forcing them to sell off their assets at a loss. Last night, a group had invaded the Yi residence, and the family head. What has happened to my father? Yi Fan's voice escalated sharply as he noticed Yi Yao's hesitation. The family head has sustained grave injuries, Yi Yao stated solemnly. Fortunately, a mysterious, powerful figure intervened and saved him. Otherwise, you would never have seen your father again. Who was responsible for this? Yi Fan's voice became chillingly low. Who else could it be? Yi Yao replied coldly, looking across the imperial city. After several attacks that crippled my family's merchant convoy in such a short span, only the royal family and the 3 prominent clans possess such capability. Is it Duan Tianyao? Yi Fan's gaze turned icy as he grasped the answer within himself. The 3 major families of the imperial city, the Gu family, the Mu family, and the Du family. He was still rescuing people from the Mu family. They would never act against us. The Gu and Du families have no grievances with the Yi family either. After much contemplation, it could only be Duan Tianyao. Although Duan Tianyao has lost the support of the Mu family, he still commands significant influence within the imperial city. Families like the Qin and Lin clans remain loyal to him. Yi Yu and Yi Fan sped towards the Yi residence, arriving swiftly at its entrance. The once grand gates of the Yi residence now stood ajar, and the family members who entered and exited wore expressions of dejection, their steps heavy. The young master has returned. A Yi family disciple spotted Yi Fan and called out tremulously. The young master has returned. How wonderful. The young master is finally back. The previously desolate residence suddenly came to life. As members of the Yi family rushed out from all corners, their eyes rekindled with hope. The news of Yi Fan being conferred the title of Hidden Star at the Tianwu Academy had already spread throughout the residence, and the family had planned a grand celebration. Yet, just as joy arrived, calamity followed closely behind. Young master, the steward, Yi Fu, hurried forward, his face etched with concern. Where's my father? Yi Fan asked anxiously. He is resting in the main courtyard. Please follow me, Yi Fu replied, turning to lead the way. As they walked through the estate, Yi Fan noticed numerous new sword marks on the courtyard walls, and several ancient trees had been severed in half, clearly the aftermath of a fierce battle. Before the main courtyard, 2 guards knelt upon seeing Yi Fan. He paid them no mind and burst through the door. Inside, Yi Yu sat beside the bed, gently wiping the cold sweat from Yi Hai's forehead with a silk cloth. Upon hearing the commotion, she turned, her swollen eyes instantly brimming with tears. Fanner, mother. Yi Fan rushed to the bedside, and upon seeing his father's condition, his heart constricted painfully. What has happened to my father? At that moment, Yi Hai's complexion was as pale as parchment, his lips tinged with an unnatural blue. The once robust aura now flickered weakly like a candle in the wind. His life has been preserved. Yi's voice trembled. Elder 7 has already examined him. Your father's injuries will require at least a year and a half of recuperation and his cultivation. I fear it may regress as a result. Yi Fan, this is all you're doing. Yi Yao, who had followed in, could no longer contain her fury. She slammed her fist against the doorframe. If it weren't for you storming into the third prince's residence, forcing him to divorce Mu Qingqing, would the Yi family have faced such calamity? Yi, cough, cough. Upon hearing Yi Yao's words, Yi Hai quickly interjected to silence her. Chapter 86. As I attempted to rise, a violent coughing fit ensued. Father, it is indeed my fault. Yi Fan's voice was low, not contesting Yi Yao's words, his eyes glimmering with murderous intent. I should have eliminated Duan Tianya that day. What could you possibly use to kill him? Yi Yao retorted angrily, frustrated that Yi Fan was still indulging in fantasies. Duan Tianya is at the Earth Martial realm. You cannot defeat him. Even if you had the capability, you cannot kill him. You are a hidden star. If you were to slay Duan Tianya, the Heavenly Martial Academy would protect him. No one in the Yi family can offer you such protection. Yi Fan fell silent. At that moment, the Xianming twin ghosts were not incapable of defeating Duan Tianya. Rather, he was uncertain whether the Heavenly Martial Academy would indeed safeguard the Yi family. This is not Fanner's fault. Yi Hai weakly interjected, then leaned back against the pillow. Fanner becoming a hidden star is the pride of the Yi family. Such a genius, born into a humble family like ours, is both a blessing and a calamity. He had only uttered a few words before he began to breathe laboriously, yet as long as Yi Fan remained, he could lead the Yi family to rebuild. The current hardships are merely temporary. Father. Yi Fan grasped Yi Hai's icy hand tightly, asking in a low voice, Did you discern who harmed you? As the head of the Yi family, Yi Hai's cultivation was not insignificant, 7th stage of the Earth Martial realm, with few capable of killing him in the Imperial City. By analyzing the characteristics of the martial arts used, it should not have been difficult to identify the assailant. Yi Hai weakly shook his head, a flicker of humiliation crossing his eyes. That person is at the 9th stage of the Earth Martial realm. In last night's battle, he had scarcely been able to resist. In just 3 moves, he had been grievously injured, to the point that he barely glimpsed the opponent's techniques. Could it be the Elder Chiu beside Duan Tianya? Yi Fan murmured, recalling their encounter at the Sanhuang Manor. Elder Chiu's strength was on par with the Xianming twin ghosts. He must be at the 9th stage of the Earth Martial realm. It was not him. Suddenly, a sultry voice wafted in from outside the courtyard. Following that were 2 dull thuds, as if heavy objects had fallen to the ground. Yi Yao abruptly turned around, only to see Su Meinyang, adorned in ethereal purple gauze, gracefully entering the room, her 2 guards already slumped on the floor behind her. Impudence. Yi Yao was already seething with anger. Seeing Su Meinyang intrude so brazenly, she unleashed her aura, daring the audacity of such an intrusion. Yet, Su Meinyang did not even spare her a glance. Delicately holding a shimmering pill between her slender fingers, striding directly towards Yi Fan. Brother, I have come to deliver medicine to your father. Yi Fan accepted the pill, nodding slightly. He turned, preparing to place it in Yi Hai's mouth. Yi Fan. Yi Yao stepped forward, grasping his wrist. Are you out of your mind? Do you not fear that it might be poison? Master Su would not harm my father, Yi Fan asserted firmly. Shaking off Yi Yao's grip, he gently lifted Yi Hai's head, placing the pill into his mouth. Oh dear, I say, brother. Su Meinyang suddenly chided playfully, her purple sleeve covering her red lips. You were calling me sister before, and now it is Master Su? As the pill entered his system, Yi Hai's pale complexion visibly regained color. His previously weak aura began to strengthen gradually. Noticing that Yi Fan remained silent, Su Meinyang continued, unoffended. This 7th grade continuity pill can prolong life, but the Yi family head must still rest for a month. After a month, he shall fully recover. 7th grade continuity pill? Yi Fan's pupils constricted, quickly rising to his feet, and solemnly bowed to Su Meinyang. Thank you, sister. I shall remember this kindness. Such a rare 7th grade pill would be unattainable even in the Imperial City. Why be so polite with your sister? Su Meinyang laughed lightly, her purple sleeve creating a fragrant breeze. Yi Fan recalled what Su Meinyang had said upon her arrival, a glimmer of sharpness in his eyes. Sister, did you say the one who harmed my father was not Elder Chiu beside Duan Tianya? Chapter 87. Of course not. Su Meinyang's red lips curved slightly, a mysterious smile gracing her features. How did sister know? A glint of enlightenment flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as a thought struck him. Could it be that the one who saved my father was a master from Wanbao Tower? Did he guess correctly? Su Meinyang raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed by her brother's cleverness. At the same time, Yi Yao, who had overheard their conversation, felt a slight reduction in her hostility. However, upon observing Su Meinyang nearly pressed against Yi Fan, her fists involuntarily clenched, dissatisfaction etched across her face. She seemed less than pleased with Yufan's close interactions with Su Mingyang. Sister. Yufan felt a surge of gratitude, momentarily at a loss for words. The previous night, a master had been dispatched to rescue Yihai, and today they were gifted with spirit herbs. Such a profound kindness weighed heavily on his heart. Seeing Yufan's demeanor, Su Mingyang could not help but smile. You are indeed a good brother to me, and Qi-Qing is my junior sister. With such capability, how could I not lend assistance? Yifan straightened his expression and inquired earnestly, Sister, have you discovered who it was that ambushed my Yi family? This person possesses considerable strength, ranking among the top 10 in the Yunin Kingdom's power hierarchy. A flicker of seriousness crossed Su Mingyang's eyes. But based on the techniques observed, it was clear that this individual was not among those on the list. Thus could not be that Xiao Sanshi from the third prince's residence. Perhaps, they are not from the Yunin Kingdom at all. Yifan's brow furrowed in confusion. Could it be Duan Tianya had hired a master from another nation? As for that, I cannot say. Su Mingyang suddenly shifted the topic, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. However, there is something quite intriguing. Would you not wish to know who purchased the assets that the Yi family hastily sold off? Who? Yifan's heart raced, eyeing her with curiosity. He had not previously considered this matter. Now that Su Mingyang brought it up, it must hold significance. The Du family and the Gu family. Su Mingyang regarded Yifan with meaningful eyes, indicating that these two families had close ties with the second prince, Duan Tianshu. Yifan was taken aback. The Gu family also supports the second prince. The current empress is indeed from the Du family of the imperial city. The second prince, Duan Tianshu, is the son of the current empress. It is quite normal for the Du family to support him. Yet, until now, the Gu family had maintained neutrality. There were no reports of their involvement in this struggle for succession. Hiki. Su Mingyang chuckled without providing an answer. Sister's implication is. Yifan's brows furrowed deeply. The previous actions against my Yi family were not orchestrated by Duan Tianya, but rather by Duan Tianshu? Sister did not say such a thing. Su Mingyang playfully denied, casting a sidelong glance at the ailing Yihai. The head of the Yi family requires tranquility for recovery. I shall not disturb him. With that, she turned, her purple veil fluttering gracefully. If you have time in the future, feel free to visit Wanbao Tower. Sister. Yifan, troubled by his thoughts, called out as he saw Su Mingyang preparing to leave. If I am not in the Yi residence in the future, could I ask for your assistance in looking after my family? That is possible. Su Mingyang turned back with a smile, her alluring gaze fixed on Yifan. So, dear brother, how do you plan to express your gratitude to me? Yifan was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. I knew it. Yio suddenly erupted, her previously softened expression resurfacing with anger. You are indeed coveting Yifan's affections. Sister is not that kind of person. Yifan quickly defended Su Mingyang, though his ears betrayed him, turning a shade of red. Through their interactions, he had come to understand Su Mingyang's nature. It was either that she held no serious intentions towards him or simply enjoyed teasing him. How could sister possibly compete with her junior sister for a man? Su Mingyang, amused by Yifan's defense, laughed heartily, her delicate shoulders trembling beneath the purple veil. This favor shall be noted for now. When the time comes for me to decide how to be repaid, dear brother, you may repay me properly then. Chapter 88. Very well. Yifan responded without the slightest hesitation. A gentle laugh escaped Su Mingyang as she turned to leave, leaving a lingering fragrance in the air. Once she had distanced herself, Yifan swiftly returned to the bedside, grasping Yihai's hand with unwavering determination. For the next month, you need only focus on your recovery. I will uncover the truth behind the recent events, without fail. Yihai nodded weakly, his eyes filled with gratitude. Though no words were exchanged, the trust reflected in his gaze was unmistakable. As Yifan and Yi Yao stepped out of the room, they were met by Yifu, who approached in haste. Young master, Master Gui from the Gu family seeks your presence. Gui? Yifan furrowed his brow, recalling Su Mingyang's earlier words. He realized he should have discerned that Gui was likely connected to Duan Tianshu. Previously, at the martial arts arena of Tianwu Academy, he had expelled Duan Tianya, and while others refrained from intervening, Gui had boldly stepped forward. At that moment, Yifan had been puzzled by Gui's actions. Now, it became clear that Gui was indeed affiliated with Duan Tianshu, and it was precisely Duan Tianshu's intention to unsettle Duan Tianya. Where is he? Yifan inquired in a low voice. In the conference hall, awaiting you, Yifu replied. Nodding, Yifan strode purposefully toward the conference hall. Inside, Gui stood with his back to the entrance, admiring a landscape painting displayed on the wall. Upon hearing footsteps, he slowly turned around, his stern expression revealing no emotion. Before Yifan could speak, Gui flipped his palm to produce an intricately embossed invitation, which he extended toward Yifan. What is this? Yifan asked as he accepted the invitation. With a cold demeanor, Gui replied. His Highness the Second Prince is hosting a banquet at his residence and requests your presence this afternoon. For what purpose? A flicker of suspicion crossed Yi Fan's eyes. Once there, you shall know, Gui stated before walking past Yi Fan without a backward glance, departing from the Yi residence. This second prince. Yi Fan pondered as he scrutinized the invitation, his brow furrowed in concern. What scheme might he be plotting? Do you wish for me to accompany you? Yi Yao inquired. Noticing Yi Fan's serious demeanor. You? Yi Fan turned to her, forcing a wry smile. Sister Yao, I believe it may be best if you refrain from joining. He recognized that he could not manage her temperament, especially given the ambiguity surrounding Duan Tianshu's intentions. Should Yi Yao attend, there was a risk of her inadvertently causing a scene, which could lead to an uncomfortable situation. No, I must go? Yi Yao insisted, resolute in her decision. Do you truly think I am seeking your approval? I am merely informing you. Well, Yi Fan found himself unable to sway her conviction and reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, but Sister Yao, please exercise caution. Rest assured. Yi Yao huffed, anger flickering in her eyes. I shall see whether the recent tribulations faced by the Yi family are indeed tied to Duan Tianshu. As afternoon descended, the pair arrived at the gates of the second prince's residence. The guards, aware of Yi Fan's arrival, respectfully guided them to the banquet hall. Inside, Duan Tianshu sat at the head of the table, adorned in a moon-white brocade robe, his handsome features graced by a gentle smile. Flanking him were 8 seats, 7 of which were already occupied. Gui occupied the position at the right end, maintaining his customary icy demeanor. As Yi Yao approached the banquet hall, her expression shifted slightly upon recognizing the attendees. Chapter 89 What's Wrong? Yi Fan inquired softly upon noticing Yi Yao's unusual expression. The top 10 of the Tianwu Academy's ranking now includes 5 individuals. Yi Yao lowered her voice to explain to Yi Fan, adding that the other 2 were ranked 11th and 12th. As they spoke, the 2 entered the banquet hall. Brother Yi Fan has arrived. Duan Tianshu rose from the main seat with a smile, his demeanor composed and regal, the elegance of his attire flowing gracefully. His gaze lingered momentarily on Yi Yao before he remarked, Miss Yi Yao has also come? I trust His Highness the Second Prince would not mind my bringing Sister Yao along to the banquet? Yi Fan maintained a calm expression. Yet his eyes pierced through Duan Tianshu like a sword. How could that be? Duan Tianshu laughed heartily, gesturing to a maid, bring an extra seat. As his words fell, a maid approached, carrying a table and adding a place on the right side. Brother Yi Fan, please take a seat. Duan Tianshu warmly invited. Once everyone was seated, Yi Fan surveyed the hall, ready to speak, but Duan Tianshu preempted him, saying, I have heard that the Yi family has encountered some difficulties recently and has sold off quite a few assets. Is your Highness feigning ignorance? Yi Fan smirked slightly, though his eyes held no mirth. All the assets my family has sold have been acquired by your Highness, have they not? Haha. Duan Tianshu laughed heartily. Indeed, I requested the Gu and Du families to assist in taking over these assets. Just as he finished speaking, a maid approached, kneeling before Yi Fan with a ledger held high above her head. What is this? Yi Fan did not immediately take it, raising an eyebrow at Duan Tianshu. The ledger, Duan Tianshu replied, lifting his exquisite jade cup and sipping lightly before continuing. The Yi family is in a difficult position, so I merely asked the Gu and Du families for temporary assistance. These assets are now operating normally, and the Yi family may reclaim them at any time. Furthermore, all profits accrued during this period will belong to the Yi family. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened, sensing Duan Tianshu's intentions, yet he pretended to be unaware. Such a generous gift from your Highness, I cannot accept it without merit. Of course, it is not given freely. Duan Tianshu's deep-set eyes locked onto Yi Fan, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Oh, Yi Fan probed delicately. May I inquire what your Highness requires of me? Duan Tianshu teased, smiling as he said, I need Brother Yi Fan to assist me with a small task. Hiki. Yi Fan chuckled lightly. Your Highness has an extensive network and so many talented individuals present. Why would you need my help? Among the 7 present, all were formidable in martial prowess. With Chun-Li expelled from Tianwu Academy, Mu Qingcheng had entered the Earth martial realm, and the 2 who had previously ranked 11th and 12th had now ascended to the top 10. Thus, 7 of the top 10 of Tianwu Academy now operated under Duan Tianshu. Brother Yi Fan is certainly the hidden star of Tianwu Academy, Duan Tianshu remarked, caressing his jade cup, his eyes glinting with ambition. There are matters you can accomplish that they cannot. Are you not merely seeking my assistance to deal with Duan Tianya? Yi Yao interjected with a smirk. Having discerned Duan Tianshu's intentions, she candidly expressed, beating around the bush is quite tiresome. Haha. Duan Tianshu laughed heartily, shifting his gaze to Yi Yao, seated at the end of the table, unperturbed. I have heard that Miss Yi Yao is straightforward in her demeanor. Seeing it in person today is indeed the case. Chapter 90 Humph. Yi Yao let out a cold snort, turning her face away. exuding an air of disdain towards someone like Duan Tianshu. Your Highness, the second prince, I find it rather perplexing, Yi Fan remarked. Having already surmised the intent behind Duan Tianshu's invitation, he felt a sense of confusion. Was Emir Duan Tianya truly worthy of such attention from the second prince? In terms of lineage, Duan Tianya was neither the legitimate son nor the eldest, while you, Your Highness, are the legitimate heir. As for power, you have the support of the Du and Gu families, whereas Duan Tianya has recently lost the Mu family as an ally. By any measure, Duan Tianya does not possess the qualifications to contend for the position of heir. Hiki. At this juncture, Duan Tianch chuckled softly, raising his hand to gesture for the attending maidens to withdraw. The heavy doors of the banquet hall creaked shut, sealing off the outside world. Brother Yi Fan, you are unaware of certain truths, Duan Tianshu began. Once only 10 individuals remained within the hall. Though my mother holds the esteemed title of Empress, she is not favored. My father married her solely to secure the support of the Du family in his bid for the throne. In contrast, my third brother's mother is the favored concubine, resulting in my father's greater affection for him. Is that all? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical that the situation was so straightforward. My father, aware of my support from the Du family, has gone to great lengths to undermine me. Even though my third brother has lost the support of the Mu family, his influence remains formidable. The Imperial Guard is currently under his control, led by his own uncle. Duan Tianshu drained his cup, a bitter smile crossing his lips. What's more crucial is that, in terms of martial talent, I am far inferior to my third brother. The Union Kingdom is founded on martial prowess, and naturally, my father is inclined to designate him as the heir. Yi Fan shook his head with a faint smile. If that is the case, Your Highness, it seems the Emperor has already set his sights on Duan Tianya, rendering your efforts futile. Sigh. Duan Tianshu, fully aware of the underlying dynamics, let out a long sigh. As it stands, if I wish to contest for the position of heir, I have only 3 paths available to me. Oh? Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, sensing that the man before him possessed a deeper cunning than Duan Tianya. First, rebellion. Duan Tianch suddenly lowered his voice. Yi Fan's expression stiffened, nearly dropping his cup. How audacious of Duan Tianshu to voice such treasonous thoughts in public. Kiki. A self-deprecating smile appeared on Duan Tianshu's face. The chances of a successful rebellion are exceedingly slim. Moreover, I have no desire to confront my father in battle. Yi Fan merely smiled in silence at this. In the royal family, what remained of familial affection? Aren't there enough tales of brothers turning against one another and fathers and sons clashing? Second, Duan Tianshu suddenly adopted a serious tone. My third brother must die. Without a rival, the position of heir would naturally. So, you wish for me to assassinate Duan Tianya? Yi Fan abruptly interjected, a flash of sharpness momentarily flickering in his eyes. He then shook his head, stating, Your Highness must be aware that Duan Tianya is a warrior of the Earth Martial Realm, while I am merely a lowly practitioner of the Xuan Will. If we are to speak of killing Duan Tianya, surely anyone present here possesses greater capability than I. To kill Duan Tianya? He was not averse to the idea. However, behind him stood the Yi family. If he were to assist Duan Tianshu in eliminating Duan Tianya, would Duan Tianshu guarantee the safety of the Yi family? In the end, he might simply become a pawn to be discarded. No, no, no. Duan Tianshu waved his hands repeatedly. My father favors my third brother. If he were to discover that I orchestrated his assassination, how could I ever hope to be named heir? Ultimately, I would only be handing an advantage to my other royal brothers. Thus, the most prudent course of action now is the third path. What? Yi Fan turned his gaze towards Duan Tianshu, curiosity shimmering more brightly in his eyes. Chapter 91. The Hidden Dragon Blade. Duan Tiansh suddenly lowered his voice, his gaze sharpening with intensity. Brother Y, you may not be fully aware. The Hidden Dragon Blade is the sword of the heir apparent, whoever possesses it. But isn't that sword in His Majesty's possession? YFN interjected abruptly, a glint of insight flashing in his eyes. How could he possibly be unaware of the Hidden Dragon Blade? He had already heard whispers of it from Elder Shio. Brother Y knows of the Hidden Dragon Blade? Duan Tiansh raised an eyebrow, then shook his head. That blade is not with my father. YFN expressed skepticism towards Duan Tiansh's statement. Could it be that Elder Shio had deceived him? To be precise, the blade in my father's hand is a counterfeit, Duan Tiansh clarified. Years ago, my father forged a replica to seize the throne. The genuine Hidden Dragon Blade has long been taken into the Imperial Tomb by my ancestor. The Imperial Tomb? YFN murmured. His curiosity piqued as he looked at Duan Tiansh. This has been a long-standing obsession of my father. Duan Tiansh's voice took on an ethereal quality. Recently, he plans to open the Imperial Tomb, publicly declaring that it houses numerous royal treasures and the legacies of past imperial ancestors. Those who obtain the legacies may claim them for themselves, while those who acquire royal treasures must surrender them for wealth and glory. In truth, it is a ploy to retrieve the true hidden dragon blade. Will everyone present be attending? YFN inquired, a spark of interest igniting within him. If he could acquire the hidden dragon blade, it would directly assist Elder Shio's plight, thus allowing him to sidestep involvement in the ongoing struggle for the throne. Not only will they attend, but Du Nt New York will also be present. Du Nt NSH nodded, a subtle smile gracing his lips. What? YFN suddenly turned his gaze sharply towards Du Nt NSH, his eyes narrowing. Brother, why need not worry? Du Nt NSH laughed heartily upon noticing YFN's concern. The Imperial Tomb is safeguarded by a mystical array that suppresses spiritual power. Once inside, one's cultivation will be limited to the Xuanwu realm. Thus, even though Du Nt New York has attained the Earth Martial realm, within the tomb he can only exert the combat prowess of a 9th-level Xuanwu. Even so, YFN murmured softly, his expression somber. Du Nt New York had already entered the Earth Martial realm and awakened his fate soul. While his cultivation would be suppressed within the tomb, his awakened fate soul would not be. Moreover, prior to entering the Earth Martial realm, Du Nt New York had been ranked first on the heavenly rankings. Even under suppression, his strength would still surpass that of those present. Du Nt NSH observed YFN's countenance, and after a brief silence, tentatively asked, Brother, why? What are your thoughts? With a smile gracing his lips, YFN did not immediately acquiesce. If I were to obtain the hidden dragon blade, would it be possible for the second prince to lend it to me for a time? Why do you require the hidden dragon blade? Du Nt NSH furrowed his brow, scrutinizing YFN with confusion. As far as I know, Brother Y is a swordsman, correct? It serves a purpose. YFN replied succinctly. Rest assured, I shall only borrow it for a single day. Only for a day? Du Nt NSH pondered for a moment, then suddenly broke into a smile, raising his cup. Very well, I hope Brother Y will safeguard this blade and not let it be lost. After all, it holds significant meaning for the royal family of YN. That is a certainty, YFN replied with a smile, raising his cup in acknowledgement. With that, he tilted his head back and drained the contents of his cup. Chapter 92, the agreement reached in the banquet hall. The atmosphere was lively as both parties raised their cups in joyous camaraderie. After several rounds of toasts, Yufan set down his wine glass and stood to take his leave. Yi Yao, unable to contain her impatience any longer, followed closely behind him, her steps slightly hurried. Yi Fan. As they exited the second prince's residence, Yi Yao grasped the sleeve of Yi Fan's garment and, lowering her voice, questioned him urgently. Why did you agree to accompany Duan Tianshu to the royal tomb? Are you not afraid that Duan Tianyao might kill you there? Gu Yi and the others may not protect you adequately. Not only will they not protect me, Yi Fan replied with a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. His gaze cooling, but it's quite possible that Duan Tianshu is hoping for Duan Tianyao to eliminate me. Huh? Yi Yao paused, her expression momentarily stunned. Her pupils narrowing slightly as she pressed. What do you mean by that? Sister Yao, think about it. I am a hidden star of the Tianwu Academy. If Duan Tianyao truly dares to kill me. Yi Fan paused, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. The Tianwu Academy will undoubtedly be enraged. At that point, even the royal family would be unable to shield him, even if I were to escape with my life. The position of heir would forever be beyond my reach. With that, he turned his gaze towards Yi Yao, chuckling lightly. Duan Tianshu's overtures today are merely a ploy to lead me into Duan Tianyao's trap. Since you are aware of this, why still go? Yi Yao's breath hitched, her fingers instinctively clenching as she looked at Yi Fan, a mix of anger, confusion, and concern clouding her features. Because, Yi Fan suddenly smiled. His eyes devoid of fear, instead radiating a gleam of eager anticipation. I require the Qianlong blade. What do you need the Qianlong blade for? Yi Yao furrowed her brow, confusion evident in her eyes. That blade belongs to the heir. You are not of royal blood. Possessing it would serve no purpose. Are you dreaming of becoming the heir? Heh. Yi Fan smiled mysteriously, offering no explanation as he produced the ledger given to him by Duan Tianshu and handed it to Yi Yao. Sister Yao, take this ledger back to the Yi residence and present it to the elders of the Yi family. Are you not returning to the Yi residence? Yi Yao accepted the ledger, frowning as she regarded Yi Fan. The Yi family had recently been embroiled in turmoil, and his presence might alleviate some troubles. After all, he bore the title of Hidden Star of the Tianwu Academy. I need to seize the time to cultivate. Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with determination. There are still a few days until the royal tomb opens, and I plan to return directly to the Tianwu Academy. All right then. Yi Yao nodded in agreement. Supporting Yi Fan's decision, nothing provides greater security than one's own strength. After walking a short distance together, they parted ways at a fork in the road. Yi Yao hurried back to the Yi residence, while Yi Fan made his way to the Tianwu Academy. At the entrance of the academy stood a lone, cool figure, quietly waiting. Mu Qiqing. Upon seeing her, Yifan smiled as he approached. You went to the second prince's residence? Since Yifan left Mu's residence, Mu Qiqing had learned from her father about the recent upheavals in the Yi family, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. Hearing that he had gone alone to meet someone made her restless, prompting her to wait at the academy's gate. Yes, Yifan admitted without reservation, nodding. Duan Tianshu mentioned that in due time, His Majesty would open the royal tomb, and he invited me to assist him there. You accepted? Mu Qingqing's brows furrowed slightly as she quickly cautioned him. Duan Tianshu is not to be trifled with. I once heard Duan Tianya mention that. Had it not been for the emperor's intention to suppress him, the position of heir would already belong to Duan Tianshu. I am aware, Yifan chuckled lightly, suddenly reaching out to smooth the frown on Mu Qingqing's forehead. Then, adjusting the hidden star robe he wore, he added, with this robe, who in the royal tomb could possibly harm me? Chapter 93. After a moment of silence, Mu Qiqing suddenly raised her head, her beautiful eyes shining like cold stars as she gazed at Yifan and asked, Shall I accompany you into the royal tomb? Yifan considered for a moment before readily agreeing, Sure. In the coming days, I will practice with you at the Tianwu Academy, Mu Qiqing said shyly, a hint of blush gracing her cheeks. Perhaps I can help you advance to the 5th level of the Xuanwu realm. During their days of healing, she had realized that the harmonious power generated during their dual cultivation greatly benefited their training. However, this method of cultivation could not be practiced too frequently. It should only be done every 3 days to avoid the potential loss of control over their opposing energies. Are you still residing at Tianwu Academy? Yifan raised an eyebrow, delighted at the prospect of spending more time with Mu Qiqing. However, Mu Qiqing was now a martial artist at the Earth Martial Realm. According to the Academy's rules, she was considered graduated. Currently, no one knows that I have reached the Earth Martial Realm. Mu Qiqing smiled and said, So before we head to the royal tomb, I should still be able to remain at the Academy. Even after graduation, I can come and go freely, but my Tianwu token will be confiscated, and I will lose my residence. Then you can stay at my place, Yifan said with a playful grin, pulling her closer before she could react and leading her into Tianwu Academy. After winning first place in the outer courtyard competition, Yifan had been promoted to the inner courtyard. Now, accompanied by Mu Qiqing, he formally stepped into the inner courtyard for the first time. The students within Tianwu Academy stared wide-eyed at the sight of their intertwined fingers, whispers rising in a cacophony. Isn't that senior sister Mu? Oh my, she is actually with Yifan. They have no intention of hiding it at all. Everyone knows that Mu Qiqing has only recently separated from the third prince. Now they're so close. What about the third prince's reputation? However, this was not the most shocking revelation. After entering the inner courtyard, Yifan did not bother to apply for his own residence, but boldly took up residence in Mu Qingqing's quarters. Within half a day, the news spread like wildfire, causing an uproar throughout Tianwu Academy. Have you heard? Yifan has moved into Senior Sister Mu's chamber. What does this mean? I heard someone saw them at night. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Yifan's training life was both structured and fulfilling. During the day, he leisurely lounged in the courtyard under the sun, allowing its rays to nourish his solar divine body, while at night, he diligently practiced martial arts in the Zhentian realm. Every 3 days, he engaged in an enchanting dual cultivation session with Mu Qiqing. Under such seemingly luxurious training conditions, his cultivation advanced rapidly, finally breaking through to the 5th level of the Xuanwu realm. Yifan. One day, a cold voice suddenly echoed from outside the courtyard. Is it time? Yifan slowly opened his eyes and stretched. Mu Qiqing emerged from her room, and as their gazes met, they joined hands and stepped out of the courtyard, where Gu Yi awaited them. Gu Yi's gaze lingered briefly on their clasped hands before he expressionlessly stated, His Highness the Second Prince is already waiting at the royal tomb. With that, he turned and walked towards the outer areas of Tianwu Academy. Yifan and Mu Qiqing followed Gu Yi as they left Tianwu Academy, exiting the royal city, each riding a flying beast, journeying southward. Here we are. Upon reaching a cliff, Gu Yi suddenly commanded the Black Eagle to dive downward. Chapter 94. Atop the precipice, a majestic mausoleum stood resolutely, encircled by 9 dragon-patterned stone pillars, their summits adorned with ethereal blue lamps that flickered silently. At the entrance, 2 bronze sentinels, brandishing their halberds, stood guard. The rusted armor was mottled with dark red moss, resembling desiccated bloodstains. Presently, hundreds of soldiers clad in black armor had surrounded the entire mausoleum, leaving no escape. The commander, stationed at the altar's center, radiated a sanguine glow from his dark golden armor. Brother Yifan, Duan Tianshu, draped in a pristine white brocade robe, approached, followed by a cadre of talented youths, all prominent figures from the Tianwu Academy's rankings. Is this the Imperial Guard? Yi Fan nodded at Duan Tianshu and squinted toward the side, scrutinizing the formidable black-armored soldiers. Indeed, Duan Tianshu acknowledged, a hint of helplessness surfacing in his expression. The decision to open the royal mausoleum had been wholly entrusted to the Imperial Guard commander, Jiangzhan. Jiangzhan, is he not the uncle of Duan Tianya? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, turning his gaze toward the man in dark golden armor atop the distant altar. He began to comprehend Duan Tianshu's predicament, realizing how fervently Duan Tianshu wished for Duan Tianya's demise. Entrusting the matter of the mausoleum to the Imperial Guard commander posed a risk, should Duan Tianya emerge victorious and claim the potential dragon blade. It would likely incite the commander's wrath. Duan Tianshu smiled subtly, neither confirming nor denying. Yi Fan promptly inquired, Your Highness, do you have any alternative strategies? What strategies? Duan Tianshu feigned ignorance. Yi Fan's tone grew colder. If I were to obtain the potential dragon blade and depart the mausoleum, would you not fear that the Imperial Guard commander would seize it from me? You worry too much, brother Yi Fan, Duan Tianshu replied, his smile stiffening. You are the hidden star of Tianwu Academy. Jiangzhan would not dare. The blade of the heir apparent, an imperial possession. Yi Fan interrupted with a derisive laugh. That reason alone is sufficient for him to act. If Duan Tianshu had any plans, it would be a different matter, he continued. The absence of such plans implies his true intent lies not with the potential dragon blade. The notion of seizing the potential dragon blade and competing for the heir apparent is but a ruse. Indeed, the potential dragon blade belongs to the heir apparent, an imperial treasure. Noticing Yi Fan's change in demeanor, Duan Tianshu smiled and explained, however, my father has stated that anyone who obtains imperial treasures may exchange them for wealth and glory. Brother Yi Fan could present the potential dragon blade to my father, citing this reason to refuse Jiangzhan's demands. In such a case, Jiangzhan would surely refrain from attempting to seize it. Perhaps that is the only course. Yi Fan acknowledged, grasping Duan Tianshu's intentions, choosing not to speak further. At that moment, Jiangzhan abruptly raised a bronze command flag. In the distance, a cloud of dust billowed as 20 snow-white steeds galloped forth. Duan Tianya led the charge, closely followed by Qinli, with over 10 figures trailing behind them. Who are those individuals? Mu Qingsheng inquired, her gaze fixed on 7 of them amidst the throng. Including Duan Tianya, there were a total of 20 participants. Aside from Duan Tianya and Qinli, 6 of the remaining 18 were also students of Tianwu Academy, all ranking among the elite. However, Mu Qingsheng did not recognize the 7 remaining figures, 5 men and 2 women, whose garments billowed as they revealed glimmers of blades and swords. The most striking among them was the leading woman, draped in a black cloak, her long hair resembling flames, wielding a fiery sword that exuded a crimson glow. The 4 swords and 3 blades of Phonin Kingdom. Duan Tianshu's eyes glimmered with surprise as he beheld the 7, realizing his younger brother had indeed summoned them. It seemed he was determined to acquire the potential dragon blade. Are they formidable? Yi Fan inquired, assessing the 7 with curiosity. Prominent figures of the younger generation from Phonin Kingdom, Duan Tianshu shrugged with a smile. Each possesses the potential to rank among the top 10 of Tianwu Academy's list. And with my younger brother included. Chapter 95, The Nation of Wind Whisper. Yi Fan squinted, murmuring softly. He was not particularly concerned about the 4 swords and 3 blades of Wind Whisper. The fact that Duan Tianya could summon such individuals suggested he might also attract formidable martial artists from the Wind Whisper Nation. In this light, the assailants who had infiltrated the Yi residence that day. Clop, clop, clop. Duan Tianya led the group to dismount and strode toward the altar. Jiangzhan immediately approached, laughing heartily. Wuyo, this expedition to the Imperial Mausoleum is meant for you and your Qianlong blade. Thank you for your kind words, uncle. Duan Tianya replied with a smile, radiating confidence. After speaking, he turned, casting a provocative glance toward Duan Tianshu and Yi Fan. Duan Tianshu's expression darkened. His fists clenched tightly within his sleeves. Qiqing. Yi Fan chuckled lightly upon witnessing this, winking at Mu Qiqing. Mu Qiqing was momentarily taken aback, and before she could react, Yi Fan grasped her fingers. Subsequently, he deliberately took a couple of steps forward, showcasing their intertwined fingers before Duan Tianya. Instantly, Duan Tianya's countenance turned ashen, his knuckles cracking ominously. Wuyo, she is merely a woman, Jiangzhan remarked casually, observing Duan Tianya's changing demeanor. Once you secure the position of crown prince and ascend to the throne, what kind of woman would he be at your disposal? Indeed, uncle speaks wisely. Duan Tianya's voice was low, yet a murderous intent simmered in his eyes. His concern was never about Mu Qiqing as an individual. Rather, Yi Fan's public provocation was akin to trampling his dignity underfoot. Having just divorced Mu Qiqing, their closeness was a blatant proclamation to the world that he was cuckolded. A prince of noble blood could hardly endure such humiliation. Your Highness, the 3rd prince, do you wish to eliminate this man? A woman with fiery hair sensed the aura of impending violence and, following Duan Tianya's gaze, turned to scrutinize Yi Fan, yet she could not discern his true nature. This woman was the leader of the seven from Wind Whisper, known as the First Sword. If she could effortlessly dispose of him, it would be most advantageous. Duan Tianya did not conceal his murderous intent, his voice lowered to a whisper. This man appears extraordinary. What is his level of cultivation? Duan Tianya replied coldly. He merely possesses some techniques to conceal his aura. His cultivation is not high. He has only advanced to the Xuanwu realm in the past 2 months. Even if his talent is exceptional, achieving the 3rd stage of the Xuanwu realm is commendable. The 3rd stage of Xuanwu. And yet he dares to set foot in your Union Nation's imperial mausoleum? The First Sword arched an eyebrow, somewhat skeptical of Duan Tianya's words. Without sufficient strength, entering the mausoleum would be tantamount to seeking death. Among those venturing into the mausoleum were not just the retainers of 2 princes, but also 50 to 60 other talented youths eager to prove themselves. They were all students from the Tianwu Academy, with some ranking on the Tianwu Academy's celestial list, the strongest among them being Di Wuming, the top of the celestial list. The weakest among the remaining had already reached the 7th stage of the Xuanwu realm. The First Sword could not believe that someone at the 3rd stage of Xuanwu would dare to enter the mausoleum. Such cultivation did not even qualify one to serve as cannon fodder. Despite his low cultivation, this individual's combat prowess was not to be underestimated. Duan Tianya maintained a cold demeanor. Though reluctant to admit it, he explained to the First Sword, upon entering the 1st stage of the Xuanwu realm. He has already slain a 5th stage Xuanwu martial artist. Oh, the First Sword's eyes flickered with interest. It is not unheard of to kill one's opponents across stages. But to slay 4 stages above oneself is a rare feat. This individual has awakened his fate soul before entering the Earth martial realm. Duan Tianya added ominously. His gaze fixed on Yi Fan. It is precisely due to the power of his fate soul that he has achieved such a remarkable feat. Fate soul? The First Sword licked her lips, her eyes ignited with battle intent. That explains it. Wuyo, shall we open the Imperial Mausoleum now? Seeing the time was ripe, Jiangzhan inquired of Duan Tianya. Indeed. Duan Tianya nodded solemnly. Chapter 96. With a thundering sound, Jiangzhan swiftly turned, his bronze spear crashing heavily against the ground. A ripple of crimson waves emanated from the altar's center. Simultaneously, the ghostly blue lanterns atop the 9-coiled dragon stone pillars flared up, illuminating the precipice as though it were a realm of phantoms. The imperial tomb has been opened. Standing at the altar's heart, Jiangzhan's voice boomed like thunder as he cast a cold glance over the assembled prodigies, declaring, life and death are fated by the heavens. The massive tomb doors creaked open, releasing a chilling, decayed aura that rushed forth. Within, darkness enveloped all, save for the 1,000 jade steps that glimmered with an eerie sheen under the blood-red moonlight. Let us move, commanded Duan Tianya, leading the charge, closely followed by Chun Li and the others. You have my thanks, Brother Yi. Duan Tianshu remained stationary, watching as Duan Tianya and his group entered the imperial tomb. Then turned to give Yi Fan a knowing glance. Yi Fan smiled subtly, refraining from reply. After exchanging a glance with Mu Qiqing, they clasped their fingers tightly and stepped into the tomb's portal. Spiritual energy suppression, Mu Qiqing whispered as they crossed the threshold. The oppressive force diminished their cultivation to the Xuanwu realm. Among them, only she and Duan Tianya perceived this change. Moments later, the colossal tomb doors began to close with a resounding thud behind them. Suddenly, a blood moon above blazed with ominous light. Ah! A chilling scream shattered the silence, revealing a young man in white, his eyes crimson, as he brandished his long blade in a frenzied attack against his companions, shouting, "Return my sister's life." In an instant, more than 10 cultivators succumbed to madness. Some fell to their knees weeping, others bashed their heads against the ground. While some resorted to self-mutilation, their flesh torn and bloodied, and others lunged at their surroundings like wild beasts, attacking indiscriminately. Mu Qiqing staggered slightly, the scene before her warping into a nightmarish vision. In a daze, she glimpsed her younger self imprisoned within an ice cellar, her father's indifferent visage flickering in the cold mist. The Mu family did not require an heir bound by emotion. Qingqing. Yi Fan noticed her distress and called out sharply. The sun's energy surged quietly, its warmth drawing Mu Qiqing back to reality. Do not gaze at the blood moon? That was close. Mu Qiqing regained her composure, her heart racing. The blood moon's radiance could incite delusions of the heart. Those with weak willpower were susceptible to madness. The group, sensing the abnormality, dared not raise their heads again. Ahead lay the blood moon, soul-illuminating steps within the imperial tomb. Gu Yi, standing closely beside Yi Fan, whispered a warning. This is the only path deeper into the tomb. With each step on these stairs, one's physical burden doubles. And by the 100th step, it feels as though one carries a mountain. Onward, Yi Fan responded, lowering his head as he ascended the steps. with each climb. His steps grew heavier. Meanwhile, Duan Tianya and his group had already reached the higher tiers of the blood moon soul-illuminating steps. Each of them was enveloped in a faint golden glow, their movements steady as if unaffected by the weight of the steps, clearly having made prior preparations. Your Highness, the second prince, do you not have any preparations? Yi Fan observed Duan Tianya and his companions with discontent at their ease. It was evident that Duan Tianya had anticipated the conditions within the tomb and had prepared talismans to counter the gravity of the blood moon soul-illuminating steps. Meanwhile, with the aid of these talismans, they ascended effortlessly. Gui, aware of the blood moon soul-illuminating steps, was certain that Duan Tianshu had also foreseen the circumstances within the tomb. Did he possess no countermeasures? Gui fell silent, unwilling to meet Yi Fan's gaze. This reflection only strengthened Yi Fan's conviction. Duan Tianshu had indeed not intended for him to emerge alive. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed from above. Several steps of the staircase collapsed, and the three individuals who had been standing there shrieked as they plummeted into the abyss, vanishing from sight. As the dust settled, they beheld the third blade of the wind-whispering kingdom standing tall, its blade still imbued with the residual force of severing the steps, gazing down upon Yi Fan and the others with a malevolent grin. Chapter 97. Damn it. A youth in a blue robe, witnessing the scene, roared in fury. With a fierce bite to his tongue, he spat a mouthful of vital blood onto his sword blade, bracing himself against the overwhelming gravity as he leapt into the air, seemingly on the verge of clearing the shattered steps. Seeking death, the third blade laughed sinisterly, abruptly swinging his long knife. The blade's aura transformed into a crimson arc, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek. Boom! The blue-robed youth hurriedly crossed his sword to block, sparks flying in all directions. His palms instantly shattered, and the sword nearly slipped from his grip. Although he barely deflected the lethal strike, the backlash left him suspended in midair. No! The desperate cry echoed above the abyss. Onlookers watched helplessly as the blue-robed youth plunged into the inky depths, vanishing in an instant, their faces darkening in dismay. Yi Fan gazed towards the end of the steps, where Duan Tianya and his companions had long since disappeared. Only the third blade remained, standing with his sword, gazing down at the crowd with a mocking demeanor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, the blood moon suddenly emitted several beams of scarlet light. One individual, unable to evade, was pierced by the crimson glow, his eyes turning red as madness engulfed him. He reflexively pushed a nearby comrade into the abyss. We can no longer delay. Gui furrowed his brows and spoke gravely. It is not that one cannot look upon the blood moon, but one must not fall prey to its malevolent influence. The longer we linger, the more dreadful its power becomes. Currently, the light of the blood moon is still sparse enough to evade, but soon it will be inescapable. Before he could finish, another beam of scarlet light grazed his temple. That watchdog must be eliminated, Yi Fan murmured, a glint of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. Gui knitted his brows tightly. Though this individual is merely at the 8th level of the Xuanwu realm, he remains unaffected by the gravity and possesses the advantage of terrain. Without the strength to withstand the gravitational pressure against him, it may prove difficult to slay him in one strike. Are you afraid, even you? Yi Fan shot Gui a sidelong glance. Perhaps among us, only Di Wuming can take him down, Gui remarked, glancing towards Di Wuming at the side. As the top-ranked individual on the celestial list, his strength was undeniably formidable. At this moment, he showed no inclination to respond to Gu Yi's statement. Without absolute certainty, he evidently hesitated to act recklessly. Lingering here is not a viable strategy. Yi Fan suddenly conceived an idea. If several individuals surged forward simultaneously to leap over the abyss, he could attack only one, allowing the others to seize the opportunity to slay him. That is a feasible plan. Gu Yi's eyes flickered with intrigue, fixing his gaze upon Yi Fan. However, it may cost one life in the process. Better than all perishing here, Yi Fan replied quietly, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Let us give it a try. Gui brandished his blade and stepped to the edge of the abyss, followed closely by 5 others wielding swords. Yi Fan, however, remained still, his figure resolutely planted in place. Brother Yi Fan, are you not joining us? Gui's companion, Meng Lan, suddenly spoke. He was Ming Qing's elder brother, ranked 10th on the celestial list, having met Yi Fan once at the second prince's estate. If I move, that mad dog will surely bite me. Yi Fan remarked with a wry smile, turning to Meng Lan. Do you wish for me to perish beneath that mad dog's blade? Could it be? This is the second prince's intent. Meng Lan's expression faltered, momentarily at a loss for words. You overthink, Gui interjected upon sensing Yi Fan's suspicion. The hidden star of Tianwu Academy should indeed avoid unnecessary risks. We are merely clearing a path for you. Then I am most grateful, Yi Fan replied. Though inwardly he chuckled. He had anticipated Gu Yi's response. Duan Tianshu sought his demise at the hands of Duan Tianya. Only in this manner could Duan Tianya be ensnared within this place. If he were to perish at the hands of the third blade, Tianwu Academy could not hold Duan Tianya accountable. Chapter 98. No one could prove that the actions of the third blade were instigated by Duan Tianya. Gui verbally acquiesced but did not hastily make an attempt. At this moment, he glanced once more at Diwuming. Noting that the stone steps could accommodate 12 individuals standing side by side. Are you not planning to send a few forward? Although over 100 had entered the Imperial Tomb, they could actually be divided into 3 factions, Duan Tianya, Duan Tianshu, each representing one side, while the remaining individuals were led by Diwuming. In terms of numbers, Diwuming's group was the largest, yet their strengths varied significantly. It was time to dispatch a few. Diwuming, eager to leave this place, swept his gaze over the crowd behind him and casually pointed to 6 individuals, instructing, "You 6, join them and attempt to leap across the abyss." "Why us?" A young man with a blank expression instinctively questioned. As soon as the words left his mouth, whoosh, Diwuming's sword was suddenly unsheathed. In a single stroke, it sliced through the young man's throat. Hiss. The onlookers gasped in shock. How ruthless. Yufan's eyes narrowed at the sight. If you choose to follow me, do not question my orders. With his sword returned to its sheath, Diwuming warned the crowd behind him with a cold demeanor, his gaze fixing on another individual. He dies, you go. The faces of those chosen by Diwuming turned as pale as parchment. Having witnessed the grim fate of their companion, they dared not defy his command any longer. Obeying the order did not guarantee survival from the third blade, but disobedience would certainly lead to death by Diwuming's sword. They were not yet capable of contending with the first on the celestial ranking. Move. As the 6 stepped forward and took their positions, Gu-Yi issued the command. 12 individuals braced against the crushing weight, their figures simultaneously leaping into action. The third blade stood menacingly, his weapon gleaming with a sanguine hue. A violent wave of blade energy swept forth, and he decisively turned and fled up the steps. He was not foolish enough to linger and await his demise. His task was merely to delay them for a moment. If he could not accomplish that, he would run. Boom, boom, boom. The sweeping strike, though fearsome in appearance, was ultimately superficial, easily neutralized by Gu-Yi and the others. Only 2 unfortunate souls were cast into the abyss by the residual force, their screams echoing for an extended period. Let him go. Yifan barked, but he saw Gu-Yi stumble to a halt after a few steps of pursuit. The gravity on the steps had escalated to a terrifying degree, each ascent feeling as if burdened by 1,000 pounds. I can't catch up, Gu-Yi whispered through clenched teeth, his heart simmering with frustration. The power of the talismans on the third blade had not yet dissipated, allowing him to ascend the steps with remarkable speed, reaching the end in the blink of an eye. Yifan remained silent, sharing a knowing glance with Mu Qicheng. They nodded in unison before leaping across the abyss together. As the others struggled to reach the summit, the sight before them caused all breaths to catch. Above the unfathomable chasm, a bronze chain bridge swayed in the chilling wind. Beneath it, a swirling black mist writhed, while 2 bronze dragon sculptures loomed at the bridge's entrance. Duan Tianya and his companions were already slowly traversing the bridge's center, and the third blade had just stepped onto the chain bridge. However, the first sword and second sword still lingered at the bridge's head. Slower than anticipated, aren't we? The first sword leaned casually against the bronze dragon sculpture, his languid voice breaking the silence. After casting a peculiar smile at Yufan and the others, he gestured towards the second sword beside the other dragon sculpture. In that moment, both withdrew their long swords from the mouths of the dragon sculptures. The eyes of the 2 dragon figures began to glow with a sinister crimson light. Seizing the opportunity, the 2 figures swiftly stepped onto the chain bridge. Chapter 99. Stand back. As Yifan witnessed Gu-Yi preparing to advance, he immediately issued a thunderous shout. Boom. Almost simultaneously, the dragon sculpture on the left erupted with a torrent of blazing flames, engulfing the entrance of the bridge in a fiery embrace. The dragon sculpture on the right followed suit, exhaling a chilling breath that froze the very air into crystalline ice. The entrance of the chain bridge, spanning several feet, was thus divided, one half consumed by flames, the other shrouded in frost. Hiss! Gu-Yi inhaled sharply, a few strands of hair singed by the intense heat. The onlookers, confronted with this deadly realm of ice and fire, furrowed their brows in trepidation. That was, beside Gu-Yi, an individual stared in astonishment at the first and second swords. Realizing that it was indeed the formidable warriors of the Wind-Whispering Kingdom who had once stolen the Crimson Flame Sword and the Frost Sword. Do you recognize this sword? Yifan turned his gaze towards the speaker. This individual, of greater prowess than Gu-Yi, was Du Ruofeng, the second on the heavenly rankings. Recognize it. More than that, Du Ruofeng clenched his fist, fury igniting in his eyes. The Crimson Flame Sword and the Frost Sword are the keys to the Twin Dragon Guardian Bridge. since the construction of the Imperial Mausoleum. These two swords have been hidden within the palace. However, 20 years ago, a notorious thief broke into the palace and stole both swords, resulting in my grandfather being stripped of his command over the Imperial Guards. Ha! Yi Fan scoffed, his disdain unmistakable. Such significant swords were pilfered so easily? Are the Imperial Guards of the Yun'in Kingdom truly so inept? Your grandfather deserved his demotion. What did you say? Du Ruofeng's expression darkened, his eyes blazing with anger directed at Yi Fan. This is not the time for such discussions. Gu Yi furrowed his brow, observing the retreating figures of Duan Tianya and the others, with the pathway before them sealed by ice and fire if they could not cross the bridge. All opportunities within the mausoleum would fall into the hands of Duan Tianya and his companions. Their purpose in entering the mausoleum was not solely for the hidden dragon blade. In truth, it was not for the blade at all. Within the mausoleum lay the inheritance of the royal ancestors of the Yun'in Kingdom, which would greatly aid in their martial cultivation. Di Wuming and his companions sought the same. Otherwise, why would they risk entering the mausoleum? Is there any difficulty in breaking through this ice and fire barrier? Yi Fan had previously observed the two dragon sculptures and now harbored a bold idea. Do you have a plan? Gu Yi suddenly turned to Yi Fan, his eyes glinting with intrigue. The gazes of the others also converged upon Yi Fan at that moment. There is indeed a plan. Yi Fan glanced at Duan Tianya and the others on the chain bridge and murmured, but trailing behind them is not a viable solution. It places us in a passive position. Indeed. Gu Yi's expression darkened as he nodded. What do you propose? Di Wuming interjected coldly. I'll pave the way, and you shall eliminate our foes. Yi Fan's gaze swept across the group, finally resting on Di Wuming. Without the interference of the individuals before them, the path ahead would be relatively easier. Kill Duan Tianya? Di Wuming's brow furrowed slightly. The commander of the Imperial Guards was stationed just outside the mausoleum. If Duan Tianya were to perish here, it would be unlikely for us to return alive to Tianwu Academy. Moreover, Duan Tianya is not easily slain. Although he ranks first on the heavenly rankings, executing him is far from guaranteed. Just months ago, he had yet to step into the realm of earth martial arts and was ranked lower on the heavenly rankings. Furthermore, Duan Tianya is a prince of the Yun'in Kingdom, first on the heavenly rankings, and yet you lack the courage? Yi Fan mocked with a smile, cutting off any retort from Di Wuming. If you dare not confront Duan Tianya, surely you can muster the will to deal with the seven from the Wind-Whispering Kingdom? I have long found them displeasing. Di Wuming replied coldly, a flash of bloodlust igniting in his eyes. Once you clear the path, I will act to eliminate the seven from the Wind-Whispering Kingdom. Excellent. Chapter 100. Yi Fan wore a satisfied smile and turned to Gu Yi, Du Ruofeng, and the others, instructing them to assist Di Wuming shortly. On the surface, he appeared to be aligned with the faction of the second prince, Duan Tianchu, yet in truth, Gu Yi, Du Ruofeng, and the others harbored a desire for his demise. While they lacked the intent to kill him directly, they wished for him to fall at the hands of Duan Tianya. By understanding this psychological dynamic, one could seize the opportunity to turn the tide. Hurry. Di Wuming cast a glance at Duan Tianya and the others on the chain bridge, urging Yi Fan. If we delay any longer, they will cross the bridge. Yi Fan's solar essence surged to its zenith, his eyes radiating a brilliant golden light. He stepped towards the dragon sculpture on the left that belched forth flames, leaving behind a trail of burning golden footprints with each deliberate step. As his hand extended, golden spiritual energy entwined around the dragon sculpture, colliding fiercely with the crimson flames, emitting a hissing sound of scorching heat. Roar. The dragon sculpture let out a thunderous roar, its eyes gleaming with a blood-red light. Seal. Yi Fan bellowed, his golden spiritual energy accelerating forth, flooding into the dragon's mouth. The flames it exhaled extinguished like a snuffed candle, the crimson glow in its eyes gradually dimming until it solidified into two dull gemstones. The onlookers were captivated by Yi Fan's prowess, their eyes sparkling with intrigue. Interesting. The first sword squinted, assessing Yi Fan with newfound seriousness. Be careful. Suddenly, Mu Qingqing's alarmed voice rang out. Roar. The dragon sculpture on the right roared, a chilling white mist sweeping forward like a tempest. Yi Fan hastily turned, only to find his vision obscured by a flurry of ice crystals. Qingqing. Yi Fan shouted, locking eyes with Mu Qingqing. From the outset, he had no intention of overcoming the ice and fire barrier alone. With his capabilities, he could only attempt to seal the dragon sculpture on the left. To seal the one on the right, only Mu Qingqing, awakened with the Ice Soul Star, stood a chance. Yet, until he successfully sealed the left dragon, he could not afford to let Mu Qingqing take the risk. Now that the left dragon was sealed, he finally sought her assistance. Without needing further words, Mu Qingqing grasped Yi Fan's intent. She lightly tapped her toes, causing the ice crystals beneath her to bloom, swiftly forming a barrier before Yi Fan. As her palms overlapped, The Ice Soul Star's spirit suddenly burst forth. Countless starlights interwove behind her, transforming into a magnificent celestial map. The spirit, Gu Yi's pupils constricted, gasping in astonishment. She has ascended to the Earth Martial Realm? Di Wuming realized something, murmuring softly. At that moment, shock was evident on the faces of the others. Previously, Mu Qi-Ching was merely a 9th-level Xuanwu realm warrior. Although she ranked within the top 10 of the Tianwu Academy, she was not among the top 3. Now, with the manifestation of her spirit, she must have entered the Earth Martial Realm. Mu Qingqing's delicate fingers danced, the star patterns on her forehead shining brightly. The incoming chill coalesced into an ice mirror in the air, refracting the light and freezing the dragon sculpture into a solid block of ice. Seizing the moment, Mu Qi-Ching soared forward, her fingertip precisely directing the ice-blue starlight into the dragon's mouth. Crack, with a brittle sound as the ice spread. The dragon sculpture fell into complete silence. Yi Fan exhaled deeply, the golden radiance surrounding him still unwavering. At this moment, the entrance of the chain bridge was free of the ice and fire barrier. The first sword and the others hastened their pace across the bridge upon witnessing this. What are you still dawdling for? Yi Fan, noticing their acceleration, felt a surge of killing intent in his gaze, suddenly bellowing at Di Wuming, Gu Yi, and the others. Chapter 101 Kill. Di Wuming's eyes shimmered with murderous intent as he surged forward. The heavy sword was unsheathed with a resonant clang, its crimson patterns writhing like living creatures along the blade. Each step upon the chain bridge sent tremors through the iron links. Gu Yi and Du Ruffing exchanged a glance, and in unison, they sprang into action. Gu Yi's blade glimmered with a green light, while Du Ruffing's sword crackled with violet lightning. The three advanced in a triangular formation, an aura of bloodlust sweeping along the chain bridge. Others did not hesitate either, rushing forward to follow suit. Let us go. Once everyone had set foot on the chain bridge, Mu Qi-Ching gently pushed with her jade hand, conjuring an ice bridge beneath Yi Fan's feet. The two strolled leisurely onto the chain bridge, only to be met by the sudden roar of the awakened dragon statues behind them. Roar. The eyes of the two dragon statues blazed with a fierce crimson light, flames and frost spewing forth to seal the entrance of the chain bridge. They are closing in. We must hurry. The first sword, noticing a throng of figures in pursuit, quietly warned the second sword and the third blade. Just as his voice trailed off, Di Wuming was already within 20 paces of them, the gust from his heavy sword stinging their faces. Die! Di Wuming shouted coldly, sweeping his sword. The dark blade's crimson patterns flared to life, unleashing an overwhelmingly powerful slash that bore down upon the third blade. Crack! The third blade, caught off guard, hastily raised his weapon to block, but the finely forged steel shattered, fragments slicing across his cheek. Is that all you've got? Di Wuming licked his lips, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. Closing the distance once more, he unleashed another strike, the momentum unwavering as it aimed directly for the third blade's throat. Freeze. The second sword pivoted abruptly, the frost sword tracing a graceful arc, its icy breath instantly freezing Di Wuming's sword energy, crystalline frost creeping up the blade. Interesting. Di Wuming laughed, unperturbed, shattering the ice with a violent shake of his sword. In the midst of their exchange, Gu Yi had reached Di Wuming's front. The first sword halted and swung her red flame sword, conjuring 7 dazzling blossoms of sword energy. Gu Yi met her blade, only to witness the blossoms erupt into a torrential rain of fire. Be careful. Du Ruffing's quick reflexes allowed him to grab Gu Yi by the nape. 3 streams of fiery rain grazed past Gu Yi's chest, her garments instantly reduced to ashes, revealing scorched skin beneath. This woman will be mine. Di Wuming, witnessing the first sword's prowess, felt his murderous intent surge. He pressed forward, charging directly at the first sword. Du Ruffing, however, took an unconventional approach, directing his violet lightning toward the second sword's lower defenses. Gu Yi wiped away the blood from her lips, advancing menacingly toward the third blade, the azure glow of her blade intensifying with each step. Di Wuming's strength was on par with the first sword, while Du Ruffing matched the second sword equally. Meanwhile, the injured Gu Yi relentlessly pressured the third blade, forcing him to retreat step by step. Just a moment ago, under the blood moon on the soul stair, weren't you quite arrogant? Gu Yi's voice was icy, her eyes filled with lethal intent. Moments later, an ever-growing number of individuals arrived in the vicinity. The chain bridge spanned several yards in width, ample enough for a dozen people to walk side by side. While this space might not suffice for a full-scale battle involving dozens, many had nonetheless reached the forefront of the first sword and her companions. We cannot linger. The first sword, wielding her red flame sword, recognized the dire situation. As she glanced to the distance, she spotted Yi Fan and Mu Qi-Ching strolling casually. She had overheard the conversation between Yi Fan and Di Wuming's group. It was clear that their sudden assault was orchestrated by Yi Fan. Duan Tianya had instructed her to eliminate Yi Fan at her convenience, but given the current circumstances, such an opportunity seemed non-existent. Crack. At that moment, a piercing sound of metal snapping echoed abruptly. Chapter 102. The once serene chain bridge suddenly jolted, akin to a colossal beast turning over, tilting sharply at a 45-degree angle. Ah, save me. A few individuals, caught off guard, screamed as they slipped, their hands futilely clawing at the slick iron chains, only to be swiftly engulfed by the abyssal darkness. It was Chun-Li. Gu Yi's eyes widened in fury, his blade pointed menacingly at the bridge's entrance. There stood Chun-Li, ominously grinning at the severed chain, the tip of his sword poised against the last intact link. As the swaying intensified, the combatants had no choice but to cease their fighting. Continuing would only exacerbate the tremors of the bridge. Retreat. The first sword murmured, leaping gracefully with the second sword and third blade, soaring like a swift swallow to the opposite shore. Chun-Li promptly raised his sword high, its cold gleam aimed squarely at the final chain. Should he strike, all present on the bridge would surely plummet into the abyss. How dare you? Di Wuming bellowed like thunder, hurling his heavy sword. The blade spun through the air, slicing it with a sharp whistle. Chun-Li, compelled to evade, sidestepped just in time, the sword grazing his neck and leaving a crimson mark. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Du Ruffing dashed across the chain bridge. One sword thrust. The purple lightning-entwined blade aimed directly at Chun-Li's heart. Chun-Li, uninclined to engage, flashed a peculiar smile and swiftly retreated. Du Ruffer sought to pursue, only to discover Duan Tianya still present. Behind him loomed a dozen figures, a sight that forced Du Ruffeng to halt abruptly. Fortunately, moments later, Di Wuming, Gu Yi, and others crossed the bridge. Tension thickened as the two factions faced each other, the atmosphere charged with hostility. Ease up, everyone, take a breath. Duan Tianya said with a smile, surveying the disheveled group before him, as if the life and death crisis had merely been a game. Duan Tianya, did you orchestrate this? Gu Yi's blade trembled slightly as he raised his voice in inquiry. And if I did? And if I did not? Duan Tianya replied with a mocking smile, showing no fear of the assembled crowd. Initially, there had been over 100 individuals entering the Imperial Mausoleum, but now merely 50 remained. Duan Tianya's side alone boasted over 20. Despite being outnumbered, he appeared unconcerned. Then you shall perish. Di Wuming's heavy sword slammed into the ground, blood-red patterns surging wildly. Oh! Duan Tianya scoffed, taking a sudden step forward. A thunderous roar reverberated through the void as a phantom white dragon soared from behind him. Its eyes sparkled like lightning, exerting a pressure akin to a mountain, causing the onlookers to hesitate in their breaths. Is this your soul? Di Wuming's eyes widened slightly, instinctively retreating half a step. The blood patterns on his sword dimmed. The faces of the others also reflected their apprehension. They realized that even though Duan Tianya's cultivation was suppressed to the 9th stage of the Xuanwu realm, he was still beyond their capabilities. Is this what frightens you? Yi Fan's derisive voice echoed from behind the crowd. As they turned, they beheld him and Mu Qingqing approaching hand in hand, strolling leisurely through the throng surrounding them. Duan Tianya, witnessing Yi Fan unscathed and still entwined with Mu Qingqing, felt his gaze turn icy. The phantom white dragon behind him suddenly glaring fiercely, its whiskers bristling with fury. Chapter 103. The Blood Moon illuminates the soul stage. Slaying the dual dragons guarding the tomb bridge to harm. Yi Fan advanced with measured steps, halting to cast a piercing gaze at Duan Tianya, declaring, Duan Tianya, do you think this matter can be brushed aside so easily? Do you truly believe the individuals here are cowards? Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Di Wuming tightened his grip on the sword. Gu Yi's countenance darkened, while Du Ruofing shifted his gaze uncomfortably. Yi Fan's words openly questioned Duan Tianya but were, in truth, a direct assault on their recent timidity. Are you not a coward? Duan Tianya retorted with a mocking arch of his brow, the ethereal white dragon swirling ominously behind him, scrutinizing Yi Fan with derision. Then I am eager to hear your plan. Will you kill me? Kill you? Yi Fan suddenly chuckled, his eyes sweeping over Sandao and Chun-Li. A debt must be repaid to its rightful owner. Right now, my priority lies with the lives of the two who severed the bridge. Upon hearing this, Sandao and Chun-Li's expressions darkened. Yi Fan's words pointed directly at them. Should Duan Tianya choose to cast them aside, their fates would be sealed. Yet, their actions had been under Duan Tianya's command. It was implausible that he would abandon them now. If I were to protect them, what could you do? Duan Tianya scoffed disdainfully, unable to tolerate Yi Fan's arrogance. Then you may as well perish alongside them. Yi Fan shrugged nonchalantly, his demeanor casual. Do you really believe you can kill me? Duan Tianya laughed scornfully, bewildered by Yi Fan's confidence. In that moment, he stepped forward, the white dragon's fury radiating forth like a tidal wave directed at Yi Fan. I may not be able to, but Qingqing certainly can. Yi Fan gestured toward Mu Qiqing, who understood his intent. In an instant, the power of her soul surged forth. The Ice Soul Star command manifested, conjuring a breathtaking celestial map of ice crystals in the air. The chilling aura and the dragon's might clashed in a standoff. Duan Tianya's pupils constricted, a weight of seriousness settling upon him. Previously, during their encounter on the chain bridge, he had learned of Mu Qingqing's ascension to the Earth Martial Realm and her awakened soul. However, due to the distance, he had been unable to perceive the full extent of the Ice Soul Star's terror. Now, in close proximity, he grasped the formidable pressure she exerted. The white dragon, affected by the chill, began to writhe uneasily, frost forming on its scales. Though he too had awakened a soul, Duan Tianya did not fear Mu Qingqing. Yet, he lacked complete confidence in defeating her. Seeing Duan Tianya's expression change, Yi Fan grinned triumphantly. With our 30-plus individuals joining forces, we should be able to eliminate you completely. Do you truly believe they will heed your call? Duan Tianya retorted coldly, casting a skeptical glance over Di Wuming and Gu Yi, doubtful of the unity of those present. They do not need to heed me, Yi Fan replied indifferently, turning his gaze towards Di Wuming and Gu Yi. This is merely about vengeance for oneself. Humph. Di Wuming scoffed, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he glared at Duan Tianya. Duan Tianya, surrender them. Indeed, these two must die. Gu Yi slowly raised his blade, directing it towards San Dao within the crowd. Du Ruofeng, filled with righteous indignation, spoke with conviction. These two are responsible for the deaths of so many. They truly deserve death. Kill. Let them pay in blood for their debts. The roar of anger surged like a tidal wave, resonating throughout the space. San Dao's face turned pale as he instinctively shrank back behind the first sword. Chen Li's brow furrowed deeply, his grip on the sword slick with cold sweat. My people. The third prince cannot be disregarded. The first sword, observing the escalating tension, chuckled derisively, directing a taunting gaze at Yi Fan. If you wish to kill San Dao, then do so yourself. Do you think I cannot kill him? Yi Fan shot a disdainful glance at the first sword, dismissing his challenge with a sneer. Chapter 104. Du Tianya suddenly grasped the meaning of the first sword, a mocking smile gracing his lips. You? Are you only capable of hiding behind a woman? I see no other talents. Very well, let him meet his demise. Yi Fan shrugged nonchalantly, drawing forth the daybreak sword. Yi Fan. Mu Qiqing suddenly grasped his wrist. Shaking her head, the expressions of Gu Yi, Du Ruofeng, and others also shifted. They certainly did not wish for Yi Fan to perish at the hands of the third blade. It's fine. Yi Fan gently pried Mu Qingqing's hand away. The sword's tip aimed at the throat of the third blade. Kill him. The first sword parted her crimson lips, casting a glance toward the third blade. Understood. The third blade nodded, stepping forward with a grin. Despite the wound on his cheek still oozing blood, his grip on the knife remained as steady as a rock. He was unaware of Yi Fan's cultivation level, but from Du Tianya's words, it seemed lacking. Even injured, he was confident in battle. With a sudden exhale, Yi Fan's solar energies surged, propelling him into the air. Golden spiritual power coalesced upon the daybreak sword, a strike akin to the sun rising. The sword light, like dawn breaking, instantaneously tore through the darkness. Humph. The third blade let out a cold snort, sweeping his knife with overwhelming force. Yi Fan's sword slightly shifted, deftly avoiding the opponent's menace, allowing the brute force of the knife to advance toward him. Simultaneously, his own strike was directed at the third blade's throat. Mutual destruction? The first sword's expression faltered, taken aback by Yi Fan's audacious combat style. Boom. Almost simultaneously, both combatants unleashed their assaults upon one another. Yi Fan's figure was hurled by the furious blade energy, but elegantly spun upon landing, dissipating the force. His black robe billowed in the wind, showing not a single tear. In contrast, the third blade remained frozen in his slicing posture, a gaping wound in his throat gushing blood. The lingering solar power of the daybreak sword ignited at his injury. How is this possible? The first sword's eyes widened, losing their previous composure. Yi Fan's strike had revealed his cultivation level, 5th stage of the Xuanwu realm. She was aware of the third blade's ferocity. A 5th stage Xuanwu realm Yi Fan had taken a blow head-on. Even if he did not perish, he should be grievously injured. The hidden star robe. Du Tianya's gaze sharpened as realization dawned. The hidden star robe? The first sword inquired, looking toward Du Tianya with a perplexed expression. I forgot to mention. He is a hidden star from the Tianwu Academy, and this garment is a tiered spiritual weapon bestowed by the Academy head. Du Tianya spoke solemnly. Wearing this robe allows one to disregard attacks from Xuanwu realm fighters. For a Xuanwu realm warrior to kill him, they can only strike at the throat. Assaults on other areas are nearly futile. Why didn't you say so earlier? The first sword's tone turned frosty, a flicker of anger igniting in her eyes. Had she known sooner, she would not have allowed the third blade to engage. Even if he had to fight, she would have advised him to be cautious. Now, it was too late. The third blade had died in vain. Next, Yufan's lips curled into a smile as he languidly raised his sword, pointing it at Qinli, who was hiding behind Du Tianya. With the third blade dispatched, it was time for Qinli to take his turn. Chapter 105, Your Highness. Qinli's throat bobbed. His complexion pale as parchment. Gripping his sword tightly, he frowned at Du Tianya. Yufan. Du Tianya was uncertain whether Qinli could slay Yufan, who was clad in the hidden star robe. Suddenly, he roared, "Let bygones be bygones. Do not push your luck." "Push my luck?" Yifan erupted into laughter, the tip of his sword pointing towards the abyss beneath the chain bridge. "I am a man of reason. If Qinli grants me an inch, I shall return a yard. Is that not equitable?" When he severed the bridge, did he ever consider the phrase "show mercy"? "Since you wish to protect him, let us perish together." "Kill," Di Wuming coldly commanded, lifting his heavy sword. Though Du Tianya was formidable, he was balanced by Mu Qiqing. Their numbers were sufficient to eliminate everyone else, aside from Du Tianya. With fewer competitors, their chances of seizing opportunities would increase. "Hold on." Du Tianya, noticing Di Wuming's intent to strike, suddenly raised his hand. "Ahead lies the 5 elements mysterious coffin array. Are you certain you wish to engage us in a mutual destruction?" "What of the 5 elements mysterious coffin array?" Yufan scoffed, unconcerned. "They are merely a few decrepit coffins. I might as well reserve one for myself." Du Ruofing, with furrowed brows, quietly cautioned Yifan. "Yifan, within the 5 elements mysterious coffin array lies the legacy of powerful royal ancestors." Many were previously unaware of the circumstances surrounding the array. Upon hearing Du Ruofing's words, the previously bloodthirsty crowd became agitated. Engaging in combat with Du Tianya's group might likely lead to victory. However, those accompanying Du Tianya were not ordinary folk. A desperate counterattack could cost them their lives, especially the weaker among them, who dared not take such risks. It was wiser to preserve their lives to contend for the legacy within the 5 elements mysterious coffin array. With fewer rivals, seizing the legacy would be more feasible. Yifan surveyed the crowd, only to find no one willing to respond. Di Wuming's heavy sword remained raised, yet its tip had begun to droop slightly. "Do you truly wish to kill Qinli?" Du Tianya feared that Yifan and the others would engage him fiercely, yet he did not wish to send Qinli to his demise, as it would discourage the others. After casting a glance at Qinli, who understood the unspoken message, he promptly turned and stepped into a nearby passage. Trying to escape, Yifan shouted as he pursued, with Mu Qiqing closely following. Strangely, this time, Du Tianya did not intervene, willingly stepping aside to allow Yifan passage. "Shall we join forces?" Du Tianya's expression was grim as he beckoned the others. Once he finished speaking, he turned and followed Yifan and Mu Qiqing into the passage. As the group gradually traversed the passage, they were astonished by the sight before them. 5 dark iron coffins were arranged in the 5 elemental directions within the tomb chamber. One coffin lay wide open, with eerie light swirling within. Yifan stood resolutely with his sword, closely accompanied by Mu Qiqing. Yet, Qinli's figure had already vanished. "Where's Qinli?" Di Wuming, not seeing Qinli, inquired of the first arrivals, Yifan and Mu Qiqing. "Is it not evident?" Yifan's sword tip lightly gestured towards the open coffin. "He has entered?" Di Wuming's brows knitted tightly, his heavy sword involuntarily lifting. "Does this coffin connect to another realm?" "Indeed," Du Ruofing interjected. "Each coffin connects to a world within, housing the legacies of powerful royal ancestors. However, once one enters, there is no turning back. They will be directly transported out of the royal tomb. What are we waiting for?" Di Wuming's eyes sparkled with fervor as he strode purposefully towards the nearest coffin. "Why the haste?" Yifan suddenly blocked Di Wuming's path with his sword, glancing at Du Tianya and the others still present. "Have you considered why Du Tianya has not retreated?" Chapter 106. Di Wuming suddenly turned around, only to find Du Tianya's demeanor remarkably composed. The tranquility he exhibited at that moment was a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Du Tianya had evidently come prepared for this expedition into the Imperial Tomb. The talismans that resisted gravity on the Blood Moon Soul Steps, the Crimson Flame Sword on the Dragon Guardian's Bridge, and the Frost Sword all indicated his meticulous planning. Though he had crossed the bridge first, he could have proceeded to the 5 elements bewildering coffin array. Yet, upon seeing them step onto the chain bridge, he deliberately chose to wait, clearly harboring ulterior motives. "Qinli has already entered. Do you still fear treachery?" Du Tianya, sensing the unusual gazes directed at him, shrugged nonchalantly. Yifan inquired, "If there is no deceit, why do you not enter?" "I am not in a hurry." Du Tianya elongated his tone deliberately, his gaze sweeping towards the open coffin. "If you are not in haste, then so be it. However, The legacy within this coffin may well fall into Chun-Li's hands. Gu Yi, anticipating Duan Tianya's response, whispered suddenly, "Send 2 people to pursue Chun-Li." Gu Yi gestured discreetly to Meng Lan behind him. Understanding the cue, Meng Lan promptly leapt into the open coffin with another companion. Chun-Li was not the type to recklessly gamble with his life. Even though entering the coffin posed certain dangers, it was not a guaranteed death sentence. Meng Lan's strength was slightly inferior to Chun-Li's. Pursuing alone could lead to being countered by Chun-Li, so bringing along a companion would suffice to contend with him, and perhaps even present an opportunity to eliminate Chun-Li. Just the 2 of you? Duan Tianya raised an eyebrow, surprised by Yi Fan's caution. "If you do not depart, neither shall we," Yi Fan declared, sword in hand, a provocative smirk adorning his lips. "If you wish to delay, I shall accompany you in this stalemate." Duan Tianya chuckled lightly, shrugging in resignation. At a signal, 4 individuals advanced toward the remaining coffins. As the lids of the coffins were lifted, an ethereal blue light cascaded forth like flowing water. The 4 did not hesitate, decisively leaping into the coffins. Ultimately, only 13 individuals remained behind Duan Tianya. "I see no issue," Di Wuming declared, resolutely leaping into a nearby coffin. However, he intentionally avoided the one Chun-Li had previously entered, as Chun-Li had already gained an advantage by entering earlier. "Fool!" Yi Fan shook his head, exasperated by Di Wuming's impulsive behavior, thinking such haste would hinder significant accomplishments. No sooner had he spoken than several others could no longer contain themselves and swiftly made their choices, leaping into various coffins. Only Gu Yi, Duru Foam, and a few others remained at Yi Fan's side. "You are down to just 10, Duan Tianya mocked with a smile, his icy gaze fixated on Yi Fan. "What? You do not shy away. Could it be you intend to wait for them to leave, only to strike at me?" Yi Fan retorted. Not flinching in the face of Duan Tianya's scrutiny, the sunlight, sword slightly raised. "You truly overestimate yourself," Duan Tianya scoffed, diverting his gaze toward the 5 coffins. At that moment, one of the coffins abruptly illuminated with a crimson glow, casting the entire tomb in a hellish hue. Following suit, the 2nd and 3rd coffins also ignited with light. Indeed, Yi Fan narrowed his eyes at the sight. The path to the hidden dragon blade tomb lay not within the coffins. Duan Tianya discerned that Yi Fan would not easily enter the coffins. His voice abruptly turning cold as he stated, "Only by sacrificing blood to the 5 coffins can the blade tomb be unlocked. So there is no legacy within?" Yi Fan's eyes glimmered with a hint of coldness at the revelation. Is Duan Tianya truly this ruthless? Even at the expense of his own comrades' lives? Chapter 107. Not at all. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of Duan Tianya's lips. "Indeed, there exists a legacy from my royal ancestors within, and a path to escape the imperial tomb. However, it is not so easily obtained." As his words fell, the 4th and 5th coffins simultaneously ignited with a crimson glow. 5 scarlet beams of light converged at the apex of the tomb chamber, tearing open a pitch-black rift in the air. A deafening roar, akin to a dragon's cry, emanated from the fissure. A bronze staircase materialized out of thin air, leading into the dim abyss. "Let us proceed." A glimmer of determination flashed in Duan Tianya's eyes as he commanded. Accompanied by the 1st sword and others, they swiftly ascended the bronze staircase. In a few swift movements, they plunged into the rift. "Follow closely." Upon witnessing this, Yi Fan sprang forth, crossing the threshold of the sword tomb. Instantly, a heavy scent of blood assaulted his senses. Before him lay a perfectly circular underground palace, approximately 100 feet in diameter, its walls adorned with menacing dragon-shaped reliefs. At the center stood an altar, rising 3 zhang above the ground, crafted from obsidian and encircled by a seething pool of blood. 5 chains, each as thick as a bowl, extended from the blood pool, entwining around a suspended black blade. The blade was etched with dragon scale patterns, and at its hilt, a crimson dragon eye flickered half open, half closed. Duan Tianya stood atop it. Gu Yi fixed his gaze upon the altar ahead. At that moment, Duan Tianya had reached the edge of the altar. The 1st sword, accompanied by 12 others, formed a barricade in front of the staircase. It is said, Du Ruothing gazed intently at Duan Tianya upon the altar, speaking in a hushed tone. "Only one possessing royal blood can awaken the hidden dragon blade. The hidden dragon blade is destined to be mine." Duan Tianya approached the blade, his face radiating with joy. With that, he swiftly sliced open his palm, allowing his blood to drip onto the hidden dragon blade. "With my bloodline, I shall awaken the dragon soul," Duan Tianya proclaimed. Grasping the hilt of the blade, the 5 chains binding the hidden dragon blade began to tremble violently. In an instant, the blood pool surged even more tumultuously. A resounding hum echoed, followed by the roar of a dragon. Waves of radiance erupted from the hidden dragon blade, the deafening dragon's cry resonating through the air. The seal on the hidden dragon blade had been lifted. Seeing this, Du Ruofeng's brow furrowed deeply. He could not allow him to successfully claim the hidden dragon blade, for if that were to happen, are we still going to waste time? Yifan glared at Du Ruofeng and the others, barking, "Kill! Charge!" Du Ruofeng's sword flickered with purple lightning as he was the first to charge towards the staircase. Gu Yi and the others, their expressions grave, hesitated no longer. The inheritance within the imperial tomb was no longer theirs to claim. This expedition had become a personal failure for them. However, they could not allow the hidden dragon blade to fall into Duan Tianya's hands. Once Duan Tianya became the heir, they would all encounter troubles. They could not merely hope that Duan Tianya would eliminate Yifan afterward. Duan Tianshu intended to send Yifan under Duan Tianya's blade, thus leveraging the power of Tianwu Academy to eliminate Duan Tianya. Yet, such matters are inherently difficult to control. Yifan, possessing the hidden star robe, was not easily dispatched. Stop them. The first sword, upon seeing Gu Yi and the others advancing, immediately took action. The 12 behind him followed suit, unleashing their own abilities. Qingqing, lend your assistance. Seeing Gu Yi and the others falter, Yifan signaled to Mu Qingqing. As his words fell, he quietly sheathed the daylight sword and drew forth a concealed dagger. Boom, boom, boom. Below the altar, flashes of blades and swords intertwined into a chaotic net. Chapter 108. Yifan did not remain an idle observer. He moved like a specter through the crowd, wielding a seemingly unremarkable concealed blade, devoid of any glimmer of cold light. A smile played at the corners of his mouth. Yet his gaze was as frigid as tempered ice. Whoosh, 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 perhaps due to a lapse in vigilance. 2 individuals fell under Yifan's sword in the blink of an eye. The third, Yifan's ghostly voice echoed, causing a young man to widen his eyes in shock, a line of blood slowly surfacing from his throat. Before he could comprehend how Yifan had approached, his body collapsed with a thunderous thud. The concealed blade remained spotless, nearly invisible in the dimly lit palace. Be cautious of Yifan. One individual, sensing the danger, swept his sword towards Yifan. As the words left his lips, Yifan suddenly stumbled, appearing unsteady, yet in that very instant, a flash of cold light emerged from his sleeve. The man felt a chill at his ankle as his Achilles tendon was severed cleanly. Ah! He cried out in agony, kneeling without the chance to utter another word, as the concealed blade struck precisely at his heart. The fourth, Yifan, with a triumphant expression, casually counted. In mere moments, 4 individuals had perished by his hand, although he had targeted the weakest among the 13. Each of these 4 was an 8th tier in the Xuanwu realm, all figures from the Tianwu Academy, ranked lower on the celestial list. The art of assassination proved formidable for stealth attacks. Killing 3 tiers above him was as effortless as eating or drinking. After dispatching the 4, Yifan set his sights on the 4th sword of the Fengyin Kingdom, the only remaining 8th tier in the Xuanwu realm among them. Bang! Just as he lunged towards the 4th sword, poised to slice open the opponent's throat, a fiery sword aura intercepted him, deflecting the concealed blade and numbing Yifan's grip. Assassination techniques? The first sword stood defiantly before the 4th sword, a mocking glint in his eyes as he addressed Yifan. Are you attempting such tricks in my presence? You seem rather inexperienced. Show me your life soul. Let me witness the true prowess of the Tianwu Academy's hidden star. Witness my life soul? Ha! Do you believe yourself worthy? Yifan scoffed, shaking his wrist in disappointment, retreating while calling out to the nearest Du Ruofeng. Du Ruofeng, this one is yours. Roar. Before Du Ruofeng could respond, an unexpected event transpired at the altar. It worked. The sound of a dragon's roar rang out, followed by Duan Tianya's ecstatic voice. The entire hidden dragon blade tomb fell into an eerie silence. Both combatants involuntarily halted. On the altar, the dragon eyes of the hidden dragon blade's hilt opened wide. 2 beams of blood light surged forth. Congratulations, Your Highness the 3rd Prince. The first sword's lips curled into a smile, while the expressions of Gu Yi and the others darkened. Bang! Just as everyone believed Duan Tianya had successfully claimed the hidden dragon blade, the blood light from the dragon eyes abruptly turned pitch black. 5 chains suddenly snapped taut, unleashing a gust of ominous wind that forced Duan Tianya's figure back. No, this is impossible. Duan Tianya's eyes widened as he stepped forward once more, blood dripping from his palm, attempting to draw the hidden dragon blade again. However, the blade showed no signs of absorbing his blood. Boom! A surge of dragon might erupted from within the hidden dragon blade. Duan Tianya was instantly hurled away, crashing heavily onto the steps. Failed. Yifan's expression shifted in surprise, then erupted into laughter. Ha! It seems the hidden dragon blade does not recognize you. How could this happen? Duan Tianya got to his feet, staring blankly ahead. I possess royal blood. Why can't I claim the hidden dragon blade? Perhaps you were a bastard? Yifan could not help but taunt, What if you were not even your father's son? Could it be that your mother bore you in secret with another? Chapter 109. Audacity. Duan Qianya's eyes burned crimson as he delivered a chilling rebuke. As a royal prince, how could his bloodline possibly be impure? Perhaps. Du Ruofeng observed the trembling Qianlong blade, murmuring softly, I sense that the Qianlong blade has intentions of choosing its master. Among those present, there might already be a favored candidate. Absurd. Duan Tianya interrupted sharply. The Qianlong blade belongs to the crown prince of the Yunying kingdom. I alone am of royal blood. Who possesses greater qualification than I? Bang, bang, bang. As his words fell, the 5 chains binding the Qianlong blade shattered with a resounding crack. The blade quivered violently, unleashing a thunderous dragon roar. In the tumult of the blood pool, crimson liquids surged skyward, coalescing into the spectral form of a 10-zhong-long blood-colored dragon. Its obsidian eyes, deep as an abyss, swept over the assembly. When they grazed Duan Tianya, a disdainful huff escaped its nostrils. Ultimately, its gaze settled upon Yi Fan. Me? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, surveying the varied expressions of those around him, all now focused intently on him. Gu Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, Du Ruofeng's fingers trembled, and even Mu Qingqing's crystalline gaze rippled with emotion. This confirmed for him that the dragon was indeed regarding him. How intriguing. Yi Fan chuckled softly, sheathing his concealed sword into his spatial ring. Though the situation remained unclear, he slowly approached the altar. Could it be that Yi Fan is the emperor's illegitimate son? Impossible. Even if his majesty had an illegitimate child, how could he be raised in the royal city? Yet, without royal blood, how could the Qianlong blade express intent to recognize a master? Those present watched Yi Fan stride towards the altar, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. The dragon's spectral form coiled upon the vaulted ceiling. The Qianlong blade emitted a jubilant hum. Suddenly, it transformed into a streak of light, soaring directly into Yi Fan's grasp. At that moment, the ethereal shadow of the Zhentian steel began to materialize behind Yi Fan. The dragon scale patterns on the Qianlong blade illuminated in sequence, while the spectral dragon above bowed its head in deference. So that is it. Yi Fan gently caressed the dragon's eye on the hilt, murmuring in realization. The spectral dragon within the palace was merely a remnant of a dragon spirit left behind by a powerful royal ancestor to guard the Qianlong blade. It was merely intimidated by the Zhentian steel's aura. This was not a matter of recognizing a master. Why? As Duan Tianya witnessed, Yi Fan firmly gripped the Qianlong blade. He erupted in fury, his crown shattering, black hair swirling wildly like a tempest. The Qianlong blade is mine. Mine. Attack. The first sword commanded sharply upon seeing the chaos. The members of the Fengyin kingdom behind him revealed their murderous intent, all rushing towards Yi Fan. They had come to the Yunying kingdom on the prince's orders to assist Duan Tianya in seizing the Qianlong blade and securing his position as the crown prince. If the Qianlong blade were to slip away, how could they explain it to the prince? Whoosh! Behind Mu Qingqing, the icy soul of the starry heavens erupted suddenly. Countless ice crystals swirled before Yi Fan, transforming into a shield of chilling starlight. When the first sword's blade met the starry shield, it emitted a piercing shriek. In the billowing white mist, the figures of the Fengyin kingdom's members momentarily froze. Kill! Duan Tianya barked as veins throbbed on his forehead, issuing the order. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of terrifying attacks relentlessly struck the starry shield. In an instant, the ice crystals shattered like a cascading river of stars. Duan Tianya, are you willing to abandon the Qianlong blade? Mu Qingshang called out to Gu Yi and the others, swiftly positioning herself in front of Yi Fan with her sword drawn. Where her blade pointed, a new icy star shield rapidly formed. At this moment, Gu Yi and the others finally regained their senses. Initially, they had no intention of seizing the Qianlong blade, for they understood that only those of royal lineage could wield it. Even moments ago, they had merely aimed to hinder Duan Tianya. Now, circumstances had taken a turn. Yi Fan could actually control the Qianlong blade. Chapter 110. Why then do they not assist Duan Tianshu in seizing the blade? A series of figures flickered forward, standing resolutely beside Mu Qingqing to shield Yi Fan. Those who obstruct me shall perish. Duan Tianya roared furiously upon witnessing the audacity of the crowd. Behind him, the spectral form of the white dragon's spirit surged with wrath, its resonant roars echoing throughout the subterranean palace. At that moment, the blood-red demon dragon above let out a thunderous bellow. Before Duan Tianya could strike, 5 new chains erupted from the seething blood pool, coiling towards him like immense serpents. The first sword reacted swiftly, attempting to sever the chains with a single stroke, only to be repelled by a powerful backlash. Haha! Yi Fan toyed with the Qianlong blade in his hand, a mocking smile gracing his lips. It appears your royal ancestors do not wish for you to possess the Qianlong blade. Do you still intend to defy their will? Why? Duan Tianya howled, tearing the chains as he glared furiously at the blood-red dragon spirit. He was, after all, a scion of royalty, the third prince of the Yunin kingdom. How could the guardian spirit of the royal tomb aid Yifan instead of him? The blood-red demon dragon raised its head and let out a long, disdainful roar. Fool! Duan Tianya's brocade robe tore apart, revealing a chest adorned with dragon patterns. If the heavens deny me, I shall slay the heavens. If my ancestors forsake me, I shall annihilate my lineage. With that, he unleashed a devastating punch, transforming the energy into a fierce white dragon that surged toward the ceiling. The blood-red demon dragon, incensed by Duan Tianya's actions, unleashed a tremendous dragon's roar. Its maw spewed forth a torrent of bloodlight, akin to a celestial river cascading downward, obliterating the spectral white dragon in an instant. Do you dare to annihilate your lineage? Yifan regarded Duan Tianya's frenzied demeanor with a sidelong glance, unable to suppress his derision. No wonder your royal ancestors do not recognize you. Individuals like you, who forget their roots, deserve to lie here in eternal slumber. As he spoke, Yifan raised the Qianlong blade, pointing it at Duan Tianya. Without the stirring of spiritual energy, the entire palace trembled violently. The blood pool roiled like a furious sea, and dozens of chains shot through the air towards Duan Tianya. Enraged, he twisted and turned to evade them. However, after several attempts, a chain struck him brutally across the back. In the next moment, he found himself ensnared by 4 chains, suspended in midair. The chains lashed mercilessly against Duan Tianya, leaving behind horrific crimson marks upon his body, seemingly punishing him for his recent disrespectful words. Oh, so they do not intend to kill? Yifan squinted, observing the blood-red dragon's punitive assault. His earlier gesture toward Duan Tianya had signaled a desire for execution. Although the dragon spirit wielded the chains to chastise Duan Tianya, it was evident that it had no intention to end his life. Perhaps it was due to the royal blood coursing through Duan Tianya's veins. The blood-red demon dragon merely sought to discipline him, not to slay him. Brother Yifan. Dewey suddenly drew near, a glint of ferocity flickering in his eyes as he suggested, since the dragon spirit does not intend to kill Duan Tianya, why not take matters into your own hands? This is a perfect opportunity to eliminate him. At this moment, Duan Tianya was already battered and bruised by the chains. Regardless of how powerful he had been before, he was now at the end of his strength. Should Yifan choose to strike, he would have a complete chance to execute his rival. As for the first sword and the others, they would manage their own affairs. What a splendid idea. Yifan regarded Gu Yi with a knowing smile, fully aware of his ulterior motives. He calculated that this would not only rid Duan Tianshu of a competitor, but also allow him, a hidden star of the Tianwu Academy, to bear the responsibility for the prince's demise. Nevertheless, he was not averse to shouldering such responsibility. Boom. Yifan stepped forward, poised to act. Suddenly, the ceiling fractured, revealing a dark rift, and chaotic spatial currents surged forth like a breached river. The gathered individuals faltered, watching helplessly as countless translucent tendrils reached out from the fissure, grasping towards them. Chapter 1:11 The echoes of spatial distortion lingered, yet the crowd had already been cast out of the imperial tomb like fallen leaves. Night had descended, illuminated only by the ethereal blue lanterns atop the 9 dragon-patterned stone pillars, casting light upon the surrounding space. Tianya. Jiangzhan rushed forward in haste, 3 steps at a time, to confront Duan Tianya, whose brocade robe lay tattered, his body marred with lash marks. A frown creased his brow. What happened? Where's the Qianlong blade? The Qianlong blade. Duan Tianya coughed blood, casting a glance at the departing Chongren, his bloodied finger pointing emphatically at Yifan. It's with him. Jiangzhan's expression shifted slightly as he turned to gaze at Yifan. Duan Tianshu, who had been waiting, saw Yifan brandishing the Qianlong blade and his eyes sparkled with uncontainable joy. He stepped closer to Yifan, a stiff grin on his face. Brother Yifan, I knew I had not misjudged you. I believe the second prince has underestimated me. Seeing Duan Tianshu's demeanor, Yifan couldn't help but chuckle. It was evident that the other was quite surprised that he was still alive, let alone having obtained the Qianlong blade, a most unexpected turn of events. Yifan, Jiangzhan, clad in armor, strode forward, halting 3 steps from Yifan. He extended his palm. The blade you wield is the prince's. It is not yours to possess. Hand it over to me. What are you? Yifan cast a disdainful glance at Jiangzhan. You want me to relinquish the blade? Have you considered whether you are worthy? Impudent. Jiangzhan struggled to suppress his fury and admonished Yifan. I am the commander of the Imperial Guard, tasked with the opening of the Imperial tomb. The Qianlong blade is a treasure of the Imperial family. You cannot claim it for yourself. Temporarily surrender it to me, and upon presenting it to His Majesty, I shall secure a reward for you. Do you think I need you to secure a reward for me? Yifan scoffed at Jiangzhan's words. If His Majesty desires the Qianlong blade, I shall personally present it to him. What? Am I? A hidden star of the Tianwu Academy, not even worthy to present the Qianlong blade to His Majesty? Zhang Zhan's eyes darkened slightly. He found himself at a loss for words. If it were anyone else, he could argue that they lacked the qualifications to present themselves to the emperor. However, Yi Fan, as a hidden star of the Tianwu Academy, certainly had that privilege. Uncle, why are you wasting words with him? Duan Tianyao pushed aside the attendant supporting him and stepped forward, glaring at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, will you surrender the Qianlong blade or not? Annoying. Yi Fan turned his back entirely to Duan Tianyao, disregarding his words, and whispered to Duan Tianshu, Your Highness, I acquired the Qianlong blade from the imperial tomb, but have you truly left no contingency? Duan Tianyao and Jiang Zhan would not allow him to depart easily. If they attempted to seize it by force, he would have no recourse. As long as they did not take his life, the Tianwu Academy would likely remain silent. After all, the Qianlong blade held no significance for the Academy. If he reported it to the Emperor, it was unlikely the Emperor would intervene on his behalf. Duan Tianshu's expression turned awkward, momentarily at a loss for words. Bring her. Duan Tianyao suddenly bellowed in frustration, having been ignored by Yi Fan. For Imperial guards escorted a bloodied figure from the side. Sister Yao. Yi Fan's countenance darkened at the sight of the person. The Imperial guards had actually taken Yi Yao captive. At that moment, Yi Yao was covered in wounds, her face soiled. Blood flowed from a wound on her forehead, obscuring her left eye, likely a result of her resistance during capture. Exchange her. Duan Tianyao spoke coldly as he approached Yi Yao, a murderous intent glinting in his eyes. Before he finished speaking, he drew a sword from a nearby guard and pressed it against Yi Yao's neck. Duan Tianshu had indeed left no contingency. However, Duan Tianyao had prepared for the worst. Capturing Yi Yao was merely a precaution, yet now that precaution had proven necessary. Brother Yi Fan. Duan Tianshu grasped Yi Fan's wrist tightly, his eyes twitching with urgency. You cannot hand over the Qianlong blade. If you give it to me, once I am established as the crown prince, I will avenge Yi Yao. Henceforth, I shall ensure your family's prosperity, elevating the Yi family to the 4th house of the imperial city. What use is revenge when one is dead? Chapter 112. Yi Fan slowly withdrew his arm, fixing his gaze upon Duan Tianyao. It appeared he had overestimated Duan Tianyao's character. How could a prince so brazenly resort to coercing Yi Yao? Brother Yi Fan. Duan Tianshu's face turned ashen upon hearing this. Regret surged within him. At that moment, Gu Yi and others stepped forward, shielding Yi Fan from advancing towards Duan Tianyao. Seemingly concerned, he might confront him with his blade. Stand aside, Yi Fan commanded, displeased with Gu Yi and the others' actions. The Qianlong blade was in his possession. Whether to wield it was solely his decision. He resented the interference of others in his choices. Sensing Yi Fan's fury, Duan Tianshu despondently waved his hand. Angering Yi Fan was not a prudent course of action. He could only gamble that Yi Fan would not readily part with his weapon. Once Gu Yi and the others made way, Yi Fan stepped forward. Hiki. Duan Tianyao smirked as Yi Fan approached, the bloodied corner of his lips curling upward. Feeling he had Yi Fan in his grasp, the Qianlong blade cannot be given to you now. Yi Fan abruptly halted, the blade's tip aimed at Duan Tianyao's brow. If you desire it, I shall deliver it to your residence before noon tomorrow. Do you think me a fool? Duan Tianyao scoffed. If you escape tonight, will you truly return to my residence tomorrow? With Yi Yao's life in your hands, do you fear I might renege? Yi Fan replied gravely. If I have not arrived at your 3rd prince's residence by noon tomorrow, you may take Yi Yao's life as you wish. That is unacceptable. Duan Tianyao vehemently refused. The blade grazing Yi Yao's neck, drawing a thin line of blood. You must yield the Qianlong blade tonight, whether you wish to or not. I shall count to 3. If you do not hand over the blade, I will kill her. Should she perish, you shall accompany her. Yi Fan's gaze turned as cold as steel, fixated upon Duan Tianyao. 3. Duan Tianyao paid no heed to Yi Fan's words. Kill him? What grounds did Yi Fan have? He was of the Earth Martial realm and a prince at that. Yi Fan was incapable of slaying him. Duan Tianshu's expression grew grave, his fists clenched tightly, his back already damp with sweat. 2. Duan Tianyao's eyes gleamed with malice as he locked his gaze on Yi Fan. Yet Yi Fan remained silent, his attention on Yi Yao. He was not reluctant to part with the Qianlong blade, but he understood that if he allowed Duan Tianyao to prevail today, he would surely use the lives of others from the Yi family as leverage in the future. This precedent could not be set. 1. Duan Tianyao gritted his teeth, his voice dripping with disdain. As he saw Yi Fan still unwilling to surrender the blade, a chilling realization dawned upon him. He had misjudged Yi Fan, believing him to be a person of loyalty rather than one driven by ambition. It seemed they were of the same ilk after all. Since threatening Yi Yao's life bore no fruit, Her life was now rendered worthless. With that, Duan Tianya raised his blade high. Yi Yao closed her eyes. Her head held high, a serene smile gracing her lips. She bore no ill will towards Yi Fan and wholeheartedly supported his decision, wishing not to see him subjugated because of her. Suddenly, before Duan Tianya's blade could descend, a sound reminiscent of a crane's call echoed through the air. The celestial white crane, Mu Qingsheng, upon hearing that familiar call, felt a surge of joy in her heart and immediately looked up towards the sky. Chapter 113. Duan Tianya, what are you doing? A chilling female voice sliced through the air like an icy blade, causing Duan Tianya's hand to tremble around his steel knife before the figure atop the white crane could be discerned. President Ziyuan? Duan Tianya narrowed his eyes, gazing at the celestial white crane soaring through the void. In the imperial city of Yunin, who else could command such a majestic creature but the esteemed President Ziyuan of Tianwu Academy? As the wings of the crane stirred, a gust of wind swept away the fallen leaves, revealing Ziyuan, clad in a purple robe, gracefully seated upon the crane's back. President Ziyuan, what brings you to our royal tomb? Duan Tianya sensed the gravity of the situation. He refrained from striking with his blade. Ziyuan's visit was likely to seek Yi Fan, rather than for Yi Yao. If Ziyuan intended to take Yi Fan away, then Yi Yao would become his sole bargaining chip, and he could not afford to eliminate her easily. Headmaster, I wish to see Yin Xing. Ziyuan waved her sleeve, causing the crane's tail feathers to shimmer in the night sky. You may let him go, but the Qianlong knife must remain. Duan Tianya's gaze flickered with intensity as he replied solemnly, this knife belongs to the heir apparent. It is a treasure of the royal family. Even if Yi Fan is Yin Xing of Tianwu Academy, he has no right to claim it for himself. Yi Fan. Ziyuan suddenly lowered her gaze, her voice softening. Are you willing to hand over the knife? At this moment, I refuse. Yi Fan gripped the Qianlong knife tightly, lifting his chin defiantly. Since Yi Fan was unwilling, none could force him. Upon receiving Yi Fan's response, Ziyuan's lips curled into a slight smile as she turned her attention back to Duan Tianya, stating, if the royal family desires the Qianlong knife, the monarch must come to Tianwu Academy to negotiate with the headmaster. Duan Tianya's brow darkened, and a subtle twitch crossed his lips. The implications of his father obtaining the Qianlong knife were entirely different from his own acquisition. Although his father favored him, he still held reservations, as evidenced by his delay in officially naming him the heir. If the knife fell into his father's hands, it would be a better outcome than if it were taken directly by Duan Tianya Shu, yet it would render all his efforts futile. After all this, to gain nothing, how could he be willing? Duan Tianya. At that moment, Yi Fan suddenly called out, what I said earlier still stands. What? Duan Tianya's blade quivered as he looked at Yi Fan in confusion. Yi Fan replied coldly, if you desire the Qianlong knife, I will deliver it to your residence by noon tomorrow. Duan Tianya was momentarily taken aback. He glanced at Yi Yao beneath his blade and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Very well. Tomorrow, I shall await your arrival. If you do not appear by noon, Yi Yao will meet a most tragic fate. As his words faded, the celestial white crane descended. Qingqing, Yi Fan. Ziyuan beckoned to the two, come forth. All right. Mu Qingsheng gently nodded, but as she prepared to step forward, she noticed Yi Fan still rooted in place, gazing intently at Yi Yao beneath Duan Tianya's knife. Yao Jia, wait for me. Yi Fan murmured calmly. Yi Fan. Yi Yao's blood-stained lashes trembled. Through Yi Fan's gaze, she sensed his sincerity. She did not wish to become a burden to him. She wanted to urge him not to come, to convey that the Yi family required Duan Tianya Shu's protection. Yet, seeing the fire in Yi Fan's eyes, she ultimately nodded gently. As Yi Fan and Mu Qingqing leapt onto the celestial white crane, the night wind surged, and the crane soared into the sky. Wu Yo, Jiangzhan, feeling uneasy, approached Duan Tianya and whispered, do you truly believe this fellow will come to your residence tomorrow? This is not merely a matter of belief. Duan Tianya's fingertips brushed against the wound on Yi Yao's neck, his blood-stained fingers glimmering ominously in the moonlight. Given the circumstances, did his uncle truly have the confidence to seize the Qianlong knife from Ziyuan's hands? Jiangzhan shook his head, with Ziyuan arriving on the celestial white crane. She intended to take Yi Fan away, and the imperial guards could not possibly obstruct her. Now, Chapter 114, Duan Tianya shook off Yi Yao, allowing her to stumble and kneel, observing just how much she meant to Yi Fan. This woman? Jiangzhan's eyes flickered, yet he remained silent. Bring her here. Duan Tianya commanded the surrounding guards coldly. Take this woman back to the imperial city and imprison her in the water dungeon. Ensure she does not perish before noon tomorrow. As the celestial white crane swept across the night sky of the imperial city, it eventually descended at the northern gate of Tianwu Academy. Beyond this point lay the wolf garden. What brings our master here? Mu Qingqing's eyes flickered with confusion. Hadn't the headmaster intended to meet Yi Fan? Could it be that the headmaster was in the wolf garden? Zi Yuan smiled mysteriously, offering no answer to Mu Qingqing's inquiry, instead turning to Yi Fan. Yi Fan, do you know where to go? Yes. Yi Fan gently nodded, already having surmised the truth. In reality, it was not the headmaster who sought him out, but rather Elder Xiao. Qi-Qing, wait for me at the academy. Yi Fan informed Mu Qi-Qing before his figure shot out from the northern gate like an arrow, vanishing into the dense forest in a matter of moments. The Qianlong blade sliced through the night, leaving a crimson arc in its wake. Any approaching beasts were swiftly slain by Yi Fan's blade before they could even close the distance. It seemed he was venting the fury within his heart. Soon after, he arrived at the foot of the Zhenwu Tower. At this moment, the tower's doors were firmly shut. Without hesitation, Yi Fan produced the Tianwu Golden Order, unlocking the tower's entrance and stepping inside, plunging into darkness. Brat, you've come? Before he could clearly discern his surroundings, Elder Zhao's familiar voice echoed. At this moment, Elder Xiao was unusually seated before the stone tablet, unlike before when he lounged idly on the ground. Yi Fan, without a word, brandished the Qianlong blade, its dragonite hilt emanating a blood-red glow in the darkness. I shall shatter this broken tablet. Wait. Elder Zhao's bony fingers suddenly spread wide, and the Qianlong blade flew into his grasp. The dragon patterns on the blade shimmered in the dim cavern, casting an even deeper shadow across his face. As his fingertips caressed the half-open dragon eye on the hilt, he spat contemptuously at the Qianlong blade. Indeed, it is the Qianlong blade. That scoundrel Duan Yunin is too crafty, entrusting his descendants with the Qianlong blade for burial. Even I have been deceived. He had made an agreement with the ancestor of the Yunin kingdom, Duan Yunin, that as long as the stone tablet remained unbroken, he would not leave this place. However, without the cultivation of the Tianwu realm or the proficiency of a sixth-tier divine pattern master, the Yunin tablet could not be shattered. A warrior of the Xuanwu realm required the power of the Qianlong blade to break the Yunin tablet, and it had to be a genius who had passed the Zhenwu Tower trials. Under such constraints, Duan Yunin had concealed the true Qianlong blade from his descendants, clearly indicating he had no intention of allowing them to leave this place unless they were willing to forsake their dignity and betray the ancient agreement. Elder Xiao. Yi Fan gazed intently at Elder Xiao, his eyes ablaze with determination. What is it? Elder Xiao glanced at Yi Fan with a smile, squinting as he assessed him from head to toe. Why are you so anxious, even more than I am? As he spoke, he tossed the Qianlong blade back. Yi Fan gripped the blade firmly, decisively channeling his spiritual energy. Boom. With a single slash, the blade's light blazed like a blood-red rainbow piercing the sun. The Yunin tablet erupted with a thunderous crack, shattering into countless fragments. Elder Xiao leisurely stroked his beard, appearing far from jubilant. After all, he was trapped here due to a promise. If he truly wished to leave, it would be a simple task. You brat. Elder Xiao kicked aside a fragment that had rolled close to him, tilting his head as he scrutinized Yi Fan's tense profile. You seem burdened with worries today. What troubles you? Whatever happened to that mischievous spirit you once had? Yi Fan sheathed the Qianlong blade, meeting Elder Zhao's gaze amidst the falling debris. Elder Xiao, I wish to stir up some trouble. Chapter 115. Trouble? Haha. Upon hearing this, Elder Xiao burst into laughter, his murky old eyes sparkling with a terrifying brilliance. You rascal, this is more like you. What kind of trouble could you possibly cause in the imperial city of Yunin? Whatever you wish to do, go ahead and do it. Even if you puncture the heavens, this old man can patch it up with this frail body of mine. Thank you, Elder Xiao. Yi Fan solemnly clasped his fists in gratitude, expressing his thanks. Although he was unaware of Elder Zhao's true strength, he was certain that the elder was invincible within the confines of Yunin. With a light chuckle, Elder Xiao stroked his beard, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the two departed from the cave and appeared in a certain location within the wolf garden. Elder Xiao, I shall take my leave. Yi Fan deeply bowed, and as he turned, his robes billowed gracefully. When he returned to the Tianwu Academy, the dawn was just breaking. Upon exiting the academy, Yi Fan strolled down the main street of the imperial city, dragging his sword along. The edge of the Qianlong blade scraped against the bluestone, sending sparks flying. Is that Yi Fan? The murderous intent radiating from him is intense. Look at that blade. Could it possibly be the legendary Qianlong blade? I just heard that Yi Fan obtained it from the imperial tomb. He wouldn't be heading to the third prince's residence, would he? The passers-by in the imperial city hurriedly sidestepped, whispering amongst themselves. The news of Yi Fan's journey to the third prince's residence spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the Tianwu Academy and echoing throughout the entire imperial city. By the time he reached the heart of the city, the atmosphere was electric with anticipation. Though his destination was clear, his pace remained deliberately slow. Your Highness, trouble is brewing. Inside the second prince's residence, Duan Tianshu was having breakfast when he furrowed his brow at the hurried footsteps of his guards. Is Yu Fan on his way to deliver a blade to Duan Tianya? Your Highness, that Yu Fan. The guard gulped, sensing that the situation did not resemble a mere delivery of a sword. Rather, it appeared as if he intended to take a life. What? Duan Tianchu's eyes widened, a flicker of sharpness igniting within them. He rose abruptly and commanded the guard, quickly, prepare the horses. Meanwhile, within the Tianwu Academy, Mu Qingcheng awaited Yi Fan's arrival. Upon hearing that he was heading alone to the third prince's residence, she immediately pursued him. Along the way, she noticed the blade marks on the bluestone path. Her brows knitting together in concern. Just from those marks, she sensed Yu Fan's overwhelming murderous intent. Within the Yi residence, Yi Hai reclined on his bed, accompanied by He Yu, who was tending to his bandages. After several days of recovery, his injuries had healed significantly. Master, Yi Fu stumbled in, nearly tripping over the threshold. Ignoring the sweat pouring down his forehead, he trembled as he spoke. Young master, he has gone to the third prince's residence. He has indeed gone. Yi Hai sighed deeply, as if he had anticipated this outcome. Both he and He Yu were already aware of Yi Yao's detention by Duan Tianya. Even as the head of the Yi family, he felt powerless in this situation. Upon learning that Yu Fan had obtained the Qianlong blade, he surmised that Yu Fan would use it to negotiate for Yi Yao's release. In his heart, he believed that his son was still a man of loyalty and affection. Master. Yi Fu hesitated. Outside, they are saying that the young master might cause a ruckus at the third prince's residence. Surely not? Yi Hai sat up abruptly, disregarding the pain in his wounds. With Yi Yu's assistance, he stumbled toward the exit. Let us hurry to the third prince's residence and see. Families throughout the imperial city sprang into action, sending countless spies toward the third prince's residence. As the sun gradually rose, the area outside the third prince's mansion became a sea of people. Duan Tianya lounged lazily in the grand chair placed at the entrance of his residence. Squinting towards the end of the street, his heart filled with both anticipation and confusion. Why was Yu Fan making such a grand spectacle while delivering the Qianlong blade to him? Clang, clang. The sound of the dragging sword grew louder, and the crowd parted like a tide. Chapter 116. As Yi Fan's figure emerged, silence enveloped the scene. Brother Yi Fan. Duan Tianshu squeezed through the crowd, accompanied by Gui and a few others. When Yu Fan passed before him, he reached out to halt him. However, upon meeting Yu Fan's gaze, which flickered with murderous intent, his arm froze in midair, and his throat felt constricted as if choked by an unseen force. Mu Qingqing exchanged a brief nod with Yi Fan, silently pledging her unwavering support, regardless of his actions. Fanner, a trembling voice called from behind. Yi Fan paused, slowly turning around to find Yi Hai, pale and struggling to move forward with Yi Yu's assistance. Father, your injuries aren't healed yet. What are you doing here? Yi Fan's brow furrowed, his voice softening unconsciously. Don't worry about me. Yi Hai grasped his son's wrist tightly, his fingers trembling slightly. Tell me, what brings you to the third prince's residence? Were you not delivering a blade to his highness? Delivering a blade? Yi Fan gently extricated himself, directing a softer gaze towards He Yu. Mother, take good care of father. I'm fine. With that, he resolutely turned away, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Yi Fan, have you come to deliver a blade? Duan Tianya lounged with an air of mockery, appraising Yi Fan's approach. Is this your grand announcement to the imperial city that I, Duan Tianya, shall become the crown prince of Yunin Kingdom? You truly are too courteous. Haraha. Clang. Yu Fan plunged the Qianlong blade deep into the bluestone ground, coldly demanding, where is she? A smile lingered on Duan Tianya's lips as he clapped thrice. Soon after, two guards dragged Yi Yao into view. The sight of her wretched and pitiful state elicited gasps from the crowd. Her wounds were festering, exposing bone, with shards of ice tangled in her disheveled hair. Sister Yu. Yi Fan's pupils constricted, his blood boiling instantaneously. Just as he took a step forward, Duan Tianya's chilling voice rang out, the blade for her. You want the blade? Then you must demonstrate your worth. Yi Fan's eyes turned frigid as he produced the already prepared life and death contract, casting it before Duan Tianya. Sign it. Today, I, Yi Fan, challenge you, Duan Tianya, to a battle to the death. If I perish, the blade belongs to you. What? Yi Fan dares to challenge His Highness the Third Prince to a fight to the death? The crowd erupted in disbelief. The Third Prince is at the Earth Martial Realm. How could Yi Fan even think of such a thing? What is Yi Fan attempting? If he wishes to save her, wouldn't it suffice to hand over the blade? With Yi Fan's declaration, the crowd was thrown into chaos. Duan Tianchu's face paled, Mu Qingqing's heart raced, and Yi Hai stood frozen, lips trembling but unable to utter a word. Challenging Duan Tianya to a fight to the death? Was there any difference from seeking death? Ha ha. Duan Tianya was initially taken aback, then erupted into frenzied laughter, rising abruptly. Yi Fan, are you out of your mind? Do you truly believe you can challenge me to a fight to the death with your Xuanwu realm cultivation? Enough of your prattle. Yi Fan coldly rebuked, his murderous intent surging. Heh, Duan Tianya sneered. Do you think that because I am injured within the royal tomb, you can defeat and slay me? Regardless of your condition, you shall die today. Yi Fan had no intention of further discourse, his gaze fixed on Duan Tianya with resolute determination. A fight to the death, is it? Duan Tianya bent to retrieve the life and death contract from the ground, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. Very well, but first, you must remove the hidden star robe you wear. Is that all you amount to? Do you believe you can best me while I don the hidden star robe? Yi Fan chuckled coldly at the remark, suddenly tearing off the black robe and tossing it towards Mu Qingqing. Even without the hidden star robe, I can still slay you. Chapter 117. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Duan Tianya revealed a menacing smile as he decisively drew blood from his fingertip to sign the life and death contract. Since you seek death, how could I not oblige? He proclaimed, casting the contract aside with a dismissive flick. The battle of life and death was now established. Even in the absence of impartial witnesses, it remained valid. A stir rippled through the crowd as they retreated, creating ample space for the impending confrontation between Yi Fan and Duan Tianya. Duan Tianya stepped forward, his aura of martial prowess erupting like a tidal wave, exerting pressure upon Yi Fan that sent his long hair swirling wildly. Yi Fan's complexion, previously marred by the lashings he endured in the imperial tomb, appeared significantly improved after consuming medicinal pills. Yet, as he discarded his hidden star robe for battle, the specter of certain death loomed ominously. Who could deny this? How could he possibly stand against the third prince? The crowd murmured among themselves, shaking their heads in sorrow, already lamenting Yi Fan's fate. Despite being a hidden star of the Heavenly Martial Academy with formidable martial talent, Yi Fan's cultivation remained at the Xuanwu realm. The disparity between him and Duan Tianya was insurmountable. Mu Qingqing's slender fingers dug into her palm, sweat beading for Yi Fan, yet she understood that this battle was unavoidable. She could only choose to place her faith in him. Duan Tianshu's brow furrowed, his expression a tempest of emotions. Previously, he had indeed wished for Yi Fan to perish at Duan Tianya's hands, but certainly not in the form of a life and death duel. In such a duel, even if Yi Fan were to die, the Heavenly Martial Academy would have no grounds for retribution. Thus, Duan Tianya would remain unscathed. Moreover, the stakes of this battle extended beyond mere lives. It also involved the coveted Qianlong blade. As for Yi Hai and He Yu, they could only remain speechless. At this moment, their only recourse was to pray. The imperial edict arrived. Tension crackled in the air before the gates of the third prince's estate. A sharp voice pierced the heavy atmosphere. At one end of the street, Grand Eunuch Wei approached, flanked by a cadre of golden-armored guards. Upon seeing Grand Eunuch Wei delivering the edict, Duan Tianya's countenance darkened immediately. The last time Wei had visited the third prince's estate, he had commanded him to divorce Mu Qingqing. Although he had been granted a semblance of dignity, it left him feeling profoundly humiliated. The arrival of Wei once again with an edict stirred unsettling feelings within him. Yi Fan, receive the edict. As the crowd parted to form a path, Grand Eunuch Wei strode directly to Yi Fan. The edict is for me? Yi Fan asked, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Grand Eunuch Wei slowly unfurled the bright yellow decree, his voice rising dramatically. By the will of heaven, the Emperor proclaims, Yi Fan has retrieved the Qianlong blade from the imperial tomb, a remarkable feat. Henceforth, Yi Fan shall wield the blade and enter the palace to meet the Emperor and receive his reward. Thus it is decreed. What? Duan Tianya's pupils constricted, his fists clenching involuntarily. This edict arrived at the most inopportune moment. If he could eliminate Yi Fan in their battle, he would secure the Qianlong blade. Yet, his father commanded that Yi Fan enter the palace with the blade to receive accolades. Mu Qingqing, Yi Hai, and the others, upon grasping the intent of the edict, breathed a sigh of relief. With the edict delivered, Yi Fan could evade the life and death duel with Duan Tianya. Conversely, Duan Tianshu wore a complex expression, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. The confrontation between Yi Fan and Duan Tianya was not what he desired. Yi Fan, receive the edict. Grand Eunuch Wei closed the decree and extended it towards Yi Fan. Wait. Duan Tianya interjected sharply, furrowing his brow as he addressed Grand Eunuch Wei. Grand Eunuch, I have just established a life and death contract with Yi Fan. He cannot leave. If he is to depart, it should be after this battle concludes. Your Highness the Third Prince. Grand Eunuch Wei scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Duan Tianya. Do you truly believe that a life and death contract can supersede the imperial edict? Chapter 118. Duan Tianya found himself momentarily speechless, his lips pressed tightly together in frustration. Suddenly, Yi Fan unleashed a swift strike with his blade. A cold glimmer flashed, and the imperial decree shattered into fragments, fluttering like butterflies. What has Yi Fan done? He has severed the decree. Has he truly lost his sanity? Does this signify a refusal to comply with the command? Gasps of shock echoed through the crowd, their eyes wide with disbelief. Yi Hai's legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Defying an imperial edict is already a capital offense. To slash the decree is a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 clans. Now, it is not just Yu Fan who faces death. The entire Yi family is doomed. This man, Duan Qianya, took a step back in astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief. Defiance against the decree, severing the imperial order. Yi Fan has indeed committed an act he dared not contemplate. Outrageous. Grand Eunuch Wei's complexion darkened, his fingers trembling as he pointed at Yi Fan. You have such audacity. How dare the ruler of Yunin Kingdom issue an edict beneath the auspices of Tianwu Academy? Yi Fan stood tall, his gaze sharp as a blade, challenging Grand Eunuch Wei. Return to the monarch and inform him that today, I shall take the life of his son. You. Grand Eunuch Wei trembled with fury. What of it? Depart. Yi Fan barked, his eyes filled with murderous intent. His sole desire now was to swiftly eliminate Duan Tianya and rescue Yi Yao for healing. Humph. Grand Eunuch Wei's face turned ashen as he furiously flicked his sleeve, retreating in disarray with his accompanying guards. Duan Tianya, today no one can save you. Yi Fan once more plunged the Qianlong blade into the ground, taking up the Ryu sword in his grasp. Save me? Ha! Duan Tianya suddenly burst into laughter, shaking his head incessantly. Yi Fan, from where do you draw the audacity to utter such words? This decree was meant to save you, not me. Yet, it is futile to discuss this now. To kill you requires but a single stroke. Yi Fan ceased his words, slowly raising the Ryu sword. The power of the sun surged, coalescing within the blade. It radiated a blinding golden light, as if he wielded a blazing sun. He had deliberately slowed his pace on the way to the third prince's residence, not only to build momentum but also to await the sun's zenith. The stronger the sunlight, the more potent his solar sword became. Duan Qianya, observing the rising sword intent emanating from Yi Fan, sneered dismissively. No matter how powerful your strike, can it surpass mine? With that, he unleashed a mighty punch, the force transforming into a white dragon that roared toward Yi Fan, shattering the stones in its path. Chapter 119, The Suppression of the Heavenly Tao. Yi Fan raised the sun blade high, its brilliance reflecting a dazzling golden light under the sun. The tip of the sword trembled slightly but did not descend for a while. With a soft incantation, the inscriptions on the heavenly suppression steel glowed. The oppressive force of the heavenly Tao suddenly descended, and Duan Tianya felt an overwhelming weight pressing down on his shoulders, as if bearing an enormous burden. What is happening? Duan Tianya was horrified to discover that the white dragon fist he had unleashed was visibly dimming at an alarming rate. The once fierce assault instantly withered. His legs buckled uncontrollably, and his knees struck the stone ground heavily, producing a dull thud. The surging power of the earth martial realm within him felt as if it were being severed by an invisible hand. And his cultivation was suppressed to the first level of the Xuanwu realm. The power of the heavenly Tao suppression from the heavenly suppression steel could only be activated once a day, although its duration depended on the user's strength. Its effectiveness diminished as the gap in realms between opponents widened. Kill. Yi Fan was uncertain how long he could suppress Duan Tianya's cultivation to the Xuanwu realm, and he dared not delay for a moment. With a cold breath, he swung the sun blade, which shimmered with blinding golden light, descending with fervor. As the sword light passed, the air warped and twisted from the heat. The already weakened white dragon fist was effortlessly torn apart, like thin paper, continuing its relentless advance towards Duan Tianya. No. Duan Tianya's eyes widened in desperation as he hastily swung his fist to defend. An unprecedented fear flickered in his gaze. The sword light cascaded like a galaxy, engulfing him in an instant. Boom. The onlookers collectively held their breath, their eyes wide with astonishment. Bang. Moments later, the blinding sword light dissipated. Duan Tianya's body crashed to the ground. His ornate robe had already been reduced to tatters, and a gaping wound the size of a bowl appeared on his chest, from which wisps of blue smoke still emerged. One sword? Yi Fan had slain the third prince with a single stroke. My heavens, how could he accomplish such a feat? The crowd gazed at Duan Tianya's lifeless body, erupting in incredulous exclamations. Mu Qingcheng, Duan Tianxiu, Yi Hai, and others wore expressions of shock. Your Highness. A chilling scream suddenly erupted from within the third prince's residence. Old Xiao, like a specter, rushed out, and upon seeing the corpse on the ground, he froze in place as if struck by lightning. His old face contorted instantly, and his murky eyes glared at Yi Fan, radiating a terrifying murderous intent. He had been cultivating within the residence, believing that Duan Tianya could handle Yi Fan, and thus did not reveal himself. Only upon sensing the dreadful suppression of the heavenly Tao outside did he rush out. Alas, he was still a step too late. Yi Fan, you dare to kill the third prince? Old Xiao's hair stood on end, his emaciated fingers splayed like eagle claws. I demand your life. In this battle of life and death, it is either you or me. Yi Fan cast a cold glance at Old Qiu. The tip of his sword aimed at the life and death contract on the ground. Old dog, your master's contract is still warm. What are you barking about? What life and death contract? Enraged, Old Qiu swept his sleeve, unleashing a fierce energy that shattered the contract into pieces. Huh? Yi Fan sneered. Do you think destroying the life and death contract renders it invalid? Everyone present is a witness to the fairness of this battle. If you have the capability, kill everyone here. Old Qiu's sinister gaze swept over the crowd, his expression growing increasingly grim. Kill everyone here? Even if he had such ability, he would not dare. Clop, clop, clop. At that moment, the sound of orderly hoofbeats echoed. Approaching from the distance, the ground trembled beneath them. The crowd turned to see hundreds of golden-armored soldiers surging like a tide. At the forefront, General Jiang Zhan donned a battle outfit, his sword at his waist gleaming coldly. Chapter 120. The Imperial Guards have arrived. A glint of harshness flashed in the eyes of Old Qiu as he cast a sinister smile towards Yi Fan. Defying the imperial decree, severing the holy edict, and slaying a prince. Each of these acts is worthy of death. Yi Fan, you shall not escape unscathed today. Is that so? Yi Fan remained undaunted, turning proudly to face the Imperial Guards. As the crowd parted, Jiang Zhansa rode in, and upon seeing the lifeless body of Duan Tianya, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from him. He glared at Yi Fan and bellowed, Wu Yo, was it you who did this? Needless to say, Yi Fan met Jiang Zhansa's gaze head-on. You deserve death. Jiang Zhansa's anger flared, and his sword was unsheathed with a swift motion. Qiqing. Yi Fan turned slightly, casting a knowing glance at Mu Qiqing. Understanding his intent, she gracefully draped the hidden star robe over Yi Fan's shoulders. Are you contemplating retribution? With the hidden star robe now adorning him, Yi Fan's confidence surged as he locked eyes with Jiang Zhansa, his voice as chilling as ice. You parade the Imperial Guards through the Imperial City. Does this reflect the will of the sovereign? Or is it merely your own audacity? What of the hidden star? I will strike without hesitation. Jiang Zhansa shouted coldly, directing his sword at Yi Fan. You defy the Imperial order, sever the holy decree, and murder a prince. You deserve execution. Kill him. Duan Tianya was his own nephew. With his demise, Jiang Zhansa's path was irrevocably severed. To spare him would only deepen his resentment. Clop, clop, clop. As Jiang Zhansa's words fell, the Imperial Guards surged forward like a tidal wave. The thunderous sound of iron hooves pounded the ground, and the gleaming blades shimmered in the sunlight, forming a unified front. The onlookers gasped and scattered in terror. Yi Hai was about to advance when he firmly grasped his sleeve. Only Mu Qiqing remained steadfast beside Yi Fan, refusing to budge an inch. Huh? Yi Fan wore a disdainful expression, unperturbed by the oncoming guards. At that moment, he quietly sheathed the daylight sword. Boom, boom, boom. 9 streaks of light descended from the heavens like falling stars, crashing heavily before the ranks of the Imperial Guards. The warhorses neighed in panic, and chaos ensued, with dust swirling around them. Coo, caw. In the sky, a series of melodious bird calls echoed. The crowd looked up to witness 9 flying beasts of varied forms circling above, each bearing a figure upon its back. Tianwu Academy. Jiang Zhansa's expression shifted dramatically, his grip on the sword loosening involuntarily. These 9 individuals were none other than the esteemed leaders of Tianwu Academy. Jiang Zhansa, you possess immense audacity. The voice of Ziyuan, perched upon the white crane, was soft yet resonant, reaching every ear. Dare to lay a hand on my Tianwu Academy's hidden star? Are you courting death? It was Yi Fan who killed the prince first. Jiang Zhansa ground his teeth, as if he were about to unleash a torrent of fury. Huh? Ziyuan smirked disdainfully, her delicate fingers brushing the white crane's feathers. Let us not forget, even if there were no life and death pact between Yi Fan and Duan Tianya, there would still be no fault in his actions. A mere prince is but a trifle. His death is inconsequential. The crowd gasped collectively, their eyes widening in astonishment. A mere prince, and his death is inconsequential? Ziyuan, how tyrannical. Arrogance? Jiang Zhansa laughed bitterly in his rage, pointing his sword towards the sky. Is Tianwu Academy plotting rebellion? Rebellion? Ziyuan appeared to find this notion amusing, glancing at Yi Fan with a smile. Yi Fan, how should we deal with this fool? Kill. Yi Fan replied resolutely, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. Yi Yao has been captured by the Imperial Guards. Regardless of Jiang Zhansa acting on Duan Tianya's wishes, he too must face death. Chapter 121. Indeed, it should be killed. Zi Yuan smiled charmingly, her delicate hand lightly tapping the crane's neck. With a resounding cry, the celestial white crane plunged down like a swift arrow. Simultaneously, a radiant purple light erupted from Zi Yuan's palm as she unleashed a powerful palm strike aimed directly at Jiang Zhantian's crown. Is that all you've got? Jiang Zhan scoffed, suddenly raising his sword. The blade sliced through the air, producing a roar akin to that of a tiger, as golden sword energy transformed into a fierce tiger's head, charging toward the palm imprint. Boom. The moment the two forces collided, a shockwave erupted. Jiang Zhan's hand split open, his sword flying from his grip. He glanced at his trembling right hand, then turned his astonished gaze toward Zi Yuan. This is impossible. How can you be so strong? Shouldn't I be this formidable? Zi Yuan retorted playfully, raising an eyebrow at Jiang Zhan. Confounded, Jiang Zhan furrowed his brow. As the fifth ranked on the power list, he could hardly fathom why she, not one of the top 4, was so powerful. The Heavenly Martial Academy does not belong on the power list. Zi Yuan regarded Jiang Zhan as if he were a fool. With that, she lightly tapped the crane's back and gracefully descended. In a flash, she surged toward Jiang Zhan once more. Damn it! Jiang Zhan realized the gravity of the situation, his expression darkening. Boom, boom, boom. Without his sword, he was swiftly overwhelmed by Zi Yuan. Nevertheless, as the fifth ranked on the power list, it would not be so easy for her to take his life. Where are the Imperial Guards? Jiang Zhan shouted desperately as he faced 4 opponents. Upon hearing his call, hundreds of Imperial Guards immediately rushed to his aid, seeking death. A voice thundered from above. The remaining 5 Academy heads did not remain idle. They descended like shooting stars into the midst of the Imperial Guards, wreaking havoc. The elder in the green robe unleashed countless vines from his sleeves, ensnaring the guards and their horses in a cocoon. The middle-aged man in white waved his folding fan, and invisible blades of air severed heads like cutting wheat. Most terrifying was the elderly woman in black, whose decayed palm pressed against the ground, transforming the solid bricks within 100 paces into quicksand. At that moment, Yi Fan, accompanied by Mu Qiqing, casually approached Yu Yao, disregarding the chaos around them. Neither Qiu Lao nor the guards from the third prince's residence dared to intervene, allowing the two to carry away the unconscious Yi Yao. Boom, boom, boom. In mere moments, hundreds of Imperial Guards were slaughtered. Jiang Zhan could not withstand the onslaught for long. He had already been struck by Zi Yuan's palm, shattering his heart's pulse, and knelt in a pool of blood. The scattered onlookers witnessed the scene before them, their hearts profoundly shaken. In an instant, the atmosphere grew still, as if the very air had solidified. The Heavenly Martial Academy. How powerful, how tyrannical. With only 9 heads engaging, they had decimated hundreds of Imperial Guards, including Jiang Zhan, the 5th-ranked commander. Meanwhile, Duan Tianshu reveled in secret delight. With Duan Tianya dead and Jiang Zhan along with his loyalists eliminated, he had no rivals left in the struggle for the crown prince. Even without the hidden dragon blade, the position of heir was now within his grasp. The emperor has arrived. At that moment, a sharp voice sliced through the heavy air like a blade. Chapter 122. Direction of the imperial city. 12 venerable elders clad in golden robes rode upon pure white flame horses, drawing a resplendent golden carriage as they soared through the air, their hooves igniting golden lotus flames upon landing. Duan Zhouxiao, adorned in a black robe embroidered with golden dragon patterns, stood majestically atop the carriage, hands clasped behind his back. What a formidable institution the Tianwu Academy is. His gaze swept across the ground littered with the remains of the Imperial Guards, ultimately resting upon the 9 deans. Do you not fear that I shall dismantle the Tianwu Academy for slaughtering the Imperial Guards? Your Majesty might as well give it a try, came the retort from Zi Yuan, who wiped the blood from her face and laughed softly. Daring to strike against the Tianwu Academy's hidden star? It is not merely the Imperial Guards who would suffer. Even you, Your Majesty, would not escape unscathed. Hidden star? Duan Zhouxiao narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on the figure draped in hidden star robes, Yi Fan. So, you are the hidden star of the Tianwu Academy, Yi Fan? Why must Your Majesty feign ignorance? Yi Fan met his gaze directly, unflinching. A glimmer of coldness flickered in Duan Zhouxiao's eyes as he questioned. Retrieving the Qianlong blade from the royal mausoleum was a significant achievement. I wish to grant you rewards. So why did you not come to the palace to receive my audience? Your Majesty has already bestowed rewards, Yi Fan replied with a sudden scoff. Bestowed rewards? Duan Zhouxiao's expression momentarily faltered. Yi Fan gestured towards the lifeless body of Duan Tianyao beside him, mocking, Your Majesty rewarded Duan Tianyao with his life. Alas, you arrived too late to witness how he lost it. Impudence! Duan Zhouxiao roared, his voice echoing like thunder, as his right hand formed a claw, grasping at the air. The Qianlong blade, embedded in the ground, trembled violently, its dragon eye glimmering with crimson light before soaring into Duan Zhouxiao's grasp. The blade quivered with a mournful wail, as if resisting his control, yet fell silent when he let his blood drip onto it. Who was it that just said? Duan Zhouxiao gently caressed the blade's edge, his gaze, imbued with murderous intent, darting towards Zi Yuan. Even if I intend to slay the hidden star of the Tianwu Academy, would the Academy not retaliate? It was I who said that. Zi Yuan stepped forward nonchalantly. The Tianwu Academy is indeed tyrannical. As Duan Zhouxiao spoke, The Qianlong blade suddenly swept across. The blade's aura transformed into a colossal golden dragon, lunging towards Yi Fan. Ziyuan leaped in front of Yi Fan, conjuring a purple barrier. The golden dragon collided with the barrier, unleashing a thunderous roar. The dispersing blade energy ravaged the stone ground, yet did not so much as stir Yi Fan's garments. I wish to witness how the Tianwu Academy will retaliate. Duan Jiuxiao, standing atop the carriage, cast a cold glance at Ziyuan and the others. Your Majesty, are you courting death? Ziyuan shrugged, resigned to the provocation. Words once spoken cannot be retracted. If they were to cower now, what would become of the Tianwu Academy's authority? With that, a torrent of purple spiritual energy erupted from Ziyuan, overwhelming like the sea. The other 8 deans stepped forward in unison, their fierce battle intent palpable. In a corner, Duan Tianshu's breathing grew labored, his pale visage flushed with a sickly hue, his pupils dilating. If they were all dead, it would be for the best. In his mind, an image of himself donning the imperial yellow robe emerged. With Duan Tianya deceased, if his father were to die as well, he could ascend the throne immediately. The thought nearly brought a laugh to his lips. But he swiftly forced himself to regain composure. It would not be an easy task to eliminate his father. As a prince, he was privy to certain royal secrets. Over the years, the royal family had been constrained by the Tianwu Academy. His father had been secretly amassing power to escape this predicament and now possessed the capability to withstand the Academy's might. It was time for a new set of deans at the Tianwu Academy. Seeing that Ziyuan and the others dared to engage in battle, Duan Jiuxiao's lips curled into a cold smile. He raised the Qianlong blade, pointing it towards the 9 deans. The 12 golden-robed elders simultaneously bit their tongues, unleashing 12 streams of blood arrows. The droplets coalesced in the air into an ancient array, each line glowing with blinding golden radiance. Amidst the earth-shattering roars of dragons, 12 ethereal 5-clawed golden dragons burst forth from the formation. As their whiskers swayed, the air within a 1,000-foot radius instantly solidified. Chapter 123. The Golden Dragon Locking Heaven Formation. As Ziyuan recognized the void formation diagram, her expression grew slightly solemn. The crowd that had hidden themselves dared not even breathe. Kill. Duan Jiuxiao spat the word through clenched teeth, his voice as frigid as ancient ice. 12 golden dragons writhed, their eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty light. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Yi Fan instinctively shielded Yi Yao and Mu Chi-chung behind him. Stop. A commanding voice resonated like thunder from one side of the void. From the horizon, a white-robed elder strode through the air, his sleeves billowing in the wind like a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. The heavenly martial realm? Yi Fan's gaze flickered as he beheld the elder. To traverse the skies was a skill exclusive to those of the heavenly martial realm. Previously, whether it was the various deans or Duan Jiuxiao, they had merely ridden flying beasts to achieve flight. Dean, Ziyuan, and the others bowed in respect, their demeanor solemn. Duan Tianshu's expression shifted subtly as he retreated a few steps into the shadows. Was this truly the head of the Heavenly Martial Academy? Yi Fan scrutinized the white-robed elder, a slight smile gracing his lips. As he understood, the number of Heavenly Martial Realm warriors in Yunnan Kingdom was exceedingly rare, with the head of the Heavenly Martial Academy being the only one publicly acknowledged. To assert that the dean was the strongest in Yunnan Kingdom would not be an exaggeration. To invoke the Golden Dragon Locking Heaven formation and assassinate the dean of the Heavenly Martial Academy. Was the royal family truly prepared to wage war against the academy? The dean's voice was steady yet resonated with a force that stirred the clouds. He stood poised in the air, perfectly positioned above Yi Fan and the deans. And so what? Duan Jiuxiao scoffed, having anticipated the dean's appearance. His hand remained firmly on the hidden dragon blade, asserting that the Heavenly Martial Academy had grown increasingly audacious over the years, showing utter disregard for the royal family. A mere hidden star from the academy dared to kill my royal son, and these deans have slaughtered the Imperial Guard, the Heavenly Martial Academy. Before Duan Jiuxiao could finish his tirade, the dean raised his hand, interrupting with a smile. Have we ever regarded the royal family with any respect? Upon hearing this, Duan Jiuxiao's countenance darkened instantly. Duan Jiuxiao, have you forgotten? The dean stepped forward, a green lotus blooming beneath his feet. How did you become the crown prince of Yunnan Kingdom and ascend to the throne? Huh? Duan Jiuxiao, in a fit of rage, laughed bitterly. Indeed, I owed you a favor to become the crown prince back then. However, my tolerance for the Heavenly Martial Academy during my reign has been repaid. Today, the academy's actions have gone too far. Too far. The dean shook his head, his eyes sparkling with intensity beneath his white brows. With a wave of his sleeve, 12 green lotuses materialized, forcing the golden dragons back. If you were to withdraw the Golden Dragon Locking Heaven formation and return to your palace, there might still be a chance for reconciliation. But if you insist on attacking, the throne of Yunnan Kingdom shall be up for grabs. Duan Tianchu's eyes lit up with anticipation. The throne of Yunin Kingdom? Up for grabs? Did that refer to him? Ha. Duan Zhouxiao's maniacal laughter shook the ground. Do you truly believe that I have been unprepared all these years? As his words fell, he raised the hidden dragon blade above him. The blade's aura surged, turning against his own arm. In an instant, dozens of deep gashes appeared, revealing bone beneath. Blood gushed forth, cascading like a fountain upon the blade. The hidden dragon blade greedily absorbed the blood, its patterns beginning to glow with an eerie crimson light. Chapter 124. Go! Duan Zhouxia bellowed. The bloody tip of his blade aimed directly at the array in the sky. A surge of crimson light, akin to a venomous serpent, slithered into the core of the formation, transforming the originally resplendent golden array into a sea of blood. 12 dragon shadows emitted anguished roars, their scales tainted with crimson. The golden dragon locking heaven array is insufficient to contend with you. Duan Zhouxiu licked the blood that had splattered onto his lips, his eyes gleaming with a frenzied light. But what if it were the blood dragon locking heaven array? Could it vanquish you? He understood the headmaster's formidable power. How could one dare to engage in battle with the Tianwu Academy without preparation? The 12 elders in golden robes possessed cultivation that paled in comparison to the academy's directors. However, they were all members of the royal family of Yunin Kingdom, their cultivation rooted in the same lineage of the Yunin dragon secret art. United, they established the golden dragon locking heaven array, which already bore the might to counter the warriors of Tianwu realm. Yet, to confront a headmaster of such caliber still lacked a degree of strength. At this moment, Duan Zhouxiao utilized his own blood of the true Dragon Emperor as a catalyst, combined with the royal treasure, the hidden dragon blade, to elevate the golden dragon locking heaven array into the blood dragon locking heaven array, enhancing the array's power. Now, it possessed the capability to annihilate the headmaster. Roar. The sound of dragon roars echoed as 12 blood dragons, their scales glistening with a sanguine sheen, circled ominously around the headmaster, their eyes ablaze with bloodthirsty ferocity. The terrifying dragon might descended upon him, warping the very fabric of space itself. Mu Qingqing, witnessing this, revealed a look of concern, leaning towards Yi Yao and whispering to Yi Fan, who stood protectively in front of them. Can the headmaster withstand the blood dragon locking heaven array? If the headmaster cannot withstand it, there will surely be someone even more formidable. Yi Fan's expression remained serene, devoid of any trace of worry. Regardless of the turmoil surrounding them, he remained composed and unflappable. To contend with an old man like me, you truly have gone to great lengths. The headmaster, with his flowing white beard, remained unperturbed. After a sigh, he turned towards the Tianwu Academy and respectfully clasped his hands in a bow, imploring, esteemed ancestor master, please lend your strength to break the array. At this bow, the world fell silent. A sinister smile spread across Duan Zhouxiao's face, frozen in place. The hand gripping the hidden dragon blade trembled involuntarily. Could it be that the Tianwu Academy harbored an existence more fearsome than the headmaster? As he turned to look, he beheld an old man, clad in tattered garments and resembling a beggar, slowly approaching with his hands clasped behind his back. Yi Fan recognized the old man and smiled knowingly. Who else could it be but Elder Shao? Who are you? Duan Zhouxiao furrowed his brow, casting a condescending gaze downwards, scrutinizing Elder Shao. Although he could sense no aura, he felt the terrifying presence of Elder Shao. Esteemed ancestor master. The headmaster again bowed deeply to Elder Shao. This blood dragon locking heaven array. Elder Shao waved his hand dismissively, his murky old eyes scanning the 12 blood dragons in the void. Suddenly, he chuckled. The array created by this old man. To slay me? How amusing. Truly amusing. Absurd. Duan Zhouxiao's dragon robe trembled, veins bulging on his forehead as he coldly retorted. This array was devised by the ancestors of my Yunin Kingdom. What is it to you? Duan Yunin did not inform you. Elder Shao casually dug at his ear, flicking away the wax from his fingertip. Did this array come from my instruction? Before his words had fully settled, his right hand slowly lifted, his index finger casually pointing towards the void. Although the motion seemed leisurely, it was as swift as lightning. The moment the fingertip made contact with the first blood dragon, pop, the dragon's head erupted suddenly, leaving no time for a mournful wail before disintegrating into a cloud of blood mist. Following swiftly were the second and third. With each tap of Elder Shao's finger, a blood dragon burst apart. In the blink of an eye, all 12 had been obliterated. When the 13th finger pointed towards the sky-reaching blood-colored array, it dissipated like morning mist meeting the dawn sun. Duan Zhouxiu staggered backward, nearly losing his balance. The 12 golden-robed elders simultaneously spat blood, their faces ashen. Chapter 125. Who are you really? Duan Zhouxiao stared intently at Elder Shao, his eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. The blood dragon locking heaven formation was an unparalleled killing array capable of slaying those in the heavenly martial realm. Yet, Elder Shao merely flicked his finger, effortlessly dismantling the formation. What was the purpose of standing so high? Elder Shao rubbed his sore neck and, suddenly impatient, waved his hand, glancing at the exhausted crowd. In an instant, a fierce wind arose. 12 blazing heavenly steeds shrieked in terror as if struck by an invisible hand, plummeting from the sky along with the chariot they pulled. Duan Jiuxiao tumbled to the ground, his dragon robe covered in dust, completely devoid of imperial majesty. "You insolent brat!" Elder Zhao's figure steadied as he beckoned to Yi Fan, drawing the attention of the crowd, all gazes swiftly turning towards him. Such a formidable presence as Elder Shao. Was he here for Yi Fan? Yi Fan's lips curled into a slight smile, well aware that Elder Shao was creating momentum for him. Straightening his hidden star robe, he approached Elder Shao under the watchful eyes of the multitude. "Elder Shao." Upon reaching Elder Shao, Yi Fan respectfully bowed. "Why such formality?" Elder Shao grinned, revealing a few yellowed teeth, casually gesturing towards Duan Jiuxiao and the others, inquiring of Yi Fan, "What do you propose we do with these individuals?" Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply at his words. They had witnessed the terrifying power of Elder Shao. To eliminate anyone present would be but a mere gesture for him. Yet now, he was granting Yi Fan the authority over life and death. Execute them. Yi Fan's response was swift and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. Duan Tianshu trembled all over, a morbid excitement sparking in his eyes. Fixated on Duan Jiuxiao's silhouette, his lips quivered unconsciously. If his father, Duan Jiuxiao, were to perish, the throne, shall we kill them? Elder Shao raised an eyebrow. The wrinkles on his face smoothing out. "You, my young friend, seem to harbor quite the murderous intent. Dare to threaten the Heavenly Martial Academy? One death is insufficient." Yu Fan cast a cold glance at Duan Jiuxiao, his voice as chilling as ice. Just moments ago, Duan Jiuxiao had not only sought to kill him, but also aimed to eliminate the deans and the head of the Heavenly Martial Academy. If they all perished, would the Heavenly Martial Academy still be the same? The intent was no different from annihilating the academy itself. Indeed, Elder Shao chuckled with an amused expression. But as he turned towards Duan Jiuxiao, his smile vanished abruptly. What did this young man just say? Did you hear that? Senior. Duan Jiuxiao scrambled to his feet, disregarding the dust on his clothes, stumbling forward a couple of steps, his voice hoarse. "You have ties with my ancestors. Why must you eradicate the bloodline of an old acquaintance? Do you know who I am?" Elder Shao shot Duan Jiuxiao a sidelong glance. Previously, he had made it clear that he had created the blood dragon locking heaven formation and had taught Duan Yunin what identity he held was not difficult to deduce. Duan Jiuxiao sought to dig deeper, not considering whether he was worthy of such inquiry. "Senior." Duan Jiuxiao's expression darkened, momentarily rendered speechless. "I have no intention of completely exterminating the bloodline of Duan Yunin." Elder Shao casually scratched his ear, saying nonchalantly, "There are at least 800 descendants of Duan Yunin. Simply choose one who is sensible to ascend as emperor." Chapter 126. As he spoke, he paused briefly and cast a glance at Duan Tianshu, who was hiding in the corner. "That lad seems quite suitable." Upon hearing this, Duan Tianshu was momentarily taken aback, only to be engulfed by a wave of elation. Yet, when he met the seemingly amused gaze of Elder Shao, he felt as though a bucket of icy water had been poured over him, causing a chill to run through his body. Is the elder not concerned that the cloud-hidden kingdom will descend into chaos because of this? Duan Jiuxiao's brows knitted deeply, still hoping to make one last stand. Indeed, Elder Shao nodded, refraining from rashly issuing a death decree. After a moment's contemplation, he addressed Duan Jiuxiao, saying, "Very well. I shall grant you 6 months to select a new sovereign. After 6 months, come to me and accept your fate. Comply obediently, and I shall ensure the longevity of the cloud-hidden kingdom. Otherwise." Duan Jiuxiao's eyes widened slightly, feeling both aggrieved and furious. However, a smile played at the corners of Elder Zhao's mouth as he suddenly shifted his focus to the 12 elders clad in golden robes. It is unnecessary for them to continue living. The 12 golden-robed elders turned pale upon hearing this. As they attempted to flee, a terrifying pressure descended upon them. Their bodies froze in place. Elder Shao raised his hand, manifesting a palm print in the void. With a wave, the palm print descended, suppressing them. The 12 golden-robed elders didn't even have time to scream before being crushed into a mist of blood. Duan Jiuxiao's face turned ashen. He finally lowered his proud head, devoid of any courage to resist, and complied with the elder's command. Still not leaving? Elder Shao cast a sidelong glance at the still frozen Duan Jiuxiao, a mocking smile curling at his lips. 6 months is but a fleeting moment. I take my leave. Duan Jiuxiao's expression fluctuated between dark and light. Ultimately, he performed a deep bow and, Rising, his sharp gaze sliced through Duan Tianshu. Tianshu, you are fully responsible for the diplomatic mission to the Taiyuan dynasty in 1 month. Now, return with me to the palace for further discussion. The mention of the Taiyuan dynasty left Duan Tianshu momentarily stunned, a surge of joy exploding in his eyes. He hurriedly approached, nearly fawning as he took Duan Jiaxiao's arm, accompanying him to the palace. The Taiyuan dynasty is one of the 4 great dynasties of the southern domain. The Cloud-Hidden Kingdom is merely a vassal state of the Taiyuan dynasty. Every year, the Taiyuan dynasty holds a sovereign's banquet, inviting the prodigies of vassal states to attend. The leader of the envoy is typically the crown prince of the vassal state. Last year, it was Duan Tianya who represented them. This year, it was originally designated for Duan Tianya as well. Yet now, this responsibility has fallen onto Duan Tianshu's shoulders. The implications are self-evident. The sovereign's banquet? With Duan Jiaxiao's reminder. Elder Xiao recalled and turned to pat Yi Fan's shoulder, saying, "You mischievous lad, if you are interested, you may also attend the sovereign's banquet of the Taiyuan dynasty." "What is the sovereign's banquet?" Duan Tianya inquired, puzzled. The sovereign's banquet is a gathering of prodigies, a contest of talents. The headmaster, having descended, leisurely approached Yi Fan to explain, "It is from this event that the Taiyuan prodigy list is determined. Those who make the list gain direct qualification to participate in the Taichu Daozong assessments." Yi Fan was intrigued. Does that mean if one does not make it onto the Taiyuan prodigy list, they cannot participate in the Taichu Daozong entry assessments? Initially, Qin Yimo had not mentioned this much to him, only stating the assessment's minimum requirement was the 7th stage of the Xuanwu realm. Naturally, participation is still possible. The headmaster stroked his beard meaningfully. However, if one fails to make the Taiyuan prodigy list, they will face additional obstacles, and the selection process will be more arduous and perilous. You, my boy, have long harbored the desire to enter the Taichu Daozong, haven't you? Elder Xiao, upon hearing Yi Fan's question, instantly surmised his thoughts. Well, Yi Fan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Residing in the Tianwu Academy while yearning for the Taichu Daozong, wasn't that akin to having one's cake and eating it too? Do not feel embarrassed, Elder Xiao chuckled heartily, draping an arm around Yi Fan's shoulder. One must strive for higher ground, just as water seeks lower ground. If you truly intend to participate in the Taichu Daozong assessments, you must not falter, otherwise, I shall have no choice but to discipline you. Chapter 127. How could that be? Yi Fan grinned widely. Suddenly, the head of the courtyard adopted a serious demeanor, raising his hand to interrupt the jovial exchange between Xiao Lao and Yi Fan. "If you wish to attend the imperial banquet of the Taiyuan dynasty, you must relinquish this hidden star robe," he declared. As he spoke, his gaze occasionally flicked toward Xiao Lao, seemingly gauging the elder's reaction. The bestowal of the hidden star position and the robe was originally Xiao Lao's intention. Now, to reclaim these, it was essential to obtain Xiao Lao's consent. Xiao Lao merely yawned nonchalantly, clearly indifferent to the matter. Very well. Yi Fan readily acquiesced, promptly removing the hidden star robe and presenting it to the Yi Fan. A weak voice called from the side. Yi Yao had awakened after Mu Qingqing administered a medicinal pill. Her pale face bore traces of dried blood. Supported by Mu Qingqing, she approached Yi Fan with measured steps. Yi Fan's smile faded as he turned to Xiao Lao, saying, "Xiao Lao, Sister Yao is gravely injured. I must take her home to recuperate." "Go ahead." Xiao Lao waved his frail hand dismissively, then nodded slightly, storing the hidden star robe in his spatial ring. Yi Fan turned and stepped forward to assist Yi Yao from Mu Qingqing's grasp. Together with Mu Qingqing, they left for the Yi residence. Yi Hai and He Yu, witnessing the scene, hurriedly followed, their figures casting elongated shadows in the evening light. The crowd from Tianwu Academy did not linger, departing in succession and leaving behind a scene of devastation. The suppressed crowd finally erupted into a cacophony of chatter, discussions swelling like a tide. Every face was etched with shock and trepidation. At that moment, atop the highest point of the imperial city Tian Tower, stood a man and a woman. The woman, with cascading fiery hair, was none other than the foremost sword of Fengyin Kingdom. Beside her, a man clad in a brocade robe billowed in the wind, his piercing gaze concealing a hint of gloom. He was Feng Wujing, the crown prince of Fengyin Kingdom, who had recently arrived in the imperial city of Yunin. To think there exists such a formidable figure at Tianwu Academy. Feng Wujing's cold voice sliced through the air as he surveyed the chaotic scene before the residence of the third prince. With Duan Tianya's demise, our plans have been thrown into disarray. The foremost sword sighed. Now, the contest for the Yunin Kingdom's crown has lost all uncertainty. According to Xiao Lao, if Duan Jiaxiao is willing to embrace death in half a year, he will ensure the continued prosperity of Yunin. Lost all uncertainty? I beg to differ. Feng Wujing narrowed his eyes, a glint of cunning flashing within. Beg to differ? The foremost sword furrowed her brow, casting a puzzled glance at Feng Wujing. Why does Duan Zhuoxiu hesitate to claim the throne? Feng Wujing lowered his voice, a sneer lacing his words. Is it not his lust for power? Will he truly accept death in half a year? I find that hard to believe. Does he dare oppose Xiao Lao? The foremost sword murmured, a trace of doubt creeping in. Recalling Xiao Lao's terrifying prowess in dismantling the array earlier, she involuntarily shivered. Hard to say. Feng Wujing's eyes flickered as he smiled coldly. Duan Zhuoxiu and the royal family of Yunin lack the capability to contend with Xiao Lao. However, the Taiyuan dynasty does possess such power. I suspect he will make a significant move at the imperial banquet of the Taiyuan dynasty. The imperial banquet? The foremost sword was taken aback, her confusion deepening. What does the banquet have to do with Xiao Lao? Let us go. Feng Wujing had his own thoughts, but chose not to elaborate further. It is time we begin preparations for the imperial banquet. We shall observe the developments as they unfold. Chapter 128. Suddenly, with a decisive leap, he descended from the Qitian Tower. Within the golden lawn hall of the royal palace, the flickering candlelight cast a wavering glow. Duan Zhuoxiu dismissed the attendants, leaving only Duan Tianshu kneeling upon the frigid golden bricks. Tianshu, Duan Zhuoxiu, seated upon the dragon throne, slowly caressed the blade of the Qianlong sword and suddenly inquired, "Do you desire this sword?" Duan Tianshu's pupils constricted violently, his throat involuntarily tightening as he lifted his gaze to meet Duan Zhuoxiu's, only to find his father's eyes ablaze with murderous intent. In a flurry of panic, he bowed his head, his forehead striking the golden bricks with a heavy thud. I dare not, or simply do not wish to. Duan Zhuoxiu rose gradually, the sound of his dragon boots echoing ominously on the steps, each step akin to treading upon Duan Tianshu's heart. Your father is the true son of heaven. The Qianlong sword rightfully belongs to him. Duan Tianshu's voice trembled as cold sweat soaked through his robes. Over the years, he had been virtually terrorized by his own father. Such scenes had unfolded countless times, even though Duan Tianya had perished. His father's demeanor towards him remained unchanged. As Duan Zhuoxiu approached and halted before Duan Tianshu, he lifted the Qianlong sword, gently raising Duan Tianshu's chin with its back. Your father has but half a year left to live. Duan Tianshu froze, scarcely daring to breathe, and clenched his fists tightly. I am willing to go to Tianwu Academy on behalf of my father to face Elder Xiao in death. Your willingness is indeed commendable. Duan Tianshu's grip on the sword tip faltered, and he shifted the conversation. Yet, alas, Elder Xiao would never accept you to die in my stead. I shall strive with all my might. Duan Tianshu maintained his kneeling posture, his voice imbued with sincerity, acutely aware that a single misstep could lead to his demise. Enough. Duan Zhuoxiu sheathed the Qianlong sword, turned, and resumed his seat upon the dragon throne, sighing, "This throne is meant to be yours." Duan Tianshu's head snapped up, an unmistakable glimmer of uncontrollable joy flickering in his eyes, only to quickly bow his head again. I am terrified. When the time is ripe, I shall pass the throne to you. Duan Zhuoxiu stroked the armrest of the throne, his tone suddenly turning icy. However, before that, I require you to accomplish a task. As long as your imperial majesty issues the command, no matter the challenges or dangers, I shall not fail in my mission, Duan Tianshu declared with fervor, his voice resonating through the hall. Good. Duan Zhuoxiu commanded coldly. In 1 month, you shall lead the young prodigies of the Yunin kingdom to the Taiyuan dynasty for the Junlin banquet. I want you to avenge your third brother in the imperial city of the Taiyuan dynasty. What? Duan Tianshu felt as if struck by lightning, rising abruptly. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Duan Zhuoxiu, his lips trembling. But Yi Fan, he is connected to Elder Xiao. Did you not vow that no matter the trials and tribulations, you would not fail? Duan Zhuoxiu's gaze was as sharp as a blade, his voice echoing with authority. Your son. Duan Tianshu gritted his teeth, responding solemnly, I shall obey. At that moment, he finally comprehended the truth. His father had never intended to pass the throne to him. All along, he had merely viewed him as a pawn, setting aside the risks involved in eliminating Yi Fan. Even if he were to succeed, he would ultimately become a discarded piece. Depart. Seeing Duan Tianshu comply, Duan Zhuoxiu's expression softened slightly. Your son takes his leave. Duan Tianshu rose, bowing respectfully as he exited the hall. Turning to face the world beyond, the fear in his eyes dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming chill. Chapter 129. In the days that followed, the Yi residence became a bustling hub of activity. Members of various prominent families nearly trampled upon its threshold. Although Yihai's injuries had yet to heal, he was compelled to maintain a facade of hospitality for his guests. Yi Yao, having undergone several days of recuperation, was nearly restored to health. However, the most captivating topic remained the impending union between the Yi and Mu families. With Duan Tianya deceased, Yi Fan's status as a hidden star of the Tianwu Academy had been revoked. Yet his connections with the esteemed Elder Shao ensured that no one in the imperial city dared to provoke him. Mu Su believed the moment had arrived and, after conferring with Yi Hai, chose an auspicious date to host a grand wedding for Yi Fan and Mu Qingqing. Despite Yi Fan's loss of status, who was unaware of his relationship with Elder Shao, in the imperial city, no one would dare to disregard his standing. Observing the favorable circumstances, Musa personally visited Yi Hai for an intimate discussion, ultimately confirming the chosen date. On the day of the wedding, as the sun rose, the Yi residence was adorned with vibrant decorations. 99 red firecrackers lined the path from the main gate to the end of the street, their bursts scattering crimson paper like falling blossoms. The joyous bridal sedan, crafted from golden silk Nanmu wood, shimmered with intricate phoenix and dragon carvings in the morning light. Yi Fan donned a resplendent red wedding gown, with a jade belt gleaming at his waist, leading the procession on a pure white steed. The streets were packed with onlookers, while children frolicked, chasing after attendants who scattered lucky coins. The new groom has arrived. At the entrance of the Mu residence, the matrons of honor eagerly awaited, holding trays of red dates and longan. As Yi Fan dismounted, the grand vermilion doors of the Mu residence slowly swung open. Musa stepped across the threshold alone, a heavy cloud of sorrow shadowing his brow. Uncle Mu? Yi Fan's heart sank at the sight of Musa's expression. He hurried forward, his voice tightening with concern. Where's Chi-Chung? Musa remained silent, trembling as he withdrew a letter from his sleeve. The wax seal bore the words to Yi Fan. As Yi Fan raised his hand, the jubilant sounds of celebration abruptly ceased. Unfolding the letter, familiar handwriting leapt before his eyes. Yi Fan, by the time you read this letter, I will have departed the imperial city. Forgive my cowardice. I could not bear to walk down the aisle in bridal attire. Although Duan Tianya is dead, that engagement remains a deep imprint upon my life. The world may say that you, Yi Fan, are a remarkable figure to marry a woman of a second marriage, but this should not be your disgrace. I understand that you are indifferent to societal judgments, yet I care. Those whispers will coil around our lives like venomous serpents. Allow me this moment of stubbornness. I wish to witness the snow of the northern lands and the seas of the southern borders. Should fate allow us to reunite one day. The parchment rustled between Yi Fan's fingers. Musa recognized that this matter was a debt owed by the Mu family to Yi Fan. After bowing in apology, he produced a deed and presented it to Yi Fan. Yi Fan, my dear nephew, this is the deed for 3 iron ore mines owned by the Mu family. As a token of, no need for that. Yi Fan gently folded the letter, his fingers brushing over the words of disgrace. She desired to see the world's wonders, thus, he would wait for her to behold them all. The return procession was eerily quiet, the crimson silk trailing conspicuously behind. Yi Fan did not return to the Yi residence, but instead proceeded directly to the Tianwu Academy, to their shared quarters. Pushing open the familiar wooden door, he found the celadone tea cup she often used still resting on the table, and the lingering scent of her hair appeared to envelop the pillow. In that space, he felt as though Mu Qingqing had not truly departed. Days slipped by in a blur. Yi Fan continued to practice in the courtyard beneath the warm embrace of the sun. Yet, in the stillness of night, he would often find himself gazing toward the courtyard gate, as if expecting to hear that familiar footfall at any moment. Memories of their time together washed over him during these moments of solitude, from the breathtaking first glance to her unwavering protection and the tender moments shared beneath the moonlight. Chapter 130, Brother Yi Fan. On this day, Gu Yi's voice shattered the tranquility of the courtyard. Yi Fan rose from his recliner and strolled leisurely out of the yard. Upon seeing Yi Fan, Gu Yi hastily approached, presenting a gilded invitation. The second prince has finalized the list for the mission to the Taiyuan dynasty. Brother Yi Fan's name is on the list, and I hope you can prepare to convene outside the palace in 3 days. The list comprised 10 individuals, including both Yi Fan and Gu Yi, primarily distinguished members of the Tianwu Academy. Many were familiar faces to Yi Fan. Yi Fan's gaze lingered on a particular name, Qinli. Why was he included in this list? Even with Duan Tianya deceased, had the second prince still taken in his dog? This delegation to the Taiyuan dynasty for the Junlin banquet represented the Yunin kingdom, considering the kingdom's dignity. The second prince had selected the 10 most formidable individuals within the realm of Xuanwu. Qinli expressed his resignation, explaining to Yi Fan that day in the imperial tomb. I did not perish. I received the legacy of a royal ancestor. My current strength surpasses yours. Moreover, with Duan Tianya gone, I have chosen to submit to the second prince. Oh? Yi Fan raised his eyebrows, a playful smile curling at his lips. The second prince, indeed, possessed a magnanimous heart. With 3 days remaining, Yi Fan found little to prepare. This journey away from the capital of the Yunin kingdom was shrouded in uncertainty regarding his return. Although his time in this world had not been long, he had still felt the warmth of family within the Yi household. As the appointed day arrived, Yi Fan bid farewell to Yi Hai, Yi Yao, and others. Just as he was about to step out of the estate, a familiar fragrance wafted through the air. Brother is embarking on a journey without bidding farewell to his sister? Su Meinyang, draped in a flowing purple gauze gown, leaned against the door, her delicate fingers twirling a lock of hair. The sunlight filtered through her attire, accentuating her enchanting figure. Sister? Upon recognizing Su Meinyang, Yi Fan suddenly recalled something and hurriedly asked, "Do you have any news of Qing Qing? Do you know where she has gone?" Mu Qing Cheng was Su Meinyang's junior sister, and the Mu family was unaware of her whereabouts. Perhaps Su Meinyang might know. That silly girl did indeed seek me out before her departure. Su Meinyang's lips pursed slightly as she sighed, a flicker of concern in her eyes. But she does not even know where she is headed, so how could she tell me? Yi Fan instinctively clenched his fists, then slowly relaxed them. After 3 breaths of silence, he lifted his gaze, his expression regaining composure. "Sister, what brings you to me?" "I have discovered the identity of the person who harmed your father," Su Meinyang replied, a slight smile playing on her lips. "The Wanbao building has exerted considerable effort in this matter." "Who is it?" Yi Fan's eyes glimmered with intensity as he inquired. Su Meinyang had mentioned that this individual was not from the Yunnan Kingdom, a powerful figure from the Qian Kingdom, Yin Feng. With a hint of mischief in her expression, Su Meinyang smiled at Yi Fan and asked, "Brother, care to guess who invited Yin Feng to the capital of the Yunnan Kingdom? Could it be Duan Tianya?" Yi Fan's brows furrowed sharply, a cold light flashing in his eyes. If it were not Duan Tianya, it could only be. Chapter 131 Hee. Su Meinyang smiled without a word, the answer already etched upon her countenance. "I understand." Yi Fan's gaze turned slightly cold, his heart already aware of the truth. If it were not Duan Tianya, then it could only be Duan Tianshu. The malice of this second prince surpassed his imagination. Fratricide and framing, a cunning web of schemes. "Sister has one more matter to trouble you with, dear brother." Su Meinyang suddenly extended her hand, her fingertip gently tapping Yi Fan's brow. A subtle fragrance wafted through the air with this intimate gesture. "What is it?" Yi Fan looked up, meeting the playful gaze of Su Meinyang, her peach blossom eyes sparkling with mirth. "Sister, please feel free to speak. As long as I am capable, I shall not refuse." Without Su Meinyang's assistance, he feared his father might have succumbed to his injuries. Now that she sought his help, he had no reason to decline. Su Meinyang's red lips parted slightly as she smiled. "I have a daughter in the Taichu Dao sect. Should you join the sect in the future, please keep an eye on that little girl for me." "Ah? Sister has a daughter?" Yi Fan's expression froze, disbelief written all over his face. Instinctively, he scrutinized Su Meinyang. This enchanting figure, this delicate skin, she hardly seemed like a mother. Is it so surprising? Su Meinyang feigned a stern expression, though the mirth in her eyes could not be concealed. "At my age, having a daughter is quite normal, is it not?" "Normal, is it?" Yi Fan's lips twitched slightly. To enter the Taichu Dao sect, one must possess at least a 7th-tier cultivation in the Xuanwu realm. Su Meinyang's daughter must be around 18 by now, which means she had given birth at the age of 20. For ordinary women, this might be considered normal. But those with exceptional martial talents would seldom bear children so early. The 10 months of pregnancy could significantly hinder one's cultivation, leading to a considerable disadvantage in their martial journey. "Ah." Su Meinyang sighed softly, a glimmer of nostalgia in her eyes, unperturbed by any embarrassment. "Perhaps I was rather naive in my youth." "Hee. What is your daughter's name? How old is she?" Yi Fan cleverly shifted the topic. "Su Xiao." Upon uttering this name, Su Meinyang's voice inadvertently softened. "In 2 months, she will turn 18, around your age." "Su Xiao?" Yi Fan murmured the name, his astonishment evident. It seemed that sister's daughter possessed remarkable martial talent. Did she truly require my care? The entrance examination for the Taichu Dao sect occurs once a year. Following the standard process, Su Xiao must have joined the sect at the latest last year. Thus, she had achieved the 7th-tier cultivation in the Xuanwu realm before she turned 17. After a year of training in the Taichu Dao sect, she might have already entered the earth martial realm. Such martial prowess, in the royal capital of Yunnan, would easily overshadow all others. After all, she is still but a child. Suddenly, Su Meinyang turned with a smile, her purple silk skirt creating a beautiful arc as she waved her hand over her shoulder. "All right, dear brother, I shall not keep you any longer. It is getting late. You should be on your way." Yi Fan watched Su Meinyang depart, quickly regaining his composure. As he turned his gaze towards the royal palace, his expression grew slightly colder. He then stepped forward, making his way to the royal palace of Yunnan. When he arrived outside the palace, the others had already gathered. Duan Tianshu stood at the forefront in a brocade robe, flanked by 10 figures. Among them, 9 were the prodigies of Yunnan sent to the Taiyuan dynasty. Yi Fan's gaze suddenly fixed on the last hunched figure, his steps coming to an abrupt halt. What was this old fellow doing here? Chapter 132. The individual in question is none other than Qiu Laoshi, known as Qiu Sanshi, from the third prince's residence. Duan Tianshu hastened to greet him, keenly aware of Yi Fan's gaze, and promptly clarified that Qiu Laoshi was responsible for their safety on this diplomatic mission to the Taiyuan dynasty. Is this old fellow now serving under the second prince? Yi Fan squinted, scrutinizing Duan Tianshu closely. While he could somewhat comprehend the latter's acceptance of Chun Li under his wing, as Chun Li was merely a warrior of the Xuanwu realm, easily manageable for the second prince, what of Qiu Sanshi? This individual ranks among the strong in the Yunnan kingdom, possessing formidable strength that places him at the pinnacle of that realm. Having such a person accompany them poses significant danger, both to him and to Duan Tianshu. Yi Fan. You jest, Duan Tianshu replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. I lack the ability to command Qiu Laoshi to serve under me. He is here under the emperor's orders to escort us to the Taiyuan imperial city. Oh, Yi Fan observed Duan Tianshu, detecting a hint of helplessness in his expression. We should depart, Duan Tianshu suggested, attempting to shift the topic as he noticed Yi Fan's silence. His father had commanded him to eliminate Yi Fan in Taiyuan imperial city, but it was clear that Qiu Laoshi was not to be the one to carry out the execution. If anyone from the Yunnan kingdom were to act, the Tianwu Academy would undoubtedly retaliate against the royal family of Yunnan. The true intention was evidently to leverage the power of the Taiyuan dynasty, aiming not only to eliminate Yi Fan but the entire Tianwu Academy as well. Let us proceed. Yi Fan discerned the underlying motives and felt no apprehension. As Duan Tianshu turned and waved, 12 snow dragon steeds were brought forth by the imperial guards. Yi Fan mounted his horse with fluid grace. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Qiu Sanshi's piercing gaze, and a disdainful smirk crept onto his lips. The procession set off slowly, traversing the most opulent streets of the imperial city. The citizens along the way paused, casting envious glances. Young maidens tossed flowers toward the entourage, while children jubilantly chased the galloping steeds. The Taiyuan dynasty lies to the west of the Yunnan kingdom, encompassing vast territories. Upon exiting the western gate of the imperial city, the 12 riders galloped onward. After several hours, they crossed the border marker, officially entering the realm of the Taiyuan dynasty. Yi Fan. Just as they entered the Taiyuan dynasty, Duan Tianshu lowered his voice to caution Yi Fan. There is someone you must be particularly wary of during our journey to Taiyuan imperial city. Who? Yi Fan inquired casually, though his demeanor sharpened perceptibly. The 9th prince of the Taiyuan dynasty, Qin Shao. Duan Tianshu's voice was soft, yet it captured Yi Fan's attention, causing his gaze to sharpen. Qin? The figure of Qin Yimo, with her cold grace, flashed through Yi Fan's mind. Indeed, Duan Tianshu nodded gently. Qin is the ruling surname of the Taiyuan dynasty. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, lost in contemplation. The southern regions are all under the jurisdiction of the Taichu Dao sect. The 4 great dynasties all hold the Taichu Dao sect in high esteem. Within the sect, numerous disciples hail from the Taiyuan dynasty. Although the Qin surname is prominent, it does not preclude the possibility of a connection between Qin Yimo and the Taiyuan royal family. Unaware of Yi Fan's thoughts, Duan Tianshu continued, the 9th prince, Qin Shao, is the only son of the emperor of the Taiyuan dynasty. Only? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Isn't he the 9th prince? How can he be the only one? Chapter 133. The previous 8 princes all met untimely ends, leaving the 9th prince as the sole surviving heir. Duan Tianshu remarked with a bitter smile that the internal strife within the Taiyuan royal family is far more intricate than that of my Yunnan kingdom. With only one prince, is it still complicated? Yi Fan cast a sidelong glance at Duan Tianshu, a smirk playing on his lips. Although there exists but a single prince, the number of lords is certainly not limited. Duan Tianshu elaborated, aside from the 9th prince Qin Shao, all the heirs from the major royal houses possess claims to the throne. The ultimate decision regarding the crown prince lies not with the one seated upon the dragon throne of the Taiyuan dynasty, but rather with a certain elder residing in the Taichu divine sect. Yi Fan's pupils constricted, growing increasingly convinced that Qin Yimo is connected to the Taiyuan royal lineage. Let us not digress. Duan Tianshu suddenly chuckled lightly, interrupting Yi Fan's thoughts, his gaze turning solemn. What I wish to convey to Brother Yi is about the 9th prince Qin Shao. How so? Yi Fan inquired, turning his attention to Duan Tianshu. Qin Shao is one of the 3 prodigies of Taiyuan. Duan Tianshu stated in a hushed tone, his voice weighed down with gravity. Huh? Yi Fan scoffed, a trace of disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. Noticing Yi Fan's expression, Duan Tianshu promptly asked, do you know who the other 2 are? Spare me the suspense and just tell me. Yi Fan replied impatiently, somewhat irked by Duan Tianshu's demeanor. One is Feng Wujing, the crown prince of Fengyin Kingdom. Duan Tianshu paused, his gaze lingering meaningfully on Yi Fan, and the other is Duan Tianya. Yi Fan remained indifferent upon hearing Feng Wujing's name. But his demeanor shifted to one of acute focus upon hearing Duan Tianya's name. Duan Tianshu continued, the three prodigies of Taiyuan symbolize both status and strength, and they share a strong camaraderie. Oh, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, a glint of interest illuminating his expression. The three prodigies of Taiyuan include the sole prince of the Taiyuan dynasty, the crown prince of Fengyin Kingdom, and the third prince of Yunin Kingdom. Their identities are indisputable. Duan Tianya possesses earth martial realm cultivation. His combat prowess is formidable. It is reasonable to assume that Qin Shao and Feng Wujing are not far behind in strength. Judging by Duan Tianya's previous invitation to the prodigy of Fengyin Kingdom for assistance, their relationship seems to be quite favorable. However, a person like Duan Tianya is unlikely to have any genuine friends. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit. Seeing that Yi Fan seemed to not grasp the implications, Duan Tianshu hastily added, your act of killing Duan Tianya must have reached Taiyuan Imperial City and made its way to Qin Shao's ears. You mean to say? Yi Fan interjected, a hint of mockery lacing his voice. That Qin Shao will seek to kill me for the sake of avenging Duan Tianya? Precisely. Duan Tianshu nodded gravely. Then Qin Shao must be at the Earth Martial Realm, right? Yi Fan remarked. Is it possible for Earth Martial Realm warriors to attend the upcoming Imperial Banquet hosted by the Taiyuan dynasty? Certainly not, Duan Tianshu replied. Qin Shao will not attend the banquet, but I suspect he will be the one orchestrating it. If he intends to avenge Duan Tianya, he will dispatch the Taiyuan prodigies to eliminate you during the banquet. It is even possible that he may send assassins to eliminate you within Taiyuan Imperial City. Huh. Yi Fan laughed nonchalantly, stating, since I dare to attend the Imperial Banquet, I fear not dying there. As for assassination, he cast a glance at Chiu Sancher beside him. Is this old fellow merely for show? If I were to perish from an assassination, how could the Yunin royal family extricate themselves from the matter? Upon hearing this, Chiu Sancher's gaunt face flushed crimson. Yi Fan showed him no courtesy. Yet he found himself unable to retort. After all, he had been entrusted with the duty of protecting Yi Fan with 10 men on this journey to Taiyuan Imperial City. Chapter 134. If he were present, Yi Fan would have been assassinated. He would undoubtedly bear responsibility for Yi Fan's demise. His journey was indeed under the command of Duan Jiuxiao. Both Duan Jiuxiao and the royal family of the Yunin Kingdom would share the blame. No one could fathom how Xiao Lao and the Tianwu Academy would retaliate. Furthermore, a cryptic smile curled at the corner of Yi Fan's lips, his gaze piercing like a sword directly into Duan Tianshu's eyes. Is it not to your liking that I perish in the Taiyuan Imperial City? Why would you say such a thing, brother Yi Fan? Duan Tianshu's expression darkened, his grip on the reins tightening. Beside him, Chiu Sancher furrowed his brow in concern. Is it not so? Yi Fan scoffed, unabashedly meeting Duan Tianshu's gaze. Brother Yi Fan, it seems we are deeply misunderstood, Duan Tianshu said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Just as he was about to explain, Yi Fan raised his hand to interrupt. If I were to die in the Taiyuan Imperial City, Yi Fan's voice turned icy. Xiao Lao would indeed direct his wrath towards the royal family of the Yunin Kingdom. Yet, at most, you would only be accused of poor arrangements and inadequate protection. The true target of Xiao Lao's fury would be the assailants within the Taiyuan Imperial City. Do you believe that Xiao Lao would storm the Taiyuan Imperial City for my sake? Upon hearing this, Duan Tianshu's face darkened, and he unconsciously licked his chapped lips. Are you hoping for Xiao Lao to attack the Taiyuan Imperial City, resulting in mutual destruction? Yi Fan raised his voice suddenly. Are you still relying on the might of the Taiyuan dynasty to eliminate Xiao Lao? Brother Yi Fan. Duan Tianshu hastily gestured with his eyes, shaking his head almost exaggeratedly. Casting a glance at Chiu Sancher before solemnly addressing Yi Fan, I believe you have truly misunderstood. This notion is entirely that of Duan Jiuxiao. At present, I dare not entertain such thoughts. Due to Chiu Sancher's presence, he could not speak plainly. Is that so? Yi Fan's eyes flickered with understanding. Realizing that Duan Jiuxiao and his son harbored their own ulterior motives, perhaps Duan Tianshu indeed had no intention to harm him. But he was well aware that Duan Tianshu was not to be underestimated. Some accounts would wait to be settled at a later date. For now, he sought clarity regarding Qin Yimo. Your Highness, the second prince. Yi Fan smiled slightly, suddenly shifting the topic. May I inquire how much you know about the Taiyuan royal family? What does brother Yi Fan wish to know? Duan Tianshu straightened, his demeanor revitalized. His face once again wore a smile, this time laced with genuine flattery. He was eager to cultivate a favorable relationship with Yi Fan. hoping to leverage Yi Fan and the Tianwu Academy's influence to preserve his life and seize the throne of the Yunnan Kingdom from his father, Duan Jiuxiao. Have you heard of a person named Qin Yimo? Yi Fan, keenly aware of Duan Tianshu's intentions, asked directly. Qin Yimo? Duan Tianshu's pupils constricted suddenly as he recalled something. Astonishedly posing a question to Yi Fan. What is this person's connection to you, brother Yi Fan? An old acquaintance. Yi Fan noted the surprise that flashed in Duan Tianshu's eyes and eagerly inquired, Your Highness, do you know anything about her? This old acquaintance of yours is not to be trifled with. Duan Tianshu's tone lowered gradually. A month ago, I received news that Luo Feiyu, the young master of the Taichu Dao sect, had appeared in the Taiyuan imperial city, wreaking havoc, seemingly, also investigating matters related to Qin Yimo. Chapter 135. Luo Feiyu. Yi Fan was not unfamiliar with the name and immediately recalled that Qin Yimo had mentioned her master would select a partner for her during her canonization ceremony. This young master of the Taichu Dao sect, Luo Feiyu, would undoubtedly be his fiercest rival. Indeed, Duan Tianshu nodded and continued. It is said that not only is Luo Feiyu the young master of the Taichu Dao sect, but he is also Qin Yimo's partner. He has been rampaging through Taiyuan Imperial City, investigating who dared to claim Qin Yimo's virginity before him. What sort of partner is he? Ridiculous. Yi Fan scoffed, a look of disdain crossing his face. Luo Feiyu can at best be considered a suitor of Qin Yimo. As of now, she is yet to be canonized and has not confirmed her partner. As for who took her virginity, no one knows better than I do. But took is not quite accurate. At that time, I was the one who was taken. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Duan Tianshu's eyes as he tentatively inquired. Brother Yi Fan seems to know Qin Yimo quite well. They say we are old acquaintances, so I know a bit, Yi Fan replied with a smile and a shrug. Then do you know? Duan Tianshu hesitated briefly before asking, who took Qin Yimo's virginity? Do you think she would confide such matters to me? Yi Fan spread his hands and countered. Duan Tianshu, feeling the weight of Yi Fan's gaze, forced a smile. I thought you and Qin Yimo were more than just friends. You think too much, Yi Fan said, suppressing an unnatural smile, unwilling to elaborate further. Qiu Sancher, who had been observing, caught a hint of something in Yi Fan's response. A cunning glint flickered in his eyes, yet he chose to remain silent. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the sky, the imposing Taiyuan imperial city came into view. It loomed like a colossal beast against the skyline, its walls towering over 100 feet high, banners fluttering majestically atop its ramparts, and its gates resembling the mouth of a giant. Unlike the exquisite elegance of the Yunnan Kingdom's imperial city, the Taiyuan imperial city exuded a raw, oppressive aura. The walls, seemingly forged from iron, were heavy and unyielding, each stone appearing stained with blood, emanating a suffocating atmosphere of death. With the upcoming banquet of the Taiyuan dynasty, the gates bustled with activity. Yi Fan and his companions dismounted, blending into the throng entering the city. Let us first rest at the post station, Duan Tianshu suggested as they passed through the gates. The group remounted their horses and arrived at the royal post station, a lavish complex showcasing the grandeur of a great nation. The entrance alone rivaled that of the Yunnan Kingdom's palace. Esteemed guests, from where do you hail? An elderly man in white approached, scrutinizing Yi Fan and the others. Duan Tianshu stepped forward, standing tall as he replied, from the Yunnan Kingdom. Ah, the prodigies of the Yunnan Kingdom. The elderly man offered a dismissive bow to Duan Tianshu, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. I sincerely apologize. The influx of visitors to Taiyuan Imperial City has been overwhelming in recent days. Unfortunately, there are no rooms available at the post station. Arrived too late? Duan Tianshu's expression shifted at the news. Yi Fan, however, seemed unfazed, casually suggesting, if there are no rooms at the royal post station, we can simply find a tavern. That may not be appropriate, Duan Tianshu frowned, seemingly reluctant. The royal post station was the property of the Taiyuan royal family, and those who stayed there were either affluent or noble. If they had come to Taiyuan Imperial City for other reasons, they could make do. Chapter 136 this time, however, they had come to attend the royal banquet of the Taiyuan dynasty. Failing to stay at the royal inn would tarnish the prestige of the Yunnan Kingdom. Clop, clop, clop. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from a distance. A group of 12 individuals charged forth with remarkable speed. Upon reaching the entrance of the inn, they reined in their horses. Among them, 11 appeared youthful, accompanied by an elderly man. Lane Kingdom. Duan Tianshu recognized their identity. Whispering softly, Yi Fan, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes and scrutinized the group. May I inquire who you are? The elderly man in white, adhering to convention, sought to confirm the identity of the visitors. I am the Crown Prince of Lane Kingdom, Lei Mo, the young man at the forefront proclaimed with an air of arrogance. His chest puffed out. Ah, so it is Crown Prince Lei Mo. The elderly man in white, upon learning the young man's identity, immediately shifted his demeanor, greeting him with a smile. I have long received word from the White King and have prepared accommodations for you at the royal inn. Please, follow me. Excellent. Lei Mo grinned with satisfaction and dismounted. What does this mean? Yi Fan, initially indifferent about the accommodations, grew displeased upon witnessing the preferential treatment shown by the elderly man. Did you not just say that there were no available rooms at the royal inn? Indeed. The elderly man smiled, nodding in affirmation. Am I to be treated as deaf? Yi Fan, realizing the man was lying without a hint of remorse, became irate. We arrived first, and you claimed there were no rooms. Now, with the arrival of Lane Kingdom, you say you've prepared accommodations for them. Is this a case of preferential treatment? Brother Yi Fan. Duan Tianshu tugged at Yi Fan's sleeve, lowering his voice. They made a reservation. And so what? Yi Fan scoffed, having already discerned the underlying scheme. Making reservations is indeed commonplace. Yet, if reservations were genuinely allowed, would Duan Tianshu not have made arrangements? Likely, only individuals from Lane Kingdom were permitted to reserve rooms. Brother Yi Fan, Duan Tianshu's expression turned helpless as he further explained, the person behind the royal inn is none other than the White King. And Lei Mo is the nephew of the White Queen. A smug smile lingered on Lei Mo's lips. While those behind him looked at Yi Fan and his companions with a mixture of amusement and derision, as if observing a troupe of clowns. The Yuning Kingdom is truly declining, remarked one of Lei Mo's companions, their eyes glinting with mockery. Attending the royal banquet of the Tai Yuan dynasty, yet bringing along a mere fifth-tier Xuanwu realm warrior. Is this an attempt to fill the ranks? Yi Fan. Upon hearing this, abruptly turned to face the speaker. You can actually see through my cultivation level? He had practiced the art of concealment and could mask his own aura. For a warrior of the Xuanwu realm to perceive his true strength indicated some probing technique had been employed. Humph. Xuanyan sneered. It's merely a method of concealing one's aura. What is there to be pretentious about? The weak share a common flaw. They relish in pretense. With that, he shifted his gaze to Duan Tianshu. The cultivation level of this prince of the Yunin Kingdom is even lower, barely at the first tier of the Xuanwu realm. He seems ill-suited to attend the royal banquet. Eh? Lei Mo then pondered this realization, his curiosity piqued. Where's Duan Tianya? Wasn't he the one leading the group last year? Why has a useless prince replaced him this year? Duan Tianya is dead, Duan Tianshu replied coldly, following Lei Mo's gaze. Dead? Lei Mo's pupils dilated in shock, perplexed. Who in the Yunin Kingdom dares to kill Duan Tianya? How did he meet his end? Chapter 137 Duan Tianya. One of the three heroes of Tai Yuan shared a profound friendship with Qin Shao. Had it been today, it would have been Duan Tianya leading the people of Yunying Nation here. Lei Mo would have, to some extent, given Yunying Nation a semblance of respect. At this moment, upon hearing the news of Duan Tianya's demise, he couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock. Duan Tianshu let out a cold chuckle, casting a meaningful glance at Yi Fan and deliberately raising his voice. The one who killed Duan Tianya is precisely this so-called pretender you speak of. Him? Lei Mo abruptly turned to Yi Fan, disbelief evident in his eyes. He scrutinized Yi Fan from head to toe, as if assessing some rare anomaly. Absurd. Xuanyan suddenly scoffed, her expression filled with disdain as she reiterated, once again. The weak revel in pretension. To use Duan Tianya's death as a means of boasting. How foolish of you. As far as I know, Duan Tianya has entered the realm of Earth Martial. A mere fifth-stage Xuanwu practitioner cannot possibly slay one of Earth Marshal's caliber. If he truly possessed such prowess, why would he attend the Junlin banquet at all? The Taichu Dao sect would have come to Yunying Nation for him immediately. After Xuanyan's reminder, the suspicion in Lei Mo's eyes gradually faded, replaced by profound mockery. Duan Tianshu, if you wish to boast, at least do so with some credibility, rather than claiming Duan Tianya was killed by this man. It would be more accurate to say he was slain by the old man behind you. The truth will be revealed at the Junlin banquet. Duan Tianshu shrugged, unwilling to provide further explanation. This matter was indeed hard to believe. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he too would have found it implausible. Yet, this truth was indisputable. Why wait for the Junlin banquet? Xuanyan laughed coldly, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Fan. Whether it is true or not, we can ascertain through a test. Do you dare to battle and prove your capacity to slay Duan Tianya? You speak of battle as if it were a mere whim. Yi Fan replied, barely lifting his eyelids, disdainfully glancing at Xuanyan. What are you to me? If you dare not, then do not. Xuanyan sneered. Her intent not entirely focused on forcing Yi Fan into combat. Should you choose to fight, the royal inn's accommodations shall be granted to your people from Yunying Nation. A glimmer of curiosity flashed in Lei Mo's eyes as he suggested with a smile, though I do not believe Duan Tianya truly fell at Yi Fan's hands. The presence of a fifth-stage Xuanwu practitioner at the Junlin banquet is indeed perplexing. Even if Yunying Nation is not in their prime, They must possess a number of suitable 8th-stage Xuanwu prodigies. Should they not select them over a 5th-stage practitioner? There must be some underlying reason. Brother Yi Fan. Duan lowered his voice, glancing at Yi Fan, his eyes filled with inquiry. This was not merely about a few guest rooms, but rather the honor of Yunying Nation. If they were to refuse the challenge, they would not only be branded as cowardly, but the earlier claims would devolve into mere boasts. Very well, I shall oblige. Yi Fan reluctantly agreed, lazily drawing the Ri Yao sword. Hua Chun, you shall test his strength. Upon hearing this, Lei Mo's lips curled into a smile as he gestured to a tall, slender youth behind him. He then addressed Yu Fan. You, a mere 5th-stage Xuanwu practitioner, should not accuse me of bullying. Hua Chun ranks lowest among the prodigies of Lei Nation. If you cannot even defeat him, I advise you to reconsider your participation in the Junlin banquet. Your Highness. The youth named Hua Chun stepped forward, licking his lips, a bloodthirsty glimmer in his eyes. From the moment he accepted the challenge, he had already forfeited his chance to attend the Junlin banquet. With his words, he grasped his sword, a fierce intent radiating from him. Wait. Yi Fan suddenly raised his hand, halting Hua Chun's sword momentum. What? Afraid to die? Hua Chun smirked mockingly, pointing his sword at Yi Fan's throat, grinning sinisterly. Kneel. Bow your head. Admit your mistake. Then we can call this battle off. The weakest of Lei Nation dares to challenge me? Yi Fan did not even spare Hua Chun a glance, directing the Ri Yao sword at Xuan Yin. If we are to fight, let him come forth. Heh. Xuan Yin was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Chapter 138. A 5th stage of the Xuanwu realm dares to challenge him? Xuan Yin, indulge him. Lei Mo narrowed his eyes and signaled Xuan Yin. Very well. Xuan Yin sighed and shook his head, displaying a helpless demeanor. He cast a disdainful glance at Yi Fan, saying, truly, ignorance breeds courage. Where do I rank on the Thundersound Kingdom's talented individuals list? I have no interest in knowing. As Yi Fan circulated the sun scripture, the daylight sword in his hand suddenly radiated a blinding brilliance. The setting sun's glow flowed like water along the blade. Wherever the sword passed, the air became scorched and distorted. With a swift motion, he unleashed a fierce sword strike, sending a blazing sword light slicing through the air, akin to the sun plummeting to the earth, aimed directly at Xuan Yin's throat. Xuan Yin's eyes widened in surprise. He hastily raised his palm to meet the attack. Despite the explosive thunderlight emanating from his palm, he was still forced back 3 steps by the strike. Upon regaining his stance, his palm was charred black, and the searing pain made his eyes twitch. Xuan Yin, what is happening to you? Lei Mo's expression darkened as he witnessed Xuan Yin's retreat. The others from the Thunder Sound Kingdom were equally astonished. Xuan Yin ranked 5th among the 10 elites of the Thunder Sound Kingdom. To be repelled by Yi Fan, a 5th stage of the Xuanwu realm, was utterly unexpected. What a pity. Yi Fan gently caressed the blade of the daylight sword, his gaze drifting to the gradually setting sun. Had it been midday, this sun sword technique would have drawn blood from Xuan Yin. What a pity. Xuan Yin shook his stinging palm. His face darkened as he attempted to salvage his dignity. I was not prepared, and you struck first. There is only one chance for a sneak attack. You are lamenting that, aren't you? As he spoke, his hand trembled, clutching a curved blade wreathed in purple thunderlight. The solar divine body. An old man beside Lei Mo seemed to perceive something and suddenly appeared beside Xuan Yin, his withered hand clasping Xuan Yin's wrist that held the blade. Master, what do you mean? Xuan Yin looked at the old man in confusion, his face a mask of astonishment. He had just lost face and had yet to regain his honor. Young man. The old man ignored Xuan Yin, his murky eyes fixed intently on Yi Fan, his piercing gaze seemingly capable of penetrating Yi Fan's very being. You are nearly 19, are you not? Why do you ask this? Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. I must not be mistaken. After scrutinizing Yi Fan for a moment, the old man stroked his beard and sneered before turning to Lei Mo. Your Highness, there is no need to pay heed to this individual. He has, at most, a little over a year to live. Oh, Lei Mo, puzzled by the old man's words, inquired, Elder Dong, what do you mean by this? The solar divine body. Rare throughout history. Elder Dong explained ominously, this child possesses the solar divine body, capable of defeating foes beyond his rank. Thus, it is not surprising. Although he is merely at the 5th stage of the Xuanwu realm, he cannot be deemed as such in terms of combat capability. However, throughout the ages, none who have possessed the solar divine body have lived beyond their youth. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan glanced sideways at Elder Dong, unable to suppress a newfound respect for him. It was astonishing that there was someone in the Thunder Sound Kingdom with such knowledge of the solar divine body. Yet, Elder Dong's understanding was still limited, who claimed that the bearer of the solar divine body must inevitably perish before reaching 20. Once the divine sun is awakened, the risk of early demise no longer exists. I see. Lei Mo, trusting Elder Dong's judgment, suddenly burst into laughter. The solar divine body, how intriguing. No wonder he dares to attend the imperial banquet at merely the 5th stage of the Xuanwu realm. What a shame, though. Even if you manage to rank among the top talents, you will not gain entry into the Taichu Dao sect. Would the Taichu Dao sect accept a dying man? Haha. Chapter 139. Having spoken, Ramo flicked his sleeve and exchanged a knowing glance with the elder in white. The elder, understanding the cue, bowed slightly and gestured invitingly, obsequiously leading the entourage of the Thundersound Kingdom towards the entrance of the relay station. Stop. Yi Fan's sudden cold reprimand pierced the air. What more do you want? Ramo halted his steps, slowly turning around, his voice laced with evident annoyance. Was he now expected to retract his earlier words? Yi Fan regarded him with disdain, lightly uttering, "What did I say?" Ramo paused momentarily, countering with a question. Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, "You stated that should I engage in battle, the rooms of the Royal Relay Station would be granted to us from the Cloud-Hidden Kingdom. Yet, you have not emerged victorious." With a cold chuckle, Ramo sneered, "Huh?" Yi Fan scoffed, "Are you deaf? You stated that should I engage in battle, the rooms of the Royal Relay Station would be granted to us from the Cloud-Hidden Kingdom. You never specified that I must win for those rooms to be offered." At this, Ramo's expression darkened, his countenance as grim as the depths of a stormy sea. The others from the Thundersound Kingdom cast displeased glances at Yi Fan. "In truth, I am not particularly concerned about the rooms at the Royal Relay Station." Yi Fan suddenly relaxed his posture, a casual smile gracing his lips. "If the Crown Prince of the Thundersound Kingdom speaks as if he were merely passing gas, we from the Cloud-Hidden Kingdom can certainly forego staying at the Royal Relay Station. The words spoken by this Crown Prince shall not be taken back." Ramo glared at Yi Fan, his face clouded with anger as he turned to the elder in white, commanding, "Allocate the rooms meant for us to them. Arrange for us other accommodations." The elder's face betrayed his unease, for the other rooms had all been occupied. Is it impossible to evict some guests? Ramo interjected sharply, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "The Royal Relay Station has more than just a room or two. Not everyone is beyond reproach. The scions of the aristocracy from the Taiyuan Imperial City shall not stay at the Royal Relay Station. Besides the exceptional talents from the affiliated nations, only the distinguished individuals from the Taiyuan dynasty reside here. Can the elder not manage these individuals? Old man shall make the arrangements immediately." The elder forced a smile that resembled more of a grimace, bowing to Ramo before turning to head towards the entrance of the Royal Relay Station. As he passed by Yi Fan and the others, he called out, "Esteemed members of the Cloud-Hidden Kingdom, please follow this old man." Duan Tianshu wore a satisfied smile. Pleased with the outcome, he led the members of the Cloud-Hidden Kingdom through the grand entrance of the Royal Relay Station. Under the elder's guidance, they settled into adjacent courtyards within the station. At this moment, a few days remained before the grand banquet of the Taiyuan dynasty. As the moonlight cascaded like water, it flowed serenely through the courtyard in the deep of night. Yi Fan lay on the stone tiles, allowing the silver radiance to envelop him entirely. His consciousness sank into the realm of tranquil heavens, diligently practicing martial techniques. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of intentionally subdued footsteps approached from the side. Yi Fan's eyelashes fluttered slightly as he gradually opened his eyes. "Brother Yi Fan." In the moonlight, Duan Tianshu's figure emerged from the distance. Stopping 3 steps away from Yi Fan, smiling as he spoke, "I have uncovered the details regarding Qin Yimo." "Oh?" Yi Fan sat up straight, curiosity shining in his eyes as he regarded Duan Tianshu. Qin Yimo is the second daughter of the royal family of Taiyuan, the Moon Princess. Chapter 140. Duan Tianshu introduced to Yi Fan that the Moon King lineage of the Taiyuan royal family is now dwindling, and the Moon King's mansion is gradually declining, rumored to be on the verge of losing its royal title. To curry favor with Yi Fan, he has invested considerable effort. Just recently, he utilized his connections in the Taiyuan Imperial City to uncover some information regarding Qin Yimo and her affiliation with the Moon King lineage. Isn't that peculiar? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, perplexed as he gazed at Duan Tianshu. Qin Yimo holds a significant position within the Taichu Dao sect, nearing the status of a saint. Shouldn't the Moon King benefit from her esteemed position? Why then, does the Moon King's mansion continue to weaken, on the brink of losing its title? Duan Tianshu explained. The Taiyuan royal family favors males over females, and with Qin Yimo's generation, there are no male heirs left in the Moon King lineage. He continued. As for the matter of Qin Yimo nearing sainthood, it is indeed somewhat strange. It is said that the Moon King does not wish for her to be acknowledged as a saint by the Taichu Dao sect. Yi Fan sensed something amiss and rose to his feet. "Brother Yi Fan, where are you headed?" Duan Tianshu called out in haste. "To the Moon King's mansion." Yi Fan replied, his eyes glimmering with determination. He sensed that Qin Yimo concealed some secret. Whatever Duan Tianshu could not uncover, The Moon King would likely know. There must be a reason for opposing Qin Yimo's elevation to sainthood by the Taichu Dao sect. You won't be able to see the Moon King that way. Duan Tianshu interjected, stepping forward to block his path with a wry smile. Why not? Yi Fan frowned and questioned Duan Tianshu. What do you mean by why? Duan Tianshu spread his hands in response. What status do you have to seek an audience with the Moon King? A former acquaintance of Qin Yimo? She is no longer in the Moon King's mansion, and with your connection, you may not even gain entry. Moreover, the Moon King has refused visitors for years and has scarcely appeared in the Taiyuan Imperial City. Yi Fan pondered for a moment, then turned to Duan Tianshu. If the Moon King refuses visitors and does not frequent the Taiyuan Imperial City, what about the other members of the Moon King's mansion? Surely they cannot all be absent from the city? Are you attempting to meet the Moon King through others in the mansion? Duan Tianshu quickly realized Yi Fan's intention. However, it would not be easy to gain access through others, but perhaps there would be an opportunity through the Moon King's eldest daughter, Qin Xiangru. Qin Xiangru? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow at the mention of her name. Duan Tianshu explained she is a close confidant of Wan Miaoyan, the daughter of the Wan family in the Taiyuan Imperial City. Perhaps we could enlist Miss Wan's assistance. Can you get in touch with Wan Miaoyan? Yi Fan saw a glimmer of hope but remained skeptical of Duan Tianshu's capabilities. That's not difficult, Duan Tianshu replied, already formulating a plan. The Wan family operates the Wandan Pavilion in the Taiyuan Imperial City, and Miss Wan has been managing it in recent years. Let us visit the Wandan Pavilion tomorrow. We might just encounter her. Why wait until tomorrow? Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with urgency as he immediately stepped out. Yet, before he could cross the threshold, a cacophony of shouts and curses erupted outside. Get the trash from Yunin Kingdom out here. How dare these ants from a mere vassal state act so arrogantly in the Taiyuan Imperial City? If we do not teach you a lesson today, do you truly believe the pride of the Taiyuan dynasty can be easily trampled? Outside the courtyard, dozens of young men and women either stood with their arms crossed or leaned against the pillars, their shouts growing louder and increasingly hostile. What is happening? Duan Tianshu frowned, a trace of gravity in his gaze. It was evident that these individuals were targeting their Yunin Kingdom. Let us step outside and see, Yi Fan replied calmly, pushing open the courtyard door. Outside, Gui and the others were already on high alert. Upon seeing Duan Tianshu and Yi Fan, they immediately clasped their fists in greeting. Your Highness, the second prince. Duan Tianshu slightly nodded, scanning the aggressive crowd outside. He then turned to Gui and asked in a low voice, who are these people? And what do they want here? Chapter 141. Some among them had once resided at the Royal Inn, only to be subsequently expelled by the people of the Thundersound Kingdom. Gui cast a cold glance over the crowd and, suppressing his anger, responded to Duan Tianshu. Why trouble us after being driven out by the Thundersound Kingdom? Upon hearing Gui's words, Duan Tianshu felt a surge of irritation. Why were these individuals seeking trouble with them instead of confronting the people from the Thundersound Kingdom? Did they consider them, the Union Kingdom, easier to bully? Typically, those who prey on the weak and fear the strong are utterly worthless. Yi Fan scoffed, dismissing the group before him with disdain. Audacious. Yi Fan's words ignited a wave of anger among the crowd. From within the throng, a young man clad in a brocade robe stepped forward, his eyes ablaze with fury. How dare a mere subject of a vassal state speak so boldly? Enough of the nonsense. A fight to the death? Do you dare? Yi Fan glanced at the young man, directly challenging him to a life-and-death battle. What? The brocade-robed youth was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond immediately. He had not anticipated Yi Fan to issue such a dire challenge right off the bat. Deaf. Yi Fan regarded the youth with contempt, raising his voice to shout. I ask you, do you dare to engage in a battle to the death? If not, then leave. Wang Xing, accept this challenge. The audacity of this man could not go unpunished. Yes, accept the death duel. Voices rose in encouragement, urging Wang Xing to comply. Wang Xing found himself in a precarious position. He was uncertain of Yi Fan's capabilities and lacked the confidence to defeat him. Engaging in combat did not frighten him. After all, defeat was merely a setback. However, a battle to the death was a matter of life and death. If he lost, it could cost him his life. Had he known, he would not have stepped into the limelight. Afraid to fight? Yi Fan's growing disdain was evident as Wang Xing remained silent. Stepping forward, he drew his daylight sword, releasing the full extent of his 5th level Xuanwu realm aura. So, he is merely at the 5th level of the Xuanwu realm. The crowd quickly assessed Yi Fan's cultivation level from his aura, and soon, voices began to urge Wang Xing. Wang Xing, you can't possibly fear a mere 5th level Xuanwu realm warrior, can you? What talent could possibly emerge from a vassal state like Yunin Kingdom? They must truly be devoid of capable individuals to send someone of such low caliber to the imperial banquet. Initially, the crowd had held some reservations, given Yi Fan's brazen demeanor. However, Upon realizing he was merely at the 5th level, their arrogance surged. "I accept your challenge," Wang Xing, emboldened, declared as he dashed toward Yi Fan like a bolt of lightning, his right fist enveloped in a fierce gale aimed directly at Yi Fan's face. Yi Fan's eyes flashed with cold light, remaining steadfast in his stance. Just as Wang Xing's fist was about to connect, Yi Fan raised his hand. With a casual motion, he employed the Sunfire grip and effortlessly seized Wang Xing's fist. Bang! The sound of a dull thud resonated as Yi Fan firmly held the forceful punch in place. Wang Xing's complexion shifted dramatically as he attempted to withdraw his hand, yet he found it immovable. "Die!" Yi Fan's voice was icy as he lifted the daylight sword, its blade gleaming ominously as it sliced through Wang Xing's throat. Wang Xing's eyes widened in disbelief, blood gushing from the gash in his neck. As Yi Fan released his grip, Wang Xing's body collapsed to the ground. How is this possible? He was defeated in 2 moves. Wang Xing, an 8th level Xuanwu realm warrior, had fallen so easily? Surely, he must have underestimated his opponent. Otherwise, how could this have happened? The spectators were taken aback by the unfolding scene, unable to comprehend the outcome. Yet, Gu Yi and his companions remained remarkably calm, for Yi Fan possessed the strength to slay Duan Tianya. Chapter 142. Is it not a mere trifle to slay a formidable opponent at the 8th level of the Xuanwu realm, such as Wang Xing? Who else dares to challenge? Yi Fan brandished the daybreak sword, shaking his hand lightly. A chilling smirk graced his lips, and an overwhelming aura of oppression enveloped him. In that instant, the space around fell into an eerie silence. Just moments ago, Yi Fan had effortlessly dispatched Wang Xing with 2 swift strikes. Who among them would dare to engage without equivalent prowess? What of the so-called prodigies of the Taiyuan dynasty? Those who looked down upon the Yunin kingdom? Noticing the silence, Yi Fan's mockery intensified. If one would not dare, then let 2 come forth together. Allow me to witness the true might of the Taiyuan prodigies. How audacious! Some could no longer tolerate Yi Fan's arrogance. One drew his sword, launching an attack at Yi Fan, the blade gleaming like a rainbow. "I will assist you," cried another, as he formed seals with his hands, unleashing a serpent of fire. Observing the simultaneous assault, Yi Fan's eyes flickered with disdain. Sheathing the daybreak sword, he vanished like a specter from sight. The swordsman, upon missing his strike, stood momentarily stunned. As he turned, a shadow darted past him. Yi Fan, unbeknownst to him, had drawn the Songfeng sword. The blade sliced through the swordsman's throat, claiming his life in an instant. The fire adept, witnessing this, felt a pang of panic. As he took a step back, Yi Fan silently appeared behind him. One swift strike pierced through his heart from behind. Is that all? Yi Fan, like a ghost, reappeared before the onlookers. The art of assassination. Someone discerned the truth, exclaiming in terror. What Yi Fan had just executed was evidently an assassination technique, utilizing the cover of night to kill without a trace. Is he truly at the 5th level of the Xuanwu realm? Resorting to assassination in a life-and-death battle is utterly despicable. Are the people of the Yunin kingdom all this treacherous? The crowd felt a wave of dread wash over them, their indignation palpable. In a mere moment, 3 had perished. Each of these 3 was at the 8th level of the Xuanwu realm, 3 levels above Yi Fan. In a battle of life and death, the stakes were indeed high. Yi Fan scoffed at the murmurs regarding his assassination technique, dismissing notions of cowardice. If they were dissatisfied, they too could employ the art of assassination. Whoosh! No sooner had he spoken than a sharp blade shot forth from the darkness. Yi Fan felt a chill at his back and swiftly dodged. A shadow flickered past his vision, leaving a coldness in its wake. There truly exists someone proficient in assassination techniques? Yi Fan felt a twinge of surprise, his vigilance heightened as he surveyed his surroundings. It is Guing. Someone recognized the attacker and gasped. Guing, known as the 11th prodigy of the Taiyuan dynasty, would surely eliminate this one. Indeed, even the 10 prodigies of Taiyuan would not dare to underestimate Guing. With such arrogance, this fellow is doomed now. The crowd erupted in excitement, their faces alight with mockery. The 10 prodigies of Taiyuan represent the strongest of the younger generation, with only 10 spots available for the prodigies. The others often referred to Guing as the 11th prodigy. In direct confrontation, he could not match any of the 10, yet in the art of stealth and assassination, he posed a significant threat to their lives. Brother Yi Fan, I believe it is time to retreat. Duan Tianshu expressed concern upon realizing that Yi Fan had caught the attention of the assassination expert Guing, yet he could not pinpoint Guing's whereabouts. Retreat? What do you mean by that? Yi Fan replied, his voice low as he remained alert to his surroundings. To withdraw now would not only cost me face, but also that of the Taiyuan dynasty. Chapter 143. A swift and lethal intent, akin to a venomous serpent, once again crept silently forth. In the darkness, the sword tip stealthily lunged towards Yi Fan's back. Not a sound pierced the air. as if the very atmosphere was cleaved by this blade. A chill coursed down Yi Fan's spine, and the hairs on his body stood on end in an instant. With a sudden turn, he brandished his concealed sword just in time to block the impending strike. Clang! The clash of weapons rang out with a piercing resonance. The tremendous force propelled Yi Fan several steps back, causing the stone tiles beneath his feet to shatter with each movement. Just as he regained his balance, a strand of hair, severed by the sword's aura, floated gently before his eyes. Ninth stage of the Xuanwu realm. Yi Fan keenly perceived the fleeting, formidable presence and felt a surge of trepidation. This solitary figure was not only adept in the art of assassination, but also possessed the strength of the ninth stage of the Xuanwu realm. Concealed in the shadows, he was virtually impossible to guard against. Yi Fan, Duan Tianshu, witnessing the tense situation, could not help but feel anxious. He did not wish for Yi Fan to perish so easily, as it would not only thwart his plans but also tarnish the prestige of the Yun'in kingdom. Without waiting for Yi Fan's response, he cast a glance towards Gu Yi and the others, signaling them to withdraw. Stand down. Just as Gu Yi and the others were about to advance, Yi Fan's sudden, commanding shout rang out. He swiftly sheathed his concealed sword and drew forth the daylight sword. The sun scripture surged to its utmost, unleashing a torrent of golden spiritual power akin to a volcanic eruption from within. As he propelled the solar divine body to its zenith, Yi Fan transformed into a radiant sun, illuminating the surroundings as if it were broad daylight. An assassination, is it? A slight smirk graced Yi Fan's lips as he raised the daylight sword high. The blade erupted with blinding brilliance, dispelling the darkness that enveloped the area. What? This fellow is so dazzling. Ah, my eyes. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, many hastily shielding their eyes with their hands. Some even wept as the intense light overwhelmed them. In the corners where the radiance could not penetrate, the shadowy form of the solitary figure was reluctantly revealed. I found you. A glint of cold light flickered in Yi Fan's eyes as he darted forward like a bolt of lightning. The daylight sword surged forth with the might to scorch the heavens and boil the seas, aiming directly at the throat of the solitary figure. Clang! The solitary figure hastily raised his sword in response, and the two blades collided with a thunderous crash. The ferocious spiritual energy generated a shockwave that cracked the ground beneath them, forcing both combatants to stagger back several paces. The 11th genius of Taiyuan. Is this all you have? Yi Fan steadied himself, a look of disdain curling his lips. With a deliberate flick of his sword tip, he provoked his opponent. You are yet to triumph, and I have not fallen. What is there to boast about? The solitary figure's expression remained cold, his serpent-like eyes flickering with suppressed fury. His grip on the sword trembled slightly, clearly shaken by the recent clash. Possessing the strength of the ninth stage of the Xuanwu realm, yet unwilling to confront me head-on. Yi Fan taunted the solitary figure with a mocking smile, raising his sword towards him, which once again radiated blinding light. Tell me, what is there to boast about? Humph. At the Junlin banquet, we shall see who prevails. Before the solitary figure's words could fade, a sudden flash of cold light erupted from his sleeve. 3 bone-piercing needles sliced through the air, whistling towards Yi Fan's vital points, throat, heart, and dantian. Clang, clang, clang. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened as he swung the daylight sword, sparks flying in the process. The 3 bone-piercing needles fell to the ground, deeply embedded in the stone tiles. When he lifted his gaze again, the solitary figure had already vanished like a phantom, retreating several paces into the night, transforming into a wisp of black smoke, dissipating into the darkness. How swift his escape! Yi Fan fixed his gaze on the direction of the solitary figure's departure, showing no inclination to pursue. Through their earlier confrontation, he recognized that the solitary figure was no weakling. Even in a direct confrontation, it would not be easy to vanquish him. With the Junlin banquet approaching, there was no need to reveal his strength prematurely. Chapter 144. Otherwise, one would merely render oneself passive at the banquet of Junlin. Has Gu Ying truly departed? Is it possible that even Gu Ying could not vanquish this individual? He is merely a 5th-tier warrior of the Xuanwu realm. Upon witnessing Gu Ying's departure, the expressions of the onlookers darkened. Yi Fan had just slain 3 individuals in swift succession, effortlessly thwarting Gu Ying's assassination attempt. Such prowess undoubtedly rivals the esteemed talents of Taiyuan. Is there anyone else willing to contend? Yi Fan's voice rang out, powerful like a tolling bell. The previously cacophonous space fell into an immediate silence. No one wished to engage? Then I shall take my leave. Observing the lack of response, Yi Fan smiled disdainfully. He then strode toward the entrance of the royal post station. You may return to rest, he instructed. Seeing this, Duan Tianshu waved at Gu Yi and the others, following Yi Fan with an air of confidence as they exited the royal post station. At this moment, atop the stargazing pavilion of the royal post station, 3 figures stood like statues. The night breeze rustled their opulent robes. The central figure stood with hands clasped behind him, his sharp brows casting a chilling gaze from beneath. This individual was none other than the foremost among the three heroes of Tai Yuan, Prince Qin Shao of the Tai Yuan dynasty. What are your thoughts on Yi Fan? Qin Zhao's voice was icy as he inquired of the two figures standing behind him. The young man in black, with a sinister countenance, was Yao Zhong, ranked third among the 10 talents of Tai Yuan. The young man in white, with an arrogant demeanor, was Ming Peng, who held the 9th position. His strength is commendable. Ming Peng scoffed, seemingly dismissive of Yi Fan, yet lamenting that with merely 5th-tier Xuanwu realm cultivation, he would undoubtedly fall within 10 exchanges at my hands. 10 exchanges? Qin Zhao's brows furrowed slightly at these words. While Ming Peng's boast appeared to belittle Yi Fan, it nonetheless conveyed a certain level of respect for his capabilities. Each of the 10 talents of Tai Yuan possessed exceptional martial prowess. Ming Peng, being 9th, was indeed formidable, capable of defeating many 9th-tier Xuanwu warriors with a single strike. Thus, 10 exchanges implied an acknowledgement of Yi Fan's strength. Your Highness intends to eliminate this individual? Yao Zhong perceptively detected the murderous intent emanating from Qin Shao and inquired softly. He has slain Duan Tianya. Qin Zhao's voice was soft, yet it caused both of his companions to change countenance. A 5th-tier Xuanwu capable of killing Duan Tianya? Ming Peng's pupils contracted, filled with skepticism regarding Qin Zhao's assertion. Yao Zhong also found this hard to believe, squinting his eyes as he speculated quietly. Perhaps he employed some despicable means? Regardless of the methods he employed, Qin Shao replied coldly, the moonlight casting a chilling shadow upon his handsome visage. Duan Tianya was my brother. Since no one from Yunyi Nation can avenge him, it is my duty as his brother to seek retribution. I shall take action immediately. Ming Peng grasped Qin Zhao's intent and turned to leave. Hold on. Qin Shao raised his hand to stop him. If you wish to kill him, it must be done openly and honorably. With the banquet of Junlin approaching, should a guest perish in the Tai Yuan imperial city on the eve of the feast, it would not reflect well. I command you to eliminate this individual at the banquet in 3 days. Furthermore, I want every guest from Yunyi Nation to return empty-handed, including Duan Tianshu. Yao Zhong raised an eyebrow, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Of course. Qin Shao gazed in the direction where Yi Fan and Duan Tianshu had departed, his eyes filled with unbridled malice. The death of Duan Tianya is intricately linked to his second royal brother. As Yi Fan and Duan Tianshu exited the royal post station, they arrived before the Wandan Pavilion. Before them stood a 7-story edifice constructed entirely from crimson spiritual wood, seemingly enveloped by an invisible formation. The air perfumed with a faint herbal fragrance. Merely standing at the entrance, Yi Fan felt his internal spiritual energy circulating faster than usual. The Wan family established their reputation through alchemy, and this Wandan Pavilion not only served as a marketplace for elixirs but also as a prime location for cultivation, reputedly due to the spiritual fire hidden beneath the earth. Duan Tianshu led Yi Fan into the Wandan Pavilion, providing an introduction. To meet Wan Miaoyan, my brother, one need only ascend to the summit of the Wandan Pavilion. My own strength is insufficient, so I can only accompany you thus far. Chapter 145. I do not see this as a place suitable for cultivation. Yi Fan surveyed his surroundings, feeling somewhat perplexed. The bustling hall was teeming with people, yet none lingered to cultivate. The passing warriors either hurriedly selected medicinal pills or proceeded directly to the 2nd floor. Cultivation was prohibited on the 1st level. This space was solely designated for the sale of medicinal pills. Duan Tianshu pointed towards the staircase leading to the 2nd floor of the Wandan Pavilion, explaining that only by ascending to the upper levels could one find the areas for cultivation, contingent upon one's own capabilities. Oh? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow and approached the staircase to the 2nd floor, ascending step by step. Duan Tianshu followed closely behind, maintaining a respectful distance. As soon as Yi Fan set foot on the 2nd level of the Wandan Pavilion, a wave of heat enveloped him. Before him lay a corridor of ground fire, with the copper walls on either side scorched a fiery red. 100 paces away, dozens of white jade platforms were scattered, each occupied by figures meditating in silence. To cultivate on the 2nd level of the Wandan Pavilion, one must first traverse the fiery corridor of 100 paces. Duan Tianshu stood behind Yi Fan, cautioning him that if one could not cross, or failed to retreat in time, there was a risk of being consumed by the lethal flames, reducing their body to ashes. Make way. A sudden roar echoed between Yi Fan and Duan Tianshu. A burly bald man forcefully pushed through, his dark attire taut against his muscular frame. Upon reaching the two, he shot them a disdainful glare. You timid cowards, blocking the way, are you just here to gawk? Without waiting for a response, the bald man clenched his fists, releasing a powerful aura of the 7th level of the Xuanwu realm. Crimson spiritual flames erupted around him as he charged into the fiery corridor. Boom! The ground fire responded violently, its tongues of flame licking at the man's protective spiritual fire. The bald man gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, barely managing to push through the 100 paces. As soon as he crossed the line, he stumbled toward the nearest white jade platform, only to find it occupied. Spitting in frustration, he staggered another 10 paces before finally finding an empty spot, nearly collapsing onto it. Is it really as simple as just crossing 100 paces? Yi Fan observed the bald man struggle and raised an eyebrow. Although the white jade platforms were small, even if occupied, they still offered enough space for slight adjustments. Could one not venture further into the fiery corridor? Theoretically, yes. Duan Tianshu replied with a smile. However, it depended on the temperament of those occupying the white jade platforms. If they were unyielding, they might drive you away, posing a fatal threat. Generally, those who chose nearby platforms were not excessively powerful. Indeed, Yi Fan nodded in agreement, glancing toward the far end of the corridor, where the last white jade platform was occupied. Curiously, he asked, why does that person, having reached the final white jade platform, not ascend to the 3rd floor? Accessing the 3rd floor is easy. Remaining there is the challenge. Duan Tianshu replied with a light laugh, explaining that the 3rd level of the Wandan Pavilion, also known as the 100 Dan Purgatory, housed 100 blazing sun pills suspended within the pill chamber, detonating every 10 breaths. While the explosive medicinal energy could be absorbed, being too close to the blast could injure one's meridians. Pills that self-detonate. Yi Fan was taken aback. The 3rd level indeed offered superior cultivation effects, yet to stay there, one required not only sufficient strength but also a stroke of luck. Duan Tianshu continued, shifting the topic, if you do not linger on the 3rd floor. As long as your luck is not too unfortunate, you can certainly reach the 4th level. However, the 4th level is even more perilous. There are 9 fire dragons manifested from the Earth's veins, each possessing peak Xuanwu realm strength. Surmount them to reach the 5th level. What lies beyond the 5th and 6th levels? Yi Fan mused, reflecting on Duan Tianshu's descriptions. To possess such a grand establishment as the Wandan Pavilion within the Taiyuan Imperial City, the Wan family was certainly no ordinary clan. Miss Wan Miaoyan of the Wan family was likely no simple figure either. The 5th and 6th levels were guarded by formidable powers of the Wandan Pavilion. Duan Tianshu mysteriously shook his head, a subtle yet meaningful smile gracing his lips. When you reach that point, they will certainly inform you how to proceed. However, Chapter 146. Without the cultivation of the earthly martial realm, do you still wish to ascend to the 5th level? What a foolish notion. Just as the words hung in the air, a sharp reprimand suddenly pierced through. The two turned to see a young man in a purple robe, arms crossed, his face a mask of scorn. Are you two attempting to traverse the fire corridor? If you lack the ability, why not just step aside? You're in a hurry? Go ahead. It's not as though we're stopping you. Yi Fan shrugged, stepping aside slightly. Useless. The purple-robed youth sneered, striding arrogantly between them. The moment he set foot in the fire corridor, a formidable aura of the 9th stage of the Xuanwu realm erupted, enveloped by a bizarre purple flame. Boom. The fire surged forth, yet the protective purple flames around him remained unscathed. Young Master Pei's purple radiant dragon flame grows ever stronger, someone remarked. He must be aiming for the 7th level of the Wandan Pavilion. Young Master Pei's determination to meet Miss Wan was indeed impressive. Many martial artists practicing on the white jade platform gasped in admiration upon seeing Pei Yan. Duan Tianshu gazed enviously at Pei Yan's receding figure, marveling at the purple radiant dragon flame, which was the true fire of the earthly grade beast, the purple radiant earth-splitting dragon. It was clear that Pei Yan could not have hunted such a creature alone. His family must have aided him in the hunt and helped him refine the purple radiant dragon flame. A commendable beast fire indeed. Yi Fan smiled faintly, opting not to linger any longer. Behind him, footsteps echoed. Several martial artists had grown impatient. If he and Duan Tianshu continued to block the way, they risked inciting the crowd's ire. With a slight tremor of his body, Yi Fan released the aura of the 5th stage of the Xuanwu realm. Hiki, Pei Yan, walking ahead, turned to witness this scene and couldn't help but laugh derisively. A mere 5th stage Xuanwu realm practitioner dares to step onto the fire corridor? Within 50 steps, he shall surely perish. Just as Yi Fan approached, the disdain in the eyes of Pei Yan's companions was palpable. Those familiar with the Wandan Pavilion knew that the 7th stage of the Xuanwu realm was the minimum requirement to traverse the fire corridor. Occasionally, some fire cultivators could manage to traverse 100 steps with a 6th stage cultivation, but to attempt it with a 5th stage was sheer folly. The spirit fire produced by such cultivation could not withstand the fire's onslaught for even a moment. 50 steps? They underestimated him greatly. Duan Tianshu recognized the power of the fire corridor, yet he held unwavering confidence in Yi Fan. With the solar god body, How could Yi Fan fear mere fire? As Yi Fan stepped onto the fire corridor, flames erupted forth. Yet, upon touching the hem of his garment, they retreated as if bowing before a sovereign. More astonishingly, the receding fire was not subdued but instead encircled Yi Fan in a radiant golden-red halo as if in reverence. This is... The fire was actually avoiding him? How could this be? Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Even those engaged in cultivation opened their eyes, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Was this person also here to attend the grand banquet? Upon witnessing this spectacle, Pei Yan's expression darkened, eclipsed by an overwhelming gloom. In comparison, his proud purple radiant dragon flame seemed to pale in significance. Chapter 147. In the blink of an eye, Pei Yan, enveloped in the violet flames of the purple Huang dragon, traversed 100 steps through the corridor of molten earth. Yi Fan followed at a measured pace. Yet the distance between them steadily diminished. Kill him. As Pei Yan passed through the jadestone plate forest, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he issued a low command. With that, he abruptly accelerated, the purple flames erupting beneath his feet as he vanished toward the staircase leading to the 3rd level. The martial artists surrounding the jadestone plates turned their gazes toward Yi Fan, their expressions, once filled with astonishment, now mingled with complex emotions, greed, hesitation, and even murderous intent. These individuals had no ties to Pei Yan, yet he was the scion of the Pei family from the Taiyuan imperial city. Serving him would undoubtedly yield substantial rewards. And now Pei Yan sought to eliminate Yi Fan. Yi Fan sensed the shift in the crowd's demeanor and recognized the palpable hostility in the air. Yet he maintained his steady pace, his robe unruffled by the searing heat. Don't blame me, blame your misfortune. The previously bald, burly man succumbed to temptation, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. As Yi Fan approached, he suddenly lunged, his right fist, imbued with fierce wind, aimed directly at Yi Fan's temple. The force of his punch parted the molten earth momentarily. Brother Yi, be careful, Duan Tianchu exclaimed, his face paling as he shouted a warning. Ha! Yi Fan chuckled lightly, tilting his head slightly. A mere 7th-tier Xuanwu realm warrior dared to threaten him? In this corridor of molten earth, he remained unaffected by the flames. To kill him would require strength, not advantage of terrain, and the bald man was evidently lacking in power. Yi Fan merely shifted his body, allowing the man's forceful punch to narrowly miss him. Then, employing the Radiant Sun technique, Yi Fan's right hand glimmered with brilliant golden light, shooting forth like lightning to seize the bald man's throat with precision. The bald man's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only had his ambush failed, but he was also countered by Yi Fan in a single move. A killer must be prepared to face death. Yi Fan's eyes revealed no hint of mercy as he amplified the golden light in his grasp. Instead of swiftly snapping the man's neck, he gradually pressed him down toward the ground. Although the motion appeared gentle, it concealed an overwhelming force. No, please don't. As the bald man's back made contact with the ground, the raging flames instantly engulfed him. The searing tongues of fire licked at his skin, producing a hissing sound of scorching. A piercing scream echoed through the corridor as the bald man's face contorted in agony, his skin visibly charring and carbonizing at an alarming rate. Despite his frantic struggles, Yi Fan's grip was like iron, holding him firmly in place. Young hero, I was wrong. Spare me. The hoarse pleas grew fainter, ultimately dissipating into the air with the last wisp of smoke. As the flames gradually receded, only a handful of ashes remained, swept away by the rising heat. The entire 2nd level of the Wanden Pavilion fell into a profound silence. The martial artists on the jadestone plates collectively held their breath, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Yi Fan, though young, displayed a brutality that was chilling. He could have granted the bald man a swift death, yet he chose the most cruel method, allowing him to perish in excruciating agony. Yi Fan slowly straightened, brushing off the dust from his impeccably clean sleeves. His gaze swept over the crowd. No one dared to meet his eyes. Chapter 148. A faint smirk played on Yi Fan's lips, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. With a swift motion, he turned away, ascending the staircase that led to the 3rd floor, disappearing from sight. On the 3rd level of the Wandan Pavilion, the Baidan Purgatory awaited. Over 100 sun-red Liyang pills floated in mid-air, gently rotating like celestial bodies. Each pill was covered in intricate fissures, with a tumultuous surge of violent spiritual energy barely visible within. Boom. At that moment, the outermost Liyang pill erupted with a thunderous explosion. The raging medicinal power spread like a cloud of smoke, and several nearby martial artists immediately formed hand seals, ravenously consuming the pure energy. Yet, at the explosion's epicenter, an unprepared warrior let out a scream as his right arm was instantly charred. The sealing mechanism whirred, and a new pill fell in response, precisely replenishing the rotating array of pills, maintaining the count within the Baidan Purgatory. Dozens of martial artists scattered throughout the chamber, each fixated on the trajectory of the floating pills, ever ready to evade the next explosion. The air was thick with a strange aroma, a blend of burning and medicinal fragrances, while the ground bore numerous craters from the explosions. Most chilling were the charred corpses piled in a corner, clearly victims of the Liyang pill's wrath. Risking their lives for cultivation was indeed a peculiar endeavor. Yifan cast a glance at the tense expressions of the surrounding martial artists, unable to suppress a smile. These individuals, akin to gamblers, fixated on the overhead pill array, calculating how close they could get to the Liyang pill's explosive centers to absorb more energy while remaining wary of their own demise. Despite the inherent dangers, some still chose to remain in this perilous environment, a testament to the efficacy of the cultivation here. Meanwhile, Pei Yin was nowhere to be seen on the third floor, likely dismissive of the need to train in such a place. Without further contemplation, Yifan decisively stepped out, nearing the staircase that led to the fourth level when a sudden crisp crack echoed overhead. Yifan abruptly looked up, discovering a Liyang pill suspended 3 feet above him. The surface was a network of cracks, the core a blood-red hue, with violent spiritual energy on the verge of bursting forth. Boom! The deafening explosion engulfed Yifan in a torrent of medicinal smoke. At such close proximity, that kid is doomed. He hadn't even settled into the Biden purgatory before facing an exploding pill overhead. His luck is quite unfortunate. Sighs of regret echoed throughout the pill chamber as many felt sympathy for Yifan. However, several martial artists nearer to the explosion wore expressions of delight, cautiously inching forward to absorb more of the energy released from the blast. Wait, something's amiss. The first to approach suddenly halted, his expression shifting. The others, noticing the anomaly, furrowed their brows in unison. Why was the medicinal energy not dispersing from this explosion? How peculiar. Why was it accumulating at the epicenter? Could it be because of this kid? As the crowd sensed the oddity, they fixated on the swirling medicinal smoke. Suddenly, an incredible sight unfolded. An overwhelming surge of energy rushed toward the explosion's center like rivers converging into the sea. What? In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, Yifan's body erupted in radiant golden light. With arms outstretched, he greedily absorbed the surrounding torrent of medicinal energy into his being. The spiritual energy surging through his meridians erupted with a thunderous roar, akin to a mighty river. How is this possible? This boy has absorbed the entirety of the Liyang pill's explosive energy? No, he isn't merely absorbing it, he is devouring it. The spectators gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity. Some even rubbed their eyes, questioning whether they were witnessing an illusion. Chapter 149. A tremendous surge of energy erupted into the sky as Yifan's eyes snapped open. He slowly clenched his fists, savoring the newfound vitality coursing within him. He had ascended to the 6th level of the Xuanwu realm. It was a natural progression. A faint smile graced Yifan's lips, curving into a satisfied arc. The explosive potency of the Liyang pill, embodying the essence of the sun, resonated perfectly with his solar divine body, making absorption effortless. However, this sudden leap to the 6th level of the Xuanwu realm posed a risk. The influx of spiritual energy could destabilize his martial foundation. Even the energies he had just absorbed would require time to digest. Recognizing the opportune moment, Yifan swiftly departed the 100-dan hell, leaving behind a throng of martial artists still reeling from the shock. It was not until another Liyang pill detonated that they regained their focus. Within the 4th level of the Wandan Pavilion, 9 crimson-scaled fire dragons coiled ominously around the ceiling. Their scales gleamed like blood, and their eyes blazed with a fierce light, fixated on the intruder. In this place, none dared linger for long. With a thunderous roar echoing through the air, the 9 fire dragons descended like a tempest. Their searing breaths warped the atmosphere, instantly singeing the hair at Yifan's forehead. Indeed, they were all at the pinnacle of the Xuanwu realm. Yifan's pupils constricted as he drew the sun blade. Before he could raise the sword, 9 pillars of flame hurtled toward him. In an explosive flash, a brilliant golden light cleaved through the sea of fire as Yifan surged forth, riding the tumultuous waves of flames. His solar divine body radiated a dazzling golden brilliance, yet he found himself beleaguered by the encircling dragons. Suddenly, a flicker of flame ignited at the hem of his garment, accompanied by the acrid scent of charred fabric. Could he not hold his ground? Yifan staggered back several paces, his sword scraping the ground and igniting sparks, his brow furrowing in concern. How could Pei Yin possibly contend with such foes? Boom, boom, boom. The 9 fire dragons showed no mercy, launching relentless waves of scorching fire. The protective golden aura around Yifan dwindled to a mere veil. Sweat beaded on his forehead, only to evaporate into salty frost. The infernal beast born of the earth dared to be this brazen. A flicker of anger ignited within Yifan, his body trembling with intensity. The ancient silhouette of the towering heaven monument manifested behind him. Heavenly Dao suppress. Yi Fan bellowed, the power of the heavenly Tao surging forth. The entire fourth level of the Wandan Pavilion began to tremble. Roar. The 9 fire dragons emitted anguished cries, their flames dimming at a visible rate. Could it truly be so? A spark of hope ignited within Yi Fan, filling him with elation. He had merely wished to test whether the Towning Heaven Monument could subdue the fire dragons, uncertain as they were not true beings. Yet, witnessing their suppression, he seized the moment to strike. With a flash of his sword like a rainbow, he swiftly beheaded the nearest fire dragon. It let out a mournful wail as its massive body collapsed to the ground. After thrashing about momentarily, it transformed into a pure essence of earth-veined spirit fire. The remaining 8 dragons, witnessing this, erupted in fury, launching themselves from all directions. Come. Yi Fan laughed heartily, his figure darting forth like lightning. With each stroke of his sword, a fire dragon fell, lamenting as it plummeted to the earth. These dragons, now under the suppression of the heavenly Tao, had lost their Xuanwu realm prowess. After a flurry of strikes, all 9 fire dragons lay slain, their spirit fires igniting the floor, transforming the entire 4th level into a blazing furnace. Chapter 150 Humph. Yi Fan stood, sword in hand, his heart still brimming with indignation. Suddenly, the 9 strands of earth-veined spiritual fire on the ground spontaneously ascended, entwining around his right arm like ethereal serpents before he could react. Yi Fan's expression shifted slightly, yet he felt no immediate threat from the spiritual fire. In just a moment, the 9 flames coalesced in his palm, forming a swirling crimson gold imprint resembling 9 dragons. Is it acknowledging me as its master? Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. As his palm trembled, the flames danced energetically, with 9 small fiery serpents curling in his grasp. How audacious! A thunderous voice erupted, startling Yi Fan as he turned toward its source. 3 elderly men with white hair approached, their faces etched with fury. The leading elder, upon noticing the fiery serpents in Yi Fan's palm, erupted with rage. How dare you subdue the 9 dragons' spiritual fire without the permission of the Wandan Pavilion? Esteemed elders, I did not intend for this to happen. Yi Fan felt a pang of grievance, offering a wry smile as he opened his palm. The 9 dragons' spiritual fire joyfully spiraled upward, as he explained, I merely vanquished the 9 fiery serpents here, and to my surprise, this 9 dragons' spiritual fire chose to acknowledge me. Preposterous. The lead elder scoffed, utterly disbelieving Yi Fan's words. The 9 dragons' spiritual fire voluntarily recognizes you as its master? On what grounds? Yi Fan shrugged helplessly, contemplating the very question. Humph. The elder, witnessing Yi Fan's silence, let out another cold snort. The oppressive force of the earth martial realm bore down upon Yi Fan like a mountain. Perhaps it is due to my solar divine body. Yi Fan understood that without an explanation, he might not be able to depart unscathed. He had come to the Wandan Pavilion solely to meet Miss Wan Miaoyan of the Wan family. Subduing the 9 dragons' spiritual fire was never his intention. The suppressive force of the heavenly Tao from the heaven-binding monument had already been exhausted. Faced with 3 formidable earth martial experts, he could not withstand their might. The solar divine body. The 3 elders exchanged skeptical glances, their eyes narrowing as they scrutinized Yi Fan. Resolutely, he activated the Solar Sutra, channeling the power of his solar divine body. A radiant golden light began to emanate from his form. Indeed, it is the solar divine body. The 3 elders gasped in unison, their expressions of anger swiftly replaced by astonishment. The other 2 men looked to the lead elder, seemingly seeking his counsel. Without hesitation, the elder extended his hand, firmly grasping the nape of Yi Fan's neck and lifting him off the ground. Come with me to meet the young lady. Elder, could you be a bit gentler? Yi Fan thought, feeling the pressure on his neck while secretly rejoicing at the direct approach, which spared him the effort of navigating through 2 more levels. However, the elder's bony fingers were painfully tied against his throat. Ignoring Yi Fan's protest, the white-haired elder proceeded with a serious demeanor, guiding him through a hidden passage within the Wandan Pavilion, ascending to the 7th floor. On the 7th floor of the Wandan Pavilion, the air was suffused with an exotic fragrance, reminiscent of medicinal herbs and orchids, tantalizing to the senses. To the left stood 3 purple-gold alchemical furnaces, their flames still flickering, wisps of blue smoke spiraling upwards. To the right lay a plush couch, surrounded by translucent crystal bead curtains. Most captivating of all was the alluring figure partially reclined on the couch, resting in a languid pose. Miss. The elder placed Yi Fan down and bowed respectfully towards the curtains. Yi Fan raised his gaze, unable to discern the features of the figure behind the veil. Yet the noble demeanor and graceful movements assured him that she must be Wan Miaoyan, the esteemed daughter of the Wan family. Old man, what is your purpose in bringing this person here? Wan Miaoyan's voice flowed like a clear spring, laced with a hint of laziness and indifference as she slowly sat up. her sheer garment slipping slightly to reveal a glimpse of her delicate shoulder, yet she gave no indication of wishing to unveil herself. The bead curtain swayed, allowing only a faint glimpse of her slender fingers playing with a scarlet elixir, a gentle luminescence emanating from her fingertips. Chapter 151. Miss Wei, this individual, has refined the 9 dragons' spiritual fire. The old pharmacist, hunched over, replied respectfully. Oh. A voice emerged from behind the curtain, languid yet tinged with danger. With a slight exertion of her fingers, she abruptly crushed the elixir she had been toying with. Beads of sweat formed on the old pharmacist's forehead as he hastily exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Fan. Understanding, Yi Fan slowly opened his palm upwards. Instantly, 9 crimson golden fire serpents spiraled forth, dancing and leaping within his grasp. They intertwined and separated, emitting a series of dragon-like roars. Pharmacist, you may retreat for now. Wan Miaoyan gestured dismissively, her voice suddenly imbued with a ripple of authority. Yes, miss. The old pharmacist bowed and withdrew, carefully closing the door behind him. With a swish, Wan Miaoyan stepped forward, her delicate hands parting the beaded curtain. Dressed in a scarlet gauze gown that trailed on the ground, her snow-white shoulders were revealed. When she leaned slightly, her alluring figure nearly spilled from her attire. Yi Fan's breath caught. Despite having encountered many beauties, he found himself momentarily entranced. The woman before him resembled a blazing inferno, stunningly beautiful, yet fiercely captivating. How bold! Wan Miaoyan suddenly exclaimed, exuding an icy pressure that enveloped the room. My apologies. Miss Wan. Yi Fan awoke from his reverie, awkwardly touching his nose, his gaze wavering yet unable to resist stealing glances at her nearly exposed figure. It is merely an involuntary reaction. You are simply too alluring, Miss Wan. The 9 dragons' spiritual fire is a treasure of the Wan family. Wan Miaoyan did not reprimand Yi Fan for his perceived rudeness, but rather questioned him with a hint of ire. To refine the 9 dragons' spiritual fire without the Wan family's consent is a death sentence. Yi Fan felt utterly helpless. Shrugging as he reiterated his earlier explanation to the old pharmacist, I did not intend to. Who would have known that after slaying the 9 fire serpents on the 4th level, they would transform into the 9 dragons' spiritual fire and willingly recognize me as their master? Willingly recognize you as their master? Wan Miaoyan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she continued to question, who permitted you to slay the fire serpents? Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, puzzled as he replied. The Wandan Pavilion allows warriors to ascend the tower. There were fire serpents blocking the way on the 4th level. How could I reach the 5th level without defeating them? Fool! Wan Miaoyan suddenly smiled, her expression breathtakingly beautiful, yet sending chills down one's spine. The path from the 4th level to the 5th level is open. One merely needs to evade the fire serpent's attacks to reach the 5th level of the Wandan Pavilion. There was no need to slay the fire serpents. Though some have done so in the past, no one has ever eradicated all 9 as you have. Yi Fan was taken aback, finally realizing how Pei Yin had managed to traverse the 4th level. He had assumed Pei Yin was exceptionally skilled, swiftly eliminating the fire serpents to reach the 5th level. It turned out he had simply avoided their onslaught, never engaging them as Yi Fan had. As for the matter of willingly recognizing a master, Wan Miaoyan suddenly approached, her delicate finger tracing a path up Yi Fan's chest, finally resting at his throat. What method did you employ to make the 9 dragons' spiritual fire submit to you? She did not doubt Yi Fan's words. Otherwise, the old pharmacist would not have brought him here, but would have eliminated him directly within the 4th level of the Wandan Pavilion. Anyone who could command the 9 dragons' spiritual fire must possess something extraordinary. Because of this, Yi Fan's lips curled into a slight smile as the solar energy within him surged rapidly. In an instant, a golden radiance enveloped him, and a blazing aura swept through the air like a tidal wave. He appeared as a rising sun, dazzlingly bright and almost blinding. Caught off guard, Wan Miaoyan was compelled to retreat 3 steps by the sudden wave of heat. Raising her hand to shield her eyes, her scarlet gown fluttered in the warm breeze. Chapter 152. After adapting to the bright light, she slowly lowered her arms. The sun god body. A flicker of shock passed through Wan Miaoyan's beautiful eyes, which gradually transformed into fervent realization. No wonder the 9 dragons' sacred fire willingly recognized you as its master. It is sufficient that Miss Wan can comprehend this. Yi Fan smiled faintly, the golden light surrounding him ebbing like a tide. However, the 9 dragons' sacred fire is a treasure of the Wan family. You cannot take it away so easily. Wan Miaoyan shifted her tone, gazing at Yi Fan with a cold demeanor, stating that before him, there were only 2 choices. First, death, leaving the 9 dragons' sacred fire behind. Then I choose the second. Yi Fan interjected without hesitation, a playful smile gracing his lips. Presently, the 9 dragons' sacred fire had already bonded with his bloodline. Unless he were to perish, separation was utterly impossible. This truth, he believed Wan Miaoyan was fully aware of. To ask him to die? He would never acquiesce. Since there was a choice, the second option was undoubtedly preferable. The second option? Wan Miaoyan suddenly broke into a smile, revealing that the second choice was to marry into the Wan family. As long as you become part of the Wan family, the Nine Dragons' sacred fire shall remain with us. Marry into the family? Yufan widened his eyes, instinctively taking a step back, doubting whether he had misheard. Was he being asked to wed the young lady of the Wan family? How many young ladies does the Wan family have? There is but one young lady in the Wan family. Wan Miaoyan's red lips curved slightly, seemingly unembarrassed, correcting Yifan with a grin, but do not mistake this. It is not you marrying me, but rather you becoming my husband. Miss Wan, how domineering. Yufan's lips twitched violently at her words. What? Wan Miaoyan narrowed her phoenix eyes, dangerously approaching Yufan, observing his demeanor, which seemed somewhat reluctant. Did you not enter the Wandan Pavilion with the intent to ascend and meet me? It was indeed to see Miss Wan. Yufan awkwardly rubbed his nose, but I never considered marrying. Tying the knot with Miss Wan. Never considered it? Wan Miaoyan's expression darkened slightly. And with a cold huff, she remarked that the young talents from Taiyuan Imperial City wishing to wed her could line up outside the city gates. And many would be willing to marry into the Wan family. Yet here you are, still discontent? Do you perhaps feel that marrying into the Wan family would be a humiliation? No. Miss Wan has misunderstood. That is not my intention. Yifan repeatedly waved his hands, mustering the courage to speak candidly, confessing that he had come to the Wandan Pavilion to seek an introduction to Miss Qin Xiangru of the Moon King's manor. Wan Miaoyan suddenly halted, a trace of astonishment flashing in her beautiful eyes. You, fancy Xiangru? Not exactly. Yifan awkwardly scratched his head, feeling the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. He sensed the temperature in the room plummeting, although Wan Miaoyan still smiled. That smile sent chills down his spine. What I fancy. Yifan took a deep breath, pausing before continuing, is Qin Yimo. Marrying into the Wan family does not inherently pose an issue. However, the identity of Wan Miaoyan is rather awkward. She is a close friend of Qin Xiangru, who is the sister of Qin Yimo. If he were to wed Wan Miaoyan while still harboring feelings for Qin Yimo, would the Moon King's manor not punish him severely? Regardless of how stunning she might be, none could compare to the importance of Qin Yimo. To some extent, Qin Yimo was his very lifeline. Qin Yimo? Wan Miaoyan's beautiful eyes gleamed as she suddenly recalled something, fixating her gaze on Yifan with surprise. Could it be that the young master of the Tai Chi Dao sect, Luo Feiyu, is the one seeking her? Chapter 153. I suppose it is indeed me. Yifan nodded with composure, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Since the other party had already deduced the truth, it would be best to lay everything bare. This approach would not only extinguish Wan Miaoyan's desire to recruit a son-in-law, but might also serve to further his own aims. Surely, Wan Miaoyan had surmised that his desire to meet Qin Xiangru was also related to Qin Yimo's affairs. Haha. Upon receiving Yifan's affirmative response, Wan Miaoyan's expression turned playful as she chuckled. You truly possess remarkable skills. You have sullied Yimo's purity yet still dare to admit it before me? Are you not afraid of my revealing this matter? Previously, Luo Feiyu had wreaked havoc in Taiyuan Imperial City to uncover who had taken Qin Yimo's virginity. However, that investigation yielded no results, and it was unlikely that it ever would. At that time, Yifan was in the imperial city of Union Kingdom and had no ties to the Taiyuan dynasty. With a slight lift of his lips and a glimmer of confidence in his eyes, Yifan replied leisurely, Miss Wan, you share a sisterly bond with Qin Xiangru of the Yuwang mansion. Surely, you would not wish to see Yimo live the life of a widow at such a young age? Live as a widow? Wan Miaoyan arched her crimson lips. Yimo is currently flourishing in Tai Chu Dao sect and will soon be conferred the title of saint. At that time, the sect master will undoubtedly select a partner for her. Where is the talk of widowhood? Yet I have heard that the Yuwang does not seem to support Yimo's ascension to sainthood. Yifan's brows furrowed slightly as he took a step forward, lowering his voice in a probing manner. Might Miss Wan know the reason behind this? Well, Wan Miaoyan's expression faltered, a hint of perplexity flashing across her brow. I am not aware. Did Qin Xiangru not mention it to you? Yifan pressed, unwilling to relent. Right now, you should focus on how to preserve your own life. Wan Miaoyan shook her head, her phoenix eyes glaring at Yifan. I would not allow you to marry into the Wan family, and even if I let you take the 9-dragon spirit fire, the Wan family would not permit it. The Yuwang's disapproval of Qin Yimo's ascension was something she undoubtedly recognized. Not long ago, she had even inquired about this matter with Qin Xiangru. However, Qin Xiangru was equally in the dark regarding the Yuwang's intentions. Yifan pondered for a moment. Then suddenly a sly smile appeared on his face as he looked at Wan Miaoyan and asked, Miss Wan, does your esteemed father happen to lack a son? What? Wan Miaoyan was taken aback by Yi Fan's unexpected question, her eyes widening as if she had heard something absurd. What do you mean by that? I am willing to take your esteemed father as my adoptive father. Yi Fan straightened his posture, speaking earnestly. If I take your esteemed father as my adoptive father, I would effectively be his half-son. The 9-dragon spirit fire would remain with me, thus still belonging to the Wan family, would it not? Pfft. Wan Miaoyan couldn't help but burst into laughter, quickly covering her mouth with her sleeve, yet her eyes sparkled with mirth that she could not conceal. You really know how to exploit loopholes. To take my father as your adoptive father? You must be dreaming. Though she spoke dismissively, she could not deny that it was indeed a clever idea, considering Yi Fan's relationship with Qin Yimo and her own connection with Qin Xiangru. She would like to extend a lifeline to Yi Fan if possible. However, this matter would ultimately require her father's permission. I would be grateful if Miss Wan could speak a few kind words on my behalf to your esteemed father. Yi Fan immediately donned a charming smile. Stepping a little closer, if your esteemed father were willing to accept me as his adopted son, you would gain a brother. The Wan family would retain the spirit fire, and the relationship with the Yu Wang mansion would deepen. Such a trifecta of benefits. Enough with your sweet talk. Wan Miaoyan snorted coldly. Yet she couldn't help but scrutinize Yi Fan a few more times. Do you really believe you are worthy of being accepted as my father's adopted son? Chapter 154. How is that possible? Yi Fan's spirit ignited as he straightened his chest and declared, Miss Wan, since you are aware of the sun god body, you must also recognize its formidable power. Is it not fitting for a genius possessing the sun god body to be deemed worthy of becoming your esteemed father's son? But I have heard. Wan Miaoyan's eyes sparkled with intensity as she focused on Yi Fan. Is it not said that those who possess the sun god body seldom live beyond the age of 20? Such notions are the musings of fools. Yi Fan retorted with a disdainful smile. I am confident that I shall thrive beyond the age of 20. Furthermore, even if I were to meet my demise before then, the Wan family could simply reclaim the 9 dragons' spirit fire thereafter. It is merely a matter of a little over a year's time. Surely, the Wan family can afford to wait that long? Wan Miaoyan mused, stroking her chin thoughtfully. At that moment, an excited exclamation abruptly interrupted their conversation. Haha. I have finally reached the pinnacle of the Wandan Pavilion. According to our agreement, the door to the 7th level of the Wandan Pavilion swung open with vigor, and Pei Yin burst in, flushed with excitement. Upon seeing Yi Fan, he halted mid-sentence, exclaiming, What are you doing here? Your inquiry is quite amusing, Yi Fan replied with a smirk, casting a triumphant glance at Pei Yin. What makes you think I cannot be here? Is the Wandan Pavilion reserved solely for your presence? You were clearly behind me. Pei Yin clenched his fist and barked. I traversed the entire path to the pavilion and never once saw you. When did you manage to get ahead of me? Your speed is simply too slow, Yi Fan remarked, a hint of mockery dancing in his eyes as he recalled Pei Yin's earlier attempts on his life in the Earth-Fire Corridor. I have been here for quite some time, mind you. Miss Wan. Pei Yin suddenly turned to Wan Miaoyan, rage nearly spilling from his eyes. What is the meaning of this? Are you not going to provide an explanation? Explanation? What is there to explain to you? Wan Miaoyan shot Pei Yin a sidelong glance. Amusement evident on her face. Pei Yan's expression flickered between shades of anger and disbelief as he proclaimed, Who in Taiyuan Royal City is unaware. The Wan family has declared that any warrior who can reach the summit of the Wandan Pavilion is entitled to marry Miss Wan. What is happening here? What is happening? Wan Miaoyan approached him with a smile, and in a moment that left Pei Yin astonished, she affectionately linked her arm with Yi Fan's. He has reached the pinnacle of the Wandan Pavilion first, so of course I shall be wed to him. Yi Fan was taken aback, gazing at Wan Miaoyan in disbelief. With a smile gracing her lips, Wan Miaoyan subtly gestured to him. Understanding her cue, Yi Fan effortlessly wrapped his arm around her slender waist, causing her to stiffen momentarily, though her expression only grew more enchanting. Unbeknownst to him prior, reaching the summit of the Wandan Pavilion meant he could wed Wan Miaoyan. That rascal Duan Tianshu had failed to clarify this detail for him. It was evident that Wan Miaoyan had no affection for Pei Yin. In fact, she seemed to harbor a degree of disdain for him. Clearly, she intended to use him as a shield. Considering that he still required Wan Miaoyan's assistance, he thought, let the shield serve its purpose. Are you toying with the proud youths of Taiyuan? Pei Yin seethed as he observed their intimacy, veins throbbing on his forehead. I adhered to the requirements of the Wandan Pavilion to reach its apex, yet at the moment of my triumph, you employed underhanded tactics to allow this person to intrude. If word of this spreads, do you not fear the families of the Taiyuan dynasty will mock you? They will deride the Wan family for their lack of integrity. Chapter 155. Who claims he ascended to the Wandan Pavilion through unorthodox means? Wan Miaoyan, entwined with Yi Fan, lifted her red lips in a teasing smirk, casting a sidelong glance at Pei Yin, her eyes brimming with mockery. Having slain 9 fiery serpents on the 4th level and refined the 9 dragon spirit fire, he indeed possessed the qualification to access the 7th level of the Wandan Pavilion. What? Pei Yan's pupils constricted, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily as he fixed an intense gaze on Yi Fan, incredulous. The noble scions of the Taiyuan Imperial City, who among them was unaware of the 9 dragon spirit fire? This flame was the treasured heirloom of the Wan family, sealed within the Wandan Pavilion precisely because no descendant had ever mastered it. Yi Fan had actually controlled the 9 dragon spirit fire? No wonder Wan Miaoyan had granted him unfettered access to the 7th level of the pavilion, and even sought to marry him. In response to Pei Yan's inquiry, Yi Fan merely raised his hand lazily. The 9 fiery serpents emerged in response, frolicking joyfully in his palm, their intense heat instantly enveloping the space. It was indeed the 9 dragon spirit fire. Pei Yan gazed at the 9 serpents in Yi Fan's palm, a flicker of astonishment crossing his features. First come, first served. Wan Miaoyan purred as she nestled against Yi Fan, teasingly addressing Pei Yan. You've arrived too late. I am already his. With that, she added, you may leave now. First come, first served? Pei Yan's countenance darkened, his gaze flitting between the two before finally settling on Yi Fan, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent. If you die, he will still belong to me. With those words, he clenched his fist, and the purple blaze of the dragon flame erupted violently, surging forth with terrifying intensity towards Yi Fan. Impudent! Wan Miaoyan exclaimed sharply upon witnessing Pei Yan's aggression. Yet, at that moment, Yi Fan's palm trembled slightly. The 9 fiery serpents let out a thunderous roar, their cries resonating like dragon chants. In an instant, they transformed from diminutive flames into colossal fire dragons, encircling the area. Their 9 pairs of eyes resembling blazing suns, locking onto Pei Yan. The ferocious purple dragon flame emanating from Pei Yan began to wane. As if confronted by a natural enemy, its height diminished by 3 parts. What? Pei Yan's expression shifted slightly, his eyes widening. The purple dragon flame was indeed being suppressed by the 9 dragon spirit fire. A mere beastly flame dared to be so brazen? Yi Fan smiled smugly. Not neglecting to mock, the purple dragon flame originates from a beast, a fire of living beings. The 9 dragon spirit fire, however, is a flame of the heavens, a force of nature. Naturally, the flames of nature suppress those of living beings. The potency of the suppressed living flame is diminished by at least 30%. The atmosphere within the 7th level of the Wandan Pavilion seemed to freeze. 3 elderly figures with white hair appeared like phantoms. The leader was unmistakably the apothecary elder. Upon seeing Wan Miaoyan nestled against Yi Fan, the trio immediately understood the situation. Their gazes swiftly turned hostile, glaring fiercely at Pei Yan. Stand down, Wan Miaoyan commanded, her red lips curving into a seductive smile. Yi Fan nodded in agreement, casually waving his hand. The 9 fiery serpents instantly transformed into streaks of light, merging back into his palm, ultimately leaving behind a crimson golden imprint. Pei Yan. The apothecary elder glared fiercely at him, his eyes radiating a chilling light. The Wandan Pavilion does not welcome you. Humph. Chapter 156. Pei Yan's countenance darkened, the purple dragon flames swirling restlessly around him. He understood that today he could not do anything to Yi Fan. With a cold snort, he declared, I will not let this matter rest so easily. With that, he waved his sleeve and turned to leave. Yao Lao. Once Pei Yan departed, Wan Miaoyan cast a glance at Yao Lao. Yao Lao understood her cue and, along with the 2 other elders, bowed and exited. Miss Wan. Yi Fan awkwardly shifted his arm, which she had taken hold of, his fingers inadvertently brushing against her smooth skin, causing him to retract them as if shocked. Aren't you going to let go of me? Hee hee. Wan Miaoyan chuckled lightly, releasing her grip and casually straightening her slightly disheveled gauze dress. This time, you helped me, so let me assist you as well. Oh? Yi Fan's eyes flickered with anticipation as he gazed at Wan Miaoyan. With a smile playing on her lips, Wan Miaoyan lifted Yi Fan's chin with her delicate fingers. I still do not know your name. Yunin Kingdom, Yi Fan. Yi Fan took a half step back and replied with a serious expression. So you are from Yunin Kingdom. Wan Miaoyan raised an eyebrow, confirming with him. You came to Taiyuan Imperial City for the Junlin banquet, correct? Are you currently residing at the Royal Post Station? Indeed. Yi Fan nodded. You may return now. Wan Miaoyan suddenly turned, gracefully waving her hand. I will report the matter here truthfully to my father. If he is willing to accept you as an adopted son, then everything can be discussed. If not, then I hope Miss Wan will speak a few good words for me. Yi Fan interjected hastily, bowing with a smile. Wan Miaoyan's father was undoubtedly the head of the Wan family. If the head of the Wan family was unwilling to accept him as an adopted son, it would pose a considerable problem. His life might very well be in jeopardy. The only remaining option was to seek assistance from Elder Shao to mediate. Do your best. Wan Miaoyan tilted her head as she scrutinized Yi Fan, suddenly breaking into a laugh. You should return to the royal post station and wait for my news. I shall take my leave now. Yi Fan exhaled a sigh of relief and solemnly bowed once more. Wait. Wan Miaoyan recalled Pei Yin, who had just left, and called out to Yi Fan. You must be cautious of Pei Yin. Though he is narrow-minded, he is vengeful and not weak. Ranking 10th among the 10 talents of Taiyuan. Once you return, you must be careful. I would not want you to meet your end before my father has even given his consent. 10th among the 10 talents of Taiyuan, Yi Fan scoffed, appearing utterly unconcerned. With his meager strength, he cannot kill me. I hope your strength is as formidable as you claim. Wan Miaoyan turned her back, her hand gracefully sweeping the beaded curtain, which jingled softly. The last hint of her crimson dress vanished behind the curtain, leaving only a lingering fragrance. Yi Fan gazed deeply at the beaded curtain before turning to leave. At this moment, Duan Tianchu paced outside the Wandan pavilion, awaiting Yi Fan's emergence. Upon spotting Yi Fan exiting the pavilion, he hurried forward. How did it go? Did you meet Wan Miaoyan? Back to the royal post station. Yi Fan replied succinctly, without elaboration. With that, he strode forward with purpose. Seeing this, Duan Tianchu ceased his inquiries and quickly followed suit. By the time the two reached the entrance of the royal post station, the sky had brightened considerably. Yi Fan, a sharp voice suddenly erupted from behind them, like thunder shattering the tranquility of the morning. Duan Tianchu whirled around, his expression shifting slightly. Pei Yin? Has he found us so soon? Upon recognizing Pei Yin, Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, a wry smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This fellow was more impatient than he had anticipated. Pei Yin stood in the morning mist, clad in a purple robe, his expression dark as water. Behind him loomed over a dozen figures, among whom 2 middle-aged men emanated particularly robust auras. You should not have come to Taiyuan Imperial City. Pei Yin advanced slowly, his cold gaze fixed on Yi Fan. The purple dragon flames surged in his palm. Since you are here, there is but one path ahead, death. Chapter 157. Is he here to kill you? Duan Tianchu's expression changed dramatically as he gazed at Yi Fan in astonishment, unable to comprehend why Pei Yin harbored such a profound animosity towards him. Enough to lead a contingent to the royal inn with murderous intent. He must be seeking his own demise. A mocking smile played on Yi Fan's lips, showing no trepidation before Pei Yin. Let us refrain from conflict for the moment, Duan Tianchu advised, furrowing his brow in concern. Delay him. I shall summon assistance. Before he could finish, he darted towards the inn's entrance like an arrow released from a bow. He understood that while Yi Fan was formidable, he might not be Pei Yin's equal, especially with 2 formidable Earth Martial Realm experts standing behind him. Should they intervene, how could Yi Fan possibly withstand their assault? Does Pei Yin think Duan Tianchu has fled? Pei Yin laughed heartily, pointing at Duan Tianchu's panicked retreat. Look, your good brother has abandoned you. Pay him no mind. Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, brandishing the sunblade. You just remarked that my arrival in Taiyuan Royal City is a path to certain death? I shall see who truly possesses the power to end my life. He had never disclosed his name before Pei Yin, yet Pei Yin had just called him by it, indicating he had thoroughly investigated Yi Fan's background. It was evident that he was aware of Yi Fan's feat the previous night, when he had slain 3 individuals at the royal inn and repelled the solitary shadow. Regrettably, this knowledge did not seem to intimidate Pei Yin. With 2 days remaining until the imperial banquet, Yi Fan felt compelled to reveal some of his true capabilities to avert further complications. Thus, he resolved to establish his dominance by confronting Pei Yin, the 10th most handsome man in the royal city, with merely a 5th-tier earth martial cultivation. Who grants you the audacity to be so arrogant? Pei Yin's ire intensified upon witnessing Yi Fan's demeanor. As he stepped forward, the purple dragon flames ignited upon his form. 5th-tier earth martial? Yi Fan's body quivered slightly, his aura ascending with each breath. Not anymore. Pei Yin sensed Yi Fan's aura had ascended to the 6th tier, his expression shifting in disbelief. Did you break through within the Wandan pavilion? Fearful are we? Yi Fan flicked his wrist, the sword's tip directed at Pei Yin's throat. Fear me? How ludicrous. Pei Yin, consumed by rage, let out a derisive laugh, his facial muscles twitching. Yi Fan slightly adjusted his sword's aim towards the 2 middle-aged men behind Pei Yin, tauntingly remarking, if you are not afraid, why bring 2 earth martial experts with you to the royal inn? Are they here to bolster your courage? Rest assured, you need not call upon them to meet your end. Pei Yin's purple dragon flames erupted explosively, causing the stone pavement beneath him to crack instantly. With a single punch, the purple flames morphed into a fearsome dragon's head, surging towards Yi Fan with terrifying heat. Sizzle! The morning mist before the inn evaporated in an instant, the air thick with a burning scent. Yi Fan neither evaded nor flinched, channeling the sun blade as its golden radiance intensified. Just as the dragon's head of purple flames neared, a blinding sword light, akin to the rising sun, cleaved the encroaching flames in twain. Is this all you are capable of? As the smoke cleared, Yi Fan stood resolutely, casually dusting off non-existent particles from his shoulder, his eyes brimming with derision. No wonder. You can only rank 10th. Seeking death. Pei Yan's forehead bulged with veins as he rapidly formed hand seals. Dozens of purple flame serpents surged from all directions towards Yi Fan, sealing every possible escape route. Yi Fan's form swayed like a willow in the breeze, his sword tracing 3 arcs of golden light in front of him. The clash of sword energy and flame serpents erupted in a thunderous roar, sending shockwaves that lifted the stone slabs before the inn, reverberating with a cacophonous din. Is it Pei Yan? Why is he fighting Yi Fan? This Yi Fan was astonishingly capable of withstanding so many of Pei Yan's attacks. It seemed he had underestimated Yi Fan previously. Chapter 158. The cacophony of battle stirred the occupants of the royal post station. The onlookers stood at a distance, fearful to approach the fray. Pei Yan, one of the 10 talents of Taiyuan, though ranked last, possessed undeniable prowess. Few could withstand 10 exchanges with him. As the crowd swelled, Pei Yan's expression grew increasingly grim. Although he held the upper hand and showed no signs of losing, the inability to swiftly eliminate Yi Fan was a source of humiliation. Purple dragon burning heaven. Pei Yan bellowed, and the purple flames surrounding him surged threefold. The violet flames soared into the heavens, transforming into a colossal purple flame dragon that spanned 10 zhang. With a downward thrust of his palm, the soaring dragon descended upon Yi Fan with ferocity. Yi Fan sensed the extraordinary nature of Pei Yan's attack and narrowed his gaze slightly. The sun scripture operated at full capacity, and the solar divine body was activated. Suddenly, he leaped into the air to meet the purple flame dragon head-on. The setting sun's afterglow manifested, and the daylight sword traced a sanguine arc. The sword's radiance resembled blood, its momentum akin to the sun sinking in the west. Boom! The purple flame dragon was cleaved in two, dissolving into a cascade of fiery rain. Yi Fan seized the opportunity to perform a graceful aerial somersault, landing lightly on the ground. His garments billowed, and not a single strand of hair was harmed. This is impossible. Pei Yan clenched his fists, seething with rage as he glared at Yi Fan. How can a 6th-tier warrior of the Xuanwu realm withstand my purple flame burning heaven? Purple flame burning heaven? Yi Fan scoffed at Pei Yan's furious demeanor, relishing his inability to counter. What I just executed is called 9 Suns Burning Heaven. Though both techniques bear the same name, it seems mine possesses a slight edge. He mockingly extended his pinky finger in a teasing gesture. Infuriating. Pei Yan's eyes blazed crimson, and purple flames ignited within his palms. He then pressed his hands together, causing the purple dragon flames to surge wildly in his palms. A fist-sized purple fireball gradually took shape. As the flames swirled, the fireball expanded with each rotation, quickly reaching the size of a human head. Originally, this technique was intended for use at the imperial feast. Pei Yan gritted his teeth, glaring at Yi Fan, as he slowly raised the ever-growing purple fireball above his head. Sinister dragon patterns surfaced on its surface, the intense heat distorting the air around it. You shall perish beneath my purple radiance heaven's ashes, and that would be a favor to you. Purple radiance heaven's ashes. This was a secret art of the Pei family, and Pei Yan had actually mastered it? No, could a warrior of the Xuanwu realm truly wield the power of purple radiance heaven's ashes? If he lost control, he might be injured himself. The crowd retreated like a receding tide, some even darting into the post station for safety. Yi Fan, sensing the gravity of the situation, squinted upwards at the sky. Observing the sun steadily ascending, he raised the daylight sword high with his left hand. The power of the sun converged into the sword like rivers flowing into the sea. Simultaneously, a faint red-gold mark flickered in the palm of his right hand. 9 petite fire serpents began to stir quietly. Dragon's soul ignites the heavens, a flame to scorch the mountains and rivers. Pei Yan's eyes were filled with fierce intent as he roared and propelled the fireball forward. It surged forth like a colossal leviathan, obscuring the sky as it barreled toward Yi Fan. Go! Yi Fan exclaimed softly, his right hand suddenly fanning open, thrusting forward. Roar! 9 fire serpents erupted from his palm, instantly morphing into 9 gigantic dragons of crimson gold flames. Chapter 159. The 9 Dragons of Spiritual Fire. Is this not the 9 Dragons of Spiritual Fire of the Wan family? How could the 9 Dragons of Spiritual Fire of the Wan family be in Yi Fan's possession? The 9 Dragons of Spiritual Fire is a celestial flame capable of suppressing the flames of living beings. Among the onlookers surrounding the royal relay station, there were many well-informed individuals. Upon witnessing Yi Fan unleash the 9 Dragons of Spiritual Fire, they gasped in astonishment. Do they truly believe I fear your 9 Dragons of Spiritual Fire? Pei Yan's eyes burned crimson like blood, his voice booming like thunder. Boom! The 9 scarlet golden fire dragons collided with the violet fireball, the roar of the dragons echoing through the heavens. However, amidst the surging violet flames, the fire dragons were completely engulfed. The might of the violet fireball diminished by a third, yet it still surged towards Yi Fan with devastating force. Flash. Yi Fan had never naively believed that he could withstand Pei Yan's purple radiance heavenly ash merely with the 9 dragons of spiritual fire. After absorbing enough sunlight, the elevated daybreak sword suddenly cleaved through the air, emitting a dazzling radiance. Boom! The sword's light cascaded like a galaxy, colliding with the violet fireball. In an instant, blinding white light engulfed the entire space. A scorching wave surged forth like a tidal wave, causing the bluestone slabs to crack with each inch. When the brilliant light dissipated, the onlookers beheld Pei Yin kneeling on one knee, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. For someone of the Xuanwu realm, unleashing purple radiance heavenly ash had proven to be too strenuous. After a single clash, he suffered some backlash. Where is he? Pei Yin gasped heavily, scanning the surroundings. Not a trace of Yi Fan could be found, and his expression shifted dramatically. The purple radiant dragon flames around him began to dance restlessly. Although he desperately wished for his purple radiance heavenly ash to obliterate Yi Fan completely, he understood that the previous attack had failed to eliminate him. I am here. The light and airy 3 words suddenly rang out behind Pei Yin. Be careful. Young master, watch out. Behind you. The individuals accompanying Pei Yin spotted Yi Fan's figure and urgently warned him. Pei Yin spun around abruptly, only to see a golden sword light approaching his chest. Just as he caught a glimpse of the mocking curve at the corner of Yi Fan's mouth, the daybreak sword pierced through his heart. How is this possible? Pei Yin looked down at the sword tip protruding from his chest, then at Yi Fan before him, his expression filled with shock and disbelief. Have you not investigated my background? Do you not know I am proficient in assassination techniques? Yi Fan deftly twisted his wrist, causing the blade to carve a bloody hole in Pei Yan's heart. Who says assassination techniques can only be executed in the dark, utilizing the blinding white light? One can conceal oneself within its dazzling brilliance. Assassination techniques can be manifested in an alternative form, and it is not impossible. You. Pei Yin gritted his teeth, still intending to say something. Yi Fan abruptly withdrew his sword, a spray of blood erupting forth. Pei Yin staggered back 2 steps, the purple radiant dragon flames uncontrollably gushing from his wound. Ultimately, they transformed into scattered sparks, dissipating in the wind. Bang! Pei Yin's body crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The area fell into a profound silence, only to be followed by an uproar. He is dead. Yi Fan has killed Pei Yin. The 10th most talented in Taiyuan is indeed no match for Yi Fan. Yi Fan flicked the blood droplets from his sword and turned to glare at the members of the Pei family who had accompanied Pei Yin. Upon feeling Yi Fan's provocative gaze, the Pei family members instantly erupted in fury. How dare you? Among them, a middle-aged man of the Earth Martial realm. Pei Yin's uncle Pei Jin was furious, bellowing, daring to kill Pei Yin. You were seeking death. With that, his Earth Martial realm pressure erupted violently. As he stepped forward, the bluestone slab beneath him shattered instantly. Chapter 160, a furious punch, infused with violent spiritual energy, struck directly at Yi Fan. Unable to contend with the younger opponent, the elder decided to take the stage. Yi Fan scoffed, yet he dared not confront the Earth Martial Realm warrior head-on. It had been less than 12 hours since he last utilized the Tianjin Monument, and presently, the power of heavenly suppression was unavailable. He was still not a match for the Earth Martial Realm warriors. However, he could not remain passive in the face of Pei Jin's assault. The Sun Scripture was activated to its utmost, summoning the solar divine body. A blinding light erupted from him, enveloping the space around him in radiance. In an instant, Yi Fan's figure flickered, concealed beneath the brilliance. Boom! Pei Jin's fist struck the ground, creating a deep crater. As the light dissipated, Yi Fan appeared 10 zhang away, a smile gracing his lips as he leisurely brushed the dust from his sleeves. Kill him! Pei Jin seethed with rage, turning to the members of the Pei family behind him, commanding them fiercely. Stop! At that moment, a voice rang out from within the station. Old Xiao appeared like a specter, his gaunt frame swiftly placing itself before Yi Fan. He could hardly fathom that one day he would be compelled to protect Yi Fan's safety. Yet, he had no choice. Had the assailants been from the Taiyuan royal family, he would have found a way to delay his appearance, allowing Yi Fan to perish at their hands, thereby inciting conflict between the Taiyuan royal family and the Union Kingdom's Heavenly Martial Academy. But now, the threat came from the Pei family, and he could not stand idly by. Though the Pei family was formidable, they were evidently not a match for the Heavenly Martial Academy of Union Kingdom. After all, the academy was fortified by old Xiao, whose strength was unfathomable. Thud, 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 Following old Xiu's appearance, Duan Tianshu, accompanied by the people of Yunin Kingdom, rushed out of the royal station, hurrying to Yifan's side. Brother Yifan, are you unharmed? There's something amiss, Yifan replied, an amused smirk gracing his features as he pointed his sword towards the gradually cooling corpse of Pei Yin nearby. It is he. Duan Tianshu followed the direction of Yifan's sword, and upon seeing Pei Yin's tragic state, his pupils constricted. He realized that Yifan was unafraid of Pei Yin. Yet he could scarcely believe Yifan had truly dared to kill him. Previously, Yifan had slain 3 individuals at the royal station without consequence. For those 3 were neither members of the Taiyuan royal family's noble lineage nor had any backing. However, Pei Yin was different, ranked 10th among the 10 prodigies of Taiyuan. He was a genius of the Pei family in Taiyuan City. The implications of Yifan killing Pei Yin were monumental. Is it just you lot? Pei Jin cast a sinister glance at Duan Tianshu and the others, ultimately resting his gaze on old Xiu. After a moment's pause, the murderous intent rekindled in his eyes. Kill Yifan to avenge Pei Yin. Anyone who dares obstruct us shall perish. We are here to attend the Junlin banquet. Duan Tianshu retorted sharply. Do you dare to act against us within the royal station? This place. Pei Jin waved a hand, signaling the Pei family members. This is not the royal station. The Pei family understood the implication and swiftly encircled Yifan and his companions, blocking their retreat back into the royal station. While it was indeed inappropriate to commit murder within the royal station, this was merely the entrance. Kill. Pei Jin commanded coldly, his urgency palpable. With that command, old Xiu's aura erupted fiercely. The pressure of a 9th-level Earth Martial Realm warrior was unabashedly unleashed. A chilling wind surged forth, forming a swirling vortex of darkness around him. The Earth Martial Realm. 9th level. Pei Jin's voice trembled, his face paling under the weight of old Xiu's terrifying presence. Yifan, realizing the situation, suddenly burst into laughter. So it turns out Pei Yin only brought 2 low-level Earth Martial Realm warriors. In that case, Xiu Sinshur, I entrust their demise to you. Chapter 161. Upon hearing the words, Pei Jin and the others instantly darkened their expressions like ink. The crowd surrounding the royal post station collectively gasped in shock. To kill all the members of the Pei family? If that were to happen, it would surely provoke an even greater retaliation from them. At that point, even if Yifan and his companions sought refuge within the royal post station, it would be futile. Killing Pei Yin could be dismissed as a feud among the younger generation, but annihilating Pei Jin and the others would be a blatant provocation against the Pei family. Old Xiu, with his gaunt and wrinkled visage, twitched slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Yifan, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. I am here solely to ensure your safety, not to assist you in committing murder. He felt thoroughly stifled in his role of protecting Yifan, and the thought of being commanded by him to take lives was unbearable. Duan Tianya, it seemed, would die with unfulfilled desires. Is he truly that cowardly? Yifan smirked, his expression dripping with contempt. What was there to fear in killing? The only thing old Xiu was afraid of was the Pei family. Humph. Pei Jin was acutely aware that with old Xiu present, they could do nothing to Yifan. With a darkened face, he coldly snorted, You little beast. The enmity of today, the Pei family will. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the street's end. The crowd turned to see a group of individuals approaching leisurely. The 2 young men at the forefront stood out remarkably. The youth on the left, clad in a purple robe, was none other than Lei Mo, the crown prince of the Lei Yin Kingdom. Beside him, the young man in a white robe engaged in casual conversation, his demeanor excessively respectful, bordering on obsequious. This individual was Qin Song, the heir of the Baiwang mansion. Recognizing the young man in white, Duan Tianshu lowered his voice to alert Yifan. The heir of the Baiwang mansion? Yifan squinted, discreetly assessing Qin Song. Adorned in a moonlight-hued brocade robe, he exuded an innate nobility in his every gesture. Yet, what drew the most attention were his eyes, as unfathomable as a cold pond. They appeared gentle but concealed a latent sharpness. If he was not mistaken, Qin Song had hosted a banquet for the Lei Yin Kingdom's entourage the previous night, reveling with Lei Mo and others until dawn before escorting them back. As Qin Song approached, he was perplexed by the crowd gathered at the entrance of the royal post station. Upon catching sight of Pei Yan's lifeless body on the ground, his alabaster face darkened abruptly. Pei Yan? Who did this? It was him. Pei Jin seethed, his finger pointing at Yifan like a sword. It was he? Lei Mo, walking beside Qin Song, couldn't help but reveal a glimmer of schadenfreude. Your Highness, this is the Yifan I mentioned to you. The sun god body. Yifan? Qin Song narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yifan, before stepping forward to question. You possess quite the audacity. Who permitted you to commit murder here? Huh? Yifan felt a surge of amusement, smiling as he retorted. Do I require anyone's permission to kill here? If I wish to kill, I shall do so. Impudent. Qin Song's voice turned icy at Yi Fan's defiance. Open your eyes and see where this is. This is the Royal Post Station. Everyone knows that the Royal Post Station is under the jurisdiction of my Baiwang Mansion. To kill here requires our permission. TSK TSK. Yi Fan chuckled dismissively, lightly tapping the tip of his sword against the ground. But this is merely the entrance to the Royal Post Station. Do you believe that killing at the entrance is without consequence? Qin Song shot a sidelong glance at Yi Fan, his voice remaining cold. Killing at the entrance of the Royal Post Station is no different than killing within it. Would you disregard it if someone were to relieve themselves in front of your own home? Puffed. Yi Fan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Your analogy is quite vivid. For a moment, I found myself unable to refute it. He shrugged, deciding that if he couldn't counter, he would simply refrain from doing so. So, I have committed murder. What do you intend to do about it? Chapter 162. Your grievances with the Pei family are not my concern. With an expression of indifference, Qin Song spoke slowly. Since you have committed murder here, I can no longer allow you to stay at the Royal Inn. You must find another inn in Taiyuan Imperial City. No. Duan Qianshu's countenance darkened suddenly, his brows knitting tightly. Yi Fan's act of killing Pei Yin had undoubtedly offended the Pei family. While residing at the Royal Inn, the Pei family would not dare to act against him. However, once he moved out, they would surely send someone to kill him. Even with Elder Chio's protection nearby, it would be of little help. Elder Chio's capabilities had already been revealed. If the Pei family sought to eliminate Yi Fan, they would undoubtedly dispatch even more formidable forces. Huh, do you think I care about staying at this Royal Inn? Yi Fan scoffed, and suddenly, the daylight sword glimmered with golden light. Before anyone could react, he flicked his wrist violently. With a swift motion, he struck, and the dazzling sword light streaked across like a meteor. Crack! The plaque on the Royal Inn's door shattered with a resounding snap. Splinters flew, and dust rose in the air. Everyone present widened their eyes in astonishment. Yi Fan. What audacity! Severing the Royal Inn's plaque was clearly a provocation to the Moon King's mansion. Duan Tianshu's vision darkened, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Qin Song had made it clear that he intended to use the Pei family's hand to eliminate Yi Fan. What a madman. Not only had he fallen into Qin Song's trap, but he also dared to publicly slap the White King's face. Truly bold. Qin Song's alabaster face twitched slightly. It had been a long time since he had encountered someone so brazen before him. Were it not for Yi Fan's evident strength in slaying Pei Yin, he could hardly restrain the urge to personally teach Yi Fan a lesson. Well then. Yi Fan casually flicked his sword and turned to leave, his steps nonchalant, exuding an air of effortless detachment as if he were merely brushing off his robes. Yi Fan, where are you going? Duan Tianshu exclaimed, hastily stepping forward to grasp Yi Fan's sleeve. I can have Elder Chio accompany you. No need. Yi Fan shrugged off Duan Tianshu's grip, not bothering to look back. He had never been particularly keen on staying with Duan Tianshu and the others. Now that he was leaving the Royal Inn, he could avoid being ensnared by Duan Tianshu's schemes. Duan Tianshu was about to persuade him further when Elder Chio suddenly interjected ominously. Since he does not wish for my company, let him go. Your Highness. Why force the issue? As long as he can be responsible for his own life, if he dies, he cannot blame me for failing in my duty to protect him. Elder Chio. Duan Tianshu whirled around, glaring at Elder Chio. However, Elder Chio stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression indifferent. In that brief moment of delay, Yi Fan's figure had already receded into the distance. Pei Jin's murderous intent surged, and he stealthily followed Yi Fan with several martial artists from the Pei family. Elder Chio. Duan Tianshu noticed Pei Jin's movements and urgently called out to Elder Chio, follow him and see where he goes. However, Elder Chio remained unmoved, still standing with his hands behind his back. Duan Tianshu's anger flared, and he glared at Elder Chio, demanding, do you want him to die at the hands of the Pei family? Upon hearing this, Elder Chio seemed to realize something and swiftly darted forward like a wraith. He made several leaps to catch up with Yi Fan, yet maintained a distance of 3 zhang. As Qin Song gazed at Yi Fan's receding silhouette, a cold smile crept upon his lips. Once you leave the Royal Inn, if you can survive until the Imperial banquet, I shall acknowledge your capabilities. Chapter 163. Old Chio trailed behind Yi Fan, his gaunt figure casting a chilling shadow in the sunlight. Squinting his murky eyes, he observed Yi Fan come to a halt before an imposing mansion. A plaque hung prominently at the entrance, boldly displaying the characters Wan Fu. Wan Fu. Upon seeing the plaque, old Chio furrowed his brow slightly, perplexed about Yi Fan's intentions for coming here. Pei Jin, noticing Yi Fan's arrival at Wan Fu, subtly speculated the reason. With a somber expression, he gestured for the members of the Pei family to discreetly withdraw. Yi Fan slowly approached Wan Fu and paused before the entrance. What brings you here? A guard stationed at the gate, standing with his spear, inquired as Yi Fan drew near. Yi Fan remained silent, raising his right hand slowly. Suddenly, the golden imprint on his palm gleamed, and 9 fiery dragons danced joyously. 9 dragons spirit fire. The guard's eyes widened in astonishment, and after a moment of incredulous scrutiny of Yi Fan, he promptly turned and returned to the mansion. Before long, Wan Miaoyan, adorned in a flowing crimson gown, gracefully emerged from within the estate. "How did you find your way to Wanfu?" she asked, her lips parting in surprise. "Did I not instruct you to wait at the royal post station for my news?" Embarrassed, Yi Fan scratched his head and shrugged helplessly. "I encountered a bit of trouble and was expelled from the royal post station." "Oh." Wan Miaoyan's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired, "What kind of trouble? Do share." With a smile curving his lips, Yi Fan shrugged again. "I had just left Wandan Pavilion, and before I could even reach the royal post station, Pei Yin came looking for me. And then?" Wan Miaoyan pressed further. "And then?" Yi Fan casually replied, "I ended up killing Pei Yin." "You killed Pei Yin?" Wan Miaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief. While she did not hold Pei Yin in high regard, she was aware of his formidable strength. Ranked 10th among the 10 talents of Tai Yuan, he was not a man to be trifled with. That Yi Fan could slay Pei Yin was indeed surprising. "Indeed," Yi Fan said nonchalantly, "I don't find it particularly remarkable. Unfortunately, I happened to be spotted by that so-called Prince Bai, Qin Song, who then expelled me from the royal post station. With nowhere else to turn, I sought refuge with my adoptive father." "Who is your adoptive father?" Wan Miaoyan cast a sidelong glance at Yi Fan, reminding him, "As of now, my father has yet to agree to accept you as his son." "Miss Wan, have you not mentioned this matter to your esteemed father?" Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "My father is currently in discussions with the elders of our clan," Wan Miaoyan replied, shooting Yi Fan an exasperated glare. "Do you think this matter is a trifling joke?" Yi Fan exaggeratedly opened his mouth wide. "This is merely a matter of mutual consent between me and your father. Why must it involve the approval of the clan elders? How disingenuous." Wan Miaoyan pouted, her eyes dancing with mockery. "Surely you must understand that my father would not take you as a son for no reason? It is not for the sake of the 9 dragons spirit fire that this matter concerns him, and therefore it cannot simply be a matter of your and his willingness." Yi Fan feigned a pitiful expression as he gazed at Wan Miaoyan. "But I have nowhere else to go." "Enough." Wan Miaoyan rolled her eyes and turned, her crimson gown swirling gracefully as she waved her hand. "Come inside with me for now." Despite her dismissive tone, her steps slowed slightly. "Who is this person? I do not recall seeing him in the royal city before. This is the first time the young lady has brought a man back to Wanfu. It seems their relationship is rather special. Could it be that?" Chapter 164. As they stepped through the grand entrance of the Wan residence, numerous passers-by turned their gazes toward them. Whispers filled the air when suddenly, a figure obstructed their path. "Wan Shen, what are you doing?" Wan Miaoyan halted her steps and reprimanded the obstructionist. The man, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, stood tall in a flowing azure robe that accentuated his stature. Without a hint of retreat, he fixed a piercing gaze on Yi Fan and inquired of Wan Miaoyan, "Miss, who is this person? Does he have any relation to you?" Wan Miaoyan cast a sidelong glance at Wan Qin and casually retorted, "Does it concern you?" Wan Qin maintained a stern expression and quietly advised, "Miss, your status is esteemed. It would not bode well to bring an unclear individual back to the Wan residence. Word may spread and tarnish our reputation. Are you trying to dictate my actions?" Wan Miaoyan's patience waned upon hearing this. "Wan Qin, don't let a modicum of martial talent cloud your judgment of who you are. Know that in the realm of martial arts, there are always those greater than oneself. In terms of martial prowess, Wan Qin ranked among the top 3 of the younger generation within the Wan clan. Proud and arrogant, he harbored a secret affection for Wan Miaoyan. Yet he understood that his inability to master the 9 dragons' spiritual fire rendered any hope of a relationship with her futile. Nevertheless, witnessing Wan Miaoyan returning with Yi Fan still stirred his displeasure. From what the mist suggests, this person's martial talent surpasses my own. In literature, there is no first. In martial arts, there is no second. Only through battle can we discern strength from weakness." Wan Qin's face darkened at the public reprimand, his eyes igniting with combat fervor. The onlookers from the Wan family exchanged amused glances, clearly perceiving Wan Qin's jealousy. "Are you certain you wish to challenge him?" Wan Miaoyan chuckled at Wan Qin's words. "Does the mist show concern for him?" Wan Qin sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Fan. "Or perhaps he lacks the courage? If he cannot muster the bravery for a single battle, he is unworthy to step through the doors of the Wan residence. I fear for your safety." Wan Miaoyan waved her hand, smiling as she cautioned. "You worry too much," Wan Qin replied confidently. "In martial cultivation, injuries are commonplace. Besides, I do not believe this person poses a threat to me." "You misunderstand." Wan Miaoyan's lips curled into an intriguing smile. "I fear he might harm your pride." Wan Qin, puzzled by her words, gazed at her in confusion. Wang Miaoyan, opting not to prolong the suspense, laughed and declared plainly. He just killed Pei Yin at the royal post station. Pei Yin? Wan Chen's pupils constricted as he mechanically turned to face Yu Fan, only to find Yu Fan nonchalantly smiling, an expression that belied any hint of a ruthless killer. The surrounding Wan youths exchanged glances, their murmurs abruptly ceasing. Skeptical eyes scrutinized Yu Fan, yet they discerned no clues to support their suspicions. What is everyone doing here? A voice, deep and resonant like thunder, suddenly boomed through the air. Yu Fan turned his head to see a robust middle-aged man striding forth with a commanding presence. Father! Wang Miaoyan exclaimed as she rushed toward the man, lifting her skirt. Patriarch! The gathered members of the Wan family hurriedly bowed in respect, including Wan Chen, who appeared most reverent. Unquestionably, this man was the head of the Wan family, Wang Miaoyan's father, Wan Zhan. Yi Fan's eyes flicked with determination as he stepped forward and respectfully performed a grand bow. Yi Fan pays his respects to my adoptive father. Adoptive father? The proclamation struck like a thunderbolt, leaving Wan Chen nearly reeling. He shot an incredulous glance at Yi Fan, his face a canvas of disbelief. The surrounding youths of the Wan family were equally astonished, their expressions reflecting profound shock. When had their patriarch acquired an adoptive son? Chapter 165, You Youngster. You certainly call out with ease. Wan Zhan raised an eyebrow, a glint of amusement flickering in his tiger-like eyes as he scrutinized Yi Fan. This is our first encounter. When did I take you as my adopted son? Upon hearing this, the Wan family members suddenly realized the truth. It turned out that Yi Fan's sentiments were unreciprocated. A few young disciples couldn't help but stifle their laughter, but were silenced by a single glance from Wan Zhan. Humph. Wan Chen snorted coldly, stepping forward with a glare directed at Yi Fan, reproaching him. What are you shouting about? I have encountered countless shameless individuals like you, brazen enough to. Wan Zhan interrupted with a wave of his hand, creating a gust that cut off Wan Chen's words. It was clear that he had learned of Yi Fan's background from Wang Miaoyan and had developed a certain interest in him, the possessor of the solar divine body. You would not regret taking me as your adopted son. Yi Fan replied unperturbed, casting a curious glance at Wan Chen as he spoke leisurely. The Wan family is currently lacking in talent among the younger generation. This year's Junlin banquet will likely serve as mere decoration. However, rest assured, with me, the Wan family shall emerge as the most illustrious clan at the Junlin banquet. Too audacious. Wan Chun detected the mockery in Yi Fan's words, his body trembling with fury as he laughed in anger. You dare to act so brazenly after killing Pei Yin? Pei Yin, wait. Wan Zhan suddenly raised his hand, astonished by Wan Chen's words, his eyes widening as he fixed his gaze on Yi Fan. You killed Pei Yin? Indeed, Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, nodding with a smile. Wan Zhan was utterly astonished, recalling what Wang Miaoyan had previously told him, and promptly confirmed with Yi Fan. I heard from Miaoyan that you are merely at the 6th level of the Xuanwu realm? Wan Chun was struck as if by lightning, abruptly turning to Yi Fan, his expression transforming into one of disbelief. He had assumed Yi Fan was at the 9th level of the Xuanwu realm. While killing Pei Yin was impressive, it was still within the realm of comprehension. However, to kill Pei Yin at the 6th level of the Xuanwu realm was simply unfathomable. Indeed, Yi Fan remarked, scratching his nose, a subtle smile gracing his lips. My cultivation is admittedly a bit low. I hope my adoptive father does not mock me. Good, good, good. Wan Zhan could hardly contain his delight, repeating the word thrice as he grew increasingly satisfied with Yi Fan. Today, I have decided to take you as my adopted son. Greetings, adoptive father. Yi Fan gracefully bowed, his movements fluid and seamless. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Wan Chen's ashen face and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Becoming Wan Zhan's adopted son not only resolved the issues surrounding the 9 Dragon Spirit Fire, but also secured him a foothold in Taiyuan Royal City. Henceforth, if the Pei family wished to act against him, they would have to consider the influence of the Wan family. Do not rejoice too soon. Wan Zhan suddenly quelled his mirth, shifting his tone. Just now, I heard you boast that with your presence, the Wan family would become the most illustrious clan at the Junlin banquet? That is inevitable. Yi Fan straightened his back, exuding confidence. If you cannot secure a place in the top 10 at the Junlin banquet, Wan Zhan narrowed his eyes, his voice laden with meaning. What are you implying? Adoptive father? Yi Fan interjected cheerfully, resolutely stating, Top 10? I do not even aspire to that. I aim for a position in the top 3. Having experienced the prowess of the Taiyuan 10 talents, he did not dare to guarantee first place. However, his aspirations had now transcended beyond the top 10. Although both the top 10 and top 3 would qualify him to participate in the assessment at Taichu Daozong, bearing a different title could lead to varied treatment during the selection process. Top 3? Haha. Wan Zhan laughed heartily, relishing Yi Fan's audacious spirit. To aim for the top 3 places at the Junlin banquet as a 6th-level Xuanwu realm cultivator? What a fanciful dream. Chapter 166. Wan Qin could no longer contain his indignation, his face a mask of frustration. While you may have slain Pei Yin, he ranks only 10th among the 10 talents of Taiyuan. There are many who surpass him within the Taiyuan dynasty. Moreover, the Taiyuan dynasty is teeming with hidden talents, and the top 3 positions at the Junlin banquet are not easily attained. Wan Qin. Wan Zhan bellowed, casting a sidelong glance at Wan Qin. Instantly, Wan Qin's expression darkened, and he fell silent. Wan Zhan then turned his gaze toward Yi Fan, a glimmer of danger flickering in his eyes. Once these words are spoken, there is no turning back. Whether or not we can secure a top 3 position is another matter entirely, but should you bring shame upon the Wan family, I shall demand the return of the 9 dragons' spirit fire. As Yi Fan had previously stated, the Wan family was somewhat in disarray. Wan Miaoyan had ascended to the Earth Martial Realm months prior, disqualifying her from competing in the Junlin banquet. This year, the Wan family possessed little competitive edge. The truth remained that Yi Fan had control over the 9 dragons' spirit fire, and if it could not be exchanged for a prodigy, it would undoubtedly be reclaimed. Yi Fan, never speak empty words. A smile played upon Yi Fan's lips as he met Wan Zhan's gaze. He understood the significance of returning the 9 dragons' spirit fire. Having reached this point, Wan Zhan would not relent. Haha, splendid! Wan Zhan exclaimed with laughter, then waved his hand grandly, declaring, tonight, I shall let the entire imperial city know that I, Wan Zhan, have gained a remarkable adopted son. Yi Fan's lips twitched slightly, and he muttered under his breath. Is it truly necessary to create such a commotion before the Junlin banquet? Absolutely, Wan Zhan said, pulling Yi Fan's shoulder with such force that it nearly caused him to stumble. For me, Wan Zhan, to adopt a son is a momentous occasion. Furthermore, if we do not announce it to the imperial city, how can you showcase the might of the Wan family at the Junlin banquet? Yi Fan scratched his head awkwardly, disliking such ostentation. The greater the uproar now, the more difficult it would be to navigate the aftermath. This implied that he must secure a top 3 position without fail. Yi Fan, Wan Miaoyan, noticing Yi Fan's reluctance, suddenly leaned closer and whispered, Do you not wish to meet Xiangru? My family is hosting a banquet, and she will certainly attend on behalf of the Moon King's manor. Really? Yi Fan's eyes lit up with excitement as he looked at Wan Miaoyan. Now that Wan Zhan had agreed to adopt him as a son, he was eager to find an opportunity to request Wan Miaoyan's assistance in arranging a meeting with Qin Xiangru. Hearing Wan Miaoyan's words, the chance seemed to arise tonight. Why would I deceive you? Wan Miaoyan replied with a mischievous smile, then turned to confirm with Wan Zhan. Father, since you are hosting a banquet for your adopted son, a formal invitation should be sent to the Moon King's manor, correct? Naturally, Wan Zhan affirmed. All prominent families and royal manors in the imperial city will receive an invitation. Whether they choose to attend is their business. Did you hear that? Wan Miaoyan smiled, winking at Yi Fan, understanding her implication. Yi Fan could not help but smile in return. As night fell, the Wan residence was adorned with bright lights and decorations. The front yard bustled with carriages and guests in splendid attire arriving in droves. Yi Fan, clad in a dark embroidered robe, stood at the entrance alongside Wan Miaoyan. The Wen family, the second elder, has arrived. The Ming family, young Master Mingping has arrived. The Gao family, young Master Gao Jin has arrived. The Pei family, the elder, has arrived. The calls of names echoed, and Yi Fan maintained a composed smile. His gaze occasionally swept towards the entrance, awaiting the appearance of the young lady from the Moon King's manor. The Pei family? The 2 have come? Upon hearing that the Pei family was in attendance, Yi Fan's smile suddenly faltered, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes as he turned to Wan Miaoyan beside him. Chapter 167. Wan Miaoyan spread his hands helplessly, shrugging his shoulders. The invitation had indeed been extended, but he had not anticipated their arrival. As the elder of the Pei clan, Pei Xuanguang, entered, the temperature in the room seemed to plummet, his sinister gaze fixated on Yi Fan, yet he did not approach to engage in conversation. Ultimately, he merely snorted coldly and, with a sullen expression, took his seat under the guidance of the Wan family's attendants. Miss Qin Xiangru of the Moon King Mansion has arrived. Young Master Qin Song of the White King Mansion has arrived. The 2 proclamations rang out in succession, brightening Yi Fan's spirits. He beheld a woman clad in a flowing white dress, gracefully approaching. Her features were exquisite, yet there lingered an air of aloof detachment about her. That was Xiangru. Wan Miaoyan tugged at Yi Fan's sleeve and, with a smile, led him to greet the approaching Qin Xiangru. At that moment, a figure clad in purple robes suddenly intruded. Yi Fan turned to face the newcomer, and to his surprise, it was Lei Mo, the Prince of the Thunder Sound Kingdom. Brother Yi Fan, you truly possess remarkable skills. Lei Mo remarked with a mocking smile, stepping in front of Yi Fan. His voice was deliberately raised, as if to assert dominance. You have only just arrived in the imperial city for a few days and already managed to climb the ranks of the Wan family. Your words are misguided. Brother Lamo, Yi Fan replied, but before he could elaborate, young Master Qin Song, dressed in a moon-white brocade robe and holding a folding fan, approached. He cast a meaningful glance at Yi Fan and said, Brother Yi Fan indeed earned the favor of the Wan family through his true prowess, having vanquished Pei Yan, one of the 10 talents of Taiyuan. At that moment, a sharp sound of shattering porcelain echoed through the banquet hall. All eyes turned to Pei Xian, whose wine cup had splintered into dust. The oppressive aura of a martial arts master radiated from him, washing over the guests like a tidal wave. The hall fell silent, each guest's expression revealing their intrigue. Pei Xian, Wan Zhan had appeared at the head table, his large hand striking the table forcefully. Red spiritual energy rippled like waves, instantly dispersing the oppressive atmosphere as he warned Pei Xian, Today is a momentous occasion for Wan, as I welcome my adopted son. My apologies for my momentary lapse. Pei Xian's gaunt face twitched, his sinister gaze remaining fixed on Yi Fan. Yet, the memory of his recently deceased nephew stirred a tumult of emotions within him. Elder Pei, Wan Miaoyan suddenly let out a light laugh, her eyes brimming with mockery. At the banquet, life and death are left to fate. Pei Yan's lack of skill is not to be blamed on others. Miss Wan, your statement is quite erroneous, Lamo interjected, raising his voice. Murder in the streets cannot be equated with a duel in the arena. His gaze shifted to Yi Fan, malicious intent flickering in his eyes. Brother Yi Fan, would you not agree? The atmosphere in the hall grew tense, even the candle flames flickering in response. Yi Fan, disinterested, wore a faint smile that suggested he was unfazed. Let us not linger in the doorway. Please, take your seats. Wan Zhan's resonant voice shattered the tension. Wan Miaoyan exchanged a knowing glance with Yi Fan, and they seated themselves near the head table. Accompanied by her maid, Qin Xiangru conveniently sat beside Wan Miaoyan. Brother Yi Fan, Lamo, now seated next to Qin Song, seized the opportunity to revisit the earlier topic. You have yet to respond to my earlier question. I have no obligation to respond. Yi Fan raised his gaze to Lamo, who seemed aggressive. With a cold smile, he countered, with all your chatter, are you perhaps seeking justice for the Pei family? Indeed, I am quite eager to learn, Lamo replied, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes as he slowly rose. This time, he had come to Taiyuan Imperial City as the Prince of the Thunder Sound Kingdom, with intentions not unlike those of the others attending the banquet. Previously dismissive of Yi Fan, he now felt compelled to diminish Yi Fan's burgeoning reputation. Chapter 168 Within the hall. The flickering candlelight cast shadows of two figures poised for confrontation. Enough. Wan Zhan suddenly slammed his hand on the table, his voice cold and commanding. Today's banquet is to celebrate my adoption of a son. If you wish to spar, let it be revealed at the King's Landing banquet. Upon hearing this, Lamo's face turned ashen, but he had no choice but to slowly take his seat. The head of the Wan family is indeed fortunate to have such a son. Brother Wan Zhan, congratulations. Young Master Yi possesses such formidable strength at a tender age. His future is limitless. May the Wan family shine brilliantly at the King's Landing banquet. As someone initiated the congratulations, the atmosphere in the banquet hall gradually grew lively. Guests came forward in succession to toast, and Wan Zhan drank heartily. Yi Fan, while responding to the flattery of the crowd, discreetly glanced towards Qin Xiangru. Noticing this, Wan Miaoyan gently tapped Yi Fan's hand, leaning in under the pretense of pouring wine to whisper, in the back garden South Plum Grove, in a quarter of an hour. Understanding, Yi Fan excused himself quietly. In the deep of night, under the moonlight like flowing water, Yi Fan navigated through the winding corridors to a secluded plum grove. Amid the fragrant air, Qin Xiangru had been waiting for quite some time. Miss Qin, Yi Fan approached, cupping his hands in greeting, his voice instinctively softening. Qin Xiangru turned slowly, her white, gauzy dress billowing gently in the night breeze. The sound of her jade footsteps was crisp, reminiscent of a mountain stream. In the moonlight, her delicate visage appeared as if covered in frost, her cool gaze fixed upon Yi Fan as her lips parted slightly. Young Master Yi, has your journey brought you here for EMO? Yes, Yi Fan replied, momentarily taken aback, pondering that Wan Miaoyan had not conversed much with Qin Xiangru earlier, and he couldn't help but wonder if EMO had mentioned him. Indeed, Qin Xiangru nodded softly, continuing, when EMO returned to the Moon King's residence that day, my father discovered she had lost her maidenhood. Under questioning, she revealed the truth. Yi Fan felt a slight flush creep to his ears and awkwardly rubbed his nose. This was unexpected. There is no need for explanation. Qin Xiangru stepped closer, her hairpin trembling gently. Currently, EMO is within the Taichu Dao sect and has been ordered not to leave. Perhaps you could rescue her. Rescue her? Yi Fan furrowed his brow slightly and hurriedly inquired. Is it because she lost her maidenhood that she is confined by the Taichu Dao sect? Why? Is she in danger now? At present, there is no immediate threat. Qin Xiangru shook her head, the moonlight cascading over her exquisite collarbone. The real danger lies on the day of sanctification, or rather, after the sanctification. Before she could finish her words, a sudden cracking sound emanated from the depths of the plum grove. Who is there? Yi Fan spun around, raising his voice as he stepped protectively in front of Qin Xiangru. Ha ha ha, raspy laugh emerged from the shadows as Pei Xinkong's gaunt figure slowly stepped into view. I merely took a stroll here, and unexpectedly stumbled upon such an intriguing tale. You truly have a refined taste, wandering in the Wan family's back garden at this hour? Yi Fan thought to himself that this was not good, yet he maintained a calm facade. Pei Xinkong did not respond, his gaze darkly scrutinizing Yi Fan. Who would have thought? Yi Fan, you possess remarkable skills to have taken the second miss of the Moon King's residence. The prospective saintess of the Tai Chu Dao sect's maidenhood TSK. Damn it. Yi Fan's eyes flashed with murderous intent, surging like a tidal wave. His greatest fear had indeed come to pass. Pei Xinkong had arrived sooner than he had anticipated. The matter between him and Qin Emo must not be disclosed. Otherwise, it would spell tremendous trouble for her. Chapter 169. What? Do you wish to kill me to silence me? Pei Xian sensed the murderous intent emanating from Yi Fan, his murky eyes narrowing into slits. If you were to present your head to the young master of the Taichu Dao sect, Luo Feiyu, how do you suppose he would express his gratitude to me? Upon finishing his words, his hunched frame suddenly straightened. The oppressive aura of the martial realm surged forth like a tsunami. The surrounding plum trees trembled violently, petals cascading like rain. Killing you to silence you is certainly within the realm of possibility. Yi Fan's countenance darkened as he stepped forward decisively. The air behind him distorted abruptly, and the phantom of the Zhentian Bei gradually materialized. The Zhentian Bei was now capable of unleashing the power of heavenly suppression once more. While slaying Pei Xian would not be an easy feat, it was not entirely impossible. Life Soul. Pei Xian's pupils constricted as he beheld Yi Fan's life soul behind him. With your Xuanwu realm cultivation awakening a life soul, I must admit, I have underestimated you. Indeed, you are a prodigy. No wonder you could slay Pei Yin. Alas, this night, such a talent shall perish at my hands. With that, he ceased any further discourse with Yi Fan. His withered hand, resembling an eagle's claw, reached out with an eerie grace. The tips of his fingers glowed with a ghostly light, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. Heavenly Dao, suppress. As Yi Fan drew forth the Tsongfeng sword, he uttered a low command. The Zhentian Bei trembled, unleashing the power of heavenly suppression. Pei Xian's form suddenly faltered, and the surging spiritual energy surrounding him dwindled in an instant. Yi Fan's figure flickered as he evaded the lethal strike that had seemed unavoidable. What is happening? My cultivation? Pei Xian's expression shifted dramatically, his gaunt features contorting like a malevolent spirit. In terror, he realized that his cultivation had been forcibly suppressed to the 9th level of the Xuanwu realm. In the next moment, a chill surged from behind him. As he turned, a flash of cold light greeted him. Yi Fan's Tsongfeng sword struck like a venomous serpent, aiming directly for his throat. Where the blade passed, the falling plum blossoms were cleaved in twain. Get lost. Pei Xian's eyes widened in fury, a flicker of panic crossing his gaze. With a thunderous roar, his waning aura surged violently. The rampant spiritual energy transformed into a shockwave, hurling both him and his sword away from Yi Fan. Bang! In midair, Yi Fan executed a nimble flip, but upon landing, he staggered back over 10 paces. His hand gripping the Tsongfeng sword trembled slightly, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Too slow, Yi Fan licked the bloodstain from his lips, his expression darkening. Although the power of heavenly suppression could restrain Pei Xian's cultivation, the disparity in their levels was far too great, resulting in a fleeting duration of the suppression. Moreover, his reaction time had been delayed just enough. That was close. Pei Xian's skeletal fingers brushed against his neck, feeling a trickle of warm liquid. Lowering his gaze to his fingertips stained crimson, his pupils involuntarily constricted. The strike from Yi Fan, though not fatal, had grazed the surface of his throat. A dignified warrior of the 9th level of the martial realm had been wounded by a mere 6th level Xuanwu cultivator. You little beast, as Pei Xian recalled the previous encounter. A chill ran through his heart, and his cold gaze locked onto Yi Fan, solidifying his resolve to eliminate him. Should he survive this night, he would pose an endless threat in the future. With that thought, he stepped forward once more, intent on striking. Boom! In a moment of peril, a scarlet palm imprint tore through the air. Old bastard! How dare you harm my son, Wanzhan? Wanzhan, with his imposing figure like a deity descending, his fierce eyes ablaze with fury. Not good. Pei Xian hastily altered his approach, and the two forces collided, resulting in a deafening explosion. Chapter 170. The entire plum grove trembled violently, and the gust of wind scattered the fallen blossoms across the ground. Pei Xian stumbled back over 10 steps, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The guests in the banquet hall, alerted by the commotion, rushed to the scene. Was the wound on Elder Pei's neck inflicted by Yifan? It is said that Yifan is an adept in the art of assassination. Could this be the work of a stealthy strike? Yet, no matter how skilled one may be in assassination, surely one cannot succeed against an opponent of such elevated rank? Gasps of astonishment echoed among the guests as Lei Mo's hands clenched involuntarily beneath his purple robe, and Qin Song swiftly closed his folding fan. Wan Maoyan's eyes sparkled with an unusual light. All eyes were unexpectedly fixed upon the slender crimson mark on Pei Xian's neck. Father, Yifan, noticing the crowd gathering, feared that Pei Xian might speak too much. He suddenly called out to Wan Zhan, Elder, Pei Xian dares to commit murder against the Wan family, showing utter disregard for the Wan clan and for you, my father. I implore you to take action and avenge me by eliminating this old fiend. With that, he knelt on one knee, burying his concealed sword deep into the earth. Ha! Pei Xian let out a shrill laugh, his emaciated figure appearing particularly sinister under the moonlight. He cast a venomous glance at Yifan and scoffed, You wish to kill me? Dream on. With Wan Zhan's arrival, he realized that his intention to slay Yifan must be abandoned. Before he could finish his words, he abruptly threw out a talisman and ignited it. Boom! As the talisman exploded, black mist instantly enveloped the entire plum grove. Wan Zhan waved his hand, and crimson spiritual energy surged like a tempest. Once the black mist dissipated, however, Pei Xian's figure had vanished. He has escaped. Yifan's gaze darkened upon realizing Pei Xian had slipped away. Fortunately, he had not said much before fleeing, likely intending to use this secret to curry favor with Luo Feiyu, fearing that others might discover it first. Rest assured, my son. Wan Zhan strode confidently to Yifan's side, patting his shoulder heavily. His eyes sparkled with determination as he declared, Once the banquet concludes, I shall pay a visit to the Pei residence to seek justice on your behalf. With the banquet fast approaching, it was not the time to instigate conflict between the two prominent families. Nevertheless, his approval of Yifan was steadily growing. Thank you, father. Yifan steadied himself from the forceful pat, yet remained resolute. He clasped his hands in gratitude toward Wan Zhan, his heart as clear as crystal. Wan Zhan's support was merely a reflection of his own capabilities. If he were truly inept, such backing would not be extended. For he was not a genuine member of the Wan family. Ladies and gentlemen, Wan Zhan smiled contentedly, but as he turned to address the guests, his expression abruptly hardened. I apologize for the inadequate hospitality this evening. The banquet shall conclude here. Brother Wan, you are too modest. The Wan family has indeed produced a remarkable talent, which is truly enviable. What a pity it is that we could not witness the prowess of young Master Yi, the guest responded, their faces adorned with forced smiles. Wan Zhan had no inclination to engage in light-hearted banter with them. Suddenly, his fierce gaze pierced through the crowd, and his red spiritual energy blazed like flames. Let me remind you all, since Fang has accepted me as his father, he is now my son. Anyone who dares to act against him shall find themselves at odds with me and the Wan family. I implore you to take my words to heart. Upon hearing Wan Zhan's declaration, the smiles on the guests' faces froze. Lei Mo and Qin Song exchanged glances, shadows flickering in their eyes. Please see yourselves out. Wan Zhan waved his sleeve and strode away with determination. Seizing the moment, Wan Miaoyan linked arms with Qin Xiangru, her voice sweetly syrupy. We have finally met. Do not rush off just yet. Come sit with me in my quarters. As she spoke, she cast a discreet glance at Yifan. Understanding her cue, Yifan followed silently. The three figures gradually faded into the distance, leaving behind a scene of chaos and bewildered guests. Chapter 171. In the boudoir of Wan Miaoyan. The candlelight flickered gently, casting mottled shadows on the wall as the red candles illuminated the gauzy curtains. The room was adorned with opulence, yet it exuded an air of elegance. You all converse. I shall guard the door outside. Wan Miaoyan's lips curled into a subtle smile as she deftly closed the door behind her. Once the door was fully shut, Yifan took a deep breath and turned to Qin Xiangru, inquiring, Miss Qin, regarding what was mentioned in the mail-in. The grand ceremony of canonization by the Taichu Dao sect. Qin Xiangru gazed at the flickering flame, her long eyelashes casting a shadow beneath her eyes. From beginning to end, it is merely a ruse. What do you mean? Yifan leaned slightly forward, a glimmer of urgency flashing in his eyes. Qin Xiangru did not respond directly. Instead, she gracefully moved to the window and turned back, her gaze as cold as a deep pool. You must have heard from Qin Yimo, correct? On the day of canonization, the Taichu Dao sect will select a partner for her. I am aware of that. Yifan replied solemnly, his gaze unwavering upon her. He had promised Qin Yimo that he would join the Taichu Dao sect before that day. intending to defeat all challengers and become her partner. The sect leader of the Taichu Dao sect. Qin Xiangru's fingers lightly brushed the window frame. Her voice, as clear as water striking stone, has already predetermined the choice for Yimo's partner. Is it that young master of the Taichu Dao sect, Luo Feiyu? Yu Fan scoffed, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. What of this predetermined choice? As long as I defeat Luo Feiyu, Yimo will still be mine. Indeed. Qin Xiangru nodded gently, letting out a resigned sigh. The so-called selection process for partners across the sect is merely a formality to avoid gossip. When the day of canonization arrives, who would dare to contend with Luo Feiyu? Others may not dare, but I will, Yi Fan declared with conviction, his eyes gleaming with determination. The day of canonization was still over a year away. Even now, he was not Luo Feiyu's match. What would happen a year later was uncertain. You? Qin Xiangru scrutinized Yi Fan, but said nothing further. Miss Qin, even if the Taichu Dao sect has predetermined Yimo's partner, what danger could arise? Yi Fan pondered, sensing that matters were not so straightforward, and then asked Qin Xiangru, from the perspective of the Moon King's residence. Wouldn't it be advantageous for Qin Yimo to form a partnership with Luo Feiyu? Instead, I would be the one who disrupts the favorable circumstances for the Moon King's residence. In the past, when Yimo entered the Xuanwu realm, she unexpectedly awakened the bloodline of the Moon Goddess, which led to her being taken under the wing of the sect leader of the Taichu Dao sect for intensive training. Qin Xiangru spoke slowly, suddenly meeting Yi Fan's gaze, and then changed her tone. However, what the Taichu Dao sect desires has never been merely an exceptionally gifted saintess. They aim to seize Yimo's bloodline to concoct the Taiyin Xiandan. What? Yi Fan's eyes widened in shock and fury. The conditions for concocting the Taiyin Xiandan were stringent. It required someone of the Moon Goddess bloodline to be at least 20 years old, with a cultivated level of Earth Martial Realm, and their bloodline fully matured. Additionally, the requirements for benefiting from the Taiyin Xiandan were equally severe. Qin Xiangru's expression was calm, yet the concern in her eyes was unmistakable. One must cultivate alongside Yimo for at least a year to adapt to the power of the Moon Goddess bloodline, lest one suffer from the backlash of the medicine when consuming the Taiyin Xiandan in the future. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's expression darkened like stormy waters, his gaze swirling with thunderous wrath. The sect leader of the Taichu Dao sect is indeed no virtuous character. If the leader is like this, can the sect itself be any better? Do you know why Luo Feiyu wishes to eliminate you? Chapter 172. Qin Xiangru let out a soft sigh, gazing at Yi Fan, and remarked that this first dual cultivation was the most opportune moment to adapt to the power of the Moon Goddess bloodline. Now that Emo had lost her first time, Luo Feiyu would require an additional year to synchronize with the Moon Goddess's bloodline for any subsequent dual cultivation with her. He had lost his chance to cultivate with Emo. Yi Fan's voice turned icy, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. At that time, I will undoubtedly defeat him. Qin Xiangru did not harbor any aversion towards Yi Fan. Rather, he felt a certain admiration seeing Yi Fan willing to stand against Luo Feiyu for Qin Emo's sake. You should focus on obtaining qualification to join the Taichu Dao sect. Yi Fan smirked slightly, a defiant light gleaming in his eyes. There should be plenty of spots available for the Taichu Dao sect's assessment for those from the Taiyuan dynasty, right? Indeed, there are many. Qin Xiangru nodded, stating that with your abilities, acquiring qualification should not be difficult. However, you have been rather conspicuous lately, and there will undoubtedly be many who wish to harm you during the Junlin banquet. If you cannot survive, what use is the qualification? Haha. Yi Fan suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes blazing with battle intent, yet tinged with a hint of irreverence. I will not die, nor do I wish to. It is getting late. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiangru's lips curved slightly upwards as he looked through the window towards the hazy moonlight in the distance. I should return to the Moon King's residence. He turned and gracefully walked towards the door. Miss Qin, Yi Fan suddenly called out to Qin Xiangru, his expression serious as he inquired, does your esteemed father approve of my becoming Emo's Dao partner? Qin Xiangru paused and looked back, a sudden smile spreading across her face. As long as you can save Emo, how could my father possibly disagree? The door creaked open, attracting the attention of Wan Miaoyan, who was waiting in the corridor. Seeing Qin Xiangru emerge from the room, she approached with a cheerful smile. Finished with your conversation? Xiangru, are you leaving? Come, let me escort you. Without waiting for a response, she took hold of Qin Xiangru's arm. The two figures, clad in red and white garments, swiftly vanished from Yi Fan's sight. Stepping out of Wan Miaoyan's chamber, Yi Fan gazed up at the night sky, his thoughts swirling. The stars hung suspended in the heavens, reflecting an even greater cold gleam in his eyes. After a moment, he turned and returned to his residence. The courtyard, bathed in moonlight, welcomed him as he sank his consciousness into the Zhentian realm. There were still 2 days until the Junlin banquet commenced. Yi Fan had no intention of squandering time and devoted himself to training. During this period, his name gradually became known. His current fame was hardly inferior to that of the 10 talents of Taiyuan. On the day of the Junlin banquet, the Jingtian Square in the center of Taiyuan Imperial City was abuzz with excitement. As the dawn light dispelled the last remnants of night, the square was already filled with a cacophony of voices. Surrounding the square, 9 tiers of white marble stands bloomed like lotus flowers. The flags of the 4 vassal states fluttered in the morning breeze, while the family crests of the major clans of Taiyuan Imperial City formed a colorful barrier around the entire square. In front of each seating area stood a Zetan wooden table, adorned with delicacies and exquisite wines. Today, Yi Fan donned the distinctive crimson battle robe of the Wan family, stepping onto the stand alongside Wan Zhan, drawing attention from all around. As soon as he took his seat, he suddenly sensed several piercing gazes. Looking up, he met the cold, calculating eyes of Pei Xian from the Pei family not far away. Further away, the crown prince of Lane Country, Lei Mo, was engaged in a low conversation with the heir of the Bai Wang family, Qin Song, occasionally casting meaningful glances in his direction. The crown prince of Foning Country, Feng Wujing, and the second prince of Yunin Country, Duan Tianshu, also seemed to regard him with considerable interest. The 9th prince has arrived. At that moment, a clear voice rang out, slicing through the air. The once boisterous square fell into an immediate silence, all eyes converging towards the gilded imperial pathway in the north. Chapter 173. A contingent of silver-armored guards entered first, marching in perfect unison, their swords glinting coldly in the morning light. Following them were a line of maidens holding incense burners, their delicate wisps of smoke swirling around them, resembling ethereal beings from the clouds. Suddenly, the guards and maidens parted to create a path. Qin Xiao, clad in a dark robe intricately embroidered with golden serpents, approached with measured steps. His handsome visage was chiseled as if sculpted from stone, yet an imposing aura emanated from him, exuding authority without the need for anger. Salute to the 9th prince. The spectators in the grandstand rose in unison, bowing to Qin Xiao. He proceeded to the principal seat in the northern grandstand, his dark cloak billowing behind him. And as he took his seat, his voice, though soft, resonated clearly throughout the venue. You may rise. With a subtle gesture, 9 silver-armored guards simultaneously raised their horns. A deep, sonorous blast echoed into the sky, heralding the official commencement of the imperial feast. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently as dozens of battle platforms slowly emerged from beneath the earth. The 10 foremost platforms towered high, nearly level with the grandstand, while the 30 in the middle stood 6 zhang tall, and the 90 at the back were scattered like low hills. Each platform's edge was adorned with fierce beast heads, seemingly roaring in silence. This year's imperial feast aimed to select 130 individuals for the Taiyuan list. Qin Xiao sat at his seat, his tone indifferent as he reiterated the customary rules, stating that those who stood victorious on the platforms could represent the Taiyuan dynasty at the Taichu Dao sect. The imperial feast was not a novel event for the Taiyuan dynasty. The attendees were well acquainted with its regulations, allowing Qin Xiao to provide only a brief introduction. Let us begin. With a casual remark, Qin Xiao smiled as he surveyed the prominent families in the grandstand and the representatives from the 4 affiliated nations. I invite all of you to join me in relishing this grand banquet of prodigies. May you find great delight. As he spoke, his gaze intentionally lingered on the Wan family S section, locking on to Yi Fan momentarily with a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. Fanner, Wan Zhan, sensing Qin Xiao's scrutinizing gaze, placed his broad hand on Yi Fan's shoulder and whispered, Have you offended His Highness, the 9th prince of the Taiyuan dynasty? Offended? Yi Fan, aware of the malice in Qin Xiao's eyes, saw no reason to conceal the truth in response to Wan Zhan's inquiry. In Yunin Country, I killed the 3rd prince, Duan Tianya. I wonder if that counts as offending His Highness? You killed Duan Tianya? Wan Zhan's eyes widened in astonishment as he regarded Yi Fan. The news of Yi Fan slaying Pei Yin had already taken him by surprise, but he never imagined that he would also eliminate Duan Tianya. What level of power does this adopted son possess? Of course, I utilize certain means, Yi Fan added, sensing Wan Zhan's skepticism. That explains a great deal, Wan Zhan replied, his expression turning serious. Duan Tianya had some connections with His Highness, and he may seek vengeance during this imperial feast. Vengeance? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow in confusion. As far as I know, Qin Xiao is merely at the Earth Martial Realm, and since he is not participating in the feast, how could he avenge Duan Tianya? Wan Zhan chuckled wryly. Although His Highness does not participate in the feast, there are many within the Taiyuan Imperial City willing to act on his behalf. At this moment, several individuals had already ascended the battle platforms. Once the number of combatants on each platform reached 2, the divine pattern formation would activate, sealing the space within. preventing anyone outside from entering. Chapter 174, however, those within the arena remained free to depart. Victory and defeat were determined by life and death, or by one participant choosing to leave the platform. In but a moment, 10 platforms had been claimed. Among the occupiers, 7 were ranked among the top 10 of Taiyuan. Of the remaining 3, 2 were formidable figures. The last one, however, was none other than Lei Mo, the prince of the Lei'in kingdom. It appeared that the individuals preparing to confront you were Yao Zhong and Mingping. Wanzhan perceived certain clues from the scene before him, his brows furrowing deeply. How did my adoptive father discern this? Yi Fan, intrigued by Wanzhan's certainty, couldn't help but inquire further. The matter of your slaying of Pei Yin has already spread throughout Taiyuan Imperial City. Thus, only 2 types of individuals would dare to take action against you, either fools or those whose strength surpasses that of Pei Yin. Wanzhan spoke solemnly. Yao Zhong and Mingping are both ranked among the top 10 of the Imperial City. Notably, Yao Zhong holds the esteemed 3rd position. Should he ascend the Tinjiang platform, no one would dare challenge him, ensuring him a place among the top 10. Yet, he remained seated. As he spoke, he raised his hand to indicate the direction of the Yao family's seating. Following his gesture, Yi Fan's gaze met Yao Zhong's sinister glare. At that moment, Yao Zhong wore a cold smile reminiscent of a venomous serpent. Ming Peng is no ordinary opponent either. Wanzhan continued. Though he currently ranks 9th among the top 10 of the Imperial City, when the rankings were established, he was merely an 8th-level Xuanwu realm warrior. Now that he has advanced to the 9th level, his ranking could easily rise by 3 positions. Ming Peng. Yi Fan found the name somewhat familiar and uncertainly confirmed with Wanzhan. Wasn't he present at the night banquet at Wan Manor that evening? Indeed, Wanzhan nodded. I suspect he came to gauge your strength. Yi Fan. Wan Miaoyan, having grasped Yi Fan's current predicament, leaned closer. I believe it would be prudent for you to wait before entering the fray. There's no need to contend for a spot among the top 3. Securing a place in the top 10 will suffice. Is there truly a distinction? Yi Fan reclined lazily against the back of his chair, displaying an air of indifference. Certainly. Wan Miaoyan's delicate fingers suddenly grasped Yi Fan's sleeve. According to the rules of the Junlin banquet, one may only ascend to the 6th Zheng platform after reaching the 2nd Long platform, and only ascend to the Tinjiang platform after reaching the 6th Zheng platform. If you wish to vie for a top 10 position, you will need to engage in 2 battles before reaching the Tinjiang platform. It will be no small feat to contend against those who await on the Tinjiang platform, well rested. My suggestion is to select the weakest among them. That is only natural. Yi Fan replied with a slight smile, though he still struggled to comprehend the implications of Wan Miaoyan's earlier statement. But does this relate to my contention for a top 10 or top 3 position? The Junlin banquet consists of 2 rounds. The first round determines the top 10. But there will be a temporary ranking. This temporary ranking is determined by the number of battles fought by those defending the Tinjiang platform. The fewer battles one engages in, the higher their rank. Given your situation, even if you successfully ascend to the Tinjiang platform, you will undoubtedly face challenges, and your number of battles will likely be significant, potentially placing you temporarily in the 10th position. The final ranking battle will be initiated by the 10th ranked individual, who must sequentially battle those ranked higher. Therefore, if you wish to secure a place among the top 3, you will need to win 7 battles in the 2nd round. What is wrong with my situation? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He sensed that Wan Miaoyan looked down upon him somewhat. You are merely at the 6th level of the Xuanwu realm. Wan Miaoyan, noticing Yi Fan's lack of seriousness, became somewhat anxious. Achieving 10th place with a 6th level Xuanwu realm cultivation is already commendable. I doubt my father would impose overly harsh expectations upon you. Indeed. Wanzhan turned his gaze toward Yi Fan, a flicker of complexity evident in his eyes. From the very beginning, my only expectation for you has been to secure a position in the top 10. As long as you achieve that, it will suffice for the Wan family to shine brightly at today's Junlin banquet. Even if you do not, I will not hold it against you. With your 6th level Xuanwu realm cultivation, aiming for the top 3 is only feasible through a miracle. What of being at the 6th level of the Xuanwu realm? I have the strength to suppress all talents with a single sword. Yi Fan chuckled lightly upon hearing this, slowly rising to his feet. Sister Miaoyan, adoptive father. The top 3 positions are mine for the taking. You two should simply watch how I create a miracle. Before his words had fully settled, he leaped from the viewing platform. When he landed, the tips of his toes barely brushed the ground, stirring not a speck of dust. Chapter 175. This brash youngster. Wanzhan's brows furrowed deeply, a flicker of concern flashing in his fierce eyes. He acknowledged that Yi Fan possessed commendable martial talent. However, his reckless demeanor was somewhat alarming. Having just taken Yi Fan as his adopted son, he had thrown a grand banquet in celebration. If Yi Fan were to spill blood on the arena today, the Wan family would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the entire Taiyuan Imperial City. As Yi Fan descended onto the stage, he immediately attracted the attention of many onlookers. Yao Zhong and Ming Peng were poised for action, while Feng Wuji's eyes glimmered with sharpness. Duan Tianchu wore a complex expression as he gazed at Yi Fan from afar. On the main seat of the stands, Qin Shao chuckled mockingly. At this moment, on the 92nd tier arenas, numerous fierce battles raged. Only a few platforms were left with a solitary challenger standing. It's you. Yi Fan's gaze, sharp as lightning, suddenly locked onto one of the arenas. With a decisive step forward, he shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. As he leaped onto the arena, the mystical glyph array beneath his feet flared to life, sealing the space into a confined battleground. You deliberately chose me? The youth on the arena feigned calmness, pulling at the corners of his mouth when he recognized Yi Fan. This individual was none other than Xuan Yin, the prodigy of the Thunder Sound Kingdom. A face Yi Fan was quite familiar with. Deliberate? Not at all. A smile played on Yi Fan's lips as he raised his gaze slightly, casting a dismissive glance over Xuan Yin's entire being. With someone of your caliber, you hardly warrant my attention. You. Xuan Yin's face instantly flushed crimson, veins bulging on his neck as he gritted his teeth and shouted at Yi Fan. Are you belittling me? Indeed. Yi Fan casually nodded, his tone nonchalant. Arrogant. Xuan Yin was thoroughly incensed, bellowing at Yi Fan. You, a mere 6th tier of the Xuanwu realm. How dare you act so audaciously before me? I'm a 9th tier of the Xuanwu realm. There was no need to emphasize his cultivation level or raise his voice unnecessarily. Observing Xuan Yin's frenzied state, Yi Fan found it amusing. The more he acted this way, the more it seemed he was intimidated by me. Intimidated by you? Ha ha. Xuan Yin erupted into laughter, seemingly attempting to mask his lack of confidence with mirth. Enough of this chatter, let us engage in battle. Draw your sword. Previously, at the entrance of the Royal Inn, he had crossed swords with Yi Fan. Although he had not been defeated, he had witnessed the formidable strength Yi Fan possessed. At that time, Yi Fan was merely a 5th-tier warrior of the Xuanwu realm. Now, having advanced to the 6th tier, he was undoubtedly stronger. Coupled with the incident where Yi Fan had slain Pei Yin, Xuan Yin felt a sense of unease. Yet, he still did not believe that Yi Fan had the capability to kill him. After all, this was the arena of the Junlin feast. Should he be unable to prevail and exit the arena, Yi Fan could not pursue him. Do I still need a sword to kill you? Yi Fan scoffed, standing tall and proud. He even went so far as to clasp his hands behind his back openly. This fellow is so arrogant? Doesn't he intend to use a sword for this fight? A 6th tier of the Xuanwu realm dares to belittle a 9th tier? One might think he was the 9th tier himself. Many spectators began to whisper amongst themselves, intrigued by the unfolding situation. Qin Shao, Feng Wuji, and others observed with keen interest. Prepare to meet your demise. Xuan Yin's expression twisted grotesquely as a chilling wind swept across the arena. Chapter 176. The emaciated hands formed an enigmatic seal, from the fingertips oozing a mist of dark green. In the blink of an eye, it coalesced before him into a swirling vortex of ominous wind. A grotesque visage could be faintly discerned, emitting a chilling wail. The Nether Tornado. With a thunderous roar from Xuan Yin, the dark wind tornado surged forth. Yi Fan remained poised, hands clasped behind his back, until the sinister wind approached his face. A cold smile suddenly graced his lips, and his right hand, which had been resting behind him, shot forward. Roar. The crimson gold mark on his palm blazed brilliantly, and 9 fiery serpents erupted forth. The searing dragon's roar shattered the ghastly face within the dark wind. The crimson flames clashed with the dark green tempest upon the arena. As Yi Fan's fingers slowly closed, the fiery serpents expanded dramatically. Annihilate. Yi Fan uttered nonchalantly. The 9 fiery serpents simultaneously unleashed a thunderous roar. The crimson flames surged like a celestial river, instantly dissolving the dark green wind. They then surged forward, swiftly engulfing Xuan Yin's form. Xuan Yin's piercing scream rent the air. The onlookers beheld his figure thrashing wildly amidst the crimson flames. After 3 breaths, the screams abruptly ceased. Xuan Yin's body had been incinerated, reduced to a handful of ash scattered by the wind. The divine patterns of light upon the arena faded along with the flames. How could this be? He obliterated Xuan Yin with a single move. The 9-dragon spirit fire, it is the Wan family's 9-dragon spirit fire. The Wan family, surprisingly, bestowed the 9 dragons' spirit fire upon Yi Fan. No wonder Wan Zhan sought to adopt Yi Fan as his son. The crowd erupted in exclamations of astonishment. The members of various prominent families in the stands turned their gazes in unison towards the Wan family. Yet at that moment, Wan Zhan's countenance revealed no sign of joy. Father. However, Wan Miaoyan could not conceal her excitement, suddenly grasping Wan Zhan's arm tightly. Did you see that? Yi Fan's mastery over fire is extraordinary. He is truly a born fire cultivator. I am somewhat regretful now. Wang Zhan's smile appeared somewhat stiff, and he sighed helplessly. Huh. Wang Yaoyan's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Wang Zhan. Father, what do you regret? Shouldn't you be pleased with Yi Fan's prodigious fire cultivation talent? He is now your adopted son. I regret adopting Yi Fan as my son. Wang Zhan lamented. An adopted son is ultimately just that. How much sense of belonging can he truly have towards our one family? I should have been more resolute at that time and insisted that he marry you. Wang Yaoyan paused, her ears slightly reddening. Father, what nonsense are you speaking? If he marries me, will he then have a sense of belonging towards the Wan family? A talent for fire cultivation like his. The Wan family can certainly retain him with strong measures, but in the future, that is uncertain. And if we cannot retain him, what then? Wang Zhan replied with a wry smile. If you can bear him a child, inheriting his bloodline and talent, when this child matures, he will surely lead our Wan family to greatness. If we cannot keep Yi Fan, can we not keep his child? This child, having grown up in the Wan family, would not lack a sense of belonging. Father, you're... Wang Yaoyan, upon realizing Wang Zhan's thoughts, found herself at a loss for words. It is too late to discuss these matters now. Wang Zhan sighed deeply, his voice laden with regret. I have already adopted him as my son. If I were to marry you to him, the noble families of the imperial city would undoubtedly mock our Wan family. For now, we must think of another way to retain this fellow. Seizing the opportunity while the crowd was still in shock, Yi Fan leapt into the air, leaving the Tuzheng platform beneath his feet, and swiftly ascended to a Sixzheng platform nearby. Feng Wujiu, seated among the ranks of Foning country, observed this with a slight narrowing of his gaze. Standing upon the Tuzheng platform was indeed a person from Foning country, specifically the second sword, who ranked among the top 3 among the dazzling talents of Foning country. Chapter 177. What a coincidence. The second sword gazed coldly at Yi Fan. His eyes so frigid they seemed capable of freezing the very air. It's not really a coincidence, is it? Yi Fan scratched his head, suddenly breaking into a smile. Among the several 6-foot platforms nearby, you are my only acquaintance. Thus, I have chosen you. Humph. The second sword let out a cold snicker, pointing his frost sword, emanating an eerie blue light, at Yi Fan. To kill me, you don't even deign to use your sword? My frost sword harbors no fear of your 9-dragon spiritual fire. With a flick of his wrist, a thick layer of frost instantly blanketed the ground of the arena. Is that so? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, slowly opening his right hand. 9 fiery serpents spiraled in his palm, their scorching heat evaporating the frost in an instant. As the white mist rose, a glimmer of amusement flashed in his eyes, and he provocatively addressed the second sword. Truth be told, I am not one to revel in killing. If you depart this arena now, I shall spare your life. You wish to conserve your energy to challenge the formidable opponents on the 10-foot platform. Do you? The second sword sneered, convinced he had deciphered Yi Fan's thoughts. His expression suddenly turned icy. I shall do the opposite of your wishes. Whoosh. The frost sword lunged forward, the air crystallizing into tiny ice shards in its wake. The sword sliced through the void, manifesting an ice lotus exuding a frigid aura. Kill. The second sword commanded, as the ice lotus blossomed in the arena. Each petal transformed into a chilling blade, launching a relentless assault. A bone-chilling air enveloped the platform, instantly forming a half-foot thick layer of ice on the ground. Seeking death, are we? Faced with the oncoming wave of icy peril, Yi Fan merely sighed. He thrust his palm forward, summoning the 9-dragon spiritual fire to weave into a protective net. Boom, boom, boom. The icy blades relentlessly struck the fiery net, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds. Amidst the swirling mist of ice and fire, the second sword suddenly altered his approach. The frost sword darted forward like a venomous snake, aiming straight for Yi Fan's throat. Before the sword's tip could reach him, the chilling sword energy carved a 3-foot trench into the ground. Yi Fan, seeing this, slightly tilted his body, extending his left hand toward the frost sword. You are the one seeking death. The second sword, witnessing this, felt a surge of disbelief at Yi Fan's audacity. Boom. Ignoring the second sword's taunts, Yi Fan unleashed his blazing hand technique, transformed into a golden hand. He firmly grasped the blade of the frost sword. What? The second sword's eyes widened in shock as the sword suddenly moved. The icy spiritual power within him surged through the frost sword. Yi Fan's golden left hand was instantly encased in frost. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, the sun's energy rapidly circulating. The intense heat continuously converged upon his left hand, melting the frost in a heartbeat. Whoosh. Seizing the opportunity, the second sword hastily withdrew his frost sword. Quite impressive. Yi Fan regarded the second sword with an intrigued expression, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Now, it's my turn. With that, he raised his hand dramatically, unleashing the 9-dragon spiritual fire. The searing waves evaporated all the frost on the platform in an instant. As the white mist billowed again, obscuring the battlefield, Yifan employed his assassination technique, vanishing into the fog. Disappeared? The second sword, unable to locate Yifan, felt a surge of anxiety. Moments later, he sensed a wave of heat approaching from behind. Here it comes. The second sword's eyes widened as he abruptly turned around. Yifan's menacing palm was now almost upon him. This is bad. Realizing the dire situation, the second sword hastily crossed his sword to block. Boom. Chapter 178. Yifan encircled the 9-dragon spirit fire with his palm, striking down upon the frost sword. A thunderous roar erupted from the arena, shaking the very air. As the mist cleared, the second swordsman remained in a defensive posture, yet his frost sword had shattered into numerous fragments, scattered across the ground. I had offered you a chance. Yifan slowly withdrew his hand, the crimson gold mark upon his palm gradually fading. He turned to walk towards the edge of the arena, each step echoing upon the freshly melted ice. The second swordsman gasped, a strange noise escaping his throat. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of black blood, specks of sparks mingling within the sanguine foam. Staggering forward a step, he abruptly exploded from within. Flames gushed forth from his 7 orifices, incinerating his body into a charred skeleton in the blink of an eye. With a resounding crash, he fell upon the arena, disintegrating into countless pieces resembling charred bones. Witnessing this, Feng Wujing clenched his fists tightly, a palpable aura of murderous intent igniting within his eyes. Those observing the battle could not help but gasp in shock. Such brutality! This was nothing short of a massacre. What enmity did he share with that man? Each encounter left no trace behind. And yet he claimed to have no penchant for slaughter? Many on the 2-meter stage resolved silently within their hearts. If one were to challenge the 6-meter stage, this Yifan must not be the choice. Yifan was far too ruthless. Who should they select instead? At that moment, Yifan appeared unfazed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, as if he had merely accomplished an insignificant task. His gaze swept over the 10 towering 6-meter stages, ultimately locking onto Liamo. Come forth if you dare. Liamo met Yifan's gaze, his voice a cold command. As the esteemed prince of the Thunder Sound Kingdom, his prowess surpassed that of other prodigies within the realm. The previous incident, where Yifan had incinerated Xuanyin, had already ignited his ire. Though both he and Xuanyin were at the 9th level of the Xuanwu realm, his strength was vastly superior. Should he desire to eliminate Xuanyin, a single strike would suffice. Do you fear? Yifan's lips curled into a playful smile, preparing to leap into action. Stop. A voice thundered like a clap of thunder from behind him. The divine pattern array suddenly ignited with blinding golden light, sealing the entire arena in an instant. As Yifan turned, a wave of heat washed over him. A woman clad in a fiery red gown appeared at the opposite end of the arena, wielding a long sword, her flame-like hair billowing behind her. The first sword? Yifan's eyes flickered, recognizing the woman with fiery tresses. A formidable opponent from their previous encounter in the Yun'in Kingdom, where she had proven to be the strongest among the 4 swords and 3 blades. You must accompany my brother in death. The first sword's face bore no trace of her usual languid demeanor. Perhaps the demise of the second swordsman had struck a nerve within her. Now, her eyes blazed with a fury hotter than the flames upon her sword. That may not be possible. Yifan shrugged nonchalantly, his gaze casually drifting toward the first sword's blazing sword. If I was able to sever his frost sword, I can just as easily sever your flame sword. These 2 blades are hardly exceptional, mere scrap metal in your eyes. The flame sword and the frost sword were keys to the Dragon Guardian Bridge within the royal tomb of the Yun'in Kingdom. While their ranks were not insignificant, they were merely functional spirit weapons. The powers of fire and frost contained within them were formidable, yet the quality of the materials themselves was somewhat inferior. Otherwise, Yifan would not have been able to easily sever the frost sword moments ago. Only through combat can one ascertain. The first sword had not anticipated that the Yifan, whom she had easily dispatched in the Yun'in Kingdom months prior, had now grown to such a terrifying level of strength. Suddenly, the flame sword erupted with a blinding red light, its intricate patterns illuminating fiercely. Her figure transformed into a streak of fire, devoid of any embellishment, and charged directly at Yifan. Chapter 179. Yifan regarded the first sword with a disdainful smile. With a casual movement of his left hand, the blazing sun hand radiated a dazzling golden light, striking precisely at the ridge of the crimson flame sword, deflecting it aside. The first sword's blade quivered, unleashing a wave of crimson flames that swept forth. Fine sword lights flickered, distorting the very air around them. Observing this, Yifan thrust his right palm forward, revealing a brilliant red-gold emblem upon his palm. 9 fire dragons roared forth, imbued with a sense of annihilation. Boom! The 2 waves of flames collided with a thunderous roar, erupting into a cataclysmic sound. The searing heat engulfed the entire battlefield, causing the protective barriers to tremble violently. In an instant, the area where the two stood transformed into a sea of fire. The first sword stood amidst the inferno, swaying like a specter. The ancient patterns on the crimson flame sword seemed to awaken, as if devouring the power of the 9 dragons of spiritual fire. With each ounce of flame absorbed, the sword's brilliance intensified. Simultaneously, its aura gradually ascended. Though still at the Xuanwu realm, it was evidently augmented significantly. Even more bizarrely, the first sword's eyes turned a vivid crimson. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, surprised by the transformation of the first sword. It was evident that the crimson flame sword possessed the ability to absorb the power of flames and convert it for its wielder's use. With a deep breath, the first sword drew in the surrounding flames as if rivers flowing into the sea. As she slowly raised her gaze towards Yi Fan, a wicked smile crept upon her lips, her voice turning low and menacing. Your fire cannot harm me. The flames igniting the crimson flame sword suddenly surged threefold. As she swung the sword, it morphed into a colossal flame serpent rushing toward him. Yi Fan's figure flickered, swiftly moving 3 zhang to evade. However, the flame serpent seemed to possess a will of its own, altering its course to lock onto Yi Fan, its gaping maw pursuing him relentlessly. Trouble. Yi Fan's brow furrowed slightly as he swiftly drew the daylight sword. The solar energy within him surged rapidly, infusing the sword's blade with golden spiritual power. With a stroke, the sword blazed forth like the rising sun, emanating a brilliance akin to dawn. Where the sword passed, the flame serpent let out a wretched howl, cleaved into 2. The severed flames fluttered like rootless weeds, distorting and dissipating in midair. Swish! The first sword's technique shifted abruptly, her form shot upwards. With both hands gripping the sword high above her head, she executed a vertical strike. A terrifying wave of fire cascaded forth, akin to a mountain collapsing or a tsunami surging. The entire battlefield trembled under the might of this strike. Yi Fan dared not underestimate her. He immediately swept his sword out. With a stroke, the blazing sun erupted, releasing a blinding sword light. Boom! The searing sword beam collided fiercely with the oncoming wave of fire. The ensuing shockwave tore the ground of the battlefield asunder. The intense sword light dispelled the first sword's assault. A terrifying heat wave crashed upon Yi Fan, forcing him to retreat over 10 steps. When he finally steadied himself, he found himself at the very edge of the battlefield. Is Fan not her match? On the spectator's stands, Wan Zhan furrowed his brow at the unfolding battle. From their exchanges, it was evident that Yi Fan was being suppressed by the first sword. Feng Wujing let out a cold laugh, his eyes brimming with an air of assured victory. The first sword was indeed the most exceptional prodigy of the Xuanwu realm in the entire Fomin kingdom. Her power surpassed that of the first blade and the second sword by more than a single tier. Had it not been for this, she would not have become his most trusted ally. Is this all he can do? Qin Shao narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of disappointment crossing his gaze. Duan Tianshu unconsciously stood up, his brow tightly knit. Wan Miaoyan bit her lip anxiously, her face a portrait of worry. Embrace death. Chapter 180. The First Sword. Having gained the upper hand, would not let this golden opportunity slip away. She aimed to slay Yi Fan upon the battlefield, rather than merely achieving victory. Her fiery long hair danced wildly as she charged forward, wielding the crimson flame sword. With a single stroke, the red flames transformed into a colossal fire python. Did she truly believe that he would cower in fear? Yi Fan fixed his gaze upon the advancing first sword, his daylight sword already raised. The initial 3 stances of the 9 suns burning heaven sword were merely of the Xian level martial skill. Confronted with the first sword's terrifying attack, he found himself at a disadvantage. Yet from the 4th stance onward, its might reached the earth level, sufficient to counter and even vanquish the first sword. Setting sun's twilight, Yi Fan suddenly exclaimed, his voice resonating like thunder, though not overly loud. The blazing sun seemed to respond to his call, as countless beams of light converged upon the daylight sword. In an instant, the sword's blade transformed into a crimson hue, casting the entire battlefield into a sea of blood. Boom! As he struck down with the sword, the heavens and earth momentarily darkened. The blood-red sword light hung like a suspended Milky Way. Wherever it passed, the fire python emitted a piercing roar, its massive form disintegrating inch by inch. The sword's might was thus diminished significantly, yet it still bore down upon the first sword. What? The first sword's expression shifted, surprise etched upon her features for the first time. In haste, she thrust out another blade, the patterns on her flame sword flickering wildly. Boom! Once again, the sword light collided fiercely. The first sword felt an overwhelming force crashing upon her. Her grip shattered, blood staining the sword's hilt. She was sent reeling backward, like a kite severed from its string, her feet carving 2 charred trails upon the battlefield. Only halting at the edge of the stage did she manage to stop, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Those who had been watching the battle were momentarily dazzled. Had Yi Fan not revealed his full strength until now? Whoosh! Without granting the first sword a moment's respite, Yi Fan darted forward like lightning. Humph! The first sword wiped the blood from her lips, gathering her resolve to strike once more. Fifth sword. Yi Fan regarded the first sword's assault with indifference. He had not spent his nights bathing in moonlight idly. He had immersed himself within the celestial realm, diligently honing his sword techniques. Now, the first 6 stances of the 9 suns burning heaven sword were perfected. The 5th stance, golden crow chasing the sun. The sword's edge cut through the crimson sky, akin to a 3-legged golden crow soaring through the void. As he approached the first sword, the blade's tip struck 9 stars in quick succession. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The searing sword energy instantaneously coalesced into 9 miniature suns, each striking the first sword from various directions simultaneously. Oh no. The first sword's eyes widened, her complexion paling. Clearly unprepared for such a technique from Yi Fan, she realized it was too late to defend herself. Boom, boom, boom. In a flurry, a series of strikes from the crimson flame sword conjured a curtain of fire. The sword's edge shattered 3 of the miniature suns, forcing her to retreat repeatedly. Yet the remaining 6 suns mercilessly crashed into her. The protective spiritual energy surrounding the first sword was torn apart like fragile paper. Puff! Blood erupted violently from her mouth. Unable to maintain her footing, she fell to her knees, yet she stubbornly propped herself up with the crimson flame sword, refusing to collapse. Damn it! Feng Wujing could no longer maintain his previous composure, abruptly rising from his seat. Ignoring the gazes of those around him, he shouted towards Yi Fan on the battlefield. Yi Fan. Chapter 181. Yi Fan's ears twitched slightly as he gradually turned his head, casually casting a glance in the direction of Feng Wujing. Spare her life. Feng Wujing's voice resonated again, this time tinged with urgency. The usually composed prince of Phony Nation now bore a look of distress upon his face. Sensing Yi Fan's gaze, Feng Wujing, with a darkened expression, uttered a phrase. The battle at the Junlin banquet was ruthless, indifferent to the preservation of life. It was unprecedented for anyone to plead for mercy on the battle stage during such an event. While not against the rules, such an act undoubtedly diminished the dignity of someone of Feng Wujing's stature. Is she your mistress? Yi Fan remarked with a smile, devoid of any sympathy. With a deft flick of his wrist, he sent the Qi-Yin sword flying from the hands of the first sword. In a fluid motion, he leaped and grasped the Qi-Yin sword firmly. Bang! The first sword, deprived of support, collapsed onto the ground, blood oozing from her mouth as she struggled to rise. Yet, she could only futilely claw at the ground, leaving behind 5 streaks of crimson. According to the rules of the Junlin banquet, admitting defeat on the battle stage was ineffectual. At that moment, the first sword lacked the strength to leave the stage. Her life and death were entirely under Yi Fan's control. If you desire this sword, I bestow it upon you. Upon witnessing Yi Fan seize the Qi-Yin sword, Feng Wujing sought to leverage the situation, hoping to exchange the sword for the life of the first sword. Duan Tianshu and Lei Mo exchanged glances filled with mockery. The esteemed prince of Phony Nation, reduced to such supplication for a woman? The prominent families of the imperial city were indifferent, merely surprised that Yi Fan's swordsmanship was so formidable. It appeared that Yi Fan's prowess extended beyond the 9 dragons' spiritual fire. Who covets a broken sword? Yi Fan scoffed, as a brilliant golden light emanated from his left hand. The sun scripture operated at its zenith, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy into the Qi-Yin sword. The sword's patterns flickered wildly, emitting a series of ominous cracks. Crack! With a sharp sound, the Qi-Yin sword shattered into countless red fragments, scattering like meteors. Although the Qi-Yin sword was a mystical-grade spiritual weapon, it was not particularly resilient. While in the hands of the first sword, bolstered by spiritual energy, it had proven difficult to break. Now, free from her grasp, it shattered effortlessly. You. Feng Wujing's expression darkened ominously upon witnessing Yi Fan's actions. Had Yi Fan accepted the Qi-Yin sword, there might have been room for negotiation. But now, publicly destroying the sword was a blatant act of scorn. Disdaining the Qi-Yin sword implied the first sword's life was forfeit. Huh. Yi Fan chuckled softly, ignoring Feng Wujing and glancing at the first sword, who lay gasping for breath, her fiery hair disheveled, her eyes filled with the despair of impending death. You just claimed that the 9 dragons' spiritual fire could not harm you? Well then, let this fire guide you on your way. Before his words could fully dissipate, he spread his fingers. The golden mark on his palm surged to life, and 9 fire serpents roared forth. The inferno surged, engulfing the first sword in an instant. Before her anguished cries could escape, her form twisted and charred within the flames, ultimately reducing her to ash. Carried away by the wind. As the divine pattern array gradually faded, the warriors below the stage remained paralyzed with fear, none daring to challenge Yi Fan. His methods were far too brutal. Every adversary he faced, left with naught but bones. Chapter 182, Scoundrel. Feng Wujing's eyes widened in fury, his fists clenched tightly. He plopped back down into his seat, the weight of his anger palpable, as he fixed a deadly glare upon Yi Fan on the battle stage. At this moment, his heart was consumed with murderous intent. However, Yi Fan, at this juncture, did not spare him even a glance. His thoughts were solely focused on the upcoming banquet. His gaze sweeping past the crowd to lock onto Lei Mo. It is your turn now. A faint smile curled upon Yi Fan's lips, revealing a chilling delight. With no need for a respite, he sprang into action, swiftly leaping onto the Tinjiang platform where Lei Mo stood. Had it not been for the first sword's interference, he would have already engaged Lei Mo in battle. The first sword ultimately paid the price for her obstruction. You truly lack any sense of cherishing beauty, Lei Mo remarked, observing Yi Fan's arrival with an amused smirk. Cherishing beauty? Yi Fan scoffed. In my eyes, an opponent has no gender. Do not rush. Your fate will not differ much from hers. Is that so? Lei Mo erupted into laughter, his power at the 6th level of the Xuanwu realm indeed formidable. And his martial skills were undeniably impressive. But do you know what the greatest disparity is between a 6th level Xuanwu warrior and a 9th level one? What is it? Yi Fan inquired, his interest piqued as he raised an eyebrow. Spiritual energy reserves, Lei Mo declared. A 6th level Xuanwu warrior's spiritual energy reserves pale in comparison to those of a 9th level warrior. Furthermore, employing powerful martial techniques will only expedite your spiritual energy depletion. After 3 consecutive battles, you stand before me now, and your reserves must be running low, perhaps 30%, or merely 20. To kill you is sufficient. Yi Fan suddenly chuckled, sending an inexplicable shiver through Lei Mo. Indeed, a 6th level Xuanwu warrior's spiritual energy reserves could not match those of a 9th level warrior. There was a noticeable gap between his reserves and Lei Mo's. Nevertheless, his recovery rate of spiritual energy was unparalleled, even surpassing that of consuming restorative pills. As long as it was daytime and sunlight was present, he could restore his energy simply by basking in the sun. Although his current spiritual energy reserves were not at their peak, after 3 battles, he still possessed a considerable 90%. Arrogant. You are truly arrogant, Lei Mo retorted, his anger transforming into laughter, his body trembling violently. A violent purple thunder erupted skyward, enveloping him in a blinding radiance. Countless lightning serpents danced around him, scorching the ground of the battle stage into a web of charred cracks. His hair stood on end, every inch of his skin thrumming with lethal arcs of electricity. Purple thunder dominance. A gasp echoed like thunder, igniting the atmosphere among the spectators. They had long heard of the crown prince of Thundersound Kingdom, born with the purple thunder dominance, and today they finally witnessed it. It was said that this purple thunder dominance was among the finest of all dominant physiques. Yi Fan's choice to confront Lei Mo was indeed a grave miscalculation. Lei Mo's strength was such that he could certainly stand shoulder to shoulder with the top 3 among the 10 talents of the Taiyuan dynasty. The prominent families within the imperial city buzzed with admiration as they regarded Lei Mo. Why did Fana choose this crown prince of Thundersound Kingdom? Wanzhan, who had been in high spirits after seeing Yi Fan defeat the first sword, now felt his mood plummet upon witnessing Lei Mo unleash the purple thunder dominance. Father, why are you so anxious? Wan Maoyan huffed lightly, confidence gleaming in her beautiful eyes. Does Yi Fan not possess the solar divine body? How could he be inferior to the purple thunder dominance? Sighing deeply, Wanzhan's expression grew even more troubled. Miaoyan, you do not understand. The strength of a dominant physique lies in its consistency across all stages. Unlike other physiques, which exhibit greater growth potential as one ascends in cultivation, the solar divine body. His words trailed off abruptly as he cast a complex gaze toward Yi Fan on the battle stage. Chapter 183. Ancient texts record that those who possess the solar divine body seldom live beyond the age of 20. Moreover, the solar divine body is a type of growth-oriented physique. At the current stage of the Xuanwu realm, it pales in comparison to the might of the dominant body. Trust in Yi Fan. Wan Miaoyan spoke with a somber tone, her gaze intensely fixed upon the battle stage. She recalled Yi Fan's promise to surpass the age of 20, believing that he could accomplish feats beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, Yi Fan's prior performance had been nothing short of astonishing. Defeating and even slaying Lei Mo was well within the realm of possibility. Upon the battle stage, the wind howled, causing Yi Fan's robes to flutter dramatically. In the face of the chaotic purple lightning surrounding Lei Mo, his expression remained calm. Slowly, he raised his right hand, the daylight sword pointing directly at Lei Mo's throat. Come and fight. A commanding shout erupted like thunder, jolting the spectators. Boom. Lei Mo let out a menacing laugh, making the first move. His right foot shattered the ground beneath him, propelling him forward like a bolt from the blue. His right fist, enveloped in violent purple lightning, aimed ruthlessly at Yi Fan's face. The air sizzled with the acrid scent of ionization in its wake. Yi Fan stood motionless. Suddenly, his left palm radiated immense light. Extending his hand, he met the oncoming thunder with a technique known as the fiery sun palm. Bang! The moment their fists collided, blinding golden light and purple lightning erupted like fireworks. The overwhelming force fractured the battle stage beneath them, creating a spiderweb of cracks. Both combatants staggered back 3 steps. The stone slabs beneath them reduced to rubble. Not using a sword? Lei Mo shook his numbed right fist, his fighting spirit igniting further. He swiftly formed hand seals. And 3 orbs of lightning, each the size of a human head, materialized around him. Each orb seemed to contain the energy to annihilate the heavens and the earth. Go! Lei Mo bellowed, sending the 3 lightning orbs flying in a triangular formation. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened as he stepped forward, executing the sunset sword technique. The daylight sword radiated a crimson glow, carving a perfect arc as it struck one of the lightning orbs, causing it to explode instantly. Before the explosion's echoes had faded, the remaining 2 orbs hurtled toward him. Without hesitation, Yi Fan transferred the daylight sword to his left hand. His right hand surged forth, a brilliant scarlet golden mark glowing in his palm. 9 fiery serpents roared from his grasp, colliding with the lightning orbs. The deafening roar of the explosion filled the air as the storm of lightning and fire engulfed the entire battle stage. The barrier shimmered violently, resonating with a burdensome hum. As the dust settled, 2 figures remained proudly erect upon the stage. Good. Very good. Lei Mo, having underestimated Yi Fan's capabilities, found himself at an impasse. His anger morphing into a twisted smile. Clenching his right hand, a long spear entwined with lightning materialized in his grasp. The spear tip shimmered with blinding electric light, seemingly capable of piercing the void itself. How many more of my strikes can you endure with the spirit energy you have left? Lei Mo's voice was cold. And in an instant, his figure blurred into a flash of purple lightning, thrusting the spear straight at Yi Fan's throat. The spear shot forth like a dragon, swift as thunder, tearing through the air with a piercing shriek. Yi Fan's pupils constricted. In a split second, he raised the daylight sword to block. Clang! The clash of metal erupted, sparks flying. Yi Fan felt a numbing sensation in his grip, and the force of the spear sent him staggering back several steps. Die! Lei Mo, seizing the advantage, altered his attack, unleashing a torrent of lightning shadows that enveloped Yi Fan. Each thrust carried annihilating thunderous power, leaving the battle stage marred with charred spear marks. Under the blazing sun, Yi Fan shouted fiercely, and the daylight sword erupted in dazzling golden brilliance. Chapter 184. Like the sun ascending, a gap was forcefully torn open amidst the shadows of guns. The clash between the sword's edge and the gun's tip erupted in a dazzling radiance. The figures of the 2 combatants interwove, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of exchanges had transpired. Lei Mo's gunplay was domineering and fierce, while Yi Fan's sword techniques were steady and profound. The arena was a tempest of thunder and fire, with waves of energy surging. Thunder explodes in the sky. Lei Mo bellowed, as the purple lightning surged upon his thunder gun. 9 bolts of thunder erupted from the gun's tip, roaring towards Yi Fan. Golden Crow pursues the sun. Yi Fan would not dare to be negligent. As the sword's edge slashed through the crimson arc like a 3-legged golden crow soaring through the heavens, the sword tip struck 9 stars, and the searing sword energy coalesced into 9 miniature blazing suns. Boom! A terrifying explosion created a massive pit in the center of the arena, with dust and smoke billowing into the sky. As the smoke dissipated, it revealed Lei Mo kneeling on one knee, his thunder gun shattered into 2 pieces, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. In stark contrast, Yi Fan remained standing with his sword in hand, though his garments were tattered. His gaze remained sharp as a blade. Lei Mo had been defeated. He was indeed no match for Yi Fan. Could it be that Yi Fan possessed strength surpassing that of the top 3 of the 10 talents of Tai Yuan? No wonder he had been able to slay Pei Yin, who ranked 10th among them. The audience erupted into murmurs of astonishment, all captivated by the scene before them. Even though Lei Mo had not yet fully succumbed to defeat, it was evident to all that he had fallen into a disadvantage. Continuing the battle would inevitably lead to his downfall at the hands of Yi Fan. At most, he could only prolong the confrontation for a while longer. From the main viewing platform, Qin Shao cast a sinister glance towards the seats of the Ming and Yao families. Mingping and Yao Zheng exchanged knowing looks and almost simultaneously leaped towards the arena like 2 streaks of light. Father, I told you so, Wan Maoyan exclaimed excitedly, clutching Wan Zhan's sleeve, her bright smile particularly radiant in the sunlight. Yi Fan will definitely win. Such blatant brilliance is not a good thing. Wan Zhan's tightly furrowed brows did not relax, noticing the movements of Yao Zheng and Mingping. His expression grew increasingly grim. Yao Zhong and Ming Ping were about to make their move. This is bad. Wan Maoyan's smile froze as she followed Wan Zhan's gaze. Lei Mo's strength was not to be underestimated. Yu Fan had only just managed to defeat Lei Mo with great difficulty. How could he possibly have any strength left to contend with Ming Ping and Yao Zhong? Why? Lei Mo glared at Yu Fan with a look of utter resentment, his voice hoarse and filled with disbelief. After countless exchanges, how could your spiritual energy still be so abundant? There are no signs of depletion? Yu Fan chuckled softly, slowly raising his Ri Yao sword to point at Lei Mo. Do you think your purple thunder body is powerful? Little do you know. My solar divine body is even stronger. As the sun scripture rapidly revolved, sunlight poured down from the sky, forming a visible golden vortex around Yu Fan. The fluctuations of his spiritual energy began to rise at an astonishing speed. Absorbing sunlight, Lei Mo's pupils contracted suddenly, the color draining from his face. At this moment, he finally understood why Yu Fan's spiritual energy showed no signs of exhaustion. As long as it was daytime, Yu Fan could absorb sunlight anywhere, anytime, replenishing his energy. Now, you can die with clarity. A cold glint flashed in Yu Fan's eyes as the Ri Yao sword suddenly erupted with blinding golden light. Do you intend to kill me? Lei Mo suddenly let out a sinister laugh, thrusting his broken gun into the ground. Utilizing the recoil, his form retreated like a specter. Purple arcs of electricity igniting a series of charred marks beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, he had retreated to the edge of the arena. How many more exchanges can you endure? Yu Fan's sword momentum did not waver as he prepared to press the advantage. However, he then noticed a strange smile suddenly appear at the corner of Lei Mo's mouth. Chapter 185. The next moment, Reimer, without a hint of hesitation, leapt from the arena. The power of the divine rune formation dissipated. Was he fleeing? Yu Fan's hand, which held the sword, faltered slightly, and a rare look of astonishment appeared on his face. The previously arrogant prince of the Thunder Sound Kingdom had so decisively conceded and fled. Suddenly, the dissipated divine rune formation began to coalesce once more. Yu Fan, sensing this, swiftly turned around. At the opposite end of the arena stood Ming Ping, clad in a white robe, with his hands clasped behind his back. Sunlight enveloped him, casting a cold silver sheen around his figure. Within his seemingly calm gaze surged a chilling, murderous intent. It was his turn now. Ming Ping wore an air of arrogance, slightly raising his chin as he surveyed Yu Fan, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. This situation was untenable indeed. Yu Fan, with a resigned shrug, glanced at Ming Peng with disdain and remarked, "Aren't you afraid of death? Do you truly believe your strength surpasses Reimer's?" Reimer? Huh. Ming Peng scoffed, seemingly dismissive of Reimer's prowess. With a flourish, he drew his sword, pointing it at Yu Fan. Remember this, the one who will slay you is Ming Ping, ranked 9th among the 10 talents of Taiyuan. Are you certain you haven't misspoken? Yu Fan replied, momentarily taken aback. Then exaggeratedly cleaned out his ears as if he had heard a jest. 9th? I have already slain the 10th. Next, I shall take your life. Ming Ping, far from angered, merely laughed, his left hand resting behind him while his right hand held the sword in a relaxed gesture. You truly seek death. A glint of cold light flickered in Yu Fan's eyes as the daylight sword erupted in dazzling golden radiance. His form moved like lightning, the sword's edge aimed directly at Ming Peng's throat. The speed of his attack left a trail of afterimages in the air. With a smirk, Ming Ping raised his foot and stomped down. A violent whirlwind suddenly materialized, surging towards Yu Fan. The force of the wind was so strong that it gouged 3 inches from the surface of the arena. Yu Fan's advance halted abruptly. Upon closer inspection, he noticed myriad azure currents swirling around Ming Ping. These currents spun ever faster, swiftly forming several tornadoes that connected heaven and earth, emitting a spine-chilling howl. The entire arena was engulfed by the tempest, even the sunlight distorted and torn asunder. Whoosh! A streak of azure light sliced through the air. Clang! In a moment of urgency, Yu Fan raised his sword to block. Ming Peng's sword struck precisely against the blade of the daylight sword. The force of the whirlwind enveloping the sword erupted violently. Crack! The ground beneath Yu Fan fractured instantly, and the terrifying wind pressure pushed him backward. Coughing, he steadied himself, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. At that moment, his left sleeve had been shredded to tatters by the wind blades, revealing his arm, which was now etched with numerous fine gashes. Is this all you are capable of? Ming Peng stood at the eye of the storm, his hair whipping wildly in the gale, taunting Yu Fan. If you cannot withstand even one of my moves, then you are only fit to slay that useless Pei Yan. Yu Fan, from the stands. Wan Miaoyan realized Yu Fan had let his guard down and urgently called out, "Do not underestimate him." Previously, Ming Peng ranked 9th among the 10 talents of Taiyuan with an 8th tier cultivation in the Xuanwu realm. Now his strength rivals that of the top 3. Oh! Yu Fan gradually straightened, the golden light on the daylight sword flickering. Narrowing his eyes, he scrutinized Ming Peng amidst the tempest, discerning that he was playing the role of a pig to devour the tiger. The emphasis on his 9th rank was not out of pride, but rather a veiled show of weakness. Ming Peng had no intention of engaging in further conversation with Yi Fan, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The sword in his hand trembled lightly, intensifying the storm above the arena. Within the azure currents, countless semi-transparent wind blades flickered in and out of existence, surrounding Yi Fan like a pack of bloodthirsty wolves. Die! With a fierce shout, Ming Peng directed the tip of his sword. Whoosh! 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 Chapter 186. Hundreds of blades of wind surged forth simultaneously. Yi Fan took a deep breath, his entire being radiating a blinding golden light. With both hands firmly gripping the daylight sword, he raised it high. Blazing inferno! He roared, suddenly spinning and sweeping his sword. The daylight sword traced a perfect golden arc boom. A terrifying wave of fire erupted, centered around Yi Fan. The scorching sword energy swept over the entire battlefield like a tsunami. The incoming blades of wind were instantly vaporized upon contact, dissipating into wisps of azure smoke. The raging storm was rendered mere child's play before this force, quickly transforming into chaotic currents that fled in all directions. What? Ming Peng's face contorted in shock. His figure forced back a step. His once proud countenance was now etched with disbelief. How could such a sword strike exist? Yi Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, using his sword to steady himself. Blazing Inferno, the 6th form of the 9 Suns Burning Heaven Sword. Its might had already reached the high tier of the earth level. Executing it with his 6th stage Xuanwu realm cultivation was indeed taxing. Nearly the last gasp of a dying effort, Ming Peng quickly regained his composure, a cold glimmer flashing in his eyes. With a fierce flick of his robe, Azure's spiritual energy surged forth like a tidal wave. Surrounding him, dozens of rotating blades of wind coalesced, radiating a chilling light. Come, Yi Fan shouted, lifting the daylight sword once more. The sun's energy surged to its zenith, his pores wide open, greedily absorbing the increasingly intense sunlight. Since the commencement of the banquet battle, the sun had risen higher in the sky. Sunlight poured down like molten gold, forming a visible halo around him. Yi Fan's robes fluttered, and he seemed to transform into a humanoid sun. Humph! Ming Peng sneered coldly, his long sword suddenly glowing with a resplendent azure light. In a flash, he split into 7 afterimages, attacking Yi Fan from various angles. Each afterimage bore a sharp blade of wind, making it difficult to discern the real from the illusion. Break! Yi Fan's eyes suddenly ignited with blinding golden light as he unleashed the sun sword technique. The daylight sword, imbued with the overwhelming force of burning the heavens and boiling the seas, swept forth. Boom! Under the terrifying sound, Ming Peng's 6 afterimages instantly disintegrated like bubbles. His true form was forced to retreat under the pressure of this formidable strike. Die! Yi Fan's voice was as icy as ice itself as he stomped the ground with his toes. The battlefield trembled violently as he leapt high into the air, perfectly aligning himself with the blazing sun above. Blinding sunlight cascaded from behind him, rendering Ming Peng unable to open his eyes. This time, Yi Fan simplified his sword technique, using the sunlight to shield his assault. A straightforward second form, yet it contained the purest essence of solar truth. This is bad. Ming Peng sensed the impending danger. Raising his sword to guard above his head. Bang! As Yi Fan's strike descended, a deafening sound reverberated through the air. Following this was Ming Peng's anguished scream. All eyes focused intently, witnessing Ming Peng's sword shatter into 2 halves. Yi Fan's hands gripped the daylight sword tightly, which had deeply embedded itself into Ming Peng's right shoulder. The searing sword energy seared through flesh and blood, emitting a hissing sound. The acrid scent of charred meat immediately permeated the battlefield. Scoundrel! Ming Peng's face contorted in rage as he roared, swinging his fist toward Yi Fan's chest. He had anticipated that Yi Fan would instinctively evade and withdraw the daylight sword. However, the battlefield was filled with a sickening thud. Yi Fan resolutely absorbed the blow, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His hands, unwavering on the sword, pushed down with even greater force. Chapter 187. Ming Peng's eyes widened. Disbelief etched across his face. He could hardly fathom the ruthlessness of Yi Fan, who would rather exchange injury for injury than allow him to live. You must die. Yi Fan hissed through clenched teeth, each word dripping with a chilling intent to kill. As his words fell, the sunblade erupted in a dazzling golden radiance, the blade descending with fierce force. Crack! The sound of bones shattering echoed, and Ming Peng's entire right arm was severed at the shoulder. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, staining the arena in crimson. Ming Peng let out a wretched scream, his face turning as pale as a sheet. Yi Fan immediately raised his right hand, the golden mark on his palm glowing brightly. 9 fiery dragons roared forth, swiftly engulfing Ming Peng. within the inferno of crimson gold. His body carbonized and disintegrated at a visible pace. Ultimately, he was reduced to a cloud of ash drifting through the air. Mingping was dead. Another one consumed by flames. How merciless. Fortunately, Lei Mo had just fled. Otherwise, the onlookers were stunned by the scene before them, gasping in astonishment. They gazed at Yufan on the arena, filled with terror. Even the ninth of the 10 talents of the imperial city had met such a fate. Dare to challenge me? This is the consequence. Yufan turned, the edge of the sunblade pointing forward, and none dared to meet his gaze. His blood-stained robes billowed in the wind, the sound reverberating like thunder throughout the square. Among the 36-foot platforms, many avoided Yufan's eyes, fearful of attracting the attention of this harbinger of death. Seeking death, Yao Zhang clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging, his eyes aflame with murderous intent. Just as he prepared to leap onto the arena to avenge Ming Pong, Yifan, who was circulating the sun scripture, suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light. Sunlight flowed toward him like a stream, enveloping his body in a layer of golden cocoon. The injuries he had sustained in his battle with Ming Ping visibly healed at an astonishing rate, even the blood at the corner of his mouth rapidly drying up. What? Yufan seemed not to have consumed any pills. It is the Sun Divine Body, the Sun Divine Body. His Sun Divine Body allows him not only to replenish his spiritual energy under the sun but also to heal his wounds. My goodness, during the day, Yifan is invincible. A wave of gasps swept through the crowd. Yao Zhong, who had intended to ascend the stage, froze, his sinister gaze shifting toward the main platform. At that moment, Qin Shao's face was as still as water, subtly shaking his head. Yao Zhong understood and abandoned the thought of killing Yifan. However, participating in the Junlin feast, he evidently would not be satisfied with merely a 6-foot platform. Instead, he leaped to another 10-foot platform. As for those on the 6-foot platforms, they no longer dared to challenge Yifan, who would risk being slaughtered by this demon. This situation is rather dire. Wan Zhan, seated among the Wan family, wore a grave expression. His gaze remained fixed on Yifan, filled with even greater concern. What is so dire? Wan Miaoyan turned her head, her long lashes fluttering slightly as she looked at Wan Zhan, puzzled. Surely, now no one would dare to fight Yifan. Isn't that a good thing? He has already secured a place among the top 10 of this Junlin feast. Yet Yufan's ambition lies in the top 3. Wan Zhan sighed heavily, his voice low and somber. Today, Fana has indeed made a remarkable impression. Alas, this lad refuses to heed advice, clearly not intending to stop here, having already fought 5 matches, while others have barely managed 3. Wan Miaoyan followed Wan Zhan's gaze, her brow involuntarily furrowing. At that moment, the others on the 9-10-foot platforms were either meditating with closed eyes or standing with hands clasped behind their backs, having faced no more than 3 battles, and some not even a single one. According to the rules of the Junlin feast, once this round concludes. Chapter 188, Yifan's ranking. Clearly the last among 10. To strive for a place among the top 3 from the very bottom is akin to reaching for the heavens. Wan Zhan suddenly called out in a deep voice, his eyes gleaming with intensity. Head of the family. Wan Chen, seated among the Wan clan, hurriedly stood up, momentarily taken aback by the sudden summons. Wan Zhan instructed Wan Chen, take a few individuals with you and attempt to ascend the 6 zhang platform. Then, challenge the other 9 on the 10 zhang platform, excluding Yifan. What? Wan Chen's expression froze, hesitating to comply. As one of the most outstanding young prodigies of the Wan clan, he held a degree of confidence in ascending the 6 zhang platform. However, challenging those on the 10 zhang platform seemed an insurmountable task. Each of the 9, aside from Yifan, surpassed him in strength. Do not seek victory. Wan Zhan's fierce gaze pierced through Wan Chen's heart. Do not seek victory? Wan Chen's body stiffened, his brows knitting together in confusion. If victory was not the aim, why engage in challenges at all? Do you not understand? Wan Miao's words clarified Wan Zhan's intent as she cast a sidelong glance at Wan Chen. You merely need to ensure that the others have more encounters. Ah. Wan Chen grasped the situation, his eyes darkening. So it was all for Yifan. A few encounters would be easy to manage. However, as the frequency increased, they would inevitably attract attention. By then, the individuals on the 10 zhang platform would be prepared. No one would tolerate such mockery. They might even strike lethal blows the moment the challengers stepped onto the platform. Wan Zhan intended to pave the way for Yifan at the cost of their lives. Act within your means. Wan Zhan perceived Wan Chen's hesitation and reiterated his command. Focus on 1 or 2 individuals, ensuring that their encounters exceed 5. Understood. Wan Chen knelt on one knee, his clasped hands trembling slightly. Despite his reluctance, he could only acquiesce. With that, he leaped from the platform, accompanied by 4 other prodigies of the Wan clan. They had originally planned to participate in the Junlin feast but had not anticipated such an early challenge. The Junlin feast was in full swing. Yifan, seated in meditation on the Tinjiang platform, remained unchallenged and basked in the sunlight. Resembling a war god sculpted from gold, Wan Qin fulfilled his mission and successfully ascended the Sixjiang platform. With no time for further adjustments, he unhesitatingly leaped toward the higher battlefield. His chosen opponent was Yao Zhong, who had recently ascended the Tinjiang platform. According to Wan Zhan's directive, they only needed to concentrate on challenging 1 or 2 individuals among the 9 occupying the Tinjiang platform. Yao Zhong was one of the 3 with the highest number of encounters, boasting 3 battles to his name. Unlike others, he had not monopolized the Tinjiang platform from the outset. Challenge me? You seek death. Yao Zhong, who had been sitting in silence, suddenly opened his eyes. A chilling light bursting from his pupils. Slowly rising, his spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, scattering the dust on the battlefield. The ranking of the Junlin feast was determined by the number of encounters, intended to establish a temporary hierarchy among the prodigies after this round. The more battles one engaged in, the more they were perceived as the weakest on the Tinjiang platform by challengers. As the 3rd ranked among the 10 prodigies of Taiyuan, Yao Zhong certainly did not consider himself the weakest. Naturally, he was displeased by Wan Qin's challenge. Chapter 189. With a sudden flourish of his right hand, Yao Zhong grasped a long knife that shimmered with a chilling light. As the blade quivered, a fierce streak of light sliced towards Wan Qin's face like a bolt of lightning. Wan Qin, having anticipated this, lightly tapped his toes against the ground and gracefully retreated like a falling leaf. Just as the blade was about to graze his nose, he swiftly leaned back, propelling himself away from the arena like an arrow released from its bow. Clang! Yao Zhong's blade struck the air with tremendous force, leaving a 3-inch deep scar on the stage. As he looked up in astonishment, he saw Wan Qin landing steadily on the ground, nonchalantly brushing off his sleeves. What are you doing? Yao Zhong's forehead pulsed with veins, his grip on the knife trembling slightly in his fury. I must have made a mistake, Wan Qin shrugged, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Before he could finish his sentence, he leapt onto a nearby Tujiang platform. As the Sixjiang platform he had occupied was once again claimed by another, it seemed he had to start anew. This was the norm at the Junlin banquet. Mistake? Yao Zhong narrowed his eyes, his expression shifting between anger and confusion. Just then, the mystical array that had dissipated with Wan Qin's departure lit up once more. Turning around, he saw another individual appearing on the opposite end of the stage. Did you also make a mistake? Yao Zhong's voice rose sharply, the long knife in his hand emitting a piercing hum. In a fit of rage, he scoffed. Do you truly think me a fool? Is the Wan family truly so amusing? It was one thing for Wan Qin to err, but now another member of the Wan family had taken the stage as well. To claim this was not premeditated would be utterly implausible. The Wan family clearly intended to inflate his battle count. With a determined breath, Yao Zhong no longer hesitated. The blade's edge had yet to arrive, yet the fierce energy of the knife had already carved deep furrows into the ground. However, the Wan disciple was also prepared. The moment the blade's light surged forth, he executed a graceful somersault, leaping down from the arena with agility. Only Yao Zhong remained on the stage, the point of his blade aimed at an empty space. Humph! Yao Zhong was far from surprised. After missing his strike, he abruptly turned around, his keen gaze sweeping behind him like a hawk on the hunt. As anticipated, yet another Wan disciple ascended the platform. Without waiting for the opponent to stabilize, the figure darted forward like a wraith. The long knife carved a mournful arc through the air. This is bad. The Wan disciple's expression shifted dramatically, but his hasty retreat was a moment too late. Boom! The blade cascaded like a waterfall, blood splattering in all directions. A head was sent soaring, the headless corpse still maintaining a backward posture before crashing heavily onto the stage. Ants! Yao Zhong flicked the blood from his blade, casting a cold gaze towards the Wan family's seating area. He was eager to see how many of them remained. Would there be enough for him to slay? Dad! Wan Maoyan frowned at the sight of the gruesome death, glancing at Wan Zhan. Yet, Wan Zhan remained silent. He had foreseen this unfolding scene. Fortunately, Yao Zhong had already reached 6 battles. There was no longer any need for the Wan family to challenge him. This spectacle on the stage was witnessed by all in the audience. The Wan family's actions, utilizing the rules of the Junlin banquet, were undeniable. Yet, they could only scoff at such behavior. Chapter 190. Only Duan Tianshu, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. Gui. A single glance conveyed more than 1,000 words. Gu Yi rose abruptly, surveying the talented individuals of the cloud-hidden nation behind him. His voice, deep as thunder, resonated, esteemed ones. It is time for the Taiyuan dynasty to witness the prowess of our cloud-hidden nation as elite. As one of the 4 great vassal states, the talents of the cloud-hidden nation were never mere spectators. The cloud-hidden nation, being one of the 4 vassal states of the Taiyuan dynasty, had no intention of merely attending the banquet for entertainment. Although only 10 of their top talents were participating, their past performances had been illustrious. Nearly all had ascended the Taiyuan rankings, with half reaching the 6 zhang stage, and some even aspiring to the pinnacle of 10 zhang. Duan Tianshu clearly intended for Gui and his companions to emulate the actions of the Wan family as participants. However, Gui and his peers were not like those few from the Wan family. They possessed genuine prowess. If they were to battle, it would be an authentic clash. As the talents of the Cloud-Hidden Nation descended into the arena, the other vassal states could no longer remain idle. The competition at the banquet grew increasingly intense. Swiftly reaching midday. Boom, boom. Yi Fan sat atop the Tinjiang stage, basking in the fierce midday sun. Suddenly, a thunderous roar akin to the earth-shaking interrupted his meditation. The violent clash of spiritual power resounded like thunder, causing his brow to furrow slightly. During his period of silent contemplation, there had been occasional challengers daring to confront the defenders of the other 10 zhang stages. However, most of these challengers could barely withstand 10 moves from the defenders, either retreating in recognition of their inferiority or being vanquished on the spot. Now, hearing this commotion, it was evident that the confrontation was extraordinarily fierce. Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes, turning his gaze toward the source of the sound. Upon recognizing one of the figures on the 10 zhang stage, his eyes flickered with surprise. This individual was none other than Di Wuming, the prodigy of the Cloud-Hidden Nation. This fellow, has he become this formidable? Yi Fan was taken aback, instinctively straightening his posture, surprised by Di Wuming's strength. Di Wuming wielded a long sword, entirely blood-red, with the blade entwined in an eerie crimson spiritual energy. Each strike he unleashed was accompanied by waves of blood light and an overwhelming aura of killing intent. His opponent, ranked 8th among the Taiyuan 10 talents, was now being forced to retreat repeatedly by Di Wuming, whose protective spiritual energy bore several cracks. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, another 10 zhang stage erupted with deafening explosions. Yi Fan casually glanced over, a hint of astonishment crossing his features. Qinli? Upon observing Qinli more closely, Yi Fan realized he was also remarkable. In contrast, Gu Yi and Du Ruofeng's performances appeared somewhat lackluster. Once ranked 2nd and 3rd on the heavenly ranking of the Tianwu Academy, they were now outshone by Qinli. Although both had also taken to the stage to challenge the defenders, they barely managed to endure 10 moves before being defeated, ultimately retreating from the 10 zhang stage. Boom, boom, boom. Moments later, Di Wuming triumphed over his opponent, driving the 8th-ranked talent of the Taiyuan down from the 10 zhang stage. Qinli's opponent, though not among the Taiyuan 10 talents, was also not weak. Yet, under Qinli's relentless assault, he grew increasingly beleaguered. In just 30 moves, he succumbed to Qinli's prowess. Could it be Yi Fan recalled something, his brow suddenly arching? Both Qinli and Di Wuming had previously entered the inner space of the 9 Dragons Mystery Coffin Array and ultimately emerged alive from the royal tomb of the Cloud-Hidden Nation. It was likely that they had acquired the legacy of powerful ancestors from the Cloud-Hidden royal family within that space. Although their cultivation had not advanced, their combat prowess had dramatically surged, culminating in their current abilities. No wonder Duan Tianshu did not bring his trusted confidants, but instead chose to bring these two to the Taiyuan imperial city. Another hour passed, and the sounds of battle on the arena gradually diminished. Esteemed ones, Qin Shao, noticing the absence of challengers, rose slowly with a faint smile gracing his lips. His clear voice, infused with profound spiritual energy, resonated throughout the venue. The first phase of the Junlin banquet concludes here. All 130 talents on the battle stage are now entered into the Taiyuan rankings. As he spoke, he waved his sleeve, casting the Taiyuan rankings into the air. In an instant, it unfurled, radiating golden light that enveloped the 130 individuals on the battle stage. Chapter 191, Above the Sky. The Taiyuan list radiates a brilliant golden light. A luminous curtain of light unfurls across the void, showcasing 130 names, arrayed like stars in the night sky. Each name is accompanied by a prominent rank number. To my dismay, I find myself positioned at a mere 40th. How vexing. The foremost rank is indeed occupied by him, Mo Lin Yuan, the preeminent figure among the 10 talents of Taiyuan. This time, only 5 of the 10 talents are within the top 10. The eyes of those on the battle stage and in the stands are fixated upon the Taiyuan list. In an instant, a tide of discussion sweeps through the crowd. 6th. It's 6th. Wang Yaoyan suddenly clutches Wang Zhan's sleeve, her delicate fingers excitedly pointing towards the luminous curtain. The name Yi Fan is reflected in her bright eyes, and her lips curve into an involuntary smile. At this moment, a satisfied grin also graces Wang Zhan's face, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes easing. This ranking exceeds his expectations. Ascending from 6th to 3rd is indeed far less arduous than climbing from 10th. The efforts of Wan Qin and others have yielded some results. not in vain. Of course, this is not without the assistance of the people from Yunnan Kingdom. Humph. Upon seeing himself relegated to 7th, Yao Zheng's venomous gaze locks onto Yi Fan like a viper, the cold glint of his long blade flickering ominously. Do not presume that your temporary 6th place is secure. Soon, I shall erase your name from the Taiyuan list. 6th, Yi Fan lazily stretches, the daybreak sword casually resting on his shoulder, casting a sidelong glance at Yao Zheng. His eyes brimming with mockery. I certainly do not regard my current 6th position as the pinnacle of my potential. For my ambitions have never been confined to the 6th rank. As for your threat to obliterate my name from the Taiyuan list, you may not even have the opportunity to attempt that. Arrogance. The blade of Yao Zheng trembles, his murderous intent surging forth. Yet, he quickly suppresses his fury, opting for silence. Soon, he will demonstrate his prowess in battle. Nothing is more persuasive than strength. Yi Fan's words are not born of arrogance. Di Wuming and Chen Li occupy the 8th and 9th positions, respectively. Soon, one among them will engage Yao Zheng in combat. He senses that neither of the two is inferior to Yao Zheng. Ladies and gentlemen, the second phase of the Junlin banquet is about to commence. Qin Zhao's clear voice rings out once more, swiftly silencing the ruckus of the crowd. Everyone turns in unison, their gazes fixated on the main podium, where he gently caresses the jade belt at his waist, his dark robe shimmering with a ghostly light under the setting sun. The order of the top 10 ranks. A profound smile graces Qin Zhao's lips as his gaze subtly sweeps over Yi Fan, before tilting his head to gaze at the still blazing sun. When the moon rises, we shall discuss the outcomes. Those in the top 10 may take a moment to recuperate. Alas, Wan Zhan's expression shifts upon hearing this. It is aimed at Yi Fan. Wan Miaoyan bites her lip, her brows furrowing in concern. There are merely 2 hours until sunset and moonrise. Most of the top 10 have not endured a grueling battle. Why is such a lengthy recuperation necessary? The 2-hour interval, ostensibly to allow the 10 to recover, is, in reality, a stratagem targeting Yi Fan's solar body. As Qin Zhao concludes his speech, the combatants on the stage descend one by one. Yi Fan, maintaining an indifferent demeanor, strolls back to the Wan family's seating area. Fanner. Upon Yi Fan's return, Wan Zhan firmly places a hand on his shoulder, advising, your 6th place is commendable. Should Yao Zheng challenge you, it might be wise to concede. This way, you can at least secure 7th place. 7th? Yi Fan chuckles softly, shaking his head. Do you believe my earlier performance on the battle stage was lacking in brilliance? That I lack the capacity to vie for the top 3? No. Wan Zhan suddenly intensifies his tone, devoid of jest. Your performance was indeed remarkable. If it were daytime, I believe you could contend for the top 3, but now, the 9th prince has scheduled the ranking battles for the night. Chapter 192. So what? Yi Fan remained utterly unfazed as he stepped forward and took his seat. Leaning back lazily against the chair, a casual smile lingered at the corners of his lips. So what? Wan Zhan's eyes flickered with anxious flames as he gazed intently at Yi Fan, hoping for a more serious demeanor. Tonight, your sun god body. Do you believe that without the sun god body, I am no match for Yao Zheng? Yi Fan chuckled, fully aware of Wan Zhan's concerns. If Yao Zheng truly possessed the ability to defeat me, he would not have hesitated to challenge me earlier. His lack of confidence in overcoming my daytime self reveals that his strength is rather limited. Even at night, I can still vanquish him. One must not be careless. Wan Zhan's thick brows knitted together, wishing to persuade Yi Fan further, but was halted by Yi Fan's raised hand. Father. Yi Fan suddenly turned his gaze towards the distant seats of Yunnan country. Just watch. Moreover, I sense that Yao Zheng may not even have the opportunity to challenge me. Wan Zhan's sturdy frame quivered as he followed Yi Fan's gaze. The 8th, Di Wuming. And the 9th, Chun Li. With a light motion, Yi Fan raised his arm, pointing towards the Taiyuan rankings suspended in the void above. He inquired of Wan Zhan. Did you happen to notice, father? Not at all. Wan Zhan had been preoccupied with Yi Fan, leaving little room to observe others. He had only glanced briefly at Wan Chun and a few others, but it was evident that those two had earned their place among the top 10, indicating their formidable prowess. They hail from Yunnan country. Yi Fan chuckled softly, a glimmer of intrigue in his eyes. Are you suggesting they will assist you? Wan Zhan's gaze brightened with anticipation as he looked towards Yi Fan. Previously, he had only known Di Wuming and Chen Li as the prodigies of the Taiyuan dynasty. However, upon noticing Yi Fan's focus, he realized that the two were indeed from Yunnan country. In past Yuandan feasts, vassal states had showcased exceptional talents. Even those who ranked within the top 10 were not unheard of. Yet historically, the top 5 positions had always been dominated by the prodigies of the Taiyuan dynasty. He did not believe that Di Wuming and Chen Li could threaten Yao Zheng. However, if they were to aid Yi Fan, they could undoubtedly drain Yao Zheng's strength. In that case, Yi Fan would stand a better chance in his confrontation with Yao Zheng. Perhaps, Yi Fan replied, hesitant to make any guarantees, particularly regarding Chun-Li. This individual harbored some grievances against him. If Chun-Li refrained from causing trouble, that would be fortunate. Yet, should he dare to provoke Yi Fan, he would show no mercy and would seek his life. Perhaps? Wan Zhan's brow furrowed with concern. Aren't you also from Union country? Will they not assist you? Heh. Yi Fan chuckled nonchalantly, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, he reclined against the back of his chair and closed his eyes to rest. Seeing Yi Fan's demeanor, Wan Zhan hesitated, his worries intensifying. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Fan had already devised a plan. Did Qin Shao believe that his combat prowess diminished at night? Ridiculous. The sun god body could absorb sunlight and also moonlight. While absorbing moonlight may not directly enhance combat strength, it could elevate his comprehension and perception. All of these would become invaluable tools in his nocturnal battles. Chapter 193, The blood-red sunset. The last vestiges of golden light quietly faded into the horizon. Yet, the fervent spirit of battle on the Jingtian Square had not diminished. On the contrary, with the arrival of night, it grew increasingly restless. A gentle breeze swept through, stirring the remnants of dust on the battlefield. Attendants moved gracefully between the stands, brandishing torches, igniting numerous bronze braziers. The roaring flames surged suddenly, their crimson tongues licking the darkening sky, illuminating the faces of the crowd, some filled with anticipation, others with solemnity. In the distance, the first beam of moonlight pierced through the clouds, casting a silvery veil that slowly enveloped the square. The interplay of moonlight and bonfire created flickering shadows upon the battlefield. The hour had come. As the bonfire blazed to life, Qin Shao lazily rose, the golden threads of his black robe flickering in the firelight. For the first match of the top 10, let the 10th-ranked prodigy take the stage. With that, he casually tossed a golden talisman, which ignited mid-air, transforming into specks of golden brilliance. The power of divine patterns rippled outward, enveloping the entire arena. With a resounding rumble, the earth trembled, and 130 battle platforms began to shift. Some sank slowly, while others rose steadily. Ultimately, they converged into a massive battle platform, measuring 100 feet square. The ancient patterns on the bluestone ground shimmered with an eerie azure glow, while 10 beast-headed statues exhaled spiritual flames from their mouths. A figure darted through the night. Xi Liao stood at the center of the battle platform, his hands clasped behind him. His snowy white battle robe rustled in the night breeze. The 5th-ranked prodigy of the Taiyuan 10 looked grim, his expression as hard as iron. The temporary ranking of 10th was a profound humiliation for him. Yet, in truth, it was a relatively favorable position. 2 of the 5 who ranked below him had already perished, and the remaining 3 had failed to break into the top 10 at this banquet. Shall we fight? Qin Shao inquired, gazing down at Xi Liao. His voice was not loud, yet it fell like shards of ice. Fight. Xi Liao responded without hesitation, his roar akin to thunder, echoing throughout the square. Please welcome Chun-Li from the Yun'in Kingdom. Qin Zhao's lips curled slightly, his gaze sharp as a blade sweeping across the seats of the Yun'in Kingdom. With Xi Liao currently in 10th place, he could only challenge the 9th position. To ascend higher in ranking, he would have to confront his opponents one by one. Even though he understood that it would be difficult to reach the forefront this time, the challenge of claiming his rightful 5th position was equally daunting. Yet, standing upon the battlefield of the banquet, how could one harbor any fear of combat? Go. Duan Tianshu slightly tilted his head, signaling to Chun-Li. The Yun'in Kingdom had 3 members in the top 10 of the Taiyuan rankings, a result that pleased Duan Tianshu. However, a higher ranking would further elevate the prestige of the Yun'in Kingdom. This battle was also a chance for Chun-Li to fight for himself. With a leap, Chun-Li elegantly landed on the edge of the battle platform. The competition for the top 10 in previous banquets had been fierce, and today would be no exception. Qin Shao suddenly raised his voice, as if intentionally reminding everyone to give their all without reservation, to present an exhilarating performance for those present. The rules remained unchanged. Victory and defeat would be determined by life and death or by one side leaving the platform. Xi Liao glanced sideways toward Qin Zhao's direction. Qin Shao subtly nodded, a tide of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. His implication was clear: to kill. The top 10 of the Taiyuan rankings were occupied by 5 seats from the 4 major vassal states, leaving only 5 for the prodigies of the Taiyuan dynasty. Qin Shao felt that the prestige of his nation was at stake and could not tolerate such an affront, especially with the Yun'in Kingdom claiming 3 of those seats. What did this signify? Chapter 194. Will you dare to challenge the Taiyuan dynasty? With a sudden exhale, Xi Liao comprehended Qin Zhao's intentions. His gaze sharpened, revealing a glint of cold light in his eyes. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth from him, causing the blood-red spear in his grasp to tremble, as if it yearned to taste blood. Do you wish to slay me? If so, do not blame me for my merciless blade. Chun-Li's expression darkened as he extended his fingers, wielding his sword. The blade shimmered with a ghostly blue light, exuding a chilling aura. Having secured a place among the top 10, he had no desire to further engage in bloodshed. For he hailed from the cloud-hidden kingdom and wished to avoid offending the powerful elites of Taiyuan. Yet at this moment, confronted with Xi Liao's unabashed murderous intent, the last vestige of his hesitation dissipated. Merciless under the sword? Ha ha. Xi Liao burst into a derisive laugh, his voice laced with scorn and contempt. As the tip of his spear pointed directly at Qin Li's throat, "Do I require your mercy?" Before his words could fully escape, he surged forward like a specter. The spear transformed into a crimson thunderbolt, lunging straight for Qin Li's heart. Clang! Qin Li swiftly crossed his sword, accurately blocking the strike. In an instant, the momentum of his blade shifted. With a flick of his wrist, the sword spiraled along the spear's shaft, its blue light intensifying. As their weapons clashed, blinding sparks erupted. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, 30 exchanges had passed, with sword energy crisscrossing the arena and spear shadows darting like rainbows. Qin Li's swordplay became increasingly elusive and unpredictable, each strike enveloped in a chilling aura. Meanwhile, Xi Liao's spear thrusts grew ever more frenzied. The blood-red shadows of his weapon swirling like an enraged dragon, leaving deep, menacing cracks in the arena floor. Infuriating. After dozens of exchanges, Xi Liao had yet to gain an inch of advantage, his rage boiling within. He had expected that defeating a prodigy from a vassal state would be a mere trifle. Yet now, he found himself unable even to suppress his opponent, let alone claim a kill. Blood war breaks. With a thunderous roar, Xi Liao spun fiercely. The spear, like a blood dragon emerging from the sea, charged toward Qin Li with devastating force. Instead of retreating, Qin Li advanced, deftly directing his sword precisely toward the spear's tip. 3 inches away. Under this strike, the crimson spear energy melted away as if it were snow under the sun. What? A look of shock crossed Xi Liao's face as he nearly lost grip of his spear, staggering backward. Qin Li's eyes flashed with icy light as he leaped toward Xi Liao. Before he could close the distance, a chilling sword energy pierced Xi Liao's skin, causing him pain. What is happening? Cold sweat beaded on Xi Liao's forehead, his chest feeling as if pierced by 1,000 needles. He stomped the ground fiercely, retreating in desperation. Just then, he found his footing falter. Ah! With a cry of pain, Xi Liao tumbled from the edge of the arena. He landed awkwardly, bracing himself with one hand before scrambling to his feet. Realizing he had been defeated, his face turned dark. As the pain in his chest surged anew, he hastily tore open his clothing. To his horror, he discovered a web of blood vessels sprawling across his skin, as if countless invisible icy needles had pierced him mercilessly. Huh! With victory in hand, Qin Li stood with his sword, coldly observing the disheveled Xi Liao below. What just happened? How did Xi Liao lose? They had seemed evenly matched. How could it suddenly? This Qin Li's swordsmanship is truly bizarre. The spectators, unable to decipher the unfolding events, engaged in fervent discussions. How intriguing. Yi Fan, seated among the Wan family, had been closely watching the battle and was equally astonished by the scene before him. Though he had not fully grasped the intricacies at play, he recognized the peculiarity of Qin Li's sword energy. Useless. On the main platform, Qin Shao expressed his dissatisfaction with Xi Liao's performance, but soon regained his composure. He looked down at Qin Li and proclaimed loudly, "This battle goes to Qin Li. Will you continue to fight? If so, your next opponent will be Di Wuming." Chapter 195, No Battle. Qin Li offered a succinct response before sheathing her sword and turning away. She leaped gracefully from the edge of the arena, eliciting a tinge of disappointment among the onlookers. Though they understood her decision, both Qin Li and Di Wuming hailed from the kingdom of Yunying. With their positions in the top 10 secured, there was no necessity for internal conflict. Di Wuming. Qin Shao was not surprised by Qin Li's choice. His gaze once again pierced like an arrow toward the seats occupied by the people of Yunying, beckoning the prodigy currently ranked 8th to step onto the arena. As his words fell, the crowd's attention converged upon Di Wuming, who stood behind Duan Tianshu, sword cradled in his arms. His visage, shrouded in shadow, bore an austere sharpness. Should he desire to fight, it would be against Yao Zhong. This duel would signify a clash between the prodigies of Yunying and those of Taiyuan. Go! Duan Tianshu instructed softly, tilting his head slightly toward Di Wuming. Act within your means. Victory is not paramount. Even if you cannot vanquish Yao Zhong, strive to deplete his spiritual energy as much as possible. Di Wuming ranked 8th, while Yao Zhong held the 7th position. Should Di Wuming falter in this contest, Yao Zhong would surely face Yu Fan. If Di Wuming could drain some of Yao Zhong's energy, it would enhance Yu Fan's chances in their eventual confrontation. No battle. Di Wuming suddenly raised his head and declared with resounding clarity. His words resonated like thunder, prompting Duan Tianshu to whirl around in astonishment. Why not fight? A flicker of rare anger crossed Duan Tianchu's eyes. With your prowess, you could certainly defeat Yao Zhong. Moreover, I have stated that winning is not essential. Your Highness. Di Wuming's expression darkened as he coldly reminded Duan Tianchu. Have you forgotten the Emperor's decree? You. Duan Tianchu glared at Di Wuming, astonished. Duan Zhouxiao wished for Yi Fan to perish within the Taiyuan imperial city, preferably at the hands of the Taiyuan royal family. However, Duan Tianchu held no such sentiment. He sought to leverage Yi Fan's influence to safeguard his own life, and even to usurp the throne of the kingdom of Yunying. He was now taken aback to discover that Di Wuming was also a pawn of his father, Yao Zhong. Acting under the orders of the 9th prince of the Taiyuan dynasty, would relish the opportunity to eliminate Yi Fan. Why must I expend my energy against Yao Zhong? Di Wuming fixed a piercing gaze on Duan Tianchu, questioning, do you intend to defy the Emperor's will? To protect Yi Fan and seize the top 3 positions at the banquet? Your Highness. Old Chio's murky eyes glinted with a cold light. His voice rumbling like distant thunder as he cautioned Duan Tianchu, if Yi Fan dies in the arena at the banquet, that is his ultimate fate. His arrogance has drawn the ire of the Taiyuan prodigies, but that is of no concern to us. Indeed. A sardonic smile curved Qin Li's lips as she remarked nonchalantly, if he wishes to survive, he can simply concede when faced with Yao Zhong later. However, I suspect he delights in courting death and will not surrender. Haha. Duan Tianchu remained silent, merely sneering. If Yi Fan were to perish, he too would face dire consequences, for he was the one who had brought Yi Fan to the Taiyuan imperial city. The Tianwu Academy would hold him accountable, and his father would undoubtedly place the blame upon him. Yet, he felt powerless to intervene now. Di Wuming disregarded his commands. What could he do? He could only hope for a surprise from Yi Fan. Fan Wan Zhan, seated among the Wan family, furrowed his brow upon witnessing Di Wuming's refusal to engage, casting a glance at Yi Fan. Why isn't Di Wuming assisting you in depleting Yao Zhong? It matters not. Yi Fan shrugged with a smile, glancing toward the seats of the Yunying contingent. He was well aware of the kingdom's ruler's desire for his demise within the Taiyuan imperial city. Chapter 196 now. Di Wuming's decision to refrain from battle did not come as a surprise to him. I still advise. Before Wan Zhan could finish his sentence, a thunderous roar erupted. Yi Fan. Yao Zhong's figure flashed like a specter, appearing at the center of the battlefield, his long knife pointed directly at the Wan family seats. Its blade glinting with a chilling light under the moon. Are you not coming down for a fight? Are you so eager to embrace death? Yi Fan shrugged with a smile, rising leisurely. He strolled towards the arena, each step taken with an unhurried grace, as if he were merely wandering in his own garden rather than approaching a life and death duel. What nonsense! Yao Zhong's blade trembled, causing the ground beneath the arena to crack open with several fissures. His eyes burned with murderous intent. If you fear death, you are welcome to refuse to take the stage. There is no need to waste time. Procrastinate all you want, but you will not see the sunrise. Is that truly your desire? Yi Fan halted at the edge of the arena, wielding the sun blade, its tip lightly touching the ground. His voice was eerily calm. I don't believe we have any grievances, you and I, or with the Yao family, do we? Is it so wrong not to like you? Yao Zhong snorted coldly, his murderous gaze unwavering. It is hardly worth losing one's life due to following erroneous commands. Yi Fan had already surmised that Yao Zhong was acting under the orders of Qin Xiao. He slowly raised the sun blade, pointing it at Yao Zhong, finally warning. Before I draw my sword, you still have a chance to survive. Otherwise, once this battle commences. Enough. Yao Zhong interjected before Yi Fan could finish, his long knife descending with a dark, viscous power that cleaved downwards, creating a menacing fissure that quickly spread beneath Yi Fan's feet. Yi Fan, as light as a willow catkin, deftly sidestepped, the sun blade slicing through the air in a golden arc dark night thousand layers. Yao Zhong grinned wickedly, spinning to change his attack, his long knife creating a flurry of afterimages. In an instant, dozens of dark blade auras surged from all directions, each accompanied by a chilling wail, as if the spirits of the damned were lamenting from the depths of the abyss. Break. Yi Fan flicked his wrist, the momentum of his sword shifting abruptly. With a single stroke, the sword light burst forth like the sun rising at dawn. The fierce clash of the blazing sword light and the ominous knife aura erupted, showering sparks across the arena, casting it into a flickering dance of light and shadow. Suddenly, Yao Zhong trembled slightly, dark mist seeping from his every pore. It spread rapidly, engulfing much of the battlefield in an instant. Only within a 5-step radius around Yi Fan did a faint golden glow persist, bravely resisting the encroaching darkness. Your solar divine body. Yao Zhong's voice echoed ominously from all directions, laced with mockery. How much power can it retain in the night? Before his words fell silent, a black blade aura erupted through the mist. To kill you will suffice. Yi Fan shifted the blade's angle, effortlessly deflecting the incoming blade aura. His form remained still, save for his robe fluttering in the fierce wind. What arrogance! The dark mist surged violently, and Yao Zhang appeared like a phantom, his long knife aiming straight for Yi Fan's throat. Dark erosion slash. Wherever the blade passed, even the moonlight was devoured, creating an eerie vacuum around it. Setting sun's afterglow. Upon witnessing this, Yi Fan's sword momentum abruptly shifted. The sun blade erupted with a blood-red glow, sweeping outward like the weeping rays of a dying sun. As the sword light traversed, the dark mist dissipated like spring snow, tearing open a gap. Yet, mere moments later, more dark mist surged from all directions, quickly filling the breach. I see. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened, the sun blade crossing before him. The golden radiance flowing along the blade appeared particularly dim amidst the dark mist. No wonder Qin Shao scheduled the competition for the moment the moon ascends. It was not solely to diminish his power, but also to bolster Yao Zhang's combat strength. Beneath the cover of night, Yao Zhang, who wielded dark powers, thrived like a fish in water. Chapter 197. Whoosh. 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 Several streaks of dark blades surged forth from the inky mist, though their might was not overwhelming. They were insidiously unpredictable. Yi Fan's wrist flicked adeptly, the blade of his sword meeting each attack with precise parries. The clash of metal rang out sharply, echoing through the shrouded darkness. Clang, clang, clang. Yao Zhang's relentless assault came like an unending tide, yet it maintained an eerie rhythm, as if he were patiently biding his time for the perfect opportunity. Yi Fan. After a dozen exchanges, Yao Zhang's chilling voice emerged once more from the depths of the mist. This battleground shall be your grave. I shall grant you no chance of escape. Do you truly believe you can evade my grasp? Yi Fan's expression remained nonchalant as he suddenly stamped his foot upon the ground. The sun, in full force, activated his solar divine body. An intense radiance erupted from him, illuminating the darkness like a torch igniting the night. However, the dense black mist writhed as if alive, gradually consuming the brilliant light. In the blink of an eye, the luminescence surrounding Yi Fan was constrained to a mere span of several feet, unable to disperse the encroaching shadows further. Heh. Yao Zhang's derisive laughter reverberated through the mist, infused with a sense of assured triumph. In the dead of night, devoid of sunlight to absorb, your solar divine body is nothing but a jest. Within my domain of dark erosion, it is utterly meaningless. As he spoke, the black mist on the battleground surged violently, as though a horrific entity was awakening. Is that so? A faint smile graced Yi Fan's lips, his eyes shimmering with golden light. Despite the black mist's suppression, his radiance did not extinguish. The cool moonlight seeped through the cracks in the darkness, casting its glow upon him. Yi Fan suddenly closed his eyes, focusing intently, and began to absorb the abundant moonlight. In an instant, his senses soared to new heights. Everything around him became strikingly clear, the flow of the mist, the tremor of the blades, even Yao Zhang's faintest breath resonated like ripples within his consciousness. I have found you. Yi Fan's eyes flew open, his form a blur as he lunged forward, thrusting his sword toward a specific point in the mist, where the blade passed. The thick darkness was torn apart like fabric. What? Yao Zhang, concealed within the mist, felt his pupils constrict as he hastily raised his sword to block. Yet the strike came too swiftly, too accurately, leaving him no time to defend fully. Swoosh! The blade grazed Yao Zhang's left shoulder, sending a spray of crimson blossoms into the air. Overwhelmed by pain, the black mist around him trembled violently before retreating like a receding tide. The silvery moonlight once again bathed the battleground, illuminating Yao Zhang's face, contorted with shock and horror. Yi Fan had shattered Yao Zhang's domain of dark erosion. How had he located Yao Zhang amidst the mist? Could it possibly be mere luck? The spectators in the stands displayed a myriad of expressions, each one astonished. Yao Zhang, after all, ranked third among the 10 prodigies of Taiyuan. His prowess was widely recognized throughout the Taiyuan imperial city, especially his dark erosion domain, which was deemed formidable. Even the first and second of the 10 prodigies would struggle to unravel its depths. Against Yao Zhang, one could only rely on sheer strength to gain an advantage. Yet, Yi Fan had directly broken through the dark erosion. How is this possible? Yao Zhang clutched his wounded shoulder, blood seeping through his fingers as he fixed an incredulous gaze on Yi Fan. Who told you that the solar divine body can only absorb sunlight? Yi Fan teased, the tip of his sword lightly flicking, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, the daybreak sword surged forth once more. Damn it. Yao Zhang gritted his teeth, swinging his sword in a desperate attempt to parry Yi Fan's onslaught. Chapter 198, however, now with an injured shoulder, his combat prowess was significantly diminished. The force of his blade was evidently sluggish, and the dark energy he wielded was thrown into disarray due to his injuries. As the sun rose, Yi Fan uttered a soft shout, and the daylight sword erupted with blinding golden radiance. The sword light pierced through the dawn like the sun breaking the horizon, aiming directly at Yao Zhong's heart. Clang! Yao Zhong barely managed to parry the strike. Yet the impact caused his palms to crack. His long knife nearly slipped from his grasp as he staggered backward, retreating several steps. Before he could regain his footing, Yi Fan's second strike was upon him. Under the blazing sun, the searing sword light hung like a great sun in the sky, overwhelming Yao Zhong with its formidable presence. In a desperate attempt to evade, he was still caught by the sword's aura, which struck his right leg, causing blood to spatter forth. Ah! Yao Zhong let out a muffled groan, dropping to one knee, sweat trickling down his forehead. Looking up at Yi Fan, a glimmer of fear finally surfaced in his eyes. Wait! Wait! As Yi Fan raised his sword once more, Yao Zhong's bloodied hand instinctively reached out, struggling to stand. However, his severed leg rendered him powerless, forcing him to drag his broken body backward. I concede. I can leave the arena. Now pleading for mercy? Yi Fan halted his blade, the moonlight casting a chilling shadow on his stern profile. Each step he took echoed through the silent square like the tolling of a death knell too late. As the words left his lips, the sword's edge suddenly shifted. The daylight sword descended like a meteor, aiming directly for Yao Zhong's throat. No. Yao Zhong's pupils contracted, instinctively raising his blade to block. Yet, Yi Fan's wrist flicked, and the sword tip slithered around the blade like a cunning serpent. Evading Yao Zhong's defense, it accurately pierced 3 inches into his heart. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the night sky as Yao Zhong clutched his chest and collapsed to the ground. Yi Fan coldly withdrew his sword, a spray of blood cascading forth, falling like crimson plum blossoms in the moonlight. You shall not die a good death. Yao Zhong howled in agony, his face contorted with rage as his knees slammed heavily onto the arena floor. Ha! Yi Fan scoffed dismissively, the daylight sword sweeping outwards. Yao Zhong, unable to defend himself, saw his head soar high before crashing down onto the arena, leaving behind a glaring streak of blood. In an instant, the arena fell into a profound silence. Only the night breeze carried the scent of blood, brushing against everyone's nostrils. Yi Fan steadied his sword, droplets of blood falling from the tip, appearing especially vivid under the moonlight. After casting a cold glance at Yao Zhong's lifeless body, he turned and strode towards the center of the arena. Next, Yi Fan looked towards Qin Xiao in the VIP section, softly uttering a phrase. His voice was not loud, yet it swept through the crowd like a chilling wind, sending shivers down their spines. Qin Xiao clenched his fists, a torrent of rage swelling within him. However, his face remained inscrutable. Meanwhile, the members of the Yao family stared at Yi Fan with wide eyes, unable to conceal their murderous intent. Excellent. Qin Xiao clapped his hands and chuckled, his voice as gentle as jade. In this battle, Yi Fan emerged victorious. Now, shall we continue? Are you deaf? Yi Fan offered no courtesy to Qin Xiao, abruptly demanding an answer. His inquiry resonated like thunder, igniting a wave of astonishment among the spectators. This Yi Fan is exceedingly arrogant. How dare he speak to His Highness the Ninth Prince in such a manner? Indeed, His Highness did not provoke him, so why the hostility? Provoking a royal prince? He must be courting death, thinking His Highness is one of the princes of Yun'an Kingdom. Amidst the clamor, Wan Zhan's forehead glistened with beads of sweat. At that moment, he too felt that Yi Fan had crossed the line, fresh from slaying Yao Zhong. How could he provoke Qin Xiao? This was, after all, the Taiyuan dynasty. The royal family were the true rulers of the Taiyuan dynasty. Qin Xiao, being the sole prince, held an esteemed position that should not be challenged. Chapter 199. How to Speak. Qin Xiao raised his hand to quell the clamor, his smile unwavering. I have spoken next. Yi Fan's brows were furrowed with defiance, his voice piercingly clear. What do you mean? Do you not understand? Asking me if you wish to fight again is redundant. A dry chuckle escaped Qin Xiao's lips, yet beneath the surface, a chill akin to 3 feet of ice had settled in his gaze. Please welcome the 5th-ranked prodigy, Qian Mo of the Thundersound Kingdom. Among the 4 great vassal kingdoms, 5 individuals occupied the top 10. The Cloud-Hidden Kingdom boasted 3 of them. The remaining 2 were Qian Mo from the Thundersound Kingdom and Yin Zhu from the Scarlet Flame Kingdom. Qian Mo was officially recognized as the 2nd genius of the Thundersound Kingdom. The title of 1st genius belonged to Lei Mo, though in truth, Qian Mo's prowess surpassed that of Lei Mo. The latter's reputation as the top genius was primarily due to his status as the prince of the Thundersound Kingdom. Kill him. Lei Mo roared with a contorted face from his seat in the Thundersound Kingdom. It was Yi Fan who had caused him to lose his place within the top 10. Had he not managed to escape the battle platform in time, he might have perished at Yi Fan's hands. Qian Mo offered no response to Lei Mo, descending onto the battle platform like a specter. He stood still like a pine tree, his black robe undisturbed by the night breeze. As he slowly raised his head, the aura of a 9th-tier Xuanwu realm emanated from him. The oppressive force of demonic energy surged forth like a tide, causing the very air on the battle platform to stagnate. Lei Mo wishes for your death? Yi Fan scrutinized Qian Mo, his tone laced with intrigue. He had encountered Qian Mo previously at the royal relay station. Unlike Xuan Yan, who was flamboyant, Qian Mo's reserved nature made him seem all the more formidable. Indeed, Qian Mo replied, his voice raspy and uncomfortably terse. As he slowly raised his hand, 5 fingers released a peculiar purple-black demonic aura. For those who seek my life, I shall show no mercy. Are you certain? Yi Fan smiled at Qian Mo, while his heart puzzled over the absence of murderous intent emanating from him. Was it that he bore no intent to kill, or was he simply concealing it too well? Qian Mo offered no further answer, instead lightly stepping onto the battle platform. Suddenly, purple-black demonic runes emerged upon the ground. With a gentle push of his right palm, the demonic energy transformed into 9 chains that tore through the air. Wherever the chains passed, even the moonlight was left twisted and eroded. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened as he swiftly drew his sword. His form like lightning as he swept his blade with precision. Golden crow chasing the sun. The fierce sword energy morphed into a shadow of a 3-legged golden crow, colliding violently with the demonic chains. In a cacophony of shrill screeches, the demonic and sword energies began to dissolve one another. Demonic heavenly phenomenon. A glimmer of demonic light flashed in Qian Mo's eyes as he suddenly pressed his palms together. The runes on the ground blazed to life, and a colossal demonic shadow surged upward behind him, 6 arms descending like blades. Setting sun's afterglow. Yi Fan advanced instead of retreating, the momentum of his sword shifting dramatically. The crimson sword light spread across the sky like the evening glow, crashing against the demonic shadow. A terrifying shockwave erupted, fracturing the battle platform into a spiderweb of cracks. Both combatants retreated 3 steps, their robes fluttering in the aftermath. In the stands, the audience held their breath, captivated by the intensity of the clash. From their engagement, the outcome remained uncertain. Yi Fan's strength had been proven in previous battles, and Qian Mo's ability to stand against him indicated that he was no mere contender. His position at 5th place was not a matter of luck. Everyone eagerly anticipated the 3rd confrontation between the two. Just then, Qian Mo suddenly faltered, the demonic energy surrounding him receding like a retreating tide. I concede. Chapter 200. A hoarse voice emerged from Qian Mo's lips, resonating clearly throughout the arena. Yi Fan, poised to unleash a 3rd strike, halted in his tracks upon hearing this. The corners of Qian Mo's mouth lifted ever so slightly, offering no explanation. Before Yi Fan could comprehend, Qian Mo turned and leaped off the stage. Has he conceded? Yi Fan gazed at Qian Mo's departing silhouette, a flicker of perplexity crossing his eyes. With this battle, he had bested Qian Mo, securing a position in the top 5, while Qian Mo was relegated to 6th place. It seemed that Qian Mo was not particularly concerned about his ranking, unwilling to expend energy competing against him. Why not eliminate him? Rage surged within Lei Mo's eyes as he fixated on the slowly returning Qian Mo. His voice low yet unable to conceal his fury. Unable to kill, Qian Mo maintained an indifferent expression, not even sparing Lei Mo a glance. You have not even exerted your full power. Lei Mo seized Qian Mo by the collar, reprimanding him sharply. He understood Qian Mo's strength. It was improbable for him to be easily defeated. Even if I were to unleash my full strength, I could not slay him. Qian Mo allowed Lei Mo to grip his collar without resistance. If I cannot kill him, depleting his spiritual power will suffice. Lei Mo was deeply dissatisfied with Qian Mo's demeanor, gritting his teeth as he expressed, at night, his solar divine body cannot absorb sunlight to restore spiritual power. If you can drain him of sufficient spiritual power in this battle, he will surely perish in the next. Suddenly, Qian Mo chuckled, a faint smile that sent an inexplicable chill down Lei Mo's spine. What is the meaning of your laughter? Lei Mo's ire only intensified at the sight of Qian Mo's amusement. Qian Mo, unhurried, countered Lei Mo's question. Have you never considered, should I deplete his spiritual power excessively in this battle, he might not fight again? Lei Mo's gaze darkened slightly as he released his grip on Qian Mo's collar. He suddenly perceived a semblance of logic in Qian Mo's words. Yi Fan held the initiative as the challenger. If he were to exhaust too much spiritual power, he would lack the capacity to fight again. Perhaps he would not challenge those ranked above him. Seated in the main viewing area, Qin Zhao's expression fluctuated between dark and light. Behind him, a tall figure stood silently, having appeared without notice. Mo Linyuan. Qin Zhao spoke suddenly, his voice barely above a whisper. Your Highness. Mo Linyuan nodded slightly, his profound gaze reflecting Yi Fan's figure on the stage. He had surmised Qin Zhao's intent the moment he was summoned here. Help me eliminate him. Qin Zhao's gaze remained fixed on Yi Fan, as if observing a doomed soul. I fear. Mo Linyuan's lips curled into a knowing smile. He has no opportunity to challenge me. This individual currently ranks 5th. To challenge me, he must win 3 battles. I have already instructed Yan Yu. He will make way. Qin Shao tilted his head slightly, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Yin Yu, ranked 4th among the 10 prodigies of Taiyuan. In this upcoming gathering, he too holds the 4th position. Yi Fan possesses the power to slay Yao Zhong. Qin Shao believed that Yin Yu would not prove to be Yi Fan's match. Therefore, he did not intend to request Yin Yu's assistance in killing. Mo Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. And what of Xia Wuhua and that individual from the Red Flame Kingdom? Yinju from the Red Flame Kingdom would likely also not be a match for Yi Fan. Qin Shao turned his attention back to the arena, his tone growing colder. As for Xia Wuhua, it would be best if he could be killed. If not, I must rely on you. Mo Lin Yuan inquired further. But if he secures a position in the top 3 and does not continue to challenge, what then? I do not believe he would abandon the challenge while still possessing strength. Qin Zhao's gaze darkened. After a pause, he continued, if he truly forsakes the challenge, I shall have no choice but to eliminate him outside the gathering. There is no need for you to intervene in matters thereafter. You need only inform me whether you can assist in killing him at the gathering. Chapter 201. If he dares to challenge me, I shall vanquish him. Mo Lin Yuan understood. A smile gracing his lips, his voice laced with a chilling intent. That is well. The white jade goblet held by Qin Shao caught the moonlight. The crimson liquid within swirling elegantly. He tilted his head back and drained it in one go, a flicker of ferocity glinting in his eyes as his throat bobbed. In this battle, Yi Fan emerged victorious. The next confrontation. As he set down the white jade goblet, Qin Shao rose slowly to declare, his gaze sweeping towards the Yin family's seat. Yin Yu, will you accept the challenge? Hey, Yi Fan suddenly called out, the tip of his sword lightly tapping the ground. This exclamation was casual, as if beckoning a servant by the roadside. What? Qin Shao turned to him, a forced smile stretching across his face. Have you misunderstood? Yi Fan tilted his head, a playful grin dancing on his lips. You never even asked me if I wished to continue the challenge. Instead, you inquired whether Yin Yu would fight? Are you unclear on how to preside over this banquet? If you cannot manage it, perhaps someone else should take your place. Upon hearing this, the expressions of those in the stands grew peculiar. Yi Fan lingered on the battlefield, clearly intent on another clash. His deliberate taunt was unmistakably aimed at humiliating Qin Shao. What grievance did he harbor? Why must he make Qin Shao uncomfortable? Qin Shao, seething with rage yet managing a smile, suppressed his fury as he looked at Yi Fan, his voice eerily gentle. Pray tell, do you wish to battle again? Indeed. Yi Fan's sword swiftly pivoted, creating a piercing sound against the ground. Excellent. Despite knowing Yi Fan was toying with him, Qin Shao maintained his composure, his gaze once more shifting to the Yin family seat. And you, Yin Yu? 4th place, I concede to him. Yin Yu, seated among the Yin family, slowly opened his eyes, his tone as cold as ice. Do not speak of conceding. Yi Fan suddenly laughed derisively. The daylight sword aimed directly at Yin Yu. I have already slain Yao Zhong, the 3rd among the 10 talents of Taiyuan. Do I truly need you, the 4th? To concede? The scions of the Taiyuan dynasty are so concerned with their reputation. If you fear death, just say so. No need for pretenses of conceding. How absurd. Impudent. Utterly impudent. Just because you possess some ability, you dare to be so arrogant? Wan Zhan, is this the disciple you have taught? As those words left his lips, the stands erupted in uproar. Yi Fan's remarks had insulted the major families of Taiyuan City, particularly the Yu and Yin clans, who were seething with rage. Wan Zhan's face turned ashen, at a loss for words in the face of the crowd's rebuke. This fellow, Wan Miaoyan, wore a look of exasperation, unsure of how to respond. There is no need for a war of words. Qin Shao flicked his sleeve, a robust surge of spiritual power silencing the clamor. Yin Yu's choice not to engage was his prerogative. Since Yin Yu had chosen to withdraw, Yi Fan ascended to 4th place, and should he fight again, it would be against the proud champion of the Crimson Flame Kingdom, Yinju. Crimson Flame Kingdom, Yinju? Yi Fan's eyes flickered at the mention of this name. He then cast his gaze toward the seats occupied by the Crimson Flame Kingdom's representatives. It was the same individual who had infiltrated the Yi family in the dead of night, injuring his father, Yi Hai. Now, this Yinju bore the same surname, and hailed from the same kingdom. It was plausible that he was related to that formidable Yin Feng. In the stands, countless eyes converged on the Crimson Flame Kingdom section. Members of the major families clenched their fists, their eyes ablaze with anticipation. They yearned for someone to step forth and teach Yi Fan a lesson, even if that individual was a prodigy of the Crimson Flame Kingdom. Wan Zhan and Wan Miaoyan also awaited the next battle with bated breath. Should Yi Fan prevail in this contest, he would secure a place among the top 3. According to their prior agreement, Yi Fan should have ceased his challenges. The critical contest for 3rd place lay ahead, against the prodigy of the Crimson Flame Kingdom. Chapter 202. This situation is certainly preferable to facing the prodigies of the Taiyuan dynasty. No battle. At the seat of the Crimson Flame Kingdom, Yinju slowly lifted his gaze. Flames danced at his fingertips, yet he extinguished them as he uttered these 2 words. The motion was decisive, as if he had made a resolution long ago. No battle? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. As his gaze shifted, it fell upon Duan Tianshu at the seat of the cloud-hidden kingdom, who wore a calm smile. It seemed that Yin Zhu's refusal to fight was entirely within his expectations. Clearly, Duan Tianshu shared a close relationship with the Yin family of the Crimson Flame Kingdom. Yin Zhu's refusal was likely under Duan Tianshu's guidance. Good, good, good. Wang Zhan suddenly burst into hearty laughter, his previously tense body finally relaxing as he leaned back in his chair. Yi Fan, you may return now. Wang Miaoyan swiftly rose, calling out to Yi Fan on the battle platform. With Yin Zhu's refusal to engage, Yi Fan secured the third position. With the cultivation of the sixth stage of the Xuanwu realm, attaining third place at the Junlin banquet was indeed a remarkable achievement. At this moment, Yi Fan remained standing on the platform, sword in hand, as if he had not heard Wang Miaoyan's call. What are you still standing there for? Wang Zhan, seeing Yi Fan's desire to continue battling, stood up in a rush, glaring at Yi Fan and urging, "Third place is enough. It is sufficient. Foster father." Yi Fan turned, a playful smile gracing his lips as he lightly pointed his sword around him. "Look, aside from the Wan family, how many eyes are eagerly watching me continue? They wish for your demise." Wang Zhan roared in anger at Yi Fan's playful demeanor. His broad chest heaved violently, as if he were about to charge onto the battle platform at any moment. "That is not possible." Yi Fan chuckled lightly, glancing around and taking in every shocked or furious face. The Junlin banquet is, after all, a battleground for prodigies. The various families of Taiyuan and the 4 affiliated nations have gathered here to witness a true contest of talents. If I were to withdraw now, would it not betray the brilliance of the stars and the expectations of all present? Do you still aspire to claim the top of the Taiyuan rankings? Wang Zhan's voice trembled with a mix of surprise and anger. Yi Fan, your greed is becoming ever more apparent. What? Do you believe that attaining third place at the Junlin banquet came too easily? The prodigies of the Taiyuan dynasty are nothing extraordinary. Yi Fan smiled casually, yet within the depths of his eyes burned a chilling battle intent. Claiming the top of the Taiyuan rankings would be but a simple task. I believe I shall seize that top position with ease. The path of martial arts dictates that the strong grow stronger while the weak become weaker. Unless fortune bestows an opportunity, it is difficult to alter one's fate. Ranking on the Taiyuan list grants the qualification to participate in the assessment of the Taichi Daozong. However, varying ranks lead to different treatment during the assessment. The higher the rank, the better the treatment. Achieving excellent results in the assessment will yield superior resources upon entering the sect. His true opponent has never been those on the Taiyuan list. It is the current deputy leader of the Taichi Daozong, Luo Feiyu. Thus, it is imperative to strive for the highest possible rank. Arrogant, insolent. Do you truly believe there is no one in my Taiyuan dynasty? Yi Fan's brazen words incited a tide of scorn and curses. A white figure swept across like a startled swan, Xia Wuhua gracefully landing at the opposite end of the battle platform, clad in pristine white robes. His handsome countenance was currently shrouded in a somber expression. He had initially intended to wait for Qin Shao to inquire before appearing on the platform, but now he could no longer contain himself. Chapter 203. Do you still aspire to claim the top position? Xia Wuhua aimed his sword at the heavens, and the Qiu Shui Chongjian suddenly erupted with a blinding chill. Today, let you comprehend the true meaning of the vastness of heaven and earth. As the words fell, the air within a 3-zhang radius solidified into fine ice crystals. Under the moonlight, it refracted a spectrum of cold brilliance. His figure darted like lightning, with an unending series of sword strikes, each targeting Yi Fan's vital points. Clang, clang, clang. Yi Fan wielded the Riyao sword, moving with the grace of willow catkins, appearing casual yet precisely neutralizing all of Xia Wuhua's lethal moves. The sparks produced from the clash of sword edges shimmered like meteors in the night. Is this all you are capable of? A faint smile graced Yi Fan's lips as he deftly navigated through Xia Wuhua's tempestuous assault. Humph. Xia Wuhua huffed coldly, and the sword aura behind him surged like a tidal wave. In an instant, the sword aura crystallized into hundreds of ice swords, each tip exuding a chilling aura. Go! Xia Wuhua pointed his sword forward, and 100 ice swords shot forth, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. Wherever the rain of swords passed, even the moonlight was frozen into ice spikes. Interesting. Yi Fan smiled slightly as the Riyao sword erupted with dazzling golden light. With a light tap of his toes, he soared into the air like a soaring dragon, burning the wilds. As the Riyao sword swept across, a fan-shaped wave of flames erupted violently. The scorching sword energy collided with the icy rain of swords, instantly generating a thick mist. Within the tempest of ice and fire, Xia Wuhua's ferocious visage could be faintly discerned. He could hardly believe that his meticulously honed killing move had been so easily unraveled. Boom. The residual waves of flames surged forth, crashing heavily against the ice shield hastily erected by Xia Wuhua. The shield shattered, and Xia Wuhua staggered back 7 steps. Each step left deep ice footprints on the ground. Now, Yi Fan gracefully landed, the tip of his sword lightly touching the ground. The searing sword energy melted away the surrounding frost. Amidst the rising steam, a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Who truly knows the heights of heaven and the depths of earth? Do not become overly confident too soon. Xia Wuhua barked coldly, his right arm sleeve bursting apart. Blood-red patterns surfaced on his arm, with blood flowing towards the sword he held. The originally clear Qiu Shui Chong, Jian instantly transformed into an eerie blood-red hue. Frost Sky Fatal Sword. Xia Wuhua plunged his sword into the ground with both hands, and the entire arena was instantly encased in a thick layer of ice. Countless ice spikes erupted beneath Yi Fan's feet, each glowing with a sinister bloodlight. Swish. Yi Fan leaped back urgently but was still grazed by an ice spike, the fabric of his clothing tearing and instantly freezing into shards that fell like snow. Now this is more like it. Yi Fan's fighting spirit surged even higher, only to see Xia Wuhua's figure suddenly vanish into the icy mist. In the next breath, 7 streaks of blood-colored sword light simultaneously assailed from different angles. Before the blades arrived, the bone-chilling aura had already slowed Yi Fan's movements by a third. Clang! Yi Fan barely managed to block the first strike with the Riyao sword, his palm instantly bruising. The second and third strikes followed in quick succession, forcing him to retreat continuously. The barrier at the edge of the arena buzzed ominously, as if it were on the verge of shattering. Uft! The fourth strike finally broke through his defenses, leaving a wound on Yi Fan's left shoulder that exposed the bone. Before the blood could flow out, it was frozen into a crystal, the piercing cold rapidly spreading through his meridians. Kill him, kill him. Let him understand the prowess of the Tianjiao of Taiyuan. Chapter 204. I am curious to see how this fellow continues to act with arrogance. The spectators in the stands were all harboring a pent-up frustration. Previously, witnessing Yi Fan's dominance, they seethed with barely concealed resentment. Now, with Yi Fan injured, they immediately erupted in cheers. So now you realize the disparity? Xia Wuhua's figure flickered in the icy mist, his voice laced with cruel delight. The sword tip pivoted lightly, and the final 3 beams of sword light suddenly converged into one, transforming into a blood-red ice sword, hurtling straight toward Yi Fan's heart. Humph! Yi Fan snorted coldly, a flash of crimson light flickering in his eyes. The blazing red light of the daybreak sword suddenly morphed into a blood-colored sunset. As the blood-red ice sword approached, the sword unleashed a brilliant burst of light. Boom! Amidst the terrifying roar, shards of ice scattered across the sky. Before they touched the ground, they were scorched into mist by the intense heat. At this moment, Yi Fan's aura abruptly became erratic. The frozen blood crystal at his left shoulder began to melt rapidly, transforming into wisps of blood mist that gradually merged with his body. This is Wan Zhan, seated in the Wan family section, suddenly stood up, his tiger-like eyes sparkling with joy. Suddenly, a rumbling akin to a raging river emanated from Yi Fan's body. The previously depleted spiritual energy surged to life, and golden light erupted from every pore. 7th level of the Xuanwu realm. Qin Zhao's handsome face darkened, unable to conceal the anger swirling beneath the surface. Boom! The shockwave generated by the breakthrough knocked Xia Wuhua back 3 steps, caught completely off guard. At this moment, the daybreak sword's brilliance seemed to retract significantly. Yet, the hidden sword might radiated like the blazing sun at noon. It appeared calm, yet contained a terrifying power capable of incinerating the heavens and boiling the seas. Whoosh! As Yi Fan brandished his sword, the entire arena fell into an eerie silence. The daybreak sword emitted a melodious hum, and a fierce yet pure sword intent erupted from within Yi Fan, akin to the unstoppable rise of the sun. This is... Wan Maoyan's delicate fingers instinctively covered her ruby lips, her beautiful eyes reflecting a heart-stirring scene. Within a 3-meter radius around Yi Fan, the space began to distort, and countless tiny golden points of light emerged from the void, swirling around him like stars worshipping the sun. Sword intent. Mo Linyuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of suspicion passing through his icy gaze. Even with a breakthrough in cultivation, he was merely at the 7th level of the Xuanwu realm. How could he comprehend sword intent? Sword intent is a manifestation of willpower, which is a prerequisite for entering the Earth Martial realm. Typically, only practitioners at the 9th level of the Xuanwu realm are capable of grasping willpower. This is no ordinary sword intent, Qin Xiao murmured, his gaze fixed intently. The sword intent emanating from this fellow is the solar sword intent. Attribute sword intent? A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Mo Linyuan's eyes, and a storm surged within him. To comprehend attribute sword intent at the 7th level of the Xuanwu realm, such talent transcended his own. Willpower can be divided into basic willpower and attribute willpower. It is not to say that attribute willpower is inherently superior to basic willpower. However, attribute willpower possesses greater potential. Many martial artists initially grasp basic willpower, gradually refining it into attribute willpower during their cultivation. Cases like Yi Fan, who comprehends attribute willpower from the outset, are relatively rare. The Solar Sword intent. This fellow's talent is truly terrifying. It's over. Xia Wuhuo realizes he cannot defeat Yi Fan now. Who would have thought? He would comprehend attribute sword intent at this moment. In the viewing area, gasps of astonishment spread like a tidal wave. Xia Wu's mouth twitched, his expression filled with unwillingness. At this moment, facing Yi Fan, he felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. Chapter 205. Xia Wu. Mo Lin Yuan's figure emerged like a sword unsheathed, appearing instantaneously beneath the battle stage. Coldly addressing Xia Wu, he declared, "You are no match for him. Step aside and let me handle this." At this moment, Xia Wu had not yet vacated the arena. The entire platform remained shrouded in a divine pattern array, leaving Mo Lin Yuan to wait for Xia Wu's descent. Not his match? Xia Wu seemed stung by Mo Lin Yuan's words, his previously trembling arms suddenly tensing, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes. Who says I am not his equal? One must fight to know. With a roar, he violently slashed his right arm. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, once again coalescing around his sword. The autumn water sword erupted with blinding crimson brilliance. Frost Sky's fatal sword. Xia Wu bellowed as he drove the bloodied sword into the ground. Intent on employing the same tactic once more. Refuse to retreat? Then you shall have no chance to do so. Yi Fan slowly raised his sword, his movements appearing languid, yet exuding an inescapable sense of pressure. The solar sword intent enveloped him, the radiance of the sunlight sword suddenly contracting. As Yi Fan swung his blade, it transformed into a thin, cicada wing-like flash of blood-red light. Wherever the sword light passed, the ice spikes that were about to erupt from the ground abruptly melted away. No. It cannot be. Xia Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. His deadly strike had yet to be successfully unleashed. And yet Yi Fan's seemingly casual swordplay had effortlessly dissolved it. Huh. Yi Fan cast a glance at Xia Wu, sneering as he shook his head. Even at this moment, he dared to be dazed? The dying rays of the setting sun ignited a blood-red sword light, surging forth instantaneously. Ah! Xia Wu, caught off guard, let out a scream. Looking down, he discovered that his chest had been pierced by the sword light. Even more terrifying was the searing pain radiating from the wound. You. Xia Wu struggled to lift his gaze, meeting Yi Fan's mocking eyes. In this moment, he finally comprehended the formidable power of will. Die. Yi Fan uttered coldly, the sword tip moving. A searing sword energy howled as it lunged fiercely towards Xia Wu. His body was instantly torn apart, transforming into a torrential rain of blood that showered the battle stage. Plop. By an unfortunate coincidence, Xia Wu's head fell at Mo Lin Yuan's feet. His expression darkened, and an unprecedented intensity of murderous intent blazed in his eyes. As he gradually raised his head, he locked eyes with Yi Fan on the stage. The air, at that instant, became palpably still. Another one has fallen. A spectator on the stands muttered in a daze, gazing at the glaring pool of blood on the stage. This unconscious whisper rippled through the crowd like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, instantly stirring up tumultuous waves. Damn it! Is Yi Fan specifically targeting the prodigies of my Taiyuan dynasty? First Pei Yin, then Ming Peng, Yao Zhong, and now Xia Wu. For out of the 10 talents of Taiyuan have fallen to his hands. Individuals from various prominent families wore expressions ranging from ashen to furious. Waves of murderous gazes shot toward Yi Fan on the stage like arrows. Qin Xiao, seated in the main viewing platform, was now filled with frigid killing intent. Whether it was Ming Ping, Yao Zhang, or Xia Wu, all had been sent by him to eliminate Yi Fan. Yi Fan's slaying of these individuals was undeniably a blatant display of defiance against him. While Wanzhong was astonished by Yi Fan's prowess, he also felt a growing concern. The prodigies Yi Fan had slain were backed by formidable families that could rival the Wan family, the Xie family, the Ming family, and the Yu family were all powers that could not be underestimated. Chapter 206. Father. Wan Miaoyan also realized this, her slender fingers twisting the fabric of her sleeve. Do you think that after the Junlin banquet, the Xie family, the Ming family, and the Yao family will? Wanzhong interrupted her in a deep voice, sighing, at present, Fanner has but one choice. What? Wan Miaoyan gazed at Wanzhong, her face still etched with worry. To secure first place at the Junlin banquet and rank atop the Taiyuan list. Wanzhong's voice was grave, his eyes glimmering with intensity. Only by achieving first place at the Junlin banquet and ranking first on the Taiyuan list can we instill fear in the great families of Taiyuan. The Taiyuan dynasty is one of the 3 major dynasties under the influence of the Tai Chu Dao sect. Each time the Junlin banquet is held, The Taichu Dao sect pays close attention. The individual who ranks first on the Taiyuan list will inevitably come under the gaze of the Taichu Dao sect. An unexpected demise could provoke their displeasure. However, those who rank second on the Taiyuan list do not enjoy such privilege. The world remembers only the first, never the second. Even if the second is nearly as formidable as the first. First, the top. Wan Yaoyan followed Wan Zhan's gaze and looked toward the figure of Mo Lin Yuan, who stood by the arena, coldly observing Yi Fan, exuding an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. Wan Zhan sighed again. Even if he secures the top spot on the Taiyuan list, it will merely make the families of the imperial city wary, preventing them from taking overt action. However, in the shadows, "Are you not coming up?" Wan Zhan's words were interrupted by Yi Fan's shout from the arena. Like a thunderclap, it sent a tremor through the hearts of the onlookers. There he stood, sword in hand, pointing the Ri Yao sword at Mo Lin Yuan below the arena, his every action dripping with provocation. Mo Lin Yuan remained surprisingly calm in the face of this challenge, a faint smirk playing on his lips, icy and disdainful. With a graceful leap, he ascended, seemingly weightless. His toes barely grazed the arena floor, not even stirring the dust. With both hands clasped behind his back, he displayed an air of arrogance. "Let me see how much stronger you are than the second of the 10 talents," Yi Fan remarked, his sword tip casually shifting as he scrutinized his opponent with keen interest. The moment Mo Lin Yuan had stood below the arena, he had sensed the murderous intent directed at him. True to his earlier words, he would show no mercy to those who sought his life. The only response he would offer was death. "I can eliminate you in 3 moves." Mo Lin Yuan slowly extended his right hand, and a pitch-black long sword materialized out of thin air. The blade bore no embellishments, yet it emanated a chilling aura of slaughter. In a breath, the black sword energy surged like a tide, swiftly enveloping most of the arena. Following this, a pure sword intent gradually coalesced around him. Sword intent? Yi Fan felt the sword intent emanating from Mo Lin Yuan, his eyes narrowing in realization. He finally understood why Mo Lin Yuan exuded such confidence. He was the only one among the 10 talents of Taiyuan to grasp the power of intent. However, unlike Yi Fan, he had comprehended the foundational sword intent. First move. Shadowless. Mo Lin Yuan spoke calmly, his voice as tranquil as a cold pool. The black longsword sliced through the air, its speed reaching an unimaginable peak. As the sword tip darted forth, the very fabric of space seemed to tear apart. There was no extravagant display of sword light, only an utterly pure black line. So fast, Yi Fan's expression shifted. He immediately swung his Ri Yao sword. Empowered by the sun sword intent, its fiery might surged forth, even more formidable than before. The fan-shaped wave of flames roared as it spread out but was instantly cleaved in two upon encountering that black line. Yi Fan's heart raced, forcing him to sidestep to evade. The sword tip grazed his cheek, drawing a trail of blood. Chapter 207 Good. Kill him. Aha. This brat has finally reached his limit. Let him be arrogant a little longer. A single strike from Mo Lin Yuan could take his life. As Yi Fan sustained his injuries, the cheers from the stands surged like a tidal wave. The crowd fixated on the arena, as if they could already envision the scene of Yi Fan's blood spilling on the ground. Mo Lin Yuan has grown stronger once again. Wan Zhan's expression darkened, his gaze locked onto the tip of Mo Lin Yuan's sword, filled with concern. Wan Maoyan's face turned ashen. She anxiously turned to Wan Zhan, her voice trembling slightly. "Father, will Yi Fan? At this moment, we can do nothing." Wan Zhan sighed heavily, a flicker of struggle flashing in his eyes. He could only hope that Yi Fan would realize his shortcomings in time and escape the arena. Yet, that would mean he would be relegated to second place on the Taiyuan rankings. Being second might invite retaliation from the major families of Taiyuan. But if he continued to fight, Mo Lin Yuan's sword could truly claim his life. Now, Yi Fan found himself in what seemed like a deadlock. On the arena, Yi Fan lifted his hand to caress his cheek. His fingertips brushed against the warm blood. When he looked down, he suddenly laughed. In that laughter, there was no fear, no panic. Instead, it carried a hint of perilous mockery. "How dare you?" Yi Fan flipped his wrist, and the sunlight hummed with a tremor, its light surging like flames. "You dare to mar my handsome face? You have truly angered me now." Second strike. No return. Mo Lin Yuan's expression remained cold, showing no regard for Yi Fan's defiance. The sword's momentum shifted suddenly, the pitch-black blade carving a perfect arc through the air. Where the blade passed, the air was violently cleaved, leaving behind a shadowy crescent. This strike appeared slow, yet it contained an oppressive force that was suffocating. It seemed as though time itself had frozen beneath the blade's edge. Yi Fan focused intently, no longer daring to be careless. He stepped forward, and the sword's edge unleashed a crimson rainbow. Like a three-legged golden crow spreading its wings to pierce the sky, it crashed into the dark arc of the sword. A blinding light erupted, and a wave of energy swept across the entire arena. The spectators instinctively squinted, raising their hands to shield their eyes. Amidst the surging energy, Yi Fan's figure was violently sent flying back, his feet carving two deep grooves into the arena. He barely steadied himself, but his palm was already torn apart, blood gushing forth and dripping onto the arena. The sunblade slipped from his grasp, embedding deeply into the ground, its body still quivering. Haha, without even a sword. How can you fight? If you do not flee now, death is all but certain. This arrogant fellow could not be allowed to escape. The crowd erupted in laughter at the sight of Yi Fan's shattered palm and the sunblade flying from his hand. Wang Zhan and Wang Yaoyan's expressions grew increasingly grave. Third strike. No life. A murderous glint flickered in Mo Lin Yuan's eyes as he stepped forward. His entire being seemed to merge with the sword. Pure sword intent spreading like a tide. A mere straightforward thrust, yet it sent chills down Yi Fan's spine. Humph. Yi Fan gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain and forcefully pushed forward with his right palm. Chapter 208. The golden mark on the palm radiated brilliantly as 9 fiery dragons roared forth. Boom. The blazing dragon's spirit fire instantaneously engulfed Mo Lin Yuan. In the next moment, it erupted violently, transforming the entire battle platform into a sea of flames. However, countless sword lights emerged from the inferno, mercilessly cutting through the raging blaze. As the smoke dissipated, Yi Fan was seen kneeling on one knee, his robe tattered and his body drenched in blood. Yet, the fighting spirit in his eyes burned even more fiercely, akin to a blazing star. In stark contrast, Mo Lin Yuan remained standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Though a faint crack now marred the dark long sword concealed behind him, Yi Fan was nearing death. On the platform of Yunnan Kingdom, Qiu Sanqi's lips curled into a chilling arc, his eyes sparkling with a wicked delight. Mo Lin Yuan was indeed formidable. Di Wuming's austere countenance revealed no hint of emotion. His gaze, sharp as daggers, fixated on Yi Fan on the battle platform. Should Yi Fan perish beneath Mo Lin Yuan's sword, it would not be a disgrace, rather. It could be deemed his finest fate. Humph. What a ridiculous notion of the finest fate. Chunli scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. Death was death. Even if Yi Fan possessed extraordinary talent, in death, he amounted to nothing. Whether he fell to Mo Lin Yuan's blade or another S, the difference was negligible. Not just the few of them, but everyone was convinced that Yi Fan was doomed. Mo Lin Yuan, justly recognized as the foremost among the 10 talents of Taiyuan, wielded pure sword intent and a return to innocence sword technique. Any prodigy of the Xuanwu realm would find it challenging to withstand. The outcome of this battle remained uncertain. Duan Tianchi suddenly spoke, his voice soft yet resonant like thunder. His profound gaze never left Yi Fan's figure. Oh? Qiu Sanshi turned his head, a mocking smile spreading across his wrinkled face. Did the prince truly believe that Yi Fan still had a chance to survive? Without a sword, he could barely stand. How could he possibly claim victory? Duan Tianchi smirked coldly, slowly turning his head, his sharp gaze slicing through Qiu Sanshi like a blade. When my third brother perished, was not Elder Qiu also present? HM? Upon hearing this, Qiu Sanqi's smile abruptly froze. Duan Tianchu's gaze returned to the battle platform as he murmured. Yi Fan killed my third brother by borrowing the power of his life soul. Yet, at this juncture of the Junlin banquet, he has yet to unleash his own life soul. Life soul? Qiu Sanshi furrowed his brow deeply, a flicker of dread flashing through his murky eyes. He couldn't help but glance toward the blood-soaked figure on the battle platform. The scene of Duan Tianya's tragic demise resurfaced in his mind. Duan Tianya was a warrior of the Earth Martial realm, his strength surpassing that of Mo Lin Yuan. Yet that day, he still fell at Yi Fan's hands. Yi Fan's life soul was peculiar, capable of suppressing his opponent's cultivation. Qiu Sanshi had felt the weight of that life soul power before. In confrontations among masters, victory or defeat often hangs by a thread. Even a momentary suppression could grant Yi Fan the opportunity to reverse the tide. You are but this. Mo Lin Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, slightly raising his chin, his eyes reflecting a condescension of superiority. Yi Fan gradually straightened his form, his blood-stained robe billowing in the wind, suddenly extending 3 fingers, his voice hoarse yet resolute. 3 moves. What? Mo Lin Yuan's expression faltered, a glimmer of confusion passing through his eyes. Yi Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile tinged with the metallic taste of blood. Who was it just now that proclaimed with such certainty that 3 moves would suffice to kill me? Now it is 3 moves. Mo Lin Yuan's pupils constricted before he scoffed in disdain, slowly raising his pitch-black longsword, pointing it directly at Yi Fan's throat. Your strength indeed exceeds my expectations. To withstand 3 moves from me is quite commendable. However, will you survive the 4th move? The 4th move? Yi Fan suddenly burst into raucous laughter, then abruptly stifled his mirth, his eyes sharp as a blade. Now it is my turn, is it not? Chapter 209. Is that all you have? Mo Lin Yuan's gaze swept over the daylight sword embedded beneath the battlefield, and he shook his head with a derisive laugh. At present, you are without a sword. Or do you intend to rely on the 9 dragons' spiritual fire under your command? Though formidable, you remain, after all, not a true fire cultivator. A sword cultivator wields the power of the sword's will, while a fire cultivator commands the essence of flame's will. Yi Fan has comprehended the sun sword intent, rendering his swordsmanship quite formidable. Yet, he has not grasped the will of fire. How powerful can he truly be with the 9 dragons' spiritual fire? Without a sword, I can still defeat you. Yi Fan's lips curled slightly, and he coldly uttered a retort. As his words fell, his body trembled violently. The essence of his soul surged forth, and the ethereal image of the heavenly suppression monument slowly manifested behind him. The soul of destiny. Mo Lin Yuan's expression changed drastically, his grip on the sword tightening unconsciously as he fixated on the apparition of the heavenly suppression monument, astonishment flickering in his eyes for the first time. You are merely at the Xuanwu realm, and yet you have awakened the soul of destiny. So this is your true trump card. The soul of destiny, indeed. A martial artist at the Xuanwu realm has awakened the soul of destiny? Yi Fan's martial talent is truly terrifying. To conceal the soul of destiny until this moment. The spectators on the platform gasped in surprise at Yi Fan's unveiling of the soul of destiny. Qin Shao furrowed his brows, now more concerned for Mo Lin Yuan. Wang Zhan and Wan Miaoyan's eyes glimmered with anticipation. The suspense that had previously dissipated returned with fervor. Mo Lin Yuan was destined for defeat. Duan Tianshu's lips curled upward as he leisurely leaned back in his chair. Qiu Sanxia remained silent, his wrinkled face fluctuating between expressions of uncertainty. On the battlefield, Yi Fan did not respond to Mo Lin Yuan's words. He slowly opened his right hand, revealing a radiant golden imprint upon his palm. 9 fiery dragons danced upon it, emanating a terrifying force of flame. Mo Lin Yuan's brow furrowed deeply, the ebony sword in his hand emitting a faint hum. He paid little heed to the 9 dragons' spiritual fire, his gaze fixed intently on the heavenly suppression monument. Heavenly path. Suppress. Yi Fan's voice thundered like a bolt of lightning. The heavenly suppression monument trembled violently behind him, its engravings illuminating in succession. A terrifying pressure descended, causing the very fabric of space on the battlefield to momentarily freeze. Mo Lin Yuan's eyes darkened as he felt an invisible force pressing down upon him. The surging spiritual power within him instantly froze, the aura of the 9th tier of the Xuanwu realm retreating like a receding tide. This is bad. Mo Lin Yuan's complexion changed dramatically, revealing a look of fear. The veins in his hand bulged as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Before Yi Fan struck, he had envisioned countless possibilities. Never did he anticipate that the heavenly suppression monument could suppress his cultivation. Simultaneously, Yi Fan unleashed a powerful strike. Roar. The roar of the dragons echoed as the 9 fiery dragons surged forward, enveloped in blazing flames. The intense heat scorched the ground of the battlefield, turning it a fiery red. Damn it. Mo Lin Yuan wasted no time in leaping backward, wielding his sword to carve a dark barrier before him. Boom. The fiery dragons collided with the barrier, unleashing a deafening explosion. Their momentum remained unyielding, continuing to rush toward Mo Lin Yuan. Utilizing the rebound force, Mo Lin Yuan retreated like a wraith. At the brink of disaster, he leaped beyond the edge of the battlefield. On the platform, many spectators stood up in anxiety. As they focused their gaze, they beheld Yi Fan standing alone upon the battlefield. Chapter 210. Mo Lin Yuan had descended from the battle platform, his long sword deeply embedded in the ground, supporting his weary form. One side of his robe had been consumed by fierce flames, exposing charred wounds across his skin. Mo Lin Yuan had been defeated. A single move, a reversal of fate? It was perplexing. Why had Mo Lin Yuan suddenly faltered? The onlookers, puzzled, furrowed their brows. The divine patterns on the battle platform created a barrier, isolating the events within from the outside world. Those in the audience felt the oppressive force of heavenly law, rendering the scene before them utterly astonishing. Qin Shao narrowed his eyes, acutely aware of the sudden decline in Mo Lin Yuan's spiritual power, a shadow flickering in his gaze. He realized it was a suppression of cultivation. Father. Wan Miaoyan's beautiful eyes were filled with shock and confusion as she turned to Wan Zhan beside her, her voice trembling. What just happened? That soul of his is quite peculiar. Wan Zhan's brows knitted tightly, his gaze fixated on the figure of Yi Fan, who stood proudly on the battle platform. Complex emotions flickering in his eyes. Is it due to his soul? Wan Miaoyan's lips parted slightly, her exquisite features etched with disbelief, regardless of the circumstances. Suddenly, Wan Zhan broke into a smile, the tension in his shoulders easing as a look of relief sparkled in his eyes. The outcome was favorable. Oh, how surprising that you managed to escape. In the center of the platform, Yi Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, tilting his head slightly, a playful smile gracing his lips. The ethereal image of the Zhentian steel swirled behind him, exuding an overwhelming pressure. From his elevated position, he looked down upon Imo Linyuan, his eyes filled with mockery. Though he felt a twinge of disappointment at failing to vanquish Imo Linyuan, he could only blame himself for having toyed with the battle too carelessly. Sustaining some injuries had slowed his movements. Had he struck with his sword earlier, Imo Linyuan would undoubtedly have perished. Yet, whether or not he killed Imo Linyuan mattered little to him. Enough. Yi Fan chuckled softly, shaking his head. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the main viewing platform, and with the attention of the crowd upon him, he flashed a grin at Qin Zhao. What are you waiting for? Huh? Qin Zhao's expression stiffened, his brows unconsciously knitting together. You are still presiding over the Junlin feast? How unprofessional. Yi Fan dramatically spread his arms, then straightened his posture. His voice booming like thunder. Imo Linyuan has been defeated. Tell me, who is the first of the Junlin feast? Who sits atop the Taiyuan rankings? As the spectators heard Yi Fan's brazen proclamation from the battle platform, their lips twitched uncontrollably. Indeed, Yi Fan's martial prowess and talent were formidable, yet his demeanor was excessively arrogant. Qin Zhao's face darkened. Despite Yi Fan's provocation, he could only rise slowly to announce, the first of this Junlin feast. Just then, a shadow darted like a wraith, appearing instantaneously in the center of the platform. Yi Fan's expression shifted slightly as he instinctively took a half-step back. The audience exchanged puzzled glances, unfamiliar with this uninvited guest. Who are you? Yi Fan squinted at the unfamiliar young man clad in black robes. Sensing the dangerous aura emanating from him, his expression grew grave. He had just invoked the power of heavenly suppression, and now he had no trump cards left. The one who will kill you. The young man in black smirked, a deadly intent spilling from his lips. As he spoke, a terrifying pressure from the earth martial realm surged toward Yi Fan. Qin Zhao's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue, yet he chose to remain silent. Impudent. Wan Zhan barked, stepping away from the battle platform to shield Yi Fan with his imposing figure, like a steadfast wall that absorbed the terrifying pressure. The black-robed youth cast a disdainful glance at Wan Zhan, raising an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. Do you dare to obstruct me? Do you even know who I am? Chapter 211 Ba. Yi Fan peered out from behind Wan Zhan, unabashedly cursing. You ask me who I am, yet you refuse to reveal your own identity? How amusing. The young man in the black robe possessed formidable strength, reaching the third tier of the earth martial realm. However, before Wan Zhan, he could hardly stir up any trouble. I am Luo Xinhao, the young man declared proudly, puffing out his chest and deliberately slowing his speech as if anticipating a reaction of astonishment from the crowd. Never heard of you. Yi Fan remarked disdainfully, digging into his ear and curling his lip in contempt. He tilted his head, feigning deep thought. Which backwater did you crawl out from? Luo? Wan Zhan's brows suddenly knitted together, a flicker of surprise crossing his fierce gaze as he scrutinized Luo Xinhao. Could it be? You are from the Luo family of Luo God City? Apparently, you are not entirely ignorant, Luo Xinhao replied with a mocking smile, raising his chin in triumph. Indeed, he was from the Luo family of Luo God City. But why would the Luo clan seek to harm Yi Fan? Had Yi Fan offended them in some way? As the realization of Luo Xinhao's identity sank in, the stands began to stir with unease. Wan Zhan's expression turned complex, shadowed by worry. This is bad. In the stands, Wan Miaoyan's beautiful eyes widened, her red lips trembling slightly. Being one of the few privy to Yi Fan's past with Qin Yimo, she immediately deduced the intention of the newcomer. He was undoubtedly sent by Luo Feiyu. Father, what is this Luo family of Luo God City? Yi Fan sensed the shift in atmosphere, gently tugging at Wan Zhan's sleeve, his eyes filled with confusion. He had not connected Luo Xinhao to Luo Feiyu, merely believing they shared a surname by coincidence. After all, one was from Luo God City while the other was the young master of the Taichu Dao sect. They appeared to have no intersection. The Luo family is one of the 13 families of Taichu. Wan Zhan's rough hand instinctively tightened. Lowering his voice to explain to Yi Fan, the sect master of the Taichu Dao sect is also from the Luo family of Luo God City. Yi Fan's brow suddenly arched, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He turned sharply, his piercing gaze like a blade directed at Luo Xinhao. The sect master of Taichu Dao sect is indeed from the Luo family of Luo God City. Thus, the young master Luo Feiyu must also belong to that clan. It was no surprise that Luo Xinhao was sent here by him. Is it that old fool? Yi Fan pondered, his icy gaze sweeping across the stands, ultimately locking onto Pei Xian, who sat with a sinister smile. Few knew about his past with Qin Yimo. Wan Miaoyan had kept silent, even from Wan Zhan. And Qin Xiangru would never divulge such matters to Luo Feiyu. The only possible leak would be Pei Xian. Do you know who I am, and yet refuse to leave? Luo Xinhao arrogantly raised his chin, his black robe billowing without wind. Wan Zhan's thick neck revealed prominent veins as he furrowed his brow and inquired, "My adopted son hasn't offended the Luo family of Luo God City, has he? He is your adopted son? Then you have landed in trouble." Luo Xinhao scoffed, flicking his sleeve dismissively. He glared at Wan Zhan and continued, "But fortunately, he is merely an adopted son. If you sever ties with him now, the Luo family may choose to overlook the matter." Wan Zhan's brows furrowed deeply, his expression fluctuating between dark and light, his broad back slightly hunched, as if suddenly burdened by a 1,000-pound weight. Yi Fan had just secured the top position on the Taiyuan list at the Junlin banquet, showcasing immense talent and potential, bringing glory to the Wan family. As long as he remained alive, he would surely grow and perhaps elevate the Wan family to new heights. Chapter 212. Is it time to give up now? Luo Xinhai, lacking patience, narrowed his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Wan Zhan, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Have you considered this carefully?" Yu Fan kept his eyes trained on Wan Zhan's silhouette, choosing silence. It was not fear of Luo Xinhai or the Luo family that held him back. Rather, he wished to observe the choice his adoptive father would make. "Father." Wan Miaoyan's lips trembled, her eyes filled with anxiety and hope. She understood that if Wan Zhan failed to protect Yu Fan today, Yu Fan would be in grave danger. Wan Zhan gasped heavily, each breath seemingly draining his entire strength. Finally, after a suffocating silence, he slowly raised his head. "Yu Fan has already acknowledged me as his adoptive father." His serious gaze met Luo Xinhai's mocking eyes, his voice hoarse yet resolute. "Therefore, I cannot abandon him." "You truly have the audacity to stand against the Luo family of Luotian City," Luo Xinhai responded, momentarily taken aback before erupting into a piercing laugh. "Do you truly believe you can protect Yu Fan?" Before he could finish, 3 sounds of breaking air suddenly echoed from the sky. 3 figures streaked across the heavens like shooting stars, hovering above the arena. Heavenly Martial Realm? Yu Fan's eyes narrowed at the sight of these 3 individuals. To traverse the air was a skill possessed only by warriors of the Heavenly Martial Realm. Wan Zhan's face turned ashen, his fist clenched tighter. As the head of the Wan family, his cultivation was not insignificant, yet he was merely at the first level of the Heavenly Martial Realm. Facing 3 warriors of that caliber was an insurmountable challenge. Seeking aid from the Wan residents now seemed futile. To eliminate Yu Fan, the Luo family had dispatched 3 Heavenly Martial warriors. Such a grand display, what had Yu Fan done to offend the Luo family so deeply? "I believe today Yu Fan is doomed." The spectators were in an uproar, many gazing at Yu Fan as if he were already dead. The Luo family of Luotian City was not merely one of the 13 families of Taichu. They could be deemed the foremost among them, the first family of Taichu. Who would dare to provoke them? On the main viewing platform, Qin Shao sat with an air of satisfaction. As long as Yu Fan could be eliminated, he cared not whose hands it fell to. Many noble families harbored deep-seated hatred toward Yu Fan, eagerly awaiting Luo Xinhai to strike and claim his life. If he cannot protect him, then what of me? At that moment, a cold voice pierced through the heavy atmosphere. The crowd turned in astonishment, bewildered at who would dare confront the Luo family in Taichuan Royal City. At the end of the long street, a middle-aged man in a white robe strode forward, each slow step resonating with an oppressive weight upon the hearts of those present. Following closely behind him was a woman in a white dress, her skirt gently swaying in the breeze, resembling a blooming white lotus. "How did he arrive here?" Qin Shao exclaimed, rising abruptly. Yu Fan, too, was intrigued. Was there someone in Taichuan Royal City, aside from Wan Zhan and the Wan family, willing to extend a helping hand? As he turned to glance, he found the middle-aged man's face unfamiliar. However, upon recognizing the woman in white trailing behind him, he immediately deduced the identity of the approaching figure. Chapter 213. The woman in the white dress possessed a countenance as cold as frost. She was none other than Qin Yimo's elder sister, Qin Xiangru. As for the middle-aged man clad in white robes walking ahead of her, he was undoubtedly Qin Luan, the Moon King of the Taiyuan dynasty and the father of Qin Yimo and Qin Xiangru. With Qin Luan's appearance, the cacophony of discussions in the stands abruptly ceased. "Who are you?" Luo Xinhe, unfamiliar with Qin Luan, furrowed his brow in annoyance, perceiving him as yet another fool unaware of his own peril. Ignoring Luo Xinhe, Qin Luan strode directly towards the combat platform. Upon ascending, he slightly turned his head, casting a glance at Wan Zhan. Wan Zhan, startled, though unclear about Qin Luan's sudden intervention, promptly understood and murmured to Yu Fan, "Come with me down." "Stop." Luo Xinhe would not permit Yu Fan to depart. Bellowing with indignation, Qin Luan cast a sidelong glance at Luo Xinhe, akin to observing a bothersome insect. With a casual wave of his sleeve, a terrifying tempest suddenly erupted from the ground. Bang! Luo Xinhe barely had time to react before he was sent hurtling backward like a severed kite. "Young Master Xinhe." In midair, three members of the Luo clan's Tianwu appeared simultaneously. One steadfastly caught the swaying form of Luo Xinhe, while the other two positioned themselves protectively in front of him. From Qin Luan's earlier move, they had already discerned his formidable prowess, clearly surpassing their own by at least one level, achieving a minimum of the fourth tier in Tianwu realm. Yi Fan, too, was taken aback by the profound depths of Qin Luan's strength. The fourth tier of Tianwu realm was indeed among the elite within the Taiyuan dynasty. Who the hell are you? Luo Xinhe, now standing precariously, roared at Qin Luan with a twisted expression, utterly unable to comprehend that someone dared to strike against him within the Taiyuan imperial city. Imperial uncle. Qin Xiao, startled by Qin Luan's actions, called out, "This is a matter between Yi Fan and the Luo clan of Luo God City. I hope you will not interfere. This Junlin banquet. Are you the one presiding over it?" Qin Luan slowly turned to face Qin Xiao, his gaze sharp as a blade. Yes. Qin Xiao instinctively nodded, though he did not fully grasp the implication of Qin Luan's inquiry. This young man, he is the one who claimed the first place in the Junlin banquet. The one who tops the Taiyuan ranking, correct? Qin Luan questioned Qin Xiao with an emotionless expression. During the final stages of the Junlin banquet, you allowed others to slay the champion who held the first position in the Taiyuan ranking? How have you conducted this Junlin banquet? That is, the Luo clan of Luo God City. Qin Xiao's expression froze, his face showing signs of discomfort. In recent years, the Moon King's estate had indeed fallen into decline. However, the might of Moon King Qin Luan remained formidable. Qin Xiao held a greater apprehension towards Qin Luan than towards the other princes of the Taiyuan royal family. The other princes, too, would not dare to offend Qin Luan since he had no heirs, rendering the Moon King's estate a non-threat to the royal succession. All princes and scions would seek to win Qin Luan's favor, including the ninth prince, Qin Xiao, the Luo clan of Luo God City. Qin Luan suddenly raised his voice, his sleeve sweeping dramatically, as a violent surge of spiritual energy coalesced around him, forming a visible cyclone that made his white robe billow fiercely. When has my Taiyuan royal family ever needed to heed the whims of the Luo clan? His booming voice reverberated throughout the space, rendering the entire square utterly silent. This. Qin Xiao's lips twitched slightly in response to Qin Luan's inquiry. In truth, the Taiyuan royal family was indeed inferior to the Luo clan of Luo God City. Yet, as the ninth prince of the Taiyuan dynasty, how could he publicly acknowledge such a fact? Chapter 214. It was not merely an embarrassment for Qin Luan, but rather a humiliation for the Taiyuan royal family. My father-in-law exudes an impressive authority. As Yi Fan, retreating towards the viewing platform amidst the chaos of battle, heard these words, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. Such audacious claims. Luo Xinhe forcefully pushed aside the Luo clan's Tianwu realm cultivator who was assisting him, staggering a few steps forward. Adjusting his disheveled robes, his face was etched with disdain. How could a mere prince of the Taiyuan dynasty dare to be so arrogant? Do you dare to reveal your identity to me, young master? Can you withstand the wrath of the Luo clan? Qin Luan slowly turned his head, regarding Luo Xinhe with a cold tone. You do not even know who I am. Yet you dare to come to the Taiyuan dynasty and speak to me in such a manner? Why should I not? Luo Xinhe retorted with a cold laugh, perplexed as to where Qin Luan derived his confidence. Then listen closely. Qin Luan's voice was as chilling as ice. I am Qin Luan, the Moon King of the Taiyuan dynasty. Moreover, I am also the father of the esteemed saintess of the Taichu Dao sect, Qin Yimo. You are the Moon King? Luo Xinhe's expression faltered, his voice unintentionally lowering. As his gaze flickered, it finally dawned on him why Qin Luan had intervened. Qin Luan narrowed his eyes, his piercing gaze seeming to penetrate the very soul, and coldly inquired of Luo Xinhe. Your visit to the Taiyuan imperial city is not at the behest of the Luo clan's patriarch, nor is it by the command of the Taichu Dao sect leader. It must be the intent of that young scion, Luo Feiyu, correct? Luo Xinhe's expression darkened as Qin Luan's words struck home. To leverage the power of the Luo clan and that of Luo Feiyu were two distinct matters. The Luo clan's desire to eliminate Yi Fan would mean opposing the entire clan, while Luo Feiyu's vendetta against Yi Fan would only place him at odds with Luo Feiyu. At present, Luo Feiyu was merely the young master of the Taichu Dao sect, and whether he could ascend to the position of sect leader or become the patriarch of the Luo clan remained uncertain. In simpler terms, he was merely a promising young talent of the Luo clan. The future was still unwritten, and all possibilities lay ahead. Offending Luo Feiyu might lead to retribution when he gained power in the future. However, at this moment, it was evident that Luo Feiyu posed no threat to Qin Luan. I ask you a question. Why do you remain silent? Qin Luan suddenly barked, observing Luo Xinhe's silence. At this moment, the various noble families in the viewing platform began to grasp the situation. Luo Xinhe's silence was the most telling answer. The crowd, previously hushed, began to murmur among themselves. Luo Feiyu sought to kill Yi Fan, while Qin Luan aimed to protect him. Coupled with previous rumors circulating within the Taiyuan imperial city, it was inevitable that speculation would arise. Had Qin Yimo bestowed her maidenhood upon Yi Fan? What of it? With a sudden straightening of his posture, Luo Xinhai's demeanor shifted to one of unwavering determination, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Today, I must kill Yi Fan. You may attempt it. Qin Luan's voice was terrifyingly calm, his eyelids barely lifting. He merely cast a disinterested glance at the three Tianwu realm cultivators behind Luo Xinhai. His gaze was reminiscent of one observing three lambs awaiting slaughter. Young Master Xinhai, one of the bent-over Tianwu cultivators of the Luo clan, leaned closer to Luo Xinhai's ear, whispering, "This Qin Luan is formidable. The three of us together can only delay him for a moment." Luo Xinhai furrowed his brows upon hearing this. His fists clenched tightly. The implication was clear. The three could not afford to act against Yi Fan. If there were to be an assassination, it could only be executed by Luo Xinhai himself, and he would only have a fleeting moment to do so. Yet, with Wan Zhan by Yi Fan's side, how could he possibly strike? Why not give it a try? Qin Luan suddenly stepped forward, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. A tempest of violent spiritual energy instantly engulfed Luo Xinhai and his associates. The three Tianwu cultivators of the Luo clan felt an imminent threat, their spiritual energies surging wildly, erecting barrier after barrier before them. Yet they were still forced to retreat under the weight of this oppressive force. Chapter 215, Retreat. Luo Xinhai abruptly waved his hand, his voice tinged with an unprecedented panic. He staggered back several steps, fear evident in his eyes. He had never anticipated that Qin Luan would dare to strike against him. Upon hearing this, the three warriors from the Luo clan acted without hesitation. One seized Luo Xinhai by the shoulder and lifted him into the air, while the other two worked in unison to fend off Qin Luan for a brief moment. The instant the barrier before them shattered, they fled from the battlefield. "This matter will not be so easily forgotten," echoed Luo Xinhai's venomous roar from the horizon, his voice gradually fading as his figure receded. In the blink of an eye, the four figures vanished completely into the clouds. They simply ran away? Qin Xiao stood frozen, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Luo Xinhai had arrived with unbounded arrogance, looking down upon all. Now, he fled in a panic like a lost dog. Yi Fan's gaze remained steadfastly fixed on Qin Luan, a wave of unprecedented desire surging within him. Qin Luan's overwhelming strength stemmed from absolute power. Indeed, strength is the only undeniable truth. Qin Xiao. Qin Luan stood with hands clasped behind his back, his white robe gently fluttering in the breeze. He slowly turned, his profound gaze directed towards Qin Xiao in the main viewing platform. A mere utterance from him sent a shiver down Qin Xiao's spine. During this grand banquet, understanding Qin Luan's intent through his gaze, Qin Xiao took a deep breath and proclaimed, "Yi Fan has secured the first position, ranking at the top of the Taiyuan list." With that, he waved his sleeve, releasing the Taiyuan list once more. The crowd focused intently on the radiant sky above. Yi Fan's name prominently appeared at the pinnacle of the list. Mo Linyuan, Yinju, Yinyu, and Qin Mo followed in 2nd to 5th places. Originally, the list contained 130 names, but now only 128 remained. The two illustrious talents, Xia Wuhua and Yao Zhong, had been removed from the list. The crowd murmured in astonishment at this alteration in the Taiyuan list. Qin Luan seemed unfazed by it all, having turned his back and leisurely departed from the Jingtian square. "Yi Fan." A crisp voice resonated beside Yi Fan, revealing that Qin Xiangru had approached the seating area of the Wan family. "My father requests your presence at the Moon King's residence." "The Moon King's residence?" "Very well." Yi Fan accepted without hesitation, then turned to glance at Wan Zhan. Wan Zhan's expression was complex, but in the end, he solemnly nodded. Inside the grand hall of the Moon King's residence, the candle flames flickered. Qin Luan sat at the head of the table, his chiseled features illuminated and obscured by the candlelight. Qin Xiangru brought Yi Fan into the hall but did not stay herself. As she turned to leave, the heavy wooden door closed silently behind her. "Sit." Qin Luan's voice was soft yet carried an imperious authority that demanded compliance. Yi Fan, feeling somewhat reserved, took a deep breath and respectfully bowed, saying, "Thank you for your assistance earlier, Moon King." Qin Luan remained silent, merely gesturing with a finger towards the seat beside him. Chapter 216. Yi Fan understood the gravity of the situation and cautiously took his seat, straightening his back with utmost poise. To achieve the top position on the Taiyuan ranking at the Junlin Ban with merely a 7th-tier Xuanwu cultivation is indeed remarkable. "Emo, you have not misjudged him." Qin Luan finally lifted his gaze, his calm eyes fixated on Yi Fan's face. On the day Emo is consecrated, the head of the Taichu Dao sect will select a partner for her. According to Xiangru, Do you have the determination to defeat Luo Feiyu in this contest for a partner? It is imperative. Yi Fan replied resolutely, his eyes ablaze with fierce battle intent. Do you comprehend the implications of this? Qin Luan's expression remained largely unchanged, pausing briefly before inquiring further. Xiangru must have informed you of the head of the Tai Chu Dao sect's intention to use Emo's bloodline to concoct the Taiyin Xianan, correct? Yes. Yi Fan swallowed hard, nodding with difficulty. If you truly defeat Luo Feiyu. Qin Luan's tone grew slightly colder. You would not only offend Luo Feiyu, but also the head of the Tai Chu Dao sect. At that time, there will be no place for you in the entire southern region. Then I shall leave the southern region. Yi Fan's response was crisp and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. Seeing Yi Fan's resolve, a flicker of surprise crossed Qin Luan's eyes. Are you willing to offend the head of the Tai Chu Dao sect for EMO and embark on a path of exile? Moon King, do you wish to hear the truth? Yi Fan met Qin Luan's gaze directly, his eyes no longer wavering. Qin Luan replied, what I wish to hear is, of course, the truth. My actions are not solely for EMO, but also for myself. As Yi Fan spoke, the sun scripture activated, and a brilliant golden radiance suddenly enveloped him. A scorching aura permeated the hall, causing even the candle flames to flicker momentarily. The solar divine body. Qin Luan narrowed his eyes slightly, maintaining his calm demeanor. He had evidently already learned of Yi Fan's possession of the solar divine body. This solar divine body was awakened with Emo's assistance. Yi Fan's voice lowered. The Moon King must have heard some rumors. Those who possess the solar divine body rarely live beyond 20 years. EMO is my sole hope, the one who can help me transcend this perilous age. Therefore, I understand now. Qin Luan's tense expression finally softened, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Currently, you are still no match for Luo Feiyu. Fortunately, you still have time. With that, he slowly rose, his voluminous sleeves casting flickering shadows in the candlelight. He then pressed a yellowed note onto the table, sliding it towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan, puzzled, unfolded the note and saw 4 names clearly inscribed upon it. These 4 individuals are all my disciples. Qin Luan lightly tapped the yellowed note with his slender finger, his profound gaze as calm as a still pond. Should you encounter difficulties upon reaching the Tai Chu Dao sect, you may seek their assistance. Saying this, he produced a holy white token and handed it to Yi Fan. This is the Moon King's order. Upon seeing this token, those 4 will not refuse you. Thank you for your kindness, Moon King. Yi Fan grasped the token from Qin Luan's hand, feeling its icy chill. He promptly rose and again offered a respectful bow to Qin Luan. Qin Luan suddenly fell silent. And after a lengthy pause, he spoke in a voice so low it was almost inaudible. If, as Emo's consecration day approaches, you still lack the ability to contend with Luo Feiyu, consider taking EMO and fleeing. Earlier, he had warned that defeating Luo Feiyu on the day of Qin Emo's consecration would offend the head of the Tai Chu Dao sect, leaving Yi Fan with no refuge in the entire southern region. In truth, it is not entirely so. The Tai Chu Dao sect is not synonymous with the Luo family's Tai Chu Dao sect. Within the sect, factions are intricate and mutually restraining. Offending the head of the Tai Chu Dao sect does not equate to offending the sect itself. However, taking Qin Emo and fleeing would be tantamount to inciting the would-be holy maiden to betray her sect, a crime punishable by death. At that point, Yi Fan, both you and Qin Emo would truly be on the run. I wonder, what is Luo Feiyu's current level of cultivation? Yi Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. Sensing that Qin Luan harbored little confidence in him, he could not help but look up at Qin Luan, curious about Luo Feiyu's cultivation. Chapter 217, The 5th Stage of Earth Martial Realm. Qin Luan gazed at Yi Fan and promptly responded. The 5th stage of Earth Martial Realm? Yi Fan felt a jolt in his heart, and his lips involuntarily twitched. Luo Feiyu's ascension to the position of Vice Master of Tai Chu Dao sect is undoubtedly not solely attributable to his lineage as the sect master's son. His innate martial talent is unrivaled among his peers. Coupled with years of dedicated training and abundant resources, his current prowess is hardly surprising. And this is merely the present. Qin Luan reminded Yi Fan that there remains over a year until the day of Qin Yimo's sealing. By that time, Luo Feiyu would undoubtedly have reached at least the 6th stage of Earth Martial Realm, if not the 7th. Yi Fan forced a smile, feigning nonchalance as he shrugged. As it stands, he feels no different from an ant in the presence of Luo Feiyu. Fortunately, the time left for him is still ample. With the sun god body, his cultivation speed is relatively swift. Go ahead. Qin Luan offered no further words, gently waving his hand towards Yi Fan. As a father, he has done all that he can. Now, he fully entrusts Qin Yimo to Yi Fan. Farewell, Junior. Yi Fan took a deep breath and solemnly bowed. Outside the hall, Qin Xiangru stood like a pine tree, and as Yi Fan stepped out, he remarked that the Wan family had been waiting outside for a while. The Wan family? Yi Fan's eyes flickered as he quickly understood. In the current Taiyuan imperial city, countless eyes are undoubtedly fixed upon him. Even a simple stroll in the streets feels perilous. Wan Zhan is concerned for his safety, which is why he sent someone to escort him. Accompanied by Qin Xiangru, Yi Fan slowly exited the Moon King Manor. Outside the gate, a contingent of formidable figures from the Wan family had already lined up in wait. After receiving Yi Fan, they returned to the Wan Manor. Fanner, Wan Zhan emerged to greet him, his rough hand firmly pressing on Yi Fan's shoulder. Fanner, there are only a few months left until the assessment of Taichu Dao sect. The Ninth Prince has decreed that those listed on the Taiyuan rankings must depart for Taichu Divine sect in 2 months. In my view, you should devote the next 2 months to cultivating within the Wan Manor and refrain from venturing elsewhere. Yi Fan. Before Yi Fan could respond to Wan Zhan, a voice suddenly rang out from the street corner. Everyone turned towards the sound, and there approached Duan Tianshu, accompanied by several individuals from Yunin Kingdom, striding swiftly. How did you find your way here? Yi Fan squinted, his tone laced with unmistakable coldness. As his gaze swept over Qiu Sanshur and the others, a glint of frost appeared in his eyes. Those who wished for his demise must surely be thoroughly disappointed at this moment. There is one piece of bad news. Duan Tianshu was aware that Yi Fan harbored some grievances against him, yet he still endeavored to win Yi Fan's favor. What? Yi Fan casually remarked, not even sparing a glance at Duan Tianshu. Duan Tianshu's expression turned slightly grave as he lowered his voice to address Yi Fan. I have just received news that Luo Feiyu has gone to Yunin Kingdom. Yi Fan abruptly turned his gaze towards Duan Tianshu, instantly grasping the implication. Luo Xinhai's intention for coming to Taiyuan Imperial City was to eliminate him. Now, having failed his mission, rather than returning to Taichu Dao sect or Luoshan City, he has instead chosen to head to Yunin Kingdom? Where did you acquire this information? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Duan Tianshu, casting doubt on the authenticity of the news. Chapter 218. One cannot be certain if this is yet another cunning scheme by Duan Tianshu. Previously, Luo Xian he fled in haste alongside 3 members of the Luo family. How could Duan Tianshu possibly know their whereabouts? He remained silent, merely presenting a letter. Yi Fan snatched it away and unfolded it, his expression instantly darkening to a shade of iron. What could this letter contain? Wan Zhan noticed Yi Fan's troubled demeanor and roughly seized the letter from his grasp. Upon discerning its contents, his brows knitted into a tight frown. The letter was penned by Luo Xian he himself. It bore only a few stark words, yet they struck like a dagger. If Yi Fan does not perish, the Yi family will be annihilated. Wan Zhan abruptly raised his gaze to Yi Fan, fierce light erupting from his eyes. Fanner. Luo Xian he does not merely wish to destroy the Yi family. He seeks to lure you back to the imperial city of Yunningua. His intent to kill you remains unbroken. I am aware. Yi Fan's voice was surprisingly calm, yet his tightly clenched fists betrayed the raging fury within. You must not return to the imperial city of Yunningua. Wan Zhan nearly shouted this warning, his rugged features twisted with urgency, clutching Yi Fan's sleeve tightly. There are 3 formidable warriors by Luo Xian he's side. If you go back, your demise is inevitable. Yi Fan gently pried Wan Zhan's fingers apart. Looking earnestly into his eyes, his voice barely above a whisper yet heavy with resolve. I must return. Though Luo Xian he threatens the Yi family, his true aim is to compel me back to the imperial city of Yunningua. If I do not return, the Yi family is doomed. How could he forsake the family for his own safety? Must you truly go back? Wan Zhan's brow furrowed deeply, etched with concern, as he contemplated further persuasion. Indeed. Yi Fan's gaze was resolute, his posture straightened as he declared, Father figure, if I abandon the Yi family today, will I not be abandoning the Wan family tomorrow should they find themselves in peril? Do you wish for me to become such a heartless and ungrateful person? Sighing heavily, Wan Zhan's face bore a bittersweet smile. After taking a deep breath, he addressed Yi Fan. Very well, since you have made your decision, I shall not hinder you. However, you must wait for me a moment. Wait for what? Yi Fan, burning with urgency, was unwilling to delay even a moment. Only by witnessing the safety of the Yi family could he find peace. Wan Zhan turned and strode purposefully towards the Wan residence, his broad back exuding an undeniable authority. I will gather all the powerful members of the Wan family currently in Taiyuan Imperial City to accompany you to the Imperial City of Yunningua. Father figure. Yi Fan's throat tightened, as if something lodged within his chest. Watching Wan Zhan's retreating figure, warmth surged within him. During the previous banquet, when faced with Luo Xian he's threats, Wan Zhan resolutely refused to sever ties, affirming his role as Yi Fan's father figure. Now, seeing Wan Zhan mobilize the strength of the Wan family for his protection, Yi Fan inhaled deeply, ultimately refraining from rejecting Wan Zhan's goodwill. He understood that relying solely on himself would indeed be insufficient to contend with Luo Xi and he and the three formidable warriors of the Luo family. Acknowledging this, he silently followed Wang Zhan into the residence. Approximately half an hour later, Yi Fan emerged from the discussion hall upon hearing commotion. He saw Wang Zhan striding forth with the grace of a dragon, followed by dozens of powerful Wan family members, the synchronized sounds of their footsteps shaking the ground. Fanner, we are ready to depart. Wang Zhan boldly clapped Yi Fan on the shoulder, pride shimmering in his eyes. Including myself. We have 4 warriors of the heavenly martial realm and 30 of the earthly martial realm. As one of the foremost families in Taiyuan Imperial City, the Wan family was immensely powerful. With Wang Zhan included, there were a total of 8 heavenly martial warriors. This time, he had mobilized half of their strength for Yi Fan. The remaining 30 earthly martial warriors were equally formidable, the weakest among them boasting a 4th-tier cultivation. So, many people? Yi Fan was taken aback by the display before him, his voice quivering slightly. Wasn't this overkill to deal with the 4 from Luo Xi and he? Chapter 219 Haha. Wang Zhan suddenly laughed heartily, clasping Yi Fan's shoulder with a triumphant grin. You foolish boy. Do you think this spectacle is merely to contend with Luo Xinha's quartet? At the Junlin banquet, you brought honor to the Wan family. This time, returning to the imperial city of Yunin as the first of the Taiyuan list, the Wan family shall rally behind you. Aiding in the illumination of your Yi family's name. Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback by these words, only to feel a smile unconsciously tugging at the corners of his mouth. Let us depart, Wang Zhan declared, waving his hand grandly and striding with Yi Fan towards the estate's exit. Outside the Wan residence, dozens of fine steeds were neatly lined up, their nostrils exhaling mist that stood out vividly against the cold night air. As Yi Fan stepped beyond the grand doors of the Wan family, his gaze collided with that of Duan Tianshu and the others, who had been waiting. Why are you still here? Duan Tianshu shrugged with a smile. We traveled here together, and it is only natural to return as a group. Suit yourself, Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, effortlessly vaulting onto his horse. The powerful members of the Wan family followed suit, mounting their steeds in unison. Such a multitude? Duan Tianshu was taken aback by the sight. Just moments ago, he had been puzzled as to why the Wan family had prepared so many horses. It became clear that a great number were indeed headed to the imperial city of Yunin. Go. With a commanding shout, Wang Zhan surged ahead, racing alongside Yi Fan. Dozens of horses simultaneously lifted their hooves, shattering the night's tranquility. Clop, clop, clop. Amidst the swirling dust, Duan Tianshu and the others hurriedly urged their horses to catch up. The grand procession galloped under the moonlight, drawing the attention of passers-by along the way. The Wan family? What could they possibly be up to? This direction, it seemed, was leading them out of the city. Were the prodigies of Yunin also involved? Could they be heading to Yunin? As the night wind howled, Yi Fan and his party sped out of Taiyuan's imperial city. Clop, clop, clop. Just a mere 10 miles from the city, a sudden clamor of urgent hooves echoed from behind. The sound grew closer, more frantic. Yi Fan sensed something amiss, instinctively tightening his grip on the reins. Listening intently, it was evident that the hoofbeats were directed toward them. Quickly, Wang Zhan realized the gravity of the situation. Shouting as he sharply raised his whip, the steed beneath him, feeling the sting, bolted forward like an arrow. The other members of the Wan family followed suit, spurring their horses into a gallop. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, 4 dark figures darted like phantoms overhead. In the next moment, 4 elders landed steadily before Yi Fan's party, emanating an overwhelming aura that forced them to a halt. Who goes there? Yi Fan reined in his restless steed, squinting to scrutinize the figures ahead. In the moonlight, the 4 elders stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, their cold expressions clearly visible. The leading elder, Xia Baimei, had his white brows standing erect, his eyes glimmering with an endless chill. His grandson, Xia Wuhua, had met a tragic end at Yi Fan's hands. The other 3 also wore grim expressions. Yao Zhentian of the Yao family, clad in a billowing black robe, was ensnared by an eerie black mist. Pei Long of the Pei family had ghostly blue flames flickering between his withered fingers. Ming Songhai of the Ming family brandished a sword in his left hand, radiating a chilling glint. Chapter 220. Tap, tap, tap. The urgent sound of hooves echoed from all directions. In the blink of an eye, over 40 martial artists had encircled Yi Fan and his companions. The glint of blades under the moonlight was particularly glaring. The 4 great families of Taiyuan had joined forces to eliminate Yi Fan. Damn it. Wang Zhan's expression was as dark as water. He immediately urged his horse to shield Yi Fan. Who could have anticipated this? Xia Baimei cast a glance at Yi Fan, then coldly mocked Wang Zhan. The Wan family is making quite a show, sending so many to escort just one Yi Fan. After all, he is the top of the Taiyuan ranking. Do you dare to kill him? Wan Zhan gripped the reins tightly, glaring fiercely at the four, his voice booming like thunder. No one will ever know we killed the top of the Tai Yuan ranking. Xia Bai Mei's gaunt face twisted into a sinister smile as he slowly raised his right hand. A blinding white light gathering in his palm. Suddenly, his tone turned icy. Tonight, none of you shall escape. With that, he shot forward. The white light in his hand transforming into a sharp sword, tearing through the night sky straight for Yi Fan's throat. Boom. Wan Zhan's robust figure stood like an iron tower in front of Yi Fan, his fists enveloped in raging spiritual energy crashing forward. The collision of their powers unleashed a shockwave that toppled several warhorses around them. Kill. Yao Jin-Tian's fierce command sent black mist surging from his sleeves like venomous serpents. The forces of the four great families surged forward like a tidal wave, scattering the Wan family members in disarray. Damn it. If I had known, I would never have accompanied Yi Fan. Di Wuming cleaved through the attacking blade light with his sword, though his left shoulder was already soaked in blood. He glared fiercely at the distant Duan Tianshu, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. At this moment, they were no longer mere spectators but targets to be silenced. What good is it to say this now? Duan Tianshu, in a state of panic, crouched behind Qiu Sanshur, his face as pale as paper. He truly had not anticipated that the four great families would unite to ambush Yi Fan. Stick close to me. We must fight our way out without worrying about Yi Fan. Qiu Sanshur's frail body suddenly erupted with astonishing momentum. His eagle-like hand shimmering with a chilling light as he seized Duan Tianshu by the collar, tearing open a gap amidst the chaos of blades. The Wan family, including Wan Zhan, had four martial artists at the Tianwu realm protecting Yi Fan's retreat from Taiyuan Imperial City. Now locked in a fierce battle with Xia Bai Mei and his trio. Faced with the formidable martial artists of the four great families, Qiu Sanshur, as a top-tier warrior of the Diwu realm, found it manageable, but the challenge lay in safeguarding Duan Tianshu and the others. By the time he successfully broke through, only 5 remained, including Duan Tianshu. The rest had long since been cut to pieces in the melee by the relentless blades of the four great families. Even the formidable Di Wuming and Chen Li had sustained significant injuries. Wan Zhan, today you cannot protect Yi Fan. Xia Bai Mei's white hair stood on end, his palms becoming a flurry of shadows. Each strike unleashed a piercing sound, distorting the surrounding air. After several exchanges, Wan Zhan's right arm was charred black. Yet he stood steadfast like a mountain. Blood continuously seeped from his mouth, but he remained resolutely in front of Yi Fan. Adoptive father. Yi Fan watched as Wan Zhan's injuries worsened, his grip on the sword tightening with bulging veins. With the escape of the people from Yunin Nation, he was the weakest among those remaining. In the clash of the Di Wu and Tianwu realms, he had no qualification to intervene. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, 3 pillars of fire pierced the night sky. The 3 elders of the Wan family ignited in crimson flames, their auras surging explosively. Their skin visibly shriveled and cracked, yet they emanated an astonishing might. Wan family's fury Yuan Dan. Xia Bai Mei noticed this and his pupils constricted, his face displaying shock. Have you lost your minds? For the sake of an outsider, you would consume the fury Yuan Dan at the cost of your lifespan? Chapter 221. You intend to eradicate us completely, yet you still fear the depletion of your lifespan? The elder of the Wan family, consumed by rage, unleashed a torrent of crimson flames from his withered palm, forcefully repelling Yao Jintian by over 10 paces. He then urgently commanded Wan Zhan, quickly take Yi Fan and leave this place. We 3 old fellows will hold them back. As he spoke, his figure darted like a wraith, swiftly positioning himself between Wan Zhan and Xia Bai Mei, his fiery fist crashing down upon Xia Bai Mei's visage. Go! Wan Zhan decisively seized Yi Fan by the collar, pivoting and vanishing from the battlefield in a flash. The 3 elders of the Wan family simultaneously roared, their flames surging violently, transforming into a wall of fire spanning dozens of yards, temporarily obstructing the powerful members of the 4 great clans. Block them. Xia Bai Mei's eyes widened in fury, his white hair dancing wildly in the heat wave. He desperately channeled his spiritual energy to break through, but found himself firmly ensnared by the elder of the Wan family. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Wan Zhan propelled Yi Fan into the air, racing away with great speed. The night wind howled, and the anguished cries that echoed behind them pierced Yi Fan's heart like daggers. Cough, cough. After flying for merely 10 miles, Wan Zhan suddenly erupted into a fit of violent coughing, blood gushing forth from his mouth. His bronze complexion gradually paled to a ghostly white, his form swaying in the air. Are you all right, father? Yi Fan whispered, his eyes filled with concern. Nothing to worry about. Wan Zhan managed to steady himself, maintaining his speed without faltering. The 3 elders of the Wan family. Yi Fan turned to glance back, furrowing his brow. They are fine. Wan Zhan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a rough hand, his voice hoarse. The Wan family's fury pill possesses formidable potency. sufficient to sustain them for half an hour. They will break free before its effects fade. Besides, I do not believe the four great clans would resort to such a desperate gambit as to perish together with our Wan family. Their target is solely you. The Wan family of Taiyuan Imperial City is renowned for its alchemical prowess. The Fury Pill is a unique concoction of the Wan family, only consumable by those of the Wan bloodline who have reached the martial realm. It drastically enhances one's combat capabilities at the cost of their lifespan for a duration of half an hour. The three elders of the Wan family, having consumed the Fury Pill, were more than capable of contending with Xia Baimei and his companions. Though the four great clans brought slightly more Earth martial realm warriors than the Wan family, exterminating them would equally demand a heavy toll. Wan Zhan believed that the four great clans would not go to such lengths. Their target is merely me? A glint of cold light flickered in Yi Fan's eyes, a cloud of suspicion forming on his brow. Indeed, Wan Zhan affirmed. Earlier, Xia Baimei claimed he would eliminate everyone present to ensure that their plot to ambush you tonight would remain confidential. However, when those from Yunnin Kingdom broke through, neither Xia Baimei nor his companions ordered a pursuit, clearly indicating they had no intention of silencing witnesses. Furthermore, the four great clans had brought only a handful of people. Xia Baimei and his companions would not be so overconfident as to believe they could eradicate all the members of the Wan family. Thus, their true objective is you. Yi Fan pondered deeply, realizing the truth in Wan Zhan's words. Strangely enough, Wan Zhan murmured, furrowing his brow. Even if you had slain Xia Wuhua and the others, Xia Baimei and his group should not have been provoked to act so recklessly. The moment the Junlin banquet concluded, they ambushed you mid-journey. There must be someone behind this. Yi Fan contemplated silently, muttering softly. Is it the ninth prince? Wan Zhan speculated, his massive frame trembling slightly. That is unlikely. Yi Fan shook his head, his gaze growing colder. Qin Shao, a mere prince of the Taiyuan imperial dynasty, should not possess the influence to incite the elders of the four great clans to undertake an ambush against the top of the Taiyuan rankings and thereby offend the Taichu Dao sect. Then what do you imply? Wan Zhan's bronze countenance appeared particularly somber beneath the moonlight. Lo Xinhai. Yi Fan connected the dots regarding Lo Xinhai's prior communication with Duan Tianchu, asserting with conviction it must be that Lo Xinhai, under the guise of Lo Feiyu, solicited the four great clans to ambush me. Only in this way would they remain unconcerned about the leakage of information. To execute the top contender of the Taiyuan rankings would be to provoke the Taichu Dao sect. However, Lo Feiyu is the young master of the Taichu Dao sect, the son of its leader. Chapter 222. Why should Yi Fan fear the inquiries of the Taichu Dao sect after killing? With the support of the four great families and Luo Feiyu as a backing, there is no need for apprehension. Alas, Wan Zhan sighed heavily. His gaze directed towards the direction of the Yunnin Kingdom, filled with concern. Do you still intend to return to the Yunnin Kingdom? He questioned. Alone. I cannot contend with the three heavenly martial realm warriors by Luo Xinhai's side, not to mention my current state. Return. Yi Fan interrupted firmly, his eyes resolute. I will not allow the Wan family to perish in vain. Luo Xinhai must pay a price. Wan Zhan was taken aback, puzzled by Yi Fan's audacity. Nevertheless, he eventually nodded solemnly, choosing to offer his support. The royal city of the Yunnin Kingdom, shrouded in a thin mist before dawn, presented an air of mystery. The two men stealthily scaled the city wall, landing in a dimly lit alley. Adoptive father. Yi Fan suddenly lowered his voice. Please investigate the current situation of the Yi family. Wan Zhan paused. Where are you headed? Yi Fan, filled with urgency, responded. Back to the royal city of Yunnin. Shouldn't we go directly to the Yi residence? The Heavenly Martial Academy. Yi Fan's eyes glinted coldly, his voice low. Without waiting for Wan Zhan's reply, he turned and hastened away. At that moment, the inner courtyard of the Heavenly Martial Academy was still shrouded in morning mist. Upon seeing Yi Fan, the passing students halted, their faces filled with astonishment. Some instinctively took a step back, while others whispered among themselves. Yi Fan, he's back. But the second prince has yet to return. How did he arrive first? Could it be that he returned due to the matters concerning the Yi family? Amidst the murmurs, Yi Fan remained unperturbed, striding directly into the depths of the inner courtyard. The sound of his footsteps echoed distinctly on the stone path, each step seeming to resonate within the hearts of the onlookers. Yi Fan, a familiar voice called from behind. Turning around, Yi Fan saw Ziyuan approaching swiftly. Dean Ziyuan. Yi Fan saluted with a cupped fist, his voice hoarse, concealing a tempest of rage within his eyes. Are you here to see Elder Xiao? Ziyuan, aware of the current circumstances surrounding the Yi family, recognized Yi Fan's intent. Without waiting for a response, she gestured, follow me. They traversed the inner courtyard and finally halted before a secluded thatched hut. The morning dew dripped from the eaves of the thatch, creating a gentle patter. Elder Xiao. Yi Fan bowed deeply towards the hut, his voice quivering slightly. "Come in." A languid voice emanated from within, as if Elder Shao had anticipated his arrival. "Go on." Ziyuan nodded encouragingly at Yi Fan. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fan pushed the door open. Inside, Elder Shao lay barefoot on a couch, his disheveled white hair framing a pair of eyes that sparkled like stars. He yawned lazily. "Here to seek my assistance?" Yi Fan swallowed hard, hesitating to speak, his clenched fists relaxing and tightening again. Finally, he performed a deep bow, admitting, "I must trouble Elder Shao, though I am uncertain if you would be willing to assist me." TSK. Always seeking help is not the behavior of a strong individual. If I were to assist you unconditionally, it would only lead to your downfall. So, Elder Shao wiggled his toes, a smirk playing on his lips as he shifted the conversation. "What is it that you wish for my assistance with?" Chapter 223. Yi Fan's pupils constricted, and his body momentarily stiffened. He had just thought that Elder Shao would refuse him. "Speak." Elder Shao tilted his head, his disheveled white hair framing eyes that sparkled with a cunning light. "Help me eliminate a few individuals." Yi Fan's gaze darkened, his voice suddenly turning cold. "Is it the Luo family from Luotian City?" Elder Shao suddenly broke into a grin, revealing a few yellowed teeth. He was certainly aware of the current situation in the imperial city of Yunin Kingdom. Indeed, Yi Fan nodded heavily, fixated on Elder Zhao's reaction. TSK. Elder Shao leisurely straightened his posture, brushing off his tattered robe. The Luo family of Luotian City could be considered a formidable force in the southern region. Did Elder Shao also fear the Luo family? Yi Fan's brows furrowed tightly, a glimmer of doubt flashing in his eyes. He could only ascertain that Elder Shao was at least of the celestial martial realm, but the extent of his power remained a mystery. Why fear a mere trifle? Elder Shao glared at Yi Fan, his beard bristling with indignation. "What I mean is, you have offended the Luo family of Luotian City. Even if I help you resolve this trouble today, your life at Taichu Dao sect will undoubtedly be tumultuous. It is not I who provoked the Luo family. They actively sought me out." Yi Fan chuckled bitterly, yet his gaze sharpened further, standing tall as he declared, "Now, even if I beg for mercy, they will not let me go. There is only one path, to the death." "Well said, to the death." Elder Shao suddenly laughed heartily. "Today, I shall indulge in your madness." With that, he sprang from the couch like a carp leaping, donning his tattered straw sandals as he strode outside. Yi Fan hurried to follow, only to find Elder Shao moving at a leisurely pace, hands behind his back, strolling nonchalantly along the path of Tianwu Academy, occasionally stopping to sniff the wildflowers by the roadside, causing beads of sweat to form on Yi Fan's forehead in his impatience. Elder Shao. Upon exiting Tianwu Academy's gate, Yi Fan could no longer contain himself. He noticed Elder Shao turning right, completely in the opposite direction of the Yi residence. "You are headed the wrong way." Yi Fan hastened forward, gesturing towards the left street. "The Yi residence is that way." "Indeed." Elder Shao shook his head, squinting his eyes as he revealed an enigmatic smile to Yi Fan. "The ones you wish to kill are not currently at the Yi residence." Yi Fan's gaze sharpened slightly at the remark. "Your parents, along with the old bones of the Yi family, are also not at the Yi residence." Elder Shao spoke slowly, gradually turning his gaze towards the resplendent palace on the right, gesturing with his lips. "They are all in the Imperial Palace." "The Imperial Palace?" Yi Fan's entire body trembled, a flash of cold light flickering in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on the towering palace walls in the distance, speaking coldly. "The royal family of Yunin Kingdom is also involved?" Heh. A trace of derision appeared on Elder Zhao's wrinkled face. "Descendants of Duan Yunin, truly a generation worse than the last." With that, he leisurely set off toward the direction of the Imperial Palace. Luo Xinhai had brought 3 celestial martial realm experts to the imperial city of Yunin Kingdom, using the Yi family members as bait to force Yi Fan to reveal himself for elimination. Meanwhile, the foolish Duan Zhuxiao believed this to be an unprecedented opportunity, thinking Yi Fan would surely request Elder Zhao's assistance, allowing him to eliminate Elder Shao by leveraging the Luo family's hand. Such a shallow scheme was not lost on Elder Shao. Originally, he had intended to let Duan Jiushu live a bit longer. It now appeared that this oblivious emperor was merely courting death. His prior inaction was simply waiting for Yi Fan to return to the imperial city of Yunin Kingdom. Thus, even if Yi Fan did not come to request his help today, he would still take action. Chapter 224. It is Yi Fan. Beside him is the elder from the Tianwu Academy. Are they heading to the royal palace? Do you not know? Not long ago, the Imperial Guard captured many members of the Yi family. The crowd on the streets whispered as they caught sight of Yi Fan and Elder Shao, their murmurs rising and falling like waves. As Elder Shao walked slowly, more and more people followed behind. By the time the two reached the gates of the royal palace, A dense throng had gathered behind them, eager to witness the unfolding events. Young man, Elder Shao suddenly paused and cast a glance towards Yi Fan, signaling him discreetly. Today, Yi Fan is the protagonist, and this old fellow does not wish to overshadow him. Understanding the cue, Yi Fan nodded and took a step forward. Fanner, a deep voice called out from behind. Turning around, Yi Fan saw Wan Zhan striding towards him with great urgency. After arriving in the imperial city of Yunin, he had gone to the Yi residence and learned that important members of the Yi family had been taken to the royal palace. Suspecting that Yi Fan would surely head there, he had followed him. Who is this? Wan Zhan inquired as he approached, his gaze irresistibly drawn to Elder Shao. Although Elder Shao appeared ordinary at this moment, devoid of any imposing aura, his keen perception at the Tianwu realm sent chills down Wan Zhan's spine. The seemingly unremarkable elder exuded an unfathomable presence, akin to confronting an endless expanse of starry sky. This is Elder Shao from Tianwu Academy, Yi Fan briefly introduced. Before turning to introduce Wan Zhan, Elder Shao, this is my adoptive father, Wan Zhan, the head of the Wan family in Taiyuan Imperial City. I owe my safe return to the Taiyuan Imperial City to my adoptive father and the Wan family. The Wan family of Taiyuan Imperial City? Elder Shao cast a sidelong glance at Wan Zhan, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Ah, the Wan family seems to be paving a broader path. This. Wan Zhan's robust frame jolted slightly, confusion flashing in his eyes. Just as he was about to inquire further, Elder Shao, growing impatient, waved his hand, urging Yi Fan, hurry along now. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fan stepped towards the palace gates. However, as he advanced a few paces, he sensed something unusual. The gates, usually heavily guarded, stood eerily vacant at this moment. Yi Fan entered the palace gates, followed closely by Elder Shao and Wan Zhan. As they crossed the threshold, blinding golden light met them. Thousands of imperial guards were arrayed on either side, their golden armor gleaming under the scorching sun. Long spears stood like a forest, their cold glint formidable. A straight path led directly to the stone steps of the main hall. Atop the steps lounged Luo Xinhai, lazily reclined on the dragon throne. Two maidservants were cautiously massaging his shoulders and legs, while three Tianwu warriors of the Luo clan stood like statues behind him. Meanwhile, Duan Jiuxiao, the king of Yunin, stood to the side like a humble servant, his face ashen. Yi Fan. Suddenly, a thunderous shout erupted. The commander of the Imperial Guard, Jiangzhan, strode forward, blocking the path and drawing his sword to point at Yi Fan. Why do you not kneel before Lord Luo Xinhai? Kneel before him? Yi Fan shot a sidelong glance at Jiangzhan, his eyes brimming with disdain. Elder Shao stood beside him. And this mere commander of the Imperial Guard dared to act so boldly? Did he assume that the presence of the Luo clan's Tianwu warriors gave him the audacity to be so brazen? Chapter 225. Yi Fan disregarded Jiangzhan and strode forward unabashedly. Impudence. Jiangzhan's eyes widened in fury as he felt himself ignored. With a swift flick of his sword, he bellowed, "Seize him." Thousands of elite soldiers roared in unison, their long spears shimmering coldly, the atmosphere thick with an aura of death, enveloping the entire palace square in an instant. The clamor was deafening. Yi Fan's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he cast a glance at Wan Zhan, his foster father. For someone of Wan Zhan's caliber, there was no need for Elder Shao to intervene. A mere first-tier warrior in the Tianwu realm, Wan Zhan was more than capable of handling the situation. When he first arrived at the imperial city of Yunin, Wan Zhan had felt a twinge of uncertainty, for he faced the three esteemed warriors of the Luo clan. However, upon meeting Elder Shao, he now brimmed with confidence. Fully aware that Elder Shao was Yi Fan's greatest support, with a resounding thud, Wan Zhan stepped forward, causing the blue bricks beneath him to shatter. Fiery flames coiled around his right arm like a serpent, crackling in the air with explosive sounds. Tianwu realm. Jiangzhan's pupils constricted as his sword hand trembled uncontrollably. He had assumed that only Elder Shao stood as a Tianwu warrior behind Yi Fan, never anticipating that this unfamiliar Wan Zhan was also of the same caliber. With a thunderous crash, Wan Zhan surged forward, closing the distance to Jiangzhan in an instant and delivering a powerful punch. Jiangzhan instinctively raised his sword to block, yet, crack, the sword shattered. The fiery fist continued unabated, targeting Jiangzhan's face. A chilling sound of searing echoed as Jiangzhan's head was instantly reduced to ashes amidst the flames. Strangely, the fire had only consumed his head with precision, leaving the headless body to maintain its sword-wielding stance. After standing rigidly for several seconds, it finally collapsed with a resounding thud. This showcased Wan Zhan's mastery over fire to an extraordinary degree. A collective gasp arose as thousands of elite soldiers retreated a step, the sound of their astonished breaths filling the air. The once formidable military formation fragmented in an instant, many soldiers lowering their spears in disbelief. Duan Zhouxiao's eyes twitched as he furtively glanced at Luo Xinhao. Upon seeing Luo Xinhao lazily reclined on the dragon throne, a playful smile lingering on his lips, his tense body finally relaxed slightly. Master Wan's aura remains undiminished, does it not? Luo Xinhao smirked, his eyes filled with mockery. These fools, like Xia Baimei, truly are incompetent for failing to eliminate you. It was indeed you. Wan Zhan's fist clenched tightly, his eyes ablaze with fury. Until now, he and Yi Fan had merely speculated. Hearing Luo Xinhao's words confirmed their suspicions. It was Luo Xinhao who had caused the tragic demise of so many in the Wan clan. Yi Fan advanced slowly, his robes billowing in the wind. Wan Zhan took a deep breath, suppressing his rage, and quietly retreated behind Yi Fan. What has happened to my parents? Yi Fan halted at the steps, gazing directly at Luo Xinhao. His voice was low, yet it pierced like ice. Ha! Luo Xinhao chuckled lightly, deliberately evading Yi Fan's question, leisurely stating, Did you receive the letter I had the second prince of Yan'an, Duan Tianshu, deliver to you? Yi Fan discerned Luo Xinhao's implications, his gaze darkening. If you do not perish, then the Yi family shall be annihilated. Luo Xinhao suddenly retracted his smile, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. Chapter 226, each word pierced like a sharp dagger, ruthlessly striking at Yi Fan. Where are the others? Yi Fan thundered, his voice resonating powerfully, causing the surrounding guards to involuntarily step back. Where are they? Luo Zhenhe, unfazed, glanced at the figure of Duan Zhouxiao, standing nearby. Bring them forth. Duan Zhouxiao immediately understood and bellowed. The side hall's doors burst open with a resounding crash, and dozens of figures stumbled out under the escort of the guards. Yi Hai was in tattered clothes, He Yu's hair was disheveled, and Yi Yao's small face was ashen, while several elders of the Wan family were covered in blood. Fanner, you must flee. Yi Fan, do not concern yourself with us. You cannot defeat them. The members of the Yi family shouted hoarsely, their eyes filled with despair and urgency. Although they were unaware of Luo Zhenhe's true identity, they recognized the terrifying power he wielded. Otherwise, Duan Zhouxiao, as the monarch of the Cloud-Hidden Kingdom, would not show him such deference. In this moment, they wished earnestly for Yi Fan to stay away. Nevertheless, Yi Fan still arrived. Duan Zhouxiao raised his hand, signaling the guards behind Yi Hai and the others to subdue them. Kneel, the guards shouted in unison, their iron-like hands exerting force. Thud, thud, thud. Yi Hai let out a muffled groan as his knees crashed heavily against the stone floor. He was forcefully brought down, her hairpin falling, her tresses cascading wildly. Yi Fan. Luo Zhenhe reveled in this scene, a cruel satisfaction flickering in his eyes. I am quite accommodating. I now grant you the power of choice. He deliberately elongated his words, savoring the tension on Yi Fan's face. Will it be your death, or the extinction of the Yi family? I choose your death. Yi Fan clenched his fists, utterly unwilling to yield, and turned sharply to glare at Duan Zhouxiao, his voice booming like thunder. Duan Zhouxiao, release my family. Otherwise, you shall accompany Luo Zhenhe to the grave. Duan Zhouxiao scoffed, too lethargic to even raise his eyelids. Today, he was willing to play the supporting role. Whether Yi Fan lived or died was not his primary concern. He merely hoped that the three formidable warriors beside Luo Zhenhe would eliminate Elder Shao. My lord. Duan Zhouxiao leaned in close to Luo Zhenhe, lowering his voice in a sycophantic manner. The elder behind Yi Fan is the one I previously mentioned, a master of the heavenly martial stage. He shares a deep bond with Yi Fan and serves as his pillar of support. With such a backing, Yi Fan will not easily bow his head. Oh, so this old man is Yi Fan's support? Luo Zhenhe was in no rush to kill Yi Fan. He relished the thrill of manipulating him and wished first to see Yi Fan bow to him, even kneeling in supplication. With Duan Zhouxiao's introduction, he finally regarded Elder Shao with interest, a cruel smile curving his lips. A support, is it? Then, Luo Zhenhe leisurely rose to his feet and pointed at Elder Shao. Let us first crush this pillar of support. The three martial warriors of the Luo family understood immediately, their figures soaring into the air. A terrifying pressure descended like a mountain upon Yi Fan and the others. Wan Zhan's muscles tensed, flames igniting in his fists, ready to strike at any moment. Yet Yi Fan remained utterly still, his austere demeanor betraying no trace of fear, only a flicker of coldness in his eyes. Just as the overwhelming pressure was about to envelop them, Elder Shao nonchalantly raised his foot and lightly stepped down. This seemingly casual movement made the entire palace tremble. Dust swirled across the ground like ripples. An invisible wave of energy surged forth in an instant. Boom. The three terrifying pressures of the heavenly martial stage dissipated under this seemingly insignificant step. The expressions of the three Luo warriors changed, abruptly halting their momentum in midair. They exchanged glances, each seeing the gravity reflected in the other's eyes. Form a formation. The leading warrior commanded, and the three immediately dispersed, arranging themselves in a triangular formation around Yifan and the others. Their hands moved swiftly, weaving complex seals as their spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave. Chapter 227. The Triad's Lethal Formation. 3 members of the Luo clan's heavenly martial arts bellowed in unison, their voices echoing through the heavens. 3 brilliant beams of light soared into the sky, intertwining in the void to form a vast golden net that obscured the sun. The runes on the net shimmered, each line brimming with destructive power, descending upon Elder Shao. Elder Shao lazily lifted his eyelids, a flicker of disdain flashing through his murky gaze. He slowly raised his frail hand, and a dark light burst forth from his fingertips. Break. With that casual utterance, the dark radiance pierced the golden net like a sharp arrow. Boom. In a thunderous explosion, the seemingly indestructible net shattered as if it were mere parchment. A violent shockwave swept through the surroundings, toppling the Imperial guards and causing the distant palace walls to tremble. What? The 3 heavenly martial artists were taken aback, their faces draining of color. Their prideful combined attack proved utterly feeble before Elder Shao? How dare such insignificant creatures act recklessly before me? Elder Shao scoffed, casually waving his sleeve. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the world surged violently, coalescing into a colossal handprint that blotted out the sky. No. The gray-robed heavenly martial artist, now gripped by terror, attempted to evade. Bang! The handprint descended, and the gray-robed warrior could barely emit a cry before being crushed into a mist of blood, akin to an ant underfoot. The residual force collapsed half of the rear palace, sending clouds of dust spiraling into the air. The remaining 2 heavenly martial artists trembled, their eyes filled with despair. It was at this moment they seemed to comprehend the nature of the existence they faced. How could this be? Luo Xinhai's previously arrogant visage twisted grotesquely. His pupils constricted violently, his lips quivering uncontrollably. Flee. The remaining 2 Luo heavenly martial artists, pale as death, exchanged a glance. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 figures shot forth like arrows, fleeing in opposite directions, abandoning Luo Xinhai and leaving behind mere afterimages in the air. Attempting to escape? Elder Shao chuckled softly, slowly raising his withered hands. The void suddenly warped, and 2 massive dark claws materialized, each claw tip entwined with a haunting black spiritual energy. No. One of the Luo heavenly martial artists let out a chilling scream as the dark claws clamped around his waist like iron pincers. The other was similarly ensnared, his legs firmly gripped by the monstrous appendage. Bang! Elder Shao grasped the air, and the 2 claws violently collided. The flesh and blood of the 2 warriors exploding under the terrifying impact, transforming into a rain of crimson mist. Bones and entrails fell like raindrops, staining the steps before the main palace a glaring scarlet. As this scene unfolded, the entire palace fell into a deathly silence. Luo Xinhai slumped on the dragon throne, his legs trembling uncontrollably. His 3 heavenly martial guard had vanished into thin air in an instant. Duan Jiuxiao, pale as a ghost, collapsed to his knees, finally understanding the magnitude of the existence he had provoked. Elder Shao leisurely dusted off his sleeves, casting a glance at Yifan. Release them. Yifan understood and stepped forward, issuing a cold command. Luo Xinhai was merely a martial artist of limited capability. Without his 3 heavenly martial artists, he could no longer stir up trouble. Even a single warrior was sufficient to instill fear. Release them. Luo Xinhai was not yet panicked, but Duan Jiuxi was already in a state of alarm. Chapter 228. His face was ashen, and his legs trembled involuntarily. In a state of panic, he waved his hands, signaling the Imperial guards to release him. The terror emanating from Elder Shao exceeded all expectations. It seemed that only the top-tier experts of the Luo clan could contend with him. Nonsense. Luo Xinhao suddenly erupted in fury, drawing his sword in an instant. With a flash, he appeared behind Yihai, the sharp blade pressing firmly against Yihai's throat, a trickle of blood seeping along the edge of the sword. This. Duan Jiuxiao staggered back in shock, nearly tripping over his own dragon robe. It seemed he wished to convey to Yifan that this matter was not his concern. He wanted to release them, but it was Luo Xinhao who refused. How did you become the monarch of Union Kingdom? Luo Xinhao discerned the fear in Duan Jiuxiao's eyes and coldly rebuked. Do you think that releasing the Yi family will spare you from death at Yifan's hands? Letting them go will only hasten your demise. Upon hearing Luo Xinhao's words, Duan Jiuxiao's gaze turned suddenly sinister. He fixed his stare on Yihai, whose throat was pressed by the sword, a flicker of struggle crossing his eyes. Luo Xinhao was right. The members of the Yi family were their final bargaining chips. If they surrender these chips now, they would lose any qualification to negotiate with Yifan. Heh. Elder Shao suddenly chuckled softly, stroking his disheveled white beard, observing Luo Xinhao with keen interest. Truly, Someone from a noble lineage remains remarkably composed in the face of adversity, not entirely losing their wits. Is this of any use? Yu Fan spoke in a cold whisper, regarding Luo Xinhao and Duan Jiuxiao as already deceased. Order them. Luo Xinhao suddenly barked, pressing the blade deeper into Yihai's neck. His chilling gaze fixed on Duan Jiuxiao. Have the Imperial Guards kill Yu Fan? I refuse to believe that so many cannot take down a single individual. With thousands of Imperial Guards, chaos was inevitable. In the tumult, he still had a chance to escape, unless Elder Shao disregarded Yi Fan and came directly for him. Yet, he believed that in their hearts, Yi Fan's life held more value than his own. Kill Yi Fan? Duan Jiuxiao's voice was hoarse, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Through Luo Xinhao's gaze, he surmised his intent. The only path to survival lay in escaping together with Luo Xinhao amidst the chaos. If Luo Xinhao could return to Luo Divine City, where could he flee? Moreover, relinquishing the throne was far more unbearable than death itself. Kill. Seeing Duan Jiuxiao still hesitating, Luo Xinhao let out another low growl. Like a death knell, it jolted Duan Jiuxiao into action. Imperial Guards, heed my command. Duan Jiuxiao suddenly howled. His visage twisted like a malevolent spirit, trembling as he raised his hand, casting his gaze towards the poised Imperial Guards. Exterminate. Kill. Yi Fan. As the final word escaped his lips, Duan Jiuxiao staggered back as if drained of all strength, his dragon robe soaked in cold sweat. Kill. 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 The Imperial Guards' battle cries thundered, shaking the palace walls. Although their hands still trembled slightly as they grasped their long spears, they stood tall, marching forward in unison. The sharp tips of their weapons glinted coldly in the sunlight, resembling a moving forest of steel. Yu Fan stood proudly at the center of the square, a cold smirk playing on his lips. If these Imperial Guards could reach him, they would truly be impressive. His eyes, now sharp as a hawk's, locked onto Luo Xinhao and Duan Jiuxiao. These two culprits would not escape amidst the chaos, truly seeking their own demise. Wan Zhan scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. With a vigorous shake of his arms, blazing flames swirled around him. The martial artist had reached the heavenly martial realm, entering an entirely new echelon. To those in the heavenly martial realm, the Xuanwu and Diwu were no more than ants. Thousands of Imperial Guards were merely thousands of ants. It would only take a bit more effort to eliminate them due to their sheer numbers. Chapter 229. Just as Wan Zhan was poised to unleash a massacre, Elder Shao casually lifted his eyelids, a frail hand waving gently. Boom. An invisible wave of energy erupted suddenly, akin to a tempest sweeping through. Thousands of Imperial Guards were instantly thrown into disarray, their steel-made long spears twisting and warping in midair, while heavy armor was sent flying like mere scraps of paper. The entire square descended into chaos, with screams echoing in disarray. As the dust settled, one could see the Imperial Guards sprawled haphazardly across the ground, each lacking the strength to rise. It was as if an invisible mountain bore down upon them. Upon the high platform, Luo Xinhao's expression shifted drastically. His grip on Yihai trembled uncontrollably. The blade pressed against Yihai's neck carved deeper into his flesh. Duan Jiuxiao's face turned ashen, his legs buckling as he collapsed to the ground. They had hoped to escape amidst the turmoil, yet there was no chaos to exploit. Elder Zhao's mere wave of his hand had left them no time to turn around. Martial King Realm. Wan Zhan gazed at Elder Shao in astonishment, his face etched with shock. Previously, he had believed Elder Shao to be at the pinnacle of the heavenly martial realm. Only now did he realize how gravely mistaken he was. Elder Zhao's recent maneuver had clearly surpassed the heavenly martial level. Yu Fan inhaled deeply, stepping onto the stone steps. The sound of his boots connecting with the ground resonated crisply. This rhythm was measured, yet it struck Luo Xinhao's heart like a tolling bell. Fearing unforeseen consequences, Wan Zhan hurriedly followed Yu Fan. Elder Shao, however, appeared utterly unconcerned, lazily standing in place, even bored enough to idly scratch his ear. Halt! Luo Xinhao's voice rose sharply as he observed Yu Fan approaching. Yu Fan seemed oblivious, his pace unwavering. If you take another step, I will immediately slay your father. Luo Xinhao bellowed, veins bulging on his forehead. As Yu Fan continued undeterred, madness flickered in his eyes. He suddenly raised his sword, intent on severing Yihai's hand. Oh! Just as Luo Xinhao's sword descended a mere inch, a chilling scream erupted from him. His eyes widened in terror, feeling his bones groan under an unbearable weight. Lowering his gaze, he saw a dark, massive claw gripping him tightly, its 5 inky black talons sinking deeply into his flesh. Let me go. Luo Xinhao struggled desperately, yet found himself unable to move even a finger. In that moment, he finally comprehended the despair faced by the two heavenly martial experts before their demise. Clang. The Imperial Guards escorting the Yi family were paralyzed with fear. dropping their weapons and fleeing in all directions. The sounds of clashing armor and frantic footsteps filled the air, some even tripping over their own swords, rolling and scrambling for their lives. Yifan paid no mind to the fleeing guards, continuing his ascent at a measured pace. Fanner, Yi-Hai, witnessing Yifan's approach, trembled as he tried to prop himself up. Just as he managed to stand, his legs weakened, threatening to collapse once more. Father, Yifan moved like lightning, swiftly crossing over a dozen steps to support Yi-Hai's faltering form, feeling only his frail, bony structure beneath his touch. Chapter 230 Hiyu, supported by Yi-Yao, trembled as he stood up, tears streaming down his face. Father, mother, it's over. Yifan's voice choked with emotion as he tightly embraced Yi-Hai and Hiyu. Feeling the tremors of his father's frail body and witnessing his mother's haggard visage, his heart ached like a knife. All of this stemmed from him. It is not your fault. Rather, it is we who. Yi-Hai gently patted Yifan's back with his calloused hand, his eyes filled with remorse. An ordinary person striving for success in the martial arts world inevitably offends some powerful figures. It is my inadequacy. It is the Yi family's failure to support you. Now, we have become your burden. Hiyu trembled as she reached out, brushing her fingers against Yifan's cheek. Her lips quivered, yet words eluded her. Only hot tears continued to fall. You scoundrel! You scoundrel! Just as Yifan intended to retort against Yi-Hai, a frantic roar erupted from above. Everyone looked up to see Luo Xinhai still gripped in the clutches of a shadowy giant claw, his once handsome features contorted beyond recognition. His lavish robes soaked with cold sweat, resembling a drowning dog struggling for life. Bang! As the roar faded, the giant claw suddenly vanished. Luo Xinhai fell to the stone steps like a rag doll, curling up in agony, emitting intermittent groans. Father, mother, wait for me for a moment. Yifan gently released Yi-Hai and Hiyu, turning around with a gaze now as cold as steel. He drew the sunblade, which hummed ominously. He understood that Elder Shao was offering him the chance to take revenge on Luo Xinhai. With each step he took down the stone steps, a dull sound echoed, causing Luo Xinhai to inch backward in fear until his back pressed against the cold palace wall, with no further retreat possible. You cannot kill me. Luo Xinhai, trembling, pointed a quivering finger at the sky. I am from Luo City. Swish. The blade flashed, and Luo Xinhai's voice was abruptly silenced. He stared in disbelief at his severed right hand, which had pointed toward the heavens, now lying alone in a pool of blood. Yifan slowly bent down, lifting Luo Xinhai's chin with the blade's tip, his voice a mere whisper. Why not continue speaking? You, scoundrel. Luo Xinhai grasped his bleeding stump, his face pale as a sheet, yet he forced himself to meet Yifan's gaze, knowing full well that Yifan was intent on killing him. He abandoned any pleas for mercy, flames of resentment igniting in his eyes. Isn't it just because you have an old man backing you? Be arrogant then. Kill me. I'll be waiting for you in the underworld. And you? Yifan scoffed, the cold light of the sun blade reflecting off his stern profile. You are merely relying on the Luo family of Luo City. Without your family, you would have perished long ago. Bah. Luo Xinhai suddenly erupted, only to be forced back down by Yifan's foot. Without the Luo family, I could slaughter you, a mere Xuanwu realm waste, as easily as slaughtering pigs or dogs. Huh. Without the Luo family, could you have achieved your current cultivation? Yifan pivoted the blade, the icy edge pressing against Luo Xinhai's neck. Birth represents a beginning, not an end. Today, your life reaches its conclusion. Luo Xinhai trembled violently, the ferocity in his eyes gradually replaced by fear. He opened his mouth, but only gasping sounds escaped. Oh right. Yifan suddenly withdrew his sword. Just as Luo Xinhai thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, the blade plunged down again. You won't be able to wait for me in the underworld, but you can wait for Luo Feiyu. In a few days, I will send him down to see you. Splat. Blood sprayed onto the ground, blossoming like a crimson plum. Luo Xinhai widened his eyes as he saw Yifan coldly retract his blade. His strength waned, and he toppled to the side. Yifan turned away, casting a cold glance at Duan Jiuxiao, who knelt trembling nearby. At that moment, there was not a trace left of a sovereign. Chapter 231. Yifan. Duan Jiuxiao felt the penetrating gaze of Yifan, his entire body trembling violently. He knelt on the ground, lifting his pale face, his eyes brimming with desperation. Today's events were coerced by Luo Xinhai. How could I dare to oppose the Yi family? Coerced? Huh. Yifan sneered, looking down upon the ruler of Yunin Kingdom with an icy detachment. If you were truly coerced by Luo Xinhai, did you ever seek the assistance of Elder Shao? Duan Jiaxiao's throat bobbed as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. I did not dare. Did not dare? Were you afraid Elder Shao would refuse? Yifan's sword glinted menacingly, illuminating the distorted features of Duan Jiaxiao. Seeking Elder Zhao's help and being rejected is one matter. Failing to seek his help while colluding with Luo Xinhai to abduct my parents is quite another. Originally, Elder Shao intended to let you live a while longer. But in my view, you deserve death. I deserve death? Duan Jiuxiao's expression faltered, then suddenly erupted into maniacal laughter, the fear in his eyes transforming into malice. Since I have no path to survival today, I shall take you down with me. With that, he surged forward, his dragon robe billowing like bat wings. His emaciated hands, infused with all his spiritual power, aimed directly for Yi Fan's throat. Impudent! Wan Zhan's eyes widened in fury, his fiery palm striking first. A scorching wave of flames instantly engulfed Duan Jiuxiao's right arm. The flesh sizzled with a piercing sound, turning to char. Ah! Duan Jiuxiu let out a chilling scream, staggering backward. Before he could regain his footing, a cold light pierced through his chest. Thud! The daybreak sword erupted from his body. Droplets of blood cascading from the tip, refracting an eerie brilliance in the sunlight. Duan Jiuxiao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the blade protruding from his chest, his lips quivering as if he wished to utter something. Yi Fan withdrew the sword coldly, watching as Duan Jiuxiao crumpled to the ground like a broken doll. Those eyes, once filled with a condescending arrogance, were now swiftly losing their luster. Father, mother, we're going home. Yi Fan sheathed his sword and turned to support the trembling arm of Yi Hai. Indeed, Yi Hai nodded solemnly, his expression filled with emotion as he grasped Yi Fan tightly. The death of Duan Jiuxiao was undoubtedly a significant event for Yunin Kingdom. But what did it have to do with the Yi family? The members of the Yi family descended the stone steps. The disheveled guards on either side of the square dared not approach as they saw the Yi family approaching, their fearful glances darting toward the scruffy old man not far away. If Elder Shao wished, he could easily take their lives. The head of the family has returned, shouted an observant young member of the Yi family with excitement at the front gate. The previously silent estate erupted into a fervor. Members of the Yi family streamed from every corner, many with tears in their eyes. It is young Master Yi Fan. He has brought the head of the family back. How wonderful. Head of the family, you have suffered. Yi Fu hurried forward, trembling as he carefully took Yi Hai from Yi Fan's grasp. His calloused hands gently supported Yi Hai, leading him toward the conference hall. He Yu, accompanied by Yi Yao, went ahead to rest in their quarters. Fanner, who is this behind you? Yi Hai asked as he settled into the main seat of the conference hall, his feeble gaze landing on Wan Zhan. He recalled the earlier encounter in the palace vividly. Chapter 232. Although not as fearsome as the Elder Shao, he is nonetheless a figure of comparable stature to the head of the Tianwu Academy. Such strength undoubtedly marks him as a significant person in the eyes of the Yi family. This esteemed individual is my adoptive father, Wan Zhan, the patriarch of the Wan family from the Taiyuan Imperial City. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan promptly introduced Wan Zhan, explaining that his adoptive father accompanied him back to the Yunin Imperial City because he was aware of the Yi family's troubles. Originally, several formidable members of the Wan family were supposed to join them, but an unforeseen incident occurred on the way. I see. Yi thanks you. Yi Hai struggled to rise and pay his respects, but faltered due to his lack of strength. Brother Yi, there's no need for such formalities. Wan Zhan stepped forward, supporting Yi Hai with a hearty laugh. You are Yi Fan's biological father, and I am his adoptive father. We are brothers. Ha ha ha. Between brothers, such formalities are unnecessary. To be able to call one brother is indeed a stroke of fortune for me. Yi Hai, with Wan Zhan's assistance, gradually took his seat, a long-lost smile blooming on his weathered face. Ah. Wan Zhan waved his hand grandly, turning to glance at Yi Fan, his eyes brimming with pride. It is I who am fortunate to have an adopted son like Yi Fan. Brother Yi, do you not know? Fano has just attended the grand banquet of the Taiyuan dynasty and claimed first place, ranking at the top of the Taiyuan list. What? Yi Hai's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Yi Fan, his lips quivering slightly. Fanner, is this true? Yi Fan smiled serenely and nodded gently. Being at the top of the Taiyuan list is merely the beginning. Far beyond, at the Taichu Dao sect, there are even stronger opponents. Father, Yi Fan addressed Yi Hai. This time, I will stay at the Yi residence for 2 months. After that, I will head to the Taiyuan Imperial City and join the others on the Taiyuan list and go into the Taichu Dao sect. Good. Excellent. Yi Hai grasped his son's hand in excitement, but suddenly his expression darkened, and a hint of worry crept into his heart. Fanner, you must take care of yourself at the Taichu Dao sect. Be low-key in your actions and avoid provoking formidable enemies. Only by surviving can you tread further along the path of martial arts. Father, you need not worry. Yi Fan understood that this was his father's heartfelt admonition and did not counter it. He knew that in Yi Hai's heart, his safety was paramount. Yet, some paths are destined to be walked with less discretion. Now, he had already drawn the ire of a formidable foe like Luo Feiyu. Even if he chose to remain low-key, troubles would still abound. The only way to mitigate these troubles was to wield his strength as a deterrent. Young master. As the conversation unfolded, Yifu hurried in from outside the hall, stopping before Yifan to report, "Someone from the Wanbao building is looking for you." Wanbao building? Yifan's gaze sharpened, recalling a certain alluring figure in his mind. Yet, he surmised that the visitor could not be Su Meinyang. If it were her, she would likely have barged in directly. Before departing the Yunnan Imperial City, he had asked Su Meinyang to look after the Yi family. However, in the end, the Yi family still could not escape calamity. He did not blame Su Meinyang, for the Wanbao building's strength was limited and could not contend with the three formidable warriors by Luo Xinhao's side. Father, adoptive father. I shall step outside to take a look. Yifan clasped his fists in salute to Yi Hai and Wan Zhan before striding out. At this moment, two figures stood like statues outside the Yi residence, one clad in white robes and the other in black. They were the pinnacle warriors of the Wanbao building. The Xinming twin ghosts. Young Master Yi. Upon seeing Yifan, both bowed in unison. Yifan, puzzled, shifted his gaze between the two. What business do you have with me? Did my sister send you? Indeed. The Xian ghost stepped forward, producing a piece of jade and extending it towards Yifan with both hands. The master has received a summons and has departed for the headquarters of the Wanbao building in the central region. Before leaving, he specifically instructed us to deliver this to you, young master. Chapter 233. What is this? Yifan grasped the warm jade stone, his brows slightly furrowed. It felt somewhat heavy in his palm, and he could faintly sense the surging energy contained within. This is the daylight stone, Xian Gui replied, his hands folded before him. Could it be? A sudden spark of realization flashed through Yufan's mind as he swiftly drew the daylight sword from his possession. The stone in his hand then erupted into a brilliant golden radiance. Indeed, Xian Gui observed Yufan had deduced the connection between the daylight stone and the daylight sword, and continued to explain, integrating the daylight stone into the daylight sword will elevate its grade. Oh, Yifan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he eagerly inquired, do we need to find a weapon master to refine the daylight stone into the sword? No need for such complexity. Xian Gui shook his head. By channeling spiritual power, one can directly merge the daylight stone into the sword. Is it truly that simple? Yifan was somewhat skeptical, yet he immediately began to circulate his internal spiritual energy. A soft golden aura emanated from his fingertips as he gently infused it into the daylight stone. Cautiously, he brought the stone close to the spine of the daylight sword. Buzz! A peculiar resonance trembled through the air. The daylight stone melted away like snow under the sun, visibly permeating the blade at an astonishing speed. Golden patterns flowed and spread across the sword's edge, as if gilding the blade in a layer of gold. Once the daylight stone was completely integrated, the sword suddenly emitted a melodious hum. Dazzling golden light burst forth from the sword's tip, dispelling all shadows around. Earth grade. Low tier. Yifan's wrist trembled with exhilaration as he felt the surging power coursing through the blade, his eyes gleaming with excitement. With a hint of playful reproach, he remarked, "Such a wondrous item. Why did my sister wait until now to present it to me? Any family with a modicum of heritage can produce Earth-grade spiritual weapons. However, Earth-grade weapons are relatively rare. The distinguished families in Taiyuan Imperial City must possess Earth-grade spiritual weapons, yet their numbers are certainly limited. Not readily available for the young elites. After all, these prodigies have yet to mature, and possessing an Earth-grade weapon could easily attract misfortune. If I were to possess such a celestial-grade weapon during the upcoming Junlin banquet, my path to victory would undoubtedly become considerably easier." This was requested by the master from the headquarters. Xian Gui elucidated, the master had applied for this daylight stone 6 months ago. After several months, it has finally arrived today and is now entrusted to you, my lord. Is that so? Yifan mused, a wry smile curling at the corners of his mouth. My sister certainly kept it under wraps. Not a whisper of this was shared. Now that the item has been delivered, my brother must take his leave. Xian Gui took a step back, his white robe billowing without wind. The silent shadow beside him, Ming Gui, also nodded slightly. You too. Yifan suddenly raised his hand, addressing the pair with a thoughtful expression. With my sister now at the headquarters of Wanbao Tower in the central region, will there be a new master for the Wanbao Tower in the imperial city of Yunnan? There will not be, Xian Gui replied, shaking his head. According to the headquarters, establishing a Wanbao Tower in the diminutive Yunnan kingdom yields almost no profit, rendering its continued existence unnecessary. Will you both be heading to the Wanbao Tower in the central region next? Yifan inquired, feeling a twinge of regret. The purpose of the Wanbao Tower is to amass wealth and resources. The Yunnan kingdom is merely a vassal state of the Taiyuan dynasty in the southern region, a land scarce in resources. Establishing a Wanbao Tower in the imperial city of Yunnan is even less advantageous than in Taiyuan. My brother and I are not affiliated with the Wanbao Tower, Xian Gui stated. We are grateful to the Master for bestowing us resources to aid our cultivation. It is this gratitude that compels us to serve the Master. Chapter 234. In light of this, I would like to invite you both to serve as guest elders for the Yi family. A glimmer of determination flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he solemnly clasped his fists. The Yi family, though located in the imperial city of Yunnan, was merely a second-tier clan, overshadowed by the four great families, limiting its development. However, if the two spectral beings, Xian Gui and Ming Gui, could serve as guest elders, in due time, the Yi family would undoubtedly rise to become the fifth great family. Guest elders? Xian Gui's gaunt face visibly stiffened at the mention, and he exchanged glances with Ming Gui, hesitating to respond. Just 2 years. Seeing their reluctance, Yi Fan stepped forward and earnestly promised, 2 years hence, when I return from the Taichu Dao sect, I will surely reward you both generously. After a prolonged silence, Xian Gui and Ming Gui exchanged a meaningful glance, and then a smile unexpectedly blossomed on their faces. Very well. My brother and I have grown accustomed to a carefree existence, so residing with the Yi family for 2 years would not be an inconvenience. However, can the Yi family provide us with sufficient resources for our cultivation? Huh. Yi Fan laughed heartily, the weight on his heart lifting at last. He was not afraid of the conditions set forth by Xian Gui and Ming Gui. Rather, he feared their refusal. With their presence, the Yi family need not worry about its growth. As for resource allocation, that would naturally be taken care of. Excellent. Xian Gui clapped his hands in delight, and Ming Gui also nodded slightly. Please, lead us into your estate. Yi Fan's face lit up with joy as he gestured invitingly. Upon learning that the two spectral beings were willing to become guest elders of the Yi family, Yi Hai was filled with elation. Due to his frail health, he could only delegate the arrangement of accommodations for the two. That very night, the Yi estate held a grand banquet, not only to celebrate Yi Fan's return, but also to express gratitude to Wan Zhan and to welcome Xian Gui and Ming Gui into the estate. After several rounds of toasts, Yi Fan quietly slipped away, walking through the silver-lit grounds back to his courtyard. Once the effects of alcohol dissipated, his consciousness immediately descended into the Jintian realm. At present, although his cultivation had reached the 7th stage of the Xuanwu realm, this level was still insufficient within the Taichu Dao sect. However, advancement in cultivation could not be rushed. It required a steady approach. In contrast, the refinement of martial skills could effectively enhance his combat prowess. He had already mastered the first 6 forms of the Jiuyang Burning Heaven Sword technique, and the 7th form, Shihi Yunyan, had reached the lower tier of the Tian level. Its power was formidable, yet its cultivation was even more challenging. After bathing in the moonlight for over 10 days, he had finally achieved some modest progress. Young master, on a day when dawn had just broken and the morning mist still lingered, Yi Fu's call pierced through the courtyard walls, rousing Yi Fan from his slumber. Come in, Yi Fan replied lazily, stretching his body as he slowly rose from his reclined position. Creaking open, the door revealed Yi Fu, who bowed as he entered and quickly approached Yi Fan. Someone from the Tianwu Academy has arrived, saying that the Academy head requests your immediate presence at the Royal Palace. The Academy head? He wishes for me to go to the Royal Palace? Yi Fan's expression stiffened, his gaze turning quizzical as he looked at Yi Fu. While it was not surprising for the Academy head to summon him to the Tianwu Academy, a request to the Royal Palace was rather unusual. Did they mention the purpose of the visit? Yi Fan inquired, perplexed. The old servant asked repeatedly, but the visitor did not disclose any information. Yi Fu replied, shaking his head. A contemplative expression crossed his face before he lowered his voice, however. I have noticed that many royal family members have been hastily returning to the capital these past few days. Rumors abound that they may be preparing to establish a new monarch. A new monarch? Duan Tianshu. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened momentarily, and he immediately sprang to his feet. Without waiting for Yi Fu to speak further, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing out of the courtyard. Chapter 235. As dawn broke, a gentle light illuminated the palace of the cloud-hidden kingdom, enshrouded in a delicate veil of mist. The imperial guards stood in formation on either side of the square, their long halberds reflecting the cool morning light. Courtiers stood solemnly, none daring to utter a word. In front of the main hall, the head of the Tianwu Academy stood with hands clasped behind his back. His stature was as upright as a pine tree, and his white robe remained unruffled in the morning breeze. Behind him, 6 deans stood in silence. Their expressions varied. At the foot of the steps, 6 elegantly dressed youths stood side by side, each a prince of the cloud-hidden kingdom. Clad in resplendent garments, they appeared regal. Yet none could maintain their composure in this moment. With the demise of Duan Jiuxiao, the kingdom was left without a ruler, and the throne hung precariously. Today, one among them would be elevated to that exalted, yet perilous position. The head of Tianwu Academy cast a detached gaze downward. From this day forth, although the throne would still be inherited by the royal family, the true authority had quietly shifted. Yi Fan has arrived. The sharp voice of a eunuch pierced the silence, slicing through the stagnant air like a blade. A subtle commotion rippled through the ranks of the imperial guards, with some instinctively straightening their backs and tightening their grips on their halberds. The scene of Yi Fan slaying Duan Jiuxiu with a single sword strike remained etched in their memories like a haunting nightmare. The courtiers fell silent, their gazes converging upon the palace gates like a rising tide. The 6 princes also looked towards Yi Fan, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions, apprehension, awe, gratitude, and resentment intertwined. They had all been distant from the throne, but it was Yi Fan who had bestowed upon them this opportunity. Yi Fan entered with measured steps, his black robe billowing, his demeanor as steady as the depths of an abyss. His expression was serene as he surveyed the assembly, ultimately resting his gaze upon the 6 princes. Duan Tianshu is absent? The headmaster's deep voice resonated from the high platform, interrupting Yi Fan's thoughts. Yi Fan's brow furrowed momentarily at the absence of Duan Tianshu, who was so infatuated with the throne. How could he not be present today? Yi Fan. The headmaster's voice beckoned him, drawing his attention. He lifted his eyes to see the headmaster standing at a distance, gently gesturing towards him, his ample sleeves fluttering slightly in the morning breeze. Suppressing his curiosity, Yi Fan ascended the white jade steps. As he passed between the 6 princes, they instinctively stepped back a half-pace, parting to allow him passage. The cloud-hidden kingdom cannot be without a ruler for even a day. The headmaster's voice was steady and resonant, echoing across the expansive square. If the transfer of imperial power were mishandled, it would surely incite internal strife and endanger the common folk. He continued, his gaze sweeping over the assembly before finally resting on Yi Fan. Now that all the princes have gathered, in your opinion, who should be chosen as the new monarch? Yi Fan's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Such a significant matter as selecting a prince should be decided by the headmaster alone. Why seek my counsel? This is the intention of your revered uncle, the headmaster replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he lowered his voice. Xiaolao. Yi Fan's pupils constricted as realization dawned upon him. The 6 princes present did not represent all the princes of the cloud-hidden kingdom. The headmaster had merely selected suitable candidates. The ultimate decision, however, was entrusted to him. For the headmaster, it mattered little whom he chose, but for Yi Fan, it was of profound significance. Chapter 236, The Ascension of the New Monarch. Who must surely be grateful for the kindness bestowed today. Thus, the position of the Yi family in the imperial city shall stand firm as a rock. At least during the reign of this new sovereign, none would dare to lay a finger on the Yi family. Yet, I remain unfamiliar with these princes. A faint smile played upon Yi Fan's lips as his gaze flitted over the 6 princes like a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Come. The head of the academy waved his right hand, revealing a jade slip that shimmered with a soft, ethereal light, which he extended towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan accepted the jade slip and slowly unfurled it, observing the flowing spiritual light that unveiled a multitude of golden characters. Every detail, from the lineage of each prince's mother to their daily conduct and martial prowess, was meticulously laid bare. The head of the academy had indeed considered every aspect with great care. Yi Fan chuckled softly, his eyes swiftly scanning the jade slip until they paused momentarily at a certain point, deepening the smile on his lips. The 7th prince, Duan Tianlin. This prince hailed from a humble background, having no connections with the eminent families of the imperial city. Though his martial skills were not particularly outstanding, he ranked in the middle among the 6 princes. More importantly, his disposition was gentle, lacking any strong foundation in court. Should such a person ascend to the throne, it would undoubtedly provoke discontent among various factions. Yet, precisely this individual is the most suitable candidate. With the support of the Tianwu Academy behind him, he would be able to quell any dissent. Furthermore, a sovereign with such shallow roots would inevitably rely more heavily on the Yi family in the future. Have you made up your mind? The head of the academy's voice resounded once more, pulling Yi Fan from his reverie. Yi Fan nodded lightly, gradually closing the jade slip. The 6 princes simultaneously straightened their spines, holding their breaths. The gazes of the officials in the square converged upon Yi Fan like arrows. The 7th prince, Duan Tianlin. Yi Fan's voice rang out clearly, echoing across the square. Instantly, the eyes of several princes shifted towards Duan Tianlin, filled with a complex array of emotions, jealousy, resentment, and barely concealed astonishment. As for Duan Tianlin himself, he stood frozen in place as if struck by lightning. His pale lips quivered, his hands unconsciously clenching and relaxing, clearly unable to believe that such immense fortune would befall him. Duan Tianlin. Amidst the astonishment, the head of the academy's voice sounded again. Staggering forward, Duan Tianlin nearly collapsed to the ground as his knees buckled. Struggling to regain his composure, a faint, unnatural flush crept onto his pale face. With a wave of the head's robe, a golden imperial edict materialized from thin air, proclaiming the establishment of Duan Tianlin as the new sovereign of the Yunnan Kingdom. Effective immediately, the golden patterns on the edict shimmered in the sunlight, emanating a formidable aura. We pay our respects to the new sovereign. With the new commander of the Imperial Guard kneeling on one knee, a chorus of uneven kneeling sounds arose across the square. Yifan remained motionless, merely nodding slightly. The ceremony concluded hastily as the head of the academy, accompanied by the 6 deans, took their leave. The officials dispersed in small groups. Hushed discussions echoing within the palace walls. Yi, young master Yi. At that moment, a timid voice emerged from the side. Yifan turned to see Duan Tianlin awkwardly standing at the foot of the steps, his lips trembling as if struggling to articulate 1,000 words. Ultimately managing only a single phrase, "Thank you." Yifan descended the steps with measured grace, gently patting Duan Tianlin on the shoulder. "Your Majesty need not express gratitude. Simply remember who elevated you to this position today." With that, he turned and departed, leaving behind the sound of Duan Tianlin's hurried breaths and his nearly inaudible promise, I shall never forget." As Yifan exited the palace gates, he caught sight of the head of the academy and the 6 deans retreating into the distance, and he quickly called out, "Headmaster, wait." The headmaster halted at the sound. Turning to face Yifan, "Old Xiao, is Tianwu Academy still in operation?" Yifan rushed forward, closing the distance to inquire. Chapter 237 Hee. Upon hearing these words, the head of the academy raised an enigmatic smile at the corners of his mouth. Although silent, Yifan had already gleaned the answer from this. Indeed, Yifan murmured softly to himself, watching the figure of the head of the academy gradually recede into the distance. Old Xiao has most likely departed from Yunnan Kingdom. After being trapped for so many years, Old Xiao had long harbored the intention to leave Yunnan. To have him select a new monarch was probably Old Xiao's final arrangement before his departure, paving a path for the Yi family, allowing him to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts without distractions. Once the figure of the head completely vanished, Yifan retracted his gaze and turned back to the Yi residence. With the establishment of the new monarch, the entire nation rejoiced in celebration. Joy permeated the imperial city. Yet it could not mask the resentment simmering within certain noble families. The gates of the Gu and Du family stood tightly shut, their courtyards unusually desolate. Both families had staked everything on Duan Tianshu. Now that Duan Tianshu had yet to return and the new monarch had been proclaimed, this was evidently not the outcome they had hoped for. However, with the support of the Tianwu Academy behind the new monarch, they found themselves powerless to alter the situation. Time flew like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Throughout these 2 months, Yifan had never slackened in his training. Although his cultivation realm had not yet broken through, his combat strength had significantly increased. The members of the Yi family bid Yifan farewell, accompanying him all the way to the outskirts of the imperial city. "Take care." Yifan turned, facing Yi Hai and the others, uttering these 2 words. Simple as they were, they carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Having said that, he gestured to Wanzhan beside him. The sound of hooves began to rise, stirring up a cloud of dust. "Fanner, as you journey to the Taichu Dao sect, you must be cautious." On the return trip, Wanzhan maintained a stern expression, and after a long while, he could no longer restrain himself from speaking to Yifan. "Previously, you only had some grievances with Luo Feiyu. However, in the royal city of Yunnan, you killed Luo Xinhao. The Luo family of Luoshan City will certainly not let this matter rest." "I understand." Yifan nodded slightly, a fleeting glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "The entrance examination for the Taichu Dao sect is particularly crucial," Wanzhan reminded Yifan. "If you perform exceptionally well in the examination and catch the attention of an elder from the Taichu Dao sect, becoming their disciple, you will be able to establish a foothold there. Ideally, this elder would also hail from one of the Taichu 13 families. The Taichu 13 families are the most powerful 13 families in the entire southern region. In a certain sense, the Taichu Dao sect is an alliance formed by the Taichu 13 families. Among them, 6 out of 10 elders come from the Taichu 13 families. Adoptive father. After a moment of silence, Yifan suddenly spoke, his voice chillingly calm. "Could you elaborate on which 13 families comprise the Taichu 13 families?" Though he was audacious, he was not blindly reckless. In this world, strength is but one aspect. Influence plays an equally crucial role. Solely relying on external power makes it difficult to grow into a top-tier powerhouse. Yet, if one fails to understand how to leverage influence, they risk an untimely demise. Without a formidable backing in the Taichu Dao sect, given his current circumstances, he would meet a dire end. The Xian family of Xuanqing City, the Yin family of Jinheng City, the Yu family of Mingshu City, the Gaoshu family of Tiangong City, the Xing family of Shenyujing City, the Yin family of Lingao City, the Huang family of Shiwejiu City, the Hua family of Huanshan City, the Long family of Long'an City, the Qin family of Xingshi City, the You family of Yaoqin City, the You family of Bingzhong City, and the Luo family of Luotian City. Wang Zhan's hoarse voice resonated clearly in the dusk, with each surname he enumerated. A flicker of brilliance flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. I've noted them down. Yi Fan's voice was soft, yet the sharpness in his eyes shimmered. Chapter 238, The Talents of the 13 Clans of Taichu. He truly wishes to meet them. How much more formidable are they compared to the 10 prodigies of Taiyuan? Several hours later, the imperial city of Taiyuan draws near. Suddenly, a chilling wind sweeps through, causing the withered grass to swirl. Something is amiss. Wang Zhan's rough hand grips the reins tightly. The warhorse snorts restlessly. His face tightens abruptly, and his eagle-like gaze scans the surroundings. Before he can finish speaking, the sky darkens ominously. A colossal palm imprint tears through the clouds, descending with the fury of thunder. Be careful, Wang Zhan shouts urgently to Yi Fan. Reacting swiftly, Yi Fan yanks the reins back. The horse's front hooves rise high, narrowly evading the palm imprint that crashes into the ground, creating a pit several feet deep. The flying debris grazes his cheek, leaving a trail of blood. For figures descend like phantoms from the heavens, their garments billowing in the fierce wind. The elder at the forefront, with snow-white eyebrows, possesses a chilling gaze. It's you, Wang Zhan exclaims, his eyes widening. Xia Baimei, Yao Jintian, Pei Long, Ming Songhai. Last time you escaped, today. Xia Baimei's bony fingers caress his long eyebrows, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. You shall surely die. You've been lying in wait all this time? Yi Fan's eyes glint with cold light as he speaks icily. Duan Xinhai has already perished. You old dogs remain loyal, still lurking here. Killing you is for the vengeance of my old man's grandson. Xia Baimei suddenly roars, his white eyebrows standing on end. His frail frame exuding terrifying pressure, causing the surrounding vegetation to bow down. Then, he smirks ominously, bringing your head to Luotian City for accolades seems like an excellent choice. No need to waste words with him. Yao Jintian barks, his sinister gaze fixed on Wang Zhan. Wang Zhan, leave him to me. Which of you three will kill Yi Fan? It matters not who does it. Pei Long grins darkly, a ghostly blue flame suddenly igniting in his palm. The merit of slaying Yi Fan will be shared among the 4 of us. There is no need to squabble. Fan Wang Zhan's robust body trembles, his bronze face appearing particularly resolute in the sunset. You must flee. I will hold them off. Father, can you truly contend with these 4? Yi Fan remains unmoved. Turning to Wang Zhan calmly. It will be difficult. Wang Zhan's forehead beads with sweat, his eyes bloodshot, but he vows, even if it costs my life. I will buy you time to escape back to the imperial city. It is worth it to hear you call me father. Even if you sacrifice yourself, it won't be for long. Yi Fan slowly shakes his head, his gaze suddenly sparkling like stars. Today, I shall not perish, nor shall you. Only they will meet their end. What did you say? Wang Zhan gazes at Yi Fan in bewilderment, scarcely believing his ears. In such dire circumstances, Yi Fan dares utter such absurdities? Ha. Xia Baimei laughs uproariously, his snow-white eyebrows quivering violently. When his laughter ceases, his face twists into a ghastly visage. Yi Fan, have you been struck dumb? The ones who will die are us 4. How utterly ludicrous. Boom. With that, 4 terrifying pressures erupt simultaneously, crushing from all directions. The ground cracks inch by inch, vegetation within a 10-foot radius disintegrating into dust. The 4 at the Earth Martial Realm may overpower Wang Zhan. But what of the 4 at the Heaven Martial Realm? Yi Fan straightens his spine beneath the cataclysmic pressure, a peculiar smile playing on his lips. As the space behind him begins to warp. Buzz. The ethereal shadow of the Jin Tian steel materializes, its inscriptions radiating waves of golden light. Chapter 239, Soul of Destiny. Wang Zhan's eyes widened, and the confusion he felt moments ago suddenly cleared. During the final battle at the Junlin banquet, Yi Fan had indeed unleashed the Soul of Destiny. He had suppressed Mo Ling Yuan's cultivation with the Jin Tian Bei and defeated him in a single strike. He merely wondered if the Jin Tian Bei could also restrain a divine king of the Tianwu realm. Xia Baimei and the others, upon seeing the Jin Tian Bei, also grew serious. Although they were not present at the Junlin banquet, they had heard whispers of Yi Fan's formidable Soul of Destiny. Now, facing the Jin Tian Bei, they collectively felt a tremor of trepidation. Father, Yi Fan suddenly bellowed, extending his arms like a great rock taking flight, his eyes ablaze with a resolute fire. The opportunity was fleeting. Indeed. Wang Zhan shuddered, nodding gravely. His fists clenched tightly, fiery flames surged from his arms. Although the power of Heaven's law was formidable, its duration was limited. Yi Fan could only suppress Xia Baimei and his companions to the Earth Martial Realm at best. Even as a 7th-tier Xuanwu cultivator, Yi Fan lacked the ability to eliminate Xia Baimei after his powers were suppressed, thus he had to rely on Wang Zhan to act. Heaven's law. Suppress. Boom. Yi Fan roared, and the ethereal image of the Jintian Bay behind him suddenly swelled. The inscriptions glowed brilliantly, and the power of Heaven's law surged outward. Not good. Xiaobai's countenance turned pale as he bore the weight of Heaven's law. His formidable spiritual energy dissipated like a receding tide. Yao Jintian was engulfed in a sudden cloud of black mist, which transformed into tendrils of azure smoke that dissipated. Pei Long's palm, once ablaze with ethereal blue flames, extinguished with a hiss, leaving only a wisp of acrid smoke. The blade of Ming Songhai gleamed coldly, its body emitting a mournful cry under the unbearable pressure. At this moment, all four of them found their powers suppressed to the earth martial realm. Now is the time. Wan Zhan's eyes blazed crimson, flames surging around him. He shot forth like an arrow released from its bow, leaving scorched earth in his wake. Bang! His first punch struck Yao Jintian. The fiery fist pierced the dissipating black mist, crashing into his chest. Yao Jintian's eyes widened as hot blood erupted from his 7 orifices. No, this is impossible. Pei Long was taken aback, only to see Wan Zhan's second punch approaching. The ethereal blue flames had yet to ignite, and his head exploded like a ripe melon. Damn it! Ming Songhai retreated 7 steps, desperate to evade Wan Zhan's onslaught. Yet, Wan Zhan, fueled by the flames of destruction, delivered an unstoppable punch. Boom! Ming Songhai fell to the ground, his internal organs reduced to ash. Scoundrel! Xie Baimei screamed, his white brows curling under the heat wave. Rumbling. At that moment, the ethereal image of the Jintian Bay trembled violently. Father, quickly! Yi Fan grunted, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The duration of Heaven's law's suppression had come to an end. Continuing would result in a backlash from the Jintian Bay. Die. Wan Zhan dared not delay. Springing forth like a fierce tiger once more, his right fist, enveloped in flames, aimed directly at Xie Baimei's face. The air crackled with explosive force as his fist passed through. Xie Baimei, in a panic, retreated, his frail hands barely raising to guard his chest. His murky pupils reflecting the approaching fiery fist. Boom. The instant Wan Zhan's fist struck, the ethereal image of the Jintian Bay shattered into countless luminous particles. Chapter 240. Yi Fan emitted a muffled groan as his body toppled to one side, blood streaming from all 7 orifices. Xie Baimei trembled violently, sensing a resurgence of the waning vitality within him. Without hesitation, he thrust his palms forward, conjuring a barrier of spiritual energy before him. Bang! Wan Zhan's fist, enveloped in flames, struck the spiritual barrier with tremendous force. Cracks spread like spider webs across the surface, and Xie Baimei was sent flying backward as though he were a broken sack, his right arm grotesquely contorted, the white bones piercing through flesh. Regrettably, Wan Zhan stumbled to a halt, his right fist a bloody mess. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly sensed the recovery of his opponent's cultivation. Had it not been for the dissipating suppressive force, that blow should have shattered the enemy's heart. Kill him. Yi Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Struggling to rise from the ground, he staggered forward, his eyes gleaming with a palpable intent to kill directed at the distance. No. Xie Baimei lay in a pool of blood, his aged face as pale as parchment. He trembled as he raised his withered arm, the last flicker of spiritual energy at his fingertips flickering like a candle in the wind. Boom. Wan Zhan's eyes turned cold as he darted to Xie Baimei's side. His bloodied right palm descended with a thunderous force. Ah! Xie Baimei let out a woeful cry, collapsing into the crimson pool. Bang! Suddenly, a dull thud resonated from behind. Wan Zhan's heart raced as he whirled around, only to find Yi Fan, devoid of color, crumpled on the ground. Fanner! Wan Zhan leaped forward, his rough hand trembling as he reached for Yi Fan's pulse, feeling the chaotic rhythm within. He hastily retrieved a red pill the size of a dragon's eye and forced it into Yi Fan's mouth. As the pill entered his abdomen, a faint golden glow enveloped Yi Fan, and his convulsing limbs gradually calmed. I'm fine. Yi Fan strained to open his eyes, weakly uttering the words. He had indeed underestimated the backlash from the heaven-suppressing steel. Though the suppressive force of the heavenly path was formidable, it should not be misused. Prolonged suppression easily leads to severe injuries. We cannot linger here. Without further ado, Wan Zhan hoisted Yi Fan onto his back, soaring into the air like a great rock, leaving a fleeting shadow in his wake. He sought a safe place to recuperate for a while. Will we miss the time? Yi Fan lay feebly on Wan Zhan's back, his voice weak enough to be swallowed by the wind. In your current state, I cannot allow you to accompany the 9th prince to the Taichu Dao sect. Wan Zhan's brow furrowed deeply as he swiftly navigated through the clouds, the fierce wind causing his robes to billow. Should we miss the time, I will personally escort you to the Taichu Dao sect. The Taichu Dao sect does not stipulate that candidates must travel with the imperial entourage. As long as one arrives at the mountain gate before the examination day, they are qualified to participate. After flying approximately 20 miles, Wan Zhan found a secluded valley and descended slowly. Yifan sat cross-legged, channeling the sun scripture, a gentle golden aura emanating around him. Rays of sunlight streamed forth, forming a warm cocoon around his body. Wanzhan stood 3 paces away, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the golden cocoon gradually dissipated. Yifan slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air, which coalesced into a white mist that lingered in the air. Adoptive father, it's enough. Yifan's voice had regained its clarity as he turned to look at Wanzhan. Wanzhan stepped forward, checking Yifan's pulse. Astonishment flickering in his eyes. The speed at which you are recovering is indeed swifter than I had anticipated. He had previously assessed Yifan's injuries. Even with the aid of the pill, it would take at least 2 days to heal. Yet, Yifan had recuperated significantly in just a few hours. I wonder if we can still make it. Yifan murmured softly to himself as he rose, casting an apologetic glance at Wanzhan. With no horse to ride, he had no choice but to rely on Wanzhan to carry him through the skies. The speed of a martial artist at the heavenly martial realm is swift, yet it consumes a great deal of spiritual energy. Chapter 241. Hey, kid. Why be polite with me? Wanzhan discerned Yifan's concerns and, with a swift motion, wrapped his arm around Yifan's waist, tightening his grip. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the two soared into the sky like arrows released from a bow. By the time they arrived outside the Taiyuan imperial city, night had fallen. The majestic silhouette of the city loomed in the moonlight, shrouded in an ethereal glow. The road outside the city gates was sparsely populated, illuminated only by a few solitary lanterns swaying in the night breeze. As anticipated, no one awaited their arrival. Yifan sighed softly, his gaze sweeping over the desolate city gates. Unintentionally, he noticed a slender figure standing in the shadows of the city wall. It was Miao Yin. Wanzhan's face broke into a smile, and he swiftly led Yifan into a dive, landing gracefully and stirring up a fine cloud of dust. Father, Yifan. Miao Yin, adorned in a fiery red gown, rushed over, exclaiming, "Why did you arrive so late? Did something happen on the way?" "We encountered a minor mishap." Wanzhan acknowledged, a glimmer of pride in his eyes as he lowered his voice deliberately, though the boastfulness in his tone was unmistakable. "Those 4 old dogs from Xie Baimei set up an ambush to kill us." Xie Baimei and his companions? Miao Yin gasped. Her lips slightly parted in disbelief as she scrutinized the two, who appeared unscathed. How is this possible? If they had joined forces to ambush you, how did you manage to come back? 2 months prior, the Wan family had escorted Yifan to the imperial city of Yunyi, only to be besieged by the 4 great families along the way. Ultimately, 3 clan elders of the Wan family and a handful of martial artists returned to the Yi residence, bloodied but alive. Miao Yin, having learned of this event, had been worried for both Yifan and Wanzhan. She promptly dispatched someone to the imperial city of Yunyi and established contact with Wanzhan. Upon learning that Wanzhan and Yifan would return today, she had come early to await their arrival. Hiki. Wanzhan grinned widely. We took care of those 4 old dogs, and that is how we returned. Who did the killing? Miao Yan's almond eyes flickered with curiosity, suspecting that a formidable ally might have assisted them. Being Wanzhan's daughter, she was acutely aware of the disparity in strength between the 2 sides. While Wanzhan was formidable, facing the combined might of Xie Baimei and his companions, merely escaping with their lives was already a stroke of luck. Father and Yifan combined forces to vanquish them, Wanzhan declared proudly, his voice resonant like a bell. Miao Yan's lips parted in surprise, and she rolled her eyes playfully, her delicate finger tapping her chin as she tilted her head to scrutinize Wanzhan. Father, if it's inconvenient for you to speak, you need not share. Why boast in front of your daughter? Boast? Wanzhan's eyes widened as he exchanged glances with Yifan. The two then shared a knowing smile, both instinctively touching their noses. The tale of their joint extermination of 4 heavenly martial artists was indeed hard to believe. Sister Miao Yin, where are the others? Yifan coughed lightly, redirecting the conversation. At this hour, who would still wait for you? Miao Yin pouted, retrieving a jade flute from her waist pouch. Only I would remain here to wait for you two. With that, she brought the flute to her lips, producing a series of melodious notes. Suddenly, the night sky echoed with a few sharp cries. 3 crimson streaks of light sliced through the darkness as the fiery-tailed eagles descended, their blazing wings unfurling majestically. Let us go. Miao Yin gracefully leapt onto one of the fiery-tailed eagles, casting a smile over her shoulder. If we delay any longer, we will truly miss the examination of the Tai Chu Dao sect. Are you going too, Sister Miao Yin? Chapter 242. Yifan observed Wan Miao Yin's actions with a sense of perplexity. Naturally, Wan Miao Yin turned to Yifan, a smile gracing her lips, revealing 2 faint dimples. I also wish to participate in the assessment of the Tai Chu Dao sect. What about you? Upon hearing this, Yifan felt even more bewildered. Was it not the case that only those ranked on the Taiyuan list could partake in the Tai Chu Dao sect's evaluation? That applies to practitioners of the Xuanwu realm. Wang Miaoyan clarified. For those of the Diwu realm, as long as they meet the age requirements, they may also join the assessment of the Taichu Dao sect. Moreover, upon passing the evaluation, they will begin as inner disciples. Yu Fan's eyes flickered as a sudden thought struck him. So, could it be that Qin Xiao and the others might also participate in the Taichu Dao sect's assessment? It was Qin Xiao who led those on the Taiyuan list to the Taichu Dao sect. Initially, he had assumed Qin Xiao was merely escorting the group. Now, learning that practitioners of the Diwu realm could also take part in the evaluation, he could not help but ponder. Given that Qin Xiao is of similar age to Wang Miaoyan, he too would likely be eligible for the assessment. Indeed, Wang Miaoyan nodded. Do not worry. The evaluations for practitioners of the Diwu realm are conducted separately from those of the Xuanwu realm, and there is no overlap between the two. You should seize the moment. Fanner, the voice of Wan Zhan boomed like thunder. He had already settled firmly upon the back of the flame-tailed eagle, waving his arm to summon a gust of wind. What are you still lingering for? Taking a deep breath, Yi Fan cast aside his thoughts and lightly tapped the ground, leaping onto the back of the flame-tailed eagle. The three flame-tailed eagles flapped their wings in unison, stirring up a tempest that swirled the fallen leaves into a vortex. They sped along the path towards the Taichu Dao sect. The biting wind rushed towards Yi Fan's face, causing him to squint. The Taichu Dao sect was established in the heart of the southern region, within the majestic Taichu mountain range. 13 towering ancient cities encircled the area like stars surrounding the moon. After a night of rapid travel, the Taichu mountain range gradually came into view for the trio. The main peak, towering 10,000 zhang high, pierced the heavens like a sword, its majestic form slicing through the rolling sea of clouds, casting a shadow that obscured the sun beneath the morning light. A rainbow bridge coiled around the mountain, with radiant rays of light flowing like rippling water, illuminating the peak to resemble a realm of glass and crystal. Before the mountain gate lay an expansive white jade plaza, large enough to accommodate tens of thousands. In the center of the plaza stood an ancient stone tablet, 3 zhang high, its surface engraved with archaic inscriptions that glimmered with a soft golden hue in the morning light, as if imbued with life, slowly flowing. At the entrance, 2 towering stone statues of guardians loomed over the masses. On the left, a Qilin stood with flames beneath its feet, each scale vividly discernible. On the right, a Xuanwu bore a heavenly steel on its back, the patterns on its shell still clear after a millennium of storms. At this moment, a morning mist enveloped the plaza like a delicate veil, yet it could not muffle the clamor of over 1,000 people gathered. The crowd naturally divided into 16 factions, standing apart. Among them, the 3 great empires each brought approximately 150 individuals. The remaining 13 factions comprised the prodigies of the Taichu 13 clans, with some numbering over 100 and others merely in the dozens. Is Yi Fan not planning to come? Lei Mo, anxious, squeezed through the throng, frequently glancing towards the direction of the Taiyuan imperial city. Yi Fan, he may never arrive. Qin Xiao stood at the forefront of the Taiyuan empire's contingent, a cold sneer gracing his lips as he overheard Lei Mo's murmurs. He had already received word that Xie Baimei and his companions had departed the Taiyuan imperial city with the intent to eliminate Yi Fan. Confident that Yi Fan, with only Wan Zhan by his side, would certainly perish at the hands of Xie Baimei and his cohort, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Such a pity. A dark, sullen voice emerged from behind Qin Xiao, belonging to Mo Linyuan, whose tone conveyed a hint of displeasure at not being able to personally rend Yi Fan to pieces. That is, Yin Yu noticed something, suddenly narrowing his eyes, his sharp gaze piercing through the morning mist towards the horizon, as if it were the flame-tailed eagles of the Wan family. Chapter 243. Wan Miaoyan? Qin Xiao murmured softly, showing little concern. Who were the other 2? Could it be that the Wan family harbored other young prodigies of the earth martial realm? The Wan family had several talents of the Xuanwu realm who had entered the Taiyuan list, all present in the formation. If others were arriving at this moment, they must be here to partake in the assessment for the earth martial realm's young prodigies. However, aside from Wan Miaoyan, Qin Xiao couldn't fathom any other talents from the Wan family in the earth martial realm. It was Yi Fan. As the flame-tailed eagle approached closer, Lei Mo's eyes widened suddenly. What? Qin Xiao's pupils constricted as he fixated intently on that increasingly discernible figure. Upon fully recognizing Yi Fan's visage, his expression darkened instantly, as if shrouded in ink. How could this be? How is he still alive? Qin Xiao's brows furrowed tightly as he muttered under his breath. Could it be that Xie Baimei and the others had missed their chance and failed to eliminate him? Meanwhile, in the Luo family's camp on the opposite side of the square, the young prodigies of the Luo family turned their gazes to the sky upon hearing the name Yi Fan. It was he who had killed Luo Xinhao? A young man in a purple robe narrowed his eyes into a slit, an aura of killing intent subtly emanating from him. This individual was Luo Xinjian, a young prodigy of the earth martial realm, and also the twin brother of Luo Xinhao. He was oblivious to the danger, daring to come to the Tai Chu Dao sect. Beside him, another Luo family prodigy named Luo Feng stood with his arms crossed, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Tilting his head to scrutinize the approaching Yi Fan, it was as though he were observing a corpse. How could young Master Xin Hao, a prodigy of the Earth Martial Realm, perish at the hands of someone from the Xuanwu realm? It was said that young Master Xin Hao had been gravely injured by a warrior of the Tianwu realm first. To dare to kill a young prodigy of the Luo family in such a manner was tantamount to courting death. The other young prodigies of the Luo family began to murmur amongst themselves. Among the 13 clans of Taichu, there existed an unwritten rule. The deaths of prodigies at the hands of their peers would not be pursued. To prevent the prodigies from abusing their power and to encourage cultivation, the death of Luo Xinhao clearly did not fall under this category. He had been severely wounded by a Tianwu realm warrior before falling prey to Yi Fan's treachery. The Luo family would undoubtedly not let this matter rest easily. If he could advance to the third round in this assessment, Luo Xinjian suddenly raised his hand, and the surrounding chatter ceased abruptly. His voice, though soft, compelled all the Luo family disciples to straighten their backs instinctively. Find an opportunity and kill him. Understood. Luo Feng was the first to respond, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light as he licked his lips, murmuring, to dare kill young Master Xinhao. If he were to join the Tai Chu Dao sect, wouldn't the Luo family become a laughingstock among the 13 clans of Taichu? There were a total of 112 young prodigies from the Luo family participating in the assessment, including 22 from the Earth Martial Realm and 90 from the Xuanwu Realm. The rules regarding the entrance examination for the Tai Chu Dao sect were well known among the Luo family members. In the third round, the participants would have the opportunity to engage in combat with one another. Thus, this round would present the best chance to eliminate Yi Fan, as the flame-tailed eagle, under the command of Wanzhan, drew near the square. It came to a halt first, adhering to the Tai Chu Dao sect's regulations that prohibited outsiders from entering the assessment area. Father, you should return first, Wan Miaoyan spoke softly. Casting a glance at Yi Fan, the flame-tailed eagle emitted a clear cry as it swooped down. 3 yards above the ground, Yi Fan unfurled his figure, descending gracefully like a falling leaf. Wan Miaoyan, akin to a dancing butterfly, landed lightly without stirring a single speck of dust. Miss. In the camp of the Taiyuan dynasty, Wan Qin and the others hastened forward. Upon seeing Yi Fan accompanying Wan Miaoyan, they all bowed respectfully. Chapter 244. At the outset, several individuals, buoyed by their modest talents, regarded Yi Fan with disdain. However, following the Junlin banquet, all that remained for them was profound respect. Silence. A voice rang out, resounding like thunder. A middle-aged man clad in a purple robe descended from the sky, each step creating ripples in the void. As his expansive sleeves billowed, an overwhelming pressure cascaded down like a tidal wave. The once boisterous square fell into an immediate hush. Even the birds in the mountain ravines ceased their chirping. Pay your respects to Elder Zhuzheng. The elite disciples of the 13 clans of Taichu bowed in unison, their movements synchronized. Among the crowd, Luo Xinjing and Luo Feng exchanged glances, a flicker of apprehension evident in their eyes. Zhuzheng, the middle-aged man in the purple robe, presided over the annual assessments of the Taichu Dao sect. Despite his humble beginnings, he was famed for his unyielding integrity. Even the direct descendants of the 13 clans of Taichu dared not be reckless in his presence. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his chiseled features betrayed no hint of emotion. His piercing gaze swept over the throng of over 1,000 prodigies, momentarily lingering on Yi Fan before subtly shifting away. Disciples of the Earth Martial Realm, step forward. Elder Zhu Zhang's voice boomed like a great bell, his wide sleeves slicing through the air as he pointed towards the distant, suspended flying cloud waterfall. You shall first traverse the flying cloud waterfall to reach the Wushang Valley for the assessment. The crowd turned their eyes toward the raging waters cascading from a height of 1,000 feet, refracting the sunlight into a spectrum of colors, the roar deafening. As Elder Zhu Zhang's words echoed, several individuals began to leave the ranks. From the Taiyuan dynasty, Qin Xiao, Qin Song, and Feng Wujing all stepped forward. Yi Fan, take care, Wan Miaoyin turned to remind him as she stepped away, her red gown unfurling like a blossoming flower as she joined the other Earth Martial Realm prodigies rushing toward the flying cloud waterfall. The first round of the assessment is the soul power test. Once the Earth Martial Realm disciples had departed, Elder Zhu Zhang's sleeves billowed as his slender, bony fingers pointed into the air. The soul measuring steel in the center of the square suddenly illuminated, its profound runes flowing like water, casting a vibrant halo in the sunlight. Use your soul as a guide and touch the steel to measure your soul power. Elder Zhu Zhang's voice resonated like thunder, causing the ears of the gathered audience to ring painfully. Soul power is the essence of one's life force. The higher the grade, the stronger the life force that awakens after entering the Earth martial realm. However, some martial artists can still cultivate into extraordinary powerhouses without relying on their life force. Thus, this round of soul power testing does not eliminate participants but merely categorizes them. Grades 1 to 3 are classified as Ding, 4 to 6 is Bing, 7 to 8 is Yi, and 9 to 10 is Jia. The first to step forward was a young man in black attire, trembling with trepidation. As his fingertips grazed the steel's surface, it shuddered violently. The steel emitted a murky blue light, flickering like a candle in the wind. 4 grade soul power, Bing. Elder Zhu Zheng did not even lift his eyelids, yet his voice resonated clearly in everyone's ears. The young man's face turned ashen, and in his unwillingness to accept the outcome, he staggered to the side. With soul power categorized into 9 grades, the blue glow from the steel corresponding to 4 grade was undeniably weak. The testing progressed fluidly, some ignited orange light soaring into the sky, earning a E grade, while other soul lights dimmed like fireflies, barely scraping by with a Ding grade. Mo Linyuan, clad in black, strode forward confidently, his fingers clawing at the steel's surface. Buzz! A brilliant golden light erupted forth, forcing the onlookers to squint against its brilliance. 9 grade soul power. Jia. In an instant, exclamations of awe surged like a tidal wave. Mo Linyuan turned with pride, casting a provocative glance at Yi Fan in the ranks, his lips moving. It's your turn. The square remained abuzz. Yet many gazes converged upon Yi Fan, particularly those from the Taiyuan dynasty, their expressions filled with curiosity. Chapter 245, Yi Fan awakens his fate soul in the realm of Xuanwu. The fate soul, the Towning monument, has been witnessed by many. On the day of the Junlin banquet, it was precisely this that enabled him to vanquish Mo Linyuan. However, the true extent of the power of the fate soul remains unclear to the onlookers. Yi Fan's expression is serene as he steadily approaches the soul-testing stone, his curiosity mirroring that of the crowd. The Towning monument is not truly his fate soul. He believes that upon reaching the Earth martial realm, he will awaken his genuine fate soul. How formidable will this true fate soul be? Is he truly Yi Fan? It is rumored he has slain Luo Xinha. How could that be? Luo Xinha is in the Earth martial realm, while he is merely Xuanwu. It is said that before Luo Xinha met his end, he had already sustained grave injuries. So, he still dares to come to the Taichu Dao sect? Whispers ripple through the crowd like a rising tide. Yi Fan seems unfazed, standing resolutely before the soul-testing stone. Elder Zhu Zheng's scrutinizing gaze falls upon Yi Fan, his eyes sharp as blades, as if seeking to dissect him thoroughly. Clearly, he too has heard of Yi Fan's slaying of Luo Xinha and is intrigued by this audacious youth. Under the collective gaze of the assembly, Yi Fan gradually extends his palm to touch the surface of the stone. 1 breath, 2 breaths. The soul-testing stone remains silent, devoid of any reaction. The crowd is momentarily stunned, followed by an uproar. What is happening? Mo Linyuan slightly furrows his brow, sensing something amiss. Ha. Luo Feng, initially taken aback, bursts into laughter. He believes this to be due to Yi Fan's utter lack of soul power. A person devoid of soul power cannot awaken a fate soul, even if they reach the Earth martial realm. Moments later, Luo Feng suppresses his mirth, preparing to mock Yi Fan. Suddenly, a cataclysmic change occurs. The soul-testing stone begins to tremble violently. Crack! A hairline fissure quietly appears on the surface of the stone. Immediately, the stone erupts with a blinding golden radiance, growing ever more brilliant, enveloping the entire square in a sacred glow. Boom! A beam of light ascends skyward, piercing through the heavens. The clouds within a 100-mile radius are dyed in vibrant hues, and amidst the rolling sea of clouds, the echoes of profound musical notes resound. The ancient runes on the soul-testing stone light up one by one, floating like stars around the luminous column. The golden hue, astonishingly, is of the 9th grade. No. This golden hue is distinct from Mo Linyuan's. The square erupts in waves of gasps. Deep within the golden light, a noble purple radiance flows distinctly. The two colors intertwine and swirl, coalescing into magnificent Tao patterns in the void. The purple-golden divine light. 10 grades soul power. Elder Zhu Zheng's eyes narrow slightly, a glimmer of astonishment flashing within. 9 grade soul power qualifies as top tier, while 10 grade undoubtedly ranks among the elite. In previous assessments, those who achieved 9 grade soul power rarely exceeded a handful. To attain 10 grade is an occurrence that may only arise once every few years. Yi Fan, astonishingly, possesses 10 grade soul power. Impossible. How can this be? Luo Feng's smile freezes, his contorted face appearing particularly ghastly under the purple-golden glow. Mo Linyuan fixates on that figure, the flames of jealousy in his eyes threatening to erupt. He understands better than anyone the terrifying nature of the Towning monument. Chapter 246. On that fateful day at the sovereign banquet, It was this very command of the soul that led him to experience his first defeat. Yet, despite understanding this, jealousy gnawed at his reason like a venomous serpent. Suddenly, the soul-testing steel emitted a mournful cry, overwhelmed by an unseen burden. Cracks spread across its surface like a spider's web. Alarmed, Elder Ju's pupils constricted as he sensed the impending disaster. With a deafening roar, the ancient soul-testing steel, which had stood for a millennium, shattered explosively. Countless fragments scattered, causing onlookers to hastily raise their spiritual shields. Elder Ju swiftly swirled his sleeves, conjuring an invisible barrier to protect the crowd. As the dust settled, Yifan stood motionless amidst the debris. His robes were now soiled, and the remnants of the steel turned to powder at his feet, carried away by the wind. In an instant, the entire square fell silent, every expression frozen in shock. Yifan had destroyed the soul-testing steel. A whisper rippled through the crowd, its quietness stark against the stillness of the square. Yifan, how audacious! Luo Feng's eyes blazed with fury as he stepped forward, pointing an accusing finger at Yifan. The soul-testing steel has stood here for 1,000 years, and you dare to defile it. Before even entering the sect, you have the audacity to damage its artifacts. This is a capital offense. To dare to destroy the soul-testing steel was a blatant affront to the dignity of the Taichu Dao sect. Elder Ju, please punish Yifan with immediate execution. The Luo faction erupted in chaos, with dozens of talented individuals echoing his sentiments. Mo Linyuan and others were momentarily taken aback, then broke into gleeful laughter. Yifan, it seemed, had landed himself in grave trouble. A millennium? Yifan shrugged helplessly, bewildered by the unfolding events. He glanced at his palm, and then at the scattered rubble. Was the soul-testing steel simply too ancient to withstand such usage? Absurd. Luo Feng interjected sharply. The steel is reinforced with divine runes. Not to mention a millennium, even 10,000 or 100,000 years, as long as the divine power is regularly maintained. It shall remain unyielding. Indeed, Yifan suddenly wore a knowing smile. Is it really so easy to destroy the soul-testing steel? Some would struggle to leave even a crack, even with all their might. Luo Feng's expression shifted slightly, rendering him momentarily speechless. The crowd exchanged glances, seemingly awakening to the gravity of the situation. To destroy the soul-testing steel was no simple feat. Even a practitioner of the heavenly martial realm would find it challenging. Yet, Yifan had accomplished it with apparent ease. Elder Ju. Luo Feng looked up at Elder Ju, urgency lacing his voice. The Taichu Dao sect has spare soul-testing steel. Elder Ju spoke calmly, his voice modest yet commanding enough to silence the assembly. Several attendants stationed at a distance bowed and retreated upon hearing his words. Could it be that the elder had no intention of? Seeing that Elder Ju showed no inclination to address Yifan's actions, Luo Feng's demeanor darkened. Just as he prepared to voice his thoughts, he met Elder Ju's gaze, compelling him to swallow his words. With Luo Feng bowing his head, Elder Ju's attention shifted back to Yifan. Elder. Yifan met the elder's gaze, suddenly raising his voice, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Do you know what grade my soul power has reached? How arrogant. First grade, and you are not the only one. Luo Feng muttered under his breath, deeply dissatisfied. The scene before the steel's destruction was vivid in everyone's minds, the soaring purple-gold brilliance that stained the heavens. Yifan's soul power, undoubtedly, had reached the 9th grade. 9th grade, still first class. Chapter 247, Super A Class. Elder Ju Zheng fell into a moment of silence before suddenly proclaiming a phrase that resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the square for an extended period. Those 3 simple words seemed to carry immense weight, causing the eardrums of all present to throb painfully. Super A Class. Luo Feng was taken aback, gazing incredulously at Elder Ju Zheng, doubting his own hearing. He had never encountered the term Super A Class before. Not only he, but the entire square descended into an eerie silence, with expressions frozen on every face as if under a spell. Super A Class? Could it be that Yifan's soul power surpassed the 9th rank? The 9th rank soul power radiated a purple-golden light. Yifan should be at the 9th rank. Could it be due to Yifan shattering the soul-testing monument? After a brief silence, the crowd in the square began to stir restlessly. The sound of synchronized footsteps broke through the commotion as several stewards approached, steadily carrying a smaller soul-testing monument. They arrived at the center of the square and placed the monument at a distance. The assessment continues. Elder Ju Zheng waved his sleeve, silencing all discussions. His profound gaze slowly swept across the crowd, lingering on Yifan for a moment before nonchalantly moving on. It was then that the crowd awakened from their stupor, and the line began to shift once more. However, many minds were no longer focused on the assessment, frequently glancing at Yifan with a mix of awe and envy. Luo Feng stood in place, his fists clenched tightly, cracking with tension as he fixated on Yifan's back, his eyes nearly blazing with fury. By the time the sun reached its zenith, the first round of the soul power test concluded. Over 10 individuals were rated as A class, while the majority were classified as B class or C class. Additionally, several dozen were relegated to D class. Prior to participating in the Taichu Daozong assessment, everyone had already undergone a preliminary selection. The Taiyuan dynasty had the Junlin ban, and other dynasties maintained similar lists. Those who stood here were all martial prodigies who had passed through numerous layers of selection. Even those rated as D class in soul power were not weak in combat capability. The second round of the assessment began, a test of willpower. Elder Zhu Zheng waved his hand, and the ground in the center of the square suddenly fractured. 9 pitch-black enlightenment stones slowly rose from the earth. Each stone bore intricate and obscure ancient inscriptions. Merely gazing at them from a distance induced dizziness among the crowd. They were to sit in meditation for the duration of an incense stick, contemplating the true meaning of the inscriptions. Elder Zhu Zheng's voice boomed, declaring that those who successfully comprehended the power of will would pass this round, while those who failed would be eliminated. Before his words had fully settled, dozens of individuals in the crowd displayed haughty expressions, having already grasped the power of will prior to the assessment. Yet, many others wore anxious and worried looks upon their faces. The first round of the soul power test only determined ranks without elimination. However, the second round of the willpower test would indeed lead to eliminations. Understanding the power of will was no trivial matter. Even though the presence of the enlightenment stones offered a unique opportunity to the gathered prodigies. Of course, Elder Zhu Zheng suddenly shifted his tone, stating that those who had already comprehended the power could also step forward to further their understanding, perhaps reaching new heights. Oh, upon hearing this, Yi Fan's previously tranquil eyes suddenly sparkled. He had already grasped the essence of the Solar Sword intent. Chapter 248 The Solar Sword intent barely reaches the first realm. Should he comprehend the Enlightenment Stone, his strength would undoubtedly increase. Unfortunately, the time for comprehension is limited to merely the burning of an incense stick. It remains uncertain whether this duration is sufficient for him to transcend the limits of his willpower. Presently, he finds himself growing increasingly impatient. Commence. Elder Zhu Zheng gestured with his hand, casting a sidelong glance. One of the attendants promptly ignited the golden incense burner, and wisps of fragrant smoke began to rise delicately. Another attendant quickly lit the incense burner beside him. Witnessing this, the crowd surged like a tidal wave towards the 9 enlightenment stones. Yi Fan approached one of the stones at a leisurely pace and settled into a cross-legged position. As he focused his gaze upon the stone, the ancient divine inscriptions upon its surface shimmered with a faint glow, swirling like fish in the water. Suddenly, a young man in a black robe nearby clasped his head and screamed in agony, the veins on his forehead bulging. Others turned pale, beads of sweat cascading down their faces. Yet, Yi Fan's eyes grew ever brighter, with golden flames dancing within his pupils. As his breathing reached a harmonious rhythm, his sea of consciousness unfurled into a resplendent starry expanse. Countless golden points of light interwove, gradually forming the ethereal outline of a colossal sword traversing the galaxy. The sword's body flowed with the true fire of the sun, each flicker of flame harboring the power to annihilate the heavens and the earth. The solar sword intent. Yi Fan's heart raced as his consciousness plunged deeper into the sea of awareness. Different martial artists would have varying insights when contemplating the enlightenment stones. What each individual must discover is the path best suited to themselves. Yi Fan's path was the solar sword path. The agarwood within the incense burner burned slowly, and time passed quietly. The visions in Yi Fan's sea of consciousness grew increasingly vivid. The golden little sword transitioned from an initial ethereal glow into a tangible form. The intricate patterns upon the sword's body became distinctly visible, reflecting the majestic sword's silhouette in the starry sky. As the final ash from the incense fell, Yi Fan's eyes snapped open. 2 piercing golden rays erupted from his gaze. Threefold, a smile crept onto Yi Fan's lips, his heart brimming with uncontainable joy. In the brief span of an incense stick, the solar sword intent had shattered 2 barriers. This remarkable progress left even him in disbelief. The time for the incense stick had elapsed. Elder Zhu Zheng's voice rang out once more. Then he coldly declared, "Those who have not comprehended the power of will may leave." In the square, the crowd gradually awakened. The successful individuals displayed expressions of elation, while the failures wore faces of despair. "Elder, will you not verify the power of will?" A voice suddenly emerged from the crowd, halting the departing unsuccessful candidates in their tracks. If Elder Zhu Zheng did not conduct an examination, could they not simply feign success? Who would willingly accept elimination without a fight? "There is no need for such measures," Elder Zhu Zheng replied, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. "During the upcoming 3rd round of practical assessments, there will be ample opportunities for you to showcase your willpower. Those who have not comprehended the power of will may not participate in the battle. Even if you manage to survive by sheer luck, I shall personally eliminate you. The Taichu Dao sect does not require dishonest disciples. The price for deceit is death. The remaining individuals, who had harbored any lingering hopes, turned ashen at his words. Ultimately, nearly 40% of the participants left the square dejectedly, concluding their journey in this Taichu Dao sect assessment. Could it be that so many have comprehended the enlightenment stones and grasped the power of will? Yi Fan was astonished to see such a multitude still remaining. Prior to the Taichu Dao sect assessment, only a few dozen had mastered the power of will. Yet now, after the second round, there remained a full 600 to 700 individuals. Hundreds had discovered the power of will through their contemplation of the enlightenment stones. Chapter 249. A profound rumble echoed as the ground of the plaza trembled violently. 9 bronze battle platforms slowly emerged from the earth, each adorned with a black iron staff at diagonal positions. The combat assessment was about to commence, with 9 battles unfolding simultaneously, selecting participants at random. Elder Zhu Zhang's voice reverberated in everyone's ears. A concession, death, or a fall from the platform would result in defeat. Those who achieved 3 victories would advance to the 4th round, while those who suffered 3 defeats would be eliminated. Upon hearing such rules, the crowd exhaled in relief. After all, random matchups meant that a single battle could not determine one's fate, sparing even the most gifted from premature elimination due to ill fortune. However, accruing 3 losses was a matter of personal inadequacy. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from the black iron staff, shooting into the crowd like an arrow. The chosen individuals were enveloped in a hazy glow. Some displayed joy, while others turned pale, yet all leapt onto their respective platforms without hesitation. Boom! The clash of combat erupted instantaneously. The 9 platforms resonated with surging spiritual energy as diverse wills collided in the air. In the initial skirmish, all 18 participants engaged cautiously. As soon as they realized they were outmatched, some swiftly opted to concede. Buzz! Half a stick of incense later, the staff on platform 1 surged with light again. A beam illuminated Yi Fan, causing a slight smile to grace his lips. Finally, it was his turn. Without hesitation, Yi Fan leaped onto the platform. Almost simultaneously, a towering figure crashed heavily onto the opposite side. From the Taiwan dynasty, it was Sherman. The burly youth grinned at Yi Fan, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth. His stout arms pounded against his chest with a thunderous sound. Kid, it's still not too late to concede. Yi Fan chuckled softly, grasping his sunblade. In that instant, the temperature on the platform surged dramatically. What nonsense, Yi Fan. Never heard of you. Sherman's fists collided with a resounding clang, stepping forward with a sinister grin, causing the platform to tremble and the ground to undulate like waves. Crush the mountains. With a mighty shout, Sherman's earthy spiritual energy surged. His fists conjured a phantom of a mountain, descending upon Yi Fan with immense force. Before the punch arrived, the violent pressure had already cracked the platform's surface like a spider's web. Within what appeared to be a simple strike lay an overwhelming wall of the earth. Never heard of me? Yi Fan's expression stiffened, a hint of helplessness curling at the corners of his mouth. He had thought himself sufficiently renowned here, even if the other had not heard of his exploits against Luo Xinhai. Yet, he had achieved an exceptional rank in the previous soul power assessment. As Sherman's fist charged towards him, Yi Fan remained motionless. Swish! Just as the punch was about to connect, a golden blade of light sliced through the air like lightning. Sherman's fist froze mid-air, his pupils contracting sharply. When he finally lowered his gaze, he found Yi Fan's sword inexplicably poised at his throat. The blade pierced his skin, a drop of blood trailing down his neck. You! Sherman swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He had not even seen how Yi Fan had drawn his sword. Concede, or die. Yi Fan's demeanor was chillingly calm, his voice devoid of emotion. Sherman's face turned ashen, his fists cracking ominously. Chapter 250. In the end, he dejectedly bowed his head. I concede. Luo Feng observed Yi Fan's move, narrowing his eyes slightly. Although Sherman failed to see how Yi Fan drew his sword, Luo Feng did. He had to admit that Yi Fan's martial prowess far surpassed his apparent cultivation level. With a single strike, he defeated Sherman without even employing his willpower. At merely the 7th tier of the Xuanwu realm, one could only vanquish a fool like Sherman. It was simply a matter of opportunism. Yi Fan was not to be feared. Luo Feng, why does your countenance appear so grim? Have you been frightened? Several talented individuals from the Luo clan, standing behind Luo Feng, were also attentive to this battle. Upon discerning Yi Fan's cultivation level, they could not help but scoff. They regarded Yi Fan's departing figure with disdain. Cultivation does not equate to combat strength. Luo Feng did not concur with their sentiments. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he cautioned them, should you confront Yi Fan later, Do not be overly complacent. Haha. Luo Feng, do you truly hold Yi Fan in such high regard? At the 7th tier of the Xuanwu realm. How formidable could he possibly be? Just 3 moves, and I shall claim his life. The others dismissed his words, their contempt unabated. In their eyes, Luo Feng was overreacting. After a brief moment, the staff on the 9th arena suddenly erupted with brilliant white light. Yi Fan's figure was once again enveloped by the radiance as he resolutely leapt onto the stage. Luo Feng sensed something and abruptly turned to his side. The individual chosen from the 9th platform stood beside him. This person was Luo Li, another prodigy from the Luo clan. Haha. Luo Li realized he was to battle Yi Fan, and immediately burst into raucous laughter, licking his lips as a bloodthirsty glint flashed in his eyes. Heaven truly favors me, granting me this opportunity to achieve merit. The news of Yi Fan slaying Luo Xinhao had already stirred a tempest within the Luo clan. Enraged elders had issued a kill order. To eliminate Yi Fan now would be a monumental achievement within the clan. Do not be careless. Luo Feng, observing Luo Li's arrogance, furrowed his brow. Luo Feng, when did you become so timid? Luo Li contemptuously glanced at Luo Feng. Do not bolster other spirits while diminishing your own. Am I not capable of slaying a mere 7th tier Xuanwu? With that, he abruptly stomped the ground, his figure darting towards the 9th arena like a crimson bolt of lightning. Upon landing, a shockwave erupted, causing the entire stage to thrum. Individuals of the Luo clan? Yi Fan squinted slightly, although he did not recognize Luo Li. He surmised his origin from the Luo crowd. Hiki, you were fortunate. Luo Li taunted Yi Fan. In the first battle, you faced a fool, easily securing a victory. Unfortunately, in this second battle against me, you are destined for defeat. Your practical examination will conclude with 1 win and 1 loss. Oh? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Are you implying that you intend to kill me? In this round of practical assessments, 1 win and 1 loss do not signify elimination. If this assessment were to conclude thus, it would mean death in this battle. A death, naturally, would preclude further participation. Astute. Luo Li sneered as he drew forth a blood-red long knife. A gust of foul wind surged forth, and blood-colored spiritual energy poured out like a tide. The air itself thickened beneath the blade's direction. The willpower he had comprehended was the will of the sword, imbued with the attributes of bloodthirsty knife intent. Without further ado, Luo Li's figure surged forward. With each step he took, a charred footprint marred the stage beneath him. The crimson blade light surged forth like a malevolent spirit, reeking of blood as it sought Yi Fan's throat. Chapter 251. Yi Fan fixed his gaze upon Luo Li as he charged forward, merely shifting his body slightly to the side. The daybreak sword spun gracefully in his palm, its blade shimmering with the light of dawn. With a swift motion, he unleashed the technique known as Rising Sunday. The sword light burst forth like the first rays of morning, precisely striking the most vulnerable point of the blood-red blade. Clang! The sound rang out sharply, causing the momentum of the blade to shatter abruptly. Luo Li felt an immense force coursing through his weapon, rendering his entire right arm numb in an instant. He staggered backward, his palm splitting open, blood dripping down the handle of the knife. How is this possible? Luo Li's pupils constricted sharply, the arrogance on his face fading away. His expression turned to one of disbelief as he stared at his trembling right hand. The ferocious strike he had unleashed was effortlessly neutralized by Yi Fan. The sun blazed overhead. Yi Fan did not grant Luo Li a moment to catch his breath. He suddenly leaped into the air. The daybreak sword traced a perfect arc in the sky, its brilliant light akin to the blazing sun at noon. Each wisp of sword energy, imbued with the essence of the sun, radiated an overwhelming power capable of incinerating all in its path. Humph! Luo Li's visage twisted in fury. Yet he quickly regained his composure. He swept his long knife horizontally, the blade's light surging forth like a roaring river of blood. Boom! At the moment of impact between sword and blade, the entire arena trembled violently. Chaotic spiritual energy surged, fracturing the ground into a web of cracks. The intermingling lights of blade and sword engulfed the arena. Below, Luo Feng instinctively clenched his fists, his eyes riveted on the 2 figures weaving through the shimmering veil. A surge of intense unease welling up within him. He did not care for Luo Li's life or death. However, should Luo Li perish in this battle, it would tarnish the reputation of the Luo clan. As the gentle breeze swept through, the dust began to settle. When the spectators refocused their gazes, they beheld the 2 figures standing opposite each other. Yi Fan wore a smile, standing composed with his sword in hand, the daybreak sword emanating a soft golden glow. 3 paces away, Luo Li knelt on one knee, his right arm still gripping the knife, now a gruesome sight, blood dripping incessantly from the twisted blade, pooling into a small puddle on the arena floor. Luo Li, do you still refuse to concede? Luo Feng's voice boomed, laced with an unprecedented urgency. The outcome of their brief exchange was already evident. Luo Li was no match for Yi Fan. Continuing the fight would inevitably lead to his demise. Silence. Luo Li coldly rebuked Luo Feng, his bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Yi Fan. A hoarse growl escaped between his gritted teeth. Yi Fan, I will tear you to shreds. As his roar echoed, a dense mist of blood suddenly erupted around him. The crimson fog, seemingly alive, coiled around his body, forming bizarre blood-red patterns upon his skin. He then stepped forward, mercilessly swinging his blade. The setting sun appeared as blood. Yi Fan uttered a soft incantation, his voice as frigid as ice. He slowly raised the daybreak sword, its blade shifting from gold to crimson, a mesmerizing hue as if steeped in blood. As the sword's power surged, the light in the arena dimmed, reminiscent of the last glimmer of twilight. Boom. The ninth arena was enveloped in a crimson haze. With a single strike, the blood mist surrounding Luo Li dissipated. He stood frozen at the center of the arena, his wide eyes still reflecting disbelief. A fine line of blood began to materialize at his throat. Fool! Luo Feng cursed inwardly, his fists cracking from the tension. Luo Li had, indeed, met his defeat. Bang! In the next breath, Luo Li's body collapsed to the ground, blood slowly spreading across the arena. Chapter 252. He is dead. Luo Li is dead. How on earth did he manage that? A 7th-tier warrior in the Xuanwu realm defeating a 9th tier with such ease? Those observing the battle were utterly astonished. The once arrogant scions of the Luo clan now wore expressions of sheer horror. Luo Li's strength was certainly not among the elite of the Luo clan's Xuanwu realm warriors, yet as a 9th-tier adept wielding the blood slaughter blade intent, it seemed implausible for him to be suppressed by a mere 7th tier like Yi Fan. Sword intent. Luo Feng had already discerned the truth, his voice cracking with disbelief. Sword intent. Several other Luo clan prodigies looked at Luo Feng in shock. This man's son's sword intent is undoubtedly more than just a single layer. Luo Feng fixed his gaze on Yi Fan as he sheathed his sword, his eyes flickering with a complex gleam. Moreover, the technique he cultivates appears to be exceptionally powerful, seemingly superior to all the techniques of the Luo clan. The suppression and slaying of a 9th-tier warrior by a 7th-tier one could not be without reason. Although Luo Li had mastery over the blood slaughter blade intent, it had only been recently comprehended after studying the Tao Stone. This blood slaughter blade intent was not particularly formidable. The sun sword intent that Yi Fan had just unleashed was evidently superior to the first layer. As for the technique Yi Fan practiced, it was significantly more intimidating. The strength of a technique directly influences the potency of spiritual power, which in turn affects combat prowess. Despite being merely a 7th-tier warrior in the Xuanwu realm, Yi Fan's spiritual power surpassed that of Luo Li. After the battle that claimed Luo Li's life, Yi Fan descended the stage with an air of composure, having secured 2 victories. A third win would allow him to pass this round of assessments. Who could possibly defeat him? A Luo clan prodigy beside Luo Feng suddenly inquired in a trembling voice. The previously arrogant members of the Luo clan were now ashen-faced, clearly terrified by Yi Fan's prowess. Indeed, Luo Li was not the most exceptional among the Luo clan Xuanwu realm warriors. Yet it was unfathomable that no one could defeat him in 3 moves. If anyone could, it could only be Luo Feng. If I were to face him, I would slay him, Luo Feng declared, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he warned the surrounding Luo clan prodigies. However, if you encounter him, concede early. There is no need to recklessly sacrifice your lives. Nods of agreement met his words. The Luo clan prodigies fell silent, their gazes fixated on the pool of coagulating blood on the battle stage, a lesson paid for with life. However, the practical assessment was randomized among the hundreds present. The odds of Luo Feng facing Yi Fan were exceedingly slim. On the 9 battle platforms, the clash of blades and swords continued unabated. Many left the arena in dejection, while others advanced with pride. Luo Feng secured his advancement with 3 victories, thereby losing his opportunity to eliminate Yi Fan in this round. Suddenly, the staff on the 5th battle platform erupted in radiant white light. A beam illuminated Yi Fan directly. Finally, it's my turn, Yi Fan remarked with a slight smile as he leapt onto the stage. Yet, when his opponent appeared at the opposite end, his pupils constricted in surprise. What a coincidence. Yi Fan chuckled, recognizing his old acquaintance, Qinli. Previously, Qinli had mingled among the crowd from the Taiyuan Empire. Yi Fan had been so preoccupied with his own affairs that he had hardly paid attention. Now, seeing Qinli brought back memories. They had departed Taiyuan Imperial City together, only to be ambushed by powerful figures from the 4 great families of Taiyuan, led by Xie Baimei, causing them to scatter. However, Duan Tianshu, Qinli, and the others had not returned to Yunnan Imperial City afterward. Yi Fan had spent 2 months in Yunnan without hearing any news from them. Chapter 253. In this battle, your defeat is certain. The fire of combat blazed in Chun Li's eyes as he coldly uttered a declaration. He, like Yi Fan, had already achieved 2 victories. Defeating Yi Fan in this battle would secure his advancement. Although he understood that slaying Yi Fan would be a formidable challenge, he was determined to prove himself. Stifling a deep-seated frustration within, where had Duan Tianshu vanished to after that day? Yi Fan paid Chun Li no mind, instead inquiring about Duan Tianshu's whereabouts. How would I know? Chun Li's gaze turned icy, his hand trembling slightly as he gripped his sword. The indifference shown by Yi Fan enraged him more than any insult could. You don't know? Yi Fan, unfazed by Chun Li's demeanor, wore a faint smile. Weren't you fleeing alongside Duan Tianshu that day? Surely you know where he has gone. Do I need to know? Chun Li's sword tip pointed menacingly at Yi Fan's throat. His voice as frigid as ice. The conflicts of Yunin Kingdom are of no concern to me. Is that so? Yi Fan chuckled lightly, his gaze sharpening like a blade. Does that not concern your Qin family as well? As a top contender on the Taiyuan rankings, Chun Li had entered the Tai Chu Dao sect assessment. His martial prowess undoubtedly distinguished him among the candidates. Currently, he was engrossed in the pursuit of martial strength, indifferent to the strife within Yunin Kingdom. Yet, the Chun family remained embroiled in the power struggles of Yunin. With a new ruler ascendant, the Chun family, previously close to Duan Tianya, could very well face retribution. Would Chun Li truly disregard his family's fate? Chun Li suddenly smirked, avoiding a direct answer to Yi Fan's insinuation. His evasive demeanor sparked a flicker of understanding in Yi Fan's eyes. Given Duan Tianshu's nature, how could he willingly relinquish power? Perhaps he was currently conspiring with certain families in the shadows. However, upon further reflection, with the Tianwu Academy in place, what chaos could these petty clowns possibly incite? Chun Li's breath grew long and icy, his eyes glimmering like the depths of a chilling abyss. He slowly raised his sword, unleashing an aura of chilling intent. The blade emitted a faint greenish glimmer, as if forged in the depths of the netherworld. Yi Fan sensed the sword's intent emanating from Chun Li, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. As a swordsman, it was natural for Chun Li to comprehend sword intent. However, the intent he had grasped was the spectral sword intent, which, to some extent, countered the solar sword intent. Whoosh! Chun Li's figure suddenly blurred, leaving a shadow in place. In the next instant, the sword's edge was mere inches from Yi Fan's throat. Yi Fan frowned slightly, shifting his stance to evade. Swish! The sword grazed Yi Fan's neck, a single strand of hair falling silently. Such swift swordplay. Luo Feng, who had been closely observing Yi Fan, instinctively straightened his back. Realizing Chun Li's formidable strength, excitement flickered in his eyes. Since he had no chance to personally eliminate Yi Fan, allowing Chun Li to take the lead was not a bad alternative. Guide to the underworld. Chun Li's face was icy, the momentum of his sword unyielding. Suddenly, the sword light transformed, chilling like the waters of the Nether River, conjuring a gust of ominous wind. Sunset afterglow. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened, the solar sword erupting with ferocity. The sword light, stained red like the setting sun, surged forward with a searing intensity. Clang! Sparks flew atop the 5th battle platform. The scorching solar sword intent clashed with the frigid spectral sword intent, unleashing a wave of energy that shattered the ground beneath them. I shall see how many of my strikes you can withstand. Chun Li's voice was cold, his eyes glinting with fierce determination. Before his words faded, he moved again, his sword intent becoming erratic and unpredictable. He flickered across the platform like a wraith, his blade striking from the left, then darting from behind. An enigma. Hundreds of ghosts roaming at night. Chun Li's battle cry resonated, and the platform was suddenly engulfed in a raging wind. Chapter 254. Countless verdant sword shadows surged forth simultaneously towards Yi Fan, akin to malevolent spirits from the depths of hell. Each blade bore an excruciating chill, as if intent on freezing one's very soul. The blazing ember. Yi Fan's gaze darkened, and the daylight sword in his grasp erupted with a resplendent golden radiance. As he swept the blade, a fan-shaped wave of flames surged forth, reminiscent of a volcanic eruption. The searing sword energy collided with the ethereal sword shadows, gradually incinerating them into oblivion. With a muffled grunt, Chun Li was forced back several paces, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Your swordplay lacks a certain finesse, Yi Fan remarked, a triumphant smile playing on his lips. Is that so? Then how about this sword? Chun Li retorted, wiping the blood from his lips, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Suddenly, an even colder sword intent erupted. The ghostly aura surrounding Chun Li surged violently. His sword intent ascended to the 2nd realm before the watchful eyes of the crowd. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened momentarily. Did you just comprehend this sword intent while observing the Dao Stone? What do you think? Chun Li scoffed. Do not presume that securing the top spot at the Junlin banquet and ranking first on the Taiyuan list makes you truly invincible. That first place was merely bestowed upon you. With a light chuckle, Yi Fan shrugged, finally grasping Chun Li's implications. During the Junlin banquet, Chun-Li had already comprehended the ethereal sword intent. After observing the Tao Stone, this sword intent had ascended to the second realm. Given Chun-Li's strength at the time of the Junlin banquet, he might have contended for a top 3 position. To claim that the first place was relinquished to him seemed rather ludicrous. Could Chun-Li withstand the heavenly suppression of the Zhentian steel? The Nine Nether Huangquan. Chun-Li thrust his sword fiercely, causing the temperature of the battle platform to plummet dramatically. A grotesque, ghostly visage emerged from the sword, emitting a chilling, spine-tingling wail. This strike contained the true essence of the ethereal power. Is the second realm sword intent truly formidable? Yi Fan slowly raised the daylight sword, finally adopting a serious demeanor. At the moment the blade was fully lifted, the solar sword intent erupted in full bloom. What? The third realm? Luo Feng, watching from below the platform, gasped in astonishment. He had long suspected that Yi Fan commanded more than a single realm of solar sword intent, yet he had not anticipated it to be the third. With a resounding surge, the golden brilliance of the daylight sword surged forth, resembling a blazing sun rising in Yi Fan's grasp. It soared into the air, descending with a single, decisive strike. The sword light rolled across the battle platform like a chariot of the sun. 7 consecutive arcs of sword energy converged in a devastating onslaught, unleashing a power capable of shattering armor and melting weapons. This strike was the 7th form of the Nine Suns burning heaven sword technique, Shihi's chariot. Boom. As the two immense forces collided, blinding white light engulfed the entire 5th battle platform. The spectators instinctively closed their eyes, and the skirmishes on surrounding platforms came to an abrupt halt. What a tremendous commotion. Who could be battling with such ferocity on those 2 platforms? Both combatants were paragons of the Taiyuan dynasty? How terrifying. The 5th battle platform instantly captivated the attention of all present. Elder Zhu Zheng narrowed his eyes, a flicker of intrigue shining within. As the blinding light dissipated, the scene on the platform gradually came into focus. Yi Fan stood resolutely, the golden radiance of the daylight sword still aglow. In stark contrast, Chun-Li knelt on one knee, his long sword embedded in the ground, barely supporting his weight. His right sleeve lay in tatters, his skin marred by burn marks, and blood flowed incessantly from the corner of his mouth. You. Chun-Li struggled to lift his gaze, his eyes a tumultuous blend of shock and resentment. He had never anticipated that even after comprehending the second realm of sword intent, he would suffer such a complete defeat. Our enmity shall end here. Yi Fan's voice was soft yet sent a shiver down Chun-Li's spine. Upon catching the glimmer of murderous intent in Yi Fan's eyes, Chun-Li's blood-stained lips trembled as he realized the gravity of the situation. I concede this battle. Before he could utter the final word, Yi Fan's sword light struck like lightning. A thin, crimson line appeared at Chun-Li's throat. The concluding syllable would forever remain lodged in his esophagus. Chapter 255. As Yi Fan sheathed his sword, the slender red line at Chun-Li's throat suddenly ruptured. Blood gushed forth like a burst dam, tracing a tragic arc in the sunlight. Bang! Instantly, Chun-Li's lifeless body collapsed heavily onto the ground, his face forever etched with disbelief. The entire square fell into a brief silence. Elder Zhu Zheng. Luo Feng erupted suddenly, pointing at Chun-Li's corpse on the 5th battle platform. His gaze directed at the elder floating above. Chun-Li had clearly surrendered, yet Yi Fan insisted on killing him. This is a blatant violation of the assessment rules. An affront to your authority. Will you allow this to go unpunished? Elder Zhu Zheng maintained his usual indifferent demeanor. After casting a glance at Luo Feng, his profound gaze settled on Yi Fan as he slowly inquired, "Why did you kill him?" "Personal vendetta," Yi Fan replied lightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His grievances with Chun-Li were long-standing. As for the specifics of their animosity, there was no need for elaboration. Is this the place for settling personal grudges? Elder Zhu Zheng's questioning provided Yi Fan an opportunity, yet his response failed to satisfy. He had surrendered, and yet you killed him. Elder. Yi Fan suddenly raised his voice, interrupting Elder Zhu Zheng. His clear tone reverberated across the square. Did he surrender? I did not hear him utter a single word of defeat. I asked, did anyone here hear him say it? This line of questioning intensified the already tense atmosphere in the square. The onlookers exchanged uneasy glances, each bearing an expression of discomfort. Some lowered their heads in silence, while others hesitated to speak. Indeed, Chun-Li had not articulated the word defeat. However, it was evident to all that he intended to concede. Fallacious reasoning. Luo Feng trembled with anger, rebuking Yi Fan. Before you delivered the final blow, the outcome was already determined. You had secured victory. There was absolutely no need to slay Chun-Li. Moreover, he was on the verge of declaring his surrender. Oh, how do you know he was about to concede? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, a playful smile emerging. He might have meant to acknowledge me as his father. You claim I killed him in his moment of surrender, yet I assert that I merely silenced him before he could provoke me. You, rogue. Luo Feng's complexion turned ashen, rendered speechless by this twisted argument. He suddenly turned his gaze towards Elder Zhu Zheng, his eyes pleading. Please, Elder, see the truth. Yi Fan. Elder Zhu Zheng had already made his decision, casting a cold glance at Yi Fan. In assessments, if one possesses the strength to spare, they ought to do so. Your intent to kill is excessive. Considering that Qin Li did not explicitly surrender, I shall record this as a minor infraction. Leave the battle platform. This. Luo Feng's expression darkened, his lips moving as if to argue. A single glance from Elder Zhu Zheng sent a tremor through him, forcing the words back down his throat. Yi Fan, however, smiled calmly and gracefully descended from the battle platform. In the world of martial arts, strength reigns supreme. The assessments of the Taichu Dao sect prioritize martial talent. Exceptional martial prodigies are afforded greater leniency by the sect. This is a commonplace occurrence in any sect. Moreover, Yi Fan's actions did not strictly violate the rules. Elder Zhu Zheng's decision to record a minor infraction was merely to quell the rising anger. As Yi Fan departed the fifth battle platform, the assessment continued. The battles grew increasingly fierce, with participants leaving the arena in disappointment. By the conclusion of the final contest, only 250 individuals remained in the square. At that moment, a synchronized sound of footsteps emanated from the direction of the Taichu Dao sect. 100 young men and women arrived, taking their positions on the northern side of the square. Chapter 256. Some stand with swords in hand. Others with hands clasped behind their backs, gazing at the heavens. Each individual exudes an extraordinary aura. Are these the inner disciples of the Taichu Dao sect? What brings them here? Could it be to observe the competition? Surely not. Their demeanor suggests they are not mere spectators. Whispers ripple through the crowd of participants. Some wear expressions of yearning, while others display signs of anxiety, their throats bobbing nervously. Even the illustrious talents of the Taichu 13 families, such as Luo Feng, find themselves puzzled. This practical assessment diverges from the norm. Elder Zhu Zheng's voice cuts through the murmurs, commanding attention. To ensure the caliber of the new disciples, the assessment will be divided into two segments. You, 258 of you, have successfully completed the first part. With a flourish of his sleeve, he gestures toward the row of inner disciples, declaring, the second part involves a battle against these 100 inner disciples of the Taichu Dao sect. What? How can we possibly compete at such intensity? How could we stand against the inner disciples of the Taichu Dao sect? After all, they are all at least Earth martial realm. As Elder Zhu Zheng's words echo, the crowd erupts in uproar. All present are merely practitioners of the Xuanwu realm, while the inner disciples of the Taichu Dao sect possess the formidable strength of the Earth martial realm. The disparity in power is insurmountable. They will suppress their cultivation to match your realm and refrain from employing soul power. Elder Zhu Zheng's gaze sharpens like a blade as he quells the tumult, clarifying. In this equal standing, if you can withstand 3 of their strikes, you shall pass the assessment. However, this declaration does little to assuage the unease among the participants. Instead, it furrows many brows in concern, even if the inner disciples suppress their abilities and refrain from using their soul powers. Their mastery of willpower greatly surpasses that of the participants. Furthermore, having trained within the Taichu Dao sect for at least a year, their martial arts and techniques are far superior. In such circumstances, the assessors remain at a glaring disadvantage. Elder, Yi Fan suddenly interjects, directing his gaze toward Elder Zhu Zheng, suspended in the air. What if one cannot withstand 3 strikes? Failure to do so will result in elimination. You may concede at any time, Elder Zhu Zheng replies coolly, his keen eyes scanning the crowd before continuing. However, should anyone stubbornly insist on proving their strength, they must bear the consequences. With this pronouncement, the atmosphere in the square becomes stifling. Many participants instinctively tense their bodies. At this moment, the expressions of the inner disciples of the Taichu Dao sect vary. The 9 standing to the far left suddenly spring into action. With a tremor in their steps, they swiftly position themselves on their respective combat platforms. The staves upon the platforms emit a blinding white light, zeroing in on the 9 participants with precision. Is it already my turn? Yi Fan, enveloped in the white light, feels a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. To be among the first to battle aligns perfectly with his intentions. Luo Feng notices the white light surrounding Yi Fan and shifts his gaze to the corresponding combat platform. Upon recognizing the face of the inner disciple standing on that platform, he is instantly elated. With a leap, Yi Fan gracefully lands on the designated 7th platform. Luo Feng exclaims excitedly, calling out to the inner disciple on platform 7. What a stroke of fortune it is that this individual also hails from the Luo clan of Luoshan City. Chapter 257. Within the Taichu Dao sect, the Taichu 13 clan has numerous disciples. Among the 100 inner disciples present, 5 hail from the Luo family. Given this likelihood, it was not surprising that Yi Fan would encounter them, especially with Luo Feng's sudden shout. As Luo Feng called out, Luo Mo glanced over in annoyance. Though both were from the Luo clan, he was not familiar with Luo Feng and was puzzled by the unexpected attention. Yi Fan, however, merely shrugged in resignation. This person is Yi Fan. Luo Feng pointed at Yi Fan, his voice tinged with suppressed excitement. There was no need for a lengthy introduction. Yi Fan. Luo Mo's eyes narrowed, his hawk-like gaze sweeping over Yi Fan from head to toe. You are the one who killed Luo Xinhai some time ago? Indeed. Yi Fan replied without hesitation. You possess courage. Luo Mo suddenly smiled. If you killed Luo Xinhai by your own strength, I would respect you even more. Unfortunately, you are not. Do you understand the consequences of relying on others to slay a member of the Luo clan? I have no interest in knowing, Yi Fan replied, a smirk forming on his lips as he drew the sun blade. You will die. Luo Mo's voice turned icy, a palpable aura of killing intent enveloping him. Oh? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, inquiring, are you seeking revenge for Luo Xinhai? Revenge? Luo Mo scoffed, drawing his sword with a flourish. I was not close to Luo Xinhai, and I have no interest in avenging him. However, your name is on the Luo clan's kill list. Slaying you is an obligation for every disciple of the Luo. You have 3 chances to strike. Yi Fan calmly assumed a stance, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth, then make sure to do it well. Though he recognized Luo Mo's strength as being at the Earth Martial realm, the battle arena required him to suppress his cultivation and refrain from using his spirit soul. In this realm, who could instill fear in him? 3 chances? Luo Mo's lips curled into a derisive grin as he raised a finger. 1 strike will suffice to kill you. With that, a violent energy erupted from him, and his spiritual power surged, firmly suppressed at the 9th level of the Earth Martial realm. Wait. Yi Fan suddenly raised his hand, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Are you conceding? Luo Mo coldly laughed, his sword tracing a chilling arc in the air. You have violated the rules, Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, pointing to himself, according to the regulations. You should suppress your cultivation to the 7th level of the Earth Martial realm to match my level. With that, he deliberately released an aura of the 7th level. Though its intensity was modest, it was remarkably refined. The 7th level of the Earth Martial realm? Luo Mo's pupils constricted. His sword stance faltering as he regarded Yi Fan in disbelief. With merely the 7th level of the Earth Martial realm, you have managed to reach this point? The first 2 rounds of assessment had no significant requirements regarding cultivation level. The difference between the 7th and 9th levels of the Earth Martial realm was negligible. However, during the 3rd round, higher cultivation provided a distinct advantage. Achieving 3 victories with only the 7th level would be no easy feat. Do you think I would deceive you? Yi Fan shrugged, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Luo Mo cast a doubtful glance at Luo Feng below, who nodded grimly in acknowledgement. You truly possess skill. Chapter 258. With a disdainful snort, Luo Mo's aura fluctuated once more before stabilizing at the 7th level of the Xuanwu realm. Just as his presence settled, Yi Fan sprang into action. With a strike reminiscent of a blood-soaked sunset, the daylight sword pierced through the air like crimson lightning. The blade sliced through the atmosphere, emitting a piercing shriek. The speed of this attack was astonishing, aimed directly at Luo Mo's throat. With a resounding clash, Luo Mo reacted swiftly, deflecting the blow with his sword. Sparks erupted upon impact, splattering onto his ashen face, revealing a pair of eyes ablaze with fury. A sneak attack? Luo Mo squeezed the words through clenched teeth, rage etched across his visage. Is that all you can muster? This is strategy. Yi Fan, however, beamed with a radiant smile, leisurely stepping back 2 paces and deliberately waving his fingers. 1 strike down, and still 2 more to go. Humph. Luo Mo ceased his prattling, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupting from him. His sword vibrated incessantly in his grasp, faint streaks resembling bloodlines materializing along the blade. His sword intent was one of slaughter. The sword embodies the essence of killing. Though the slaughter sword intent is a variant of a tribute sword intent, it remains the most prevalent among them. In truth, it is merely at the 3rd level. Yi Fan scoffed derisively, the daylight sword trembling slightly in his hand. I expected more from you. Before he could finish his thought, the daylight sword suddenly burst forth in a dazzling golden radiance. The blazing solar sword intent erupted like a volcano, standing in stark contrast to the slaughter sword intent. Kill. Luo Mo took the initiative, his sword transforming into a blood-red streak aimed at Yi Fan's heart. This strike was unfathomably swift. The blade left a lingering crimson trail in the air as it passed. The Sun Chariot. Although Yi Fan was undaunted, he did not underestimate his opponent. He leapt into the air, his blade glinting like the chariot of the sun, and unleashed a series of 7 arc-shaped sword energies in rapid succession. Boom. Amidst a deafening explosion, the 2 swords collided at the center of the combat arena. As the brilliance waned, both figures were seen flying backward simultaneously, They landed and staggered several steps before steadying themselves at the edge of the arena. To withstand Luo Mo's strike? Below the stage, Luo Feng's pupils constricted, involuntarily taking a step forward. You have one strike remaining. Yi Fan shook his slightly numb right hand, a provocative grin playing on his lips. Though a sharp pain throbbed in his palm, his gaze remained as piercing as a blade. The seventh form of the Nine Suns Burning Heaven Sword technique, the Sun Chariot, possessed the might of a low-grade, heavenly technique. Given that Luo Mo was constrained by their equal cultivation levels, it was evident that he had not gained the upper hand. It was clear that Luo Mo's earlier assault had also reached the heavenly tier. You truly are full of surprises. Luo Mo chuckled lowly, realizing that Yi Fan was deliberately provoking him. This realization calmed him down. To think that a mere 7th-level Xuanwu realm cultivator could master a low-grade heavenly technique to such extent. Frankly speaking, you are already qualified to join the Tai Chu Dao sect. Saying this, Yi Fan smiled slightly, continuing his taunt. Are you afraid? Are you seeking an escape route? Hey. Luo Mo's cold laughter carried a chilling undertone. With your 7th-level Xuanwu cultivation, employing just that one heavenly technique must have depleted over half your spiritual energy, correct? Henceforth, you will be unable to execute the same sword move again. How will you withstand my third strike? You think too highly of yourself. Yi Fan suddenly burst into laughter, casually resting the daylight sword on his shoulder. I'm not afraid to tell you that I had already executed this move before our duel. Look, I've done it again. Do you believe that I can perform the same strike once more? Perhaps even 2 or 3 times more. Chapter 259, Other Contestants. Before this battle, all had experienced 3 contests, resulting in varying degrees of depletion of their inner spiritual energy. However, Yi Fan's consumption was nearly negligible. Between these 3 battles, there had been sufficient intervals to allow for the rejuvenation of spiritual energy through sun exposure. At the onset of his confrontation with Luo Mo, his spiritual power had already returned to its zenith. With the sun still lingering in the sky, his inner energy was rapidly replenishing. The more Luo Mo engaged in conversation, the more abundant Yi Fan's spiritual energy would become. Was it true? A flicker of doubt crossed Luo Mo's eyes as he slowly raised his sword once more. Regardless of the truth behind Yi Fan's words, today he would claim his life. This third strike would be his most formidable sword, the sword of the killing abyss. With a resounding shout, an overwhelming aura of slaughter erupted around Luo Mo. The blood patterns on his long sword illuminated, transforming into a translucent blood jade in an instant. The terrifying aura of slaughter enveloped the arena, causing the onlookers to instinctively hold their breath. Boom. As Luo Mo stepped forward, the ground of the arena crumbled beneath him. This strike, driven by the intent of annihilation, wielded the might of the inferno to vanquish his foe. Where the sword's edge passed, an illusory vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood flickered into existence. Yet Yi Fan merely chuckled softly, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. The golden radiance of the daybreak sword retracted, igniting a layer of enchanting flames. The heart-burning inquiry. In the moment the sword was drawn, the temperature on the arena surged dramatically, and the world dimmed. There was no earth-shattering spectacle, only a finely condensed crimson thread. As the sword light traversed, the space around it warped like ripples on water. The heart-burning inquiry, the 8th form of the Nine Suns Burning Heaven Sword technique. The might of the sword had already reached the mid-tier of the celestial grade. Yi Fan's strike had yet to be perfected, and now its execution felt somewhat strained. However, this battle was to be resolved in 3 moves. Regardless of the outcome, both sides would cease hostilities. There was no need for psychological burdens. They would give their all. Sizzle. In the fleeting moment when the 2 sword lights crossed, time seemed to freeze. Boom. In the next instant, a terrifying storm of spiritual energy swept across the arena. The blood-red sword light unleashed by Luo Mo was utterly torn apart. Impossible. Upon witnessing the approaching crimson sword glow, his expression changed dramatically. At this moment, he could no longer contain his cultivation. The aura of the earth martial realm erupted with a thunderous force. As he stepped back, he retreated in a disheveled manner. The entire plaza fell into a profound silence. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape, yet no sound escaped. In 3 moves, not only had Luo Mo failed to defeat Yi Fan, but under Yi Fan's relentless assault, he had been forced to unleash his true power. How could this be? Luo Feng stood beneath the arena, his hands trembling uncontrollably. He fixated on Yi Fan atop the arena, his pupils constricting sharply. Though merely an observer, he felt more tense than either of the combatants. Sweat drenched his back, yet he remained oblivious. Bastard! A sudden roar shattered the silence. Luo Mo abruptly lifted his head, and his long sword erupted with a blinding blood light. The aura of the earth martial realm surged forth like a volcano. Chapter 260. I will kill you. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a blood-red sword light erupted like an enraged dragon. This strike came with astonishing speed and unexpected ferocity, directly targeting Yi Fan. The several stewards stationed beneath the combat platform were caught off guard, unable to react in time. Had he lost his mind? Yi Fan's eyes widened slightly as he swiftly retreated, his feet barely grazing the ground. Given his current cultivation level, executing the Burning Heart inquiry was exceedingly taxing. This single blow had nearly drained all of his spiritual power. In the face of Luo Mo's lethal attack, he could only rely on the power of the Heavenly Suppression Monument. By utilizing the monument's heavenly might to suppress Luo Mo's cultivation, he hoped to find a sliver of opportunity to survive beneath Luo Mo's wrath. Boom. In that critical moment, a massive palm imprint descended from the heavens. Luo Mo's forward momentum was abruptly halted, and he was forcefully slammed onto the combat platform. Amidst the swirling dust, blood gushed from his 7 orifices. The sword in his hand shattered inch by inch, its fragments embedding deeply into the ground of the platform. Who permitted such reckless behavior during the assessment? Elder Zhu Zhang's voice roared like thunder from the heavens, causing everyone present to wince in pain. The crowd looked up to see the usually stoic elder with a fierce, terrifying fury burning in his eyes, his voluminous sleeves rustling violently with spiritual energy. The square once again fell into a profound silence. Even the inner disciples present dared not utter a word. They understood well that Elder Zhu Zhang was unyielding in his principles. Even the direct descendants of the 13 clans of Taichu would face severe consequences for any transgressions. Luo Mo's actions, following his lifting of restrictions after 3 strikes, and his attempt to kill Yi Fan, were undoubtedly a challenge to Elder Zhu Zhang's authority. Take him away. Elder Zhu Zhang waved his sleeve, his voice chilling to the bone. Imprison him in the Black Prison for 3 months. During this period, no one is allowed to visit. Several stewards approached promptly, roughly dragging the ashen-faced Luo Mo away. The Black Prison was the most feared place of punishment within the Taichu Dao sect. It was a realm devoid of sunlight, completely cut off from spiritual energy, rendering even the faintest cultivation impossible. For a martial artist who viewed the path of martial arts as their very life, 3 months of confinement was akin to a torturous ordeal, enough to leave even the most gifted peers far behind. Elder Zhu Zhang's voice pulled everyone's thoughts back, as he now regarded Yi Fan on the combat platform with a rare hint of approval on his usually stern countenance. You have done well. You have successfully passed this round of assessment. You need only to overcome the final challenge to formally join the Taichu Dao sect. Elder S praise. A smirk of defiance curled at the corners of Yi Fan's mouth as he cupped his fists in gratitude towards the void, expressing his heartfelt thanks for the life-saving intervention. Though he often exhibited arrogance and nonchalance, he maintained the necessary decorum. While he still held a trump card, Elder Zhu Zhang had indeed aided him by ensuring fairness in the assessment, a matter within his jurisdiction. Elder Zhu Zhang waved his hand, indicating that it was time for him to depart. Very well, Yi Fan responded lightly, turning to leap off the combat platform. The battles on the other 8 platforms were still ongoing. Thus, Yi Fan became the first to advance in this round. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive sounds of spiritual power clashing echoed continuously from the platforms as the assessment persisted. One by one, individuals departed in dejection, eliminated from the competition, while others gritted their teeth and persevered through 3 strikes, leaping off the platform with the joy of having survived the ordeal. Though Yi Fan had already advanced, he did not remain idle during this time. Standing still in the square, his gaze swept back and forth across the 9 platforms. The strength exhibited by the inner disciples of the Taichu Dao sect left him secretly astonished. Without the aid of the Heavenly Suppression Monument at his current cultivation level, he would likely struggle to withstand even the weakest among them. After all, these inner disciples had undergone rigorous selection before joining the Taichu Dao sect. Even those from the 13 clans were not admitted merely through connections. What would the next round of assessment entail? Yi Fan raised his head to glance at the setting sun, his brow slightly furrowed. Currently, this round of assessment was only halfway through. Having basked in the sun for so long, his spiritual power had somewhat recovered, yet he was still far from his peak condition. If he were to engage in battle again soon, it would certainly place him at a disadvantage. Chapter 261 with a resounding boom. 2 figures crossed paths on the final battlefield. As one stumbled and fell to the ground, this round of assessment finally came to a close. The night had already enveloped the square, and the silvery moonlight cast a luminous glow upon the battered arena. Once a bustling crowd, only about 180 individuals remained standing, sparsely scattered throughout the square. Among the representatives of the Taiyuan dynasty, including Yi Fan, there were still more than 10 participants, most of whom ranked within the top 30 of the Taiyuan list. Among the Wan family, only Wan Chen had not been eliminated. With a sweeping gesture of his elder robe, Elder Zhu Zhang ignited dozens of bonfires around the square. The flickering flames elongated the shadows of the gathered crowd, distorting them upon the ground. Congratulations to all of you for passing the second round of assessments. Elder Zhu Zhang's voice resonated clearly in the night air. You are but one hurdle away from formally joining the Taichu Dao sect, the path of heart inquiry. Follow me now. With that, he turned and led the group toward the mountain gate. Passing through a mist-laden archway, a winding stone staircase appeared before them. Ancient stone statues flanked the staircase, partially obscured in the moonlight, some glaring fiercely while others exuded an aura of compassion. Each statue radiated an air of antiquity. The staircase vanished into the mist above, its destination shrouded in mystery. There were a total of 999 steps. With each ascent, the mental pressure intensified. Elder Zhu Zhang's voice rang out once more, cautioning the assembly that illusions would emerge along the way, and those who succumbed to them would be immediately eliminated. Yi Fan gazed upward at the serpentine staircase that disappeared into the clouds, his eyes sparkling with eager anticipation. He curiously inquired of Elder Zhu Zhang, "Is it true that one must reach the summit of the path of heart inquiry to complete this final assessment?" The moment his words left his lips, they attracted a multitude of disdainful glances from those nearby. "Huh?" Luo Feng's derisive laughter cut through the air, his lips curling into a mocking smile. "Who do you think you are, aspiring to reach the summit of the path of heart inquiry? Do you possess the capability? Indeed, a foolish individual, thinking he can conquer the path of heart inquiry." Someone chimed in. Historically, it seems that only one person has ever reached the summit of the path of heart inquiry. As Luo Feng led the charge, many others joined in the ridicule. Unfazed by their taunts, Yi Fan remained focused on Elder Zhu Zhang. "You need not reach the summit." Wan Chen, noticing the absurdity of Yi Fan's question, quietly approached and lowered his voice in a tone of resignation. "You only need to ascend 200 steps to join the Taichu Dao sect. Based on previous assessments, those who reach this point have a 90% chance of passing the final round." 200 steps? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, gesturing toward the mist-shrouded peak and scoffing. "If merely ascending 200 steps suffices to join the Taichu Dao sect, what purpose does the lengthy path of heart inquiry serve? Is it merely for show?" Elder Zhu Zhang chuckled at Yi Fan's remark and patiently explained, "The path of heart inquiry consists of 999 steps. Ascending 200 steps grants entry into the Taichu Dao sect. However, if one only manages to ascend 200 steps, they are likely to become a mere servant disciple. Ascending 400 steps qualifies one as an outer disciple, while 600 steps elevate one to an inner disciple. Likely?" Yi Fan keenly seized upon that term, momentarily puzzled. The disciples of the Taichu Dao sect were categorized into core, inner, outer, and servant disciples. Elder Zhu Zhang had stated that reaching 200 steps would allow entry into the sect. Yet he also mentioned that such a feat may only lead to becoming a servant disciple. Was there some exceptional circumstance? Indeed, Elder Zhu Zhang nodded, continuing his explanation. "Many elders of the Taichu Dao sect are currently observing your assessment process. Once you successfully join the sect, should any elder take a liking to you, they may appear to accept you as a disciple. If you become a direct disciple of an elder, even if you only ascend 200 steps on the path of heart inquiry, you can still gain entry to the inner sect. Is that so?" Yi Fan's eyes glimmered with understanding, beginning to grasp the nuanced hierarchy within the Taichu Dao sect. Chapter 262. Direct disciples may traverse through the outer, inner, and core levels. Yet the miscellaneous disciples remain perpetually at the lowest tier. Generally, core disciples hold a higher status than inner disciples, and inner disciples surpass outer disciples. However, this is not an absolute rule. An outer disciple favored by an elder from the inner sect can, at times, even eclipse an ordinary inner disciple in terms of standing. Nonetheless, in this world where martial prowess reigns supreme, the so-called status is ultimately a mere faade. True confidence is invariably derived from one's strength. Now let us commence. Elder Zhu Zhang observed that Yi Fan had grasped his intentions, and thus he refrained from further discourse. Should one be unable to advance, they may step aside from the stone steps and conclude their journey of introspection. With that, the crowd gradually ascended the stone steps of the path of reflection. A select few, including Luo Feng, took the lead and swiftly reached the 100th step. Afterward, their pace began to decelerate. Yi Fan inhaled deeply and placed his foot upon the first step. In that instant, an invisible mental pressure surged forth like a tidal wave. Yet, it was but a fleeting sensation. Yi Fan quickly acclimated, a smile forming at the corners of his lips. In a matter of moments, he advanced several dozen steps with ease. Ahead, several examiners were already staggering in their movements. Some held their heads in anguish, while others knelt in tears. Their expressions suggested they had become ensnared in an inescapable illusion. Upon reaching the 100th step, the surroundings transformed abruptly. The ancient stone statues flanking the steps came to life, morphing into long-standing adversaries, Xie Baimei, Luo Xinha, Duan Tianya. Familiar faces emerged from the shadows, their laughter piercing and malevolent. Is this all? Yi Fan regarded them with a scornful smile, his gaze sharp as a blade. Without a hint of hesitation, he traversed through these phantoms. The moment those apparitions brushed against him, they dissipated like snow under the sun. Have they caught up? At that moment, Luo Feng had ascended to the 200th step of the path of reflection. Among the more than 180 individuals climbing, he ranked 7th. Taking a brief respite and glancing back, he noticed Yi Fan was merely 10 steps away. Are you waiting for me? Yi Fan observed Luo Feng's pause and smiled as he spoke. You seem unaffected by the illusions? Luo Feng remarked, his brow furrowing at Yi Fan's jovial demeanor. And you appear to be unscathed as well? Yi Fan retorted with a shrug. Humph. With a dismissive snort, Luo Feng turned and continued his ascent. His aspirations for climbing the path of reflection extended far beyond merely reaching 200 steps. Prior to arriving at the Taichu Dao sect, he had undergone relevant training in Luoshan City alongside other talented members of the Luo clan, becoming acquainted with the mental pressures of the path of reflection. He understood well that the trials of the path of reflection had only just begun at the 200th step. As he ascended another 10 steps, a figure swiftly passed by him. What? Luo Feng was taken aback, gazing incredulously at the individual who had just walked past. Who else could it be but Yi Fan? How is it that you? Luo Feng's expression was one of disbelief. Chapter 263. On the path of self-reflection, an intangible mental pressure surged like a tidal wave, layering upon itself with each step ascended. With every tier climbed, the weight of this oppression intensified. Only by fully adapting to the current strain could one continue to ascend. However, observing Yi Fan's ascent, it was evident that he showed no signs of adaptation. This indicated that the mental pressure had yet to reach a level requiring his adjustment. How infuriating! Luo Feng glared intensely at the receding figure, gritting his teeth. He yearned to pursue, yet feared the recklessness of such an endeavor. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan had reached the 300th step of the path of self-reflection. Here, the mental pressure surged dramatically, momentarily stalling his momentum. Yet, after a brief adjustment of his breath, he resumed his steps. Although his pace slightly diminished, he continued to close the gap with the 6th contender ahead. Yi Fan. As Yi Fan brushed past the 6th position, the individual spoke suddenly. His voice was clear yet bore a weight of seriousness. What is it? Yi Fan responded casually. Glancing at the speaker, the man was strikingly handsome, adorned in a crimson robe. He was Oh Hao, a prodigy from the O clan of the 13 clans of Taichu. Oh Hao looked up at the mist-shrouded heights and cautioned Yi Fan. With your current approach to ascending the path of self-reflection, you may not venture far. The 400th step might prove to be your limit. Oh, Yi Fan continued his ascent, a playful smile gracing his lips as he retorted, what makes you say that? The higher you ascend, the stronger the mental pressure becomes. Oh Hao's voice drifted on the mountain breeze. If you do not gradually adapt to the pressure below and recklessly climb higher, you may encounter insurmountable mental strain, leading to your undoing. By then, it will be too late to adjust. Thank you for the reminder, Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, waving his hand without turning back. His pace remained unyielding, and he swiftly ascended several more steps, nearly seeking attention. Oh Hao shook his head in disdain, watching Yi Fan's distant figure. The arrogance displayed now would lead to utter disgrace when faced with the mental pressure he could not withstand. Those few are remarkably swift. Yi Fan paid no heed to Oh Hao's remarks, lifting his gaze toward the heights. Before him, the 5 individuals had already surpassed the 400th step. According to the rules, they had qualified to become outer disciples of the Taichu Dao sect. However, their aspirations, clearly, extended beyond mere outer discipleship. The 5 figures, clad in flowing garments, continued their ascent without a hint of hindrance. One hailed from the Goshu clan of Tianchi City, another from the Yin clan of Lingao City. The remaining 3 were all prodigies of the Hua clan from Huanshan City. Yi Fan pressed onward, determined to match their pace. Upon reaching the 400th step, the mental pressure intensified once more. Not far behind, Oh Hao and Luo Feng, along with others, ascended steadily. Each step they took was precise and methodical. Clearly well-versed in the trials of the path of self-reflection, those 3 have not slowed down at all? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, noting that the trio from the Hua clan had yet to reduce their speed. They were increasingly distancing themselves from the prodigies of the Goshu and Yin clans. What? Do you still wish to catch up with them? Gongshu Ji, at the 430th step, paused momentarily, amused by Yi Fan's muttering. Yinyu, higher up, glanced back, her snow-white gown fluttering like a butterfly amidst the clouds. Her cold gaze swept over Yi Fan, and she spoke softly, on the path of self-reflection. It is better to compete against oneself than to vie with others. Chapter 264, Can they not be pursued? Yi Fan continued his stride, raising his gaze towards Gongshu Ji, with a hint of playful mockery laced with subtle probing in his tone. How can we possibly compare ourselves to the people of the Hua family? Gongshu Ji raised a hand, gesturing upwards, his voice tinged with a touch of bitterness. The Hua family possesses innate soul power that surpasses that of ordinary individuals. They can challenge even the 800th level, let alone the 600th. However, when it comes to martial prowess, none can rival me. Oh? Yufan arched an eyebrow, quickening his pace as he reached a height level with Gong Shuji. He tilted his head, a smile gracing his lips. Is that all they can challenge? I was under the impression they could reach the pinnacle of the heart-seeking path. You were dreaming. Gong Shuji shot Yufan a disdainful glance, his face reflecting contempt. In the entire history of the Taichu Dao sect, only one person has ever reached the pinnacle of the heart-seeking path with the strength of the Xuanwu realm. For the three of them, their limit is barely above 800 levels. Since someone has reached the top, it proves that ascending the heart-seeking path is not impossible. Yufan's eyes sparkled with insight, his smile deepening, his tone leisurely. Ridiculous. Gong Shuji scoffed, seemingly unwilling to waste further words on Yifan. Perhaps irritated by Yifan's pursuit, he suddenly exerted force beneath his feet, quickening his ascent. Yin Ruyu, high above, listened quietly, seemingly lost in thought. She turned to Yufan, a sudden smile breaking forth. Your previous statement was not about the Hua family trio, but rather yourself, wasn't it? Heh. Yifan chuckled softly, neither confirming nor denying her assertion. Indeed, the reference was to himself. The potential of the Hua family's trio to reach the summit bore no relevance to him. Noticing Yifan's silence, Yin Ruyu understood and regarded him with keen interest. She remarked, I observe your ascent, each step steady and breath enduring, showing no signs of fatigue. It seems your soul power is indeed extraordinary. Soul power? It's adequate, I suppose. Yifan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of contemplation crossing his gaze. Previously, he had not pondered this matter. However, Yin Ryu's mention stirred a thought within him. On the heart-seeking path, the mental pressure cascading down from the summit surged like a tidal wave. With each step, the burden grew heavier. Ordinary warriors must channel their techniques and gather their focus to progress steadily. Yet, he ascended with ease, without employing any means. His advancement here relied solely on the strength of his own soul. This indicated that his soul power was not weak, certainly surpassing that of the individuals trailing behind him. Logically, with his Xuanwu realm's 7th level cultivation, his soul power should not exceed that of those at the 9th level of the Xuanwu realm, particularly since he had never cultivated soul power. Could it be because? Yifan pondered silently, as if a realization dawned upon him. He was an outsider, not originally from this world. Upon his arrival, his soul fused with his former self. Thus, the strength of his soul was double that of an ordinary person. They have reached the 600th level. At that moment, Gong Shuji's deep voice interrupted Yifan's thoughts. Looking up, he saw the three members of the Hua family standing proudly like towering pines above the 600th step, their garments fluttering, exuding an air of superiority. Two of you. Yifan felt a surge of competitive spirit ignite within him. With a light laugh, he addressed Gong Shuji and Yin Ryu. I shall not wait for the two of you. I will take the lead. Wait. Gong Shuji abruptly turned, glaring at Yifan, his eyes ablaze with fury. Who said you could wait? Do you still have the strength? Yin Ryu's expression shifted to one of astonishment as she scrutinized Yifan, clearly incredulous. Chapter 265. Yifan remained silent, a subtle smile gracing his lips, hinting at unspoken thoughts. In the next moment, his figure flickered and surged towards the mountain's summit like an arrow released from its bow. In the blink of an eye, he left Gong Shuji and Yin Ryu far behind. This fellow. Gong Shuji abruptly halted, his pupils constricting sharply. He stared wide-eyed at the direction in which Yifan had departed, rendered speechless. What an intriguing individual. Yin Ryu's eyes sparkled, a smile breaking across her face. Such a display only solidified her conviction. Yifan's spiritual prowess surpassed that of ordinary individuals. 570 ranks. 580 ranks. 590 ranks. 600 ranks. With a sigh of relief, Yifan reached the 600th rank, having distanced himself from Gong Shuji and Yin Ryu, who were still making their way at around 530 or 40 ranks. Yet, upon gazing upward, his eyes gleamed with renewed determination. Though the speed of the three members of the Hua family had noticeably decreased, a considerable gap of several ranks still loomed between them. The swiftest among them, Hua Siyuan, had already ascended to the 700th rank. Not fast enough. Yifan murmured to himself, his voice imbued with unwavering resolve. He lifted his foot and unhesitatingly stepped onto the 601st rank. Buzz. The moment he set foot on the 601st rank, an unprecedented mental pressure surged towards him. Yifan felt a piercing hum reverberate in his mind, the world around him spinning wildly. He staggered slightly, compelled to crouch down for stability. Above him, Hua Siyuan's steps remained steady, showing no sign of pause. The other two Hua family members halted, turning to gaze down at Yifan, mockery evident on their faces. Among them, Ming deliberately slowed his speech, his voice just audible to Yi Fan, remarking, "Some individuals simply do not understand the concept of moderation. On the path of introspection, the difference between the 600th and 601st ranks, though merely a step apart, was as vast as the heavens and the earth. Here, the true journey of introspection commenced. Reaching the 600th rank granted one the status of an inner disciple. For most, the 600th rank represented the endpoint, whether it was Gong Shuji, Yin Ruyu, or even O Hao and Luo Feng. Their aspirations had always been confined to the 600th rank. Boom. As Yi Fan stood at the 601st rank, his mind momentarily blanked. After 3 breaths, the Zhentian Bei within his consciousness emitted a radiant golden light, gently trembling to dispel the encroaching mental pressure. Yi Fan's previously unfocused eyes abruptly regained clarity, his thick eyelashes fluttering slightly. Reflecting on the moment when his spirit had nearly shattered, he broke into a cold sweat. It appeared he had underestimated the terrors of the path of introspection. Had it not been for the Zhentian Bei, the earlier mental pressure could have severely harmed his spirit. So, the Zhentian Bei can also withstand mental pressure? Once Yi Fan regained his composure, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. He lifted his gaze once more, only to lock eyes with the 2 members of the Hua family, their gazes colliding directly. Chapter 266. Hua Ming noticed the look in Yi Fan's eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. In mere moments, this fellow had adapted to the mental pressure at the 601st level. Perhaps he, like us, has cultivated some form of soul defense technique. Hua Liang narrowed his eyes slightly, muttering a word before signaling Hua Ming to disregard him and continue climbing. As members of the Hua family, being overtaken on the path of reflection would be a source of ridicule. With that, both exerted their strength, yet their ascent noticeably slowed, creating a widening gap between them and the foremost Hua Siyun. Perhaps I can expedite my progress. Yi Fan chuckled softly, suddenly straightening his back. Throughout the climbing process, he had refrained from utilizing the power of the heavenly pillar. Now, with the heavenly pillar shielding him from mental pressure, it would be all the more effortless. Taking a deep breath, Yi Fan stretched his neck. In the next moment, he leaped up more than 10 steps as if traversing flat ground. What? He can ascend so swiftly? This speed seems even faster than before had he been deliberately lagging earlier. Numerous candidates, upon reaching the 400th step and qualifying as outer disciples of the Taichu Dao sect, opted to depart from the path of reflection via the side routes. However, their focus remained on the few individuals at the peak of the path, eager to discern how far they could ascend. Upon witnessing Yi Fan's vigorous pace at over 600 steps, they could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Soul defense techniques. How could he have practiced such techniques? Meanwhile, Luo Feng was at the 480-something step, striving towards the 600th. Noticing Yi Fan's climbing speed, he concluded that Yi Fan must possess some form of soul defense technique. It puzzled him that someone without any background could wield such abilities. Such techniques were solely possessed by the Taichu Hua family in the southern region. Even within the Hua family, only direct descendants were permitted to cultivate them. It seems I have underestimated him previously. Yin Ruyu gazed at Yi Fan, her interest intensifying. Just behind her, Gong Sunji was already dumbfounded, his dry lips opening and closing several times, producing only fragmented syllables. Could it be he truly intends to Hua Ming and Hua Liang? Hearing the commotion behind them, turned back in confusion. When they saw Yi Fan only 10 steps away, they froze in place. Come on, don't just stand there. Yi Fan called out to the dazed Hua Ming and Hua Liang, a provocative gleam in his eyes. If you remain in a stupor, I shall surpass you. As he spoke, he strolled past them with an air of ease. Hua Liang. Hua Ming suddenly snapped back to reality, casting a fierce glance at Hua Liang. A hint of ruthlessness flashing across his brow. Hua Liang understood, a cold smile curling his lips. As members of the Taichu Hua family, they held their pride. They would not permit anyone outside the Hua family to surpass them on the path of reflection. Hey! Seizing the moment while Yi Fan was still within earshot, Hua Liang raised his voice. Intentional inflections of spiritual power reverberated through the path of reflection. Yi Fan instinctively glanced back, locking eyes with Hua Liang once more. At that instant, 2 eerie white lights suddenly erupted from Hua Liang's gaze, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. A terrifying force transformed into an invisible blade, piercing directly toward Yi Fan's eyes. Yi Fan's form abruptly stiffened, his previously lively gaze losing focus in an instant, his body swaying slightly. Frozen in the act of looking back. A soul attack. Yin Ruyu sensed something amiss, her expression shifting dramatically. These two are utterly despicable. Though Gong Sunji held no fondness for Yi Fan, Hua Liang's underhanded tactics stirred an indescribable anger within him. Luo Feng, however, wore a smug grin, reveling in the fact that Yi Fan was now subjected to Hua Liang's soul attack on the path of reflection. If he survives this, he shall surely be rendered a fool. Chapter 267. On the path of self-reflection, time seemed to come to a standstill. The footsteps of all climbers came to an unspoken halt. The mountain breeze abruptly ceased, and the stone steps sank into a profound silence. Only the distant sound of pines whispered occasionally, reminding one of the passage of time. Homing let out a chilling chuckle, his eyes glinting with a serpent-like coldness. In his gaze, Yi Fan had already become a mere shell of a man. Although Ho Liang's spiritual attack was not lethal, it would at most leave one momentarily dazed. Yet now, on the path of self-reflection, such a moment of disorientation could be perilous in the face of overwhelming mental pressure. Regardless of how formidable Yi Fan's spiritual strength might be, it was impossible to withstand such an onslaught. As the crowd held their breath, an eerie smile suddenly graced their lips. Ho Ming noticed this subtle movement, and his mocking smile froze instantly. Before he could react, Yi Fan's lowered gaze abruptly lifted. In those dazed eyes, two strange beams of white light flickered. Then, an overwhelming force surged forth, transforming into an invisible blade. "Be careful," Ho Ming exclaimed in alarm, his voice cracking. He hastily reached out to grasp Ho Liang, but it was too late. Ho Liang, still wearing a triumphant expression, had no time to react as the invisible blade pierced his eyes. His body stiffened abruptly, much like Yi Fan moments before. The mental pressure bore down upon him, rendering him unable to maintain his stance. His body toppled backward like a marionette with severed strings. "Ho Liang!" Ho Ming shouted hoarsely, desperately chasing after Ho Liang's falling form. However, on this path of self-reflection, even maintaining his own balance was a challenge. He could only watch helplessly as Ho Liang tumbled down the stone steps, ultimately crashing onto the 600th step, where he finally lay still. "Ho Liang, wake up." Once Ho Ming reached Ho Liang's side, trembling, he attempted to lift him. Yet, Ho Liang's eyes remained tightly shut, completely unconscious. A coarse exclamation shattered the silence on the path of self-reflection. Instantly, the entire mountain path erupted in commotion. Not only had Yi Fan thwarted Ho Liang's spiritual attack, but he had also injured him. Could he also wield spiritual attacks? Was he perhaps an illegitimate child of the Ho family? What nonsense. An illegitimate child would have no right to cultivate the Ho family's spiritual techniques. With the unfolding scene, whispers of speculation spread like a tidal wave. Gong Shuji and Yin Ryu wore expressions of disbelief, while Oh Hao and Luo Feng stared wide-eyed in astonishment. How could this be? Ho Ming abruptly raised his head, gazing incredulously at Yi Fan, who stood tall on the path of self-reflection above them, filled with disbelief. "You can also perform spiritual attacks? Ah, what a way to put it." Yi Fan lazily stretched, tilting his head with an innocuous smile. "If only I could perform spiritual attacks, but alas, I cannot. I have never practiced such techniques. Spiritual attack and defense techniques are exceedingly rare, both requiring greater mastery than ordinary martial skills, with the former being more challenging to cultivate than the latter. Throughout the southern region, only the Ho family of illusory Mirage City possessed such abilities, and only the direct descendants of the Ho family were qualified to train in them. Many Ho family prodigies had mastered spiritual defense techniques, yet those who could cultivate spiritual attack techniques were exceptionally rare. You have never practiced? Ho Ming's complexion darkened. His brows knitted tightly. Chapter 268. Upon careful reflection, it was indeed improbable for Yi Fan to possess any means of soul attack. However, what then was that recent soul assault? Are you certain about allowing him to remain there? Yi Fan abruptly ceased his smile, directing his gaze towards the unconscious Ho Liang, his tone imbued with a hint of amusement. In a moment, even if Ho Liang's soul were to persist, he would likely be reduced to a fool. He had not, in fact, executed a soul attack. Rather, the town guardian monument had rebounded Ho Liang's own soul assault. In other words, Ho Liang had been harmed by his own attack. Humph. Ho Ming snorted disdainfully, bending to lift Ho Liang. Without a backward glance, he strode towards a side path, departing from the path of reflection. He could withstand the mental pressure of the 600th step of the path of reflection. In a state of consciousness, Ho Liang would similarly be able to endure it. However, Ho Liang was currently unconscious, a situation highly unfavorable. Lingering here could indeed lead to him becoming a fool, as Yi Fan had suggested. After all, neither of them had any prospect of reaching the summit of the path of reflection, having already qualified as inner disciples of the primordial Tao sect. There was no need to linger further. "Huh." Yi Fan chuckled derisively, turning his gaze towards the higher reaches of the path of reflection. At this moment, Huaxin's ethereal figure was seated gracefully atop the 800th step, with her legs crossed and delicate hands resting upon her knees. She appeared like a statue of a noble lady carved from white jade, partially obscured by swirling mists. Could it be that she is awaiting my arrival? Yi Fan's brows lifted slightly, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Without further contemplation, he maintained his steady pace. The town guardian monument safeguarded his consciousness. shielding him from the mental pressure. In the blink of an eye, he approached the position of the 800th step. As the distance closed, Huasein's visage became increasingly distinct. Just then, the pair of eyes that had remained shut slowly opened. In that fleeting moment of their gazes meeting, Yifan's steps faltered ever so slightly. Huasein had not unleashed a soul attack. He was merely captivated by her stunning beauty. Two entirely distinct auras intertwined harmoniously within her. She exuded an elegance akin to an orchid in a secluded valley, yet possessed an enchanting allure that could captivate the heart. Her snow-white skin appeared almost translucent under the moonlight, her crimson lips untouched by rouge. She resembled a celestial being emerging from a painting. Most striking, however, were her dual pupils. Encircled by a mesmerizing silver halo, her inky black irises conveyed an otherworldly essence. Such contrasting sensations coexisted within a single individual. Apologies. Huasein regarded Yifan, her red lips parting to utter a single phrase. Pardon? Yifan blinked in surprise, then chuckled. What role are you playing here? Apologizing for what? I apologize for the actions of Huaming and Huoliang. Huasein's gaze lowered slightly, her long lashes casting shadows upon her face. Her tone sincere to the point of being faultless. There's no need for that. Yifan waved his hand dismissively, continuing his ascent. You are you, and they are they. Their mistakes do not require your apology. Regardless, we are all of the Hua family. Upon hearing this, Huasein's exquisite brows furrowed gently as she rose slowly. Under Yifan's slightly teasing gaze, she solemnly bowed and clasped her hands, saying, I hope you can accept my apology on their behalf. This gesture caused her collar to slightly part, revealing a segment of skin as smooth as congealed fat. Yifan's gaze inadvertently swept over it, his smile deepening. Since you were so earnest. Yifan deliberately elongated his tone, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes. I shall reluctantly forgive them. As he spoke, he had already firmly positioned himself on the 800th step. Hold on. Just as he prepared to continue upward, Huasein suddenly called out. Chapter 269 What? Yifan lazily turned his head, a playful smirk gracing his lips. I have already forgiven them. What more do you desire? Do you expect me to draft a written statement? Are you certain you do not wish to adjust your approach? Huasein delicately raised her slender fingers, gesturing towards the heights of Wenxin Road, advising Yifan, from here onward, not only will the spiritual pressure intensify, but there also exists a hallucinatory power. Hallucinatory power? Yifan's eyes flickered momentarily as he casually glanced back at the path he had traversed. Hallucinatory power, it seems, was also present on those several hundred steps earlier. What is so astonishing about that? It is fundamentally an entirely different concept. A complex glimmer crossed Huasein's heterochromatic eyes, her ruby lips parted as if to speak. But ultimately, she merely sighed softly. Your words only heighten my eagerness to test it out. Yifan suddenly broke into a wide grin, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. With that, he ceased further conversation with Huasein and stepped forward. Boom. In an instant, a weighty spiritual pressure akin to a mountain descended abruptly within Yifan's consciousness. The tau-suppressing monument emitted a low, resonant hum, swiftly dissipating the encroaching pressure. His steps remained steady, even imbued with a hint of leisure, as if he were not scaling a perilous peak, but rather strolling through his own garden. However, as he ascended, the scenery began to distort. The stone steps beneath his feet gradually blurred, ultimately vanishing from sight. Yifan blinked, suddenly realizing he stood in the familiar courtyard of the Yi residence. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the air. Yifan turned abruptly, witnessing several Yi family warriors sprawled in pools of blood, their eyes wide open in a haunting gaze, seemingly unable to close even in death. Blood trickled through the crevices of the bluestone path, glimmering ominously in the sunlight. Father! Yifan's pupils constricted sharply. In the very moment he turned, Yi Hai's figure loomed before him. Before he could advance, a glinting sword pierced through Yi Hai's chest. No! Yifan roared, attempting to rush forward, yet found himself shackled by invisible chains, utterly immobilized. Helplessly, he watched as Yi dashed from the corridor, collapsing upon Yi Hai. In the next instant, a blinding flash of steel. Mother! Yifan's knees crashed heavily to the ground, his fingers digging painfully into the earth. His eyes reddened, tears mingling with blood coursing down his cheeks. Before him, Yi Fu, Yi Yao, and others fell one after another. The entire Yi residence transformed into a hellish nightmare. The acrid scent of blood filled his nostrils, and his ears rang with the anguished cries of the Yi family in their final moments. Of fabrication. Yifan suddenly grasped the reality of the situation and bit down on his tongue, as the sharp pain pierced his mind like a dagger. The horrific scene began to recede like a tide. Yet, when his vision refocused, he found himself standing in an elegant courtyard. Blue bricks and dark tiles. Bamboo shadows dancing. A gentle breeze wafting the familiar fragrance of medicinal herbs. Where's this? Yifan surveyed his surroundings, a sense of familiarity washing over him. Memories flashed through his mind like lightning. Here, in the residence of Mu Qingcheng at Tianwu Academy, they had spent countless beautiful moments together here. The bedroom still bore the traces of their affection. Qingcheng, Yi Fan murmured, uncontrollably drawn towards the bedroom. Pushing open the door, a waft of delicate fragrance enveloped him. A familiar silhouette stood with her back to him, cascading black hair flowing down to her waist. Qingcheng, is that you? Yi Fan's voice trembled, a quiver he did not even recognize. He stepped closer, his hand gently resting on Mu Qingcheng's shoulder. The touch was icy and lifeless, causing his heart to tighten in an instant. Chapter 270, Yi Fan. Mu Qingcheng slowly turned her head, her once cold eyes now flowing with 2 streams of blood tears. Her pale lips twisted into a sinister smile, her voice echoing as if from the depths of hell. You have finally arrived. You are not Qingcheng. Yi Fan felt as if struck by lightning, staggering back several steps until his back collided heavily with the doorframe. He fixed his gaze on that familiar, yet unfamiliar face, his chest heaving violently. Is it me, or have you forgotten me? Suddenly, Mu Qingcheng grinned widely, her mouth curving almost to the roots of her ears. With that, she lunged forward, her fingers transforming into bony claws. Get away. Yi Fan shouted furiously, retreating hastily. The scene before him twisted once again, the courtyard dissolving like smoke. When he regained his composure, he found himself in a lavish loft. The beaded curtains swayed. Fragrant incense wafted through the air, and a graceful silhouette could be faintly discerned behind the curtains. Yi Fan, you have come? A sultry voice, dripping with allure, floated through the beaded curtain. He recognized that voice all too well. It was Wan Miaoyan. Miaoyan? Yi Fan instinctively took 2 steps forward, then abruptly halted. Something was amiss. Too amiss. Recognizing the voice's owner, Yi Fan's expression froze. Wan Miaoyan beckoned him with a delicate hand, a fragrant breeze enveloping him. As if entranced, Yi Fan slowly advanced. When he parted the beaded curtain, he beheld Wan Miaoyan reclining on a bed, clad in a fiery red gown that revealed her fragrant shoulder. You have refined the 9-dragon spirit fire. If you wish to survive, you must marry me. Her bewitching words dripped with seduction as she gracefully rose from the bed. Today, I shall give myself to you. As she spoke, her gown slipped from her body, revealing a flawless figure. You tempt me. Yi Fan's eyes widened at the intoxicating sight before him. With a swift motion, he summoned the daylight sword, striking without hesitation. Yet, the blade did not meet Wan Miaoyan. Just as he was about to strike, everything around him suddenly vanished. Yi Fan glanced around, realizing he had entered a vast, white world. Where was this place? Yi Fan, a gentle voice called from a distance. Yi Fan turned abruptly to see a figure approaching from the edge of this ethereal realm. As he focused on the newcomer, his heart raced as the figure drew nearer. Yimo. Upon recognizing her face, Yi Fan was taken aback. He never anticipated that the person he yearned for would appear here. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Fan rushed forward and embraced Qin Yimo tightly. After enduring several illusions, his consciousness began to sharpen. He now understood that he was still ensnared within a dream. Yet, the tangible sensation of holding Qin Yimo made him reluctant to let go. On the path of introspection, everyone was watching Yi Fan. At that moment, he was deeply ensnared in the illusion, resembling a wandering corpse as he climbed higher and higher. Unbeknownst to him, he had ascended over 900 steps. If you cannot escape from this illusion, Huasine stood on the 800th step, refraining from climbing further. She observed Yi Fan silently, a sense of inexplicable worry welling up within her. She understood all too well that Yi Fan's ascent to the heights of the path of introspection was not a good sign. The higher the illusion, the more difficult it was to escape. Entangled in the illusion, he may not perish, but he would likely descend into madness. Chapter 271, Yi Fan. Within the mirage, a thunderous roar abruptly resonated. Yi Fan's heart trembled violently as he swiftly turned to gaze into the distance. At the horizon, a shadow approached with measured steps. Clad in a black robe, each footfall sent ripples across the ground, though his visage remained obscured. The chilling aura emanating from him sent shivers down Yi Fan's spine. Who are you? Yi Fan demanded, positioning Qin Yimo protectively behind him. His voice firm as he confronted the young man in black. He is Luo Feiyu. Qin Yimo's soft voice drifted from behind, interrupting before the figure could reply. Luo Feiyu? Yi Fan's countenance darkened instantly, a tempest of rage igniting in his eyes. Grasping the daybreak sword, it shimmered with a blinding golden light. Heh. Before Luo Feiyu could approach, a chilling laugh reached them, sending a jolt of terror through the air. You, a mere waste, dare to vie with me for a woman? Seeking death, Yi Fan ground his teeth, the words barely escaping his lips as he charged forward like a bolt of lightning. The daybreak sword, imbued with the power to rend the heavens, aimed directly for Luo Feiyu's throat. And Luo Feiyu raised his right hand nonchalantly, waving it aside. In an instant, a dark, Ink-like imprint surged forth. Boom. As the sword met the palm, Yi Fan felt an overwhelming force coursing through the blade. His grip shattered, blood cascading down the sword's hilt. He was launched backward like a severed kite, crashing heavily to the ground. Pff. Blood spewed from Yi Fan's mouth, staining his chest. Struggling to rise, he discovered every bone in his body lamenting in agony. Come here. Luo Feiyu beckoned Qin Yimo with a flick of his fingers, his voice laced with an unassailable authority. Qin Yimo's delicate figure trembled, as if a marionette, uncontrollably stepping forward. Yimo no? Yi Fan's eyes widened in desperation, his voice a heart-wrenching cry. He strained to push himself up, but could only watch helplessly as Qin Yimo approached the fiend. Yi Fan. Qin Yimo glanced back, tears cascading down her pale cheeks. Her trembling lips barely formed the words, "You shouldn't have come to the Taichu Dao sect." Before her sentence could conclude, Luo Feiyu had already pulled her into his embrace. The clash of black robes and white dress created a striking contrast. Scoundrel! Yi Fan braced the sword against the ground, laboriously lifting himself. Blood continued to drip from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained sharper than ever. The daybreak sword seemed to resonate with its master's fighting spirit, emitting a melodious hum. Do you love her? Luo Feiyu regarded Yi Fan with amusement. A sudden grin spreading across his face as he frivolously lifted Qin Yimo's chin, tauntingly declaring, "What you cherish as a treasure is to me merely a resource for my martial pursuits." As he spoke, his palm rose abruptly, gathering a terrifying surge of spiritual power. Qin Yimo appeared to resist, her long lashes casting a shadow of despair across her face. No. Yi Fan's eyes widened in horror as he let out a heart-rending roar. The sound reverberated through the mirage, causing ripples to dance across the surrounding space. Boom. Luo Feiyu's palm strike descended with the force to obliterate all in its path. Qin Yimo's fragile form swayed like a marionette with severed strings, a blinding crimson bloom blossoming upon her white dress. Gradually, her figure began to dissolve, transforming into twinkling starlight. Ultimately, she coalesced into a resplendent elixir, suspended in the air. Ha ha. Luo Feiyu cackled as he extended his finger, seizing the elixir in his grasp. Casting a triumphant glance at Yi Fan. Do you see? This is her worth. Beast. Chapter 272. Yi Fan's eyes instantaneously became bloodshot, and veins bulged ominously on his forehead. With a powerful push against the ground, the daylight sword erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. As the sword swept through the air, it tore the very fabric of space into intricate fissures. Boom. A flash of cold light sliced through the air, severing Luo Feiyu's form in two. Yet, the bisected body dissipated like smoke, leaving only a chilling laughter echoing in the atmosphere. Do you wish to kill me? In the next breath, Luo Feiyu's voice resonated from behind. Yi Fan turned sharply, only to see Luo Feiyu standing unharmed in the distance, his fingers teasingly caressing a pill. His eyes filled with mockery. An illusion. Yi Fan bit down hard on his lip, blood trickling down his chin. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain composure, the fury in his eyes gradually transforming into a frigid intent to kill. I will certainly slay you. Just you? Luo Feiyu laughed heartily, his tone dripping with disdain. A worthless fool who cannot even escape an illusion? Boom. Yi Fan ceased his chatter, an astonishing aura erupting around him. Behind him, a towering phantom of the heavenly Dao steel slowly materialized. Golden runes danced upon the steel's surface, emanating a terrifying pressure that seemed to suppress all of eternity. Heavenly Dao. Suppress. With a thunderous roar, Yi Fan unleashed an invisible force of suppression that surged toward Luo Feiyu like a tidal wave. Yet, Luo Feiyu remained utterly unmoved. Not even the hem of his garment fluttered. Kill. Without hesitation, Yi Fan leaped into action, the daylight sword aimed directly at Luo Feiyu's throat. Crack. Just as the blade was about to make contact, the entire world shattered like a mirror. Yi Fan felt a blur before his eyes, and upon regaining focus, he found himself standing on the stone steps of the Path of Heart, his back drenched in sweat. Looking up, the end of the Path of Heart was tantalizingly close. Only 10 steps remained, the clouds atop the mountain seemed to beckon. A gentle breeze swept by, bringing a refreshing coolness that whisked away the lingering murderous intent from the illusion. He has awakened. On a side path of the Path of Heart, someone suddenly gasped in astonishment. All eyes turned toward Yi Fan, their expressions a tapestry of emotions, shock, jealousy, and disbelief. Yi Fan's once vacant eyes now sparkled like the stars. His upright form, though still standing still, clearly radiated the return of his soul. This fellow has emerged from the illusion. Before him lay only a few more steps. It seemed destined that he would reach the summit of the Path of Heart. Waves of astonished murmurs erupted among the crowd, even though Yi Fan had yet to truly ascend the final step. Everyone understood that they were about to witness the birth of a miracle. Those who had previously managed to escape the illusion had all been left in a state of mental fatigue, stumbling and falling. Yet, Yi Fan had not. Now, he merely needed to endure the final 10 steps of mental pressure. He truly succeeded. Huasaiyan suddenly chuckled lightly, a hint of relief flashing in her unusual eyes. She then gracefully turned and walked along the side path, leaving the path of heart. Initially, she had harbored a desire to compete. Yet at this moment, she found the pursuit utterly uninteresting. Only 10 more steps. Luo Feng ground his teeth in frustration, deeply aggrieved. The reason told him that the outcome was decided. A malicious hope still flickered within him. Perhaps in the next moment, Yi Fan would crash down in defeat? Chapter 273. A deep, resonant sound reverberated along the path of reflection. Yi Fan lifted his foot and firmly set it down on the next stone step. His movements were deliberate, almost slow to the point of being intentional. Each step seemed to carry a certain rhythm, striking heavily upon the hearts of the onlookers. 998. Someone involuntarily uttered this number, their voice trembling uncontrollably. Standing before the final step, Yi Fan suddenly paused, with a slight tilt of his head. The morning light atop the mountain cast a golden halo around him. The brief moment of stillness rendered everyone breathless. Boom. Moments later, Yi Fan finally lifted his foot once more. The entire path of reflection trembled in response. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, no anticipated obstacles. He ascended with unhurried grace. Stepping onto the pinnacle of the path of reflection, he had truly reached the summit. The second person in the history of the Taichu Dao sect to conquer the path of reflection. How impressive! Yi Fan is truly remarkable. Waves of astonishment surged forth, rising and falling in fervor. The earlier envious gazes had transformed into fervent admiration. Damn it! Luo Feng clenched his fists tightly, fixated on Yi Fan at the summit. The surrounding accolades pierced his heart like daggers. Silence! Luo Feng roared inwardly, yet he was compelled to continue his ascent. At that moment, he remained on the 580 steps. With each step, the pressure of spirit weighed heavier. What was once a manageable distance of a mere 10 steps now loomed like an insurmountable chasm. Breath. Yi Fan stood at the pinnacle of the path of reflection, the mountain winds swirling around him. Suddenly, his internal spiritual energy surged. His cultivation seemed to be invigorated, and his aura underwent a dramatic transformation. A breakthrough? Yi Fan murmured, sensing the change within him. At this moment, his cultivation had evidently reached the 8th level of the Xuanwu realm. However, he did not have time to revel in this achievement. From the direction of the horizon, a series of piercing sounds suddenly echoed. Swish, swish, swish. Dozens of figures descended from the direction of the Taichu Dao sect. An overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped the entire path of reflection. It was the elders of the Taichu Dao sect. The elders had arrived. Were they all here for Yi Fan? As the crowd beheld the multitude of figures, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Excellent. The first to land was a red-haired elder, his voice reverberating through the mist at the summit. After scrutinizing Yi Fan for a moment, he nodded in satisfaction. I am Qiangzi, the head of Qishao Peak. Young man, do you wish to join my sect? The Great Sun Carefree technique I cultivate complements your solar sword intent. Qiangzi, your Great Sun Carefree technique is merely a fragmented text. Another figure, a white-robed female cultivator surrounded by a chilling aura of sword energy, approached with her gaze as icy as winter, yet tinged with admiration. I am Yushuanghua, the head of Hanyue Peak. Yi Fan, if you join my sect, I can grant you the Shuangbing body refining pill to aid your physical advancement. A joke. A mere pill could not compare to the heavenly fire secret realm of my Tianhua Peak. Another elder in black robes appeared with a cold laugh. Yi Fan, I am Finshan, the head of Tianhua Peak. If you join my sect, I can permit you to enter the heavenly fire secret realm for cultivation at any time, assisting you in perfecting your solar sword intent. Chapter 274. In an instant, the elders began to voice their intentions, promising various rare resources and techniques. Some even took out high-level spiritual treasures, suspending them in midair for Yi Fan to choose from. The 7 peaks of the Taichu Dao sect had rejected the disciples of the Taichu 13 families. Each peak could contend with the influence of the Taichu 13 within the sect. As Yi Fan was not a disciple of the 13, joining one of the 7 peaks seemed the most advantageous choice. To establish himself within the Taichu Dao sect, he required a formidable backing. Ascending the path of heart was not merely a contest of victory, it was also about garnering the attention of the elders. The elders' successive expressions of interest in accepting disciples were precisely what Yi Fan desired. As Yi Fan pondered which elder to approach for mentorship, a chilling voice suddenly resonated, silencing the crowd. Everyone turned towards the source to see a purple-robed elder descending from the air, his visage stern and his gaze sweeping coldly over the gathered elders before finally settling on Yi Fan. This boy, he intoned ominously, has previously slain Luo Xinhao and is already on the Luo family's kill list. Are you certain you wish to take him as your disciple? At these words, The assembly fell into a heavy silence. Many elders furrowed their brows, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. Observing this, Yi Fan's expression darkened considerably. Huh. Qi Yangzi let out a cold chuckle, unperturbed by the Luo family's threats. This is the Taichu Dao sect. It is not the Luo family that holds sway here. Who dares to kill my disciple? Luo Lianshan glowered at the purple-robed elder, his expression filled with scorn. Do you genuinely believe the Luo family can dominate the Taichu Dao sect? Yu Shuanghua's eyes glinted with coldness as she added bluntly. This boy killed Luo Xinhao before he joined the Taichu Dao sect. Now that he is a member, he must abide by the sect's rules. His prior actions do not violate any regulations. Moreover, if Luo Xinhao fell to this boy, was it not due to his own inadequacies? Haha, Luo Lianshan. Seeing the three still standing by Yi Fan, burst into laughter. What if I were to inform you that the sect master desires this boy dead? Qi Yangzi frowned. Impossible. Elder Finshan coldly snorted. Is that truly the case? Yu Shuanghua's gaze flickered with skepticism. The Luo family wanting to kill Yi Fan was their affair. The three of them did not fear the Luo family in the slightest. However, if the sect master wished Yi Fan dead, the situation would be entirely different. The supreme elders of the Taichu Dao sect did not meddle in sect affairs. Thus the authority of the sect master surpassed that of all elders. Only the Elder Council, composed of 20 elders, could balance the sect master's power. The three of them were but a fraction of that council. 3 votes alone could not sway the sect master. Esteemed elders, Yi Fan perceived the trepidation the three felt towards the sect master, and his eyes gleamed with determination as he challenged them. Does the head of a peak within the illustrious Taichu Dao sect truly need to seek the sect master's approval to accept a disciple? The 3 elders turned solemn at his words. Presumptuous. Luo Lianshan glared at Yi Fan, his voice sharp. A mere disciple who has just passed the assessment dares to show disrespect towards the elders of the sect. If you succeed in your cultivation, will you not rebel against the heavens? Though his soul power, combat prowess, and talent were all commendable, such insubordination, in my opinion, you are unworthy to enter our sect. Heh. Yi Fan cast a sidelong glance at Luo Lianshan, a cold smile gracing his lips. You are, after all, an elder of the Taichu Dao sect. How can you utter such shameless words? If you wish to kill me, why not be direct? I have passed rigorous assessments and earned my place within the Taichu Dao sect. By what right do you deny me entry? Humph, Luo Lianshan retorted. You forget that I am an elder of the Taichu Dao sect. It seems I was right. You are disrespectful and rebellious. You shall die? With that, a terrifying killing intent erupted from him, locking onto Yi Fan and enveloping him in a suffocating pressure. Chapter 275. At this moment, a gentle breeze suddenly swept across the mountaintop. Like an invisible blade, it severed the oppressive force enveloping Yi Fan, causing him to feel an immediate lightness in his chest, and his breath became smooth once more. As the pressure dissipated, Yi Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Elder Zhu Zhong, clad in a simple robe, stood quietly behind him. Though his stance appeared tranquil, it emanated a weightiness akin to a mountain. Luo Lianshan's sinister eyes narrowed sharply as he fixed his gaze upon Zhu Zhong. You intend to protect the one I have brought in? To kill him? Zhu Zheng's voice was measured and unhurried, yet it carried an undeniable authority. His deep-set eyes met Luo Lianshan's with calmness, while his sleeves fluttered gently in the wind. The one you have brought in cannot be harmed. Luo Lianshan abruptly flicked his sleeve, his bony finger pointing directly at Yi Fan. Was my previous statement unclear? This boy is full of rebellion and will inevitably bring chaos to the sect. If that day comes, you, Zhu Zheng, will bear the consequences. How can you be so certain of events that have yet to unfold? Zhu Zheng gently shook his head, well aware that this was merely an excuse for Luo Lianshan to eliminate Yi Fan. Luo Lianshan suddenly sneered, challenging Zhu Zheng. So, you are resolutely determined to protect him? Or do you wish to take him as your own disciple? I have no intention of taking him as a disciple. Zhu Zheng denied, his tone growing solemn. However, he has passed the rigorous assessments of the Taichu Dao sect, and he is now deserving of being a disciple. Unless he himself refuses to join. Oh? Luo Lianshan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yi Fan. The murderous intent within them was unmistakable, as if issuing a warning. If Yi Fan joins the Taichu Dao sect without a sufficiently strong backing, the Luo family could easily take his life. Yi Fan. Zhu Zheng stepped forward, facing Yi Fan directly. You have now completed all the assessments of the Taichu Dao sect. Will you join the Taichu Dao sect and become one of its disciples? Yi Fan's expression grew grave, and he hesitated before responding. He had chosen to participate in the assessments with the hope of joining the Taichu Dao sect. If he did not join, how could he rescue Qin Yimo from peril? Initially, he had yearned for the favor of an elder who would take him under their wings, providing him protection to establish himself within the sect. However, with Luo Lianshan invoking the authority of the sect leader to threaten the elders, Even Qi Yangzi and the others had abandoned the idea of taking him as a disciple, although he now qualified to become an intersect disciple. Merely being an ordinary intersect disciple offered no guarantee for his life. Yi Fan took a deep breath, his chest heaving as he envisioned Qin Yimo's tear-filled eyes and heard her desperate farewell. In that instant, all hesitation transformed into resolute determination. I am willing. The words rang out with conviction, echoing across the mountaintop. Yi Fan straightened his back, flames igniting in his eyes. Since there was no retreat, he would fight with all he had. He had resolved to navigate the murky waters of the Taichu Dao sect. Very well. Zhu Zheng's voice resonated like a thunderclap on the mountaintop, a trace of barely perceptible approval flashing in his eyes. Since you are willing to join the Taichu Dao sect, from this moment onward, you are a disciple of the Taichu Dao sect. Suddenly, he shifted his tone, stating, according to the assessment rules, you should be directly promoted to the inner sect. However, your previous disregard for your elders warrants a penalty. As he spoke, his sharp gaze swept over Luo Lianshan's grim expression. Therefore, you shall be relegated to the status of a servant disciple. Servant disciple? Yi Fan was taken aback, his head snapping up to look at Zhu Zheng. Zhu Zheng's previous words and actions had clearly indicated his support, yet he could not comprehend why he was being demoted to a servant disciple. Chapter 276. The disciples of miscellaneous duties. Though they may progress along the path to becoming core disciples, this journey of advancement necessitates time. Even if one does not miss a single opportunity for promotion, it requires 3 years to ascend to the status of a core disciple. Luo Lianshan seemed to discern Zhu Zheng's intentions and could not help but sneer. Did he believe that by making him a disciple of miscellaneous duties, he could ensure his survival? The inner disciples of the Taichu Dao sect are predominantly martial artists of the earth martial realm. Given Yi Fan's current abilities, he would hardly stand a chance against any of them. In the inner sect, there are plenty of individuals capable of ending Yi Fan's life. However, among the miscellaneous disciples, Yi Fan could be considered invincible. Life and death are fated. With a swift motion of his voluminous sleeves, Zhu Zheng enveloped Yi Fan in an intangible force, whisking him away to the foot of Mount Wenxin before he could even react. At the base of the mountain, 99 inner disciples stood in an orderly line, waiting. They had previously assisted with the practical assessments in the plaza. Only the rule-breaking Luo Mo was absent from this gathering. Su Xiao. Zhu Zheng's gaze swept over the inner disciples, ultimately resting upon a young girl among them. Su Xiao. Upon hearing this name, Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Was that the name of Su Mainyong's daughter? As he focused his attention, a girl in a flowing pale yellow dress emerged from the crowd, standing out conspicuously among the inner disciples. Could she be Su Xiao? Yi Fan mused, taking in the approaching maiden. She possessed a delicate oval face, her complexion as pristine as newly fallen snow. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with vitality, slightly upturned at the corners, exuding an innate charm. This girl was indeed a youthful version of Su Mainyong, albeit with less seduction and more innocence and vivacity. What are you staring at? Su Xiao approached and suddenly shot Yi Fan a fierce glare. Embarrassed, he awkwardly rubbed his nose and hastily averted his gaze. Despite her diminutive and delicate appearance, she had a fierce demeanor that was quite striking. Su Xiao, Zhu Zheng interjected at an opportune moment, addressing her, from today forth, Yi Fan shall be a disciple of miscellaneous duties at the Taichu Dao sect. You are to escort him to the Spirit Herb Garden. Oh. Su Xiao elongated her response, responding reluctantly. She cast a sidelong glance at Yi Fan before turning on her heel and departing. Go on. Zhu Zheng signaled to Yi Fan with a meaningful glance. Heeding the instruction, Yi Fan quickly followed Su Xiao. The two traversed through the majestic mountain gate, making their way towards the Spirit Herb Garden. Disciples of miscellaneous duties at the Taichu Dao sect were expected to work, assisting the sect with various tasks to earn resources for cultivation. The Spirit Herb Garden was the place where the Taichu Dao sect cultivated its spirit herbs. Being assigned to this task, Yi Fan was to aid in the management of the garden. Su Xiao. After following her for a while, Yi Fan was about to broach the subject of Su Mainyong. However, Su Xiao, who was walking ahead, suddenly pivoted sharply, halting in her tracks. With hands on her hips and a defiant tilt to her chin, she glared at Yi Fan and declared, as a newly initiated disciple of miscellaneous duties, how dare you address me by my name? Here, you must refer to me as Senior Sister Su, or you may call me Senior Sister Xiao. With that, she proudly lifted her chin, revealing a glimpse of her fair neck, resembling a peacock strutting with pride, eliciting an irresistible urge to tease her. Chapter 277. Calling you Senior Sister? Yi Fan pondered for a moment, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. If he were to truly utter that title, it would surely cause a commotion in the hierarchy. What? Su Xiaorou's almond-shaped eyes widened in surprise, her head tilting in confusion. Your mother is Su Mingyang, right? Yi Fan regarded the petite figure before him, who was a head shorter than he, and responded, Do you know my mother? Su Xiaorou appeared momentarily stunned, her rosy lips slightly parted. I hail from the imperial city of Yunin Kingdom. What do you think? Yi Fan replied with a slight smile, his tone laced with an air of mystery. Humph. Su Xiaorou raised her chin defiantly, feigning disdain. Many people know my mother. Who do you think you are? Yi Fan arched an eyebrow, his right hand performing a subtle gesture. In an instant, the daylight sword materialized out of thin air, its blade shimmering with a scorching brilliance under the sun. What do you intend to do? Su Xiaorou, far from intimidated, took a bold step forward, hands on her hips. She stood on her tiptoes, attempting to project an assertive demeanor. With your mere Xuanwu realm cultivation, do you truly think you can contend with me? Are you not aware of your own capabilities? Who am I to engage with an inner sect disciple? Yi Fan feigned alarm, stepping back slightly. The daylight sword now held horizontally before him. Surely, you recognize the sword in my hand? The sword? Su Xiaorou furrowed her brow, leaning in closer, her amber eyes darting with curiosity. The daylight sword, Yi Fan enunciated each word deliberately, observing Su Xiaorou's reaction closely. The daylight sword? Su Xiaorou's head snapped up, her face a canvas of astonishment. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief before leaning in again for a closer look. How? How can this be? How could this sword possibly be in your possession? Your mother gifted it to me, Yi Fan replied, a broad smile breaking across his face as he lowered his voice conspiratorially. Your mother referred to me as her younger brother. Logically, shouldn't you then address me as uncle? You're lying. Su Xiaorou's cheeks flushed a bright red, her small fists flailing in the air. You expect me to call you uncle? Aren't you just a few years older than I? Age is inconsequential. It is the lineage that matters, Yi Fan replied with a gentle smile, sheathing the daylight sword. Are you leaving or not? Su Xiaorou's impatience flared, eager to change the topic. With that, she abruptly turned and continued toward the spirit herb garden. Hey, don't be upset. Yi Fan hastened to catch up, walking alongside her at a leisurely pace. If you refuse to call me uncle, that is fine. However, for the sake of our lineage, it is impossible for me to address you as senior sister. He certainly did not wish for Su Xiaorou to call him uncle. That would age him prematurely. Who would care? Su Xiaorou shot him a glare. Are you not aware that you are already a dying man? I have no desire to be associated with you. A dying man, you say? Is that truly the case? Yi Fan chuckled softly, fully understanding her insinuation. Is it not? Su Xiaorou cast him a sidelong glance, pursing her lips. Do you genuinely believe that becoming a servant disciple will spare you from the troubles brought by the Luo family? I certainly do not hold such naivety, Yi Fan replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips. But if I were indeed a dying man, why would Elder Zhu Zheng go to such lengths to protect me? Elder Zhu Zheng is precisely that kind of person. He cannot abide injustice, Su Xiaorou retorted dismissively. His protection of you is solely due to the rules of Taichu Daozong and his disdain for the actions of Elder Luo Lianshan, nothing more. Is that so? Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he chose not to elaborate further. Chapter 278. Destiny is always in one's own hands. Elder Zhu Zheng has fought hard for a glimmer of hope, a hope he intends to seize firmly. He not only desires to survive, but to live a vibrant life. Should the Luo family provoke him again, he will ensure they pay the price. As the two conversed, they passed through a stone archway, and a surge of rich spiritual energy rushed toward them like a tidal wave. Yi Fan instinctively inhaled deeply, feeling a jolt resonate within his very being. Before him lay an endless expanse of medicinal fields, cascading along the mountainside. Multicolored spiritual mists flowed through the fields, sometimes coalescing into the form of celestial cranes, at other times dispersing like drifting clouds. In the distance, several towering ancient trees were entwined with spirit vines as thick as a bowl, blooming with flowers as translucent as glass. As Yi Fan approached, he noticed the soil at his feet shimmered with a faint golden glow. Various spiritual herbs swayed gently in the breeze. The nine-heart lotus with jade-like leaves, the blood-red fire spirit ginseng, and the tricolored ghost orchid that seemed to inhale the moonlight. Even more astonishing was the evident sentience of these herbs. When a shadow passed by, they would shyly curl their leaves. As Yi Fan reached out, a nearby cluster of star-patterned grass suddenly withdrew into the earth, leaving only small mounds on the surface. Do not touch. Su Xiaorou urgently grasped Yi Fan's sleeve, warning him that these spiritual plants were older than he and possessed their own consciousness. She pointed towards a distant patch of medicinal fields shrouded in purple mist. Do you see those devouring spirit vines? Just last month, a servant disciple perished for inadvertently touching one. The mere mention of the devouring spirit vine caused Yi Fan to gasp in alarm. The servant disciples of the Tai Chu Dao sect were at least of the Xuanwu realm. The fact that such a vine could slay a Xuanwu realm warrior was chilling. By the way, Su Xiaorou continued, seemingly unperturbed, your residence is the hut by the creek. But suddenly, she fell silent. Yi Fan followed her gaze and saw a stooped old man standing at the end of the medicinal fields. The old man held a copper smoking pipe that emitted violet smoke, which transformed into chains that firmly restrained a thrashing millennium blood ginseng. That is Elder Kumu of the medicinal garden. Su Xiaorou whispered, instinctively shrinking back behind Yi Fan, for the elder loathed loud conversations in his presence. Abruptly, Elder Kumu's murky gaze turned toward them, and when it landed on Yi Fan, a strange glimmer flickered deep within his pupils. Newcomer? His raspy voice sent chills down their spines. Noticing Yi Fan's silence, Su Xiaorou discreetly tugged at his sleeve, urging him, what are you dawdling for? Quickly pay your respects. Disciple Yi Fan, greetings to Elder Kumu. Yi Fan finally snapped back to reality and respectfully cupped his hands in salute. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of intimidation. The elder before him was far more formidable than several peak masters. Humph, the elder grunted coldly, lightly tapping his smoking pipe. The ensnared millennium blood ginseng let out a piercing wail before vanishing as a streak of blood light into his sleeve. Elder Kumu. Seeing that the elder ignored Yi Fan, Su Xiaorou hastily performed a deep bow, cautiously adding, Yi Fan has just ascended the path of heart. What did you say? Elder Kumu seemed intrigued by this new information, turning his head back to them. Ascended the path of heart? Such prowess. Yet he comes to the medicinal garden as a servant disciple? Why aren't those old coots seizing this young man as their disciple? Chapter 279. It was thus. Su Xiaorou hastily stepped forward, her voice instinctively softening as she occasionally cast furtive glances at the withered old man's somber countenance. He harbored certain grievances against the Luo family, and was spared death solely due to Elder Zhu Zhang's protection, which allowed the disciple to escort him to the herb garden. Is that so? The withered old man languidly surveyed Yi Fan, suddenly breaking into a grin that revealed several yellowed teeth. You will be the one to tend to the xianbing grass in Zone B7. Before his words fully escaped his lips, his stooped figure vanished into the depths of the herb field like a specter, leaving behind only wisps of azure and violet smoke that twisted and spiraled in the air. Xianbing grass? Su Xiaorou gasped, her delicate face paling instantly. Is there a problem with the xianbing grass? Yi Fan furrowed his brow, observing Su Xiaorou's unusual reaction. An unsettling premonition swelling within him. The survival rate of xianbing grass is exceedingly low. Su Xiaorou whispered urgently, explaining to Yi Fan in a rapid cadence. It requires daily nurturing with spiritual energy to ensure its survival. Even the slightest negligence could lead to widespread death. The last disciple responsible for the xianbing grass was executed after a moment of carelessness that caused over 100 plants to wither. What? Yi Fan's pupils constricted in disbelief. If one fails to tend to the xianbing grass properly, they face death? Do you think so? Su Xiaorou pouted. In the eyes of Tai Chu Daozong, the lives of miscellaneous disciples are worth less than a few stalks of xianbing grass. Yi Fan's furrowed brow deepened, muttering complaints as he pondered the situation. Given this, working in the herb garden appears to be a thankless task. Is Elder Zhu Zhang helping me or harming me? Whether it's a thankless task or a pleasant one depends on which section of the herb field one is responsible for. Su Xiaorou shrugged helplessly. I suspect Elder Zhu Zhang did not anticipate that the withered old man would assign you to tend to the xianbing grass in Zone B7. Aside from the spiritual herbs in Zone A, the xianbing grass in Zone B7 is the most perilous. The Taichu Daozone herb garden sprawled over a vast area, divided into 10 major zones and 100 smaller sections. Zone A was under the direct supervision of the withered old man, while the remaining 9 zones, comprising 90 fields, were entrusted to miscellaneous disciples. You mean? Yi Fan's gaze sharpened suddenly, recalling what Su Xiaorou had mentioned about his grievances with the Luo family, his suspicions rising. Is the withered old man targeting me? Could it be that he has some connection with the Luo family, deliberately assigning me to tend to the xianbing grass in Zone B7? Bah. I never said that. Su Xiaorou quickly interrupted Yi Fan, then patted his shoulder in a surprisingly mature manner. In any case, you don't need to overthink it. You'll meet your end sooner or later. Being executed for negligence in caring for the xianbing grass would at least be a swift demise. You little girl. Yi Fan abruptly turned, glaring at Su Xiaorou. Can't you have a little more faith in me? Blah, blah, blah. Su Xiaorou stuck out her tongue and made a face, then turned to carefully navigate through the herb field. Stop dawdling. I'll take you to meet the steward of Zone B. Yi Fan watched Su Xiaorou's retreating figure, shaking his head in resignation as he followed her. A sudden shock coursed through him as he began to strategize on how to tackle this deadly assignment. Su Xiaorou led Yi Fan through several herb fields before arriving at a modest wooden cabin, where she unceremoniously knocked on the door. "Open up! Open up!" The wooden door creaked open, revealing a plump middle-aged man with a round face who peered out, his face beaming with a smile. "Ah, if it isn't Sister Sue. What brings you here?" The steward of Taichu Daozong was once a disciple of the sect himself, having surpassed 40 years without stepping into the realm of Tianwu. Those who wished to remain at Taichu Daozong could become stewards, continuing to earn cultivation resources through their service to the sect. Chapter 280. Consequently, the middle-aged man continued to address Su Xiaoro as his junior sister, displaying a somewhat familiar demeanor. "Look, here's the newcomer," Su Xiaoro announced. Her thumb raised as she pointed towards Yifan, her delicate nostrils slightly crinkled in disdain. She had already encountered Elder Kumu and was assigned to oversee the Xianbing grass in the Y-Zone 7. The Y-Zone 7? The man's small eyes widened in astonishment, his fleshy face quivering with excitement. He took a quick step forward, warmly grasping Yifan's sleeve. "Junior brother, please come in. You must have had a strenuous assessment, right? I just picked some shu fruits, brimming with spiritual energy." Yifan, taken aback by the sudden warmth of his greeting, instinctively stepped back, his brows knitting together in confusion. He glanced towards Su Xiaoro, his eyes filled with questions. "Would you like to come in and sit for a while, Junior Sister Su?" The middle-aged man inquired with a smile. "What is there to sit in this wretched place?" Su Xiaoro peeked inside the wooden cabin, dismissively waving her hand. "I've delivered him. You better help him get acquainted with the Y-Zone 7. As she turned to leave, she suddenly tugged at the hem of Yifan's clothing, lowering her voice to remind him, "Be mindful of yourself." As the middle-aged man watched Su Xiaoro depart, he turned back to Yifan, his round face again adorned with a cordial smile. "I am Zhao De. You may call me Brother Zhao, or simply Old Zhao. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed?" "Yifan," he replied. "Ah, so you are Junior Brother Yifan." Zhao De rubbed his hands together, his eyes narrowing into slits. "Come, let me take you to see the Y-Zone 7. The two traversed several corridors, arriving at a medicinal field shrouded in a faint, chilling mist. Yifan instinctively squinted, catching glimpses of hundreds of azure spiritual herbs shimmering through the haze. "This is the Y-Zone 7, Zhao De pointed ahead. "There are over 300 Xianbing grasses here. Each day at the hour of Qin, you are to come here and infuse your spiritual energy to nurture them. These Xianbing grasses, their condition appears rather poor." Yifan observed the glimmering medicinal field before him, his brow slightly furrowing, although the leaves remained sharp. Their roots evidently lacked vitality, with some even beginning to blacken and decay. "Ha!" Zhao De chuckled awkwardly, wiping the sweat from his brow as he hurried to explain. The previous disciple in charge was rather negligent, spending his days idling, which led to many Xianbing grasses withering. However, the remaining ones, though wilted, can still be saved. As long as you, Junior Brother Yifan, diligently infuse your spiritual energy daily, there should be no problem. The hour of Qin is approaching, isn't it? Yifan mused, glancing at the sky. The entrance examination for the Taichu Dao sect had lasted a full day and night. By the time everyone ascended the path of inquiry, it was already late into the night. The day had dawned some time ago, and it was nearly the hour of Qin. Isn't it said that arriving early is not as good as arriving at the right moment? Zhao De eagerly leaned closer, smiling. "Junior Brother Yifan, you can begin to infuse your spiritual energy into these Xianbing grasses now. I will stand by to assist you." Yifan surveyed the medicinal field before him, an unsettling feeling creeping in. Suddenly, he turned to Zhao De, locking eyes with him. "Brother Zhao, I've heard that the previous disciple who oversaw this place met a rather grim fate?" Chapter 281. The Unthinkable. Zhao De's face quivered with the excess flesh, and he quickly waved his hands in denial. Though deceased, the demise was not as tragic as he suggested. "I firmly believe the passing was rather peaceful." As he spoke, he clasped his hands together in a gesture of supplication. Yifan's lips twitched, struggling to suppress the impulse to roll his eyes. Was it truly the case that the caretaker of the Xianbing grass had met his end due to negligence? After all, the Xianbing grass was property of the sect, and any damage to sect property would certainly incur disciplinary action. Zhao De rubbed his plump palms together, chuckling awkwardly. "Junior Brother Yifan, as long as you regularly nurture the Xianbing grass with your spiritual energy, there will be no issues. Moreover, the sect is aware that the survival rate of Xianbing grass is not particularly high. As long as the number of withered plants does not exceed 10 per quarter, the sect will not place blame." "Is that so?" Yifan narrowed his eyes, harboring profound skepticism towards Zhao De's claims. When one's life was at stake, he could not fathom that the previous caretaker of the Xianbing grass would have been negligent. With over 300 plants, a yearly allowance of 40 withered specimens seemed far too lenient. By such calculations, a survival rate of nearly 90%? That seemed reasonable. Yet from what he gathered from Su Xiaoro, it should not be so high. Would brother deceive you? Zhao De suddenly thumped his chest in assurance, winking at Yifan. This entire area belongs to me, your elder brother. The pressure I bear is far greater than yours. There is absolutely no need to sabotage you. If you can care for the Xianbing grass well, it benefits us all. Yefan gazed at Zhao De's shiny visage for a moment before breaking into a smile. Then I shall give it a try. With that, he cautiously stepped forward. As he approached the medicinal field, the temperature around him plummeted. The breath he exhaled crystallized into tiny ice particles upon his lashes. Gently bending down, he delicately brushed away the frost at the edge of the field. Gazing at the wilting Xianbing grass, a flicker of golden light danced in his eyes. Within him, the solar meridian began to circulate quietly, and pure golden spiritual energy surged from his veins, coalescing into a brilliant orb at his fingertips. Be careful, junior brother, Zhao De urged, anticipation glimmering in his beady eyes. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, which he frequently wiped away with his sleeve. Zhao De did not deceive Yefan. He sincerely hoped Yefan could nurture the Xianbing grass effectively. After all, if Yefan failed, this arduous task would fall upon him. Who knew how long they would have to wait for more junior disciples to arrive? As Zhao De's thoughts spiraled, Yefan suddenly flipped his palm and forcefully pressed it against the ground. What are you doing? Zhao De's expression shifted dramatically, his portly body leaning forward. He extended his stubby fingers in a futile attempt to intervene, but it was too late. Buzz. The entire medicinal field trembled. The golden spiritual energy emanating from Yefan's palm poured forth like the rising sun. The resplendent golden light flowed through the icy crevices, enveloping the entire field in an instant. This is disastrous. Zhao De's face turned ashen, his legs trembling. The Xianbing grass required careful nurturing, and such a violent infusion would surely devastate the entire field. If 100 plants perished, the sect would undoubtedly punish Yefan. Chapter 282. If over 300 plants perish, Zhao De's life would be at stake. In the next moment, Zhao De's thoughts came to an abrupt halt. The wilted Xianbing grass suddenly straightened its roots. The azure leaves unfurled as if reborn. Even more astonishingly, the originally darkened roots shed their lifelessness and regained a lustrous blue glow. One by one, the more than 300 Xianbing grasses danced gracefully in the morning light like awakened crystalline spirits. This is impossible. Zhao De's round cheeks twitched violently as he stumbled back a few steps, nearly tripping over his own garment. Rubbing his eyes vigorously to confirm he was not hallucinating, his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. After a moment, Yifan slowly retracted his hand, the released spiritual energy converging into his body like rivers flowing back to the sea. He then turned to look at Zhao De, who stood not far away, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. Brother Zhao, do you find my care satisfactory? The strength of one's spiritual energy largely depends on the martial arts techniques practiced by the cultivator. Yifan practiced the Sun Scripture, resulting in formidable spiritual energy that perfectly complemented the Xianbing grass. This realization jolted Zhao De awake, and he dashed into the medicinal field, trembling fingers brushing against the vibrant Xianbing grass. Suddenly, he turned and embraced Yifan tightly, exclaiming, "My dear, you are truly a divine treasure bestowed upon me. Brother Zhao, please calm down." Yifan gasped for breath, unable to struggle against Zhao De's grip. They stood at the center of the medicinal field, and any misstep could result in trampling the delicate Xianbing grass. Let us step outside to talk. Zhao De released Yifan but held onto his sleeve tightly. However, once they exited the medicinal field, the joy on Zhao De's round face suddenly froze, and his brows furrowed involuntarily. What's wrong? Yifan, noticing Zhao De's expression, felt puzzled. Brother Zhao, is it possible that I did not perform adequately? Zhao De did not respond immediately. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Yifan from head to toe, before lowering his voice. Junior brother Yifan, be honest with me. During the sect assessment, did you slack off? When climbing the path of reflection, did you exert yourself fully? You didn't just give up after reaching the 200th step, did you? Yifan was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected question. Brother Zhao, why are you asking me this? Although your cultivation is not high, only at the 7th level of the Xuanwu realm, Zhao De's expression grew serious, his small eyes gleaming with intensity. Yet, your spiritual energy is remarkably pure, and your control over it is nothing short of exquisite. With such martial arts talent, it is inconceivable that no elder would wish to take you as a disciple. How did you end up as a servant disciple, assigned to this place? Well, it's a long story, perhaps it's best not to discuss it. Yifan scratched his head, his gaze wandering, unwilling to divulge the truth. Observing Zhao De's timid demeanor, it seemed he was merely a minor figure within the Taichu Dao sect. Revealing his grievances with the Luo family might cause Zhao De to faint on the spot. Never mind. Zhao De suddenly sighed deeply, his corpulent body slumping as if deflated, his face etched with worry. With your abilities, it seems you won't remain here for long. At most a year, and you will likely ascend to the inner sect. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle. It turned out that this rotund fellow was not concerned about why he was there, but rather when he would depart. Zhao likely feared that once Yi Fan left, no one would care for the Xianbing grass. Although new servant disciples would be assigned after a year, it was unlikely they would possess Yi Fan's skills. Brother Zhao, unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave to rest. Yi Fan stretched and turned to depart. Just as he took a couple of steps, an important thought struck him, and he returned. Servant disciples of the Taichu Dao sect should be able to access sect resources, right? I wonder how much one can receive each month and when they can claim it? Chapter 283. Resources? What resources? Zhao to feign mystery. His face becoming more jovial as he smiled. Can the servant disciples not receive the sect's resources? Yi Fan furrowed his brow, gazing at Zhao with skepticism. Other servant disciples are able to receive the sect's resources. Zhao, with his hands clasped behind his back, spoke leisurely. Yet the servant disciples of the spiritual herb garden do not. Not only do you not have them, but even I, as the steward of the spiritual herb garden, do not possess any. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's eyes widened with suspicion. If there truly were no resources to be had, how could Zhao still be smiling? It would mean working for the sect without compensation and risking his life. Could this rotund man be of questionable intellect? Zhao suddenly leaned in conspiratorially, a glint of shrewdness sparking in his small eyes. Remaining here in the spiritual herb garden is the finest resource. Have you not noticed how rich the spiritual energy is here? As he spoke, he took a deep breath, his eyes closing in bliss. Yi Fan's pupils narrowed, and a sudden realization struck him. From the moment he set foot in the spiritual herb garden, he had sensed that the spiritual energy here far surpassed that of the outside world. Absorbing spiritual energy for cultivation here was vastly more effective than refining spiritual stones. Moreover, this area was off limits to outsiders, making it an exquisite sanctuary for the servant disciples of the herb garden. Do you understand now? Zhao asked, a triumphant smile gracing his face as he sought Yi Fan's confirmation. I understand, Yi Fan shrugged, deciding not to elaborate further. After parting ways with Zhao, he returned to the thatched cottage by the stream. Most inner disciples are at the earth martial realm. I must strive to break through to that level as well. Yi Fan pondered, settling into a meditative position on the azure stone before the cottage. He was not in a rush to ascend to the status of an outer or inner disciple. Given his current cultivation level, becoming an outer disciple was sufficient. However, it was evident that he was still not quite ready to become an inner disciple. As the sun's energy coursed through his meridians, golden spiritual power flowed within him. The sunlight was absorbed by his body, melding with the abundant spiritual energy surrounding him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the spiritual herb garden gradually became shrouded in twilight. Just then, a sudden chill swept over Yi Fan from behind. Feeling the cold, Yi Fan abruptly opened his eyes. Rising to look behind him, he found the elder with the withered wood standing there, having appeared unnoticed. The elder's stooped figure cast a distorted shadow in the moonlight. Elderwood, when did you arrive? Yi Fan felt a shiver run down his spine and hastily inquired. This old man had an uncanny ability to appear out of nowhere, sending chills through him. I hear from Zhao that you managed to revive all the Xianbing grasses in one go. The elder stepped forward, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Fan. You know? Yi Fan, realizing the elder had come for this matter, smiled sheepishly. Let me have a look. Without waiting for a reply, the elder pressed his bony hand onto Yi Fan's head. Yi Fan felt himself being restrained as a cold spiritual energy surged violently into his meridians, slithering through his body like a venomous serpent, probing and exploring. Good. After a moment, the elder withdrew his hand, a wide grin spreading across his face. I truly did not misjudge you. From this day forth, you shall be my sole disciple. You wish to take me as your apprentice? Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, observing the elder before him. What's wrong? The elder's smile suddenly froze, his eyes narrowing, a hint of displeasure creeping onto his face. Am I somehow being unkind by taking you as my sole disciple? Chapter 284. You should know that the disciple has offended the Luo family. Yi Fan murmured, his gaze fixed intently on the reaction of the withered old man. The Luo family? The withered old man scoffed, dismissing the significance of the Luo family. A glint of realization flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he recognized that the old man was unperturbed by the Luo family. Seizing the opportunity, he inquired, might I ask if Elder Kumu belongs to the inner or outer sect of the Taichu Dao sect, or perhaps is a member of the Elder Council? The elders of the Taichu Dao sect are categorized into several tiers. At the apex stands the Grand Elder, followed by the 20 members of the Elder Council. Below them are the inner and outer sect elders. Even among direct disciples, the standing of their masters varies, leading to disparities in the resources they can access within the Taichu Dao sect. Yi Fan aspired to catch up to Luo Feiyu and understood that without sufficient martial resources, this ambition would be futile. At the very least, he needed resources comparable to those of an inner sect disciple. Thus, he hoped his master would be at least an inner sect elder. However, the answer was negative. Meeting Yi Fan's hopeful gaze, the withered old man shook his head. Yi Fan felt a pang of disappointment, taking a deep breath as he mustered the courage to address the elder. Since you are not even an outer sect elder, I regret that I cannot take you as my master. Dare to refuse me? The old man suddenly burst into laughter, his claw-like hand pressing down on Yi Fan's shoulder. Then tell me, what rank of elder do you wish to take as your master? At least, Yi Fan, feeling a sharp pain in his shoulder, gritted his teeth and replied, it must be an inner sect elder, right? Very well. The old man, satisfied with the answer, promptly released his grip. As he turned, his robes billowed like night mist. For tonight, rest easy. I shall return tomorrow to take you as my disciple. Before his words had faded, his figure dissipated into a wisp of black smoke. Tomorrow? Yi Fan stared at the dissipating smoke, bewildered. Today, the withered old man was not even an outer sect elder. Would he truly become an inner sect elder by tomorrow? Advancement within the Tai Chu Dao sect is no easy feat. Never mind that. Cultivation is paramount. Yi Fan shook his head and resumed his seated position on the green stone. Though the deep night offered no sunlight, the surrounding spiritual energy remained abundant. At this moment, he was not in a hurry to practice martial skills. Instead, he took advantage of the night to continue absorbing spiritual energy to enhance his cultivation. His current martial skills were already formidable. However, without the support of sufficient cultivation, executing them would be unwieldy. The pressing priority was to break through to the earth martial realm. One night passed in the blink of an eye. By dawn, Yi Fan returned to the 7th district. As a servant disciple, his time for cultivation was inevitably divided by menial tasks. There were certain duties he could not neglect each day. Fortunately, nurturing the Xian Bing grass was not a difficult task for him. Arriving punctually every day at the designated hour was essential. Yi Fan halted, as he had the day before, channeling spiritual energy into the medicinal field. Suddenly, an unexpected occurrence transpired. The azure leaves of the Xian Bing grass began to tremble violently. Its roots, resembling venomous snakes, swiftly coiled around his wrist. Yi Fan felt an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy escaping from his body like a breach dam. Damn it! Yi Fan shouted, swiftly shaking off the constricting roots and retreating. Once he regained his footing outside the medicinal field, the scene before him sent a tremor through his heart. The once vibrant Xian Bing grass now displayed roots as dark as ink, its sharp leaves visibly wilting. Chapter 285. What on earth is happening? Yi Fan's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind rendered utterly blank. The method he employed to nurture the Xianbing grass was identical to that of the previous day. How could the once vibrant Xianbing grass suddenly wither? Its current state, half alive and half dead, seemed even worse than before he had begun nurturing it. Thud, thud, thud. Before he could comprehend the situation, the sound of hurried footsteps approached like the relentless beat of a war drum. Yi Fan. The commanding voice jolted him back to reality. As he turned, he beheld 5 figures clad in purple robes rushing towards him like a tempest. The fluttering of their garments exuded a palpable air of menace. At the forefront stood Luo Mo, his face twisted in fury. Once Luo Mo halted, the 4 individuals behind him spread out in a synchronized fan shape. It's you? Yi Fan pondered in confusion. How could an inner sect disciple like Luo Mo appear here? What was his purpose? The Spirit Herb Garden is off limits to unauthorized personnel. Unauthorized personnel? Haha. Luo Mo laughed heartily, the sound sharp and grating. He raised a hand to caress the emblem on his chest, his gaze suddenly turning icy as he commanded. Open your eyes and see clearly. Yi Fan squinted, his gaze landing on the emblem shimmering with a cold light on Luo Mo's chest. The words law enforcement gleamed with an intimidating sharpness, emanating an undeniable authority. A cursory glance at the other 4 revealed they too wore purple robes, their emblems shining brightly. The law enforcement hall is conducting a routine inspection, and you dare call us unauthorized? Luo Mo sneered, his eyes drifting past Yi Fan to the withered herb field behind him. A cruel smile crept onto his lips. You truly have a lot of nerve to damage the sect's spirit herbs. Did you meddle with it? Yi Fan's expression darkened as realization dawned upon him. What a fortuitous coincidence. The Xianbing grass encountered trouble just as Luo Mo and his entourage arrived. The last servant tasked with caring for the Xianbing grass was executed for negligence, resulting in the wilting of over 100 plants. Luo Mo's smile widened, a glint of sadistic pleasure flickering in his eyes as he deliberately elongated his words, and was displayed beheaded for all to see. And now you have destroyed over 300 Xianbing grass. As he spoke, he advanced menacingly, lowering his voice to a sickly sweet tone. It seems you are about to experience the taste of dismemberment. Before his words could fully resonate, he suddenly raised his arm. His fingertip pointed like a blade at Yi Fan's throat. Arrest him. Bring him back to the law enforcement hall for punishment. Yes. The 4 law enforcement disciples echoed in unison, their heavy footsteps closing in on Yi Fan, forming an encirclement. Hold on. A desperate shout abruptly shattered the tense atmosphere. Everyone turned to see Zhao De rushing towards them, breathless, his ample robes soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to his round belly. Upon catching sight of the withered herb field, his pupils constricted and his face quivered uncontrollably. Luo Mo, junior brother. Chapter 286. Zhao De swiftly positioned himself in front of Yi Fan, his forced smile contorting his plump face into an amusing array of wrinkles. He flusteredly wiped the beads of sweat cascading down his forehead with his sleeve, his voice trembling. What wind has blown you here? A heads up would have allowed me, old Zhao, to prepare some tea for your visit. It's merely a routine inspection, Luo Mo interjected, casting a sidelong glance, his nostrils slightly flaring as if detecting a repugnant odor. With an air of nonchalance, he brushed away non-existent dust from his sleeve, exuding an extreme arrogance. Despite Zhao De's position as a steward and his superior cultivation, he was merely a disciple of the law enforcement hall and felt no obligation to show Zhao De any deference. Routine inspection? Zhao De's throat bobbed as he forced a laugh. Today doesn't tea seem to align with the schedule for a routine check, does it? Then it's an impromptu inspection. What of it? Luo Mo barked suddenly, his eyes flashing with menace as he leaned forward, nearly pressing against Zhao De's shiny, rotund face. Yi Fan has destroyed over 300 mystic ice grasses, a capital offense. If you continue to prattle on, do you believe I want to hold you accountable as well? This situation seemed suspicious. Zhao De was splattered with saliva but dared not wipe it away, only retracting his neck and laughing nervously. I was closely observing junior brother Yi Fan nurturing the mystic ice grasses yesterday, and everything appeared fine. Yet today, they have all withered. There must be more to this. Are we to penalize junior brother Yi Fan without a thorough investigation? Is it the law enforcement hall's duty to dictate how we enforce the law? Luo Mo interrupted sternly. For now, I will simply take him back, and the law enforcement hall will conduct a thorough investigation later. Zhao De, you need tea fret over this. Huh? No. Zhao De's jowls twitched violently. Does anyone in your law enforcement hall understand spiritual herbs? If we are to investigate thoroughly, wouldn't I need to assist? Your words are tiresome. Will you move or not? Luo Mo had lost all patience, drawing his sword in anger and pointing it at Zhao De, declaring, one more word, and I will take you along to the law enforcement hall. Zhao De was startled by the sudden flash of the sword, stumbling back a step, his brow furrowed, and his stubby fingers unconsciously rubbed the hem of his garment. Though his martial prowess surpassed that of Luo Mo, he dared not confront him directly in such a forceful manner. Defying a disciple of the law enforcement hall was a grave offense. Senior brother Zhao, can't you see? Yi Fan, not wishing to burden Zhao De, gently patted his shoulder. Luo Mo is clearly attempting to frame me. It's quite possible that he was the one who caused the demise of these mystic ice grasses. No, it can't be. Zhao De's expression froze, his gaze filled with confusion as he regarded Yi Fan. Yi Fan offered no further explanation and stepped forward to face Luo Mo directly, stating, is it not merely that I nearly killed you during the practical assessment? Do you really need to destroy over 300 mystic ice grasses to frame me for this? What? Before Luo Mo could respond, Zhao De was momentarily stunned. Junior brother Yi Fan, you nearly killed Luo Mo during the Taichu Dao sect assessment? What happened? Was Luo Mo also a participant? No, that is impossible. How could you two possibly? Zhao De seemed utterly baffled, unable to comprehend the situation. The recent Taichu Dao sect assessment had introduced a segment where challengers faced off against inner disciples. Yi Fan maintained a calm demeanor, focusing intently on Luo Mo, explaining in a measured tone. According to the rules, challengers must withstand 3 strikes from inner disciples while their cultivation is suppressed to the same level to pass the assessment. However, Luo Mo nearly failed to endure my 3 strikes. Had my cultivation not been released at the last moment, he could have perished. Have you finished your rambling? Luo Mo, incensed by the mention of his embarrassing moment, erupted with suppressed fury, bellowing to the 4 individuals behind him, seize Yi Fan. If he dares to resist, eliminate him on the spot. Upon delivering his command, he shot a fierce glare at Zhao De, warning, you just stand there quietly and don't move. Chapter 287. Wait a moment. Zhao De frantically waved his hands, drenched in sweat. Junior brother Luo Mo, let us refrain from drawing weapons for now. Allow me to reason with junior brother Yi Fan. Without waiting for Luo Mo's response, he anxiously turned to grasp Yi Fan's arm, lowering his voice. Junior brother Yi Fan, why not visit the law enforcement hall first? Just give me a stick of incense. No, half a stick of incense. I will certainly uncover the hidden truth behind the withering of the Xianbing grass and rush to the law enforcement hall to rescue you. Yi Fan regarded Zhao Da's earnest expression, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Do you truly believe that I can walk into the law enforcement hall alive? His gaze swept over Luo Mo's furious countenance. It was evident that Luo Mo had schemed to frame him, wishing for his demise. Would he ever grant Zhao Da the opportunity to investigate? Perhaps. After leaving the spirit herb garden, he would resort to executing a swift verdict. This. Zhao Da's corpulent body trembled, his mouth agape but speechless. At that moment, Yi Fan gently pushed Zhao Da aside, confronting Luo Mo with a glint of cold determination in his eyes. During the Taichu Dao sect assessment, you barely escaped with your life. Today, luck is not on your side. Oh? Luo Mo was momentarily stunned, then erupted into a harsh, mocking laughter. What did you say? Did I hear you correctly? You wish to kill me? Ridiculous. Utterly laughable. Here, I am not required to suppress my cultivation. No need to suppress your cultivation? A cold smirk graced Yu Fan's lips as he ceased further words. His body trembled slightly as an immense force of life and soul surged forth. The ethereal image of the Zhentian Bei began to coalesce behind him. In this place, while Luo Mo need not suppress his cultivation, the Zhentian Bei could indeed suppress Luo Mo's power more ruthlessly than ever. Life and soul? Luo Mo's expression shifted, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Life and soul. Zhao Da staggered back 2 steps. Gazing at the ethereal image of the Zhentian Bei behind Yi Fan, his small eyes widening in disbelief. A Xuanwu realm warrior can awaken their life and soul? How is that even possible? Heavenly Dao. Suppress. Yi Fan's eyes brimmed with murderous intent as he bellowed like thunder. Boom. The Zhentian Bei burst forth in a dazzling golden radiance. The terrifying pressure of the heavenly Dao cascaded down like a tidal wave, enveloping Luo Mo in an instant. Luo Mo sensed the anomaly, his face paling drastically. Instinctively, he attempted to retreat, only to find his legs weighed down as if filled with lead. In his panic, he could only watch Yi Fan's figure approach like a specter. A fiery crimson hand reached toward his chest. Get away. Luo Mo shouted in a frenzy, only to realize with horror that his spiritual energy was rapidly depleting. As he struggled to wield his sword for defense, he found the blade suspended in midair, heavier than 1,000 pounds. Boom. The 9-dragon spirit fire erupted from Yi Fan's palm, the searing flames distorting the very air around them. Luo Mo's purple robe was instantly reduced to ash. His agonized scream was swiftly engulfed by the flames. In the blink of an eye, all that remained was a smoldering pile of crimson embers. Zhao Da's plump lips quivered uncontrollably, the lines etched on his round face filled with terror. He stared blankly at the wisps of smoke dissipating into the wind, unable to utter a word for what felt like an eternity. Yi Fan stowed away the Zhentian Bei and turned, his icy gaze slicing through the 4 law enforcement disciples. You 4, do you still wish to apprehend me? Chapter 288. You dared to kill senior brother Luo Mo. One individual turned pale, his voice trembling as he spoke. Having committed the act of murder, was there truly a need for further discourse? Yi Fan cast a glance at the speaker, slowly unfurling his palm. 9 fiery serpents danced upon his palm, eager to spring forth. Go. The 4, witnessing this, felt their hearts quiver with terror. They dared not linger any longer. They turned and fled in a panic. Though they were all inner disciples, their strength paled in comparison to Luo Mo's. Even knowing that Yi Fan was merely at the Xuanwu realm, they could not muster the courage to confront him again. Who could say whether Yi Fan would slay them just as he had done to Luo Mo? Brother Zhao? Once the 4 enforcers had fled, Yi Fan finally turned his gaze upon Zhao Da, who remained rooted to the spot. Zhao Da seemed to awaken from a trance, his entire being trembling, his thick lips moving without producing coherent words. Are you scared? Seeing Zhao Da's demeanor, Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle. In truth, Zhao Da's martial prowess was not lacking. At the 9th level of the Earth martial realm, he was considered a formidable figure even in the Yinyun nation. However, his timid nature was devoid of any semblance of a strong warrior. Junior brother Yi Fan, you have truly stirred up a great mess this time. Zhao Da finally regained his voice, albeit still quaking noticeably. He would never admit to being genuinely frightened. After forcing himself to regain composure, he wore a distressed expression and stammered, How could you kill Luo Mo? Slaying an enforcer, especially while they were performing their duties. This is far more serious than killing an ordinary inner disciple. I merely eliminated a traitor who plotted against his fellow disciples and destroyed over 300 stalks of Xianbing grass, Yi Fan replied. A faint smile gracing his lips as he feigned nonchalance, shrugging his shoulders. He was fully aware that the situation had escalated. Yet, given the circumstances, he had no choice but to slay Luo Mo. If Luo Mo lived, it would be his own demise. Zhao began to grasp the implications of Yi Fan's words, his brows knitting together in confusion. Are you so certain that Luo Mo set you up and destroyed the Xianbing grass in the medicinal field? What good is my certainty? Yi Fan shook his head with a wry smile, his gaze sweeping over the desolate medicinal field. We need evidence. Indeed, this matter requires proof. Zhao nodded in agreement, though his face was etched with worry. Currently, your only route to survival is to confirm that the Xianbing grass here was destroyed by Luo Mo. But how can we prove that? Isn't that up to you, Brother Zhao? Yi Fan suddenly stepped closer, his clear eyes locking onto Zhao's. Me? Zhao pointed at himself, utterly bewildered. His mind was a chaotic jumble, akin to a bowl of stirred porridge. Yes, and it must be done swiftly. Yi Fan lowered his voice, his words quickening. Just now, didn't you say you'd have half a stick of incense's time to uncover the truth behind the Xianbing grass's wilting? After those 4 enforcers report back to the enforcement hall, a large number of disciples will come here. Once they arrive, it will truly be too late. At this, he gently patted Zhao's shoulder, expressing, Brother Zhao, my life now wholly depends on you. I will try my best. Zhao's lips twitched awkwardly, and he swallowed hard. He then spun around, comically hurrying towards the medicinal field, to ascertain the cause of the Xianbing grass's wilting. He felt far from assured. Now, not only did he have to uncover the truth, but he also had to establish a connection to Luo Mo. The difficulty of the task had escalated significantly. As Zhao bent down to inspect the medicinal field, he immediately sensed something amiss. He swiftly reached out and uprooted a withered stalk of Xianbing grass. Chapter 289 This is. Yi Fan's gaze sharpened as he took a swift step forward. In the small pit left by the Xianbing grass, a creature, entirely black and radiating an eerie metallic luster, writhed grotesquely. His instincts informed him that the withering of the Xianbing grass was undoubtedly linked to this creature, the spirit-eating insect. Zhao appeared to have deduced something. His eyes suddenly clear as he turned sharply to Yi Fan, asking, Did the Xianbing grass in the medicinal field wither only after you infused it with spiritual energy? Indeed. Yi Fan nodded emphatically, his eyes glimmering with insight. Zhao's breath quickened as he sought further confirmation. At that moment, did you feel that your spiritual energy was depleting at an alarming rate? Absolutely, Yi Fan affirmed, sensing that Zhao had uncovered something significant. He hurriedly queried, Brother Zhao, what exactly is happening? Zhao rubbed his chin thoughtfully, furrowing his brow as he elucidated. The spirit-eating insect itself does not cause the Xianbing grass to wither. Rather, it is your infusion of spiritual energy that was devoured by the insect. The immense energy exceeded what the Xianbing grass could withstand, ultimately leading to its decay. How could such a diminutive creature consume so much spiritual energy? Yi Fan crouched down, gathering a strand of spiritual energy at his fingertip and extending it towards the insect. The spirit-eating insect immediately raised its head and opened its mouth, utterly consuming the energy. There must be more than just this one. Zhao pointed to the medicinal field beneath them, asserting, there are at least 100, if not more, spirit-eating insects here. Someone must have released them into the field before your arrival this morning. Luo Mo? He has been here? Yi Fan's eyes narrowed, murmuring to himself. Logically, it seemed improbable. Zhao stroked his double chin, shaking his head. It is likely the work of the steward or the servant disciples of the medicinal herb garden. The herb garden is off-limits to outsiders unless they have received explicit orders. Previously, Su Xiao came here on the orders of Elder Zhuzheng. The disciples of the law enforcement hall arrived under the command of their elder. Without such orders, it would have been impossible to bypass the rules. If Luo Mo had come under cover of night, he would have been detected long ago. Thus, the responsibility lies solely with someone within the herb garden. There are 9 stewards and 90 servant disciples within the herb garden. Although this area is under Zhao's jurisdiction, other stewards and servant disciples can still access it. Can we ascertain the culprit? Yi Fan furrowed his brows, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Today was merely his 2nd day in the medicinal herb garden, and his understanding of the situation was far less comprehensive than Zhao's. If we investigate, we can uncover the truth, at least narrowing down the suspects. Zhao replied, his expression fraught with concern as he gazed at Yi Fan. However, this matter requires time, and your time is running short. His voice dwindled, nearly fading into a whisper. Before Yi Fan confronted Luo Mo, the issue had merely been the destruction of the Xianbing grass. Zhao might have been able to navigate the situation and buy some time. But now, it had grown complicated. Yi Fan had killed Luo Mo. The law enforcement hall would not grant him time to resolve this matter. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, a heavy footfall echoed like distant thunder, growing nearer. Zhao's corpulent body trembled, his small eyes widening in terror. Before them, over 20 disciples clad in purple robes from the law enforcement hall surged forward, encircling the entire medicinal field, leaving no escape. This is bad. Zhao lips quivered as the flesh on his face twitched uncontrollably. Chapter 290. Before he could ponder further, a sharp sound pierced the air. A middle-aged man descended from the heavens, landing steadily before the assembled law enforcement disciples. Clad in a purple and gold robe, his countenance was stern, exuding an oppressive aura that stifled those nearby. It was Elder Mei Su. Zhao's knees weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. He hurriedly bowed, his garments soaked with cold sweat. The figure before him in the purple robe was none other than Elder Mei Su of the Law Enforcement Hall, and more critically, the master of Luo Mo. Elder Mei Su did not even cast a sidelong glance at Zhao. His icy gaze, sharp as a sword, pierced straight through Yu Fan. With a swift motion of his sleeve, he commanded coldly, "Seize him." "Hold on." Zhao suddenly cried out, his rotund body lunging towards the earth, desperately unearthing the writhing soul-devouring insect from the soil. Elder Mei Su. He trembled as he raised the insect, positioning it defensively before Yu Fan. The mass death of the Xianbing grass was due to someone secretly placing the soul-devouring insect in the medicinal field last night. It is not Yu Fan's fault. The matter of the Xianbing grass will be thoroughly investigated later. Mei Su interrupted coldly, a chilling glint in his eyes. However, this child has defied the law and killed disciples of the law enforcement hall. The evidence is irrefutable. Seize him. With that, he waved his sleeve, unleashing a fierce gust akin to a raging tide. Zhao's corpulent form was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily at the edge of the medicinal field, stirring up a cloud of dust, and the soul-devouring insect slipped from his grasp. When he raised his head, he found several disciples of the law enforcement hall advancing on Yu Fan with their swords drawn. "Brother Zhao, thank you." Yu Fan cast a brief glance back, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. With a slight tremor in his hand, he grasped the sun blade, its tip angled toward the ground, as his spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave. At this moment, he was evidently prepared for a desperate fight. "Junior brother Yu Fan, don't act impulsively." Zhao, seeing Yu Fan's stance, struggled to rise from the ground, disregarding the dust coating his body, extending a trembling hand. "Can you not just surrender? Perhaps drawing a sword is considered resistance to the law. Resistance to the law warrants execution." Mei Su relished Yu Fan's defiance, offering him no opportunity for retreat. His voice was frigid as he issued the order for execution to the disciples. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The disciples of the law enforcement hall surged toward Yu Fan, trampling the withered Xianbing grass beneath their feet. As Yu Fan's sword moved, he was about to engage in battle when suddenly, a strange black smoke seeped from the ground, wrapping around the legs of the law enforcement disciples. Everyone froze, as if ensnared by a binding spell. Withered wood. Mei Su sensed something amiss, his pupils constricting as he abruptly looked skyward. However, the anticipated figure did not appear. Instead, slow and heavy footsteps reverberated from behind him. Step, step, step. The atmosphere grew still, with the footsteps resonating ominously. The elder withered wood had arrived. Zhao's despondent visage suddenly brightened, a glimmer of hope reigniting in his small eyes. Mei Su's body stiffened as he turned sharply. He saw Elder Witheredwood standing 10 paces behind him, arms crossed, seemingly merging with the surrounding environment, his emaciated face betraying no emotion. "Little Mei Su, did you come to confront this old man's disciple?" Elder Witheredwood spoke slowly, his gaze fixed intently on Mei Su. His voice raspy like dry leaves scraping against each other. "What a spectacle. Do you intend to kill my closed-door disciple?" Chapter 291. Enforcement Hall's Law Enforcement. Is there a need to pick a place? Mei Su raised his chin slightly, his eyes gleaming with a cold sharpness akin to a blade. He deliberately straightened his back, attempting to appear a head taller than the hunched elder resembling a withered tree. "Yu Fan defied the law and killed my disciple from the enforcement hall. He deserves 1,000 deaths. Do you, an elder in charge, still wish to protect him? Ridiculous." He emphasized the words elder in charge with disdain. In the hierarchy of the Tai Chu Dao sect's elders, an elder in charge was merely a lowly position. Many deacons could ascend to this rank after advancing to the Tianwu realm, primarily overseeing trivial matters within the sect. Although Mei Su, as an elder of the enforcement hall, had authority, he managed the sect's punishment and wielded real power, ranking 2 tiers above the elder in charge. Little Mei Su, your backbone has certainly stiffened." The withered elder's wrinkled face suddenly broke into a strange smile as he leisurely stroked his sparse beard, his voice hoarse. "Now, take your people and roll out of my medicinal herb garden, and I shall overlook this matter." Impudent. Mei Su was already displeased with the elder's casual address, and now being told to leave only fueled his anger. "You old fool, spare me your ageist arrogance. Yu Fan has violated sect rules, and the evidence is irrefutable. If you dare to shield him, do you believe I won't charge you with complicity?" In terms of tenure within the Tai Chu Dao sect, Mei Su was not as seasoned as the withered elder. After all, Their age difference was considerable. However, within the sect, age bore little relation to power or status. "Oh, you dare to accuse me?" The withered elder chuckled instead of becoming angry, his wrinkles easing into a playful expression. He then shook his head, completely disregarding Mei Su's threat. With hands clasped behind his back, he strode directly towards Yi Fan, who stood in the herb field. The disciples of the enforcement hall blocking his path dared not impede him and hastily stepped aside. After all, an elder in charge was still an elder. They, as disciples, would not dare to offend him. "Elder Kumu." Upon seeing the withered elder approach, Yi Fan promptly sheathed his sun blade, clasping his hands in a deep bow. "Still not calling me master?" The withered elder was not satisfied with Yi Fan addressing him as Elder Kumu, a sly smile appearing on his wrinkled face. Yi Fan straightened up, his brow involuntarily furrowing. Last night, the elder had indeed mentioned coming today to accept him as a disciple. But at this moment, was he planning to exploit the current predicament to force his hand? Yet, upon reflection, with his life hanging by a thread, what did it matter to take a master? Becoming a disciple of the withered elder might just offer a glimmer of hope. "What is this?" Just as Yi Fan was about to speak, the elder unexpectedly produced a token from his sleeve. Under the sunlight, the gilded token shone brilliantly, the words "Inner Sect" elegantly inscribed in a cursive script. Upon seeing the token in the elder's hand, Mei Su's expression changed drastically. He stepped forward, shouting at the elder, "Old fool, where did you steal the Inner Sect elder token from?" The token in the elder's hand was undoubtedly the Inner Sect elder token. He possessed a similar one, signifying the status of an Inner Sect elder. Inner Sect elder token? Yi Fan's heart trembled, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. He had indeed expressed a desire to become a disciple of an Inner Sect elder. To his surprise, the withered elder had procured the token so swiftly. However, was this even permissible? Had the withered elder now become an Inner Sect elder? Chapter 292. Can I become a disciple? The elder of the withered would showed no inclination to acknowledge Mei Su, his sole focus being to take Yi Fan as his disciple. With a smile gracing his lips, he brandished the token in his hand, his eyes radiating an undeniable authority that brooked no refusal. Disciple Yi Fan pays respects to master. Yi Fan, no longer hesitating, knelt heavily on both knees, bowing deeply to the elder of the withered wood. He was now certain that the elder was not merely an ordinary managing elder. The ability to obtain the Inner Sect elder's token at will was not a skill possessed by a mere steward. Perhaps the elder had previously shunned those superficial titles, choosing instead to operate discreetly within the medicinal herb garden. "Haha, good disciple." The elder of the withered wood laughed heartily, stepping forward to assist Yi Fan to his feet. Meanwhile, Zhao De stood by, utterly dumbfounded, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. His gaze darted back and forth between Yi Fan and the elder, his face a canvas of disbelief. At such a critical juncture, how could they still be preoccupied with the notions of apprenticeship? "Old fool." Mei Su, feeling disregarded by the elder, abruptly flung his sleeve and shouted once more. "Did you not hear my question? Where did you steal this Inner Sect elder's token from?" "Steal?" The elder of the withered would turn slowly, a smile still on his face. This was not obtained through theft. Perhaps it was borrowed? Mei Su's pupils constricted, followed by a series of cold laughs. Which Inner Sect elder would be audacious enough to lend out their token? You are simply contemptuous of the sect's rules. With that, he stamped his foot, unleashing a terrifying pressure that surged forward. "Are you ever going to tire of this?" The elder of the withered would casually cleared his ears, his expression one of impatience as he waved his hand dismissively. "Today, I am taking a disciple and am in a good mood. You may leave now." As he spoke, he dissipated the oppressive force that had charged toward him, seeking death. Mei Su, feeling that his authority as an elder of the law enforcement hall was being challenged, could no longer contain his fury. He bellowed as he unleashed a surge of spiritual power, his right palm thrusting forward, creating a terrifying imprint that rent the air, aimed directly at the elder's heart. "Master, be careful," Yi Fan instinctively warned. "Good disciple, you know how to care for your master." The elder of the withered would regarded Mei Su's lethal strike with indifference, his gaze still fixed on Yi Fan. In a critical moment, the palm imprint abruptly halted 3 feet before the elder, as a thick, inky black mist materialized, devouring the formidable force intended to cleave mountains. "Dare to strike at me? You know nothing of decorum." The elder finally turned his head, his eyes suddenly ablaze with intensity as he uttered a light yet commanding phrase, "You, as an elder of the law enforcement hall, ought to resign." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, he extended a bony finger forward. A shadowy light instantaneously pierced through the black mist and entered Mei Su's body. "Ah!" Mei Su let out a piercing scream, his form hurtling backward. He stumbled as he landed, unable to regain his footing, collapsing clumsily to the ground. The once surging waves of his spiritual power began to visibly wither at an alarming rate. My cultivation, what have you done to me? Meisu trembled as he raised his hands, incredulously watching the dimming glow of spiritual energy in his palms. He abruptly looked up, his eyes bloodshot. His previously imposing visage now contorted into a grotesque mask. For your recent actions, I ought to take your life, the elder of the withered wood said. His eyes narrowing slightly, however, I have not killed anyone in over a century. You are unworthy of my returning to the path of slaughter. Therefore, I have rendered you powerless. Chapter 293 What? What? Meisu trembled violently, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinpricks, frantically channeling his energy. He was horrified to discover that his dantian resembled a leaky vessel, unable to retain even a shred of spiritual power. This realization rendered his face ashen, his lips quivering uncontrollably. Yi Fan was taken aback by the words of the elder of the withered tree, involuntarily gasping. It seemed he had underestimated his newly appointed master. With just a casual move, he crippled Meisu. It was important to note that Meisu was a bona fide powerhouse at the heavenly martial realm. Nearby, Zhao was utterly shocked, his round figure trembling incessantly. Having served in the spiritual herb garden for several years, he knew the elder of the withered tree was formidable. Yet he had no idea of the extent of his might. The disciples of the law enforcement hall around them wore expressions of terror. Even though the oppressive black mist had long dissipated and their bodies were no longer under control, they remained frozen in place like wooden sculptures. Are you still not leaving? The elder of the withered tree gradually lost his patience and coldly uttered another command. You old fool! Meisu suddenly roared, his eyes turning a blood-red hue. Foam seeping from his mouth, resembling a madman. You dare to cripple me. You are doomed. I will have you dead, and I want you dead beyond recognition. Alas! The elder of the withered tree sighed softly, shaking his head, then glanced over the terrified disciples of the law enforcement hall and said indifferently, You all, carry him away, quickly. Yes, yes. The disciples, having witnessed the elder's prowess, dared not defy him. If he could cripple Meisu, they were certainly no match for him. Trembling, the disciples complied, cautiously approaching Meisu. They bent down, moving as lightly as if they feared awakening a fearsome beast. Get away. Meisu suddenly swung his arm, pushing away the disciples who were attempting to assist him, sending them tumbling to the ground. Steadying himself, his purple gold robe in disarray, he now resembled a deranged beggar. The elder of the withered tree frowned in displeasure, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. Do you truly wish to die? Do you think I am afraid to kill you? Master. Yi Fan observed Meisu's frenzied demeanor and stepped forward, clasping his hands together. Since Master does not wish to kill him, perhaps it would be best for a disciple to handle it. Oh. The elder turned his gaze to Yi Fan, studying him for a while before breaking into a sudden grin. You lad, you have quite the audacity. Very well. You may proceed, but do not soil the spiritual herb garden. To the elder of the withered tree, crippling Meisu and killing him were of no difference. He refrained from killing not out of fear, but rather from a weariness of slaughter. Yi Fan's boldness in volunteering to kill Meisu surprised him. Even though Meisu was currently devoid of power, he was still an elder of the law enforcement hall. How many disciples would dare to slay a fallen elder in public? The disciple accepts the command. A cold smile graced Yi Fan's lips as he summoned the 9-dragon spiritual fire, which erupted in his palm. He then turned and walked slowly toward Meisu. You dare? Meisu glared at Yi Fan as he approached. Do you think I wouldn't dare? Yi Fan retorted without hesitation, thrusting his right palm forward. The 9-dragon spiritual fire instantly transformed into 9 fire serpents, roaring as they surged toward Meisu. Boom! Just as the flames were about to engulf Meisu, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Chapter 294 The newcomer merely stood there with hands clasped behind his back, an invisible barrier forming around him that repelled the raging 9 dragons' spirit fire entirely. The withered old man, upon witnessing this, swiftly pulled Yi Fan behind him. Yi Fan craned his neck to look, his pupils suddenly contracting. The figure clad in black robes was none other than Luo Lianshan, a member of the Tai Chu Dao Sect's Elder Council. Excluding the sect master, he was the authoritative figure of the Luo family within the Tai Chu Dao sect. The appearance of this individual today indicated that all matters were undoubtedly related to him. Master. Meisuru, seeing her savior, scrambled to Luo Lianshan's feet, her trembling fingers pointing at the withered old man, her voice contorted with extreme anger. That old wretch, he has crippled my cultivation. Master? Yi Fan's heart jolted, a flicker of realization flashing in his eyes. He then understood that Meisu was not only Luo Mo's master but also a direct disciple of Luo Lianshan. No wonder the law enforcement hall had been so antagonistic towards him. It was evident that they had long been under the control of the Luo family. Trash. A glint of malice flickered in Luo Lianshan's eyes as he abruptly raised his hand, a piercing cold light coalescing in his palm, mercilessly striking towards Meisuru's crown. Boom. Mei Suru's eyes widened in disbelief, her face frozen in an expression of shock. Her frail body collapsed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Until her last breath, she could not close her eyes filled with resentment. In Luo Lianshan's eyes, the crippled Mei Suru had become utterly useless. Yet, this person, Yi Fan, he could not kill. If anyone were to take her life, it should be him. Dying at Yi Fan's hands would tarnish his reputation as her master. How ruthless. The withered old man observed Luo Lianshan's actions, raising an eyebrow. A failure to enforce the law is no great loss. Luo Lianshan slowly retracted his hand, his gaze shifting to the withered old man, suddenly radiating a terrifying cold light. Now, allow me to take charge of the law enforcement hall's duties. Is the punishment of the Taichu Dao sect such a trifling matter? Yi Fan stood behind the withered old man, intentionally lowering his voice, yet ensuring Luo Lianshan could hear, suggesting that even a random stray could represent the law enforcement hall? Presumptuous. Luo Lianshan's sharp gaze pierced through Yi Fan, his voice icy. I am a member of the Taichu Dao sect's Elder Council. I possess the authority to exercise power on behalf of the law enforcement hall. How intriguing. The withered old man, with hands clasped behind him and a stooped back, expressed keen interest as he addressed Luo Lianshan. Very well. I shall observe what tricks you can conjure. I have 3 questions. The first question pertains to you, withered one. Luo Lianshan's voice thundered as he interrogated the old man. Where did you acquire this intersect elder token? Should you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, you may be charged with contempt of sect regulations and the unauthorized creation of sect tokens. Oh dear, such a grave accusation? The withered old man remained unperturbed as he produced the intersect elder token, waving it in front of Luo Lianshan. This token was granted to me by the sect master just moments ago. Granted by the sect master? Luo Lianshan's expression darkened, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. If you do not believe me, go and inquire yourself. The withered old man scoffed, casually returning the token to his robe. Besides the sect master, does the Taichu Dao sect possess such authority? Luo Lianshan fell into contemplation, his expression shifting through various shades. The law enforcement hall has no jurisdiction to penalize the intersect elders of the Taichu Dao sect. Only the sect master and the elder council hold such qualifications. He alone cannot represent the elder council. His initial inquiry regarding the intersect elder token was meant to strip the withered old man of his status before addressing the matter of Mei Suru's cultivation being crippled. Now, he could only let that matter rest for the time being. The second question pertains to Yi Fan. Luo Lianshan raised his gaze, his cold eyes locking onto Yi Fan. You have defied the law, brutally killed the law enforcement disciple Luo Mo, and obliterated the evidence. Do you plead guilty? Chapter 295. What nonsense. Yi Fan stood tall, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. With the ancient tree elder by his side, he felt emboldened. Oh, my dear disciple, how could you speak to an elder of the council in such a manner? The ancient tree elder feigned displeasure, shaking his head. Yet, as he glanced at Luo Lianshan, a glint of cunning sparkled in his eyes. However, that little brat Luo Mo certainly deserved it. No wonder my disciple resorted to violence. Deserved it? At these words, Luo Lianshan's expression darkened abruptly. Look at this medicinal field. The ancient tree elder leisurely gestured around. The pristine Xianbing grass has been utterly ruined by that boy. Would you not agree he deserves punishment? Absurd. Luo Lianshan's fury twisted into a mocking smile. It was clearly Yi Fan who had devastated the medicinal field. Yet he dared to pin the blame on Luo Mo? Ridiculous. TSK, TSK, TSK. The ancient tree elder narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Luo Lianshan with a knowing gaze. Are you genuinely unaware, or are you simply pretending to be ignorant? What? Luo Lianshan's pupils constricted, an uncharacteristic unease flickering across his face. But soon, he regained his authoritative demeanor. The ancient tree elder perceptively caught the fleeting panic in Luo Lianshan's eyes, a knowing smile playing upon his lips. He then beckoned to Zhao, who had been lurking to the side. Come here, you rotund one. Me? Zhao's chubby face quivered, and upon realization, he hurriedly trotted over, his round belly jiggling with each step. Fetch Zhongding here, the ancient tree elder instructed nonchalantly. Zhongding. Zhao's small eyes sparkled with recognition, his facial flesh smoothing out as he grasped the task. I will go at once. With that, he turned and dashed away. Zhang Ding was also a labor disciple in the Spirit Herb Garden, specifically from the section, under Zhao's supervision. Is it this Zhang Ding? Yi Fan's eyes glinted with understanding. It seemed that the soul-eating worms in the medicinal field were indeed the doing of this Zhang Ding, instigated by Luo Mo. Yet, he could not fathom how the ancient tree elder had pinpointed the suspect so swiftly. Before long, Zhao's rotund figure reappeared, accompanied by a slender young man clad in plain garments, Zhang Ding. Initially, Zhang Ding had followed closely behind Zhao, but upon seeing the chaos in the medicinal field, His legs suddenly felt as heavy as lead, and he trembled uncontrollably. What are you dawdling for? Jada glanced back at Zhang Ding's state and, taking hold of the nape of his neck, dragged him forward as if he were a chick. Upon releasing him, Zhang Ding collapsed onto the ground, his legs refusing to obey him, quaking uncontrollably. Why have you summoned this person? Luo Lianshan squinted, his cold gaze sweeping over Zhang Ding. His fingers curled slightly, evidently having to do something. Lift your head, the ancient tree elder said calmly. Although his voice was soft, it sent a shiver through the prostrate Zhang Ding. With great difficulty, Zhang Ding raised his head, his eyes filled with terror. His lips trembled, yet no words came forth. I ask you, the ancient tree elder leaned closer, fixing his gaze on Zhang Ding. Did you release the soul-eating worms into the medicinal field? Why, yes. No, it wasn't me. Zhang Ding stammered, shaking his head in denial, cold sweat streaming down his cheeks. Though terrified to the core, he was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Chapter 296. Once one confesses, there is naught but a dead end. In the face of denial, there may yet linger a chance of evasion. However minuscule that possibility might be, the old man of withered would suddenly laugh, his mirth akin to the grating sound of dry branches scraping together. Among the myriad of servant disciples in the herbal garden, why did I summon you specifically? Rest assured, I possess evidence. Now, I offer you the opportunity to speak the truth. Once I unveil the evidence, your voice shall be silenced. Spare me, elder. Zhang Ding felt as though struck by lightning, collapsing at the feet of the old man of withered wood, his forehead striking the ground with a heavy thud. Disciple, the disciple was also coerced by others, oh? The old man's brow arched, a playful smile gracing his features. So, you admit it? I admit it. Zhang Ding lay limp, his voice barely a whisper. The soul-eating worm. It was indeed the disciple who surreptitiously released it into Zone B7 last night. Suddenly, a chilling intent to kill surged forth, causing Zhang Ding to feel a shiver run down his neck. Luo Lianshan raised his hand, a blinding cold light coalescing in his palm, mercilessly aimed at Zhang Ding. HM. The old man of withered wood's eyes gleamed with sharpness as he yanked the incapacitated Zhang Ding behind him. With his other hand, he pushed forward, a dense black mist forming instantly before him. Boom. The two forces collided, producing a thunderous sound. Are you in such a hurry? The old man leisurely withdrew his hand, casting a glance at Luo Lianshan, his eyes sparkling with amusement. Of course, it is to silence him. Yi Fan scoffed, stepping forward to stand beside the old man of withered wood. This man released the soul-eating worm, causing over 300 frosted ice grasses to wither. He deserves nothing less than death. Luo Lianshan's expression darkened, his frigid voice reverberating over the herbal garden. I am currently executing the law on behalf of the law enforcement hall. What is wrong with killing him? Didn't he just say he was coerced? Yi Fan's lips curled into a mocking smile as he ruthlessly exposed your eagerness to eliminate him. Are you afraid he will reveal that he was instructed by the Luo family? If one is coerced, do they not deserve to die? Luo Lianshan's eyes glinted with cold fury, deliberately emphasizing his words. This statement seemed to counter Yi Fan, yet it was actually directed at Zhang Ding. At these words, Zhang Ding trembled, a flicker of struggle igniting in his gaze. Indeed, since death is unavoidable, why should he reveal the mastermind behind it? It is possible to avoid death. The old man of withered wood suddenly interjected, his voice soft, yet resonant, like thunder. Stooping slightly, he gazed at Zhang Ding with a smile. That grin tightened Luo Lianshan's chest. Zhang Ding abruptly lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes igniting with the spark of survival. Could it be he truly could escape death? Absurd. Luo Lianshan bellowed, his spiritual energy swirling around him. The regulations of the Taichu Dao sect dictate no such exemption for being coerced. I spoke of avoiding death, not punishment, the old man of withered wood replied, nonchalantly stroking his beard. He leaned down and spoke softly to the kneeling Zhang Ding. If you release the soul-eating worm under duress, I can spare your life. However, you will no longer belong to the Taichu Dao sect. It was Luo Mo. Zhang Ding nearly screamed, his voice reaching a pitch of desperation. Fearing the old man would retract his offer, he lunged forward, grasping the hem of the elder's robe tightly. To save his life, even if it meant expulsion from the sect, was an immense grace. Oh, Luo Mo, you say? The old man's lips curled into a meaningful smile as he turned slowly to face Luo Lianshan. Luo Lianshan's countenance had long since darkened like stormy waters. He abruptly flicked his sleeve and barked at Zhang Ding. Luo Mo is dead, and there is no one to corroborate your claim. Do you think such a clumsy lie can deceive anyone? Chapter 297. Is this a denial? Yi Fan furrowed his brow, instinctively glancing at the elder of the withered tree. Although he was aware that Zhang Ding spoke the truth, the current situation was indeed precarious with Luo Mo now deceased. Elder of the withered tree. I swear every word is true. Zhang Ding, drenched in sweat and desperate, crawled forward on his knees, his voice tinged with a sob. How could a mere servant disciple like me possibly acquire such a rare creature as the spirit-eating worm? It was truly handed to me by Luo Emo himself. Naturally, I believe you. The elder of the withered tree leisurely stroked his beard, yet his gaze held an intriguing glance towards Luo Lianshan. However, it appears that Elder Luo does not share the same confidence. If you wish to preserve your life, you must provide some concrete evidence. Concrete evidence? Zhang Ding trembled violently, his complexion growing increasingly ashen. What could he possibly present as evidence now? Luo Mo had entrusted him with this task, fearful of betrayal. Although benefits were promised, they had yet to materialize. Humph. Luo Lianshan observed the scene with a cold smile, disdainfully addressing Zhang Ding. Without any concrete evidence, you are merely slandering him. That is a crime in itself. As his words fell, a piercing cold light coalesced in his palm once more. No. Zhang Ding screamed in despair, casting a pleading glance towards the elder of the withered tree. However, this time, the elder did not intervene. Boom. The gust of his palm swept past, causing Zhang Ding's head to explode like a watermelon. Blood and brain matter splattered, staining the surrounding withered ice spirit grass a deep crimson. His mangled body swayed before crashing heavily to the ground. Such a pity. Luo Lianshan glanced at Zhang Ding, his eyes filled with disdain. His contempt was not for Zhang Ding's breach of sect rules, but rather for the audacity of Zhang Ding to accuse Luo Mo. Now, do you have anything left to say? After Zhang Ding was executed, Luo Lianshan provocatively turned to Yi Fan. Yi Fan, brows knitted, looked back at the elder of the withered tree, who bore a mysterious smile, leisurely retrieving a translucent stone from his robe. What is this? Yi Fan was intrigued, having never encountered such a stone before. A recording stone? Luo Lianshan's pupils constricted, his smug expression abruptly frozen. The recording stone, capable of capturing images and sounds, was indeed a rare item, but not an uncommon one within the Taichu Dao sect. Although he has no concrete evidence, the elder of the withered tree slowly infused a strand of spiritual power into the stone. But I do. As the spiritual energy flowed into it, the recording stone erupted with dazzling brilliance, projecting two clear figures into the void, Luo Mo and Zhang Ding. The location appeared to be just outside the spirit herb garden. Zhang Ding, tonight at the hour of the rat, release these spirit-eating worms into Zone B7. Luo Mo's chilling voice emanated from the recording stone as he handed a small black jar to the trembling Zhang Ding. Luo senior brother, this is a grave crime. Zhang Ding's voice trembled noticeably. Silence. Luo Mo grasped Zhang Ding's collar fiercely, threateningly stating, after this is accomplished, you shall not receive fewer than 100 true spirit pills. Should you dare to speak of this. He made a gesture across his throat. In the image, Zhang Ding, terrified, nodded repeatedly, trembling as he accepted the jar. Luo's expression turned ashen upon witnessing this, internally cursing the deceased Luo Mo for such a critical matter being conveyed just outside the spirit herb garden. Chapter 298. If one were to find a more concealed location, would it truly escape the recording of the Shadow Stone? How? The elder of Withered would leisurely stowed away the Shadow Stone, casting a knowing glance at Luo Lianshan. He chuckled softly. Luo Lianshan forced a laugh, his facial muscles twitching unnaturally as he suppressed the malice in his eyes, feigning calmness. I never anticipated that you would place the Shadow Stone right at the entrance of the Spirit Herb Garden. There are always some impertinent individuals who dare to trespass without permission. The elder of Withered would stroked his sparse beard, his smile laden with meaning. I merely took precautions. Little did I expect to reap unexpected rewards. Master. Yi Fan could not help but place a hand on his forehead, his voice tinged with helplessness. With this evidence, why did you not present it sooner? This Shadow Stone is sufficient to clarify everything. In fact, there is no need to summon Zhang Ding. My intention was simply to observe. The elder of Withered would turned, his gaze fixed intently on Luo Lianshan. How our esteemed elder Luo here administers the law enforcement hall with impartial justice. Hiki. Yi Fan caught the implication and smirked, directing a teasing glance at Luo Lianshan. Earlier, you mentioned having 3 questions, right? Now, regarding this third question. Humph. Luo Lianshan's complexion darkened, and with a violent flick of his sleeve, he unleashed his spiritual energy and soared into the air, transforming into a streak of light before vanishing into the horizon. Originally, he had 3 inquiries, however. Now that the Elder of Withered Wood had presented the Shadow Stone, what further questions could he possibly have? The Elder of Withered Wood watched Luo Lianshan depart before leisurely surveying his surroundings. The disciples of the law enforcement hall, sensing the Elder's gaze, scrambled to flee, some even colliding in their panic. Phew. Zhao finally exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground. Get up, old man. The Elder of Withered Wood suddenly barked at Zhao. Zhao jumped up in fright, blinking in confusion, wondering how he had provoked the elder. He had been advocating for Yi Fan all this while. You have crushed the Xianbing grass beneath you. The elder of Withered Wood glared at Zhao De, his voice seething with anger as he pointed at the ground. You really ought to shed some of this excess weight. Zhao De glanced down and realized he had indeed sat on 2 Xianbing grass plants. However, surveying the entire herb field, it was evident that nearly all the spiritual herbs had withered. His actions seemed rather inconsequential. Master, Yi Fan suddenly grasped an idea, his eyes brightening as he uncertainly inquired of the elder, could it be that there is still hope for these Xianbing grass? Perhaps. The elder of Withered Wood murmured softly, lightly tapping his right foot. The entire herb field trembled slightly as hundreds of spirit-eating insects emerged from the soil. With a swift motion of his large sleeve, all the insects were instantly reduced to ash. Immediately after, a strange black mist emanated from the elder's hunched figure, enveloping the entire herb field in an instant. Miraculously, the withered Xianbing grass began to stand tall again, their leaves gradually regaining their luster. Heavens! Zhao De's eyes widened in astonishment, his plump face quivering with excitement. Elder Withered Wood, your miraculous rejuvenation technique is truly astonishing. Just moments ago, these Xianbing grass looked so lifeless, yet with your divine touch, they sprang back to life. As he spoke, he crouched down, carefully caressing a revived Xianbing grass, his face contorting into an exaggeratedly sycophantic smile. With such prowess, you could easily be an inner sect elder, or even the grand elder of our Taichu Dao sect. Noticing that the elder remained unmoved, Zhao De hastily added, You, esteemed elder, are usually so unassuming, yet your actions here are nothing short of earth-shattering. Just look at Luo Lianshan's expression as he departed. It was as if he had swallowed a dead fly. Chapter 299. Enough, enough. The elder with the withered wood could no longer contain himself and interrupted, dismissively waving his hand. Your incessant prattle serves little purpose apart from consuming air. Continue, and I shall ensure you experience the bitterness of diminished powers. Zhao De, upon hearing this, chuckled awkwardly and took a couple of steps back, making a gesture to seal his lips. Yet, his beady eyes continued to dart around, as though he still had a plethora of flattery left unvoiced. 287. Some have indeed perished. The elder surveyed his surroundings, shaking his head in disappointment after taking stock. The only plants he could revive were those Xianbing grasses that had withered under the strain of spiritual energy. As for those that had been completely trampled later on, they were beyond salvation. The number he could restore was already. Yi Fan marveled at the elder's skills, increasingly convinced of his extraordinary abilities. Not yet revived. The elder suddenly turned and, with a smile, fixed his gaze on Yi Fan. I have merely suspended their vitality, to truly bring them back to life. It rests upon you. Me? Yi Fan's expression faltered, confusion flickering across his face. Indeed, the elder affirmed with a nod. The growth of spiritual herbs relies heavily on sunlight, which they absorb to convert into spiritual energy for robust growth. Currently, the Xianbing grasses are withered, struggling to absorb sunlight and convert it into spiritual energy. Their attempts to draw in other forms of energy yield minimal results, leaving them unable to sustain life. Only the solar energy you command can breathe new life into them. Photosynthesis? Upon hearing the elder's words, Yi Fan's mind clicked into place. So, my mastery of spiritual energy possesses such remarkable utility? The elder smiled mysteriously. Otherwise, do you think I would have assigned you to District E7 to tend to the Xianbing grasses? Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with understanding, and he eagerly questioned. Does Master mean that I merely need to irrigate the herb field as usual with my spiritual energy to revive these Xianbing grasses? Not quite. The elder shook his head. These grasses are akin to infants recovering from a serious illness. They require delicate nurturing, one by one. Daily irrigation for 30 consecutive days is essential to ensure their revival. Yi Fan's brow furrowed, realizing the time commitment involved. Does this mean I must remain in the herb garden for an entire month, unable to progress to the outer sect? According to the tenets of the Taichu Dao sect, he was now a direct disciple of an inner sect elder. Thus, he was no longer a mere servant disciple and could directly ascend to the outer sect. Eventually, when his cultivation reached the earth martial realm, he would seamlessly transition into an inner sect disciple. What? Do you look down upon my herb garden? The elder, upon hearing Yi Fan's words, was displeased. I would never. Yi Fan replied with an awkward smile, hastily clasping his hands in explanation. I merely believe that becoming an outer sect disciple may afford me greater resources. You are already an outer sect disciple. When you have the opportunity, go to the clothing office to collect a set of outer sect attire, the elder explained. At that point, you can enjoy the resources available to all outer sect disciples. However, do not be misled. The resources available to outer sect disciples are scant, perhaps even less than those provided to the servant disciples in the herb garden. As my direct disciple, I would never shortchange you. Oh? Yifan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. He was already aware of the benefits enjoyed by servant disciples in the herb garden. What additional advantages would come with being the elder's direct disciple? Now, get to work. The elder waved his hand dismissively, his form dissipating like smoke into a cloud of black mist. Hee, junior brother Yifan, I shall not disturb you any longer. Jada covered his plump lips, shaking with suppressed laughter. He winked at Yifan and, with surprising agility for his round form, spun around and scurried away. Chapter 300 Sigh. Yifan surveyed the garden filled with xianbing grass awaiting rescue, a bitter smile involuntarily curling at the corners of his mouth. The task entrusted by the Elder of the Withered could not be neglected. Resigned, he squatted down, channeling solar spiritual energy into each xianbing grass plant, one by one. In the blink of an eye, 30 days had passed. On this day, the sun gradually tilted towards the west. As he infused the last spiritual herb with energy, the sweat-soaked strands of hair on his forehead clung to his skin. Rising to his feet, he gazed at the garden, now vibrant with life, and let out a long breath. For the past 30 days, he had arrived punctually at dawn, tending to these spiritual herbs with the care one would give to an infant, only returning to his dwelling in the evening, utterly fatigued, to practice his cultivation. Finally, it was over. Yifan stretched widely, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. Just as he turned to leave, he noticed the Elder of the Withered standing behind him. Master, when did you arrive? Yifan exclaimed, stepping back in surprise and hastily bowing in respect. Just arrived. The elder replied, squinting his dim eyes as he leisurely surveyed the herb garden. Upon seeing the flourishing xianbing grass, a satisfied smile graced his face. Very good, indeed, master. It has been a month. Yifan, rarely encountering the elder, could not help but voice his grievances. Did you not say that you would not neglect your disciple? Is there truly nothing you wish to bestow upon me? Look at you, so impatient. The elder placed his hands behind his back, displaying no inclination to retrieve anything, his eyes narrowing in a bemused manner as he scrutinized Yifan. What? Do you feel that during this past month, I have treated you unfairly? How could I dare to think such a thing? Yifan pouted, his displeasure evident on his face. Deep down, he pondered whether he had not been able to discern the lack of consideration. A whole month without receiving anything was one matter, but being made to toil incessantly while his time for cultivation was siphoned away was another. While the cultivation environment in the herb garden was superb, the time he could actually dedicate to his practice was exceedingly limited. Each day, the labor consumed nearly 5 hours. You're speaking contrary to your heart. The elder, perceptive to Yifan's underlying grievances, flashed a grin and said, why not give it a try at breaking through to the 9th level of the Xuanwu realm? No? Yifan was momentarily taken aback, his expression clouded with confusion. I feel as though I'm still far from achieving a breakthrough. A month prior, he had only just advanced to the 8th level of the Xuanwu realm. In the past month, the time devoted to cultivation had been scant, and the pace of his progress had indeed slowed. He was still a long way from reaching the 9th level. Try it, and you shall. The elder's gaze suddenly sharpened, emanating an undeniable authority. Oh. Reluctantly, Yifan settled into a cross-legged position, activating his solar technique. As the energy coursed through his meridians, his eyes suddenly widened in astonishment. Deep within his dantian, a powerful, long-dormant spiritual energy was awakening. Chapter 301 In this moment, Yifan did not have the luxury to ponder. He immediately channeled the surge of spiritual energy to break through his limits. Sunlight cascaded upon him, transforming into visible golden motes that flowed into his being like rivers converging into the sea. The spiritual energy in the surrounding air began to stir, coalescing into a small vortex. With a soft exhalation, Yifan's aura surged dramatically. Had he truly broken through? Yifan abruptly opened his eyes, incredulity flickering across his features as he gazed at his hands. What is happening? He wondered aloud. The old man of the withered tree, hands clasped behind his back, nodded with satisfaction. What is the matter? Yifan inquired, feeling the tumultuous waves of spiritual energy within him, confusion evident in his eyes. For the past month, with every infusion of spiritual energy into the xianbing grass, a portion of solar essence has accumulated within you, the old man explained with a gentle smile. Now, this essence has been activated all at once, allowing you to absorb it and naturally aiding your ascension to the 9th level of the Xuanwu realm. So that's how it is. Yifan's heart soared with delight, a fervent flame igniting in his gaze. He was now but a step away from the Earth Martial realm. Once he attained this level, he would become an intersect disciple, gaining access to superior resources and the opportunity to strive for even loftier heights. At that juncture, he would finally have the chance to defeat Luo Feiyu. By the way, the old man suddenly leaned in, speaking slowly. At sunset today, the Soul Cleansing Mountain opens its gates once a month. You should pay a visit. Soul Cleansing Mountain. What is that place? Yi Fan asked, scratching his head as he looked at the old man. At the summit of Soul Cleansing Mountain lies the Soul Cleansing Pool. Bathing in it can enhance the power of your life soul, the old man explained unhurriedly. Both outer and inner disciples have a single opportunity to bathe in the pool. Most choose to go after advancing to the Earth Martial Realm. Ah? Yi Fan frowned at this revelation. Advancing to the Earth Martial Realm? But I'm only at the 9th level of the Xuanwu realm. Your cultivation level is secondary, the old man replied. What truly matters is awakening your life soul. Hasn't your life soul already awakened? You could have gone to the soul cleansing pool long ago. Is that so? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, a smile breaking across his face as he nodded in understanding. The old man then reminded him, before you head to Soul Cleansing Mountain, make sure to visit the garment office to collect your outer sect attire to avoid unnecessary complications. With that, he turned and disappeared in a swirl of shadows, leaving behind a gust of chilly air. Yi Fan took a deep breath and promptly left the herbal garden. Within the Taichu Dao sect, there is no strict division between the inner and outer sections. Only the living and training quarters of core disciples are relatively independent. Yi Fan inquired along the way and soon found the garment office. Before him stood a building with gray tiles and white walls. The 3 gilded characters spelling garment office had faded somewhat over time. The stone lion statues flanking the entrance bore the marks of age as well. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, he found rows of sandalwood racks neatly adorned with various disciple garments. The most eye-catching were the moon-white robes of inner sect disciples, their cloud patterns glimmering silver in the sunlight. In contrast, the indigo attire of outer sect disciples appeared much simpler, featuring only a golden thread embroidered at the cuffs. The air was infused with a subtle fragrance of incense, mingling with the distinct scent of new fabric. Yi Fan lingered for a moment, captivated by the exquisite garments, before finally approaching the weathered counter at the front. Behind it, a middle-aged man rested his head at an angle, dozing off, with a registration book before him that bore suspicious moisture stains. In the Taichu Dao sect, attire signifies one's identity. Outer sect disciples don indigo, while inner sect disciples wear moon-white robes. Servant disciples and core disciples enjoy the freedom of choice in their clothing. Core disciples utilize the Taichu token to affirm their status, while servant disciples possess no such identification. Chapter 302. In a strict sense, he cannot be considered a disciple of the primordial Dao sect. This senior brother. Yi Fan gently tapped the counter, his voice amiable and polite. The dull sound roused a middle-aged man who had been dozing. Who is your senior brother? The man suddenly lifted his head, squinting through his sleepy eyes, and impatiently scrutinized Yi Fan. Yi Fan momentarily froze, judging by the man's attire and age. He appeared to be a steward, much like Xiaoda. He and Xiaoda had always referred to each other as brothers. What are you dawdling for? The middle-aged man frowned, clearly disinterested in Yi Fan's explanation, and raised his voice. Speak if you have something to say. Yi Fan clasped his hands together and said, I have come to collect the outer sect disciple attire. Outer sect attire? The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes suspiciously, rummaging through the roster while muttering. It's been quite some time since the miscellaneous personnel's promotion assessment. His coarse fingers skimmed through the list, suddenly halting. All the new outer sect disciples have already collected theirs. Are you here to exchange? Exchange? I must bring the old garments. Yi Fan shook his head and explained. I have been accepted as a direct disciple by an inner sect elder and have come specifically to receive the outer sect attire. Oh? The middle-aged man abruptly stood up. Leaning over the counter, his drowsiness vanishing in an instant, and a smile spread across his sharp features. His voice softened a touch. May I inquire? Which elder has such discerning eyes? He discreetly wiped the sweat from his palms. Though not all disciples recognized by an inner sect elder would soar to greatness, each possessed the potential to do so. Such individuals were not to be trifled with by a mere steward, for a stroke of bad luck could lead to dire consequences. Elder Kumu. Yi Fan straightened his back and replied in a resonant voice. Kumu? The middle-aged man's brow furrowed, his smile freezing instantly. He tilted his head in contemplation, his eyes filled with suspicion. Is there truly such an elder in the primordial Dao sect? Do you not recognize him? Yi Fan's eyes widened in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. He thought to himself, could it be that this old fellow was too low-key for anyone to know him? Perhaps, the elder in charge of garments would be familiar with him? Yi Fan tentatively inquired, his gaze tracking the man's changing expression. The elder in charge of garments, akin to the previous elder Kumu, should surely be acquainted with him. Right? Wait a moment. The middle-aged man suddenly turned, hurriedly vanishing behind the curtain of the inner room. Before long, he returned, leading an elderly man with graying hair. This man was none other than Dumu, the elder in charge of garments. Are you Kumu's disciple? Dumu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his hawk-like gaze sweeping over Yi Fan. His gray-white brows arched high, his face etched with scrutiny. Yes. Yi Fan exhaled deeply, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly. Since the other party recognized Elder Kumu, matters would be easier to handle. Return for now. Dumu suddenly waved his hand and turned to leave. Ah? Yifan quickly stepped forward, nearly grasping Dumu's sleeve in his urgency. Elder, what do you mean? Your outer sect attire is not yet ready. Dumu replied coldly without looking back, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. But Yifan swiftly moved in front of Dumu, pointing at the neatly hung indigo garments on the display rack. Aren't there ready-made ones available? My standard physique requires no special tailoring, does it? How bothersome. Dumu glared at Yifan, his voice suddenly turning icy. Those outer sect garments are merely samples. Moreover, the identity of Elder Kumu still requires verification. Why are you in such a hurry? Chapter 303. Hasn't it been verified yet after all this time? Yifan narrowed his eyes, harboring doubts about Dumu's words. The Elder of the Withered Tree had specifically instructed him to collect his outer sect attire, which undoubtedly meant he had already communicated his identity to the garment department. It had been a month since his promotion to Inner Sect Elder. If verification were to occur, it should have been done by now. The peculiar circumstances surrounding the Elder's promotion warranted thorough investigation. Dumu stroked his grizzled beard, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Elder. Yifan suddenly stepped forward, fixing his gaze on Dumu. You wouldn't happen to have a personal vendetta against my master, would you? Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Impudent. Dumu barked sharply, pointing an accusatory finger at Yifan. Are you implying that I am seeking personal revenge? Surely. You must know better than I, Yifan murmured quietly, his eyes gleaming with cold intensity. Dumu's vehement response only served to corroborate his suspicions. Very well. The Elder of the Withered Tree is arrogant, and his disciples are equally so. Dumu seethed with rage, a mocking smile forming on his lips as he commanded. Throw him out. A middle-aged man nearby rolled up his sleeves, preparing to act. No need for that. I can leave on my own, Yifan retorted. Unwilling to linger under such blatant hostility, he turned and took 2 steps toward the door, only to pause suddenly. Are you not leaving yet? Dumu shouted curtly, showing no courtesy. With a cold chuckle, Yifan strode toward the entrance, but halted at the threshold, turning back with a knowing smile. Are you quite certain you will not grant me my outer sect attire? Have you considered the consequences? You may not be able to bear them. Get out. Dumu bellowed, unleashing a tempestuous surge of spiritual energy from his sleeve. In an instant, Yifan was flung outside, crashing heavily onto the stone pavement. Coughing. Yifan propped himself up, leisurely brushing the dust from his robes. He gazed up at the entrance of the garment department, shaking his head in resignation. One who seeks death cannot be deterred. Dumu, merely a managing elder. No matter how formidable, could he rival Meisu, his master? The Elder of the Withered Tree was no ordinary individual. He had even dared to incapacitate Meisu, let alone Dumu. Should he lodge a complaint, Dumu would be finished. Yet now, with the opening of the soul-washing mountain imminent, reporting back to the spiritual herb garden would undoubtedly be too late. Missing this opportunity would mean waiting another 3 months, and perhaps facing a reprimand from the Elder of the Withered Tree upon his return. With these thoughts in mind, Yifan turned and strode purposefully toward the direction of the soul-washing mountain. The sunset cast a golden hue upon the soul-washing mountain. From a distance, Yifan noticed a considerable gathering at the mountain's base. Groups of 3 or 4 formed small circles. As he approached, he observed that most of the waiting disciples wore indigo outer sect robes, while a select few donned moon-white inner sect garments at the forefront of the throng. Yifan? A sharp voice suddenly pierced the tranquility at the foot of the mountain. Instantly, dozens of gazes converged upon him like arrows. What brings you here? Luo Feng emerged from the crowd, striding toward him with purpose. What do you think I'm here for? Yifan replied with a slight smile, hands casually clasped behind his back. Could it be? Luo Feng halted, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Yifan from head to toe. Have you advanced to the Earth Martial Realm as well? Among those present, there were both inner and outer sect disciples. Yet all were undeniably at the Earth Martial Realm level. Chapter 304. Some had just advanced to the Earth Martial level, while others had entered the Taichu Dao sect with their Earth Martial cultivation. All were qualified to ascend to the summit of Shihuan Mountain to bathe in the Shihuan Pool. Earth Martial level? Yifan chuckled lightly, nonchalantly shrugging his shoulders. Not yet. Not yet. Luo Feng exclaimed, his eyes widening in exaggerated disbelief, before bursting into a raucous laughter. Since you haven't, what brings you here? Are you merely here to spectate? There is nothing amusing at the foot of this mountain. He glanced around, prompting a wave of laughter from those nearby. Is it true that one cannot ascend to Shihuan Mountain without attaining the Earth Martial level? Yifan countered leisurely, a glint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Of course. Luo Feng abruptly ceased his laughter, his expression darkening. The rules of Shihuan Mountain. What exactly do you cleanse? Yifan interjected, his curiosity piqued. Naturally, it is the cleansing of one's life soul. Luo Feng waved his hand impatiently. Bathing in the Shihuan pool at the mountain's peak can enhance the power of one's life soul. Are you not aware of this? Then it's settled. Yi Fan stepped forward, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. I possess a life soul as well. You have a life soul? Luo Feng erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. How could a mere Xuanwu-level martial artist possibly possess a life soul? Don't believe me? Yi Fan pointed towards a nearby gathering. Why not ask them? Luo Feng followed Yi Fan's gesture and spotted a throng of individuals, all unmistakably from the Taiyuan dynasty. At the forefront stood the ninth prince of the Taiyuan royal family, Qin Shao, accompanied by Feng Wujing and Qin Song. During the Taichu Dao sect assessment, Yi Fan had not unleashed his life soul. However, at the Junlin banquet, he had defeated Mo Linyuan using it. This matter was well known among the prominent figures of the Taiyuan dynasty. Has he awakened his life soul with mere Xuanwu-level cultivation? Luo Feng's brow furrowed deeply, his gaze piercing towards Qin Shao and his entourage. Qin Shao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his handsome visage betraying no emotion. He raised his gaze slightly and spoke in a tone of indifference. Why not have him reveal his life soul, and you'll have your answer? Indeed. Luo Feng abruptly turned, fixing his gaze intently on Yi Fan. If you claim to have awakened your life soul, then reveal it to me. A murmur of excitement rippled through the crowd, dozens of curious eyes now fixed upon Yi Fan. Do you think you deserve to see it? Yi Fan scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Luo Feng, as if regarding a mere clown. His life soul, the Zhentian steel, was not meant for the amusement of those present. When the time came for it to be revealed, it would manifest in its own right. How absurd. Luo Feng's expression darkened, a cold snort escaping his lips. It's merely a life soul. What is there to hide? As if no one else possesses one. In truth, from Qin Shao's earlier demeanor, he had already surmised that Yi Fan indeed possessed a life soul. Otherwise, Qin Shao would have outright denied it. Awakening a life soul at the Xuanwu level conferred a significant advantage among peers. Yet, as one progressed into the Earth martial level, that advantage diminished. For nearly all Earth martial warriors could awaken their life souls. The only distinction lay in the strength of the awakened souls, varying in power. Even if one possessed a life soul, so what? At that moment, a chilling voice suddenly emerged from the direction Luo Feng had come. A young man stepped forth, accompanied by a group as he approached Yi Fan. Luo Xinhao? Yi Fan stared at the newcomer, momentarily frozen, his eyes wide with disbelief. You're alive? Chapter 305. He is not Luo Xinhai. As Yi Fan stood in a state of uncertainty, a familiar feminine voice reached his ears. Wan Miaoyan, clad in a flowing moon-white gown, gracefully made her way through the crowd towards him. Miaoyan, you are here too? Yi Fan couldn't help but smile upon seeing her. Previously, Wan Miaoyan had always donned a fiery gown, making her an eye-catching presence no matter where she stood. Now, dressed in the moon-white attire of an inner disciple of the Taichu Dao sect, she exuded an ethereal charm, explaining why he had failed to recognize her amidst the throng. Yes, as Wan Miaoyan positioned herself beside Yi Fan, she cast a wary glance at Luo Xinjing, lowering her voice to explain, this person is Luo Xinhai's twin brother. Luo Xinjing. Oh. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, redirecting his gaze to Luo Xinjing. Upon closer inspection, although the resemblance to Luo Xinhai was striking, there was a sinister aura emanating from Luo Xinjing that sent chills down one's spine. In stark contrast to Luo Xinhai's flamboyant demeanor, this presence felt far more menacing. It is not enough to merely awaken a life soul to qualify for ascending to the soul-purifying mountain. Luo Xinjing halted 10 paces away from Yi Fan, scrutinizing him with a look of disdain. As a mere servant disciple, regardless of your cultivation level, you have no right to ascend the mountain. Perhaps you should first focus on obtaining the status of an outer disciple. Is it not possible that I have already become an outer disciple? Yi Fan replied with a slight smile, his interest piqued as he addressed Luo Xinjing. You are an outer disciple? Luo Xinjing scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. If you are indeed an outer disciple, then why are you not clad in the attire of one? I have been rather busy lately and haven't had the time to claim my garb. Yi Fan shrugged nonchalantly, maintaining an air of ease. In truth, he was indeed an outer disciple, but it was not a matter of time. It was Elder Du Mu from the garment division who had deliberately made things difficult for him. Is that so? A glint of coldness flashed in Luo Xinjing's eyes, though he showed no inclination to argue further with Yi Fan at that moment. As their conversation unfolded, darkness enveloped the sky. Suddenly, a streak of light traversed the night, revealing an elderly man with white hair gliding through the air. Moments later, he landed before the soul-purifying mountain. Greetings, Elder Yuhua. The disciples present bowed deeply, their voices echoing in unison. Those unfamiliar with the elder hastily followed suit, offering their respects. Noticing that Yi Fan remained still, Wan Miaoyan discreetly tugged at his sleeve. Understanding her cue, Yi Fan mimicked the gestures of reverence. Elder Yu Hua acknowledged with a slight nod, his keen eyes scanning the crowd like a hawk. Upon spotting Yi Fan beside Wan Miaoyan, his snow-white brows furrowed slightly. You are a servant disciple? He claims to have been promoted to an outer disciple. Luo Xinjing interjected with a cold sneer. Promoted to an outer disciple? Elder Yu Hua's gaze sharpened. A flicker of doubt crossing his aged features as he posed the same question as Luo Xinjing. Then why are you not wearing the attire of an outer disciple? I have yet to retrieve it. Yi Fan stepped forward respectfully, clasping his hands. The soul-purifying mountain is about to open, and I do not wish to miss this opportunity. I hope the elder can exercise some leniency. Are you certain that you have become an outer disciple? Elder Yu Hua stroked his long beard, fixing his gaze upon Yi Fan. He was not a harsh individual. If Yi Fan's claims were genuine, he would be inclined to offer some convenience. Chapter 306, Beyond Doubt. Yi Fan straightened his posture, his gaze resolutely meeting Elder Yu Hua's. If that is the case. Elder Yu Hua was about to acquiesce when Luo Xinjiang suddenly let out a cold chuckle, fixing his gaze on Yi Fan and interjecting. What if it turns out later that you are not an outer sect disciple, but rather deceiving Elder Yu Hua? Elder Yu Hua furrowed his brows, clearly displeased at being interrupted, yet this inquiry warranted consideration. He then scrutinized Yi Fan anew, awaiting a response. Yi Fan smiled faintly, aware that Luo Xinjiang was attempting to ensnare him. However, he was indeed an outer sect disciple, and had nothing to fear. If I am not an outer sect disciple, Yi Fan proclaimed boldly, I would willingly perish beneath Elder Yu Hua's hand. This declaration caused Luo Xinjiang and the others to cast doubt upon him. Could it be that Yi Fan truly had become an outer sect disciple? I believe in you. Elder Yu Hua beamed, turning to face the soul-cleansing mountain. With a flick of his palm, a gilded talisman materialized from thin air. He then gently flicked his fingertip, causing the talisman to ignite without wind, transforming into a golden light that shot towards the mountain's peak. In an instant, the restrictions enveloping the soul-cleansing mountain rippled like water. Go. Elder Yu Hua waved his sleeve, gesturing towards the summit, his fingertip still glowing faintly with the remnants of the burning talisman. The first person to reach the summit of soul-cleansing mountain would be the first to bathe in the soul-cleansing pool. Swish, swish, swish. Before his words had faded, dozens of figures shot forth like arrows released from a bowstring. The sound of fluttering garments filled the air, and under the moonlight, phantoms raced along the mountain path. Yi Fan, hurry. Wan Miaoyan grasped Yi Fan's wrist, her slender fingers gripping tightly like a vice. With a light push on her toes, her moon-white dress billowed in the night breeze as she pulled Yi Fan forward. Hey, slow down. Yi Fan stumbled, nearly losing his footing, and looked at Wan Miaoyan's anxious profile with a mix of amusement and exasperation. The soul-cleansing pool wasn't he going to sprout legs and run away? So why the rush? Fool. Wan Miaoyan shot a glare at Yi Fan without slowing her pace, her hair cascading in disarray behind her, shimmering silver under the moonlight. Do you know why the soul-cleansing mountain only opens once every 3 months? Why? Yi Fan inquired, adjusting his stride to keep up, his curiosity piqued. The cleansing power within the soul-cleansing pool is consumed during the bathing process and requires time to regenerate. Wan Miaoyan spoke rapidly, her voice somewhat fragmented in the wind. 3 months is sufficient for the cleansing power within the pool to become fully saturated. The first person to bathe in the soul-cleansing pool will experience the purest cleansing energy, yielding the best results. As time progresses, the effects diminish. Is that so? Yi Fan's eyes sparkled as realization dawned upon him. He lifted his gaze to see the throng ahead, each person vying for position. Some even resorted to employing swift techniques, leaving trails of afterimages along the mountain path. No wonder they were all racing like madmen. Disciples of the Tai Chu Dao sect only had one chance to bathe in the soul-cleansing pool. Everyone wished to savor the most refined cleansing energy to enhance their soul power. At this moment, Luo's entourage had gained a significant lead. Luo Xinjiang moved like a specter along the mountain trail, catching sight of Yi Fan and Wan Miaoyan closely pursuing from a distance. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. Luo foamed. Upon reaching the halfway point, Luo Xinjiang spoke in a low voice. You, Luo Qi, and Luo Zhao go intercept Yi Fan, ensuring that he arrives last at the summit. Luo Feng's brow furrowed slightly as he glanced at Luo Qi and Luo Zhao, who also bore troubled expressions. He felt uncomfortable within. Why were the three of them chosen for this task? Chapter 307. The three unite to intercept Yi Fan and his companion. It was not a daunting task for the three to intercept Yi Fan and his companion. Even with Wan Miaoyan by their side, the three had an undeniable advantage in numbers. However, should they tarry, they would inevitably become among the last few to experience the soul-washing pool. Luo Xinjian perceived Luo Feng's audacity to question his command, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as an icy aura erupted from him. During the assessment, you were tasked with taking his life. Have you accomplished that? Now is your chance for redemption. Upon hearing this, Luo Feng's gaze darkened. Even Luo Mo, who had suppressed his cultivation, had nearly fallen to Yi Fan's blade. Should he dare to engage Yi Fan, his demise would be certain. Moreover, it was not a matter of unwillingness to fight. The assessment system had not afforded him that opportunity. We shall proceed. Luo Feng managed to swallow his discontent, lowering his head to conceal the frustration in his eyes. He glanced at Luo Qi and Luo Zhao, noting their own expressions of helplessness. Their lineage from the Luo clan's collateral branch placed them at a disadvantage compared to the direct descendants. In the presence of the direct line Luo Xinjian, they felt compelled to comply. Furthermore, Luo Xinjian's strength surpassed theirs. Humph. With a cold snort, Luo Xinjian led the other Luo clan disciples onward. While Luo Feng and his companions came to a halt, they stood shoulder to shoulder, forming a human wall along the mountain path. Something feels amiss. Wan Miaoyan suddenly grasped Yi Fan's sleeve, her delicate brows furrowing. Are they attempting to obstruct us? Upon recognizing Luo Feng, Yi Fan instantly grasped their intention. Others passed by the trio, who feigned ignorance. As Yi Fan and Wan Miaoyan approached, Luo Feng abruptly raised his sword, pointing it at Yi Fan as he spoke coldly. Yi Fan, it is indeed regrettable that I could not confront you during the Tai Chu Dao sect assessment. Today, may we seize this opportunity for a friendly spar? Spar? A smirk curled upon Yi Fan's lips, his eyes brimming with disdain. He was fully aware that this was merely a clumsy pretext from Luo Feng to hinder him. I am not one for sparring. It holds no interest for me. That is not for you to decide. Luo Feng's blade trembled as he took a step closer, deliberately maintaining a safe distance. Behind him, Luo Qi and Luo Zhao quietly spread out, forming a triangular formation to encircle Yi Fan and Wan Miaoyan. Yet they cautiously refrained from striking immediately. After all, within the Tai Chu Dao sect, infighting among fellow disciples was a grave offense. Miaoyan, you go ahead. Yi Fan subtly gestured to Wan Miaoyan, raising his right hand to reveal the daylight sword, which gleamed with a faint golden light, particularly striking against the night backdrop. To be candid, his interest in the soul washing pool was minimal. During the soul power assessment, he had been rated as exceptional. Even after bathing in the soul washing pool, was there truly room for improvement? His visit to the pool was merely in compliance with the old man Kumu's wishes. If he could gain some enhancement, that would be splendid. If not, it mattered little. However, for Wan Miaoyan, this was her sole opportunity. He did not wish for his presence to hinder her. Me? Leave first? Wan Miaoyan's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Yi Fan. Are you mad? They are all at the Earth Martial Realm. You cannot contend with them. I will stay to assist you. They merely intend to block me. Without further ado, Yi Fan pushed Wan Miaoyan with a measured force, deftly sending her out of the encirclement before turning to face Luo Feng and the others. Miaoyan, you should depart first. Once I resolve this trio, I will seek you out. Resolve us? Luo Feng erupted in uproarious laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. He tilted his head back, guffawing, then turned to his companions Luo Qi and Luo Zhao, dramatically spreading his arms. Did you hear that? A mere Xuanwu realm waste dares to claim he will resolve us three? Absurd, utterly absurd. Chapter 308. Upon hearing these words, Luo Qi and Luo Zhao exchanged knowing smirks. Do you look down upon the Xuanwu realm? Yi Fan, upon hearing Luo Feng's remark, became indignant. With a sudden thrust of his sword, he pointed it at the three, saying, You three have advanced to the Earth Martial Realm, and it seems you've only been there for less than a month? How can you be so arrogant? If the Xuanwu realm is deemed worthless, then were you not all worthless just a month ago? That was merely a month past. Luo Feng's expression darkened in an instant, the smile on his face evaporating. Luo Feng. Luo Qi observed as figures continuously surpassed them on the path towards the soul cleansing pool summit. He lowered his voice, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. What if we cripple his legs and leave? By the time he reaches the peak, he will surely be the last, perhaps even missing the final opportunity to bathe in the soul cleansing pool. Under Luo Xinjian's orders to intercept Yi Fan, resentment simmered among the three. They were clearly unwilling to accept the outcome of the last few opportunities at the soul cleansing pool. Luo Feng suddenly turned to Luo Qi, a look of realization dawning upon him. He slapped his forehead, producing a crisp sound. What a brilliant idea. How did I not think of it sooner? As he spoke, his gaze shifted back to Yi Fan, growing cold in an instant. With me here, you shall not escape. Wan Miaoyan swiftly stepped forward, positioning herself once more in front of Yi Fan. A wave of scorching heat radiated from her hair tinged with a faint crimson hue. The withered grass beneath her feet curled and turned brown as the heat compelled Luo Feng and his companions to involuntarily retreat a step. Second stage of the Earth Martial Realm? Luo Feng's complexion changed dramatically. In a hurry, he exchanged glances with Luo Qi and Luo Zhao, commanding, You two hold off Wan Miaoyan, and I will cripple Yi Fan's legs. Understood. Luo Qi and Luo Zhao replied in unison, their forms darting apart like wraiths. They then simultaneously unleashed their weapons, the blades intertwining like a net of light. Both were now first-stage earth martial practitioners, and while they could not match Wan Miaoyan one-on-one, they were confident in their combined strength to contend with her. "You Fan, run!" Wan Miaoyan cried out, launching a series of fiery palm strikes. Her figure danced between Luo Qi and Luo Zhao, trembling with intensity. "Run?" Luo Feng sneered as he approached Yi Fan, his sword dragging across the ground with a screeching sound. "You will not leave here without your legs." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly lunged forward, a blood-red sword aimed directly at Yi Fan's knees. "Huh." Yi Fan regarded Luo Feng's assault with a scornful smile. In an instant, as he leaped, the rays of his sword erupted into a dazzling golden light. "Shihe Yuni." With a thunderous shout, he evaded Luo Feng's strike while simultaneously executing a peculiar aerial maneuver. 7 arcs of scarlet gold sword energy layered upon one another, coalescing in mid-air into a blazing solar chariot. As the wheels turned, the scorching sword light distorted the surrounding air. Luo Feng halted and turned, his sinister grin freezing on his face. In his pupils reflected the ominous glow of impending death. "This is bad." Luo Feng's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily raised his sword to block. However, in that instant of contact, his sword melted into molten iron. No, the piercing scream barely escaped his lips before being consumed by the wave of heat. The sword energy, reminiscent of a solar chariot, mercilessly crushed Luo Feng's body. In a fleeting moment, it cleaved him in two. Before his charred remains could touch the ground, the residual force shattered him into a cloud of ash. Chapter 309 What? In a fierce struggle with Wan Miaoyan, Luo Qi turned in horror, just in time to witness the final moments of Luo Feng being reduced to ashes. The hands gripping their swords trembled uncontrollably, leaving chaotic scratches on the ground. Wan Miaoyan stood frozen, the fiery power of her palm coalescing within her grasp, forgotten. As Yi Fan descended slowly, the figure wielding the daylight sword appeared like a solar deity emerging from ancient myths. With a single stroke, he had slain Luo Feng, a first-tier warrior of the earth martial realm. Were she in his place, she might not have achieved such a feat. You dare to kill." Luo Qi's voice rose to a shrill pitch as he staggered back a few steps, nearly losing his balance. The once assertive bravado had vanished, replaced by sheer terror. "Killed? What now?" Yi Fan chuckled nonchalantly, feeling no remorse. This was not his first act of murder. Luo Feng was not the first prodigy of the Luo clan to perish at his hands. Compared to status, could Luo Feng rival Luo Xinhao? After having offended the Luo clan by killing Luo Xinhao, he had little to fear from further enmity. "Yi Fan." Wan Miaoyan darted closer. Her brow furrowed as she whispered, "According to the regulations of the Taichu Dao sect, slaying fellow disciples under the guise of a life and death contract is punishable by death." "Oh, is that so?" Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed. His expression shifted to one of mock innocence, truth be told. "I had no intention of killing Luo Feng. Who would have known he was so incompetent, unable to withstand even a single strike, and yet, he perished just like that. You are insufferable." Luo Qi trembled with rage, gripping Luo Zhao tightly to prevent him from charging forward. The disparity in strength between them and Luo Feng was negligible. If Yi Fan could dispatch Luo Feng with a single blow, eliminating them would not pose a significant challenge. "Miaoyan, look." Yi Fan surveyed the empty mountainside, a dangerous smile creeping onto his lips. "Everyone else is heading towards the summit. It appears only the two of you are aware of my slaying of Luo Feng. If I were to eliminate you both, would that not resolve the issue?" "Huh." Wan Miaoyan's lips parted in shock, taken aback by Yi Fan's murderous intent. Killing Luo Feng was one thing, but now he sought to eliminate Luo Qi and Luo Zhao as well? If the former had been an accident, the latter would be a premeditated act. With a swift motion, Yi Fan adjusted his sword, his fiery gaze fixed upon Luo Qi and Luo Zhao. Before Wan Miaoyan could offer her counsel, he advanced towards them, leaving charred footprints with each step. The murderous glint in his eyes sent shivers down the spines of Luo Qi and Luo Zhao. "Run!" In a state of panic, Luo Qi and Luo Zhao exchanged a glance before hastily fleeing. Trying to escape? Yi Fan prepared to pursue, but was halted by Wan Miaoyan gripping his sleeve tightly. "Have you lost your mind?" Wan Miaoyan's fingers trembled. "Even if you kill them to silence them, it would be futile. Their interception of us did not go unnoticed. If they die, it will be clear that we are responsible. Miaoyan, do not worry." Yi Fan flashed her a reassuring smile, showing no intention of involving her in his plight. "If this matter comes to light, I shall bear the burden alone. My concern is not for myself." Wan Miaoyan shook her head, her seriousness evident. With Luo Feng's death, there remained a chance to mitigate the situation. But should he kill the other two, matters would become dire. "I care for your well-being." Yi Fan glanced at the distant figures of Luo Qi and Luo Zhao, realizing the opportunity to eliminate them had slipped away. He turned back to Wan Miaoyan, the murderous intent fading from his eyes, replaced by a roguish grin. Miaoyan, you truly are kind to me. In the Taichu Dao sect, if I do not treat you well, who will? Chapter 310, Wan Miaoyan shot a glance at Yi Fan, perplexed by his ability to jest at such a critical moment. I am your sworn sister. Should I not take care of you? Mutual care. Yi Fan responded with a faint smile, his gaze shifting towards the mountain summit. His demeanor suddenly turned serious. Time has slipped away, we must hasten. If we're late, the power to wash the soul will vanish. Indeed, Wan Miaoyan nodded, her moonlit white gown billowing in the wind. The two raced toward the mountain peak, their figures casting elongated shadows under the moonlight. At the summit of the soul-washing mountain, the azure soul-washing pool lay serenely beneath the moon's glow. The pool, vast enough to accommodate hundreds without feeling crowded, was encircled by smooth basalt rocks, polished by the passage of time. The water was not an ordinary liquid, but rather a spirit essence shimmering with a pearlescent sheen, with tiny golden specks floating to the surface, resembling a cascade of stars. At that moment, over 100 individuals were bathing in the pool, but the most captivating was undoubtedly Luo Xinjing, surrounded by visible streams of pale golden energy. These ethereal currents seemed to penetrate his crown, causing the mark on his forehead to flicker erratically. In stark contrast, those near the pool's edge faced a different plight, with the soul-washing power around them as thin as smoke. Some desperately flailed their arms, striving to capture more of the golden light. As time passed, the water visibly darkened, the edges beginning to take on a grayish hue. Trouble! A sharp voice suddenly shattered the tranquility of the summit, startling everyone in the pool. Luo Qi and Luo Zhao appeared, frantically rushing towards them. Silence! Luo Xinjing rose abruptly from the pool, the golden aura swirling around him like an enraged dragon. He glared at Luo Qi, rebuking, "What are you making such a fuss about? You make us a laughingstock." Luo Qi collapsed on the shore, gasping as he supported himself against the basalt. Luo Zhao, in an even worse state, slumped to the ground, his complexion as pale as parchment. "Where is Luo Feng?" Luo Xinjing's eyes narrowed, his cold gaze scanning the area behind the two. "Luo Feng, he. Luo Qi stammered, his voice trembling, as his fearful glances flickered towards the direction they had come, as if some great beast lurked there. "He's dead." Luo Zhao suddenly slammed his fist against the rock, spitting out the two words in anger. At this, 100 pairs of eyes turned sharply towards Luo Qi and Luo Zhao. The expressions of those still basking in the soul-washing power shifted dramatically. Many had witnessed Luo Feng and the others halting on the mountain path. Although they had not seen the three engage in any actions, the implication was clear. They intended to obstruct Yi Fan and Wan Miaoyan. Now that they were dead, could it be that they fell at the hands of Yi Fan and Wan Miaoyan? What? Luo Xinjing's voice abruptly rose, causing ripples across the pool's surface as he fixed a furious gaze upon Luo Qi and Luo Zhao, demanding, "Did Wan Miaoyan kill Luo Feng? To protect Yi Fan? Wan Miaoyan has truly lost her senses. TSK. I had heard rumors of their entanglement. Such a pity, this beauty's demise is imminent." Within the soul-washing pool, many exchanged casual remarks, instinctively believing that Luo Feng had met his end at Wan Miaoyan's hands. No, it was not Wan Miaoyan. Luo Qi's face contorted with fear and humiliation, his lips quivering as he struggled to utter the truth beneath the piercing gazes of the crowd. It was Yi Fan. Chapter 311. It is Yi Fan. Luo Qi's expression was one of distress, his voice barely audible, like a whisper. His bloodshot eyes were cast downward, unable to meet Luo Xinjiang's gaze. Yi Fan. Luo Xinjiang's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his features. Yi Fan? A figure of the Xuanwu realm, capable of slaying Luo Feng of the Earth Martial realm? Surely he must have employed some insidious means. I suspect Luo Feng was simply overconfident. Upon receiving Luo Qi's answer, the crowd erupted in a clamor. Qin Xiao exchanged glances with Feng Wujie, both understanding the implications. They believed that Yi Fan possessed the capability to vanquish Luo Feng, having witnessed the terrifying power of Yi Fan's soul. The Zhentian steel could suppress an opponent's cultivation, albeit with certain limitations in its application. As Luo Qi and the others listened to the murmurs of the crowd, their expressions grew increasingly grim. The looks on the people's faces suggested lingering skepticism regarding their claims. Yet, they had not even mentioned that Yi Fan had dispatched Luo Feng with a single strike. Should they reveal this, the crowd would likely be even less inclined to believe them. Here he comes. Luo Zhao heard a flurry of hurried footsteps and abruptly turned to gaze down the mountain path. The others in the soul-cleansing pool also followed his line of sight. There, Yi Fan was seen, clad in the garments of Wan Miaoyan, rushing towards them with fervor. He has arrived. Yi Fan, seemingly oblivious to the tense atmosphere surrounding him, gestured towards the soul-cleansing pool. Miaoyan, hurry and immerse yourself. One Miaoyan lightly touched her toes to the surface, gliding over the lake like a graceful egret. As she entered the pool, not a single drop of water was disturbed. Golden specks within the water surged towards her like moths drawn to flame. What are you dawdling for? Come down. One Miaoyan wiped the droplets from her face and waved to Yi Fan on the shore. The moonlight cast a silvery sheen upon her, her damp garments accentuating her elegant curves. All right. Yi Fan elongated his tone in response, lazily taking a couple of steps forward. Yi Fan. Luo Xinjiang's thunderous shout resounded like a clap of thunder, causing ripples to dance across the surface of the pool. Such a loud voice. Is there something you need? Yi Fan turned his head, casually digging at his ear. You killed Luophone? Seeing Yi Fan's nonchalant demeanor only fueled Luo Xinjiang's rage. The gazes of those in the pool converged upon Yi Fan, all eager to confirm whether he truly possessed such prowess. Indeed, Yi Fan showed no intention of denying it. Smiling lightly as he nodded, Luo Xinjiang clenched his fists, suppressing his mounting fury, and interrogated Yi Fan. Do you realize that in the Taichu Dao sect, slaying a fellow disciple is a capital offense? I wasn't fully aware before, but now I am. Yi Fan replied candidly, then tilted his head to retort. So, what now? Are you intending to kill me in retribution for Luophone? Kill you? Luo Xinjiang scoffed, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. To kill you would only sully my sword. Instead, I shall take you to the law enforcement hall. With that, he surged forward, soaring over the lake like a golden-winged rock. The rising mist behind him trailed like a white rainbow, an awe-inspiring spectacle. Huh? Yi Fan scoffed disdainfully, his figure flickering like a wraith. The crowd blinked, only to find Yi Fan had effortlessly entered the water, now occupying the very spot where Luo Xinjiang had stood moments before. You wish to continue bathing in the soul-cleansing pool? Luo Xinjiang's spiritual energy surged, instantly drying his garments. Is that not permissible? Chapter 312. Yi Fan lay comfortably in the soul-cleansing pool, leisurely asking Luo Xinjian. Surely the Taichu Dao sect has regulations against disturbing others during their cleansing? Luo Xinjian's expression instantly darkened, his fist cracking ominously. Indeed, the Taichu Dao sect had such a rule regarding the soul-cleansing pool. A smirk formed on Yi Fan's lips as he deciphered Luo Xinjian's displeasure. He chose to ignore him, closing his eyes to revel in the cleansing energy. Luo Xinjian seethed with rage, but, constrained by the regulations of the soul-cleansing pool, suppressed his anger and could only hiss through clenched teeth. Just you wait. Among the gathered individuals, he was the first to partake in the cleansing, having absorbed the purest essence of the cleansing energy, enhancing his soul. By the time Yi Fan arrived, Luo Xinjian had already completed his cleansing. Otherwise, he would not have left the pool to confront Yi Fan. Thus, while Yi Fan enjoyed his time in the pool, Luo Xinjian settled beside it. Yi Fan paid no heed to Luo Xinjian's words, luxuriating in the cleansing pool as countless golden specks surged towards him, causing a delightful tingling sensation on his skin, as if every pore were breathing in ecstasy. How invigorating. Initially, he had little interest in the soul-cleansing pool, believing his soul power had limited potential for enhancement. However, after a brief immersion, his perspective shifted. He found solace in simply enjoying the experience. In the face of impending danger, how could one indulge so carefreely? That mindset. TSK. Look at him, so infuriating. The others in the pool observed this with disdain, shaking their heads in contempt. After voicing a few remarks, they returned to their own cleansing, absorbing the energy of the pool. At that moment, deep within Yi Fan's consciousness, the Zhentian Bay suddenly trembled violently. The surrounding golden specks appeared to be drawn by an unseen force, forming a visible vortex. Yi Fan was startled to discover that his soul power began to operate autonomously. Simultaneously, the ethereal image of the Zhentian Bay manifested behind him uncontrollably. Boom! The entire soul-cleansing pool erupted in a frenzy. All the golden specks rushed towards the ethereal image of the Zhentian Bay. As the water around Yi Fan visibly lost its color, the once viscous liquid became crystal clear, as if drained of all its essence. What is happening? Luo Qi, who had only recently entered the pool, was astonished to find the cleansing energy had vanished. Trembling, he scooped up the now transparent water, watching as the golden specks dissipated like sand through his fingers. The others around him opened their eyes, frowning in confusion. It's Yi Fan, Luo Xinjian bellowed, fixing an intense gaze on Yi Fan at the center of the pool. He drained all the cleansing energy. Upon hearing this, the crowd's attention shifted to Yi Fan. Upon seeing the ethereal image of the Zhentian Bay behind him, their eyes widened in astonishment. Was that a soul? A mere broken stone tablet? What kind of soul is that? Sky level. It must have reached the sky level. At this moment, Yi Fan's consciousness sank into the Zhentian realm. He looked up in astonishment at the Zhentian Bay suspended above him, its runes flashing wildly, radiating brilliant golden light. This scene mirrored his initial dual cultivation session with Mu Qingqing, during which the Zhentian Bei awakened its power to suppress the heavenly laws. Buzz. Before he could contemplate further, an invisible ripple surged forth. Yifan felt his entire being stiffen, as if time had come to a standstill around him. Yet, just an instant later, everything resumed its normal flow. Time. Was it imprisoned? A fleeting memory surfaced within his consciousness. Yifan's eyes widened in exhilaration, an overwhelming joy flooding his gaze. Chapter 3:13. The temporal confinement, though named as confinement, it does not truly imply the restraint of time in its classical sense. Instead, it merely alters the flow of time experienced by the opponent for a limited duration. The greater the alteration, the shorter the duration it can be maintained. To achieve a complete cessation of time for the adversary would likely last no longer than a breath. However, to merely slow their perception of time by a fraction can be sustained for 10 breaths or even longer. In the realm of skilled combatants, victories and defeats often hinge upon the slightest nuances. A subtle shift may indeed determine the outcome. That is sufficient. A faint smile graced Yufan's lips as his consciousness withdrew from the celestial confinement. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered the soul-cleansing pool to be utterly deserted. Everyone had retreated to the shore, their gazes fixed upon him, rife with animosity. Yifan awkwardly rubbed his nose. Leisurely rising from the center of the pool, as he strolled toward the bank, he spread his hands innocently, as if to say, this was an accident. Do you believe me? In truth, he had not intended for this to happen. Who could have anticipated that the celestial steel would be so formidable, draining the cleansing energy in an instant? Yifan. Qin Xiao's voice cut through the tension before Yifan could exit the pool. He had been the last to arrive at the soul-cleansing pool, yet he had drained the entire reservoir of soul-absorbing energy. You show no restraint at all, do you? These words ignited the fury of those present, akin to a spark igniting a pool of oil. What purpose does a dying man have in absorbing so much soul energy? It is sheer waste, they cried. A person like you is not worth lamenting. The chorus of curses surged like a tidal wave, with several individuals brandishing their weapons. Yet, Yifan merely dug at his ears, feigning indifference. Yifan. As he ascended the shore, Luo Xingjian unsheathed his sword, a cold aura enveloping him as he approached Yifan. You have provoked the ire of all by draining the cleansing energy. They may hesitate to teach you a lesson, but I shall. What do you intend to do? Wan Miaoyan interjected, her figure flashing before Yifan, her moon-white gown blooming like a flower. Fear not. I shall not kill him. Luo Xingjian cast a sidelong glance at Wan Miaoyan, his voice icy. The Taichu Dao sect has its own rules. Unlike him, I do not dare to flout the sect's regulations. My only aim is to incapacitate him and deliver him to the law enforcement hall for judgment. Suddenly, Wan Miaoyan burst into laughter, covering her lips with her delicate hand, tilting her head to regard Luo Xingjian as if he were a fool. Do you think I fear your ability to kill him? I fear that he might take offense and eliminate you, thereby violating the sect's rules once more. Fear him killing me? Huh. Luo Xingjian was momentarily taken aback before erupting into raucous laughter, as though he had heard the most ludicrous jest in the world. The onlookers exchanged glances, regarding Wan Miaoyan with expressions of disbelief. Had she been overwhelmed by the cleansing energy? Luo Xingjian was no mere novice. He was a third-tier martial artist, mere steps away from the fourth tier, should he truly desire to end Yufan's life. The latter would not withstand even a single strike. Qin Xiao furrowed his brow, exchanging a meaningful glance with Feng Wujing beside him. They had been certain that Yifan had employed the celestial steel's suppressive force to defeat Luo Feng, but now their confidence wavered. Could it be that Yifan had achieved such a feat solely through his own strength? Your laughter is more grating than a crow's caw, Yifan complained, digging at his ears while casually draping an arm over Wan Miaoyan's shoulder. She turned to him, her eyes reflecting a deep-seated concern. Miaoyan, do not worry. Yifan winked at her, his smile radiant as the afternoon sun. I promise not to kill him, unless he wishes to sign a life and death contract with me. Really? Wan Miaoyan scrutinized him skeptically, her lips pursed. She did not believe that Yifan would be so obedient. He had not refrained from impulsive acts of violence in the past. Seeing her doubt, Yifan shrugged with a hint of exasperation. Why would I concern myself with an ant that I could crush at any moment? Chapter 3:14. Arrogance. Luo Xingjian trembled with rage at the dialogue between Yifan and Wan Miaoyan, raising his sword in fury and pointing it forward. Wan Miaoyan, get away from me. All right. All right. Wan Miaoyan pouted, gracefully spinning to the side. She leaned against the rock wall, crossing her arms, adopting a posture as if she were watching a performance. Yifan grasped the sunlight sword, tracing a dazzling golden arc under the moonlight. The tip of the sword pointed ominously at Luo Xingjian, a provocative smile curving at the corner of his lips. I must eliminate you. Luo Xingjian roared, and his aura erupted violently. The terrifying pressure of the third stage of the martial realm surged towards Yifan. The long sword sliced through the air, producing a piercing shriek. Heavenly Tao. Suppress. Yi Fan's eyes turned icy, and the phantom of the Heavenly Tao steel materialized behind him with a thunderous crash. The inscriptions on the steel gleamed, radiating blinding golden light. The overwhelming force of suppression descended upon Luo Xinjing in an instant, causing his surging spiritual energy to retreat like a receding tide. What? Luo Xinjing was struck with terror as he realized his cultivation was plummeting rapidly. Third stage of the Earth Martial Realm, second stage, first stage. Ultimately, he was forcibly suppressed to the Xuanwu realm. Indeed, Qin Zhao's gaze narrowed, a trace of coldness flickering in his eyes. To kill Luo Feng, didn't he even utilize his soul power? Feng Wujing murmured, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Both men felt compelled to reassess Yi Fan's strength. This sword is for you. Yi Fan intoned softly, and the sunlight sword transformed into a blinding beam of golden light. As it swept through the air, Luo Xinjing's fierce strike was effortlessly neutralized. The hastily gathered protective spiritual energy shattered like thin ice beneath the sword's edge. Boom. Blood mist erupted as Luo Xinjing was sent flying backward, crashing heavily against the rock wall, which splintered with spiderweb-like cracks. A ghastly wound marred his chest, exposing bone, while blood flowed copiously. In an instant, the scene fell into a profound silence. Gulp. Luo Qi swallowed audibly, the sound piercing the stillness. What kind of soul power is this, so formidable? A soul power capable of suppressing an opponent's cultivation is simply invincible. In the same realm? No, even if there is a difference of a few realms. Who could possibly stand against him? After a brief silence, the onlookers erupted with exclamations. Yet, as Yi Fan cast a glance their way, they collectively fell silent. Yi Fan's soul power is terrifyingly potent. Who would dare to oppose him? It is impossible. This cannot be. At that moment, a hoarse roar emanated from the rock wall. The crowd turned to see Luo Xinjing struggling to rise, stumbling forward with each step. The ghastly wound on his chest spewed forth blood with each breath, staining half of his moon-white robe crimson. Indeed, his soul power is formidable, capable of suppressing an opponent's cultivation. A glimmer of serpentine cunning flashed in Qin Zhao's eyes as he deliberately raised his voice, ensuring each word penetrated Luo Xinjing's ears. However, I surmise this suppression can only be employed once in a short time. As you can see, its duration is not long. Luo Xinjing's pupils contracted at his words, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Qin Zhao's words seemed to erode his last vestiges of rationality. Given Luo Xinjing's current state, Feng Wujing grasped Qin Zhao's intent and timely interjected, chuckling lightly, to incapacitate a Xuanwu realm cultivator. That should be more than sufficient. Chapter 3:15. These two individuals. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, his gaze flitting back and forth between Qin Zhao and Feng Wujing. He then shrugged nonchalantly, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he inquired. Are you both so certain that the power of my heavenly Tao suppression can only be used once in a short span of time? Is that truly the case? Qin Zhao offered a faint smile, his eyes glinting with a cunning light. The might of the heavenly Tao suppression from the Towning Tablet is formidable indeed. If it could be employed frequently, why would Yi Fan often choose to conceal it? Wouldn't it be more advantageous to directly suppress his opponent's cultivation and defeat them with a single blow? Yi Fan pouted, visibly displeased, and suddenly stepped towards Qin Zhao, challenging. Care to give it a try yourself? Not interested, Qin Zhao replied, amusement dancing in his eyes as he subtly retreated a step. If he had the opportunity to eliminate Yi Fan, he would have acted long ago. Yet, this is the Taichu Dao sect. Committing murder would contravene sect rules. He had no desire to invite trouble, especially since Luo Xinjian was willing to take action on his behalf. Huff, huff. The sound of heavy breathing emanated from the side. At this moment, Luo Xinjian was hunched over, a blood-red longsword's phantom slowly coalescing behind him. The sword's blade was enveloped in an eerie blood mist, writhing as though it possessed a life of its own. This was Luo Xinjian's life soul, the bloodthirsty sword. Given the current circumstances, was he truly intent on slaying Yi Fan? Surely, Yi Fan's earlier actions had provoked him. The onlookers murmured among themselves as they witnessed Luo Xinjian unleashing his bloodthirsty sword life soul. Qin Zhao and Feng Wujing exchanged knowing glances, retreating to the periphery of the crowd in tacit agreement. Can he still fight? Yi Fan's eyes narrowed slightly as he assessed the gravely injured Luo Xinjian. Despite being drenched in blood, the aura emanating from him remained terrifying. Leave this to me. Wan Miaoyan suddenly dashed forward, positioning herself in front of Yi Fan. The flames dancing at her fingertips illuminated the surroundings in a crimson glow, her hair tips tinted a deep red. Previously, she had been unperturbed knowing Yi Fan possessed the Towning Tablet as a trump card. However, she could not allow Yi Fan to confront Luo Xinjian directly. Miaoyan, you should refrain from getting involved. Yi Fan gently pressed down on her delicate shoulder, pulling her back behind him. He's merely a wounded mad dog. He can't harm me. Do not be overconfident, 1,000,000 warned, her brows furrowing as she cautioned Yu Fan, a third-tier martial artist in the Earth martial realm. Even at half strength, would find it rather easy to kill you. After all, you are merely in the Xuanwu realm. 'Miaoyan, are you underestimating me? Yu Fan scratched his head in exasperation. Why not enjoy the show for a bit? If it comes to that, you can assist me. Very well. 1,000,000 pondered slightly before reluctantly stepping back half a pace. She had previously witnessed Yu Fan slay Luo Feng with a single strike. Believing that even against the injured Luo Xingjian, he would not be easily defeated. Shoo. Shoo. Luo Xingjian dragged his bloodied longsword across the ground, producing a grating sound. With each step, the aura of the bloodthirsty sword life soul intensified. In the end, he was enveloped in a shroud of crimson mist, his eyes gradually turning blood red as they locked onto Yu Fan with unwavering intensity. Clang. The sword's edge suddenly erupted with a blinding bloodlight, thickening the air around it. Faint wails of aggrieved souls reverberated from the blade, sending chills down the spine. Yu Fan. Luo Xingjian approached, bellowing with a voice that resembled the howls of infernal demons. I shall make you wish you were never born. With that, he surged forward, his sword radiating a torrent of blood-colored energy that cascaded down like a waterfall, staining the very moonlight with a scarlet hue. Yu Fan's gaze sharpened as the daybreak sword erupted in dazzling golden brilliance. Chapter 316. A figure burst forth amidst the rhythmic steps, instantly converging with Luo Xingjian. Boom, boom, boom. The sword light twirled like a dragon, weaving a net of death in the night sky. Each clash ignited dazzling sparks, carving deep ravines into the ground. With overwhelming sword intent, the two forces of sword energy roared with unrestrained ferocity. Is he truly still this formidable? After exchanging over a dozen strikes, Yu Fan was compelled to retreat. His right hand bore a torn palm, blood cascading down the sword hilt. He had believed he could easily dominate the heavily injured Luo Xingjian. Yet the opponent's explosive combat power remained astonishingly strong. In his prime, Yu Fan feared he would scarcely withstand 3 strikes. He could not endure much longer. To withstand over a dozen moves under Luo Xingjian's hand was no small feat. With Luo Xingjian eliminate Yu Fan without hesitation? The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, instinctively retreating several paces. Qin Xiao and Feng Wujing noted Yu Fan's evident defeat, a deeper smirk gracing Qin Xiao's lips. 1,000,000 spiritual energy rippled around him, poised to strike at a moment's notice. Die, you shall perish. Luo Xingjian appeared frenzied, each sword stroke imbued with a sense of mutual destruction. His chest wound continued to rupture, seemingly devoid of pain. His sole focus lay on Yu Fan. It was as if he could not bear to let him live. So eager to kill me? Yu Fan suddenly chuckled, his face betraying no hint of panic. This fellow is still able to smile. Qin Xiao noticed the grin on Yu Fan's face, his gaze momentarily sharpening. Boom. Another sword clash sent Yu Fan reeling once more. Upon regaining his footing, the ethereal image of the Zhantian Bei illuminated behind him. Feng Wujing's pupils contracted sharply, his countenance shifting. Could it be? He truly could release the suppressive force once more in such a brief span? Impossible. Qin Zhao's smile froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. If he could invoke the suppressive force again so soon, why had he engaged Luo Xingjian for over a dozen exchanges? Then, Feng Wujing, perplexed, fixated on the ethereal Zhantian Bei behind Yu Fan. Time. Confinement. Yu Fan murmured softly, the ancient runes on the Zhantian Bei glowing sequentially. The power of temporal confinement wafted towards Luo Xingjian like a gentle breeze. Following this, his sword-wielding figure surged forth again, the daylight sword tracing out golden arcs. Boom, boom, boom. The clang of metal echoed incessantly, sparks flying. Just moments ago, Yu Fan had found himself at a disadvantage, yet now he turned the tide of battle. A simple series of moves firmly suppressed Luo Xingjian. Curious? Qin Zhao's keen gaze fixated on the unfolding battle, murmuring as he discerned a clue. Why did Luo Xingjian's speed seem to have diminished? Could it be? Feng Wujing too noticed this, glancing at Qin Xiao with uncertainty. Was it due to Luo Xingjian's worsening injuries? That should not be the case. Qin Xiao shook his head, instinctively shifting his gaze towards the Zhantian Bei behind Yu Fan. His life's soul bore something peculiar. Are you suggesting? Feng Wujing's eyes widened slightly, a flicker of doubt crossing his expression. Is it his life soul that is causing Luo Xingjian's speed to decline? Damn it. Luo Xingjian's eyes blazed crimson, the blood-soaked sword wildly thrashing. He could clearly see each of Yu Fan's moves, yet his body felt ensnared in a quagmire, movements lagging behind thought. An eerie sense of delay rendering his once proud sword techniques riddled with flaws. Coupled with the relentless agony from his wound, it only fueled his fury. Chapter 317. What's the matter? Unable to continue? Yu Fan gazed at the disheveled appearance of Luo Xingjian, a triumphant smile adorning his face. If you can't go on, just admit your mistake and call me Grandpa, and I shall spare your life. At present, he merely employed the power of temporal confinement to slightly slow Luo Xingjian's speed. This deceleration was minimal, barely a tenth, yet it persisted for an extended duration. Even so, it was sufficient to firmly suppress the severely injured Luo Xingjian. However, he did not intend to prolong this battle. Should Luo Xingjian adapt to this rhythm, he could very well become a renewed threat. Admit my mistake? In your dreams. Luo Xingjian roared, his eyes ablaze with a frenzied murderous intent. Seizing the moment when Yifan momentarily held back, he once again launched a fierce assault with his sword. Wishing for death? Yifan raised an eyebrow, a glint of coldness flashing in his gaze. After a brief contemplation, a smirk unconsciously graced his lips. Boom, boom, boom. Amidst their clashing sword techniques, Yifan suddenly stumbled. The sword of the sun, aimed at Luo Xingjian, seemingly deviated slightly. This minute flaw caused Luo Xingjian's blood-red eyes to shine with sudden brilliance. Die. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Xingjian's sword struck out, producing a piercing sound as it sliced through the air. The crimson longsword swiftly approached, mere inches from Yifan's heart. Clang. At the critical moment, Yifan's wrist executed an unusual twist. The sun sword, arriving after, traced a golden arc through the air. The blade grazed the crimson longsword, igniting a dazzling spark, and then swept towards Luo Xingjian's throat. Sizzle. The line of blood blossomed under the moonlight, akin to a suddenly blooming red plum. Luo Xingjian's forward momentum abruptly ceased, his longsword clattering to the ground. In disbelief, he clutched his throat, warm blood gushing between his fingers. You. Staggering backward. The madness in Luo Xingjian's eyes gradually gave way to fear. After retreating a few steps, he fell heavily to the ground, splattering blood around him. Those present could not help but gasp in shock. Luo Xingjian was dead. Yifan had publicly slain Luo Xingjian. Almost killed by you. Yifan patted his chest, feigning a state of terror as he exhaled deeply. Yet within his eyes lay a glimmer of cunning amusement. This fellow had done it on purpose. Qin Zhao's expression turned icy as he instantly comprehended the scene that had just unfolded. Yifan had clearly subdued Luo Xingjian. How could he suddenly display such a rudimentary flaw? That stumble, that deviated sword tip, was clearly a meticulously crafted trap. He had deliberately lured Luo Xingjian into striking him, only to retaliate with overwhelming force. Yifan. Wan Maoyan stared blankly at the lifeless Luo Xingjian in a pool of blood, only snapping back to reality when the pungent scent of blood invaded her nostrils. She hurried to Yifan's side, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. How could you? Kill him. I didn't want to either. Yifan maintained his nonchalant smile, tilting his head and feigning helplessness as he explained. If I hadn't struck that sword just now, I would have been killed by him. Killing him was purely an act of self-preservation. Wan Maoyan's eyelashes trembled, momentarily at a loss for words. To kill for self-preservation, does it violate the sect's rules? Yifan turned his face, winking at Wan Maoyan. This. Chapter 318. Wan Maoyan's lips twitched imperceptibly, momentarily leaving her at a loss for a retort. Strictly speaking, the sect indeed permits acts of self-defense leading to death. Yet, could Yifan's recent actions truly be deemed as mere self-preservation? Yifan, your tactics are truly remarkable. Qin Zhao suddenly clapped his hands with a cold, mocking laughter, his voice laced with a chilling undertone, his gaze locking onto Yifan like a venomous serpent. You deliberately exposed a weakness to Luo Xingjian, tempting him to strike so that you could rightfully retaliate. What a clever excuse for self-defense. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd was taken aback, their expressions shifting in disbelief. Reflecting on the previous scene, they increasingly felt the truth in Qin Zhao's words. What are you saying? I don't understand. Yifan lazily glanced at Qin Zhao and casually replied, Don't understand? Huh. Qin Zhao scoffed, his eyes brimming with derision as he leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice. You can't possibly think that this will allow you to escape unscathed, can you? Without waiting for Yifan's response, he turned and strode down the winding mountain path. The others, witnessing this, hastily lowered their heads and left in quick succession. Although they hadn't managed to absorb sufficient soul-cleansing energy from the pool, they considered this journey a modest success. As the crowd gradually dispersed, only Wan Maoyan and Yifan remained atop the mountain. The night breeze swept by, stirring a few fallen leaves, which twirled momentarily by the pool of blood before drifting away silently. Sister Maoyan, I sincerely apologize. Yifan sheathed his sword and turned, sheepishly scratching his head. Apologize? For what? Wan Maoyan was taken aback, her lips parting slightly, her eyes still reflecting traces of surprise. Yifan let out a soft sigh, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness, inadvertently exhausting the soul-cleansing pool, leaving you with little energy to absorb. Oh, that? Wan Maoyan suddenly broke into a smile, her eyes crescent-shaped, as she gently brushed aside her wind-tousled hair, speaking in a light-hearted tone. It's nothing of great consequence. However, as she drew closer to Yi Fan, a glint of mischief flickered in her eyes. If you feel guilty, consider it a debt owed to me. When the opportunity arises, repay me with something else. Yi Fan's expression froze for a moment before he chuckled and shook his head. He had merely been being polite. Yet Wan Miaoyan took it to heart and pushed for more. This left him bemused, touching his nose with a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Let us descend the mountain. Wan Miaoyan turned her gaze towards the winding path, her previous smile fading as her brows knitted in concern. That scoundrel Qin Shao will undoubtedly report you to the law enforcement hall. If we delay our descent, it's likely they will be waiting for us below. If he intends to file a complaint, descending sooner would make little difference. Yi Fan shrugged nonchalantly, unconcerned, as long as I remain within the Taichu Dao sect. The law enforcement hall will inevitably seek me out. Wan Miaoyan bit her lower lip, not refuting Yi Fan's words, but her worries deepened. After a moment of hesitation, she murmured, although it felt satisfying to kill Luo Xinjing, you truly shouldn't have taken that life. But the deed is done. Yi Fan thought clearly, feeling no remorse for slaying Luo Xinjing. Failing to act would only suggest that I am fearful, regardless of whether he lives or dies. Trouble from the Luo family is unavoidable. A decisive blow may at least instill some caution in others. It is far better to contend with the troubles from the Luo family than to face a multitude of other issues. Sigh. Wan Miaoyan parted her lips, releasing a barely audible sigh. Sister Miaoyan, once we descend, I will need your assistance with something. Yi Fan suddenly flashed a cunning smile, as if he had everything under control. What assistance? Wan Miaoyan abruptly turned her head, her eyes widening in surprise. Seeing Yi Fan's composed demeanor, a thought flickered through her mind. Could it be he had already devised a strategy for dealing with the aftermath of killing Luo Xinjing? Chapter 319. Upon descending the mountain, Yi Fan was eager to visit the spirit herb garden and invite his esteemed master. He slightly tilted his head, his gaze penetrating as it locked onto Wan Miaoyan, a confident smile gracing his lips, exuding an aura of assuredness. Your master? Wan Miaoyan's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of confusion glimmering in her eyes. In her recollection, the spirit herb garden seemed to be overseen solely by one elder, the withered old man of the garden. Yi Fan nodded gently, a mysterious smile dancing at the corners of his eyes. Can he be of assistance? Wan Miaoyan took a half-step closer, her delicate brows knitted together in concern. Hee. Yi Fan chuckled softly, a glint of mischief sparkling in his eyes. Sister Miaoyan, have you forgotten that I am no longer a mere servant disciple? I have ascended to the outer sect. Have you ever pondered how I achieved this advancement? Wan Miaoyan's pupils constricted, her lips parting slightly as she scrutinized Yi Fan thoughtfully. Could it be that this elder of the withered trees is an intersect elder? Typically, the management of a place like the spirit herb garden would fall to the overseeing elder. Yet the possibility of an intersect elder managing it could not be entirely dismissed. Indeed, Yi Fan affirmed, nodding in satisfaction, before turning his gaze towards the winding mountain path, waving his hand casually. Let us not keep them waiting. He was certain that Qin Shao and the others would undoubtedly capitalize on the incident involving his slaying of Luo Xinjiang. Since confronting it was inevitable, it was better to do so sooner rather than later. Descending the mountain earlier would also allow Wan Miaoyan to promptly summon the old man of the withered trees. Wan Miaoyan stood momentarily, gazing at Yi Fan's retreating figure, her lips slightly parted as if she wished to speak. Ultimately, however, she merely sighed softly and hastened to follow in Yi Fan's wake. At the foot of the mountain, the crowd that should have dispersed had not only remained, but had grown in number. Yi Fan's eyes scanned the throng, swiftly honing in on a group of disciples clad in purple robes, belonging to the enforcement hall. Although they were also intersect disciples, their attire set them apart, signifying their unique status. Before the group of enforcement hall disciples stood an elderly man, hands clasped behind his back, dressed in a dark purple robe, his expression grave. He was none other than Elder Chu Xin, the second elder of the enforcement hall. Elder Yu Hua, who managed the soul-cleansing mountain, now appeared as a mere backdrop. Yi Fan. Elder Chu Xion's sharp gaze pierced through the air like a hawk's, his voice booming with thunderous authority. Are you aware of your crimes? As his words fell, the atmosphere around them thickened with tension. The enforcement hall was one of the most pivotal departments of the Taichu Dao sect, with elders of significant rank, not limited to just one. The previous Mei Su was merely the seventh elder of the enforcement hall, while Elder Chu Xian held the esteemed position of second in command. The aura emanating from him was entirely distinct from that of Mei Su. In the face of Elder Chu Xian's inquiry, Yi Fan did not respond immediately. He slightly turned his head, signaling to Wan Miaoyan beside him. Understanding the cue, she nodded and quietly stepped aside. The onlookers made no move to intervene. After all, neither the death of Luo Xinjiang nor that of Luo Feng had any bearing on Wan Miaoyan. Chapter 320. As the figure of Wan Miaoyan vanished from sight, Yi Fan straightened his posture and stepped forward with a steady gait, meeting Elder Chu Xian's gaze. His voice rang clear and powerful. Disciple, I do not know. I ask you, was it you who killed Luo Xinjian? Elder Chu Xian's expression grew increasingly solemn, his aged eyes narrowing slightly, revealing an undeniable authority through the knife-like wrinkles etched upon his face. Was it you who killed Luo Xinjian? Yes, Yi Fan answered succinctly, without a hint of hesitation. He immediately straightened his back, his voice rising sharply. I killed Luo Xinjian in self-defense. At that time, it was Luo Xinjian who intended to kill me. Had I not struck him down with that sword, I would surely have perished at his hands. Many had witnessed the encounter firsthand. As he spoke, his gaze slowly swept over those who had been atop the soul-washing mountain. When his eyes lingered momentarily on Qin Shao and Feng Wuji, he paused intentionally. Excuse me. Qin Shao had anticipated this moment and promptly stepped forward, respectfully cupping his hands towards Elder Chu Xian. With a hint of urgency in his brow, he spoke rapidly. Elder, please see clearly. At that time, Yi Fan deliberately left an opening for Luo Xinjian, enticing him to strike, only to turn the tables and kill him. This was clearly a premeditated act of murder, not self-defense. Ridiculous. Yi Fan suddenly scoffed, turning sharply to confront Qin Shao. What? Did I hold a sword to Luo Xinjian's throat, threatening him to kill me? If he had no intention of taking my life, why would I have had to retaliate? This. Qin Zhao's countenance darkened as he suddenly realized the implications. Ultimately, it was Luo Xinjian who sought to kill Yi Fan first. If Luo Xinjian had never harbored intentions of murder, no matter how Yi Fan feigned weakness, he would never have found an excuse for self-defense. The killer is always pursued. Elder Chu Xian grasped the situation, a glimmer of insight flashing in his deep-set eyes. He then waved his sleeve and declared in a voice that boomed like thunder. Yi Fan's act of killing Luo Xinjian stemmed from Luo Xinjian's initial intent to kill. Yi Fan is innocent. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. A look of relief gracing his features. It seemed that within the law enforcement hall, there were indeed elders who recognized reason. But what of Luo Feng? Qin Shao stepped forward, his expression dark as thunder, raising his voice to question Yi Fan. What do you have to say about your killing of Luo Feng? At that time, Luo Feng had no intention of killing you. He cast a furtive glance at Luo Qi, subtly nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, Luo Qi, understanding the cue, immediately interjected, fists clenched and veins bulging. I can attest that at that moment, Luo Feng had no plans to kill Yi Fan. He merely wished to spar with him. Spar? Yi Fan cast a disdainful sidelong glance at Luo Qi, his eyes filled with scorn. You dare speak such nonsense in front of Elder Chu Xian of the law enforcement hall? At that time, Luo Feng aimed to break my legs. And if he intended to break your legs, what then? Luo Qi's forehead glistened with beads of sweat, yet he persisted defiantly. He never intended to kill you. But you killed him. His voice quivered by the end. Sigh. Yi Fan made no attempt to refute this, merely letting out a resigned sigh. What? You have no words left? Qin Shao observed, a cold smile creeping upon his face. I am quite helpless. Yi Fan spread his arms, feigning innocence. He tilted his head slightly, mischief glimmering in his eyes. Helpless? Qin Shao snorted disdainfully, reprimanding, murder, and you still claim helplessness? Sigh. Yi Fan sighed once more, his body gently trembling. In an instant, a formidable aura erupted from within him, revealing his cultivation at the 9th level of the Xuanwu realm. Chapter 321. What do you intend to do? Qin Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Could it be that Yi Fan still intended to break through the encirclement? Elder Chu Xian. Yet, Yi Fan chose to disregard Qin Shao, turning to face Elder Chu Xian with a tone that was earnest yet tinged with a hint of grievance. You must have observed my cultivation level, which is merely at the 9th stage of the Xuanwu realm. He paused momentarily before his voice surged. But what about Luo Feng? He is merely at the 1st stage of the Earth Martial realm. So what does that imply? Elder Chu Xian's brows furrowed slightly, his hawk-like gaze fixed intently on Yi Fan, seemingly filled with anticipation for Yi Fan's subsequent explanation. The others present exchanged glances, their faces etched with confusion. How could Luo Feng, at the 1st stage of the Earth Martial realm, sever the legs of a disciple? The disciple would certainly not allow himself to be bullied and could only rise to resist. Yi Fan's gaze swept slowly over Qin Shao and the others, a smirk of derision curling his lips. Who would have thought that Luo Feng was so inept that he could not withstand even a single strike from me, and thus perished? What? He killed Luo Feng with a single strike? How is that possible? It must be a lie. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Some gasped sharply, while others seemed on the verge of dropping their jaws in astonishment. Following their gaze, everyone turned in unison toward Luo Qi and Luo Zhao, who had been present at the scene and were most aware of the situation. Qin Shao and Feng Wujing exchanged a glance. both registering shock and skepticism in each other's eyes. They were certain that Yi Fan had not employed the power of heavenly suppression to kill Luo Feng. In such circumstances, to still be able to slay Luo Feng with a single strike? Under the intense scrutiny of the crowd, Luo Qi and Luo Zhao appeared increasingly uneasy, their hesitance only lending credence to Yi Fan's assertion. Did you truly kill Luo Feng with a single strike? Elder Chu Xian inquired, his tone tinged with doubt as he scrutinized Yi Fan for confirmation. Indeed, Yi Fan surveyed the astonished faces surrounding him, a light chuckle escaping his lips. I understand, Elder, that you are quite surprised, and I can only assume that everyone present is equally astonished. To be honest, I was quite taken aback myself. One might even wonder if Luo Feng sought his own demise, attempting to exploit the sect's rules to bring about our mutual destruction. Shameless. Qin Shao could not restrain his vitriolic outburst upon hearing Yi Fan's words. Yi Fan, you truly overestimate yourself. Would Luo Feng willingly seek death just to kill you? Impossible. Then, it must be that Luo Feng was simply too incompetent. Yi Fan shrugged nonchalantly, spreading his hands. Though he possessed the cultivation of the Earth Martial realm, his combat prowess could not even rival that of the 9th stage of the Xuanwu realm. One must wonder how he managed to pass the Tai Chu Dao sect's assessment to join in the first place. Surely, he did not resort to underhanded means? Humph. Qin Zhao's face turned ashen, his teeth grinding in frustration. Enough. Elder Chu Xian pondered for a moment before fixing his solemn gaze upon Yi Fan. Although your act of killing Luo Feng was unexpected and may absolve you from the death penalty, it is still a matter of murder. According to sect rules, you shall be penalized with 3 months' worth of sect resources. I accept the punishment. Yi Fan replied readily, a faint, enigmatic smile gracing his lips. While martial resources were indeed significant, he could procure superior ones from the old man of the Deadwood. After all, this master was not one to be taken lightly. At that moment, a figure hastily made its way through the crowd. Yi Fan's peripheral vision caught sight of the newcomer. It was Yin, one of the 10 outstanding of Tai Yuan, ranked 4th in the Junlin banquet. Without delay, Yin approached Qin Shao, whispering a few hurried words in his ear. Suddenly, the formerly sullen expression on Qin Zhao's face brightened, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. Elder Chu Xian. Chapter 322. As Elder Chu Xian was about to depart with the disciples of the law enforcement hall, Qin Shao suddenly raised his voice, halting them. He stepped forward with determination, his voice resonating powerfully, causing all present to shudder. There is another matter the disciple wishes to report. What matter? Elder Chu Xian glanced back, his beard and hair fluttering gently in the wind, exuding an aura of authority without the need for anger. Yi Fan is merely a servant disciple. Qin Shao abruptly pointed at Yi Fan, his voice booming. He impersonated an outer sect disciple, deceived Elder Yu Hua, and ascended the soul-cleansing mountain to bathe in the soul-cleansing pool. Has he not violated the sect's regulations? Elder Yu Hua, who had remained silent until now, paled at these words. He quickly approached Qin Shao, demanding, do you have evidence? As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily flicked towards Yi Fan, his heart filled with uncertainty. He recalled Yi Fan's fervent declaration that if he were not an outer sect disciple, he would willingly perish at his hands. Now, with Qin Shao's unwavering conviction, doubts began to creep into his mind. Could it be that Yi Fan truly deceived him? Yi Fan was not an outer sect disciple, yet he had ascended the soul-cleansing mountain. If this were to be investigated, Elder Yu Hua would also bear some responsibility. Yin Yu had just returned from the garment department, having already sought confirmation from the elder there. Qin Shao cast a sidelong glance at Yi Fan, a cold smirk curving his lips, his eyes glimmering with the assurance of victory. In the roster of outer sect disciples maintained by the garment department, Yi Fan's name was conspicuously absent. Is it true? Elder Yu Hua abruptly turned, his sharp gaze piercing into Yin Yu. His aura subtly fluctuated, betraying his inner fury. Elder Chu Xian's expression also became stern, his eyes locking onto Yin Yu. The dual pressure caused Yin Yu to instinctively shrink back. It is indeed true. Just as Yin Yu was about to speak, a resonant voice suddenly echoed from above. The crowd looked up to see an elderly man with graying hair descending gracefully from the sky. Moments later, he landed firmly in front of Yin Yu. This individual was none other than Elder Du Mu of the garment department. His words held far greater weight than those of Yin Yu. The onlookers were astonished, not expecting Yi Fan to be so audacious. This old man seeks to end my existence. Yi Fan thought to himself, taken aback by Elder Du Mu's unexpected intervention. It seemed there was indeed a conflict between him and his master. He had never wronged Elder Du Mu, yet the man harbored animosity towards him. If not for the influence of the Luo family, it could only be due to his master's connections. Otherwise, the esteemed elder of the garment department would have no reason to hold a grudge against him. Yi Fan, Elder Yu Hua, witnessing Elder Du Mu's arrival, felt his expression darken like stormy waters. He abruptly turned to face Yi Fan, demanding, "Do you remember the words you spoke earlier?" "What do you mean, elder?" Yi Fan feigned confusion, scratching his head and subtly distancing himself from Yu Hua. With eyes ablaze with fury, Yu Hua fixed his gaze upon Yi Fan, enunciating each word. "You claimed that if you were not an outer sect disciple, you would willingly perish at my hands." "Indeed, I did say that." Yi Fan nodded. Yet there was no trace of panic on his face. Standing tall, he met Yu Hua's gaze with calm determination. "Since you admit it, then it is time for you to meet your demise." Elder Yu Hua slowly raised his right hand, terrifying spiritual energy coalescing in his palm. His eyes gleamed with murderous intent, clearly enraged. "Wait." Yi Fan quickly waved his hands, a helpless smile gracing his features. "The disciple is truly an outer sect disciple. You cannot condemn me based solely on the word of the garment department elder." Chapter 323. Could Elder Dumu's words be false? Yu Hua was engulfed in a surging torrent of spiritual power, his fury causing his hair to stand on end. At this moment, he was utterly impervious to any justifications from Yi Fan, as his right palm coalesced into a terrifying whirlpool of spiritual energy. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening explosion. Yu Hua thrust his right palm forward. A fearsome imprint of spiritual energy tore through the air, distorting the atmosphere and carving a deep trench into the ground. Aimed directly at Yi Fan's vital point. Damn it! Yi Fan's pupils constricted sharply, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. With a swift push off the ground, he retreated like a specter. In this critical moment, the overwhelming palm imprint was suddenly ensnared by a peculiar black smoke. The smoke writhed as if alive, swiftly consuming the spiritual imprint, which dissipated into glimmers of spiritual light in the air. What is Dumu, after all? A hoarse, aged voice unexpectedly resonated, laced with palpable disdain. The crowd turned in astonishment to behold the withered old man, his hands clasped behind his back as he approached with measured steps. Though his hunched form appeared frail, he emanated an oppressive aura that rendered the air suffocating. One Miaoyan trailed closely behind, her delicate features etched with anxiety. Who is this person? Qin Zhao's expression darkened like a storm cloud as he witnessed Yi Fan on the brink of being slain by Yu Hua. He turned to scrutinize the withered old man, and upon noticing the remnants of black spiritual energy at the elder's sleeve, his pupils abruptly contracted. That palm strike from Yu Hua had been effortlessly neutralized by this elder from afar. Such strength is no trivial matter. "Master, you have finally arrived." Yi Fan's eyes lit up, and a radiant smile blossomed on his face as he rushed forward, kneeling before the withered old man and plaintively lamenting, "Without your presence, I have been grievously bullied. Is this Yi Fan's master?" The color drained from Feng Wuji's face as he whipped his head towards Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao's fists clenched involuntarily, his expression dark enough to drip with malice. "You little brat, causing trouble and then claiming to be the victim? Do not feign innocence before me." The withered old man scoffed, his face, lined with wrinkles, betraying his disdain. He kicked Yi Fan aside, having evidently learned the full story from Wan Miaoyan. "This is a different matter, master," Yi Fan muttered under his breath, casting a sharp glare at Dumu as he rose and dusted off his knees. Their current inquiry was not about the disciple's act of murder, but rather questioning the legitimacy of his status as an outer disciple. "Step aside." The withered old man waved dismissively, slowly making his way towards Yu Hua. Yi Fan and Wan Miaoyan exchanged glances, obediently trailing behind the elder. Yet, the crafty smile tugging at Yi Fan's lips was impossible to conceal. "Just now, you intended to kill my disciple?" The withered old man narrowed his eyes slightly, his calm tone concealing a latent sharpness. His frail form radiated an oppressive pressure, his gaze piercing like a blade directed at Yu Hua. Yu Hua felt a sudden weight upon his shoulders, as if an invisible mountain was bearing down on him. Yet he maintained his composure, insisting there was a prior agreement. "Why should I not eliminate him?" "What agreement?" the withered old man asked nonchalantly. It was Yi Fan himself who stated it. Yu Hua raised his voice, seemingly attempting to bolster his courage. "If he is not an outer disciple, I am willing to perish at your hands." "He is," the withered old man suddenly bellowed, his voice crashing like thunder. With a swift motion, he revealed an inner sect elder's token, which shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight. Could a direct disciple of an intersect elder possibly be a mere errand disciple? Chapter 324. Are you an intersect elder? Yu Hua's pupils contracted sharply as he fixated on the elder's token. He abruptly turned his head, glaring furiously at Dumu not far away. Had he been deceived? Dumu's expression darkened instantaneously, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned pale. Beside him, Chuexian's eyes sparkled with insight as he stroked his beard thoughtfully. Yi Fan was a direct disciple of an intersect elder? So this was how he ascended to the outer sect. How peculiar. How could there still be an intersect elder willing to accept Yi Fan as a disciple? Did this old man not realize the enmity between Yi Fan and the Luo clan? Among the disciples present, many had just passed the Taichu assessment to join the Taichu Dao sect. During that assessment, Luo Lianshan had made it clear that he wished for Yi Fan's demise. Many elders who had initially vied to take Yi Fan as their direct disciple later withdrew their interest, including notable figures like Qi Yangzi, Yu Shuanghua, and Fan Tian. Yet now, an intersect elder dared to oppose the Luo clan and the sect leader by accepting Yi Fan as a disciple, as an elder. To act without verifying the truth and unjustly threaten a sect disciple warranted punishment. The old man of the withered tree suddenly barked a command, stomping his foot on the ground. Instantly, a strange black mist spread from beneath him, slithering along the ground like a venomous serpent, wrapping itself around Yuhua's legs in no time. What? Yuhua, in terror, attempted to retreat, only to find the black mist climbing up his robes as if it possessed a life of its own. Soon, his entire body was enveloped by the dark smoke, leaving only his face, twisted in fear, exposed. The surrounding disciples were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. How could Yuhua, a cultivator of the Tianwu realm, be subdued by merely a stamp of the foot? What kind of power did Yu Fan's master possess? Master, please wait. Seeing Yuhua's complexion turn pale, Yu Fan hurriedly stepped forward, clasping his hands in a gesture of respect, a flicker of compassion in his eyes. Elder Yuhua had also been misled by the villain. Perhaps it would be best to let this go? With Yu Fan's words, the black mist surrounding Yuhua suddenly dissipated. Yuhua exhaled in relief, his legs giving way as he knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. His robes were already soaked with cold sweat, rendering him a pitiful sight. Do you not thank my good disciple? The old man of the withered tree cast a sidelong glance at Yuhua, his tone icy. No, no. Yu Fan quickly waved his hands, wearing an awkward yet polite smile as he stepped forward to assist Yuhua, only to be evaded. Elder Yuhua, you were misled by a villain, and there was some misunderstanding between us. Now that the misunderstanding is resolved, all is well. Yuhua's face was grim, and he remained silent, trembling as he stood, unwilling to meet the old man's gaze. His shifting eyes betrayed a mix of fear and regret. The old man of the withered tree ignored Yuhua any further and turned his gaze toward Du Mu, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Du Mu, you are the villain my disciple spoke of, are you not? Humph, a villain? Du Mu scoffed, straightening his back and retorting with feigned bravado. It is no surprise that you have trained such a disciple, utterly disrespectful and lacking in manners. Huh. The old man of the withered tree suddenly laughed coldly. Though I have not ascended to the position of intersect elder for long, it is understandable that others may be unaware of this matter. But you should know better. Not knowing is simply ignorance. Du Mu retorted defiantly, his face flushed with anger. The old man of the withered tree suddenly grinned, his hunched figure straightening as his eyes gleamed with menace. I wonder if your physique is as tough as your tongue. Chapter 325. What do you intend to do? Du Mu's gaze darkened, instinctively retreating a half step. The scene of the withered old man effortlessly subduing Yuhua was still vivid in his mind, the suffocating sense of oppression sending chills down his spine. Though both were elders, he was acutely aware that his own strength was hardly superior to Yuhua's. What do you intend to do? The withered old man's lips curled into a cold smirk as he suddenly spread his arms wide. In an instant, countless tendrils of black smoke erupted from behind him, surging and swirling through the space around them, as if possessing a life of its own. The smoke swiftly enveloped Du Mu, wrapping him in an impenetrable shroud. With a mere gesture of his skeletal hand, Du Mu felt an invisible grip constricting his throat, lifting him off the ground as he dangled helplessly in midair. Release this old man. Du Mu struggled desperately, kicking wildly as his face shifted from red to purple. It was only in this moment of physical torment that he truly comprehended the terrifying nature of the withered old man. It was not that Yuhua was weak, rather, the withered old man was overwhelmingly strong. Still defiant, the withered old man's expression remained indifferent, regarding Du Mu as one might observe a dying insect. Zuexian. Du Mu strained to shift his eyes towards the side, seeking help as he hoarsely shouted, as an elder of the law enforcement hall. Will you simply stand by as this old man wreaks havoc? The withered old man furrowed his brow, increasing the pressure of his grip. Du Mu's eyes bulged, his tongue involuntarily protruding, and his entire face turned a deep crimson, resembling a hen being strangled. Chemo. Zuexian could no longer contain himself and stepped forward, his face dark with anger. Is this not a bit against the rules? Rules? The withered old man cast a sidelong glance at Zuexian, sneering. Du Mu is spreading falsehoods, and as an elder of the law enforcement hall, you turn a blind eye. Thus, I shall take matters into my own hands. The law enforcement hall will thoroughly investigate this matter. Zuexian's expression fluctuated as he contemplated his next move. He assessed the withered old man, growing increasingly alarmed as he realized that the elder's strength far exceeded his expectations. If matters escalated, the withered old man could easily ascend to the position of intersect elder at any moment. This sudden promotion was likely orchestrated to pave the way for Yi Fan. enabling him to swiftly attain the status of an outer sect disciple. As an elder of the law enforcement hall, Zhu Xian was well versed in the sect's regulations. Typically, once someone ascended to the rank of inner sect elder, news would reach the Ministry of Garb within a day. If Dumu claimed ignorance, it could merely be deemed negligence, but his deliberate presence here, adamantly asserting that Yufan was not an outer sect disciple, hinted at deeper intrigues. Enough. The withered old man snorted coldly, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. With a delicate flick of his bony fingers, a torrent of black smoke surged violently into Du Mu's orifices. Ah! Du Mu emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his voice reverberating through the air. His body convulsed violently, fingers contorting into grotesque shapes. Those surrounding him turned pale, fear gripping their hearts. Master, truly an impressive technique. Yufan narrowed his eyes, observing with keen interest the anguished contortions of Du Mu's face, each muscle visibly spasming beneath the surface, veins writhing like worms beneath his skin. Qin Shao and Feng Wuji stood among the crowd, their expressions darkened, now too fearful to even breathe. I'll tell you. Blood gushed from Du Mu's orifices, etching glaring red lines across his pallid face. At this moment, overwhelmed and on the brink of collapse, his voice became a ragged whisper, barely recognizable. Chapter 326, Has the tongue stiffened? The elder of Witheredwood smiled with satisfaction, raising his finger slightly, causing the black smoke to recede. He then asked nonchalantly, My disciple, is he truly an outer sect disciple? When did he become one? A month ago, Du Mu exclaimed, grasping at straws, his words tumbling out so swiftly he nearly bit his tongue. A month ago, CE had already received the notice of your promotion to an inner sect elder. Yufan also advanced to outer sect status at that time. Upon hearing this, Zhu Xian's brows furrowed imperceptibly. Yuhua's eyes widened in shock, rage almost bursting forth. It turned out that today's incident was a deliberate scheme set by Du Mu. The elder of Witheredwood's expression remained unchanged as he coldly continued to interrogate. Since the notice was received a month ago, why then? Do you present false testimony today? Because. Du Mu's eyes flickered, his lips trembled, struggling to utter a single word. Just tell me. Who instructed you to do this? The elder of Witheredwood smiled, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Huh? Yufan raised an eyebrow, inwardly astonished. He had assumed that Du Mu was targeting him due to past grievances with the elder, but now it was evident that was not the case. Was Du Mu acting under someone else's direction? Faced with the elder's inquiry, Du Mu clenched his teeth, his gaze evasive. Not willing to speak? The elder of Witheredwood's lips curled into a cold smile, a hint of mockery in his eyes. With a subtle flick of his bony finger, the wandering black smoke surged forth like a serpent, hovering near Du Mu's orifices, poised to invade once more. I'll speak. Du Mu's face contorted with fear, his hoarse shout echoing through the mountains. It was Elder Luo. Elder Luo commanded me to do this. Which Elder Luo? The elder of Witheredwood smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed by this revelation. Yufan narrowed his eyes, already grasping the answer within. Luo Lianshan. Elder Luo. Du Mu's voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible, as he aged 10 years in an instant, unable to meet the elder's gaze. Indeed, Yufan felt a chill run down his spine, realizing this old wretch was far from finished. It seemed that as long as he lived, tranquility would elude him at Taichu Dao sect. He should have anticipated that Luo Lianshan was among the first to learn of the elder of Witheredwood's promotion to inner sect elder and Du Mu's ascension to outer sect. It was likely that after leaving the spiritual herb garden that day, Luo had gone directly to CE. Fortunately, you can live, no need to die today. The elder of Witheredwood suddenly grinned, his bony hand forming a fist. The black mist entwined around Du Mu surged violently, as if boiling. My cultivation. Du Mu realized something, his eyes widening in terror. He could distinctly feel the spiritual energy within him draining away like a receding tide. The chilling wails resonated, sending shivers down the spines of those present. At that moment, the elder of Witheredwood waved his sleeve, and the black mist dissipated instantly. Bang! Du Mu's form plummeted from the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Curled into a ball, the once grand elder now appeared as nothing more than a dying, ordinary old man. Chapter 327. What, is it not permissible? The elder of Witheredwood cast a sidelong glance at Chu Xian, feeling no sense of impropriety whatsoever. You are overstepping your bounds. Chu Xian's brows furrowed tightly, suppressing his fury, his voice as deep as thunder. As the managing elder, even if you violate sect rules, it should be left to the law enforcement hall to address. No need for such lengthy discourse. The elder of Witheredwood waved his hand impatiently, his stooped form radiating an oppressive aura. If you disapprove of my actions, take it directly to the Elder Council. The law enforcement hall of the Taichu Dao sect can only restrain managing elders and outer sect elders. Only the Elder Council possesses the authority to sanction inner sect elders. You. Chu Xian's face turned ashen, his teeth grinding audibly as he glared intently at the Elder of Withered Wood, ultimately managing to force out through clenched teeth. I will report this matter to the Elder Council truthfully. Suit yourself. The Elder of Withered Wood nonchalantly dug at his ear, then turned to glance disdainfully at Dumu, who was curled on the ground moaning. Stop your wailing and scram. You are bothersome. Dumu's face was pale as he slowly raised his head. When his eyes met the Elder's icy gaze, he trembled all over. He then averted his gaze, but when he looked towards Yifan, a flicker of deep-seated resentment flashed in his eyes. Ultimately, he could only drag his broken body away, stumbling out of sight. Oh, by the way. The Elder of Withered Wood suddenly slapped his forehead as if recalling something significant. He turned to Chu Xian, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Did my disciple kill someone on Soul Washing Mountain? Indeed. Chu Xian's brows knitted tightly as he warily fixed his gaze on the Elder of Withered Wood. Unable to comprehend his intentions, and cautiously replied, this matter has been thoroughly investigated, and appropriate punishment has been given to Yifan. Yifan was innocent for killing Luo Xinjian, yet guilty for slaying Luo Feng. However, the punishment was merely a 3-month resource deprivation. Could it be that the Elder of Withered Wood is dissatisfied with this? What sort of punishment was it? The Elder of Withered Wood inquired with a slight smile. Genuinely intrigued. Yifan's killing of Luo Feng could barely be classified as manslaughter. Chu Xian replied solemnly, manslaughter warrants leniency. Hence, he was only penalized with 3 months of sect resources. Do you think this punishment is too severe? No. The Elder of Withered Wood shook his head repeatedly, narrowing his eyes, a meaningful smile curving his lips. I believe this punishment is far too lenient. There is no need to spare my feelings. It should be a heavier penalty. A heavier penalty? Chu Xian's brows knitted tightly, bewilderment filling his gaze. What scheme is this old fellow concocting? Qin Shao and Feng Wujing, who had previously been huddled at the back of the crowd, suddenly raised their heads, uncertainty flickering in their eyes. They had thought that with the Elder of Withered Wood backing him, Yifan would escape unscathed. Yet now it seemed the punishment was to be intensified. Master, what are you doing? Yifan could not help but step forward, equally perplexed by the Elder's sudden shift in stance. Though he trusted that the Elder of Withered Wood would not harm him, this unexpected turn left him utterly bewildered. Could it be that he wishes to use this severe punishment to temper him? That seems unnecessary. Then tell me, how should the punishment be intensified? Chu Xian, unable to fathom the Elder of Withered Wood's thoughts, refrained from expressing his opinion. According to the rules of the Taichu Dao sect, a 3-month penalty of martial resources for Yifan's manslaughter of Luo Feng should be more than sufficient. Chapter 328, to impose further punishment. He truly found himself at a loss regarding how to navigate this delicate balance. Enter the Heavenly Fire Secret Realm. The Elder of the Withered Wood wore a mysterious smile, his voice resonating with authority. What? The expression on Chu Xian's face shifted dramatically as he gazed incredulously at the Elder of the Withered Wood, exclaiming, without the cultivation of the Earth Martial Realm, entering the Heavenly Fire Secret Realm is tantamount to a death sentence. Are you truly sending him to his demise? The Heavenly Fire Secret Realm resides within Heavenly Fire Peak, overseen by its master, Burning Heaven. Every 3 years, Burning Heaven opens the Secret Realm, allowing disciples of the Earth Martial Realm to undergo trials and thereby enhance their martial prowess. However, each expedition into the Secret Realm often results in numerous fatalities. Master, you. Initially, Yifan was oblivious to the perils of the Heavenly Fire Secret Realm, but upon hearing Chu Xian's warnings, he found himself at a loss for words regarding his mentor's intentions. He had suspected that his master aimed to temper him. Yet he had never anticipated such a harsh method. Does he possess such unwavering confidence in me? Does he truly believe I can emerge alive from the Secret Realm? The Elder of the Withered Wood stood with an indifferent demeanor, his gaze betraying no hint of emotional fluctuation. Should this waste perish within the Heavenly Fire Secret Realm, I shall consider him no longer my disciple. Senior. One Miaoyan bit her crimson lip, hesitating for a long moment, concerned that the Elder of the Withered Wood might not grasp the gravity of the situation. Cautiously, she leaned closer and whispered, disciples of Heavenly Fire Peak carry fire-repelling pearls when entering the Secret Realm. If your intention is for Yifan to undergo trials there, then I am well aware. The Elder of the Withered Wood shot her a sidelong glance, abruptly raising his hand to interrupt her. Bringing fire-repelling pearls into the Secret Realm would render the challenge meaningless. One Miaoyan's brow furrowed deeply. She parted her lips but found herself at a loss for words. She pondered that, given the Elder's unfathomable strength, it would be trivial for him to negotiate with the Elder of Heavenly Fire Peak, Burning Heaven, to permit Yifan to carry the fire-repelling pearl into the Secret Realm. This was precisely what she had intended to convey. However, observing the Elder's resolute stance, it was evident he was determined to thrust Yifan into an abyss of peril. Are you certain you wish to cast him into the Heavenly Fire Secret Realm? Chu Xian feared the Elder of the Withered Wood was jesting, locking eyes with him for confirmation. The law enforcement hall indeed had a few quotas for entering the heavenly fire secret realm. Typically, only disciples who had committed near-fatal offenses were sent there by the law enforcement hall, unlike the disciples of Heavenly Fire Peak. Those dispatched by the law enforcement hall would not possess fire-repelling pearls. The absence of such pearls would further diminish their survival chances by 30%. If the disciples of Heavenly Fire Peak boasted a 70% survival rate when entering the secret realm with fire-repelling pearls, those sent by the law enforcement hall would only enjoy a 40% chance of survival. I never jest. The elder of the Withered Wood's lips curled into a smile, his voice hoarse yet resonant. Since you insist, let Yi Fan be cast into the heavenly fire secret realm. Chu Exine inhaled deeply, turning to a disciple behind him from the law enforcement hall, inquiring, when will the next opening of the heavenly fire secret realm be? In 10 days. The disciple, after consulting the jade slip in his hand, promptly replied, in 10 days? Chu Exine shook his head with a sigh, then turned to Yi Fan, his expression complex. Yi Fan, in 10 days, someone from the law enforcement hall will come to summon you. 10 days. Yi Fan opened his mouth, yet words eluded him, and he could only helplessly support his forehead. Chapter 329. Are you not grateful to Elder Chu Exine? Seeing Yi Fan in a daze, the old man of Withered Wood narrowed his eyes. Grateful? Yi Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes and turned his face away, unwilling to engage with this master who had led him into a pitfall. This punishment was clearly self-inflicted by the old man of Withered Wood, and now he expected thanks. No need for that. Chu Exine quickly waved his hand, his face filled with resistance. He stole a glance at the old man, muttering softly, if Yi Fan dies in the heavenly fire secret realm, don't blame the law enforcement hall for being too harsh. Without waiting for a response, he hastily gestured for the disciples of the law enforcement hall to depart. Disciple, come with me, the old man of Withered Wood said with a smile. Slowly turning his hunched body, Yi Fan Wan Miaoyan called out softly, hesitating to speak. Her beautiful eyes brimmed with concern, her red lips parted. But she didn't know how to begin. She was deeply worried about Yi Fan's impending journey to the heavenly fire secret realm in 10 days. Hearing her voice, the old man glanced back, appraising Wan Miaoyan for a moment before suddenly winking at Yi Fan. Disciple, is this your little lover? She seems quite concerned for you. Upon hearing this, Wan Miaoyan's previously anxious face instantly flushed with embarrassment. She hurriedly lowered her head, her long eyelashes trembling, her ears turning crimson. Master, you misunderstood. Yi Fan sighed, raising a hand to his forehead. He pointed to Wan Miaoyan, explaining, Sister Miaoyan is my adoptive sister, so it's only natural for her to care about me. He couldn't resist teasing the old man further. Unlike you, Master. As a mentor, instead of sending benefits to your disciple, you push them into the fire pit. The old man of Withered Wood waved dismissively, continuing to observe Wan Miaoyan with a mischievous glint in his eyes. An adoptive sister is not a biological sister. It can develop into something more. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, adding with seriousness, I think this girl is quite remarkable. Senior Wan Miaoyan felt so embarrassed she wished to vanish into the ground, her earlier intentions forgotten. With her head bowed, her fingers unconsciously twirled around her hair, a pink hue spreading across her neck. Master, why are you worrying about such things? Yi Fan sighed heavily, his eyelids twitching slightly, observing the old man's frivolous demeanor. He felt a headache coming on. This old man was neglecting serious matters, amusing himself with trivialities. I see through it. The old man of Withered Wood suddenly turned, a glint of mischief in his eyes as he said meaningfully, you have no feelings for this girl, yet she harbors affection for you, haha. Before his laughter faded, he had already drifted away, leaving behind a cheerful echo in the mountains. Wan Miaoyan, my master is rather unrestrained. Don't take it to heart, Yi Fan said awkwardly, scratching his head while cautiously observing her reaction. He noticed her cheeks were flushed, her long eyelashes lowered, casting a shadow over her eyes. Wan Miaoyan took a deep breath, struggling to calm her emotions. When she raised her gaze again, her brow was furrowed with worry, and she bit her lower lip, saying, more than this. I am worried about what will happen in 10 days. Sighing at the mention of the subject, Yi Fan felt a heavy heart. Given the circumstances, he could only brace himself to venture into the heavenly fire secret realm. However, he thought to himself, considering the old man of Withered Wood's character, if he allowed him to go, it must hold deeper significance. If he could survive and leave the heavenly fire secret realm, he would undoubtedly gain considerable benefits. Shall I accompany you? Wan Miaoyan suddenly spoke, her voice soft yet resolute. She lifted her eyes, gazing intently at Yi Fan. Chapter 330. Yi Fan abruptly turned his head, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes as he scrutinized Wan Miaoyan from head to toe. Could it be that you are a disciple of the heavenly fire peak? Indeed. Wan Miaoyan nodded slightly, a strand of her silken hair dancing in the breeze across her exquisite profile. If she were not a disciple of the heavenly fire peak, how could she possess such profound knowledge of the secret realm? Very well then. Yi Fan broke into a smile, a renewed light gleaming in his eyes as he gently patted Wan Miaoyan's shoulder. Entering the heavenly fire secret realm together will afford us mutual support. Agreed. See you in 10 days. Wan Miaoyan's lips curled into a faint smile. Until then, Yi Fan waved goodbye, his gaze catching sight of the distant figure of the withered old man, and he hurriedly pursued him. The heavenly fire secret realm? Qin Shao narrowed his eyes, his sinister gaze fixated on Yi Fan's receding silhouette as he muttered under his breath. Pei Ji seems to be at the heavenly fire peak, right? You intend to enlist Pei Ji to eliminate Yi Fan within the heavenly fire secret realm? Feng Wujing's eyes sparkled with understanding. Pei Ji, a prodigy of the Pei clan from the Taiyuan imperial city, had joined the Taichu Dao sect 2 years prior. More importantly, he was the cousin of Pei Yan, who had been slain by Yi Fan. Perhaps it is worth a try. Qin Shao lowered his voice, seemingly conversing with himself. Do you believe Pei Ji possesses the capability to kill him? Feng Wujing's brow furrowed, shaking his head involuntarily. If Yi Fan could slay Luo Xinjian, sending Pei Ji after him would be akin to courting death. Has Pei Ji not made a few friends during his 2 years at the heavenly fire peak? Qin Shao turned and seized Feng Wujing's shoulder, a cold smirk gracing his lips. If one cannot defeat Yi Fan, can a coalition of 3 or 5 not succeed? You may handle it as you see fit. Feng Wujing gently brushed Qin Shao's hand away, straightening his rumpled attire, a hint of detachment in his demeanor. I shall not involve myself in this matter. With that, he turned to leave, leaving behind a solitary remark. For now, my own cultivation takes precedence. Watching Feng Wujing's retreating figure, Qin Zhao's expression shifted between gloom and brightness. The camaraderie of the once great Taiyuan trio had now dwindled to a mere flicker in the winds of time. After Duan Tianya's demise, both harbored a desire for vengeance. However, Feng Wujing had evidently chosen a different path upon witnessing Yi Fan's might and backing, decisively withdrawing. Qin Shao let out a cold laugh, his clenched fists cracking ominously. His intention to kill Yi Fan was no longer merely for avenging Duan Tianya. Yi Fan's provocations during the Lord's banquet had pushed him to the brink of endurance. Since Feng Wujing opted to withdraw, he would take matters into his own hands. On the mountain path, the withered old man ambled leisurely, occasionally glancing back. Upon seeing Yi Fan finally catch up, a smile blossomed on his wrinkled face. Have you finished your conversation with your little sweetheart? I told you. She is my sworn sister. Yi Fan rolled his eyes, his pace unyielding as he sidestepped the old man, uninterested in bantering with this disrespectful mentor. With only 10 days remaining before entering the heavenly fire secret realm, he intended to dedicate himself to rigorous training in the medicinal herb garden, enhancing his chances of emerging alive from the secret realm. If his mentor was unreliable, he could only rely on himself. Dear disciple, why are you in such a hurry? The withered old man followed at a leisurely pace, noticing Yi Fan's urgency. Have you not been clamoring for me to provide you with benefits? What? Is it that you no longer desire them? Chapter 331. Benefits? Yi Fan abruptly halted his steps, his eyes sparkling with sudden excitement as he swiftly turned to gaze at the ancient wooden elder, his breath quickening involuntarily. What benefits? Follow me, my disciple. The elder said, narrowing his eyes in a mysterious manner, a sly smile adorning his face as he leisurely strolled past Yi Fan. Why the secrecy? Yi Fan, unable to contain his impatience, rubbed his hands together and hastily followed the elder's lead. Before long, the two had returned to the medicinal herb garden. Yi Fan, brimming with anticipation, leaned forward, his face alight with a solicitous grin. My esteemed master, what delightful benefit are you preparing for me? The elder's lips curled into a subtle smile as he produced an object from his storage ring. A flash of crimson light illuminated the air, filling it with the rich aroma of medicinal herbs. 1,000-year blood ginseng. Yi Fan gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment. He distinctly remembered witnessing the elder subduing this very plant during his first visit to the herb garden. Now, the elder was presenting it to him. Was it truly a gift? Find a spot and consume it. The elder winked, yet he clutched the ginseng tightly, showing no intention of relinquishing it. Consume it? Yi Fan's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Disbelief etched across his face as he pointed at the ginseng. Such a precious item, and you suggest I simply eat it? Why not refine it into a pill first, and then present it to your disciple for consumption? Eating it raw surely cannot be that pleasant. Refining it into a pill? Wouldn't that be an utter waste? The elder scoffed, his white brows raised high. Yi Fan looked utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the elder's perspective. How could refining it into a pill be deemed wasteful? With a sigh, the elder regarded Yi Fan as one might a fool, a novice alchemist. Lacking sufficient skill in pill making will inevitably cause a loss of potency during the refinement process. It is far more beneficial to consume the herb directly and absorb its essence to maximize its utility. Yifan scratched his head in astonishment at the elder's assertion, muttering under his breath, "Are you suggesting that alchemy is utterly worthless?" "I did not imply that at all." The elder waved his hand dismissively, explaining at a measured pace, "It is the inadequacy of the alchemist's skills that leads to the loss of medicinal potency. A truly skilled alchemist would not encounter such issues. Is it true that the Taichu Dao sect lacks proficient alchemists?" Yifan, intrigued by the elder's words, leaned in closer. Although he had not delved deeply into alchemy, he had encountered skilled alchemists before. In the royal city of Yunnan, Elder Qilian from Tianwu Academy and Su Mainyang from Wanbao Tower were both respectable alchemists. "Certainly not," the elder scoffed, disdain evident in his eyes as he gestured. "To achieve zero loss in the extraction of medicinal essence, one must be at least a 7th-tier alchemist." "A 7th-tier alchemist? Does the Taichu Dao sect not possess one?" Yifan's brow furrowed, curiosity peaking as he inched closer. "There are many 6th-tier alchemists within the Taichu Dao sect. 7th tier, well, there are a few. However," the elder's lips curled in distaste, "those few are insufferably arrogant, and seeking their aid in pill-making is a formidable task, best avoided." "Is it truly that rare?" Yifan murmured. His gaze drifting off as memories of Su Mainyang surfaced. He was uncertain of her alchemical prowess. But he recalled that she had once gifted his father a 7th-tier pill, the discontinuation pill. Perhaps that pill had not been personally refined by Su Mainyang. But hearing the elder's description, its value seemed to be on the rise. It dawned on him that he might owe Su Mainyang a considerable debt of gratitude. "Stop dawdling," the elder interrupted, shaking Yifan from his reverie as he turned to venture deeper into the medicinal herb garden. "Let us find a suitable spot to consume the 1,000-year blood ginseng, lest we be disturbed. Master, why not let me attend to some matters first?" Chapter 332. Yifan's eyes gleamed as he hastened to keep pace, rubbing his hands together with eager anticipation. "Just give me the millennium blood ginseng. I can find a place to consume it myself." "Give it to you?" The elder of the withered wood scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. "You cannot handle this millennium blood ginseng. If you are not careful, it might escape." "Escape?" Yifan's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed his gaze upon the millennium blood ginseng. It was indeed hard to fathom that such a thing could sprout legs and flee. "Hurry up." The elder of the withered wood had already turned away, waving his hand without looking back. "The millennium blood ginseng has begun to develop its own intelligence. It is only subdued under my control. Once it leaves my grasp, it could very well run away." "Oh," Yifan responded, quickly jogging to catch up. After a few paces, the two arrived at the humble thatched cottage where Yifan resided. The elder of the withered wood kicked open the creaking wooden door, and with a sweeping gesture of his robes, commanded, "Sit." Yifan, bewildered, sat cross-legged on the floor, his hands unconsciously resting on his knees. He looked up at the elder, confusion evident in his eyes. "I shall feed you." Suddenly, the elder crouched down, his wrinkled face almost touching Yifan's. He raised the millennium blood ginseng high in his right hand, while his left hand poised to pry open Yifan's mouth. "Ah, this." Yifan's lips twitched, and his body instinctively leaned back. How could a grown man, standing tall at 7 feet, be fed like a child? This was simply— "What is this?" The elder interrupted, unceremoniously delivering a sharp rap to Yifan's head, impatience flashing in his eyes. "Open your mouth." As he spoke, he seized Yifan's chin. Yifan felt a sudden pressure in his jaw, and his mouth involuntarily opened wide. Before Yifan could protest, the vibrant crimson millennium blood ginseng was roughly thrust into his mouth. A rich medicinal aroma exploded in his mouth, accompanied by an indescribable bitterness that nearly made him retch. "Chew," the elder commanded sharply, pressing his palm against Yifan's head, a surge of profound spiritual energy flowing into Yifan's body through his hand. Yifan fought against the nausea, biting down hard. In an instant, a scorching medicinal liquid erupted from the ginseng, rushing down his throat to his dantian. His internal organs felt as if they were being scorched by intense flames, and his meridians twisted painfully. "Circulate your energy," the elder's voice thundered in his ears. Yifan dared not hesitate, immediately activating the sun meridian. Under the impetus of the medicinal power, the spiritual energy surged through his meridians like a flood breaking through a dam. PFF. Moments later, Yifan violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning an ashen hue. He could distinctly sense the spiritual energy within him swelling at an astonishing rate, each meridian stretched to the brink of agony. "Endure." The elder intensified the flow of spiritual energy, a grave expression crossing his features. Yifan trembled all over, veins bulging on his forehead. He clenched his jaw tightly, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. The vortex of spiritual energy within him spun faster and faster, while a tearing pain radiated from his dantian. Chapter 333. Suddenly, A muffled sound erupted from within Yi Fan, and a brilliant golden light enveloped him, causing his aura to surge dramatically. The shackles of the earth martial realm shattered under the onslaught of this ferocious power. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. The old man with the gnarled wooden appearance glinted with a sharp light in his eyes, transforming his palm into a claw and sinking his fingers deep into Yi Fan's crown. A stream of pure spiritual energy cascaded down from his fingertips, akin to the Milky Way pouring from the heavens. With a cry of exhilaration, Yi Fan threw his head back, his recently calmed aura surging once more, climbing to the peak of the first level of the earth martial realm before gradually coming to a halt. The golden light surrounding him began to recede, forming a faint jade-like sheen upon his skin. Satisfied, the old man stroked his beard, his hunched figure slowly straightening. However, just as he prepared to withdraw, his brow furrowed deeply. This was a strange crimson glow suddenly emanated from Yi Fan, and the power of his life soul erupted like a volcano, instantly raising the temperature within the cottage by several degrees. The second life soul. The old man's eyes widened in astonishment as he grasped the situation. Upon entering the earth martial realm, a warrior could awaken their own life soul. The newly born power within Yi Fan was starkly different from his previous life soul. The Towning Steel. It carried an intense, raging essence that threatened to engulf all. A piercing cry, as if shattering gold and stone, rent the air, shaking the cottage to its foundations. A dazzling crimson golden halo appeared behind Yi Fan, its brilliance illuminating the entire medicinal herb garden as if it were daylight. At the center of the halo, a three-legged divine bird, ablaze with golden flames, spread its wings and emitted a powerful call, each feather radiating sunlight-like brilliance, its tail trailing vibrant flames. In an instant, the entire sky was painted a crimson gold, reminiscent of 10 suns blazing overhead. The three-legged golden crow? The old man staggered back 2 steps, his face twitching in disbelief under the golden glow. This young man's second life soul was, astonishingly, that of an ancient divine beast. Within the medicinal herb garden, disciples laboring in the area looked up in awe. Heavens, what is that? Look at the sky. How can such a phenomenon occur? It seems to be from our medicinal herb garden. The miscellaneous disciples and stewards gaped in shock, their mouths agape, frozen in disbelief. Is that junior brother Yi Fan? Jada squinted, his plump frame jolting, instantly discerning the source of the golden light. He instinctively took 2 steps forward, but halted abruptly, his fleshy face trembling, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. At this moment, atop the lofty peak of Taichi Daozong, the three-legged golden crow, Luo Lianshan stood with his hands clasped behind him, his sinister visage appearing particularly menacing under the golden light. His robes billowing in the fierce wind as surges of spiritual energy erupted uncontrollably from him. This damned little beast, how could it? Across Qiang Peak, Hanwei Peak, Tianhua Peak, and throughout Taichu Daozong, the gazes of elders and disciples alike converged upon the medicinal herb garden. Some gaped in astonishment, others clenched their fists in jealousy, and many revealed deep-seated apprehension in their eyes. Within the medicinal herb garden, Yi Fan's figure gradually levitated. His eyes were tightly shut, and a golden flame pattern appeared on his brow. The phantom of the three-legged golden crow circled around him, each flap of its wings generating tremendous heat. The ground beneath him began to melt, gradually transforming into bubbling magma, emitting a sizzling sound. Chapter 334. Alas, the elder of the withered tree abruptly awakened, swiftly retrieving a talisman from his sleeve. With a flick of his fingers, the talisman ignited spontaneously, transforming into a stream of radiant light that enveloped Yi Fan in a protective barrier. Yet, even so, waves of scorching heat seeped through, causing the barrier to ripple violently. After a prolonged moment, the restless power within Yi Fan gradually began to subside. The surrounding heat, akin to receding tides, eventually withdrew. In the void above, the awe-inspiring spectacle of 10 suns hanging in the sky also dissipated. With a sigh of relief, Yi Fan slowly opened his eyes. Golden light flickered in his pupils, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips, his face alight with uncontainable pride. You rascal! The elder of the withered tree's lips twitched as he couldn't help but scold. He raised his hand, feigning a strike, yet a hint of unmasked gratification flickered in his eyes. What is it, master? Yi Fan blinked innocently, spreading his hands in feigned ignorance, his mouth curving slightly downward, resembling a child wronged. However, the mischievous glint in his eyes betrayed his true thoughts. Why cause such a commotion? The elder was so incensed that his beard bristled, his finger incessantly poking Yi Fan's forehead. Had I not intervened in time, you would have nearly obliterated the entire medicinal herb garden. That is the sect's property, the fruit of my labor. Yi Fan scratched his head, feigning enlightenment, then shrugged helplessly. I had no idea that the awakening of my second soul would create such a stir. He furtively glanced at the charred earth surrounding him, instinctively retracting his neck. In truth, he had long anticipated the awakening of his second soul. After all, the heaven-suppressing monument was not his true soul. Now that he had broken through to the martial realm, it was only natural for his own soul to awaken. However, he had not expected the commotion to be so earth-shattering. Perhaps it is due to your prior draining of the soul-cleansing power on the soul-cleansing mountain. The elder of the withered tree pondered, stroking his chin as he mumbled. Yi Fan's eyes brightened, nodding thoughtfully. The soul-cleansing power intrinsically enhances the strength of one's soul. The power he had absorbed from the soul-cleansing pool was due to the heaven-suppressing monument. However, as the monument drew upon the soul-cleansing power, it also nourished him in return. His second soul had likely received unprecedented enhancement as a result. Enough of this for now. The elder suddenly waved his hand, interrupting Yi Fan's thoughts. You can no longer reside in this hut. I shall find you another place to stay, and from now on, you shall dwell beside me. But, where is there a hut left? Yi Fan glanced around, unable to suppress a grimace. At that moment, not a single blade of withered grass could be seen. Only a patch of charred earth and scattered embers remained. Let us go. The elder, unwilling to engage in further discussion, clasped Yi Fan's shoulder and soared into the air. In the blink of an eye, arriving at a small herb garden at the northernmost end of the medicinal herb area. This is where I'll stay? Upon landing, Yi Fan surveyed his surroundings, unable to stifle a grimace. Although the environment was an improvement, it was still far from impressive. A few dilapidated huts and a small patch of herbs conveyed an air of stark poverty. Chapter 335. Choose any dwelling you like. The elder of Withered casually pointed to several nearby grass huts and suddenly spoke with solemnity, having just advanced to the earth martial stage. One must focus on solidifying their foundation. At present, there is no rush to ascend to the second level of the earth martial realm. Understood. Yi Fan replied with a grin, gesturing affirmatively. According to the regulations of the Taichu Dao sect, you have now been promoted to the inner sect. I shall assist you in processing the relevant formalities shortly. Upon observing Yi Fan's exuberant demeanor, the elder of Withered widened his eyes and admonished, As for you, remain here obediently. You are not permitted to wander until the celestial fire secret realm is activated. All right. Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with determination, and he quickly donned a smile in response. He suddenly felt that his seemingly unreliable master was, in fact, quite dependable. Once the elder's figure faded from view, Yi Fan stretched leisurely. He did not hurry into the grass hut, but instead ambled over to a flat patch of ground to sit. He then activated the Sun Sutra, allowing the warm sunlight to wash over him. As his breathing gradually steadied, the restless spiritual energy within him began to calm. As dusk fell, his consciousness once again delved into the heavenly restraining realm. With his cultivation having reached the earth martial stage, he now possessed a greater reserve of spiritual energy, sufficient to execute the 8th and even the 9th forms of the 9 suns burning heaven sword technique. However, time was of the essence, and with less than 10 days remaining until the expedition to the celestial fire secret realm, the prospect of mastering the 9th form seemed rather unlikely. It would be wiser to focus on perfecting the 8th form first. Within the heavenly restraining realm, Yi Fan murmured to himself, a flicker of resolve glinting in his eyes. The solar divine body absorbed the moonlight, greatly enhancing his comprehension. Over the next few days, he stabilized his cultivation during the day and diligently practiced his sword techniques at night. Before he knew it, 10 days had passed. Suddenly, a commotion of footsteps outside the medicinal garden disrupted Yi Fan's training. Yi Fan, a robust voice called from beyond the garden. Yi Fan disengaged from his meditative state. Opening his eyes to follow the sound, he beheld 2 disciples clad in purple robes standing at the entrance of the garden. Both wore expressions of trepidation, their feet seemingly nailed to the ground, hesitant to step inside, lest they infringe upon some taboo. Has the time come? A faint smile graced Yi Fan's lips as he rose leisurely, striding toward the garden's exit, casting a casual glance at the 2 law enforcement disciples. Observing this, the 2 disciples promptly stepped back, respectfully yielding space with a formal gesture, please. To be precise, their mission was to enforce the sect's laws by escorting Yi Fan to Tianhua Peak, where he was to be punished in the celestial fire secret realm. However, they were both acutely aware that this punishment was requested by Yi Fan's master. Thus, the so-called punishment was merely nominal. There is no need for such formality, Yi Fan remarked, slightly raising his brow in surprise as he waved his hand dismissively. Yet his steps did not falter as he passed between them. Junior brother Yi. Just a few steps away, a familiar voice called out from the side, laced with urgency. Yi Fan turned to see Zhao De's rotund figure waddling toward him, breathless from his hurried approach. Upon reaching Yi Fan, he leaned forward, hands on his knees, gasping for breath. Old Zhao, are you here to see me off? Yi Fan's eyes glimmered with warmth as he smiled at his old friend. Ever since returning from the soul-cleansing mountain, he had not tended to the Xianbing grass. Chapter 336. The Spirit Herb Garden has also assigned new auxiliary disciples. Indeed, it has been a while since he last saw Zhao De. Zhao De wiped the sweat from his forehead, steadied his breath, and straightened up, producing a moon-white robe from his hand and presenting it. Here, this is your intersect attire. Oh, Yi Fan's eyes brightened, a deeper smile gracing his lips. Did Master send you to retrieve this for me? Of course. Zhao De nodded with certainty, glancing around before lowering his voice. Elder Ku Mu specifically instructed that you should dress appropriately for your visit to the Tianhua secret realm. That old fellow. Yi Fan shook his head in amusement while deftly draping the moon-white robe over his shoulders. As he adjusted the garment, his gaze inadvertently drifted to the distance. Elder Ku Mu had mentioned he would handle the paperwork, yet he had been absent for 10 days without a trace. In the end, even the intersect attire needed to be delivered by Zhao De. One could only wonder what pressing matters had kept him away, even from showing his face. The two disciples from the law enforcement hall exchanged glances as they noticed Yi Fan still chatting with Zhao De. One of them cleared his throat and stepped forward, saying, Yi Fan, it's getting late. Old Zhao, I'll be on my way, Yi Fan said, patting Zhao De's sturdy shoulder before turning to leave. The two law enforcement disciples immediately followed, maintaining a respectful distance. Safe travels, junior brother Yi, Zhao De called out, his voice rising as he watched Yi Fan's retreating figure, concern etched across his round face. Yi Fan stumbled slightly, almost tripping over his own robe. Steadying himself, he felt a vain throb at his temple. While the Tianhua secret realm was indeed perilous, he certainly was not heading there to meet his demise. Zhao De's words sounded almost like a funeral dirge, far too ominous. Did he lack confidence in Yi Fan's ability to return alive from the Tianhua secret realm? This chubby fellow. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and turned back, ready to express his frustration, only to find that Zhao De's rotund figure had already vanished without a trace. This guy. Yi Fan sighed in resignation and continued on his way. The two disciples behind him stifled laughter, their shoulders shaking with suppressed mirth. Upon reaching the foot of Tianhua Peak, a scorching mountain breeze laden with the scent of sulfur rushed towards him, while the distant red-hot lava meandered across the mountain's surface like veins. The entire peak resembled a slumbering behemoth of flame, poised to awaken and erupt at any moment. Guided by the two law enforcement disciples, Yi Fan arrived at the Tianhua Plaza. The square was teeming with people, all clad in moon-white robes, unmistakably disciples of the intersect of Tianhua Peak. However, their robes bore a slight distinction from Yi Fan's. Embroidered on their chests were the words Tianhua, crimson as blood, signifying their identity as disciples of Tianhua Peak. Is that Yi Fan? He looks rather unremarkable. One should not judge a book by its cover. This fellow, with his Xuanwu realm cultivation, managed to slay Luo Xingjian, which speaks volumes about his prowess. By the way, have you heard? It seems Yi Fan has some connection with our Tianhua Peak's Wan Miaoyan. Does this kind of person even deserve to be involved with Sister Miaoyan? It seems necessary to teach him a lesson in the Tianhua secret realm. Their discussions were unrestrained, laced with evident hostility. Other disciples of Tianhua Peak also cast curious or disdainful glances toward Yi Fan. In an instant, Yi Fan became the center of attention in the plaza. Chapter 337. Yi Fan. At that moment, a bright voice pierced through the clamor of the crowd. Wan Miaoyan emerged from the throng, her figure like a gentle breeze sweeping across the scorching square. She hastened towards Yi Fan, her hair dancing lightly with each step, glistening softly in the sunlight. Miaoyan, are you so eager to meet your pretty boy? As Wan Miaoyan reached Yi Fan, a harsh voice suddenly rang out. Liancheng, with his tousled red hair standing on end, crossed his arms, a frivolous smile playing on his lips, his gaze flitting between Wan Miaoyan and Yi Fan. Liancheng, what nonsense are you spouting? Wan Miaoyan spun around, her fair cheeks flushing a deep crimson. She glared at Liancheng, her beautiful eyes igniting with fury. Did I say something wrong? Liancheng exaggeratedly spread his arms, feigning innocence as he shrugged, his contemptuous gaze sweeping over Yi Fan. But your taste seems questionable. This pretty boy looks rather frail and incapable. I doubt he can satisfy you. How about I step in instead? A wave of laughter erupted across the square at Liancheng's words. Several disciples from Tianhua Peak clutched their stomachs in exaggerated mirth, while others whistled. Seeking death. Wan Miaoyan clenched her fists, suddenly exclaiming coldly. Just as she prepared to confront him, Yi Fan gently placed a hand on her shoulder. When she turned to look, Yi Fan had already stepped forward, striding toward Liancheng. Oh, getting anxious? Liancheng raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise as he took a half step back. A few companions behind him edged closer, seemingly to bolster his confidence. You claim I'm incapable? Yi Fan halted 3 steps away from Liancheng, narrowing his eyes slightly. His voice was soft, yet it silenced the surrounding laughter. A man cannot be deemed incapable. Li Yanqing's words were a profound insult to Yi Fan. Wan Miaoyan stood frozen in place, her cheeks reddening further. She had expected Yi Fan to act decisively, yet he had merely uttered such a statement. What was he intending? Did he wish to prove himself here? Li Yanqing was momentarily taken aback by the question, then burst into exaggerated laughter. What? Do you think you're capable? A fellow who has just ascended to the outer sect over a month ago, what are you pretending to be? Strictly speaking, you ought to address me as senior brother. Understand? Just ascended to the outer sect? Yi Fan scoffed, lightly brushing his fingers over the collar of his pale blue robe, teasing Li Yanqing. Do you think my robe is not white enough? White you? Li Yanqing opened his mouth, suddenly realizing something. His eyes widened in astonishment. You are now an inner sect disciple? What else could it be? Yi Fan smirked, a hint of pride evident on his face as he adjusted his collar. Impossible. Li Yanqing's brow furrowed in disbelief, his voice laden with incredulity. Just 10 days ago, you were still an outer sect disciple. How could you have ascended to the inner sect so swiftly? The disciples behind him wore expressions of astonishment as well. To ascend to the inner sect, one must reach the earth martial realm. Yi Fan spoke leisurely, a glint of mockery in his eyes. You've been at Taichu Daozong for some time, haven't you? You didn't know this? Earth martial realm? Li Yanqing's expression shifted, his gaze darting over Yi Fan. Indeed. Yi Fan suddenly stepped forward, gazing at Li Yanqing with keen interest. Feigning curiosity as he asked, I wonder how your strength compares to Luo Xinjing? What's it to you? Li Yanqing snorted coldly. His martial realm was comparable to Luo Xinjing. Standing at the pinnacle of the earth martial realm, third stage. Chapter 338. However, when it comes to strength, the superiority or inferiority remains uncertain. After all, he has never engaged in combat with Luo Xinjiang. Back in the Xuanwu realm, I was capable of defeating Luo Xinjiang. Noticing the other party's silence, Yi Fan's smile deepened. Now that I have advanced to the earth martial realm, do you really think I cannot defeat you? Humph. Li Yanqing forced out another cold snort. Yet he dared not meet Yi Fan's gaze directly, although he had never regarded Yi Fan of the Xuanwu realm as a threat. Facing Yi Fan of the earth martial realm made him undeniably apprehensive. Why the silence? Yi Fan tilted his head, feigning a puzzled expression, a mocking smile gracing his lips. His voice suddenly rising. You were so arrogant before, and now you can't even muster a word? Suddenly, he clapped his hands as if struck by a revelation, exclaiming, I see. Could it be that you're incapable? Li Yanqing's fists clenched tightly, his face flushed crimson. Veins throbbed on his forehead, and the fury in his eyes seemed ready to erupt. How could he endure being publicly humiliated by Yi Fan using his own words? Li Yanqing. Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point, a deep voice emerged from the crowd behind. The onlookers turned to see a young man with black hair walking forward. As he passed, the crowd parted like waves. The once clamorous square fell into an abrupt silence. Yi Fan. Wan Miaoyan quickly waved at Yi Fan. Speaking in a hushed tone, come back. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, leisurely retreating to Wan Miaoyan's side, scrutinizing the newcomer and questioning her with curiosity. Who is this person? You all seem quite fearful of him. This is Pei Ji. Wan Miaoyan leaned closer to Yi Fan, whispering the introduction. Pei Ji? Yi Fan scoffed, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes. Pei Yan, do you remember him? Wan Miaoyan's voice lowered further, nearly inaudible. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, recalling the one who wielded the purple flame dragon, narrowing his eyes. Could it be that this Pei Ji is also from the Pei family of Taiyuan Imperial City? Indeed. Wan Miaoyan nodded gently, adding, moreover, he is Pei Yan's cousin. I see. A flicker of understanding crossed Yi Fan's eyes. And as he looked at Pei Ji again, his gaze carried a hint of scrutiny. At this moment, Pei Ji had reached Li Yanqing and the others. Senior brother Pei Ji. Li Yanqing and the others bowed respectfully, their demeanor nearly obsequious. What are you arguing with a dying man about? Does it not diminish your worth? Pei Ji's voice was cold, his scornful gaze sweeping over Yi Fan, suddenly sneering. Though I am here for the same purpose as you, to enter the Tianhua secret realm. I am accompanied by the law enforcement hall. Our fates are not the same. Senior brother Pei Ji speaks wisely. Li Yanqing's expression brightened in realization, his anger instantly replaced by schadenfreude. As disciples of Tianhua Peak, they were all entering the Tianhua secret realm with the fire-breaking pearl. Yi Fan, being a reprimanded disciple, bore none of such treasures. Pei Ji disregarded Li Yanqing and the others, advancing towards Yi Fan. Upon reaching him, he unexpectedly diverted his gaze to Wan Miaoyan, a strange smile appearing on his face. Pei Yan once mentioned that he holds a fondness for you. What? Wan Miaoyan's expression froze, doubting her own hearing. Unfortunately, Pei Yan is now deceased. Before Wan Miaoyan could fully grasp the situation, Pei Ji suddenly chuckled coldly, leaning slightly to whisper in her ear. His voice just loud enough for Yi Fan to hear. at Tai Chi Dao sect's Tianhua Peak as his cousin. He deliberately paused, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. I will be sure to take good care of you. Chapter 339. Keep your distance. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Yu Fan forcefully pushed Pei Ji aside, stepping forward to shield Wan Miaoyan. Sister Miaoyan requires your care? Who do you think you are? Pei Ji stumbled back 2 steps, but rather than expressing anger, he let out a chilling laugh, straightening his robe. His sinister gaze flicked between the two before he turned in silence, returning to Lin Cheng and the others. Yet, the profound look he cast as he departed sent shivers down one's spine. As the group conversed, a contingent of disciples from the law enforcement hall escorted 4 figures to the edge of the square. Clad in moon-white robes, each bore distinct embroidered patterns on their chests. All were inner disciples of the Taichu Dao sect, yet evidently hailing from different peaks. Like Yi Fan, they had transgressed the sect's rules and were cast into the heavenly fire secret realm. Should they emerge alive from this realm, all past offenses would be absolved. Failure to do so would mean their lives remained eternally ensnared within its fiery depths. Suddenly, a wave of intense heat surged across the square. The crowd looked up to behold an elder in black robes descending from the sky. Moments later, he landed at the center of the square like a shooting star. Bow to the Peak Master. The disciples of the Heavenly Fire Peak shouted in unison, bending deeply in respect. The square fell into a hushed silence, save for the sound of the sweltering heat. Yi Fan, Wan Miaoyan quickly tugged at Yi Fan's sleeve, signaling him with her eyes. Understanding her intent, Yi Fan reciprocated with a respectful bow. He recognized the black-robed elder before him, the Peak Master of Heavenly Fire Peak, Fan Tian. Do not stand on ceremony. Fan Tian waved his hand dismissively, his gaze then falling upon Yi Fan. Yi Fan, it appears you and I are fated to meet. Though I could not take you as my disciple that day, I did not expect you to arrive at Heavenly Fire Peak today. Senior, I am currently a man burdened by guilt. Yi Fan shrugged, displaying indifference towards the prospect of apprenticeship. Admittedly, there was a time when he felt a flicker of anger and considered becoming Fan Tian's disciple. However, in the end, Fan Tian had faltered under the pressure from the sect master. Yet, he had inadvertently found fortune in misfortune, becoming a disciple of the old man, Kumu. Although Kumu seemed unreliable, he treated Yi Fan rather well. Burdened by guilt? Fan Tian shook his head, hands clasped behind his back, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Now that you have joined Kumu's sect, I shall not vie for disciples with him. However, I am curious, would you have any interest in joining the Heavenly Fire Peak? Well, Yi Fan's eyes flickered slightly as he instinctively rubbed his nose. A glance at Wan Miaoyan revealed her astonishment mirrored in her expression. This matter required consultation with the old man, Kumu. To be honest, Yi Fan felt little enthusiasm for joining the Heavenly Fire Peak. After all, Fan Tian had initially sought to take him as a disciple primarily to grant him access to the Heavenly Fire secret realm. Now that he could enter it on his own, what allure did the Heavenly Fire Peak still possess? Peak Master. Pei Ji suddenly stepped forward, his voice laced with evident dissatisfaction, suppressing his fury while maintaining a forced semblance of respect. What necessity does a dying man have to join the Heavenly Fire Peak? He cast a contemptuous glance at Yi Fan as he spoke. A dying man? Not necessarily. Chapter 340. Fan Tian did not even glance back, casually waving his hand as if swatting away a fly, while still wearing a cheerful smile as he regarded Yi Fan. So, have you made up your mind? Are you interested in joining the Tianhua Peak? Senior, perhaps we should discuss this after I survive the Tianhua secret realm? Yi Fan replied with a subtle smile, maintaining a dignified composure. Haha, that is indeed a reasonable point. Fan Tian laughed heartily, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He had never entertained the thought that Yi Fan might perish within the Tianhua secret realm. It was not merely confidence in Yi Fan. It was his understanding of the old wood elder. Since that old fellow dared to send his sole disciple into the Tianhua secret realm, he must have complete assurance of success. Peak Master. Pei Ji, observing the amiable exchange between the two, felt his expression darken with suppressed anger. He could no longer contain his impatience. Isn't it time to activate the Tianhua secret realm? Just a moment, there are still others who have yet to arrive. Fan Tian's gaze drifted toward the horizon, his tone devoid of emotion. Others? Pei Ji furrowed his brow slightly, glancing around before unable to restrain his curiosity further. Who else is missing? Fan Tian maintained his gentle smile, yet he chose to disregard Pei Ji's inquiry, although he did not show it outwardly. A flicker of impatience crossed his crimson eyes. Were it not for Pei Ji's decent talent and his connection as his disciple's relative, he would have silenced him long ago. Miaoyan, noticing that Fan Tian had no intention of initiating the secret realm, Yi Fan leaned closer to Wan Miaoyan. His curiosity piqued. What makes the Tianhua secret realm so special? The Tianhua secret realm is scattered with Tianhua crystals. Wan Miao Yin twirled a strand of her hair with her delicate fingers, speaking leisurely. For those adept in fire cultivation, refining Tianhua crystals can enhance their flame willpower. However, her gaze shifted to the 4 individuals being escorted by the law enforcement hall disciples. These 4 do not seem to be fire cultivators. Entering the Tianhua secret realm would be of no benefit to them. It's merely a question of whether they can endure the 7 days. 7 days? Yifan raised an eyebrow, regarding Wan Miaoyin with puzzlement. The Tianhua secret realm is only accessible for 7 days. Wan Miaoyin nodded, elaborating further. After 7 days, all those still alive within the secret realm will be teleported out. Oh, I see. Yifan nodded thoughtfully, beginning to comprehend. Although he was not purely a fire cultivator, he wielded the Sun Sword intent and the 9 Dragon Spirit Fire. It seemed that the Tianhua crystals would indeed be beneficial to him. Oldwood Elder's decision to allow him entry into the Tianhua secret realm likely stemmed from this consideration. Suddenly, Wan Miaoyin recalled something and cautioned Yifan. By the way, be careful in the Tianhua secret realm. There are numerous flame beasts lurking within. Flame beasts? Yifan's eyes glinted with caution as he pressed for more information. What level of strength do these flame beasts possess? They are all earth demonic beasts. They're power rivals that of earth martial realm warriors. Wan Miaoyin lowered her voice, adding, it is said the strongest flame beast in the Tianhua secret realm has attained the 7th tier of earth demonic beast cultivation. We call it the Flame Beast King. If you encounter it, do not attempt to show off, just run. 7th tier of earth demonic beasts? Yifan's pupils constricted as he unconsciously surveyed the assembly of Tianhua Peak disciples, including Pei Ji, and remarked, it seems there are no earth martial realm warriors of the 7th tier present, are there? Wan Miaoyin rolled her eyes in exasperation, replying matter-of-factly. Only those at the 7th tier of earth martial realm can be considered core disciples, so of course they wouldn't be here. Only those at the 7th tier of earth martial realm can be core disciples? Yifan frowned, recalling Luo Feiyu. Months ago, the Moon King, Qin Luan, had mentioned him. At that time, Luo Feiyu was merely at the 5th tier of earth martial realm. Yet, as far as he knew, Luo Feiyu had always been among the core disciples. Could it be that the information provided by Qin Luan was incorrect? Chapter 341. Not absolutely so. Wan Miaoyin shook her head gently, her crimson lips parting as she elucidated. Cultivation does not entirely equate to strength. The Taichu Dao sect conducts an internal examination every year, as long as one can pass the assessment. Any level of cultivation can ascend to core disciple status. However, it is worth noting that warriors at the 7th tier of the earth martial realm can typically pass with ease. If one cannot even achieve this, then they are rather lacking. Wouldn't you agree? Upon hearing this, Yifan nodded thoughtfully, although his gaze drifted unconsciously into the distance. It seemed that Luo Feiyu possessed strength far exceeding his expectations. At the very least, he shared the ability to overcome opponents of higher ranks. Suddenly, after a brief pause, Finshin raised his head and gazed to the side. The crowd turned in unison to see 19 figures gracefully treading the mountain path. The foremost figure appeared as an elder, with the 18 individuals behind him clad in flowing moon-white robes. Prominently emblazoned on their chest was a striking character, Yin. It was Yin Peak. Wan Miaoyin instantly recognized the group, curiosity blossoming within her. Could it be that the members of Yin Peak intended to enter the Heavenly Fire secret realm as well? This Yin clan was distinct from the Yin clan of the past. The Yin clan of Jihang City was also one of the 13 clans of Taichu. Most disciples of the Yin clan entered Yin Peak, while a select few took roles in various functional departments, such as the Pill Hall or the Refining Hall. Yin Peak? The Yin Peak of the Yin clan? Yifan murmured, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the approaching group. Suddenly, his body trembled slightly, fixating intensely on one figure. Was that Yinju? Indeed, it was him. Wan Miaoyin followed Yifan's gaze, her lips parting slightly. She observed Yinju walking among the ranks, his visage still resolute as ever. He too was a member of the Yin clan? Yifan furrowed his brow, his fingers unconsciously stroking his chin. At the last banquet, Yinju had secured 3rd place, trailing only behind him and Mo Lin Yuan. Though not a prince of the Qian kingdom, he was indeed of royal lineage. It appeared that the rumors held true. Wan Miaoyin nodded thoughtfully, a glimmer of understanding flashing in her eyes. What? Yifan turned his head, casting a puzzled glance at Wan Miaoyin. Leaning closer, she whispered, it is rumored that the founding monarch of the Qian kingdom was a powerful figure expelled from the Yin clan. In a sense, the royal family of Qian is a branch of the Yin lineage. Now that Yinju walks alongside the people of Yin Peak, it indicates that the relationship between the Qian royal family and the Yin clan has softened in recent years. A branch of the lineage? How intriguing. Yifan raised an eyebrow, casually shrugging his shoulders, seemingly indifferent. Old Elder Yin Xiong, you have arrived a bit late. As the members of the Yin clan drew near, Finshin greeted them with a hearty laugh, striding forward to meet them. At this moment, the disciples of Tianhua Peak exchanged glances, their faces etched with confusion. They whispered among themselves, clearly taken aback that Finchen had been waiting for the people of Yin Peak. They were puzzled as to why the disciples of Yin Peak were permitted entry into the Heavenly Fire secret realm. Did this not merely provide them with additional competitors for the coveted Heavenly Fire crystals? My sincerest apologies, Yin Xiong replied with a smile in response to Finchen's warmth. After bowing in apology, he turned sharply to the disciples behind him and commanded, "Why are you all standing there in a daze? Do not you pay your respects to the Peak Master Finchen? Thank him for granting you the opportunity to enter the Heavenly Fire secret realm." "Thank you, Peak Master Finchen." The 18 disciples of Yin Peak echoed in unison, bowing in perfect synchrony. The Heavenly Fire secret realm lay firmly within Finchen's grasp. Without his consent, none could enter. There's no need for such formality. Chapter 342. With a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, Finchen waved his hand casually. Upon learning that the disciples from the Yin Peak were entering the Heavenly Fire secret realm, Pei Ji's eyes flickered with a hint of malice. However, noticing Finchen's slight annoyance, he refrained from questioning and discreetly signaled to Lian Cheng. "Peak Master." Lian Cheng, understanding the unspoken cue, stepped forward with a forced bravado. Respectfully clasping his hands in greeting, he inquired why the disciples from Yin Peak were permitted entry into the Heavenly Fire secret realm this time. Stealing a glance at Finchen's expression, he hastily added, "I am merely curious. Since we are all disciples of the Taichu Dao sect, why the need for such distinctions?" Finchen cast a sidelong glance at Lian Cheng, a smile that was neither entirely genuine nor entirely dismissive gracing his lips. As he surveyed the crowd, he noticed that the disciples were all ears, eagerly awaiting an explanation. Yet, he merely smiled enigmatically, suggesting that the presence of the Yin Peak disciples would render this expedition into the Heavenly Fire secret realm all the more intriguing, wouldn't it? Intriguing? Lian Cheng's expression stiffened, and his lips involuntarily twitched. Glancing sideways at the Yin Peak disciples, he observed their composed demeanor. 18 individuals, evidently the cream of the crop among the inner disciples of Yin Peak. This was hardly intriguing. It was tantamount to facing a formidable assembly of adversaries. Seeing that Finchen was unwilling to elaborate further, Lian Cheng could only retreat dejectedly into the throng. Upon catching sight of Pei Ji's grim countenance, he instinctively recoiled, fearing he might become the target of the latter's ire. "Your Peak Master, has he accepted any favors from Yin Peak?" Yufan suddenly leaned towards Wang Miaoyan, lowering his voice in jest. A playful smile danced on his lips as his gaze flitted between Finchen and Yin Xiong. Wang Miaoyan was momentarily taken aback, but a glimmer of realization soon sparkled in her beautiful eyes. Indeed, there was a possibility to consider. The notion that they were all disciples of the Taichu Dao sect was merely rhetoric. If distinctions were truly inconsequential, why were only the Yin Peak disciples present? Among the 13 clans of Taichu, the Yao, O, and Gongsun clans were not lacking in fire cultivators. Most of the disciples from Qiang Peak also excelled in the path of fire cultivation. Yet, why had none of them come? As time pressed on, Yin Xiong exchanged a knowing glance with Finchen, then looked up at the sky, cheerfully proposing, "Finchen Peak Master, shall we commence the opening of the Heavenly Fire secret realm now?" "It is indeed time." Finchen nodded slightly and suddenly raised his hand to grasp the air. A long spear, entirely crimson, materialized out of nowhere, its shaft entwined with 9 vividly depicted fire dragon patterns, with an everlasting golden flame flickering at its tip. The spear emanated a disquieting pressure, as if it harbored the might to incinerate the earth. With a thunderous roar, Finchen brandished the spear and soared into the air, executing a perfect arc. The spear, propelled by an overwhelming force, plunged directly into the center of the plaza. Upon contact with the ground, a radiant circle of flames rippled outward like a wave. As the crowd gazed intently, they beheld a fire vortex with a diameter of 10 meters forming at the plaza's center. Scalding magma churned within, roaring fiercely, its scorching waves distorting the surrounding air. The Heavenly Fire secret realm had been activated. Standing resolutely with the spear in hand, Finchen's expression turned grave, his piercing gaze sweeping over the disciples of the Heavenly Fire Peak. He commanded in a deep voice, "Disciples of Heavenly Fire Peak, proceed." Yes, the disciples of Heavenly Fire Peak responded in unison, rushing toward the vortex. In the blink of an eye, they vanished into the searing whirlpool. Yi Fan, Wang Miaoyan, sensing Finchen's urging gaze, dared not delay further. She swiftly turned to call out to Yi Fan, "We shall meet again within the Heavenly Fire secret realm." With that, she took a delicate step and gracefully leapt into the vortex, disappearing in an instant.